a narrative spanning several grand epics of cultivation from the perspective of an immortal being. It chronicles the journey from a humble mountain village to the expansive realms of cultivation. The protagonist experiences the flourishing era of the cultivation world, the golden age of prosperity, the collapse of established order, the tumult of darkness, and the profound silence of all beings. Chen Xun traverses the vast and boundless realm of cultivation, awakening a longevity system, accompanied by a mystical beast of longevity, indifferent to conflict and strife. Chen Xun harbors no desire to provoke others. His sole wish is to traverse the splendor of the world with his old cow. Chapter 1. Eternal longevity begins to accumulate points. Longevity is indeed as lonely as snow. A youth reclines on a small hillside, a blade of foxtail grass clenched between his teeth, gazing into the distance as a gentle breeze sweeps through, causing the trees to bow. Yet, from the tone of his voice, it is apparent that he is not merely lamenting, but rather reveling in unrestrained delight. Beside him sits a hornless black bull, not standing but rather perched upright on its hind legs, its black back straight and proud. The youth, named Chen Xun, had crossed over to this realm a year prior. This world is vast and limitless, populated by countless cultivators who can move mountains and seas, soaring above the mortal realm. Upon his arrival, he discovered that he possessed a system for which he was immensely grateful, as the tales of countless protagonists flickered through his mind. However, Chen Xun's system did not bestow upon him an invincible physique or formidable techniques. He had attained immortality. The laws of heaven and earth could no longer confine his lifespan, yet he could only enhance his attributes by a mere increment each year. Strength, speed, defense, magical power, and the essence of all things. This power, speed, defense, and mana he could comprehend. However, the essence of all things remained elusive to Chen Xun, which he eventually cast aside, prioritizing survival above all else. Yet, the system proved to be quite considerate, gifting him a celestial beast for companionship on this arduous journey of longevity. Though it could not speak, it understood his words and could receive enhancements each year without depleting his longevity points. We may be immortal, yet we are still susceptible to death. Thus, it is wise to tread carefully. Chen Xun sighed. Half a year prior, he and the black bull had cultivated a rice paddy in a small village, along with raising numerous chicks. However, on a dark and windy night, Old Wong from the neighboring village led a group to steal everything away. Upon learning of this betrayal, Chen Xun was consumed by rage. Did the laws of the land still prevail? Was there any semblance of justice? Armed with an axe, he and the black bull ventured to the neighboring village to demand accountability. Alas, they were met with overwhelming numbers. Chen Xun was severely beaten, and one of the black bull's horns was wrenched away. They fled in disgrace, nursing their wounds for several days. The black bull exhaled heavily, eyes filled with resentment. That group was truly despicable. This incident left a profound psychological scar on Chen Xun, with lasting repercussions. Ding! The host is now able to allocate points. A crooked smile spread across Chen Xun's face. The year had passed, and it was time to enhance his abilities. Without hesitation, he allocated points to strength, recalling how his feeble power had rendered him unable to push away those who had overpowered him. Chen Xun's visage turned a hue akin to that of liver, and an unexpected surge of strength coursed through his body. His veins protruded prominently as he unleashed a powerful fist upon the ground, startling the black bull, which leapt in alarm. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. The principle of force is reciprocal. Chen Xun suffered a fracture in his hand, and he spent several days recuperating alongside the great black bull. In the process, he also bestowed a modicum of strength upon it, though there was no visible transformation. Upon witnessing Chen Xun's predicament, the black bull merely tested its own strength, which proved quite formidable. They resided in a humble thatched cottage within a secluded mountain village, living in harmony with nature, yet the laws of this world seemed engraved in the very bones of humanity. In the presence of cultivators, mortals are expected to pay their respects and show deference, a notion well understood even among the inhabitants of this remote hamlet. Sun Gear called a youthful voice from outside the thatched hut. It belonged to a boy known as Xiao Haizi, who had earned his name due to his dark complexion at birth. What is it, Xiao Haizi? Chen Xun, having recovered from his injuries, leisurely opened the door. The village head sent me to deliver some rice to you, the boy said, grinning innocently as he clutched a sack of rice. Please thank the village head for me. As Chen Xun received the offering, His heart swelled with gratitude, for he and the great black bull had been subsisting on wild vegetables for days. It was an absurdity that a being of longevity was on the verge of starvation in this vast world. Reflecting upon this, Chen Xun felt a simmering resentment, and a gentleman's revenge is never too late. And one day, we shall unearth your ancestral graves. Sun Gear, I must take my leave now, and my mother calls me home for dinner. Very well, return swiftly, Chen Xun replied. Chen Xun smiled gently, gazing at the rice in his hands. Tears of gratitude streamed down the corners of his mouth, reaffirming his belief that there are still many good people in this world. The black bull, restless inside the thatched cottage, let out an impatient bellow at preferred rice over grass. A swirl of smoke enveloped the air as the fragrant rice was finally cooked. A man and a bull sat on the ground, devouring their meal with fervor, their eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Old bull, we must strive to live well and refrain from impulsive actions, Chen Xun declared, chewing the rice vigorously before swallowing hard. The world is vast once we prosper. I shall find you several fine cows. The old bull eyed him with disdain, as if to say, was it not you who charged into the neighboring village with an axe? There are many on the other side. We must employ strategy to deal with such individuals, Chen Xun said mysteriously. The black bull's eyes brightened, and it instinctively moved closer to Chen Xun. When they are old and feeble, we shall smash their teeth and desecrate their ancestral graves. How dare they provoke the immortal? Chen Xun spoke with fervor, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Moo! The bull's copper-like eyes sparkled with excitement as it nodded repeatedly in agreement. But what is that burnt smell? Chen Xun sniffed the air and suddenly turned towards the kitchen, his eyes widening in alarm. Our thatched cottage. Moo! The black bull also emitted a startled snort. It's on fire. The Chen Xun household is ablaze. Hurry, we must extinguish the flames. An hour later, as the flames subsided, the thatched cottage lay nearly consumed by the fire. A man and a bull sat outside, their eyes devoid of hope, kneeling in despair, having lost all will to live. Chen Xun was an orphan in the village, having suffered a succession of misfortunes, rendering him a pitiable figure. The villagers offered their meager words of consolation before dispersing. It's all over, my home is gone. Chen Xun lamented, despondent and lost. He lacked the skills to construct a new dwelling, and it seemed that calamity had chosen to rain down upon him. Life, after all, was nothing short of bleak. Yet, fortune had not entirely forsaken him. The black cow, in its ruminative wisdom, managed to preserve some rice, enough to sustain them for several days. Old cow, I've noticed a few caves at the foot of the eastern hillside. Let us take refuge there, Chen Xun suggested. He shook his head in despair, realizing he ought to have learned a trade in the village instead. He had come with the intent of farming, now finding himself utterly unskilled. Moo! The black cow was indifferent to their circumstances wherever Chen Xun went. That was home to it. Outside the quaint village, the black cow bore a considerable load of dried grass, while Chen Xun gathered some firewood and brought it to the cave, their temporary abode. In the year that followed, Chen Xun apprenticed with the village carpenter, while the black cow assisted in transporting materials. The villagers remarked on its remarkable intelligence, urging Chen Xun not to harm it for sustenance. Chen Xun scoffed at this notion. He would rather leap from the hillside to his demise than betray a friend. Delicious, he mused, savoring the beef. At year's end, in celebration, the villagers slaughtered several cows and hosted a grand feast for all. Naturally, he would not miss such a joyous occasion. However, the black cow watched with narrowed eyes, hesitating to touch the morsels of beef offered by Chen Xun. After the festivities, it was imperative not to waste food. Whatever remained uneaten by others was packed away by Chen Xun and the black cow, as frugality was essential for their survival. Inside the cave, the black cow relished its meal, while Chen Xun consumed all the beef it refused. Chapter 2. The arrival of the cultivator. Chen Xun foamed at the mouth as a voice resonated in his mind, indicating ding. The host can now allocate points. He chose to enhance his strength, adding a measure to both himself and the black bull. Chen Xun soon discovered the immense benefits of this augmentation. His legs felt invigorated. His gaze sharpened, and he became as formidable as two men combined. The village's unmarried woman, Sui Hua, who had reached the age of 40, often cast him flirtatious glances. Perhaps this was the essence of manhood. Gazing at his own muscles, Chen Xun sighed deeply, aware of the alluring charm he exuded, unknowingly captivating numerous village maidens. Ah! Old bull, slow down. Chen Xun exclaimed in astonishment as the black bull, seizing the moment of his nostalgia, devoured his portion of supper. The bull swiftly gulped down the meal, leaving Chen Xun dumbfounded and speechless. The following year, Chen Xun and the black bull sought apprenticeship under a blacksmith. The blacksmith, impressed by Chen Xun's remarkable strength, continuously praised him, declaring he possessed the makings of a true craftsman. Chen Xun, refusing any wages, only requested meals for himself and the bull, to which the blacksmith readily agreed. However, the next month, due to an unfortunate misstep when Chen Xun entered the smithy with his left foot first, a significant taboo, they were promptly ejected. Chen Xun sighed, contemplating the burdens of the strong. Undeterred, they found a fertile plot of land and began cultivating rice. The black bull plowed the fields, and together they worked in seamless harmony, laboring diligently to amass wealth. This is our domain. Moo. Chen Xun surveyed the lush, verdant fields before him, his eyes brimming with joy as he tightened his grip on the mountain axe. With two more secured at his waist, the great black bull was equally elated, though its hooves were adorned with blades and an axe was bound to its horns. Should those nefarious individuals dare to steal again? A glacial intensity filled Chen Xun's gaze as he looked at the bull, which returned his stare with a solemn nod. We shall flee directly. We will never confront them head-on. With our current armament, I wonder who would dare pursue us. Moo. Moo. This year has been relatively smooth. It is said that a significant event has transpired in the neighboring village, drawing everyone's attention away from Chen Xun's fields. He exerted a bit of strength upon himself and the black bull, joyfully harvesting rice. The black bull dug a pit in the cave, and Chen Xun understood its intent, filling it with countless bags of pristine white rice. Yet, he reserved a portion to return to the village chief, a quantity several times greater than before. Clang, clang. The sound of gongs resonated through the village, echoing far and wide, even faintly audible within the cave. This was a summons for a significant event in the village. Chen Xun squinted slightly and hurried out of the cave, fearing a conflict in the village. With his current strength, he could easily fell a burly man. They crouched discreetly on a small hillside, observing the situation, only to find the village bustling with joy, gathering outside the village chief's home. Come, old bull, let us see. Moo. In the village, thousands of eager and excited faces held offerings of poultry and fish, bowing respectfully to the two figures at the center. The Yunshenzong was accepting disciples, and those with spiritual roots had the opportunity to embark on the path to immortality. One of the figures, clad in a Taoist robe, stood atop the village chief's house, looking down imposingly. O immortal, how can one ascertain whether they possess spiritual roots? Indeed, my little black dog has always possessed immense strength, akin to that of an ox. A fortune teller once proclaimed him to be the reincarnation of an immortal. The villagers were filled with excitement, bombarding the two cultivators with a flurry of questions, causing them to furrow their brows in discontent. Silence ensued. The cultivators appeared to be enraged. One of them activated a talisman, and suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted in midair, instilling terror and a palpable heat in the atmosphere. The villagers fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, their eyes wide with fear, realizing this was indeed the presence of an immortal. It was as if a great black ox was taking its time on a leisurely stroll from beginning to end. Chen Xun brought the black ox to the edge of the crowd, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Indeed, this world harbored cultivators. The black ox, upon hearing this, was puzzled, wondering when it had ever taken a dog for a walk in the village. Spiritual roots are classified into 5 categories of mixed roots, 4 categories of inferior roots, 3 categories of medium roots, 2 categories of superior roots, and 1 category of celestial roots. The cultivator, with hands clasped behind his back, began to explain, activating a token in his hand, assuring the crowd not to be alarmed, as those under the age of 20 were to commence testing their spiritual roots. A column of light erupted from the ground, radiant and dazzling in its multicolored brilliance, inciting a cacophony among the villagers, with even the elders eager to participate. The village children and youths, brimming with anticipation, stepped forward, yet the light column yielded no response. This is impossible. I dreamt that I was an immortal, a villager murmured. Disbelief etched across his face. Suddenly, he turned and knelt, shouting, Immortal, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Depart, in 3 breaths' time. A cold, indifferent voice echoed. Immortal, I implore you. The villager cried, lingering in the light column, I have seen it in my dreams. With a swift flash of swordlight, blood erupted forth as the villagers, filled with disbelief, gradually collapsed to the ground. A multitude of kneeling sounds echoed, their bodies trembling in fear. Chen Xun's pupils contracted, and he quickly crouched down, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. These cultivators were utterly lawless. The great black bull also silently prostrated itself, their gazes meeting in acknowledgement, as cherished dreams were quietly shattered. Continue, the cultivator commanded coldly, observing the villagers as one might regard livestock. No further chaos ensued. The villagers proceeded in an orderly manner through the beam of light, their eyes still glimmering with hope. Chen Xun timidly attempted to follow suit, revealing his mixed elemental roots, which hardly attracted the attention of the cultivators. To his surprise, there was indeed one with 3 elemental roots. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the cultivator's mouth as he turned his gaze to the young girl. Bid farewell to your family. Yes, Immortal, the little girl, torn between reluctance and joy, said her goodbyes to her family, after which the cultivator generously bestowed upon them several dozen taels of silver. Those with mixed elemental roots may serve in the sect, and there remains a chance to ascend the path of immortality, the cultivator remarked casually, glancing at the others. Immortal, I wish to go. The several individuals with mixed elemental roots exclaimed joyfully, promptly kneeling in reverence. The cultivator cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xun, who was now foaming at the mouth, drenched in sweat, while the black bull beside him appeared to be on the brink of collapse. They were evidently terrified by the earlier scene. Weak of mind, there is no hope for the path of immortality. Depart, the cultivator declared, shaking his head. Summoning a celestial sword from his storage bag, he led the group away, soaring through the air like a wisp of smoke, leaving no trace behind. The villagers were filled with a sense of loss, their gazes lingering on the figure of the immortal, hearts brimming with envy. Damn it, old bull. You think you can just play dead and fool me? You wish to bring about my demise, don't you? Chen Xun lay on the ground, gravely wounded. His chest heaving as the memory of that hoof's elegance nearly led him to reunite with his long-departed parents. Moo. The black bull nudged Chen Xun, surprised by its own strength. It carried him back to the cave, where he recuperated for several days, gradually regaining his vitality. We must avoid those sects, Chen Xun explained, observing the bull's puzzled expression. The sects are perilously dangerous, killing is not a crime, and they consume beef along with the hides. The black bull's pupils quivered, its head shaking wildly. It understood the latter but was bewildered by the notion that killing was permissible. That day's encounter with the cultivators did not inspire Chen Xun with longing. Rather, it instilled within him a profound sense of insecurity. Their enmity with the Wang family from the neighboring village merely involved brawls, but the cultivators resorted to murder at the slightest provocation. Chen Xun etched that gaze into his memory, reminiscent of the moment he dispatched a chicken. Chapter 3. Seasons change, 20 years pass. Let us live well and refrain from engaging in conflicts, Chen Xun said earnestly, patting the great black bull, which nodded in agreement. They were currently enjoying a life of utmost comfort. Old bull, let us venture into the village to seek work. In this world, one must possess skills to navigate it. Chen Xun rose with a smile, fastening the mountain axe at his waist. They now had rice and no longer needed to rely on others for sustenance, nor be driven away. In a quaint village, a man and his cow embarked on a journey of mentorship, immersing themselves in the arts of funerary services, with the sound of Swona filling the air as they flourished in their newfound skills. The dark bovine exhibited a remarkable prowess in the art of coffin carrying, surpassing even Chen Xun, earning admiration from every villager who crossed their path. Nowadays, during both joyful and sorrowful events, the locals eagerly sought out Chen Xun, a testament to his professionalism. Chen Xun, inherently an optimistic soul, believed in the value of diverse skills, and his pursuit of longevity instilled a profound hope for the future, filling his days with purpose. As a decade swiftly passed, subtle traces of time began to etch themselves upon Chen Xun's visage, while the village welcomed a myriad of newborns into its fold. Yet, invincibility often breeds solitude. Standing within the cave, Chen Xun broke into a wide grin, assuming a stance as if to strike. Before him lay a massive stone. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the stone into countless fragments. His hand unscathed. The dark cow sat in awe, its expression one of astonishment at Chen Xun's formidable strength. How's that, old friend? Chen Xun inquired with mirth. The cow responded with a triumphant moo, laughter echoing between them, as Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with a hint of superiority, revealing that this was merely a fraction of his true power. The cow, now thoroughly convinced, gazed at Chen Xun with even greater admiration. Over the past 10 years, Chen Xun had devoted all his longevity points to enhancing his strength, transcending the capabilities of mere mortals. Even young Hazy, in a playful arm wrestling match, found himself easily bested by Chen Xun, who effortlessly maneuvered with just 3 fingers. Chen Xun! Chen Xun! Shouts resonated from outside the cave, urgency in their tone. The dark cow perked up, sensing that their moment had arrived. It swiftly arched its back, slightly raising its head. Now, it was the revered divine ox of the village. Even the village's large yellow dog would call it brother ox, although this was merely a thought in its mind. What's the matter, folks? Chen Xun stepped out of the cave, surprised to see dozens of people gathered. Is it a joyful occasion or a sorrowful one? I must prepare my attire. The old village chief has passed away, several villagers said with heavy hearts. What? Chen Xun exclaimed, taken aback. The old village chief had always shown kindness to both him and the old ox, and he suddenly felt a void within. Outside the village's mourning hall, villagers thronged. And Chen Xun began to play the swona, the autumn winds whistling mournfully as leaves danced in the air. With a sigh in his eyes, he reflected on the inevitability of mortal separation. In the blink of an eye, a mere century had slipped away. The great black ox, adorned with several bells, chimed in harmony with Chen Xun's swona, creating a dirge of autumn that escorted the old village chief into the distance. On the rural path outside the village, Chen Xun, his expression inscrutable, bore the coffin himself, followed by a long procession, the air filled with fluttering yellow paper. At the burial site, Chen Xun and a few others carefully lowered the coffin into the earth. He stood to the side, observing the villagers bidding their farewells. Some sought blessings. Others wished for wealth, while some aspired to transcendence. Once all had departed, Chen Xun silently bowed 3 times, murmuring with a smile, "Thank you for your care. Old village chief, may your journey be peaceful." The great black ox, feeling the weight of sorrow, mimicked Chen Xun by bowing its head 3 times. Upon returning to the village, little Haizi had now grown into adulthood. He saw Chen Xun and smiled. "Brother Sun, you still look so youthful, not a bit aged." "It's primarily due to a positive mindset," Chen Xun replied. Chen Xun chuckled lightly and patted Xiao Haizi, remarking on the young man's impressive physique, sturdy as an ox, possessing a third of his former prowess. Xiao Haizi smiled bashfully, explaining that his father had once ventured into the mountains and brought back some treasures, which had greatly nourished him. He advised Chen Xun to exercise caution while hunting, as his parents were aging. "I understand, Brother Sun. Why not come to my home for a meal?" he suggested. "No, thank you. I have matters to attend to," Chen Xun quickly declined, fearing that his current appetite might overwhelm Xiao Haizi's household. "Very well, Brother Sun, I shall take my leave," Xiao Haizi said, still clutching a wild chicken in his hand as he bid farewell. "All right then," Chen Xun replied with a smile. The smoke from countless kitchens began to rise as preparations for dinner commenced. One man and an ox traversed through the flickering lights of the village, heading towards the cave in the mountains, leaving behind only a solitary silhouette and the glint of a mountain axe at his waist. As spring turned to autumn, a decade swiftly passed. Xiao Haizi had welcomed 2 children into his family, one of whom, a boy, was named Haizi by Chen Xun. This child often amused himself by crying in the village, eliciting hearty laughter from the nearby black bull. Chen Xun had become a figure of considerable esteem within the village. Yet he bore no signs of aging. Whispers and curious glances began to circulate among the villagers, and some even speculated about his bachelorhood, suggesting he was incapable of procreation. Upon hearing such slander, Chen Xun was incensed. A robust man of 7 feet tall, he could not fathom being labeled impotent. He confronted Aunt Wang, engaging in a heated debate, his words flying like arrows, his face flushed. He nearly revealed his manhood to prove his virility, but ultimately faltered due to the black bull's lack of eloquence, leading to his defeat in the argument. In the depths of the cave, Chen Xun was in a state of exasperation, still lamenting about the great black bull. The bull stood behind him, utterly cowed, unable to utter a single word. Alas, they were outnumbered. With a deep sigh, Chen Xun reflected on the profound humiliation he had suffered, an unjust burden he bore. "Old bull, it is not your fault. Rather, we have simply lived too long." The great black bull nodded vigorously, recalling how it had once displayed its magnificent treasure, only to be ridiculed by a group of women. Why had its strength plateaued at 20 points? Chen Xun pondered, feeling as though he had hit a bottleneck. A sentiment shared by the bull. There was no discernible difference between 20 and 21 points. Resigned, he allocated his longevity points to speed, granting a little to the black bull as well. Their current longevity points stood at strength 21, speed 1. They both felt a remarkable increase in their walking speed, as if the very ground beneath their feet had transformed into a swift current. After enhancing their attributes, Chen Xun had an epiphany. "Old bull, it is time for us to depart." Chen Xun sighed, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. This village can no longer accommodate us. Aside from the family of Little Black, more and more familiar faces were gradually disappearing. The agelessness they possessed was too terrifying for mere mortals, for in this world, there were no skincare products or hormones to sustain such appearances. Meanwhile, the great black bull appeared too extraordinary. Many villagers had begun to covet it, plotting to capture it for the sake of their children's nourishment. Chapter 4. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Chen Xun had acquired a fair amount of wilderness survival skills, though not expert. He was proficient enough in all of them. Moo. The great black bull anxiously gazed towards the fields, which it had toiled tirelessly to cultivate. "Fear not. We shall find a piece of fertile land even larger than this in the future. Moo, moo. The great black bull nodded fervently. As Chen Xun began to weave grandiose dreams, leaving the bull in a daze. Yet, we have a great vendetta to settle. Such a thing is not befitting of a gentleman. With a resounding determination, Chen Xun rose to his feet, wielding the mountain-splitting axe that spun in his hands. Surely, those adversaries have aged, and old bull, let us seize this opportunity to reclaim our rice. Moo. The ground trembled, and stones flew as the great black bull, incensed, felt the sting of its newly sprouted horns, uncertain of when they would fully regrow, while even the village's young cows scarcely acknowledged its presence. Within the cave, they hurriedly gathered their belongings. The swana, essential for their journey, rested upon the great black bull. Their current strength allowed them to handle pots and pans with ease, leaving behind what they could not carry for the little Heisey family, including that fertile land. On the following day, outside the homes of those who had assisted Chen Xun, such as little Heisey, the blacksmith, and the carpenter, piles of rice appeared at their doorsteps. Their eyes sparkled with delight, marveling at the benevolence of the heavens. Little Heisey's wife was busy counting the offerings, her smile radiant with joy at such fortuitous events. Inside, little Heisey, now in his middle age, bore a certain maturity. He held a letter in his hands, having once been taught to read by Chen Xun. He could naturally comprehend its contents. Little Heisey, the fertile land outside the cave is entrusted to your family. You must take good care of the great black bull. Once departed, it is likely that this life shall not witness another reunion. The world is resplendent and grand. One must venture forth to behold it. Always maintain an optimistic demeanor, and you shall remain the carefree Sun Gur. Xiao Heisey read each word with a heavy heart, his eyes slightly misting. Since childhood, he had followed closely behind Sun Gur, having long regarded him as an elder brother. Memories flowed through his mind, those stolen rice, the thatched hut set ablaze. Being driven away while toiling in the village, though bleak, Sun Gur seemed to perpetually embrace life with fervor. Safe travels, Sun Gur, Xiao Heisey said warmly. Gazing out the window at the clear blue sky, it was indeed a propitious day for departure. 3 months later, outside the neighboring village, in a dusty pit, a man and an ox bore the marks of hardship, their garments encrusted with dirt. Chen Xun held a large pancake in hand, taking a hearty bite before offering it to the black ox. As anticipated, they had thoroughly gleaned a lay of the land in the neighboring village, planning to strike first at old Wang's household. With a keen glint in his eyes, Chen Xun possessed an abundance of patience and time. He meticulously investigated the Wang family's ancestral graves, their fields, and those who had previously wronged them. Old ox, let us commence, he declared, donning a bandit-esque mask that concealed all but his eyes, nose, and mouth, while also preparing a similar disguise for the black ox. Under the cloak of darkness with the wind howling, the man and the ox stood resolutely atop the earthen mound, embodying the essence of banditry. They ascended the mountain path, the moonlight cascading down as chilling winds swirled around them, casting an eerie atmosphere over the graveyards, a stark contrast to the grievances they had endured. The grave of Wang Defo awaited them. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Xun's eyes. This was it. He growled, "Old bull, dig." With a thunderous bellow, the great black bull surged with excitement, its hooves stirring up a tempest of earth. Chen Xun delivered a powerful kick, shattering the gravestone, reveling in the thrill as countless clods of soil were unearthed, revealing a coffin beneath. With a swift motion, he overturned it, exposing its skeletal remains. In an instant, both man and beast fled, vanishing like smoke. In Wang's fields, the black bull furiously plowed the land, dirt flying in all directions as it unleashed its pin of fury. Chen Xun watched, his eyelids twitching. This old bull bore a deeper grudge than he did. The entire field lay in utter disarray, unrecognizable in its devastation. Chen Xun and the black bull surveyed their handiwork, satisfaction swelling within them. On the following day, Chen Xun, accompanied by the black bull, stormed into the home of old Wang. "Who dares?" An elderly man, over 50, exclaimed, leaning on a cane, startled by the sight of the figure shrouded in a headscarf. "I am your long-lost father." Chen Xun roared, instantly recognizing the man as Wang Tianming, the one who had once beaten him mercilessly. With a swift kick, he shattered the cane. Stepping forward with precision, he struck Wang Tianming's face, knocking out the few remaining teeth. "Spare me, great warrior. Have mercy." Wang Tianming coughed blood, realizing he had fallen victim to bandits. "Over 20 years ago, you led men to steal our rice. Today, I have come to reclaim my vengeance." "Wah!" Wang Tianming gasped, nearly forgetting the incident from 2 decades prior. Glancing towards the black bull outside, a sudden recollection struck him. Just then, a large yellow dog passed by Wang's house, and the black bull charged. The large yellow dog was abruptly sent flying, crashing to the ground with a pitiful yelp before hastily fleeing. Chen Xun would not let the Wang family off easily. He had thoroughly scrambled the yolks of their eggs and severed the earthworms on the ground into 8 pieces with his axe. Wang Tianming sat on the ground, weeping and wailing, urgently calling for help. Father, who are these ruffians? What audacity to come to the Wang family and commit such violence. Outside, a cacophony of shouts and reprimands erupted as numerous able-bodied men charged forth wielding pickaxes and kitchen knives. Old bull, retreat, Chen Xun bellowed, as he and the bull vaulted over the wall, giving the animal a push from behind. Little thief, don't run. Have the courage to face me one-on-one. Don't let us catch up to you, cowardly rodents, utterly despicable. The commotion stirred many villagers, with hundreds of them pursuing in a grand spectacle, dust billowing around them as they brandished their weapons. Ha ha ha, you can't catch up. Chen Xun laughed heartily, racing away on the black bull. His eyes filled with disdain as he glanced back at the swirling dust. Is this all you've got? Roars of indignation erupted from the men, their strides quickening as they pursued with fervor, yet they could not close the distance, helplessly watching as the duo continued to flee further away. Most absurdly, even the black bull outpaced them. With a thunderous flatulence, the black bull unleashed a stench that seemed to have been building for days, enveloping the air in a suffocating miasma. Chen Xun's face contorted in disgust as if he had ingested something foul. Ah, what a stench. How infuriating. Ugh. The villager pursuing from behind suddenly weakened, collapsing to the ground, retching incessantly, his eyes wide with disbelief at the foul odor that permeated the air. Wang Tianming rushed from behind. Exasperation etched across his face. If he were 20 years younger, he would have surely dismembered this man. Old Wang, your ancestral grave has been desecrated. The coffin lid has been overturned. What? Old Wang, hurry back and check your fields. They appear as though they have been ravaged by swine. What? Upon hearing the cacophony behind him, Wang Tianming felt the world spin violently before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, a man and his ox vanished into the distance, leaving behind a notorious tale of banditry in the village. Chapter 5. Safety first. When venturing out half a month later, amidst a mountainous forest, the undulating hills rose majestically, the dense woods teeming with life and the distant growls of wild beasts echoing through the air. With a swift swing of his axe, blood erupted as a brown bear fell lifeless to the ground. Sparks flew as a large pot was set over a fire, water bubbling to a boil, ready to feast upon. Old ox, how do you find my unparalleled axe technique? Chen Xun inquired, brandishing his weapon and glancing at the great black ox. Moo. The ox replied dismissively, preoccupied with scraping the earth to conceal the blood. When one is out in the world, safety is paramount. What incredible strength! Chen Xun marveled, clenching his fists, reflecting on how he had single-handedly incapacitated the bear with a mere punch, breaking several of its ribs in the process. The man and his ox gathered around the pot, indulging in a hearty feast. The wild game was exceptionally flavorful and invigorating. Old ox, despite our extraordinary strength, you must have noticed, damn it, there are those who cultivate immortality. Chen Xun savored the bare paw, clicking his tongue as he remarked, in times of trouble, one must not act impulsively. Those who seem inconspicuous may very well be ancient sorcerers. Moo. The great black bull responded, understanding the gravity of the statement, while relishing its meal with gusto. Even if we were to slay a mere chicken in the wild, we must ensure to erase all traces, leaving no evidence behind. Moo. Because there may be a flock of chickens nearby, and they could track us down by scent. Moo. The great black bull remained perplexed, a piece of meat tumbling from its mouth, which it hastily retrieved from the ground. What of a flock of chickens? We can simply dispatch them, can't we? Chen Xun scoffed, his lips glistening with grease. Moo. The great black bull nodded in agreement. But what if these chickens are nurtured by cultivators? Chen Xun spoke enigmatically. Would they not come seeking retribution? Moo. And if we were to defeat those cultivators, would their master not also pursue us? Moo. Moo. The great black bull was taken aback, the logic profound. In the end, a single chicken could ignite a sectarian conflict. How many could we possibly contend with? Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, tearing at the bare meat. If we were to inadvertently meet our demise, how many little heifers would that cost us? Moo. The great black bull enlightened, its bell-like eyes sparkling with admiration for Chen Xun, the reverence within akin to an unending river. A promising disciple indeed. Chen Xun praised with a smile, relishing the bull's expression. Henceforth, in all endeavors, prudence is paramount. Not a trace of carelessness must be tolerated. Moo. The great black bull nodded in solemn agreement. Then the question arises. Chen Xun's expression turned serious as he said, if a young heifer were to confront a cultivator in a fierce struggle for a precious herb, how should one proceed? The first answer, a hero must rescue the damsel in distress. Who else could take on such a duty? The second answer, align oneself with the stronger party. To bully the weak, for the sake of self-preservation. The third answer, treat it as though nothing is amiss, passing by quietly, untainted by the unfolding events. The fourth answer, I am invincible. They all must perish. The herb belongs to me. Please respond. Chen Xun's profound gaze fixed upon the large black bull, which was now sweating profusely, overwhelmed by the complexity of the dilemma. The bull wrestled with its thoughts, pondering how it could stand idly by as the young heifer fell into peril. It made a decision. Moo. Is it answer 1? Incorrect. Chen Xun scoffed. How could a mere heifer contend with a cultivator? If you rush forward, it will only result in another lifeless body. Moo moo. To have chosen the second option is a grave error. Chen Xun narrowed his eyes, explaining, you are aware that the dispute is over the herb. The more who know, the greater the risk. Once the cultivator eliminates their foe, you will not be spared. The bull's pupils dilated, cold sweat trickling down as it recalled its previous demises. Moo. Moo moo. Ha ha ha. To select the third option is an even greater folly. Chen Xun laughed maniacally, a chilling glint in his eyes. In this world, no laws govern. When one lacks power, one can never be certain of remaining undetected. They will simply eliminate you, believing you to be a mere opportunistic beast. The black cow suddenly went limp, trembling in fear at the sight of Chen Xun, who let out a heavy breath that echoed on the ground. Moo, moo, moo moo. To its astonishment, it realized that it had chosen option 4. Chen Xun slowly rose, a shadow enveloping his face, and the great black cow felt minuscule in his presence. Terrified, it collapsed, pondering whether it had met its demise once more. Congratulations. Moo. Upon hearing this, the black cow felt a surge of strength return to its body, its legs gradually rising, hope igniting in its eyes. Could it be that it had finally guessed correctly and was to be revived? Chen Xun's pupils slowly widened as he looked down upon the black cow, letting out a deep, resonant laugh. You have chosen the most brutal method of demise. Old cow, die. Moo. The black cow's eyes glazed over, and with a thud, a cloud of dust arose as it collapsed to the ground, realizing it had been utterly mistaken. After a moment, the black cow thought to itself, something is off. How could all the answers be wrong? The more it pondered, the more it felt something was amiss, especially as it watched Chen Xun still relishing his bare paw. It had fallen into a trap. Moo. In an instant, Chen Xun was propelled into the air, still clutching the bare paw tightly. He felt the rush of the wind and saw a group of people fighting in the distance. His eyes narrowed as he landed solidly, creating 2 deep craters. The black cow devoured the bare meat voraciously, sipping the broth, showing no intention of leaving any for Chen Xun. Old cow, hurry up, there are people fighting in the distance, Chen Xun said earnestly, patting it. Moo. The black cow responded. Chen Xun's expression was never one to jest, and together they began to wrap the meat, dig holes, and swiftly bury the evidence. Their movements deft and practiced. Chen Xun led the large black bull, resembling a rustic youth, silently traversing in the opposite direction without uttering a word. From the vast sky above, 3 figures flitted through the trees, producing a rustling sound. Beneath the trees, Chen Xun and the bull ambled along, his eyes vacant and unremarkable. Suddenly, one figure halted, his dark hair cascading behind him, squinting slightly at the young lad. Hold on. A voice resonated from the trees, causing Chen Xun to tense up. The bull's labored breathing gradually subsiding as its hooves coiled in anticipation. The man leapt down from the tree, scrutinizing Chen Xun from head to toe, and inquired, can you see what has transpired ahead? Startled, Chen Xun broke into a cold sweat and clasped his hands in respect, replying, greetings, esteemed elder. What is the matter? He could not discern whether this man was a cultivator or a martial expert, nor did he know how many others were nearby. Retreat seemed the wisest course. The man glanced at Chen Xun's hands, noting the absence of calluses, indicating he was no martial artist, and then said, understood. Leave the bull behind. This robust black bull, with its strong physique, would greatly benefit a martial practitioner. Esteemed elder, I have but this one bull. You appear to be a master of the martial arts. Surely, there is no need to resort to theft. Chen Xun's expression darkened, his fingers trembling slightly, his demeanor reflecting his unease perfectly. With a swift motion, the man drew his sword, his gaze sharp, and with a cold smirk, declared, I, of the illustrious Bai Xin sect, have not fallen so low as to engage in petty theft. I have no desire for further discussion. Very well, Chen Xun sighed, relinquishing the rope, his heart heavy as he gazed forlornly at the black bull, silently acknowledging that this man was indeed not a cultivator. The man took the rope, and with a sudden smile, remarked, surely, you recognize that this is not a place for grazing cattle. Suspicious behavior can only be blamed on your unfortunate luck. The man, with his back turned to the black bull, spoke to Chen Xun, as if he had seen through everything. This individual was likely a spy. Chapter 6, Panning City. A new life is about to begin. A flash of murderous intent crossed his eyes as he prepared to raise his hand. Suddenly, The great black bull stood up, its hooves striking him violently from behind, akin to a boulder crashing down. The sound of bones fracturing echoed ominously. The man was taken aback, blood spurting from his mouth as he stumbled forward, his mind clouded from the impact. Chen Xun's chest heaved, adrenaline surging. Yet he became eerily calm. He drew a mountain axe from his waist and delivered a fierce blow to the man's neck. Although he moderated his strength, it still penetrated deeply, the axe becoming lodged in the bone, blood splattering across Chen Xun's face as he gasped for breath. "Old bull, get to work." Chen Xun's pupils flickered as he produced a spark. The area was strewn with dry kindling, and the great black bull, sensing urgency, began to dig a pit beside him. The ground erupted into flames, consuming all evidence, ash scattering into the air as man and bull swiftly obliterated every trace, meticulously arranging the scene. Daring not to touch anything on the man's person, they took off running, their pace quickening. Chen Xun swore that, having lived this long, he had never run so fast. The great black bull even outpaced him. 2 hours later, several individuals arrived at the crime scene, frowning. "Master, Lu Tian stopped here at that time." "Why?" A young boy led a great black bull, suggesting that Lu Shixiang intended to purchase the bull to bolster the health of a newly admitted disciple. With a serene composure, the sect leader stood upon a branch, observing the chaotic scene below. The ground bore the marks of scorching and scattered footprints, making it difficult to discern any clear direction. A jolt of unease coursed through his mind. Could it be that Lu Tian had met with misfortune? Lu Tian, a formidable expert of the Baixian sect, would surely have reacted if danger had truly befallen him. The assailant must have been meticulous, leaving behind minimal evidence. The young boy was the key to unraveling this mystery. Furrowing his brow, the sect leader inquired, "Did anyone manage to recall the appearance of the individual?" In response, a man bowed his head and replied, "Regrettably, no. Who would bother to remember the face of a mere coward, especially amidst a task?" "Fool," the leader admonished, suppressing his anger. The others present bowed their heads in agreement, acknowledging the peculiar circumstances surrounding Lu Tian's demise. "Let us depart. There is not more to uncover here. We must ensure the well-being of his family. Until we see the body, we cannot assume he is truly dead." With a gentle sigh, the leader reflected on the scorched traces on the ground, doubting that anyone could have committed such an act of murder and cremation in such a brief span of time. "Indeed, sect leader," they responded. Their footsteps light as they traversed the trees with the grace of swallows, swiftly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, by the riverside, Chen Xun lay flat in the water, washing away the stains of blood. He gazed up at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. The large black bull frolicked nearby, suddenly splashing water onto Chen Xun's face, jolting him back to reality. "Well done, old bull. Remember, when dealing with the cunning, refrain from any unnecessary chatter," Chen Xun stated coldly. "Those who take a life shall be met with death in return. We shall not provoke anyone, but woe to those who harbor murderous intent against us. We will reduce them to ashes." "Moo, moo." The great black bull exhaled a deep breath, declaring that anyone who dared to threaten Chen Xun would face its wrath, even to the point of death. They burned all their garments by the riverbank, and Chen Xun donned a new outfit, spending the night by the water. The night passed without incident, and they resumed their journey towards a grand city, rumored to house numerous cultivators, providing a far safer haven than the wilderness. Months later, as the year drew to a close and the sun dipped low in the west, casting a blood-red hue across the horizon, a young boy appeared, leading a black bull against the backdrop of the sky. In the distance loomed a colossal city, crouching like a fierce beast, its gaze fixed menacingly upon the passers-by. Panning City, steeped in history and time, bustled with life at its gates, teeming with people. Inside the city, fighting was strictly forbidden, fostering a remarkably orderly environment. With a flourishing economy, nestled against the Ningyun mountain range, the citizens often ventured into the mountains to gather spiritual herbs, which they sold to the cultivators. The Ningyun mountain range sprawled endlessly, its depth shrouded in mystery, with tales suggesting that immortal sects resided hidden within the mist. "Ah, it is my first time witnessing such magnificent city walls," Chen Xun exclaimed in awe, gazing at the weathered grandeur of the city, a smile gracing his lips. "Old bull, our new life is about to commence." "Moo." The great black bull rejoiced, equally astonished by the enormity of the city, far surpassing the mere fences of their village. In this vast world, having traversed countless mountains and rivers, experiencing the splendor of life, this truly embodies the essence of longevity. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Old bull, let us charge forward." "Moo." With that, the boy and the bull trotted eagerly, stirring up clouds of dust, as Chen Xun laughed heartily, the black bull responding with its own delighted moose. The common folk by the roadside observed this scene with a shake of their heads and a smile. Yet they couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. the gate of Pan Ning was immense, with countless horse-drawn carriages and townsfolk herding cattle and sheep entering and exiting with ease, creating no semblance of congestion. Chen Xun gazed in astonishment, taking in the surroundings. Anyone who caught sight of him responded with a smile, evoking an immediate sense of affection. He marveled at the soldiers guarding the gate. Captivated as it was his first encounter with ancient warriors, undeniably majestic and exuding vigor, one of the city guards furrowed his brow, noticing a youth scrutinizing them. Just as he was about to approach, the young man unexpectedly raised his thumb in approval, signaling with a knowing smile. The guard halted, nodding in understanding. Upon entering the city, a sense of clarity enveloped him. He and a cow stood transfixed, as if witnessing a grand tapestry of the prosperous era unfurl before their eyes. The streets were remarkably wide, bustling with vendors calling out their wares, and performers showcasing their talents, surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd tossing copper coins in appreciation. Countless pedestrians strolled past, clad in silk, their every gesture imbued with an air of antiquity, exuding elegance. Looking up, one was met with towering pavilions and lanterns hanging high. While talented poets and beautiful maidens recited verses atop the balconies, the vibrant colors almost dazzling to the eye. Chen Xun and the large black cow stood at the periphery, absorbing the lively atmosphere as spectators of the performance. Suddenly, a flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Xun's gaze. It felt inappropriate to indulge without offering something in return. After a brief search at his waist, he tossed a copper coin into the gong. The performer, upon hearing the sound, turned towards Chen Xun, breathing fire in a spectacular display. "Bravo!" Chen Xun burst into hearty laughter and applauded, startling the large black bull, which mistook him for a cultivator performing for their amusement. Truly, it was a grand city. After observing for a while, they stepped away from the crowd and purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Chen Xun took a bite, followed by the black bull, eliciting delighted laughter from passing maidens. The craftsmanship was exquisite. Chen Xun's eyes widened in wonder as he gazed at the roadside vendors, all of whom relied on this artisanal craft for their livelihoods, with no room for deceit. "Young man, do you see anything you fancy?" one vendor kindly inquired. "I'm merely browsing. Once I have the means, I shall certainly return to purchase," Chen Xun replied with an earnest smile. "Not to worry. I have a slightly flawed wooden carving here. If you like it, you may take it," said the vendor, presenting a lifelike tiger statue, albeit with a damaged tail. "Boss, let us trade some rice for this statue. I adore it." "Agreed." The vendor handed the statue to Chen Xun, who in turn offered some rice in exchange. Upon returning to the street, Chen Xun cradled the statue in his hands, unable to part with it, while the large black bull looked on enviously, wondering why the vendor did not gift it a piece as well. Chapter 7. I am innately strong, with a lineage of mighty black bulls. Fear not, old bull. In due time, when we are prosperous, I shall procure a wooden carving of a small cow for you. Moo. The black bull immediately grasped the sentiment and joyfully called out twice. On this year-end day, lanterns reminiscent of calming lamps ascended gently into the sky along the riverbank, carrying the people's heartfelt wishes for the coming year, illuminating the entire city of Pan Ning. This is a custom of Panning City, known locally as the Wish Lantern. Chen Xun gazed up at the sky, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. "Old bull, shall we let loose and splurge just this once?" "Moo, moo." The great black bull's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Only a fool would hold back, for it harbored countless wishes. The riverbank was thronged with common folk, perhaps even cultivators among them. In a secluded corner by the river, Chen Xun purchased 2 wish lanterns, opting to avoid the crowded areas. "Old bull, what wishes shall we inscribe? I've heard that writing them down enhances their efficacy." Chen Xun held a piece of charcoal, looking at the great black bull. "You can hold it and write. Haven T, I taught you how to write." "Moo." The great black bull swiftly snatched the charcoal, a contemplative look in its eyes as it began to etch upon the wish lantern. "Hiki, let us hope it's not something trivial." Chen Xun chuckled slyly, watching the great black bull's lantern, imagining a scenario where a young cow would be seated upon a wish lantern, a truly remarkable sight. "Eternally, perhaps." Chen Xun frowned. The great black bull's handwriting was a chaotic scrawl, followed by "Chen." A jolt coursed through him as he cast a deep glance at the great black bull. The 2 wish lanterns were gently released, merging into the multitude of glowing lanterns until they gradually vanished from sight. "Moo?" The great black bull nudged Chen Xun. "If you speak your wish, it loses its power. You understand?" Chen Xun said mysteriously, causing a flicker of surprise in the bull's eyes. It believed him and ceased its nudging. The man and his bull then resumed their nocturnal exploration of Panning City, with Chen Xun also keeping an eye out for any tasks to undertake, for he was adept in a myriad of skills. After reaping the rewards of speed, Chen Xun continued to invest this year's longevity points into velocity, similarly enhancing the capabilities of the formidable black bull. The following day, Chen Xun ventured into a blacksmith shop in the city, entering with an air of audacious confidence that left the proprietor momentarily bewildered, mistaking him for a troublemaker. "Sir, we do not accept cattle here. I possess innate strength. I believe your establishment could greatly benefit from my presence." "What do you mean? Does this blacksmith shop hire people?" Chen Xun suddenly broke into a broad smile, revealing his arm. "One of me is worth two, and with the assistance of my ancestral black bull, I assure you, your business will flourish." Bang! Chen Xun was forcefully ejected from the shop. The blacksmith scornfully retorted, "Do you think I would employ just anyone of dubious background?" Moo! The black bull, furious at the insult, spat back defiantly. Chen Xun hastily restrained the black bull, coolly stating, "If I am not welcome here, there are other places that will embrace me." The proprietor crossed his arms, and several blacksmiths emerged from behind, their demeanor suggesting that any further provocation would lead to confrontation. Silently, Chen Xun grasped the bull's lead, uttering not a word as he swiftly led the black bull away. "Cut it out," the onlookers remarked, waving their hands, and resumed their work at the forge. On the way, the black bull nudged Chen Xun, urging him to quell his anger. "It's all right, I've inquired. And there's another blacksmith shop on the next street that's rumored to be struggling. Let us give it a try." Moo! The black bull nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at this second blacksmith shop, Chen Xun was taken aback, sensing it was on the brink of closure, with an elderly man dozing in a chair. The old man, Chen Xun, led a black bull into the shop, finding it entirely devoid of customers. With a sigh, he noted the absence of patrons. The elderly gentleman, with a sprightly demeanor despite his murky gaze, inquired about what the young man desired. "Haha, I possess innate strength. Is there still a need for workers at the blacksmiths?" Chen Xun replied with a smile. "Indeed, we are hiring," the old man exclaimed, nodding vigorously. "However, all the blacksmiths have fled, leaving no wages to offer." "That is of little concern. If you could provide us with a place to stay, that would suffice," Chen Xun responded. "Very well," the old man joyfully declared. "You may reside in the backyard of the blacksmith shop." The two quickly reached an agreement. Chen Xun organized their cooking utensils, while the black bull searched for a hiding place for rice. "This world is indeed vast," Chen Xun mused, observing the spacious establishment that allowed even the black bull to roam freely. An hour later, he and the black bull began to forge iron, the rhythmic clanging echoing throughout the shop, causing the old man's eyelids to twitch with astonishment at the immense strength displayed. "Young man, judging by your technique, have you forged iron before?" the old man queried, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, hands clasped behind his back, though he noted that the technique was somewhat crude. "Indeed, I have 5 years of experience, and any employer fortunate enough to hire me would be immensely benefited," Chen Xun boasted, his passion for blacksmithing evident. It was a mastery of strength, albeit he had yet to attain the finesse of true craftsmanship. "This method of forging is not effective," the old man remarked, shaking his head. "You are expending far too much energy. Allow me to demonstrate." "Ah, master indeed." Chen Xun observed the old man's unique blacksmithing technique, which contrasted sharply with that of the village smith. However, it was not long before the old man was panting from exertion. "I'm old now. Young man, it's your turn." He gestured, glancing at the great black bull, which seemed to possess a remarkable intelligence. "Very well." Chen Xun mimicked the elder's methods, and to his surprise, he found them effective. His control over his physical strength gradually improved. Over the subsequent year, Chen Xun worked daily at the forge alongside the great black bull, while the old man offered guidance, even imparting wisdom to the bull. Whether cultivators or common folk, each possesses their own unique brilliance and insight. And Chen Xun derived immense benefits from his time at this blacksmith shop. "Old son, our business is thriving," Chen Xun exclaimed with a bare torso, beaming with joy. The shop had begun to turn a profit, and both he and the great black bull had accumulated some savings, cleverly hidden in the earth of the backyard. The old man's name was Sun Kale. He had once had a son, but tragically lost him while seeking enlightenment in the Ningyun mountain range. He had spent the years since alone. "Ah, splendid," Sun Kale replied with a smile, as Chen Xun's presence had brought an abundance of joy to his face. The speed and quality of Chen Xun's forging surpassed that of several other blacksmiths, leading to a growing clientele who left with satisfaction in their eyes. "Chen Xun." A booming voice echoed down the street as a burly man approached, flanked by 2 companions, a long knife in hand. "Brother Zhang has arrived." Chen Xun greeted him warmly, ready to discuss his orders. Zhang, known as Zhang Jiang, is the esteemed elder brother of a martial arts sect. He possesses a bold spirit and frequently visits the blacksmith shop, often bringing along his fellow disciples. Approaching with enthusiasm, Zhang Jiang proclaimed, 100 grand sabers. "Can you handle it?" Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued forging iron. "Absolutely. When do you require them?" "If completed within 2 months. I will offer additional payment for an earlier completion." Zhang Jiang grinned widely. Additional payment? Come now, Zhang, you are being too formal. I shall ensure everything is arranged within a month. Chen Xun cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Jiang. What are we brothers for? Just come by this time next month to collect. Splendid. You see, my brother Chen Xun truly knows the art of business, Zhang Jiang boomed. Turning to the two companions behind him, who nodded in agreement. They, being men of the martial world, appreciated Chen Xun's style. Brother Chen Xun, do take care not to consume that magnificent black bull of yours. Such a spirited creature is a rarity these days. This bull has been passed down through my family. I cannot possibly consume it, Chen Xun replied, quickly waving his hands. Very well, I shall take my leave. If anyone dares to cause trouble at the blacksmith's, do inform Zhang. Zhang Jiang laughed heartily, his gaze shifting to the black bull. Come, black bull, see Zhang off. Moo. The black bull turned its head and indeed responded. With laughter echoing, Zhang Jiang departed with his two companions, while Chen Xun's farewell resonated behind them. He raised his hand in a wave, his figure gradually disappearing into the street. Chapter 8. The final limit of the longevous Chen Xun. The time spent forging should not be excessively prolonged. Sun Kale furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Xun not only possessed great strength but also remarkable endurance. Such tenacity could lead to physical strain, and in old age, one might end up like him. Old son, there's nothing to worry about. I was born with immense strength. It's simply natural for me. Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, revealing that he had not even exerted himself fully during the task, feeling hardly fatigued. He was now honing his ability to control and amplify his strength. What once would have shattered an object under his force now merely equated to several strikes of his past, without causing any damage. To the untrained eye, it appeared he was merely forging iron, yet in truth, Chen Xun was diligently refining his skills. Having an abundance of techniques was never a burden, and time was his ally. Hee. Well then, Sun Kale chuckled, shaking his head, seemingly rejuvenated by Chen Xun's optimistic demeanor over the past year. As night fell, Chen Xun returned to the courtyard with the large black ox. He invested the longevity points he had accumulated over the year into enhancing his speed. The two of them stealthily huddled together. Old ox dig. The ox responded with a low moo, and as the soil flew, a clay pot gradually emerged, filled with copper coins and a piece of silver. Chen Xun couldn't help but express his awe, sighing with delight at the newfound wealth. The ox nudged him eagerly, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Once we complete Brother Zhang's order, we shall buy some wood carvings. Rest assured, I have it all in mind. The large black ox leapt joyfully, its happiness radiating from such simple pleasures. Chen Xun relocated, burying the clay pot back into the earth. One must never lower their guard while out in the world. The following month, Zhang Jiang did not arrive, leaving Chen Xun puzzled. Brother Zhang had never missed an appointment before. What could have caused his absence today? Perhaps some unforeseen matter had delayed him. Chen Xun did not ponder for long and continued to forge the iron. His mastery over strength remained far from perfection. Diligence could only compensate for so much. A month later, someone finally came to collect the swords, but it was not Zhang Jiang. Oh, miss, where's Brother Zhang? He mentioned he would come last month to retrieve the swords, Chen Xun casually inquired, while the large black ox behind him was transporting the long blades. The woman replied softly, her mood heavy. Brother Zhang perished during a confrontation with the Baixian sect. What? Chen Xun's eyes widened in shock. He quickly changed the subject. I spoke out of turn. Allow me to fetch your swords. Very well, the woman nodded. Before long, she and her companions settled the payment and took away all 100 long swords. Chen Xun sat back, letting out a gentle sigh, and addressed the large black ox. Brother Zhang is gone. Moo? The black ox looked at Chen Xun with a mix of confusion and curiosity, but Brother Zhang was so young. It is said he died in battle. In the world of martial arts, such fatalities are commonplace, Chen Xun replied, shaking his head in lament. Even cultivators can meet their end in conflict. The black ox nodded solemnly. It is indeed safer for us. Our path to immortality should be one of invincibility. We must not offend others or engage unnecessarily. Within our means, we should simply assist our friends. Chen Xun spoke calmly, his gaze distant. In this world, nothing can stir our hearts anymore. We must maintain a tranquil mindset. Moo. The black ox gazed at Chen Xun with admiration, recognizing his wisdom, though it could not articulate its thoughts. Chen Xun, I heard that the iron ore supplier has raised prices because our business has been thriving. Sun Kai exclaimed anxiously as he rushed in from outside. He was responsible for procuring the iron ore for the shop. What? What did you say? Chen Xun rose abruptly, seething with rage. They had only just begun to earn some money. Was this not an act of bullying against honest folk? Old bull. Grab your weapon, for heaven's sake. With a swift motion, Chen Xun drew two mighty axes from his waist, bearing his muscular torso adorned with 16 chiseled abdominal muscles, ready to reason with them. Moo, moo. The formidable black bull, enraged, charged forward, its horns poised, donning a custom-made outfit of a fierce bandit, prepared to engage in discourse. The iron or merchant establishment lay a few streets away, and with determination, Chen Xun and the black bull strode purposefully toward it, exuding an intimidating presence with every step. Upon seeing them, the iron or proprietor was taken aback and exclaimed, "Brave sir, what is your intention?" "Nothing of malice. We merely wish to discuss the matter at hand." "Why has the price of this iron ore suddenly increased?" Chen Xun proclaimed, gripping his axes tightly and asserting. "This is unjust, do you understand?" "Moo, moo." The black bull echoed behind him, its voice resonating with vigor. The iron or owner, beads of sweat forming on his brow, was apprehensive, facing a man with such a fierce countenance and impressive physique, accompanied by a menacingly equipped black bull. He found it hard to believe they were merely here for a rational conversation. "Ah, do not be hasty, good sir. Are you perhaps from the Sun family?" "Indeed." "Let us have an explanation, for the blacksmith shop also falls under Zhangjiang as protection," Chen Xun replied deliberately. "If these individuals do not assert themselves, they shall be taken advantage of. This holds true in any realm." "Very well, please wait a moment, and have a seat," the iron or owner said, bowing slightly with a smile. "Agreed. We are also individuals who value reason, not here to cause a disturbance." Chen Xun's tone softened as he took a seat, slamming the mountain axe onto the table, his heart unperturbed. Before long, the iron mine owner stepped out, a broad smile adorning his face as he clasped his hands in greeting. "It is this man and his ox who have caused a disturbance in the officials' domain. They have been apprehended." A throng of officials surged forward, swiftly taking Chen Xun into custody, leaving no respite even for the mighty black ox. "We have come to discuss reason. This is a grave injustice," Chen Xun exclaimed, his body writhing slightly in protest. "I truly am here to reason. Enough of your nonsense. You are here to provoke trouble and disrupt the peace of Panning City. Who are you trying to intimidate?" barked the officer, leading the two alleged criminals away, while Chen Xun continued to cry out in protest of his innocence. 5 days later, Chen Xun and the Black Ox emerged from the depths of the prison, once again basking in the light of day. However, their mountain axe and blades had been confiscated, necessitating a return to the forge for reconstruction. Back at the blacksmith shop, Sun Kailuo prepared the fire pit, and the man and his ox leaped about, laughing heartily, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the iron mine owner, following Chen Xun's uproar, had not raised his prices, marking a small victory in the aftermath. As time swiftly passed, another 5 years slipped by. The blacksmith shop flourished, capturing a significant portion of business from the neighboring forge. Upon discovering that it was Chen Xun behind the thriving establishment, the rival owner lamented deeply, exclaiming his regret at not recognizing a hero when he saw one. He even invited Chen Xun to dine at a restaurant, and their past grievances dissipated like mist. However, Chen Xun's voracious appetite left the owner astounded, as he not only finished his meal, but also requested a takeaway, resulting in a significant financial loss for the blacksmith. Now, the two regarded each other as brothers, with Chen Xun demonstrating an impeccable understanding of the intricacies of human relationships. However, today, Chen Xun raced through the streets, his speed conjuring a gust of wind, his eyes brimming with urgency. Over the past 5 years, he had mastered the art of harnessing power, augmenting his velocity with 5 longevity points. At present, Chen Xun and the Black Bull possessed the following longevity points: Strength, 21, Speed, 8, in his hands. He clutched several bags of medicinal herbs, as Sun Kale's condition had deteriorated significantly. For the past year, his life had depended solely on these herbs, depleting their entire savings. Yet what of it? To Chen Xun, wealth was as ephemeral as a fleeting shadow. The people around him were of paramount importance. He cherished the present, striving to live splendidly. Moreover, as the saying goes, who among mortals is devoid of emotions? He had reached the ultimate destination of all cultivators, longevity, rendering the pursuit of the so-called supreme path devoid of necessity. This was his final principle as an immortal. Chen Xun steadfastly adhered to a guiding tenet: to assist his friends within his means, yet refrain from overreaching beyond his capabilities. Chapter 9. Women only affect the speed of my forging, please make way, Chen Xun shouted, furrowing his brow as he sped past, eliciting astonished murmurs from those he passed. What a swift young man. The Black Bull tended to the fire in the forge's backyard, brewing the medicine, unwilling to let Sun Kale succumb to death, emitting low, mournful moos as it drooped its head. Beside the bed, Sun Kale appeared as if caught between realms, oscillating between lucidity and forgetfulness. Yet today, his complexion was notably flushed, He beckoned Chen Xun and the Black Bull into the room, slowly rising to lean against the wall as the Black Bull's head peered in, expressing concern. Heh. Sun Kale patted the Black Bull, a gentle smile gracing his face. I am fine. Everyone must face such a day eventually. Old son, there's no need for concern. I inquired with the physician in town, and if I diligently take my medicine, I could live for at least another decade. Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, I am quite robust. And with business thriving daily, we are not lacking in silver. I still recall the first day you arrived at the blacksmith shop, Sun Kale chuckled. His face a tapestry of wrinkles as he gazed at Chen Xun, reminiscent of a rustic lad, boisterous and lively. Chen Xun managed a faint smile, choosing not to respond. I have little to impart to you. You have already mastered it all. From now on, this shop shall be entrusted to you, Sun Kale remarked with a gentle smile. Grasping Chen Xun's hand. Save more silver, find yourself a wife, and refrain from purchasing medicine. Old son, you underestimate me. How much could herbal medicine possibly cost? Chen Xun waved his hand dismissively, saying, Did you not hear me? There's no need to comfort me. I am well aware of my own condition. Sun Kale cleared his throat, interrupting Chen Xun. I have something for you. He then retrieved a tome from behind his pillow, offering a feeble smile. My son once sought immortality after reading this. Old son, I have no interest in cultivating immortality, Chen Xun replied, his focus unshaken by the book. Living well is of utmost importance. If only my son shared your disposition, Sun Kale murmured, his gaze drifting as he sighed softly. I have nothing else to bequeath to you, so please accept it. Very well, Chen Xun nodded. Big Black Bull, ensure you stick closely to this young lad. Chen Xun. Sun Kale gazed affectionately at the great Black Bull. Among all the beasts I have encountered, none possess such a spirit as yours. Heaven has a benevolent nature. It shall look after you. The bull responded with a gentle moo, its head shifting slightly. Old son, do not speak such disheartening words. The doctor said that a positive mindset prolongs life, Chen Xun remarked, tightening his grip around Sun Kale's hand. It felt icy. A wave of piercing cold slowly seeping into Chen Xun's heart. I'm here, old Sunday. Thank you both. Sun Kale smiled warmly, looking deeply at Chen Xun and the great Black Bull, as if etching their faces into the depths of his memory, never to be forgotten. Let us go? I need to rest for a while. Very well, old bull. We shall prepare the medicine. The bull mooed in agreement. Chen Xun and the great Black Bull hurriedly exited, scrambling to concoct the medicine according to the recipe, a tad flustered. The next day, as the biting wind swept through, the plum tree outside shed countless yellow leaves. Inside, Sun Kale departed from this world, leaving with an unparalleled tranquility. On the street, the great Black Bull pulled a cart bearing a coffin, while Chen Xun trudged behind, his expression devoid of emotion. Passers-by frowned, sensing an ill omen, and kept their distance. The pair, oblivious to the gazes of onlookers, carefully maneuvered the cart toward the outskirts of the city, cautious of any jostle. Chen Xun found a site of auspicious feng shui to lay Sun Kale to rest, marking the gravestone with the inscription, Grave of my revered mentor, Sun Kale. As the cold wind blew, yellow paper fluttered like fallen leaves, enveloping the atmosphere in a somber melancholy. Chen Xun bowed in respect, offering incense, as he and the great Black Bull slowly made their way back into the city, their silhouettes gradually fading into the distance. They returned to the blacksmith shop and sat in silence for a considerable time. The seat was eerily empty, as if the old man would no longer doze there. It's all right, old cow, we should be happy. Moo? Without us, what would happen to elder son? There wouldn't even be anyone to handle his affairs. Moo? At least in these past few years, we've managed the blacksmith shop well, and elder son has lived quite joyfully. Has he not? Moo? Exactly, we have indeed done a great deed. Let us rejoice, ha ha ha. Moo, moo, moo. One man and one cow laughed in a manner more pitiful than tears, and the shop gradually fell into silence once more. Chen Xun could not discern whether his words were meant to comfort the big black cow or himself. Alas, Chen Xun suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling increasingly uneasy. Moo? The big black cow's eyes reflected a look of confusion. Old cow, we have been deceived, Chen Xun declared emphatically, his gaze resolute. That doctor surely took advantage of our anxiety and misquoted the prices of the medicinal herbs. He lamented deeply, wondering why he had not diligently studied medicine. In their small mountain village, there were no proper doctors, only folk remedies for treating wounds. He never anticipated such a day would come. A miscalculation. The big black cow was startled and nudged Chen Xun. Why didn't you learn the art of medicine? Let us first earn money through blacksmithing. We still owe quite a bit to our neighbors this year. A fierce fire ignited in Chen Xun's eyes. The medical profession was indeed highly lucrative. Moreover, as one traverses the world, it is inevitable to encounter mishaps. Acquiring medical knowledge had become an essential goal for him. Moo. The great black bull's eyes glimmered with intelligence. Pondering whether Chen Xun, upon mastering the art of medicine, could heal himself, thus sparing many from the grip of death. Chen Xun, catching the bull's approving gaze, smiled subtly. As the earlier gloom dissipated, life is invariably replete with uncertainties and challenges, rendering it all the more captivating. Old bull, let us begin our toil. The rhythmic clanging of the blacksmith's forge resumed, the sound echoing through the air. Chen Xun, having honed his mastery over strength, could now effortlessly direct a single finger, causing no harm to an ant, yet precisely targeting its head. Consequently, the ant colony within the forge faced utter devastation, leading to a mass exodus, leaving behind numerous headless corpses. Today, the reputation of Chen Xun's blacksmith shop resonated throughout several neighboring streets, known for its fair pricing and superior quality. Coupled with a warm rapport with the locals, numerous matchmakers visited, drawn by his chiseled physique, which left them nearly breathless, their eyes shimmering with admiration. In response to their advances, Chen Xun merely offered a cold smile, stating, "After years of forging iron, my heart has grown as frigid as the hammer in my grasp. A woman would only impede my work." These words cast a shadow of melancholy upon many noble ladies, who secretly lamented, acknowledging him as the object of their affection, admiring the noble demeanor that accompanied his speech. A year later, Chen Xun finally cleared his debts, accumulating some savings while continuing to enhance his speed. As dawn broke and the streets were sparsely populated, he and the bull tidied the forge, gathering all necessary items, pots, bowls, and utensils, hanging them on either side of the black bull. "Old bull, it is time to depart." They carefully sealed the shop, yet the deed remained in their possession. As long as they did not sell it, they could return to visit in the future. "Let us go," Chen Xun said, casting a final glance at the surrounding streets and smiling with nonchalance. "Moo, moo." The great black ox bellowed joyfully. For Chen Xun had promised to take it to purchase wood carvings and to release prayer lanterns, for a sense of ritual in life is indispensable. Otherwise, existence would be excessively mundane. The sound of tinkling bells resonated from the great black ox as two figures gradually receded into the distance. As the sun began to rise, a passerby noticed that Chen Xun's blacksmith shop was closed and that he had seemingly vanished, prompting a collective sigh of regret. Had they known, they would have forged a few more iron tools to keep at home. The closure of Chen Xun's shop brought immense joy to the nearby blacksmiths, who celebrated with jubilance, declaring that prices must rise. Let us see who dares not to increase their prices. Chapter 10. Everyone heard that, right? This fellow is quite unreasonable. Yet another year drew to a close, and the night in Pan Ning City remained as vibrant as when they first arrived. With wonder in his eyes, Chen Xun strolled leisurely down the streets, leading the great black ox, stopping frequently to admire the sights, while indulging in various delicacies. Now that they had wealth, it was only natural to indulge. They shared bites with laughter echoing around them, drawing amused remarks from onlookers who found the youth quite entertaining. However, an unexpected incident occurred. While watching a street performance, Chen Xun found himself unable to budge the great black ox until it had thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. The great black ox seemed to believe that the performers were cultivators showcasing their skills, enraptured and mooing incessantly. "Boss, do you still remember us?" Chen Xun approached a vendor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he expressed his intent to purchase some wood carvings. Notably, a child sat beside the vendor, playfully engaged with the wooden sculptures, and the stall had shifted its position, albeit not far from its original locale. "Ah, it's you," the vendor exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before realization dawned upon him, this was the same young man who had previously exchanged rice for his wood carvings, unchanged in the slightest. "Do you have any carvings of cattle? We would like to buy two." "Certainly," the vendor replied with a smile, rummaging through his wares until he unearthed two lifelike wooden cows, flawless in every detail. He handed them to Chen Xun, saying, "Here you go, young man." After completing the transaction, Chen Xun playfully waved the carvings in front of a large black bull, provoking a spirited reaction that sent him into fits of laughter. They then ventured to the riverside to release a wish lantern. The large black bull stubbornly obstructed Chen Xun's view of its wish, positioning its entire body to shield him from sight. With the bull in tow, Chen Xun made his way toward Nancheng in Pan Ning, a place renowned for its numerous medical establishments. The blacksmith shop lay in the northern city, but it was a considerable distance away, requiring several days of travel on foot. 2 days later, they arrived at a shop bearing the sign Ping Tai Medical Hall, flanked by couplets. The first line read, "May all the people of the world be free from ailments," while the second line stated, "What need is there to worry about dust gathering on the medicine shelf?" The horizontal inscription proclaimed, "Peace under heaven." The medical hall bustled with activity, patrons wearing expressions of concern. The reputation of the doctors at Pingtime Medical Hall was esteemed, regarded by the local populace as benefactors of the suffering. Inside, the attendants were exceedingly busy, constantly preparing medicines for the influx of visitors. While several physicians tended to the injured and ill, their efforts often accompanied by anguished cries echoing through the air. Old bull, I shall venture inside to assess the situation while I tether you outside the door. You are now of considerable age and must learn to safeguard yourself. Chen Xun earnestly remarked. Should a stranger attempt to lead you away, let out a loud bellow, and give him a swift kick, though do not exert excessive force. Moo. The great black bull nodded, conveying a reassuring glance that signified he understood the measure. Are you here for treatment or to procure medicine? A fellow casually inquired. I seek Dr. Ning Si, Chen Xun replied with a bow. He had learned that Ning Si was the proprietor of this establishment. Known for his affable nature and compassionate heart, earning widespread acclaim from the townsfolk. Young man, do you seek me? Ning Si emerged from another hall, his long, lustrous black hair neatly tied back, sporting a mustache that curved elegantly, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, indicative of his middle age. However, to Chen Xun, this man appeared to be well versed in the art of health maintenance, perhaps aging more gracefully than he appeared. Dr. Ning, I have come to study medicine. Chen Xun said with a bow, inadvertently allowing his sleeve to slip, revealing well-defined muscles that caused Ning Si's eyelids to flutter in surprise at such a robust physique. I am not currently accepting disciples. Young man, perhaps you should seek instruction elsewhere, Ning Si replied with tranquility, clearly indicating his lack of interest in taking on a pupil at this time. Dr. Ning, I am earnest in my desire to learn the art of healing and possess a strong capacity for endurance, Chen Xun implored, his eyes filled with hope, pleading for any opportunity, even if it meant merely assisting in menial tasks, as long as he could acquire knowledge. A sigh escaped Ning Si, his eyes betraying a moment of inner conflict. Suddenly, a cacophony of mooing erupted from outside, startling everyone present. A gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, Chen Xun dashed outside. With remarkable agility, Ning Si's eyes sparkled with admiration as he rushed outside to ascertain the commotion. Alas, my stubborn black bull refuses to budge. A local ruffian chuckled, attempting to explain to the gathering crowd. His expression was grim as he experienced, for the first time, the true meaning of strength akin to that of an ox. Moo, moo. The furious black bull bellowed, preparing to lift its hoof, but upon spotting Chen Xun's emergence, it urgently cried out, What is the meaning of this? This is my family's bull. Chen Xun exclaimed, eyes wide with indignation. Just because you claim it as yours, does that make it so? The ruffian scoffed derisively, sizing up Chen Xun with disdain. After all, he was merely an inexperienced youth. So you intend to disregard reason? Absurd. This is indeed my family's great black bull. Are you planning to act against me? The ruffian spat, releasing the leash, and slowly rolled up his sleeves, brandishing a dagger with a flourish. Having roamed these streets for years, he believed it would be child's play to subdue a mere boy. Hear that, everyone? This man refuses to reason. Chen Xun furrowed his brow slightly and called out to the surrounding crowd, inadvertently revealing the 3 formidable axes sheathed at his waist. The ruffian paused, his pupils constricting. What in the world was happening? With a firm step, Chen Xun began to unfasten his clothing, revealing his 16 well-defined abdominal muscles, his physique honed to perfection through rigorous training. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This seemingly unremarkable youth was, in fact, an adept fighter. Wait, young brother. I suddenly realize I must have misjudged the situation. This is not my family's bull, The ruffian's pupils quivered, astonished by the ferocity of the young lad before him. He gradually retreated, realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. I should leave. I should just go. Get lost, you scoundrel. Come at me. Chen Xun suddenly bellowed, charging forth with such swiftness that he left only an afterimage in his wake. His fist, as large as a sandbag, reflected in the ruffian's terrified gaze. Grandfather, please don't hit me. The streets echoed with the ruffian's agonized cries as he writhed on the ground, incessantly pleading for mercy, while the formidable black bull spat in disdain, eventually being shoved aside. The ruffian's eyes were devoid of hope, his body seemingly in disarray, his lips and nose smeared with blood, reeking of a foul stench. This youth, with his 16-pack abs and a physique like iron, knew that summoning his brothers would be futile. He could only endure the beating and would henceforth steer clear of this formidable opponent. Well done. That ruffian deserves a good thrashing. A day wasted in idleness, loitering about. I've long found him insufferable. The surrounding townsfolk erupted in applause, celebrating the heroism of youth, accomplishing what they dared not attempt. Chen Xun scoffed, If he dares retaliate, I shall unleash a reign of terror. Moo, moo. The black bull nudged Chen Xun, finding solace only in his presence. Fear not, old bull, I am here. Chen Xun cradled the black bull's head with one arm, his icy gaze fixed on the direction the ruffian had fled. He suddenly turned to Ningxi, causing the latter to feel a chill down his spine. This youth, equipped with 3 formidable axes and adorned with 16 well-defined abdominal muscles, surely did not come merely to study medicine. I implore you, Dr. Ning, to accept me. Let us serve as helpers in the Pingtai Medical Hall. My family's ancestral black bull can also lend a hand, Chen Xun said, bowing his head with profound sincerity. Moo, moo. The black bull also seemed to plead with Ningxi. Dr. Ning, please accept him. Such a righteous young man is indeed rare. Indeed, Dr. Ning. This young brother deserves compassion. He has come to the city with his family's bull to seek a livelihood. The surrounding townsfolk echoed Chen Xun's sentiment, as he appeared to be a person of unfortunate circumstances. Very well, I shall take you in, Ningxi replied, nodding in agreement. This youth did seem pitiable. If he were to wander aimlessly, he could fall victim to the local ruffians. At least within the confines of the medical hall, no one would dare to harm him. Thank you, Dr. Ning, Chen Xun exclaimed with immense joy, bowing to the townsfolk in gratitude for their support. Let us proceed. Ningxi smiled, hands clasped behind his back, leading them into the backyard of the medical hall. Chapter 11. Chen Xun becomes an apprentice. The art of medicine is vast and profound, demanding utmost diligence. It is imperative to begin with the identification of medicinal herbs. Ningxi provided him with a book on herbs, instructing Chen Xun to familiarize himself with the various herbs in the backyard. Without this knowledge, he would not even qualify to assist in the medical hall. However, Chen Xun believed his intellect to be quite sharp. While he taught the black bull to recognize the herbs, he also reinforced his own understanding. Yet, the harsh reality delivered a stern lesson to Chen Xun. With countless herbs to identify, precision and recognition could not be achieved merely through rote memorization. In the stillness of the night, candles flickered in the backyard as a man and a cow engaged in their nocturnal studies. The old cow, oblivious to the fact, seemed to reveal a certain lack of sharpness. Chen Xun erupted into laughter, feeling a sudden sense of equilibrium. They were evenly matched. For Chen Xun, the most agonizing reality was not the inability to learn, but rather the disheartening thought that the old cow had grasped concepts he had yet to master. Moo, moo. The great black bull, irked, widened its eyes and nudged Chen Xun, revealing its unfamiliarity with some obscure characters, relying on Chen Xun for interpretation. Nevertheless, it had already devised a plan to seize the opportunity when Chen Xun was distracted, aiming to deflate his inflated ego. Time silently slipped away as they diligently studied the identification of medicinal herbs. A year passed, and Chen Xun had officially donned the uniform of a junior pharmacist at the Pingtai Medical Hall. He walked with a newfound confidence, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Throughout that year, he had come to recognize the majority of herbal remedies. Yet Dr. Ning did not commend him for his intelligence. Instead, he remarked on Chen Xun's diligence and resilience in solitude. He had also accelerated his learning pace, believing that in the realm of martial arts, speed was paramount. If one could run fast enough, calamity would always lag behind. Junior, 1 tael of wintergreen, 2 taels of hundred flower, 3 taels of autumn stone. Understood, Chen Xun replied, deftly retrieving the herbs from various cabinets and promptly packaging them for the customer. After a night of rest, Chen Xun, munching on sunflower seeds and accompanied by the black bull, resumed his studies of the herbal compendium. Yet, a glimmer of suspicion began to flicker in his gaze as he scrutinized the great black bull, softly intoning, "Old bull." Moo. The great black bull quivered, unable to conceal its trepidation. Have you been learning in secret? I have been observing you for several days. Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, for this cow had transgressed his greatest taboo. While jesting and laughing with him at night, it had audaciously taken the opportunity during the day, while he was busy as an assistant, to surreptitiously learn. How bold! Moo, moo. The large black cow broke into a cold sweat, utterly denying its actions. Yet its eyes betrayed its guilt. I hereby decree that you shall not read tonight. Chen Xun turned his body and resumed cracking sunflower seeds, declaring, only when you comprehend the abhorrence of such behavior shall I study with you. Moo, moo. The large black cow grew anxious, circling around Chen Xun, inadvertently toppling him over. Chen Xun, feeling helpless, could only appeal to its emotions and reason with it about the dangers of clandestine learning. Do you understand? What if you make a mistake in my absence? You still cannot recognize all the characters. This pertains to medicinal herbs. A single error could be fatal. Moo moo. The large black cow nodded repeatedly, having grasped the message, vowing never to sneak a lesson again. Now let us continue. and I shall enlighten you about the properties of this herb." Chen Xun pointed at the text, and the large black cow leaned in, as both began their studies anew, their hearts brimming with enthusiasm. The following year, Chen Xun had memorized all the common medicinal herbs found in the clinic. Each night, he and the large black cow would engage in mutual tests, presenting a herb and naming it. Dr. Ning merely acknowledged their efforts with a brief commendation, showing little reaction. When there were no tasks at hand, Chen Xun would quietly approach the other doctors, keenly observing their consultations, eager to learn whatever he could, for he had ample time. Upon returning to the courtyard under the veil of night, Dr. Ning bestowed upon Chen Xun a tome on pharmacology, detailing the ailments that various herbs could remedy and the contraindications among them. The depth of knowledge within was truly profound. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as he exclaimed, "This opens a new door to the world for us, old bull. We have merely scratched the surface." Moo. The great black bull, captivated, gazed with round eyes, marveling at the wonders before him. Chen Xun, seizing the opportunity, also infused his studies with the essence of longevity, continuing his diligent pursuit of knowledge. As spring gave way to autumn, 5 fleeting years had passed, and Chen Xun now donned the attire of a senior assistant. They had spent 7 years at the Pingtime Medical Hall, where Chen Xun had witnessed an abundance of suffering, helplessness, and lamentation. Yet, his optimistic demeanor provided solace to many townsfolk seeking refuge in the hall. Staff changes occurred annually, yet one figure remained etched in their memories, the ever-smiling youth, always accompanied by his trusty axe at his side. In one of the hall's grand chambers, Ning Si sat solemnly, his gaze imbued with gravity. If one could misjudge a person at first glance, 7 years of familiarity would render such an error impossible. Dressed in formal attire, Chen Xun was engaged in a ritual of ancestor worship, subsequently offering tea to Ning Si and his wife. "Master, madam," he said, bowing respectfully, his eyes reflecting reverence. "Chen Xun, what does it mean to be a healer?" Ning Si queried. "It is one's duty to cure and save lives, but virtue holds even greater significance." Ning Si narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding Chen Xun intently. "If you were to encounter a bandit, a rogue who has committed countless atrocities and is now gravely injured, seeking your assistance, what would you do?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xun was momentarily taken aback, then said earnestly, "Master Ning, I shall speak my truth. However, should I find him after sustaining such grievous injuries, I will not come to his aid." At this point, Chen Xun hesitated, his expression reflecting an internal struggle. "I will don a headscarf to avoid any potential retribution in the future." Both Ning Si and his wife were momentarily stunned. He had indeed contemplated his retreat. "Very well," Ning Si remarked with a smile as he savored a sip of tea. "A physician should not engage in malevolence. One must adhere to their principles. I merely wish to hear your candid thoughts. This young man is commendable, possessing both integrity and a noble disposition." His wife chimed in, laughing. If Chen Xun had sought to curry favor by claiming he would save that man, they would have regarded him with disdain for his insincerity. "Good. You are now formally accepted as my disciple. In my lifetime, I have only taken in 2 students. You shall be the third." Ning Si's demeanor turned serious as he had observed Chen Xun for quite some time. "Though you may not possess the most extraordinary intellect, I firmly believe you will achieve the highest mastery in medicine." A flicker of astonishment crossed his wife's eyes. It was the first time she had heard Ning Si extol someone in such a manner. Not even their daughter had received such praise. "You flatter me, Master Ning," Chen Xun replied, his gaze calm as he bowed his head and clasped his hands together, although a slight smirk began to form at the corners of his mouth. After the formalities of apprenticeship were concluded, Chen Xun returned to the courtyard of the medical clinic, cracking sunflower seeds while recounting the earlier events to the great black ox, his eyes betraying a singular emotion, pride. "What a master, to proclaim that I possess the demeanor of an emperor of medicine, with auspicious energy radiating for 30,000 miles. As if a sage descended from the heavens to congratulate Emperor Chen's return." Moo moo moo. The great black bull, utterly convinced, widened its eyes in astonishment, dashing about in excitement, occasionally nudging Chen Xun, genuinely pleased for him. Ha ha ha. The courtyard resonated with Chen Xun's hearty laughter and the jubilant mooing of the great black bull, as his longevity points continued to be allocated entirely to speed. Chapter 12. May your future be bright and promising. In the subsequent 3 years, Chen Xun began accompanying Ning Si on medical visits, traversing the countryside to address various perplexing ailments. Occasionally, when confronted with minor troubles, he would inadvertently reveal his chiseled 6-pack abs. Chen Xun carried a small booklet with him, brimming with numerous inquiries, to which Ning Si responded with remarkable patience, as such an eager pupil is indeed a rarity. However, during one visit to a local gentleman's residence for consultation, Chen Xun inadvertently exposed a hefty cleaver at his waist, leaving everyone astounded. "Is this truly a doctor?" they gasped. Chen Xun merely smiled sheepishly. After all, carrying a cleaver while traveling was hardly unusual, was it? Calmly, he adjusted his robe to conceal the cleaver, only to accidentally reveal 2 more weapons, causing the household staff to brace themselves, wielding long staffs, perceiving him as a potential threat. Maintaining a friendly smile, Chen Xun continuously reassured them, explaining that in the world he traversed, carrying additional weapons was entirely justifiable, were it not for Ning Si's presence. A confrontation may have been imminent. As Ning Si conducted the consultation, the household members began to perspire nervously. They wondered if faced with an incurable condition, this youth might simply cleave the patient in 2, thus resolving the ailment. Observing their expressions, Chen Xun wore a puzzled smile, nodding reassuringly to ease their concerns. The individuals promptly returned smiles, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at grains, while cold sweat trickled down incessantly. On this splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and the spring radiance enveloping the Pingtai Medical Hall, Chen Xun had donned the physician's robes. Every passerby respectfully addressed him as Dr. Chen. "Dr. Chen, please save him." A distressed citizen assisted a man with a darkened complexion into the clinic, worry etched across his face. Chen Xun's gaze sharpened as he observed the man. The venom had seeped deeply into his bloodstream. Had they arrived just moments later, it would have been too late. But how could he have been poisoned by a snake? Chen Xun laid the man upon a nearby bed, noticing the 2-minute wounds on his hand, evidently inflicted by venomous fangs. "No, Dr. Chen, he consumed poisonous mushrooms." "What?" Chen Xun gasped, beginning to take the man's pulse, his expressions shifting as he turned to the citizen. After consuming poisonous mushrooms, he was also bitten by a snake. A sudden thud echoed as the citizen fell to his knees, weeping and pleading. "Doctor, I implore you to save him. I shall prepare a prescription. You must fetch the medicine. There is still hope for his recovery." Chen Xun took a piece of paper, scribbling down the necessary components before handing it to the citizen. Upon seeing the list, the citizen's expression shifted. He lacked sufficient funds for the medicine. "Fear not. I shall cover the cost for you initially. You may repay me when you have the means," Chen Xun said calmly, believing that any assistance he could offer was worthwhile. Over the past year, he had earned quite a bit by treating affluent families. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you," the citizen exclaimed, tears streaming down his face in sheer relief. Chen Xun nodded, recognizing that in these trying times, if a man were to falter, his family would inevitably crumble as well. Offering help within his capacity bore no harm. However, gradually, he realized he had misjudged the situation. The reputation of Chen Xun's benevolence began to spread. The doctors in the clinic all had families to support and could not possibly emulate Chen Xun's solitary commitment to using his own funds to aid the ailing populace. He had been elevated to a status of reverence, with tales circulating that he was a miraculous healer who charged nothing for his services, and that one could procure medicine on credit from the esteemed Dr. Chen. Soon, the only thing left was for someone to present him with a banner of honor. Countless destitute individuals flocked to him, while Chen Xun found himself increasingly financially strained. Yet, he would not impose upon others, nor would he morally compel those in the clinic to perform similar acts of charity. The few who owed him money were reluctant to return, leaving him truly impoverished. The tides turned. Some began to condemn him for his perceived apathy, labeling him as hypocritical. Those whom he had once aided now regarded him with disdain. Newcomers, having heard of his refusal to extend credit, spat in contempt outside the clinic, lamenting the wasted journey they had undertaken. Good deeds seldom travel far. Yet misdeeds spread like wildfire. Whispers circulated that the Pingtai clinic housed a morally corrupt doctor, rumored to carry 3 axes, instantly marking him as untrustworthy. In the rear courtyard of the Pingtai clinic, Chen Xun no longer dared to consult with patients in the front hall. Good heavens! The fool was none other than himself. Chen Xun laughed, a sound tinged with melancholy, for even the glances of the attendants and doctors toward him had shifted. "You enjoyed the pretense, did you not? Are you still feigning it?" Many within the clinic privately mocked him, recalling how he had overshadowed them not long ago. Moo, moo. The large black bull pressed its head against Chen Xun's face, having learned of the gossip that had been circulating. "Old cow, you see. I initially mentioned that we should assist our friends nearby. Do you now understand my point?" Moo. The large black cow gazed at Chen Xun with a heart full of concern, having never witnessed such dejection on his face. To it, Chen Xun had always been a person of unwavering optimism and joy. "You underestimate me. All of this was within my anticipation. I merely wished to demonstrate the meaning of that statement to you." Chen Xun replied with a forced smile, tightly embracing the large black cow's head, their faces nearly touching. Moo. The large black cow nudged Chen Xun, its mood exceedingly somber, yet deep within, it was seething with anger. "Old cow, let us depart. This place is not suitable for us." I shall bid farewell to Master Ning. Chen Xun patted the large black cow, aware that his presence was severely affecting the clinic's business, and he did not wish to hinder anyone. Moo. The large black cow sprang up, eager to leave, and hurried to gather their pots and pans. Watching its busy silhouette filled Chen Xun with warmth, a faint smile gracing his lips. At Ningxi's residence, Chen Xun had changed into the green attire he once wore, no longer donning the doctor's robe from the clinic. I am aware of this matter and understand your predicament, Ningxi said slowly from the main seat, his eyes reflecting the weight of experience. Human nature is inherently malevolent. This is a conclusion drawn from my years of practice as a physician. I hope it aids you on your future path. Chen Xun took Ningxi's words to heart, bowing solemnly. Over the past decade, he had learned in abundance. Ningxi picked up a nameless book from the table and explained, "This encompasses my years of experience. I present it to you as a gift." Ah? Chen Xun was taken aback. He swiftly stepped forward to catch the books. "Master Ning, I am truly embarrassed." Ningxi gently tugged at the books, her expression shifting as they remained stubbornly in place, as if gripped by an iron vice. "Ah, it matters not. Take them." "Thank you, Master Ning." In an instant, the books appeared at Chen Xun's waist, the speed so remarkable that Ningxi's pupils widened in astonishment. "Go now, and do return when you have the time." "Master Ning, I am grateful for your kindness. If there is ever a matter concerning the Ning family, I shall return without hesitation, no matter the distance." Chen Xun's expression grew solemn as he bowed respectfully. Ningxi nodded thoughtfully, saying, "For those years, I have been observing you. Your wisdom, though seemingly humble, is not to be underestimated. Simply remain true to yourself." Chen Xun slowly raised his gaze, casting one last glance at Ningxi before turning to depart. Watching him leave, Ningxi smiled faintly, "Young son, may your future be resplendent and full of promise." Chapter 13. Entering the Ningyun mountain range and the first encounter with beasts the next day, before dawn. Chen Xun and the great black bull journeyed westward, gradually vanishing into the depths of the street. As the townsfolk awoke and ventured out, news of Chen Xun's departure from the medical hall spread. Some felt inexplicably joyous, as if they had banished a villain. Others felt a twinge of loss, acknowledging that Chen Xun was indeed a good doctor, having committed no wrongdoing. Yet, within a few days, the matter faded from memory, whether Chen Xun stayed or left. Their households would not be enriched by a single coin, and in this world, few possessed the inclination to concern themselves with a stranger. The Ningyun mountain range stands majestically between heaven and earth, a timeless exemplar and a source of inspiration for all living things, having endured countless ages in its steadfastness. The dark, boundless cliffs rise sharply, as if hewn by knife and axe, while the undulating ridges twist and turn like a colossal dragon in peaceful slumber. Gazing below, one can see white clouds swirling and circling the peaks, shrouded in ethereal mist. Along a narrow mountain path, a young lad carries a bamboo basket, diligently searching for medicinal herbs, accompanied by a large black bull. Over the past 3 years, Chen Xun has continued to invest his longevity points in speed, eager to discover whether he could surpass the threshold of 20 points. Their current longevity points stand at strength 21, speed 18, with an extraordinary swiftness. Should Chen Xun sprint with full force, he would become a mere blur to the naked eye, a remarkable feat indeed. "Old bull, let us search thoroughly," Chen Xun declared, his basket filled with herbs, hoping to unearth the legendary elixir said to cure all ailments. It is rumored that the Ningyun mountain range often yields miraculous herbs, some aged for centuries, fetching a fortune in the city. The black bull frolicked about, recognizing many of the herbs, prompting an admiration for the power of knowledge. Its mind now considerably clearer. However, Chen Xun cautioned against venturing too deep, having heard tales of monstrous beasts, unlike ordinary wildlife. "What if we encounter a rogue cultivator who takes a disliking to us?" he expressed anxiously. "Moo." The black bull responded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Ah." A sorrowful cry echoed through the jungle, startling countless birds from the trees. Chen Xun instinctively pulled his bandit scarf over his face, while the great black bull hesitated in its stride. Their gazes locked, a silent understanding passing between them. "There's a beast." Several townsfolk rushed from the distance, their voices laced with panic. Upon seeing Chen Xun's scarf, they paused momentarily before shouting, "Run! A demon! A beast! Old bull, run!" Chen Xun's heart raced with trepidation. He urged the great black bull forward, sprinting headlong into the wilderness. Behind them, a fearsome roar erupted as a creature, resembling both wolf and tiger, pursued them with reckless abandon. Its massive frame dwarfed that of a tiger, and its eyes glowed with a menacing crimson. "What on earth is that monstrosity?" Chen Xun exclaimed, terror gripping him. The great black bull bellowed in fright. Both were thoroughly startled, experiencing a jarring revelation after so many years. They dashed forward without hesitation, snapping countless brittle branches beneath their hooves, transforming into gusts of wind. The townsfolk, aghast, marveled at their speed, exclaiming, "By heavens, they're fast." The beast, enraged, intensified its pursuit, its eyes burning brighter, saliva spraying as it relished the thrill of the chase. "Ah, it's coming!" The townsfolk shrieked in terror, and one man fainted from sheer fright. Yet, remarkably, the beast bypassed them, fixating solely on the fleeing pair of man and bull. "What are you doing? Are you mad?" Chen Xun's eyes widened in disbelief as the creature bore down upon them with astonishing speed. The great black bull charged forward, sweat glistening on its brow, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the situation. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded through the air. In a moment of carelessness, the great black bull, in its haste, collided directly with a colossal tree, causing the mighty trunk to splinter and lean perilously, as if it might uproot at any moment. "Old bull," Chen Xun shouted, his eyes brimming with anxiety as he hurried to examine the animal's head. The bull, slightly dizzy, merely had some abrasions and affectionately nuzzled Chen Xun, roaring. The beast was closing in, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It was the first time it had encountered such a swift prey. Chen Xun and the black bull found themselves surrounded, their expressions fraught with panic at the terrifying visage of the creature. "It's the end, old bull," Chen Xun stammered, one hand gripping the bull's head as the latter's pupils quivered and its hooves trembled. Could this truly be the end of their journey? The beast salivated profusely, circling them, its too timid quarry igniting no sense of caution within it. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty hunger, leaving a droplet of saliva on the ground as it charged menacingly at Chen Xun. However, as they stood mere feet apart, the human's expression shifted. He no longer appeared frightened, but rather exuded an unyielding calm. A fierce whirlwind erupted from the ground as Chen Xun transformed into a mere shadow, his speed so extraordinary that the beast struggled to keep pace, its face contorted in horror. "Though you are formidable, you are not yet worthy of compelling me to wield my second axe," Chen Xun declared, now positioned behind it, back turned, wielding a bloodied axe, his bandit mask revealing only a chilling gaze. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through the abdomen of the demonic beast, causing it to collapse onto the ground, wailing in agony as blood pooled around it. The great black bull leaped with ferocity, delivering a crushing blow. With a resounding thud, the ground was dented, and the beast's innards were forced out, lifeless beyond recovery. Chen Xun struck with ruthless precision. Splatter. Blood erupted once more. "Is this all there is? Oh, is this truly all? Moo. Moo. Are you trying to intimidate your father, yet you fail to bark? Moo moo." The man and bull relentlessly battered the carcass, venting their terror, spittle flying in all directions, thoroughly shaken by the monstrous creature. A large pot was set up, water brought to a boil. "By heavens, let the feast commence. Old bull, fortune favors us this time. This demonic beast possesses sorcery, capable of ice and fire, among other mystical abilities." Chen Xun pondered, recalling the legends of such beasts he had heard within the city. Only cultivators could vanquish them. Yet, how delectable this flesh is. "Moo moo." The black bull emitted a contented sound, savoring the exquisite taste of meat unlike any it had encountered before. After their meal, the man and bull swiftly concealed their traces, packing away the remnants of their feast, even filling in the pit they had created. Chen Xun was meticulous this time, carefully arranging the scene of their deed, scattering the ashes of the beast, ensuring it appeared as though nothing had transpired. They fled to a distant thicket where wild beasts were scarce. "Old bull, even cunning rabbits have their hiding places. We must not be outdone by mere rabbits. Let us dig." "Moo. Strength is indeed a boon," Chen Xun, well versed in various outdoor excavation techniques, from laying foundations to digging clay, resolutely refused to sleep upon the bare ground. Finally, Chen Xun cautiously moved a massive stone to seal the top, leaving a slender gap, which he covered with grass and fallen leaves, concealing the existence of a subterranean hole. As the flickering candlelight illuminated the cavern, a sense of safety enveloped the world. It was a comforting sensation. Moo. Leaning against the sturdy frame of the great black bull, Chen Xun fell into deep contemplation. This world was inherently fraught with peril, particularly with the terrifying beasts of today that nearly instilled fear in them. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he retrieved the tome gifted by Elder Sun, the Qi Refinement Method, Chapter 14, The Techniques of Cultivation. It revealed that the universe was imbued with spiritual energy, a connection that bridged heaven and earth, drawing it inward. Chen Xun continued to read, his mouth agape in astonishment, yearning to exclaim 2 words, yet hesitating, for the subsequent lines perpetually elevated his excitement. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment, and shouted, "Incredible! Moo, moo." The great black bull, startled, bolted upright, its head turning towards the chi refinement method. What is that? Old bull, it's the cultivation technique. Chen Xun exclaimed with fervor. This was the joy of gaining something for nothing, the prospect of cultivation. The ability to soar through the skies without the need to serve as a beast of burden in a sect. Moo. The great black bull shared in the exhilaration, reminiscing about the days when they witnessed cultivators soaring on swords, traversing the realms with grace, a sight that filled them with envy. The chi refinement stage was divided into 10 levels, with the 10th level allowing for the establishment of a foundation, breaking the limitations of lifespan, granting 400 years. Upon reading this, both Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged sly glances, their lips curling into a mischievous smirk. However, their knowledge halted at the foundation establishment stage. They remained oblivious to the realms beyond. The old ox decided to give it a try. Following the path of its practice to sense the aura of heaven and earth, Chen Xun sat cross-legged and took the opportunity to instruct the large black ox in meditation, causing it to tremble with laughter. Any being possessing a spiritual root could indeed perceive the ethereal energies of the universe. Moo, rest assured, you certainly possess one. After all, you are a spiritual beast. The large black ox opened its mouth wide, feeling reassured. Come forth, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Heed my command and enter my being. Moo 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 moo. The human and the ox followed the prescribed method, endeavoring to capture the atmospheric energies. With their eyes gently closed and minds serene, an hour passed in this manner. 2 hours elapsed. 3 hours went by. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Xun suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the large black ox, and inquired, a counterfeit? Moo moo. The large black ox hesitated for a moment before nodding, seemingly feeling nothing amiss. How infuriating. Chen Xun's expression twisted with anguish as he braced himself against the ground. He had never anticipated that the son of Old Sun would be deceived by a counterfeit. It seemed that his son must have sensed something awry during his practice, prompting him to leave it behind. Moo moo. The large black ox nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Chen Xun's words. However, Chen Xun shifted the conversation, slightly furrowing his brow, acknowledging that there was indeed a subtle sensation in his abdomen after practice. Moo? Perhaps it was due to consuming too much beast flesh? I will step outside for a moment to relieve myself. The large black ox. After Chen Xun exited, he sought a secluded spot, dug a small hole, and squatted down, pondering deeply. Could it be that my spiritual root is simply too weak? Chen Xun exerted his facial features with great intensity, only to gradually relax them. Could it be that the great black bull, a spirit beast, had somehow joined him in his humble existence? This thought made Chen Xun chuckle to himself, and his movements became increasingly animated. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he looked down at his feet. Oh dear, what in the world back in the cave? Chen Xun spoke. Old bull, there is another possibility. Perhaps our spiritual roots are simply too weak. The great black bull did not respond but continued to sniff the air, detecting an unpleasant odor emanating from Chen Xun. Old bull. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, puzzled by its actions. The bull's nose was almost touching the ground beneath Chen Xun's feet. With a surge of strength, Chen Xun exclaimed, I can conquer mountains with my might. Moo. The great black bull was abruptly lifted by Chen Xun, who, in a fit of anger, declared, Old bull, I am speaking to you. Moo moo. The great black bull quieted down, leaning against the earthen wall, distancing itself from Chen Xun, its eyes glinting with an inexplicable mockery. Let us commit to practicing for an hour each day. If it proves futile, then so be it. Moo. The bull nodded, observing as Chen Xun approached. It hastily attempted to change positions, but Chen Xun was not one to let it escape easily, leaving the great black bull feeling utterly despondent. Thus, they were forced to huddle together for the night. By dawn, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the cave, and a beam of sunlight penetrated the darkness. Come, old bull. Let us forage for herbs. Chen Xun slowly opened his eyes, stretched languidly, still half asleep, and added, Then I shall apply some medicine to your head. Moo. The great black bull also stirred awake, its head still aching slightly. Time, like a fleeting shadow, has passed swiftly. They have lingered in the Ningyun mountain range for 3 years without encountering any perilous beasts emerging from the mountains. Yet, they have witnessed countless skeletons of the common folk. In moments of idleness, Chen Xun and the great black bull have returned to their old ways. The haunting sounds of the Swona and bells resonated through the forest, evoking memories of home. At this moment, Chen Xun donned a garment made of beast hide, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, wielding a mountain axe in hand. With 2 blades strapped to his waist and painted lines adorning his face, a bow and arrows rested upon his back, presenting the vivid image of a wild man. The great black bull's horns had finally regrown this year, and it too was cloaked in animal skin, its head adorned with several striking markings. Without a keen eye, one might not discern it as a formidable black bull. A wild boar, in a frenzy, dashed away, its eyes wide with terror, recalling how just days prior, its father had been brutally slain by a wild man, and its mother had been gored to death by a wild bull. Suddenly, the boar halted, trembling as it emitted distress sounds, glancing back and forth, spotting the wild man and the bull before it. With a bloodthirsty grin, Chen Xun blocked its path. The great black bull sealed its escape. "Little pig, become a part of us. We shall grow stronger together," he uttered with a sinister smile. In a flash, he appeared above the boar, while the great black bull charged forward in perfect synchrony. A burst of crimson light flashed, and the boar collapsed, powerless. The entire family had been dealt with by Chen Xun and the great black bull. "Let us go, old bull." Moo. Chen Xun hoisted the carcass of the wild boar, its bloodstains concealed by the deep holes dug by the great black bull as they made their way to their earthy den. The old bull, surprisingly, had not anticipated that the magical decree was indeed genuine. Chen Xun devoured the wild boar meat with fervor, his mouth glistening with grease. Remarkably, his hearing seemed to have improved. The path of cultivation was indeed distinct from that of ordinary mortals. Moo, moo moo. The great black bull continuously nodded, splashes of broth flying about, and even in the stillness of the night, its vision was clearer than before. This sensation was entirely different from that brought by the longevity points, which appeared to enhance the physical body. While cultivation seemed to elevate the sensory perceptions of the corporeal form, a true progression of life. However, their progress had hit a snag. Chen Xun shook his head slightly skeptical, as he raised the speed longevity point to 21, not sparing the great black bull either. Yet, much like their strength, it felt as though they had encountered a barrier, unable to further augment their physical capabilities, a most perplexing situation. Moo? The great black bull shared in his bewilderment. Could it be that they were destined to attain longevity only in the realm of mortals? After all, none among the common folk could stand against them. "Shall we perhaps experiment with magical power next year?" Chen Xun proposed uncertainly, interpreting it as blue energy, yet they lacked any skills. Moo. The great black bull shook its head vigorously, nudging Chen Xun. "Essence of all things?" Moo. The great black bull nodded furiously, eager to try that instead. Deeming magical power too enigmatic, and its own charge was already formidable enough. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." Chen Xun smiled, patting the great black bull with his greasy hand, though the bull remained oblivious to the gesture. Chapter 15. With a single step. 10 years of virtue vanished in the following year. They continued their pursuit of herbal medicine in the mountains, discerning various medicinal herbs while diligently honing their medical skills and practicing the qi refinement technique. Chen Xun was constantly filled with gratitude, reflecting on the beauty of life. He had once fantasized about what immortality entailed, an existence spent observing the tumult of human affairs and the ebb and flow of history, with countless gravestones behind him, leaving only a solitary figure in the world. Yet now, Chen Xun would scoff at such profundity, asserting that the joy of the immortal hermit was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. In a certain cave, Chen Xun and the great black bull had relocated once again. Continuous heavy rains had caused several of their earthen dwellings to collapse, yet their pots and pans had been fiercely safeguarded by the great black bull. Thus their situation remained relatively favorable. "Old bull, ha ha ha," Chen Xun exclaimed, completely drenched and laughing heartily, unconcerned about the loss of their home. He playfully thumped the great black bull, saying, "You truly are remarkable. I have admired your prowess since childhood." Moo moo moo. The great black bull joyfully leaped a few times. At that moment, Chen Xun was clearing the cave entrance, grateful that all their belongings had been protected by the bull. "Let us test this. Let us see what essence lies within all things." With a broad smile, Chen Xun began to kindle a fire. His spirits lifted as he watched the torrential rain outside the cave, finding the sound of the rain truly delightful. "Moo," responded the great black bull, who also began to lend a hand, occasionally dashing outside to enjoy the rain before shaking off the droplets onto Chen Xun. Infuriated, Chen Xun unleashed his strength, quelling the bull with a playful vengeance, drenching it thoroughly, as man and beast huddled by the fire for warmth. Chen Xun infused the essence of longevity into the primordial energy of all things. In an instant, his countenance shifted dramatically as a surge of green light enveloped his body. Moo moo moo. The great black bull's eyes widened in terror as it began to nuzzle anxiously, frantically circling around Chen Xun. "Old bull, I'm fine," Chen Xun reassured, taking a deep breath and embracing the magnificent creature, the essence of all beings. The bull lowly mooed, visibly shaken. If anything were to happen to Chen Xun, it would have no desire to continue living. "Let me try," Chen Xun said, his expression turning serious as he opened his palm. A wave of verdant light enveloped him, flickering in and out before gradually coalescing into a droplet of green liquid in the center of his hand, sparkling like a precious gem. He felt a sudden weakness wash over him, beads of sweat forming as if he had run an exhausting distance, and he exclaimed, "This substance isn't siphoning my essence. Is it? Moo? Old bull, you should give it a try. Moo." Before long, a droplet of green liquid also formed on the bull's hoof, and both man and beast collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The great black bull finally grasped the meaning behind Chen Xun's words, as it seemed to envision a few young heifers giggling at them. "A trap," Chen Xun stammered, feeling disheartened. Here he was, a man celebrated for his formidable endurance, boasting a chiseled physique, yet he found himself on the verge of collapse after just one encounter. Moo. The black bull's eyes dulled, devoid of hope. It had once believed itself invincible among its kind, only to realize it had been bested in mere moments. After an hour, they finally regained their strength. A flicker of fear crossed Chen Xun's mind. Had they encountered a wild beast during their ordeal, they would have been in peril. "Old bull, we mustn't use this essence recklessly. At the very least, we should utilize it separately." Chen Xun assessed his condition, feeling no sense of depletion. However, being a physician, he resolved, "Tomorrow, I shall brew some medicinal broth to restore my health. One must not be careless." The great black bull nodded joyfully, proclaiming the merits of mastering the art of healing. What purpose does it serve, resembling a verdant gem? Chen Xun furrowed his brow as he gazed at the droplet of green liquid resting in his palm. It was indeed peculiar, unlike water droplets that dissipate in an instant. He lifted the mountain axe and placed the green liquid upon its surface, yet there was no reaction. He then set it upon pots and pans, still no response. He even placed it atop a stone, but to no avail. In desperation, he laid it upon the bandana of a fierce bandit, and still, there was no reaction. "Moo!" the great black bull exclaimed, startling Chen Xun. He turned to see the bull prostrated on the ground, intently observing the patterns of a wild grass. "Remarkable," Chen Xun gasped, looking at the bull as he placed the green liquid atop the wild grass, which instantly merged with it, undergoing a noticeable transformation. "Moo? Old cow, what a monumental discovery. This green liquid can indeed accelerate growth," Chen Xun marveled, spitting out a mouthful of soil as he spoke. "However, further observation is required. If this is true, we shall soar to great heights." "Moo moo moo." The great black bull grinned widely, cautiously safeguarding the wild grass. Chen Xun spread his palms, resolved to take action, his features contorted as he bellowed, "I am an apothecary. What harm is there in draining me dry?" The great black bull remained silent, the stillness akin to death, with only the sound of the gentle rain outside the cave echoing. Chen Xun found himself at a loss, his hands failing to produce any more of the green liquid. He cleared his throat and said, "Old cow, why not give it a try?" "Moo." The great black bull spread its hooves, seemingly exerting itself with no response. "No matter. We shall take our time. We are not short of it." "Moo." Time, like a relentless journey, propels one ever forward. Yet another year has swiftly passed. Whispers of wild men have begun to emerge from the fringes of the Ningyun mountain range, terrifying in their essence. These wild men often traverse the deep, ancient forests, accompanied by a savage bull that feasts upon human bones, scavenging the remains of countless souls. As night descends, eerie sounds of a Swona resonate through the mountains, accompanied by the unsettling chimes of bells, akin to harbingers of doom. Should one encounter these wild men, if escape is not possible, it is better to find a pit and bury oneself. Countless villagers, drenched in sweat, dare not venture into the depths of Ningyun Mountain. Now, even the periphery is haunted by these wild men, leaving one to ponder the value of life itself. Nowadays, those who dare to enter the mountains do so in groups, armed and vigilant against sudden attacks. Should they vanquish a wild man, they may claim a bounty from the authorities, drawing many bounty hunters into their ranks. At the foot of a mountain peak, Chen Xun, alongside the great black bull, scavenges for human bones. "Old bull, though we may not know them, we adhere to the customs of our trade, do we not?" Chen Xun picked up another bone from the grass, intending to erect a shrine for them, thereby accumulating merit. In these times, who has it easy? "Moo." The great black bull nodded repeatedly. They had amassed considerable merit. Just as Old Sun had said, the heavens would surely bless them. "Look, with your tread, 10 years of merit have vanished." "Moo moo moo." The great black bull suddenly raised its leg and bellowed, having accidentally stepped upon a bone. It gazed at Chen Xun with a pleading expression. "How about this? Today, I shall partake of meat, while you shall drink the soup. The Buddha will surely forgive you." "Moo, moo." The great black bull's visage was fraught with struggle, yet for the sake of virtue, it nodded, reasoning that missing one meal would not lead to death. They soon found a nearby pit and buried the desiccated bones, commencing their rites. The great black bull exerted itself with great fervor, the bell jingling rhythmically, wishing to make amends for its earlier misstep upon the remains. Throughout that year, they finally grasped the essence of the vitality of all things, yet could only condense a single drop daily. when the count reached 1. It could hasten a plant's growth by a month, now that they had elevated their essence to 2, as Chen Xun had anticipated. A single drop could accelerate growth by 2 months. This discovery filled them with immense joy, signifying the potential to cultivate numerous precious herbs. Their cultivation technique had also yielded results, as they had both ascended to the 2nd tier, their 5 senses sharpened, rendering the world around them more vivid. Gradually, Chen Xun felt a semblance of arcane power within him, albeit useless, lacking any skills. "All right, let us depart, old bull," Chen Xun said with a smile. Unperturbed by their endeavors, finding solace in this daily ritual of leisurely strolls after meals, the great black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, attempting to siphon a bit of his merit. Haraha! Chen Xun walked alongside the bull, embracing its head, as they made their way back to their cave. Along the route, as they passed through a thicket, both Chen Xun and the great black bull's ears perked up simultaneously, causing them to swiftly part and take cover to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth, embedding themselves half an inch into the ground. Their formidable power such that, had one not evaded, their body would surely be pierced. Chapter 16. Incinerating corpses and erasing traces, scattering ashes. Oh, these wild men and buffalo possess remarkable agility, remarked a refined gentleman perched upon a tree, a smile gracing his lips as he gently discarded his bow and unsheathed the sword from his waist. "Brother Su, let the junior sister handle such barbaric individuals," a woman said with a playful laugh, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. "One junior sister, you take care of that buffalo. I'll handle the wild man. Do take care not to get injured," a scar-faced man sneered. "Then I thank you, Brother Tian," one junior sister replied with a charming smile, her allure making the scar-faced man restless with desire. Brother Su remained silent, a smile on his face. Slaying such wild men would undoubtedly enhance the prestige of the Baixian sect. Not only would they rid the populace of a menace, but countless affluent families in the city would surely contribute funds, elevating their standing in the martial world and attracting numerous newcomers, drawn by their reputation. Isn't it a bit reckless to initiate a deadly assault without fear of mistakenly harming the wrong person? A chilling voice emerged from beneath the tree, the tone laden with suppressed emotion. Brother Su glanced at Chen Xun, a mocking smile curling his lips. With a face obscured and clad in animal skins, accompanied by a buffalo, you must be the infamous wild man who feasts upon human bones. We have not erred in our assumption. We do not consume human bones. That is for their burial. You are welcome to investigate for yourselves, Chen Xun stated, each word resonating with conviction. Neither I nor the buffalo have harmed any of you. Haha. The 3 erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd jest. Brother Su shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "You truly believe that you hold the reins of this situation? I can confront the old bull face to face, but let me reiterate. We have not wronged any of you." Chen Xun's gaze swept coldly over the 3 individuals perched in the tree. "It is you who have misunderstood. Wild man. I believe it is you who are mistaken. The truth has become inconsequential." The scar-faced man drew his blade with a sinister grin, landing heavily on the ground, his profound strength evident. "Only through your demise will the common folk find peace, allowing my 100 Xian sect to advance further." As soon as his words fell, the scar-faced man lunged forward, his veins bulging, the blade's light shimmering ominously, aiming directly for Chen Xun's head. How slow! Chen Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, sidestepping gracefully as he drew his mountain axe, bracing himself against the fierce and heavy onslaught of the blade. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted, causing the scar-faced man to tremble in shock. This wild man possesses immense strength, yet his strikes lack technique, clearly indicating he is untrained in martial arts. Chen Xun silently exchanged a glance with the great black bull, and the two swiftly became entangled in a fierce duel, the sound of clashing metal resonating as they fought fiercely. Just as the great black bull prepared to assist, Sister One leapt from behind, her sword slicing through the air. Yet the great black bull evaded her strikes, escaping unscathed. "You beast!" Sister One's pupils widened. It was her first time witnessing such agility from the black bull, the brilliance of her sword pursuing the creature relentlessly. Brother Su furrowed his brow. This wild man is immensely powerful, and Brother Tian may not endure for long. With a booming voice, he cried out, "Brother Tian, I shall come to your aid. Brother Su, come swiftly and slay this fiend." In the eyes of the scarred man, panic surged, cold sweat streaming down his face. His hands were drenched in blood, and his palms were split open. With each clash of the mountain axe, his body quaked. Brother Su leaped into the air, sensing the wild man was rife with vulnerabilities. He swung his long sword, infused with a fierce intent, and struck down at Chen Xun from the side. "So, it has finally arrived." A subtle smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he swiftly drew a mountain axe from his waist, intercepting the ambush with blinding speed. The sharp clang of metal echoed, startling Brother Su, who realized that his opponent wielded dual axes. Chen Xun accelerated beneath him, vanishing in an instant. "Brother Tian, be cautious," Brother Su exclaimed in horror. The wild man had not yet unleashed his full strength. However, the warning came too late. 2 arcs of axe light flashed by, blood gushed from the scarred man's body, and his head soared into the air before his body collapsed to the ground. The afterimage of Chen Xun did not halt. Brother Su stood aghast, his eyes darting in disbelief, gripping his longsword tightly. With a thunderous stomp, Chen Xun launched himself from the side, bringing down his dual axes with tremendous force. Brother Su reacted swiftly, raising his sword to parry the onslaught, yet he underestimated the sheer might before him. Brother Su let out a roar of fury. His sword began to splinter, and the sound of bones fracturing echoed through his body. His weapon was shattered before his eyes, and the relentless axes plunged into Brother Su, blood erupting in a crimson spray. Brother Su's gaze was filled with resentment. He could hardly believe that he was meeting his demise in this manner. "I have yet to master lightness skill. It would be a pity if you escaped." Chen Xun let out a cold snort as the twin axes were slowly withdrawn from his body. "When you harbored murderous intentions, your fate was sealed. Otherwise, I would not have wasted my breath on you." Brother Su collapsed weakly, disbelief still etched in his eyes. In another area, Sister One's startled cries echoed. Upon witnessing Chen Xun's actions, the great black bull sprang into action, delivering a devastating kick that rendered her incapacitated, the bull's charge resulting in a fatal blow. "Old bull, get to work. Moo." The duo, man and beast, were filled with indignation as they incinerated the remains and scattered the ashes, meticulously crafting a scene to mislead any investigation. Even the most astute detectives arriving at the scene would conclude that nothing untoward had occurred. 2 figures gradually faded from view, their expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. What was this absurdity? Nonetheless, it served as a valuable lesson for Chen Xun about the treachery of mankind. They donned fresh attire, preparing to descend the mountain to gather information, as they had indeed committed no wrongdoing. The following day, Chen Xun shouldered a bamboo basket. Having cleaned both the great black bull and himself, he began his descent with the medicinal herbs they had cultivated, appearing innocuous. At the foot of the mountain, not only were there common folk, but also soldiers and various figures from the martial world, all standing tall and speaking fervently about how to hunt down the wild men. "Brother, what has transpired on the mountain to warrant such a grand mobilization?" As Chen Xun led the great black bull forward, the onlookers merely cast a cursory glance at him before shifting their attention elsewhere, dismissing him as just a simple coward. "Young lad, are you not aware? Wild men have emerged from the mountains," a middle-aged man exclaimed animatedly. "I heard they have killed and even consumed bones. Do not venture up there." Chen Xun was taken aback. Could they be referring to him? Aside from yesterday, he had not taken a life in the mountains for several years. Life is precious. And in such a vast mountain range, locating a wild man would not be an easy feat. The middle-aged man, observing Chen Xun's astonishment, seemed quite pleased and spoke a few more words. "Thank you, elder brother. I shall refrain from venturing into the mountains." Chen Xun clasped his hands in gratitude and led the large black ox back towards the city, feeling increasingly incredulous. As though he had stumbled upon something yet could not articulate it. He sensed that what appeared to be a trivial matter had inexplicably been magnified by certain individuals. "Old cow, let us not entangle ourselves in these disputes," Chen Xun remarked nonchalantly as he patted the black ox, pondering that it might be the machinations of some significant figure. "Moo?" The black ox did not comprehend, but that was of little consequence, for they had already made their exit. Upon returning to the city, Chen Xun visited the Ning family, finding everything in order. Ning Si had aged considerably. His hair turned significantly gray. Chen Xun presented several precious herbs as gifts. Ning Si continually expressed his gratitude, stating he had acquired a commendable apprentice, albeit too kind-hearted. Fearing he might suffer in the future, he engaged Chen Xun in conversation throughout the night. Chapter 17, The Secret to Longevity. Never interfere in others' affairs. The following day, Chen Xun clasped his hands in farewell to Ning Si, for they were to return to the blacksmith shop, which they considered their true home in Pan Ning City. After several days, Chen Xun smiled as he pushed open the door, revealing a room thick with dust, causing him to cough. He gazed at the empty space and softly uttered, "Old son, we have returned." The large black ox followed suit with a couple of calls. "Old cow, let us get to work and tidy up." Moo. A solitary individual accompanied by a cow diligently commenced their work, thoroughly cleaning and tidying every corner of the blacksmith shop, which emerged rejuvenated and impeccably neat. Passers-by were taken aback at the sight of the shop's doors swinging open, and one exclaimed, "Is that you, Brother Chen Xun?" "It's me, Aunt Li." "Yes, Aunt Li. It is I." came the resounding reply from within the blacksmith shop, filling Aunt Lee with immense joy. She promptly hurried off to inform the neighbors that brother Chen Xun had returned. After more than a decade apart, Chen Xun's return was indeed remarkable. He was a master blacksmith whose ironwork had withstood the test of time, with tools still in use crafted by his skilled hands. Curious neighbors flocked to the shop. Some familiar with Chen Xun while others were strangers, all eager to share their grievances about the local blacksmith as subpar work and exorbitant prices, declaring that only he could remedy the situation. Brother Chen Xun, you haven't changed a bit. In fact, you seem to have grown younger, Aunt Lee remarked, scrutinizing him with astonishment, while she herself had visibly aged. I ventured to study medicine and learn the art of health preservation, Chen Xun explained. Casting a glance at Aunt Lee, the key is to maintain an optimistic mindset. The more one lives, the younger one becomes. Is that truly the case? She inquired. Indeed. Just peer into your husband's bed at home, and you'll see for yourself. Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd, while Aunt Lee's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, such nonsense. After which, she hurried away. Very well, everyone. Do come again tomorrow. I must prepare. Chen Xun called out. Indeed, brother Chen Xun. May your grand opening be a resounding success. Absolutely. We shall be there to support you. The neighbors were exceptionally warm-hearted. Chen Xun clasped his hands and smiled, his mindset having transformed completely from before. Upon hearing of Chen Xun's return, the blacksmith shop owners along the street erupted in curses, demanding, "Damn it, lower your prices." However, Chen Xun's forge only operated half a day, and subsequently, he ceased taking orders, as he was far too occupied. Sustaining a livelihood was sufficient for him. At that moment, they were tinkering with medicinal herbs in the backyard, even when separated from the earth. The essence of these herbs could remarkably enhance their potency. Old Bull, I have uncovered a fundamental issue, Chen Xun stated earnestly, having pondered this matter for an extended period. Mo? The big black bull inquired, puzzled. Do we not sense a certain bottleneck upon reaching the second layer of chi refinement? Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to be a laborious endeavor, requiring time to gradually refine. Mo, do you perhaps believe that as long as we have ample time, our cultivation will continuously enhance? That we can always grind our way up? Mo, haha, old bull. You are quite naive, Chen Xun replied with a faint smile. Spiritual roots denote innate talent. While we may refine ourselves during the chi refinement period, it's not necessarily so during the foundation establishment stage. Mo, unless we have external aids or fortuitous circumstances, we may find ourselves stagnating at a certain level, unable to break through for a lifetime. This is talent, not something that can merely be honed with time. Mo, the big black bull exclaimed, increasingly convinced by the reasoning. Chen Xun recalled the world-renowned figures from his past life. Some things simply could not be attained through time alone. Ordinary individuals, no matter how long they live, can at most gain knowledge and experience. Yet he may never reach the heights attained by those prodigies. Such is the nature of innate talent, a harsh reality indeed. Unluckily, Chen Xun and De Niu are precisely such ordinary beings, and as they exchanged a profound gaze, they suddenly embraced one another. Behind their heartfelt embrace lingered a smirk at the corners of their mouths. So, you are a novice too. However, caution is warranted. Despite our inactivity in the mountains, we have inadvertently offended someone. Chen Xun stated solemnly, this matter is fraught with suspicion. The situation is amiss. Let us refrain from curiosity and remain detached, just as we are now. Moo. De Niu gazed at Chen Xun with admiration. Back when they were still in the village, a villager had inquired about the longevity secret of Old Manly, to which he replied, I never meddle in others' affairs. At that time, De Niu had not comprehended the wisdom of those words, but now, having experienced it firsthand, excitement filled his heart. It was all a matter of experience. To follow you, brother Sun, is to ensure clarity in our path. Moo. De Niu was thoroughly convinced. Chen Xun was indeed exceptionally astute. As always, the sentiment remained, even if the Ningyun mountain range harbored eternal elixirs, we shall not venture forth. We must not gamble our lives for fleeting opportunities, but rather maintain our composure. De Niu nuzzled against Chen Xun. Chen Xun smiled gently, patting the beast's head, and remarked, we possess the essence of all things. Our strength will gradually rise. We have no need for vengeance. Let us not disrupt the joy of our days. De Niu nodded earnestly, acknowledging that after cultivating the chi refinement technique, his mindset had indeed become somewhat restless. Old bull, let us not lose sight of our priorities. Even if one attains the pinnacle of immortality, transcending life and death, one must still navigate the course of existence. Chen Xun had long noticed that the great black bull was somewhat restless. It is the journey we undertake that holds true significance, rather than that nonsensical realm of existence. If fortune were to abandon us, so be it. Who fears death? Moo 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 moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at grains. Enlightened at last, perhaps we have attracted the ire of a formidable being who might extinguish us with a mere wave of their hand, yet in the next life we could continue our companionship. Chen Xun, ever the solitary soul, uttered these thoughts with a nonchalant demeanor, for he believed that in death, all would return to the heavens, and immortality is but a gift with no strings attached. Upon hearing this, the great black bull felt as if struck by divine insight, hastily approaching Chen Xun, determined to meet its fate alongside him. Ha ha ha! Chen Xun laughed heartily, repeatedly pushing the great black bull away, only for it to nudge closer each time. Half a year later, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of Pan Ning City as countless cultivators ascended into the sky, visible even from within the city, resembling an otherworldly UFO. Holy cow, come out and witness the flying beings, Chen Xun exclaimed, hastily grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from the table and bringing a stool outside. Moo moo. The great black bull joyfully bounded out, also enjoying some seeds, its bovine eyes gazing towards the distant heavens, indeed a sight to behold. The streets were alive with bustling figures, neighbors and passers-by flocking to catch a glimpse of the celestial beings, with some even kneeling in fervent supplication. Chen Xun and the great black bull possessed far superior eyesight than the common folk, equipped with their own innate telescopic vision. Old bull, what do you make of this? Is a battle about to ensue? Chen Xun inquired, leisurely seated on his stool, cracking seeds without a care. Why are they all gathered together? Shouldn't they form a formation or something? Moo? The great black bull, perplexed by the unfolding events, continued to munch on sunflower seeds while lying on the ground. Above, a brilliant flash of rainbow light illuminated the sky, followed by the resounding roar of a fierce explosion, sending countless citizens prostrating in fear, muttering incomprehensible words. Incredible. This must be at least the foundation establishment stage, Chen Xun marveled, savoring the sunflower seeds with increasing delight. Old bull, if we could fly in the future, wouldn't that be called soaring to greatness? Moo. The great black bull, now enraged, grasped the meaning behind Chen Xun's words, realizing he was being teased. It immediately snatched the sunflower seeds from Chen Xun, who quickly pried open the bull's mouth to reclaim his snack. In the distance, the battle in the sky intensified. A dazzling array of spells and rainbow lights flashing relentlessly, with even cultivators plummeting from the heavens, an exhilarating spectacle. Chen Xun and the great black bull could not help but applaud. This was far more enjoyable than watching a circus. Goodness, they resemble human-shaped weapons. Chen Xun's mouth gaped in awe, truly a feast for the eyes. No matter how high a mortal's martial arts, those spells descended like lasers. Who could withstand such power? Moo. The great black bull echoed the sentiment, astonished by the absurdity of it all. The city's countless inhabitants gazed on with reverence. This was the power of immortals, an ultimate height unattainable by mortals. The celestial battle was swift, as was its departure, with various forms of escape light vanishing from the skies after a brief yet intense spectacle. Has it ended so soon? I haven't seen enough, Chen Xun lamented. Moo. Both Chen Xun and the great black bull remained unsated, feeling they could watch for a month. This was far more captivating than any television drama. Old bull. Back to work. Moo. Life must go on, and the contest of powers bears no relevance to them. However, Chen Xun began to indulge in daydreams, envisioning a future where he could witness daily duels of magic upon entering the realm of cultivation. In the backyard, Chen Xun and the great black bull widened their eyes, fixated on the century-old wild ginseng. All those countless nights spent extracting its essence now seemed trivial in comparison. Old bull, we have struck gold, Chen Xun exclaimed, his gaze transfixed. This wild ginseng had been nurtured with utmost care using their green liquid, a true treasure worth its weight in gold. Moo. The great black bull was exhilarated. It had never encountered gold before. Given its age, this ginseng was undoubtedly a coveted prize among the affluent of the city. A life-sustaining existence. Chen Xun swallowed hard. Most herbal texts had documented its rarity, deeming it a divine artifact of the mortal realm. Old bull, shall we sell it? Moo. Moo. The great black bull hesitated before shaking its head. They lacked for nothing financially, having sufficient funds for their daily expenditures. This was their precious gem. Very well. We shall keep it for emergencies, Chen Xun nodded, feeling that selling it would be a grave loss, a disservice to the countless days and nights invested in its cultivation. Old bull, let us cultivate other herbs. A few decades should suffice. Otherwise, we may attract unwanted attention, and trouble will inevitably ensue. Moo. The great black bull nodded emphatically. Chen Xun had shared numerous tales of the perils of possessing treasures, and had understood. During their years in the Ningyun mountain range, they had only gathered common herbs. never encountering the legendary spiritual medicines. Such fortune in one's lifetime was hardly to be expected. However, after today's clash among the cultivators in the celestial expanse, the citizens and nobility of Panning City find themselves in a state of restlessness, fervently yearning for immortality. Multitudes flock towards the Ning Yun mountain range, where many a charlatan exploits their desperation, leading others to financial ruin. Reports of ruthless bandits committing murder and theft abound, while the business of selling coffins has unexpectedly flourished. The various sects of the martial world, unwilling to remain in obscurity, proclaim, those disciples cast aside by the immortal sects, we shall claim. Matters neglected by the immortal sects, we shall attend to. Thus, tales of chivalry and heroism gradually emerge, while the wild folk of the Ning Yun mountain range fade from collective memory. Time, it seems, possesses the power to release all burdens. As the years drifted by, seemingly without a destination, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, Chen Xun has devoted all his efforts to enhancing the essence of all things, and he, alongside the great black bull, has finally ascended to the third layer of qi refining. Those once close companions who called him brother have aged significantly. Some have departed this life. And Chen Xun and the great black bull have taken on numerous funeral arrangements, tirelessly attending to bereaved families. On an autumn night, with the sky high and the dew thick, the cool moonlight spills across the earth, casting an ethereal glow that illuminates various mourning halls. This year, the number of those who have passed seems to have increased. Unbeknownst to him, the early autumn nights stretch longer, and a gentle breeze carries a sense of melancholy. Standing outside a mourning hall, Chen Xun raises a swana. The leaves fall silently, and he cannot help but feel a deep sorrow, letting out a quiet sigh. Familiar faces fade one by one. Perhaps, as time continues its relentless march, those cherished visages will also blur in his memory. Inside the mourning hall, soft whispers of grief permeate the air. Chen Xun walks among the mourners, having offered assistance wherever he could. What more can he do now but partake in the banquet? Brother Chen Xun, thank you, they say. Please accept my condolences. Chen Xun rose and softly spoke, managing to reveal a faint smile. We have already performed the rites. On the road to the underworld, no malevolent spirits dare obstruct our path. Their family members nodded solemnly, tightly grasping Chen Xun's hand, their eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Mooing softly, the great black bull stood outside the mourning hall, its body jingling, a guardian for those who have departed. The deceased have departed, and the living remain. This street seemed no longer a place to linger. Chen Xun and the great black bull were too extraordinary, and an increasing number of people sought them out. Seemingly oblivious to the blacksmith shop, the following day dawned, a tranquil morning where silence reigned, the wind carrying a biting chill. And the old trees along the street bore a withered yellow hue. The sound of the door closing was soft as Chen Xun, and the great black bull departed. He cast a final glance at the street. Inadvertently, his gaze was folded by time into myriad impressions. They resembled travelers of time, hurrying like fleeting passers-by, with no one aware of their destination. The blacksmith shop would never open its doors again, and the neighbors would whisper that Chen Xun had likely perished far from home, with only distant memories of a blacksmith who hammered with fervor remaining after many years. A month later, under the cover of night, in the west city of Panning. This locale was the most prosperous in the city. Those who resided in the west city were either affluent or noble. A parcel of land here commanded astronomical prices, causing the common folk to kneel in reverence, while even dogs shook their heads in disbelief. A group traversed this opulent street, the men exuding an air of grandeur, the women possessing an ethereal beauty. Their eyes sparkled with wonder, yet their demeanor radiated an otherworldly grace. Ah, how splendid the mundane world is, one of the girls remarked, her voice as melodious as a clear spring, having spent her days in the sect, only able to frolic with the spirit beast of the mountains. Junior sister Yi, you have misunderstood. Allow me to clarify. A stern-faced man slightly shook his head. You have yet to witness the cities of cultivators. Panning City is merely a drop in the ocean. The vastness of the universe exceeds your imagination. Ah, brother Yu, is that truly the case? Junior sister Yi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Have you really been there? Brother Yu's expression grew solemn, his already austere countenance becoming even more rigid as he replied earnestly, I have not been. The crowd's expressions faltered. Suddenly, Junior sister Yi seemed to spot something astonishing and hurriedly dashed off, prompting the others to follow her, albeit reluctantly. Upon reaching the site, they were equally astonished. Before them stood a diminutive house with 4 iron wheels beneath it, adorned with a sign that read Sunway Snacks. It resembled a shop, yet bore the semblance of a vendor's stall. It occupied a considerable space, surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic patrons, the atmosphere teeming with vibrant energy. The proprietor was drenched in sweat, wielding a large pot from which flames leapt dramatically. He frequently added unexpected spices that delighted the customers. The small structure featured a window from which a black bull's head protruded, deftly collecting coins and providing change. Outside, an array of skewers was displayed, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, stirring hunger in the bellies of the onlookers. Such a bustling vendor naturally incited envy among peers. However, the proprietor, adorned with 3 formidable axes and revealing a sculpted abdomen of 16 muscles when he bent over, fostered camaraderie among all present. "Boss, I want to eat that," YSHMI exclaimed joyfully, expressing her desire to eat everything, and that particular dish, whatever it was. "Young lady, it's first come, first served. Now, why not settle the payment first?" The proprietor spoke with remarkable candor, and those waiting felt a wave of relief. Dining here was indeed a pleasure. YSH Xiying. "Hurry and pay," YSHMI urged, dancing on her toes while inhaling the delectable aroma, utterly enchanted. YSH Xiying felt a touch of discomfort as he navigated through the crowd to the window, retrieving a piece of silver. He found himself locking eyes with a large black bull, their gaze lingering as if time stood still. YSH Xiying was momentarily bewildered, his mouth slightly agape, wondering why it was a bull. The black bull, equally perplexed, exhaled a deep breath, unable to comprehend the amount it was being offered. "Moo." The black bull called to CHNXN. "I'm coming." CHNXN turned around, his eyes brightening at the sight of the silver. "Ah, a prosperous customer," he smiled at YSH Xiying. "Young sir, my old bull has never seen silver before. Please don't take offense." "No offense taken," YSH Xiying replied with a blink, accepting the coins, still somewhat dazed. He stood apart from the throng, watching as his fellow disciples indulged in their meals. Frowning slightly, he gazed at the black bull, his eyes glimmering with insight. "A mere mortal, without a doubt," he murmured. Then turned to the vendor, who also appeared to be an ordinary human. "It seems I have been overly cautious." CHNXN paused momentarily while frying rice. Sensing an intrusion upon his aura, a ripple of power coursed through him. "Though it was veiled by the essence of all things, there is a cultivator among us." Chen Xun continued to carelessly prepare the food, his heart growing wary. He raised his head and cheerfully announced that the dish was ready, casting a glance around at the crowd. The little girl called out to Brother Yu, indicating that this group might be someone not to be trifled with. Chen Xun silently contemplated this while maintaining his pace, greeting everyone with a smile. As midnight approached, the local residents gradually returned home, the streets becoming sparse with pedestrians. Chen Xun also prepared to close his stall. "Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, we too must pack up and rest. Perhaps it is time to cease dining." Chen Xun exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that this group had been feasting for the entire evening, and he was running low on supplies, although he had made quite a profit. Sister Yi huffed playfully, "Boss, do continue. We have plenty of silver." "Indeed, your flavors are truly delightful," Brother Yu suddenly interjected. Seeing his junior brother and sister so enthusiastic, he decided to try some himself and found it hard to stop. "Yes, boss, we are not shy about spending," the others chimed in, their eyes gleaming with admiration. "I'm out of ingredients, my friends." Chen Xun's pupils widened. Could these cultivators really eat so much? The truth was that his seasonings included rare herbs they had cultivated, which ordinary individuals could not handle. "Boss, do you set up here every night?" Sister Yi asked with a joyful smile. "I haven't tasted such delicious food in ages." "Not necessarily. My stall is mobile." "Mobile?" "Yes, I adapt to circumstances. Setting up wherever I find myself," Chen Xun explained. "Staying too long in one place is not advisable. Why not join our sect as a chef?" "You, the senior brother," coldly commanded, "it is time to depart. Should you utter another word, I shall send you back." Upon hearing this, Sister Yi felt a chill run down her spine, and the surrounding junior brothers and sisters were equally startled. Senior Brother Yu was indeed angered. "Farewell, everyone," Chen Xun said with a smile, bowing respectfully. At last, he had seen off this group of formidable figures, and he let out a sigh of relief. "Old bull, let us be on our way." "Moo." The great black bull emerged from the small dwelling, and together they began to push forward with ease. They soon found an unoccupied patch of grass and came to a halt. "Old bull, how much have we earned today?" Chen Xun wiped his brow and grinned. "You have worked hard." The great black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Let us save up a bit. All the earnings from these past years have been dedicated to arranging the affairs of our friends." "Moo." The great black bull nodded in agreement. Life was quite satisfactory at present, free from the need for socializing or meeting new acquaintances. Otherwise, they would often vanish from sight. It had numerous friends, as the neighbors frequently came to chat and share their concerns. They believed the great black bull could not comprehend them, yet it understood perfectly, cherishing the sincere exchanges, and it relished listening to their tales. Old bull. Chen Xun suddenly patted the bull's head, causing it to bellow in surprise. Its eyes filled with confusion as it gazed at Chen Xun. You ought to be more cheerful. Stop pretending to be profound. Chen Xun feigned anger, lamenting that he had rarely seen the old bull smile throughout the month. Moo, the great black bull softly responded, lying down in the little house, licking its hooves with a sorrowful gaze, still unable to recover from its melancholy. Indeed, our endeavors are all virtuous acts. Quietly in your heart, contemplate the merits we bestow upon our friends. In their next life, they shall undoubtedly become prosperous, living blissfully each day. Chen Xun remarked with a hint of irritation, invoking his ultimate argument that both heaven and the Buddha would safeguard them. Moo? The great black bull's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at the mention of merits. It held an unwavering belief in their power. Moo moo moo? Truly, I have already given. Otherwise, would I resemble you? Chen Xun asserted earnestly, with conviction. The great black bull promptly sat cross-legged, emitting a continuous series of mooing sounds, lost in its own murmurs. Chen Xun shook his head with a smile, letting out a soft sigh. His state of mind was gradually transforming, and this flowing little abode marked his first step forward. The longer one remains in a place, it seems, the more entangled one becomes. They were not heartless beings, yet they ultimately did not belong to the realm of mortals. Moo. Is it done? Moo. The great black bull leaned closer to Chen Xun, grinning widely, for it had already bestowed all its merits upon its friends and was ready to begin accumulating anew. Ha ha. Chen Xun affectionately patted the great black bull and gradually dozed off beside it. In the days that followed, they settled comfortably in Panning City, exploring the surroundings, tasting various delights, selling snacks by night, and procuring supplies by day, purchasing anything that caught their fancy. A year later, Chen Xun's mobile abode had indeed gained considerable fame in Panning City, attracting numerous visitors who came with admiration, all giving a thumbs up, exclaiming how delicious it was. At long last, on a sun-drenched morning, as they set out to procure supplies, their mobile dwelling was stolen. Chen Xun, burdened with 2 bags of meat, gazed at the desolate expanse of grass, the weighty bags slipping slowly from his shoulders, crashing heavily to the ground, resonating with the despair in their hearts. Where's our home? Moo? Moo. The large black bull bellowed anxiously, darting around the grassy field, utterly oblivious to the whereabouts of their abode. Both man and beast knelt upon the grass, their gazes vacant, their spirits shattered. Home, once again, was lost. Cursed be it. Cursed be it. Chen Xun's face was a mask of fury, veins bulging on his forehead. How could such a sizable dwelling be stolen? The bull trembled with rage, exhaling forcefully through its nostrils, the turf flying about. It was too despicable, outrageously vile. A gang, it must surely be the work of a well-organized syndicate. Spitting in anger, Chen Xun scrutinized the tracks on the ground. Damn it, today we shall exact vengeance. All our pots and pans are within that dwelling, which has accompanied us for so many years. Moo. The black bull rose, its muscles rippling with strength, fixating on the direction of the cart's wheels, which could not be propelled swiftly, requiring considerable effort from them. Chen Xun retrieved the long-lost bandit mask from his clothing, unfastening his garment to reveal a chiseled abdomen of 16 muscles, and slowly drew 2 mountain axes from his waist. The bulls silently stood beside him, their gazes unified in determination. Chen Xun's chest heaved with resolve. Old bull, pursue. Moo. 2 figures transformed into raging storms, their eyes bloodshot with fervor, relentlessly pursued their quarry. Today, they vowed, the earth would tremble and the heavens would darken. None would escape. The intruders must perish. They traversed the meadows and crossed the bridge, finally catching sight of their humble abode. Chen Xun let out a furious roar, leaping with remarkable height and distance. Thud. He landed firmly atop the moving dwelling, exuding an air of grandeur as he coldly declared, in broad daylight, beneath the clear skies, what is your intention? Gradually turning, his gaze fell upon the ground, and his pupils constricted in alarm. There were soldiers everywhere. Unjust. Moo. Chen Xun and the great black bull were once again imprisoned, their transgression being the sheer size of their stall, which encroached upon the livelihoods of numerous citizens. Others needed to survive, and the prime locations were limited. Countless vendors reported them to the authorities, arguing that Chen Xun's little dwelling was indeed out of order, obstructing their means of existence. 10 days later, Chen Xun and the great black bull emerged from the dungeon, their spirits diminished. Life within those walls was unbearable. They gazed up at the sky, smiling. Freedom was a precious gift. However, the officials were reasonable, returning their pots and pans, yet insisting the small house be dismantled and forbidding such antics in the future. Chen Xun, overwhelmed with gratitude, wept bitterly, exclaiming to the heavens and vowing never to disturb others again, acknowledging their wrongdoing. Chapter 20. the Ascension Conference this year. The points of longevity were still bestowed upon the essence of all things, with a single drop of green liquid capable of accelerating 8 months of growth. Their current longevity points stood at Strength, 21, Speed, 21, Essence of all things, 8. Chen Xun's hair was somewhat disheveled, and his clothing was in a state of utter disarray. He had begun a life of wandering alongside Dehanyo, frequently engaging in playful antics with stray dogs by the roadside, their laughter resonating in the air. After 2 months, they gradually made their way to the southern city, where Chen Xun heard distressing news. Dr. Ning was nearing the end of his days. He personally delivered a century-old mountain ginseng to his mentor's wife before departing without a backward glance. A month later, Ning's spirit departed this world. Mourned by countless townsfolk whose eyes brimmed with tears, for the Pingtai Medical Hall had alleviated the suffering of innumerable people. The Ning family was large, filled with mourners draped in white cloths, and Chen Xun quietly stood at the periphery of the crowd, feeling as though his presence was inconsequential. The frosty wind howled, brushing against the edges of Chen Xun's memories, leaving behind only the fading, irreplaceable fragrance in the air. Throughout his life, 3 individuals had emerged as paramount to Chen Xun. The first was the elderly village chief, who, in their most desperate times, remembered them and offered them a meager meal. The second was Old Sun, who, upon their arrival in Pan Ning City, provided them with their first home when they were utterly alone. The third was Master Ning, who imparted wisdom and knowledge, teaching him countless lessons on navigating the world, as if the art of healing had become secondary. It seemed that they had all departed. Chen Xun felt he could no longer hold back, his lips trembling uncontrollably, and he dared not look upon Master Ning for a final time. Dehanyo gently nudged Chen Xun, who clutched the cow's head tightly with one hand. They followed the crowd persistently, as if each step taken more slowly by Ning Si would cause her to linger further. The setting sun bled crimson, casting its afterglow upon the southern city, while from beyond the mountains came the faint calls of what seemed to be returning wild geese, their silhouettes the only remnants against the vast sky. The Ning family bore the coffin further and further away, gradually vanishing through the city gates. Chen Xun stood for a long time, 2 lines of tears flowing slowly down his cheeks. Countless townsfolk rushed out, their figures brushing past, each pair of eyes reflecting sorrow. Chen Xun, leading the great black ox, approached them with heavy, measured steps, devoid of any joy or despair. They had departed, leaving Pan Ning City behind. Another year hurried by, and within Pan Ning City, countless wish lanterns soared into the night sky. The mountain breeze whispered as Chen Xun and the great black ox perched atop the peak, gazing into the distance, silently making their wishes. This year's longevity essence was still added to the vitality of all things, a matter of utmost importance to them. Old cow, let us go? Chen Xun smiled faintly, having matured significantly, his demeanor imbued with a certain sophistication. Fat brother is still waiting for us. Moo, responded the great black ox, reluctantly casting a glance at the distant wish lanterns, reminiscent of the times they had released them in the city each year. Even returning once at the year's end from Ningyun Mountain, 2 figures descended the mountain slowly, their eyes harboring an inscrutable meaning. At the foot of the mountain, a chubby boy, eyes gleaming with shrewdness, donned a splendid brocade robe, seemingly awaiting someone. Fat brother, a voice called from afar. It was Chen Xun, leading the great black ox, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Brother Sun, the chubby fellow clasped his hands and chuckled, displaying an air of worldly wisdom. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. One ought not to become overly attached to the mortal realm. This rotund man, at the 3rd level of chi refinement, was a well-known intermediary among cultivators in the Ningyun Mountain Range, expertly guiding scattered practitioners to the annual Ascension Conference, thereby amassing a considerable fortune and garnering immense goodwill. Brother Fat is indeed correct, Chen Xun replied with a grin, though inwardly he harbored some disdain. Not to be greedy, yet here you are, swayed by precious herbs. You certainly appear to be navigating the mortal world. Nevertheless, he understood that if the intermediary did not speak in such a manner, who would still wish to attend the Ascension Conference? Brother Sun, will you still be bringing a cow along? The chubby fellow's brow furrowed slightly. That comes at an additional cost. If you intend to enter a sect, it would be prudent to handle that black cow beforehand. Brother Fat, you jest. With my talents, how could I simply enter at will? I'm merely seeking to broaden my horizons. Your temperament is commendable. No wonder you have managed to cultivate to the 2nd level of chi refinement at such a young age. Do you not realize that I am a herbalist? Chen Xun declared nonchalantly, his demeanor that of an inexperienced youth. A few years prior, he had stumbled upon a miraculous herb and inadvertently consumed it. They were now adept at skillfully employing the essence of all things to conceal their inner magical power, rendering them undetectable to outsiders. This was indeed the surest method for securing one's livelihood and well-being. Ah, I see. The chubby fellow's eyes gleamed with understanding, alleviating some of his inner doubts. Brother Sun, do you know why the various sects host the Ascension Conference? The stout fellow, accompanied by Chen Xun and the imposing Black Bull, ventured deep into the mountains. Along the way, they chanced upon several wandering cultivators, startling Chen Xun momentarily. However, these individuals displayed an air of indifference, as if they were acquainted with the stout fellow, merely glancing at Chen Xun before continuing on their way. Chen Xun, in a humble manner, sought clarity from his companion, which the stout fellow greatly appreciated. Aside from the disciples dispatched by various sects to recruit talent, numerous wandering cultivators also roamed the land. The stout fellow spoke eloquently, explaining that many of these individuals had embarked on the path of immortality due to unforeseen circumstances, and among them were not a few endowed with exceptional talents. He articulated a valid point. Should such talents remain overlooked, it would indeed be a loss for the esteemed sections. Sighing, he remarked on the ever-growing number of wandering cultivators, likening their influx to a surging tide. This, he noted, presented a splendid opportunity for the major sects to bolster their strength. Who wouldn't desire advancement? Ultimately, it is individuals like the stout fellow who create opportunities for wandering cultivators. Chen Xun's words were heartfelt, resonating deeply with him. Suddenly, the stout fellow patted Chen Xun on the shoulder, his gaze filled with commendation, momentarily contemplating offering him more support. But reconsidering, having witnessed too many wandering cultivators meet a tragic end, he possessed a broader perspective. With little hope for foundational cultivation, it was perhaps wiser to relish the joys of the mortal realm. Brother Sun, allow me to impart a final thought, the stout fellow said. These major sects hold exceedingly high expectations regarding cultivation aptitude. If opportunities are scarce, one must learn to let go and not allow inner demons to disturb one's peace. The chubby fellow sincerely remarked that it was indeed his first encounter with such an astute loose cultivator. Previously, those wandering cultivators were all incredibly boastful, priding themselves as immortals. However, upon entering the Ascension Conference, they often faced the harsh realities, sometimes succumbing to madness and committing unpredictable acts. The chubby man's words were to be heeded. Chen Xun came to a halt and solemnly clasped his hands in greeting. Very well, let us proceed. The chubby fellow smiled and continued to lead the way. Gradually, they approached a valley enveloped in dense fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Brother Sin, we have arrived at the 9-Star Valley, the chubby man declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the mist. This is a formation established through the collective efforts of various sections. If an ordinary person were to wander in, they would become lost and subsequently expelled. Must we enter directly? Chen Xun instinctively inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment at the realization that this fog was indeed a formation capable of altering the very heavens. Naturally, the formation can discern the magical energy within a cultivator. The chubby man chuckled. Well then, Brother Sun, I bid you farewell, as I must attend to other loose cultivators. Thank you, chubby brother, Chen Xun replied, bowing with a hint of joy in his eyes. The chubby man nodded and departed with an air of nonchalance. Old bull, we have arrived, in the world of cultivators. Moo. Chen Xun and the great black bull stood outside, reminiscent of their first day in Pan Ning City. Trembling with excitement, their hearts racing even more fervently than before. Chapter 21. By heaven, even bandits cultivate. However, Chen Xun did not enter. Instead, he led the great black bull to the side. The Ascension Conference would not officially commence for several days, and it was currently the time for loose cultivators to enter. He silently observed the group of wandering cultivators, each adorned in diverse attire. Some donned conical hats, while others wore masks, exuding an air of mystery. They stepped into the mist, only to vanish from sight, and suddenly, Chen Xun understood. Moo. The large black bull seemed to grow impatient, eager to proceed. Let us go, Chen Xun commanded, pulling a bandit-esque scarf from his pocket and donning it upon his head, leading the bull into the thick fog. A low hum resonated, and gradually, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a brand new world before their eyes. The 9-Star Valley was far more expansive than he had envisioned, stretching endlessly, with countless wandering cultivators traversing its depths, their whispers echoing all around. Surrounding them were makeshift stalls, yet the absence of hawkers filled the air with an eerie silence. The items displayed were entirely foreign to Chen Xun, so much so that he couldn't even name them. In the distance, several pavilions stood, serving as the residences of those small sects that arrived annually to procure the wares of wandering cultivators. Remarkable. Moo. Chen Xun strolled leisurely within the valley, maintaining a distance from the vendors, standing still to observe. The transactions occurring were not of gold or silver, but rather for hexagonal crystals known as spirit stones. Numerous cultivators exchanged elixirs as barter, leaving Chen Xun's throat parched and his eyes wide with astonishment. The large black bull appeared bewildered, pondering the origins of these items, reflecting on how they had lived for so long without ever encountering such wonders. Old bull, we become quite the bumpkins, haven't we? Chen Xun swallowed hard, his heart racing, feeling as if he were Lu Lao stepping into the Grand View Garden. An amusing spectacle indeed. The black bull nodded repeatedly, its copper bell-like eyes widening further as it nudged Chen Xun, directing its gaze toward a particular spot. Ah, could that be the elixir? Chen Xun turned his gaze towards that direction, his steps involuntarily leading him to the stall of a young maiden. Before him stood 3 vibrant herbs, lush and glistening, exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. They were utterly distinct from ordinary medicinal materials, both in their intricate patterns and the fragrant essence they emanated, representing an entirely different species. The maiden, engrossed in her task of organizing, suddenly lifted her head to behold 2 legs and 4 hoofs. Are you travelers? She inquired, her voice gradually lifting, only to be met with a sudden change in her expression. What is that, guys? What do you intend to do? Do not misunderstand. Dear lady, we mean no harm, Chen Xun replied, offering a warm smile. We merely wish to observe. The maiden, drenched in cold sweat, felt an unsettling terror emanating from that smile concealed beneath the veil. This individual was no ordinary person. He might once have been a bandit. Very well. Please, take a look, she replied, retreating a step, her countenance betraying her unease, the pressure from the veil overwhelming. How does one discern the age of these herbs, my lady? Do you wish to purchase? Not at present. I lack spirit stones. Do you possess any elixirs for enhancing cultivation? I could offer a trade. None at the moment. Then why inquire? The maiden retorted, her patience wearing thin, already shaken by fear and now subjected to further jest. My apologies, Chen Xun said, feeling somewhat sheepish as he guided the large black ox away. The business practices of cultivators were utterly distinct from those of mortals. He recognized the need to adapt his mindset. They merely required to observe those gathered at the stall, standing at a distance to listen as the vendors elucidated the names and properties of their wares. Through this series of events, I have indeed garnered a significant amount of knowledge regarding talismans, seal scripts, cinnabar, and elixirs, albeit only scratching the surface. I have taken note of all this, old bull. Henceforth, I shall possess a few anecdotes to boast about. Chen Xun's spirits were high, having learned a wealth of new information. Let us go and take a look at that, he exclaimed. The great black cow moved joyfully, having also retained the information. Beside a stall, a spirited elder with a white beard was surrounded by several wandering cultivators as he proclaimed, "This is the chi-enhancing pill. With prolonged consumption, 1 bottle can elevate your cultivation by a level. It took me a painstaking 49 days to refine this concoction, and even those at the 5th level of chi refinement will find it effective. Just 3 low-grade spirit stones, and I assure you, there is no deception here." Upon finishing his words, he opened a bottle, and a wave of spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, stirring the interest of many wandering cultivators who were reaching for their spirit stones. That old charlatan is at it again, conning people at the Immortal Ascension Conference. Suddenly, several commanding shouts echoed from a distance, filled with authority. Everyone, I have just experienced a sudden insight. My cultivation may have advanced. I shall return tomorrow. The elder's expression changed, and in a swift motion, he rolled away, vanishing into the crowd with remarkable agility, indicating he had engaged in such unscrupulous dealings before. Fellow cultivators, do not believe this man. All those pills are fraudulent. Consuming them will yield no effect whatsoever. The newcomers hastily clasped their hands in gratitude towards those around them, their eyes filled with resentment, clearly having been deceived numerous times. The surrounding wandering cultivators also expressed their thanks, a wave of apprehension washing over them as they realized how close they had come to being swindled, completely oblivious to the dubious nature of the elixirs. As the crowd dispersed, Chen Xun sighed, "Old ox, behold, even in the realm of immortality, there are charlatans, much like our mortal world." Moo. The great black ox nodded solemnly, its pupils quivering, for it too had momentarily believed the old man's tall tales. Chen Xun continued to lead the great black ox, eavesdropping on conversations and gathering intelligence, his demeanor decidedly furtive, though he remained oblivious to this fact. In just 3 days, the Ascension Conference would commence, gathering the 10 foremost sects of the Qian Kingdom. To gain entry would be akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Yet, we ought not to harbor such lofty aspirations. Merely entering a common sect would be a remarkable feat for someone of our mediocre talents. Indeed, however, the thought of not taking a chance gnaws at the heart. Each of the 10 grand sects boasts 5 formidable trials at the Valley Center, without exceptional wisdom and fortitude, one might as well abandon hope. It is said that numerous lives are lost each year, and those below the 7th level of qi refining ought to think twice before venturing forth. Alas, several wandering cultivators shook their heads and sighed as they passed by Chen Xun. For the path to immortality is akin to traversing a perilous single-log bridge amidst a sea of adversaries, fraught with challenges, unlike those prodigies who are whisked away at birth. In the valley's heart, the 10 grand sects and their 5 trials loom large. Chen Xun and the great black ox noted these crucial points, exchanging a knowing smile, feeling as though they had gained something valuable. "Old ox, let us head over there. It appears they are selling weapons," Chen Xun exclaimed with excitement. For he was quite adept at forging. Leading the great black ox, he made his way toward a throng gathered around that stall. They stood on the periphery, yet reality left Chen Xun disheartened. What lay before him was not a weapon, but rather a magical artifact, not forged by mere metallurgy. Arrayed upon the table were numerous flying swords and an assortment of peculiar objects, all of which could only be wielded through the exertion of magical prowess. How impressive! Chen Xun felt tears of envy welling at the corners of his mouth. If only the mountain-opening axe could be transformed into a magical instrument. It might indeed cleave through mountains in the future. Moo! A stream of saliva trickled from the mouth of the great black bull. If its horns could be honed into a magical artifact, who could withstand a charge from such a creature? The man and the bull seemed to share an unspoken understanding, each lost in their own reverie, saliva continuously flowing, drawing frowns from the surrounding cultivators who wondered where such bumpkins had emerged from, even the bull sharing their demeanor. They paid no heed to the gazes of others and instead spotted another stall. "Old bull, it's all skills. No spells," Chen Xun stammered, leading the great black bull closer once more, causing the sturdy cultivator to blink in astonishment. What the hell? Even bandits practice cultivation. Spells such as object manipulation, fireball, concealment technique, and binding technique were arrayed before them in splendid variety upon the makeshift stall. Chen Xun and the great black bull could not help but swallow in anticipation. They desired them all, yet lacked spirit stones, feeling a profound sense of financial inadequacy for the first time. "Dear friend, do you have anything of interest? Brother, where did you acquire all these spells?" "So many." The burly man furrowed his brow, suspecting the stranger might be attempting to resume his former trade. He discreetly produced a talisman, preparing to summon assistance. "Brother, please don't misunderstand. Next time, when I have spirit stones, I shall return to purchase." Chen Xun hastily waved his hands, his composure faltering as he tugged at the great black bull and fled, his heart racing with exhilaration. "What is this?" The burly man returned the talisman to its place and glared fiercely in the direction Chen Xun had departed. Chapter 22. The Kingdom of Qian and the 10 Great Immortal Sects. The great black ox nuzzled Chen Xun, its eyes brimming with excitement. "Is this the world of cultivators? How splendid! Old cow, oh old cow!" Chen Xun cradled the ox's head with one hand, his lips quivering. "We have lived for so long, only to realize how much we have wasted." "Moo!" The black ox nudged Chen Xun, affirming his sentiment. Chen Xun kept murmuring incredible, as if entranced. Just one stall could keep them captivated for an entire day, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg in the realm of cultivation. As night fell, they found a secluded spot, using the heavens as their blanket and the earth as their bed, gradually drifting into sleep, yet wary of falling into a deep slumber. Within the valley, disciples from various sects maintained order, ensuring that chaos did not ensue. Those with grievances resolved them outside the valley. 3 days later, countless wandering cultivators gathered within the valley, jostling for space, their eyes ablaze with ambition, their hands wielding magical artifacts that shimmered brilliantly, all determined to ascend to immortality in one bold stroke. What a lively scene! Chen Xun led the great black ox to the edge of the crowd, gazing toward the center of the valley where 10 towering platforms stood, intricately adorned with exquisite patterns, constructed from materials far beyond mere ordinary iron. "Moo!" The great black ox raised its head, surveying these structures, feeling an overwhelming aura that they had never encountered in the mortal realm. A resonant sound echoed through the skies. Thrum. As a massive vessel approached slowly, figures standing upon it, ethereal and indistinct, a banner fluttering valiantly in the fierce wind. The Qingyang sect has arrived, one of the 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom. The void-breaking vessel, heavens. The valley resonated with countless voices of astonishment and admiration. The scattered cultivators, well-versed in the ways of the world, immediately recognized the name, while Chen Xun and the great black bull could only mutter in disbelief. Chirp, 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 chirp. 4 enormous crimson spirit beasts soared across the sky, emitting their resounding calls. Upon their backs stood figures, gazing down upon the 9-star valley. one of the 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom, the Ziyun sect. It is said that within this sect reside countless ethereal maidens of exquisite beauty. How one would yearn to bask in their grace. The Honglin Yuan can only be nurtured by such esteemed sections. Once again, the air was filled with waves of exclamations. Even the spirit beasts had been summoned, a true testament to their immense wealth. The scattered cultivators' admiration intensified. The smaller sects within the valley felt a pang of bitterness, pondering when they might also shine as brightly as the 10 great sects. Relegated to picking up their scraps each year, caught in a vicious cycle. One after another, the 10 great sects presented themselves. The skies above the valley echoing with thunderous roars, each display more extravagant than the last. It was as if they were competing against one another, revealing their respective strengths to the scattered cultivators. The onlookers were left breathless, their faces flushed with excitement, their hearts racing as if they might burst at any moment. Ascending to greatness seemed within reach. At that moment, Chen Xun and the great black bull had already knelt, their bodies drenched in sweat. Their reactions even more exaggerated than those of the scattered cultivators. Their murmurs of disbelief never ceased. This was far more astonishing than that initial encounter with the immortal practitioners recruiting disciples in the mountain village. This was the true essence of cultivation. If only I were granted another opportunity to be invited by a cultivator of the 10 great sects to serve as an aide. With hopeful eyes, Chen Xun gazed at the high platform and murmured, "I would say I am willing, if only there were a time frame. I would wish for it to be 10,000 years, Mu." The great black bull nodded incessantly, eager to assist, whether in menial tasks or tilling the fields. Before the 10 great platforms stood various sect practitioners, both male and female, poised with arms behind their backs, their gazes piercing, exuding a formidable aura of foundation-building cultivation that pressed down upon the scattered cultivators. The expressions of all shifted, their hearts growing calmer as they turned their attention to the high platform. The rules remained unchanged. Those under the age of 40 were granted the opportunity to pass 5 trials and enter the immortal gates. An elder stood at the forefront, channeling his magical energy as he bellowed, "Those with intentions, step forward. The valley shall close in 7 days." Roars echoed through the air, and the eyes of the scattered cultivators glowed with fervor as they set their sights on the respective immortal gates that beckoned them, stepping forth. Some gates featured arenas, while others required tests of spiritual roots. Each was distinct, all aiming to select the rarest disciples among the scattered cultivators. Every year, countless scattered cultivators perished, yet none chose to abandon hope. In the kingdom of Qian, foundation-building pills were scarce, available only within the grand immortal sections. Elders from various sects roamed about, discreetly observing the unsuccessful cultivators, ready to personally extend invitations to those who piqued their interest. This was an unspoken agreement among the 10 great immortal sects, to leave some glimmer of hope for others. "Old bull, let us not venture forth," Chen Xun remarked. "Mu, there is little chance. We would undoubtedly fail the spiritual root test, and our strength is even more lacking." Chen Xun cast a sidelong glance at the great black bull. "We're not going to court death. I've suddenly stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity." Mu. The mighty black bull was invigorated. They were desperately in need of spirit stones. Chen Xun stealthily produced a small booklet, glanced around, and remarked, "Let us memorize the checkpoints of the various sects, and then analyze their pros and cons." Mu. Did he not claim that the rules were immutable? Once we grasp the overall strength of these checkpoints, we can compile this information into a booklet and sell it to the newly arrived loose cultivators. Chen Xun patted the black bull, contemplating the time and casualties they could save. "Do you understand?" "Mu." The black bull nudged Chen Xun, its eyes gleaming with excitement. "You truly are a genius. Let us proceed." A sly smile crept across Chen Xun's lips as they made their way to the arena, diligently recording the strengths of each loose cultivator, discerning which strengths were more likely to secure victory. He systematically categorized and analyzed the checkpoints of each major sect, determining who would be best suited to face them. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving Chen Xun and the black bull bewildered. How could time have flown so swiftly when they had yet to complete their analysis? The 10 great sects, each accompanied by a dozen loose cultivators, floated away with satisfaction. While the elders of the smaller sects returned pleased, countless loose cultivators left in despair. Those who had perished at the checkpoints were attended to by the members of these smaller sects, who took responsibility for maintaining the valley. Alas, I should not have ventured to the checkpoint of the Ziyun sect. It squandered a considerable amount of time and magical energy, utterly unsuitable for me, lamented a loose cultivator, pounding his chest in frustration. Another year wasted. How many years does one truly have? Once past 40, opportunities dwindle. At least the trials of the Ziyun sect were the safest. Were they not? One must try to be optimistic. After all, Taoist Zhou has lost his very life. Sigh. If next year proves fruitless, I shall indulge in the splendor of the mundane world. It is the only course left. As wandering cultivators passed by Chen Xun, their gazes were heavy with despondency and self-doubt. Some had even succumbed to madness, slain by disciples of the sect within the valley. Others, having come to terms with their limitations, chose to abandon the path of cultivation and return to the mundane world, never to return again. Yet, the strife seemed to have only just begun, as seasoned cultivators in their 40s arrived at the Ascension Conference with the intent of seeking prey. Outside the valley, numerous brutal battles unfolded, prompting Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull to flee in haste, relieved that their impoverished status rendered them unworthy of pursuit. Old Bull, head for the outskirts of the mountains. Moo. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull fled frantically. Nothing else mattered but escape. As the dark underbelly of the cultivation world began to unfold. Chapter 23. The first fortune of the cultivation realm. Another year swiftly passed, and they lived a life of hardship on the periphery of the Ningyun Mountains, no longer daring to scavenge for human bones. Their cultivation had progressed only marginally, still stagnated at the third layer of qi refinement, with their longevity points invested in the essence of all things, alongside nurturing a century-old medicinal herb. Each day, they scoured the mountain's outskirts in search of spiritual herbs, yet not a shadow was to be seen, for they dared not venture deeper into the mountains. There, not only were there demonic beasts, but also small celestial sects, presenting immense dangers. Once more, the Ascension Conference arrived, and Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull attended as promised, their demeanor reflecting a newfound confidence, capable of commenting on the wares at the stalls. They attempted to sell their century-old medicinal herb, but were met with scorn, insulted for their perceived lack of intelligence in pursuing cultivation. How dare they look down upon us? Do you think your family is devoid of mortals? Did they all perish? Moo. The Great Black Bull spat in disdain. Chen Xun and Dehanyo strolled through the valley, engaged in their familiar banter, the same old demeanor and essence intact. 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and the time for the 10 great sects' ostentatious displays had arrived once more. Chen Xun and Dehanyo stood in the valley, filled with anticipation, as others expertly flaunted their bravado. An array of gasps and exclamations filled the air, and today, Chen Xun joined in, managing to call out the names of various sections. Throughout the week, Chen Xun and Dehanyo diligently scribbled and sketched in their little book, with Dehanyo providing additional insights. As the closure of the valley approached, they were the first to dash outside, quicker than the members of the 10 great sects. So swift that no one even noticed their departure. In the face of such overwhelming speed, it seemed that schemes and plots faltered momentarily. Time in the mountains flowed unceasingly, and 5 years passed. The beasts of the Ningyun mountain range faced a catastrophe, with Chen Xun and Dehanyo referring to them endearingly as little friends. Lamenting their plight daily, they had finally cultivated their qi to the 4th level, investing all their longevity points into the essence of all things, hoping that one day, when the time was ripe, they might stumble upon a miraculous herb. Their current longevity points stood at strength 21, speed 21, essence of all things 15. This year, they arrived at the Ascension Conference as promised, yet again, revitalized as if returning to a cherished home. Aside from the pots and pans hanging at Dehanyo's sides, they had printed numerous pamphlets for their visit to the city. Chen Xun's reputation soared at the Ascension Conference, earning him the moniker the Stubborn Ascendant. Known for being perpetually impoverished, with nothing but Dehanyo by his side, no one knew his visage or name, rendering him an enigma. However, this individual lacks intelligence and has been wearing a black headscarf for years, harboring delusions of becoming a bandit in the realm of cultivation. It is rumored that vendors should be cautious of him, as he often lingers around their stalls without producing a single spirit stone, presumably scouting for something. Yet, these are merely trivial tales exchanged among wandering cultivators during their leisure time. No one pays attention to Chen Xun, viewing him merely as a fool. Each year, newcomers arrive while the old ones depart, all fervently seeking the path to immortality. In the 9-Star Valley, brother, this is the culmination of my years of effort. A comprehensive guide detailing the challenges and precautions of various sections. Chen Xun bent forward, cheerfully promoting his work, assuring potential buyers that it would significantly enhance their chances of entering the immortal gates. Oh, the wandering cultivators halted, their interest piqued, inquiring if they might take a look. However, upon catching sight of Chen Xun's fierce demeanor, they were momentarily startled, realizing he was not to be underestimated. Of course, if you find it satisfactory, then payment is expected. With a smile, Chen Xun noted that these individuals appeared unfamiliar, likely newcomers to the Ascension Conference, thereby increasing his chances of making a sale. Brother Zhang, this does seem quite promising, one of the cultivators exclaimed, showing it to his companions, who were intrigued by the insights regarding the types of disciples sought by the top 10 sections. Indeed, though we cannot ascertain its authenticity, the two nodded in agreement. If it were true, it would be remarkable. Rest assured, I am here every year. Should you encounter any issues, simply seek me out. Chen Xun patted his chest solemnly, stating, a mere low-grade spirit stone will suffice. You cannot suffer a loss or be deceived, even if it merely increases your odds by 10%. Is that not a gain? Excellent. The man bellowed with vigor, his gaze never straying from the tome. This companion appeared to be a person of forthright disposition. I shall purchase it. My dear fellow, your insight is commendable. This year shall surely herald my passage into the celestial gates. Chen Xun flattered, his heart brimming with delight as he accepted the modest spirit stone, his joy overwhelming. Very well, I shall take your auspicious words to heart. The man chuckled. Truly a master of words. The expenditure on this spirit stone feels entirely justified. Safe travels, my esteemed brothers. Moo. Chen Xun and the great black bull called out behind them, their faces radiant with elation, having finally secured their first fortune. Old bull, let us depart. Moo moo. Chen Xun, filled with ambition, reveled in the purity of their earnings, free from thievery or deceit. The great black bull, on the verge of tears, nuzzled against Chen Xun. They had truly accomplished their goal, though no one knew the toil they had endured. This elder brother exuded an extraordinary aura, evidently gifted, if he were not mistaken. He had come to partake in the recruitment of disciples for the 10 great sects. What brings you here, fellow? A young man halted in his steps. Astonishment reflected in his expression. Was his excellence already so apparent? How vexing, to be seen through so easily. Chen Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing him. Yet, dear brother, it seems you lack something essential, a matter of great significance. The young man assessed Chen Xun in turn, despite his headscarf. The keen intelligence in his eyes betrayed him profoundly. Coupled with the great black bull tethered behind him, adorned with cooking utensils, he emanated an air of sagacity. This individual was indeed remarkable. Pray, speak plainly, fellow. The young man was exceedingly polite. Chen Xun retrieved 3 booklets from behind him, opened one with a single hand, and solemnly proclaimed, to attain immortality, you must first peruse this volume. Ah! The young man gasped in astonishment, hastily accepting the booklet. Could it possibly be the legendary? All the trials of the 10 great sects are contained within this tome. It merely depends on whether my elder brother recognizes its worth. Chen Xun said, his tone enigmatic. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his discerning gaze had sharpened over the years, effortlessly distinguishing who possessed spirit stones and who did not. The young man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that the contents of this booklet were invaluable, far surpassing mere hearsay. My friend, this must cost a considerable amount of spirit stones, correct? 1 low-grade spirit stone will suffice. No, that is far too little. The young man abruptly shook his head, prompting a change in Chen Xun's expression. He had misjudged the situation. I believe it is worth at least 2. He asserted earnestly, producing spirit stones from his storage pouch. My brother, there is no need. This is the standard price. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, disliking the notion of haggling. Just 1, 2, 1. Are you refusing to grant me face? Suddenly, the young man's demeanor shifted, his expression becoming fierce, as if he had transformed into a different person. Chen Xun was taken aback and quickly altered his response. Very well, 2 it is. My elder brother is indeed no ordinary person. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately softened, a smile gracing his lips. You 2 are certainly no ordinary individual. I find this booklet quite appealing, and I shall take it. Safe travels, my brother, Chen Xun called out, still startled. In that fleeting moment, the magnitude of the young man's internal mana had been several times greater than his own. Moreover, he possessed the fabled storage bag, suggesting a significant background. Such individuals are best kept at a distance. The large black cow nudged Chen Xun, questioning his sudden stillness. It's nothing, old cow, continue selling the manuals. Moo. Both man and beast bent repeatedly, smiling and promoting their pamphlets. Some dismissed them as counterfeit, scoffing before departing. Yet Chen Xun remained unfazed. Such reactions were entirely commonplace. Nevertheless, their day's yield was remarkably gratifying, having sold 50 copies, thus acquiring 51 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 24. The essence of all things, a 100-year-old spirit herb once a month. However, he had heard of mid-grade spirit stones, with a widely accepted exchange rate of 1 to 100. Yet, in practice, one could effortlessly obtain 120 low-grade spirit stones in exchange for a single mid-grade stone, secluded in an unoccupied corner. He and the large black cow scanned their surroundings, Chen Xun's hand gripping tightly around his mountain-splitting axe. Old cow, we are about to strike it rich, he whispered joyfully. The large black cow responded with a low moo, its head resting in Chen Xun's embrace, eyes gleaming with delight. The primary function of low-grade spirit stones is to facilitate cultivation, as their pure spiritual energy vastly surpasses the ambient spiritual essence. While they must continuously refine the impurities within the spiritual energy during their training, this approach is typically reserved for the affluent in the realm of immortals. Ordinary cultivators can only utilize them for trade, as the efficacy of medicinal pills is superior, albeit accompanied by the risk of medicinal resistance. For one to consume pills to the point of developing resistance is a privilege of the extraordinarily wealthy, far beyond the considerations of regular cultivators. The following day, they resumed their efforts in selling the manuals, ultimately accumulating 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xun trembled with excitement, while the large black cow mooed incessantly, circling around him in joyous celebration. "Old bull, we must proceed with discretion," Chen Xun whispered, feeling as though others might covet their spirit stones. "Moo, moo," the great black bull bellowed, understanding the gravity of the situation. On the third day, they refrained from selling pamphlets and instead roamed the various stalls. Suddenly, Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with recognition as he spotted a familiar face from the past. "My lady, is that you?" The girl, unchanged in her youthful beauty, stood before a stall adorned with several spirit herbs and vials of elixirs. She was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the familiar legs and the four sturdy hooves of the black bull, a thought crossed her mind. Why was this bandit once again leading a bull? "Ah, it is you," she managed a strained smile, the image of him deeply etched in her memory, making it difficult to forget. "We have come to purchase items. We possess spirit stones." "Very well. Would you like to buy?" The girl's eyes brightened, invigorated at the prospect. As long as they were not there to mock her. "Could you please introduce me to these 3 spirit herbs?" Chen Xun crouched down, offering an awkward smile. But his medical training allowed him to discern some details. In the girl's astonished gaze, he retrieved several spirit stones from his trousers to demonstrate his sincerity. "Good." The girl hesitated, her eyes drifting downwards, pointing to a particular herb. "This is water cloud grass, aged 20 years. It is an ingredient for the gathering chi pill. This is frost maple grass, but it is only 10 years old. It serves as a component for the heavy feather pill. And this is divine meeting grass, aged 30 years, also used in the heavy feather pill." The girl introduced each herb in turn, and though their ages were not particularly high, it was commendable that a loose cultivator could harvest such a bounty of spirit herbs. If the years were to increase slightly, many demonic beasts and spirit creatures would surely come to contend. "My dear, I shall acquire all the spirit stones." Chen Xun licked his lips, his gaze fixated intently on the spiritual herbs, which appeared to have an exceptionally discernible vintage, aligning perfectly with his expectations. 20. The young girl declared after a moment of contemplation. "What?" Chen Xun exclaimed, rising in astonishment, his piercing voice causing the girl to frown. She replied in a soft yet firm tone, "Then how much will you offer?" 8 pieces, he retorted. "What?" It was now the girl's turn to rise in disbelief. "Is there such a way to haggle? Why don't you just steal it?" Chen Xun's expression turned troubled. He reached into his trousers with some difficulty and pulled out a few spirit stones, saying, "How about 10 spirit stones? That is all I possess." The girl's chest rose and fell slightly as she scrutinized Chen Xun's demeanor, yet discerned nothing. Her features, nose, eyes, and mouth, exposed and vulnerable. "Very well, it's a deal." She nodded earnestly. "But you must also provide me with 3 more boxes. I have nothing to store them in." Chen Xun gazed longingly at the medicine boxes behind her, marveling at her professionalism in selling spiritual herbs. The girl widened her eyes, realizing he truly had the demeanor of a bandit, plundering at every opportunity. Nevertheless, she complied and ultimately gifted Chen Xun a sweet smile. "Old cow, one must know when to conserve and when to spend, do you understand?" "Moo." The great black bull nudged Chen Xun discontentedly, having spent so long in the mortal realm. They had already grasped this principle. "Brother, how much for this fireball technique?" Chen Xun approached a stall selling spells, his expression as calm as a still pond. A middle-aged man glanced at him, his pupils widening slightly. "For low-grade spirit stones." Chen Xun's face revealed a hint of difficulty. His eyes filled with uncertainty as the large black ox tugged at him, urging him to move. "Wait a moment, fellow Taoist," said the middle-aged man, casting a glance at both Chen Xun and the ox, genuinely curious. "Do you truly wish for this?" There was indeed a flicker of sincerity. Chen Xun nodded slightly. "Take 2 spirit stones." "Brother, how forthright," Chen Xun praised as he retrieved 2 spirit stones from his trousers and, with a wave of his hand, departed swiftly. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and produced a copy of Fireball Technique from beneath his stall, a commonplace spell he could reproduce endlessly. Chen Xun and the Black Ox procured one spell from each stall, ensuring not to overspend. They acquired spells such as object manipulation, basic alchemy, comprehensive herbal compendium, and spirit clarity, and extravagantly purchased a bag of herbal seeds, swiftly depleting 100 spirit stones. As they traversed the valley, their hearts raced with exhilaration, acutely aware of their newfound wealth and the multitude of rogue cultivators eager to rob them. Old Ox, Chen Xun called. Moo. The pair exchanged a profound glance, their pace quickening as they dashed out of the valley, vanishing from sight. This time, before the 10 great sects made their appearance, they had already fled. On the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, they occupied a wild beast's den, sealing the entrance with a massive stone that no ordinary person could budge. The stone was entwined with dense vines, cleverly camouflaging the cave's existence. Suddenly, a spark ignited, illuminating the entire cavern. Chen Xun's face flushed red as the Black Ox frolicked joyfully, dashing about. Old Ox, conceal our wealth and maintain composure. Chen Xun chuckled softly, his voice trembling. At this rate, when will you ever be able to match me? The great black cow nuzzled against Chen Xun, exuding sheer joy. Moo. Our essence of all things totals 15 points, which sums up to 30. In just one day, we can accelerate the growth of precious herbs by over 2 years. Chen Xun grew increasingly animated, his words spilling forth. Old cow, do you know arithmetic? How many years is 1 month? Moo moo. The black cow responded with a couple of calls, scratching on the ground with a stone as it began to calculate. 75 years. Chen Xun exclaimed in excitement. Gazing at the black cow, 1 month for a century-old herb, my heavens. Moo, moo moo. The black cow suddenly jolted, dropping the stone as they recalled the information they had gathered. A century-old herb could cost roughly 100 to 200 low-grade spirit stones. They also possessed spirit herb seeds, which could be sold and bought back, creating an infinite cycle. In this realm of cultivation, who could rival their wealth of spirit stones? Don't get ahead of yourself. We lack the strength to ensure a bulk sale. Chen Xun observed the black cow's expression and discerned its thoughts. A change of tactics will keep us under the radar, and besides, we still need to refine our own elixirs. Moo moo. The black cow nodded continuously, its eyes wide with astonishment, nearly floating away in disbelief. First, let us nurture the 3 herbs in the medicine box to a century's maturity. We can cultivate the spirit herb seeds one by one. Chen Xun spoke calmly. The distinct fragrance of century-old spirit grass planted outside will surely attract numerous demon beasts and spirit creatures. The medicinal container not only preserves the efficacy of the medicine, but also conceals its fragrance. Chen Xun thought to himself that he would need to procure more in the future. Chapter 25. Wealth, Companions, Laws, and Land. The ancients do not deceive me. Moo. The great black bull replied solemnly. Old bull, time to work. Chen Xun chuckled. We still need to cultivate our spells. Moo. The great black bull's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It had long awaited the fireball technique, which those circus performers could all master. They began daily cultivation of spiritual herbs, practicing spells and refining their chi. Whenever hunger or thirst struck, they ventured into the mountains to hunt, living a life of unparalleled contentment. Months later, the atmosphere in the cave grew tense, with the winds howling ominously. Shimin Hanyo, I never imagined that in such a short time, you have reached the 4th level of chi refinement. It seems today. You cannot be spared. Chen Xun's expression turned stern as he continuously gestured with his fingers, his internal powers surging. Behold my manipulation technique. Moo. The great black bull, alert, suddenly sensed a stone moving stealthily from behind, attempting to launch a surprise attack. Moo moo moo. It stood on its hind legs, eyes wide open, as its hooves, infused with magical energy, struck forth, sending a small fireball hurtling towards the stone. Sizzle. Sizzle. The entire cave filled with a wave of intense heat as the small stone was reduced to ashes. The great black bull grinned, just like that. My strength is unmatched. Moo. The great black bull let out a startled cry, while Chen Xun erupted in laughter, lifting the great black bull high above his head. A move that never failed. After some playful antics, Chen Xun and the great black bull settled on the ground, their spirits soaring, now endowed with the power of spells. However, the great black bull astonished Chen Xun. Over the past few years, they had learned about the Ascension Conference, and it was known that spirit beasts were fundamentally different from humans. Generally speaking, spirit beasts could not cultivate human techniques or spells, yet the great black bull transcended this limitation entirely. It could be said that it had surpassed the essence of a spirit beast. Regardless of what kind of beast the great black bull truly was, it would forever be considered family by Chen Xun. With a warm smile, he gently patted the mooing great black bull. Once again, the Ascension Conference had arrived, and Chen Xun led the great black bull forward. their solitary journey imbued with an infinite tranquility. Many wandering cultivators glanced at them, shaking their heads in silent disapproval. They regarded Chen Xun as one of the most unfortunate individuals in the realm of cultivation, lacking talent and unable to find solace, destined to fade away in this desolate wilderness. Yet, there was no mockery in their expressions. Such a person was deserving of respect, embodying the stark reality faced by many, a poignant testament to despair. Some seasoned veterans narrowed their eyes slightly. They felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison to him. If he were absent, they would indeed feel a void within themselves. Chen Xun had never been a target for their predatory pursuits. He was far too impoverished, and his aspiration for immortality was remarkably pure, almost resembling that of a fool. Within a certain sect's pavilion in the valley, Chen Xun's expression shifted from tranquility to desperation as he cried out, "Senior, could you possibly add a little more? After living half a lifetime, I have only found this single herb." The elder furrowed his brow, contemplating the century-old divine herb in front of him. His heart filled with indecision. "Senior, look at the quality of this century-old spirit herb. It retains all its medicinal properties, having just been discovered." Tears of joy welled up in Chen Xun's eyes as he expressed his determination. "Add a little more, and he will be yours. Then add 10 more. The efficacy of the medicine is indeed remarkable." With that, Chen Xun's expression immediately turned solemn, resolute not to concede an inch. The elder, observing the sudden change in Chen Xun's demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort, as if he were witnessing a performance. "Senior, I wish to purchase a few more medicine boxes. My old ox is quite fond of them." Chen Xun grinned, having secured 120 spirit stones. If he were to acquire more, he would gladly present them to you. "Hiki, 5 for a low-grade spirit stone. Go fetch them yourself," the elder replied, shaking his head with a smile. Casting a glance at the large black ox outside the loft. Such rare spiritual herbs do not come by so easily. To the elder's astonishment, Chen Xun boldly purchased 30 at once, stowing them away in the pockets at either side of the black ox, where they vanished from sight. "Truly a lad who has never seen the world," the elder murmured, even reclaiming the medicine box containing the spiritual herb in his hand. In the depths of the Ningyun mountain range, the crane spirit trees abound. This medicine box is crafted from the crane spirit tree. It hardly requires any effort. Yet years later, upon learning of this, Chen Xun would lament and pound his chest, feeling as though ants were crawling all over him. Brandishing an axe whenever he saw a crane spirit tree, they soon arrived at the entrance of an alchemy pavilion, where the elixirs sold were far more expensive than those offered by wandering cultivators, yet their quality was assured. "Esteemed friend, do you find anything to your liking?" A disciple of the sect approached to welcome Chen Xun, as the interior dazzled with an array of items: alchemical furnaces, spiritual herbs, elixirs, and every aspect of alchemical arts was abundantly present. He had encountered numerous eccentric individuals among the wandering cultivators. Thus, the man adorned with a black veil stirred no emotions within him. "How much for this alchemical furnace?" Chen Xun coughed subtly, feigning a knowledgeable demeanor. "This is a low-grade yellow-tier alchemical furnace, priced at merely 20 low-grade spirit stones," the sect disciple cheerfully explained, gesturing towards a small furnace. "This larger one is also." "I shall take this one." Chen Xun's heart quaked at the exorbitant price, prompting him to inquire, "Esteemed friend, I noticed that those wandering cultivators are selling their furnaces for merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. Most of them are unrefined alchemical furnaces or have sustained considerable damage." The disciple patiently clarified, which severely impacts the success rate of pill crafting and the quality of the elixirs produced. "How professional," Chen Xun praised, realizing that when it comes to purchasing such enchanted artifacts, one must indeed rely on reputable vendors, and then he exchanged spirit stones and departed. In the realm of cultivation, items are predominantly classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Although there exist even higher tiers, they remain inaccessible to ordinary practitioners like themselves. Moo. The large black bull was quite enamored with the small furnace, persistently urging Chen Xun to display it to him. Wealth, companions, methods, and land. The ancients were not deceived. Chen Xun mused inwardly, contemplating that even immortality could not escape this principle. To remain in one place, cultivating until the end of time, is but a dream. One's cultivation would inevitably stagnate. They continued to sell their pamphlets, which had garnered a remarkable response last year, with hundreds of spirit stones sold in just a day. In a dim corner, Chen Xun's eyes sparkled, devoid of any glee. "Old bull, let us refrain from selling any further this year." Moo? The great black cow, perplexed, wondered why sales were doing well. "Such booklets are easily imitated and far too conspicuous. All we desire is our initial fortune." Moo. The great black cow suddenly understood. Its mind sharpening with clarity. Just a glance from Chen Xun conveyed what needed to be done. Of course, it struggled to decipher the gazes of others. Ah, fellow Taoist. So you are here. An elderly man in flowing white robes approached with a smile, as if he had been searching for them for quite some time. What brings you here? Chen Xun's gaze sharpened as he recognized the old alchemist, a cunning trickster from the past. I have a fortune here related to your booklet. I wonder if you might be interested, the old man said with a smile, having observed Chen Xun for quite a while. He visited annually but never dared to attempt the challenge, confident that he could bait him. Chen Xun silently shook his head, opting for silence as he led the great black cow directly onto the street, displaying no interest whatsoever. The old man stood bewildered, muttering, "It seems he truly is a fool, a blockhead." On the street, the old cow said, "Remember, we shall not harm others in this lifetime, nor covet any gains. But we must also not believe that good fortune will simply fall into our laps." Chen Xun spoke with profound conviction. "We may miss many opportunities, yet we shall never suffer loss." Moo moo. The great black cow nudged Chen Xun persistently, committed to memory. Chapter 26. The auspicious time has arrived, I shall commence alchemy. They resumed their quest for spiritual herb seeds. While spiritual herbs are rare, seeds abound. Chen Xun purchased several bags, though to his dismay, over half contained lifeless seeds. A veritable mix of pearls and dross. Chen Xun immediately refused to comply. He was at the 4th level of qi refinement and possessed the fireball technique. Did they truly think him easy to bully? I clearly provided a whole bag of spirit stones, yet you offer me merely half a bag of seeds? Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, though no one noticed. Moo. The large black bull also bellowed angrily at the stall. What is this? Spirit herb seeds are inherently like this. Are you seeking trouble, my friend? The man scoffed, a yellow talisman rising into the air. With a flick of his fingers, a burst of light ignited and vanished in an instant, as he provocatively gazed at Chen Xun. This fool, tethered to a bull and adorned with a black scarf, should know that anyone who has conducted business here for a few years is aware that at the 3rd level of qi refinement, one is utterly defenseless. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Xun's eyes. This individual was indeed at the 4th level of qi refinement and appeared rather affluent. Brother Liao, who dares to cause a disturbance here? Several individuals rushed in from behind the crowd, all clad in similar attire, likely members of a certain cultivation family. They were all at the 4th level of qi refinement, with one even at the 5th level. A considerable number of loose cultivators gathered around, looking at Chen Xun with mocking indifference. What is this? Is it that many against the few? Chen Xun let out a cold smile, his gaze unyielding. Business was not conducted in such a manner. I wondered who it was, only to discover it was this foolish bandit. A round-faced man disdainfully remarked, "Brother, leave this person to me." "Very well." The man nodded slightly. "No disturbances in the valley. Be mindful of your actions." "Fool. Kneel and bow to my brother a few times, admit your mistake, and today's matter will be forgotten." The round-faced man tilted his head, nostrils flaring as he regarded Chen Xun. "I do not wish to see you at the Ascension Conference in the future." These individuals clearly revel in tormenting themselves. The more discontented they are with life, the more they derive pleasure from bullying the weaker. If a stance is not taken soon, these scattered practitioners might begin to believe they can manipulate others at will. "What are you? A mere wretch that resembles a rotten watermelon," Chen Xun calmly uttered, remaining steadfast in his position, unperturbed by your barking. "With those sharp teeth and venomous tongue, I shall shatter your mouth." The round-faced brute was consumed by rage. Infuriated that this fool dared to insult him, he took a thunderous step forward, a glimmer emanating from his hand as he unleashed the formidable Vajra fist, propelling it directly towards Chen Xun. Bang! Chen Xun stepped back slightly and delivered a seemingly unremarkable punch, which collided with the brute's fist. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a flicker of pain, and he suddenly let out a cry. Ah! The sound of cracking bones echoed, and the round-faced giant was sent flying, gazing at Chen Xun with trepidation. What monstrous strength is this? The Liao family's Vajra fist has been broken. This person is indeed formidable. Heh! Who would have thought this fool possesses such power? A commotion erupted around them, and the gazes directed at Chen Xun shifted significantly. It turned out he was no fool after all. The Liao family, you say? Chen Xun nodded slightly, addressing the furious individuals nearby. Remember, you still owe me half a bag of spiritual herb seeds. That fellow must be cautious outside the 9-star valley. One man, supporting the round-faced giant, replied with a dark smile. Knowing a few martial techniques does not determine one's fate. Oh, Chen Xun smiled, and under the shadow of his hood, his smile appeared even more sinister and fearsome, instilling dread in the hearts of the Liao family members. The onlookers among the wandering cultivators gasped. realizing the overwhelming aura emanating from the hood. Chen Xun led the great black bull forward, with a member of the Liao family trailing behind, though their footsteps gradually quickened, becoming increasingly swift. After 3 sharp turns, they burst forth from the 9-star valley, vanishing from sight, leaving the Liao family member bewildered. Where had they gone? On the road, Chen Xun reflected, "Old bull, this time I acted impulsively. If I hadn't been concerned about that half-bag of spirit herb seeds, we wouldn't have made an enemy." His eyes bore a hint of remorse. Over the years, they had heard numerous rumors, but they had chosen to ignore them. Moo. The great black bull seemed unconcerned, asserting that they had indeed been deliberately bullied. In this life, one cannot yield to everything. Let us refrain from attending the Immortal Ascension Conference for now. That Liao family member will undoubtedly ambush us, Chen Xun murmured. We must first bolster our strength. We are alone, and this world of cultivation is far more ruthless than the mundane realm. Moo. The great black bull responded. Sensing the gravity of the situation more acutely than Chen Xun, the Liao family member clearly harbored murderous intent. Upon returning to the cave on the outskirts of the mountain range, Chen Xun continuously berated himself for having lingered too long in the mortal world, allowing a momentary flare of temper to potentially lead to dire consequences. Old bull, if we encounter such situations again, we must endure. Once our strength is sufficient, we will reclaim what we have lost. Chen Xun muttered a curse that the great black bull could not comprehend. Damn it, a bunch of little brats. Moo, moo moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, who, at present, had not yet adopted a detached attitude towards all matters, as experience was still necessary. Old bull, it's all right. Chen Xun reassured him, embracing the great black bull. You go gather some spiritual herbs, and I shall study the art of alchemy. Moo. The great black bull obediently trotted off, eager to bring a smile to Chen Xun's face. Chen Xun perused the tome titled Fundamentals of Alchemy. The first step was to consolidate the Dan fire within his body, followed by the gradual refinement of the spiritual herbs' properties, ultimately merging them into a pill. However, conjuring Dan fire was quite taxing on one's spiritual energy. A single misstep could render an entire batch of pills useless. A true master of alchemy would undoubtedly have countless spiritual herbs at their disposal. The text further elaborated that the fire of the earth's veins could serve as a substitute for Dan fire, yet such locations were typically claimed by celestial sects, leaving ordinary cultivators with little hope of access. Chen Xun read with keen interest, recalling his previous studies in medicine, which shared certain principles. The most commonly sought-after pills during the qi refinement stage were the featherweight pill and the vitality pill, both exceptional for enhancing one's cultivation, with their formulas widely circulated. Spiritual herbs aged 20 years or more were deemed suitable for use. Chen Xun mused, of course, the older the herb, the better it is. However, those with greater age are often reserved for crafting superior pills. Time flowed like an arrow, and before he knew it, a year had passed. This time, they had missed the Ascension Conference. The Liao family had long awaited them outside the valley, only to find their efforts in vain. It appeared that the fool had shown some shrewdness, opting to retreat upon realizing he had offended significant figures. This year, a few individuals had indeed emerged, selling pamphlets akin to Chen Xun's, which had become quite popular, yielding substantial profits. In the cave, Chen Xun continued to infuse the essence of all things with longevity points. Today, Chen Xun sat calmly on the ground, while the large black bull rose to its feet, incessantly massaging Chen Xun's shoulders, its breath heavy and fervent. The auspicious moment had arrived. I shall commence the alchemical process, hoping for the blessings of celestial beings and deities to grant me, Chen Xun, some favor. Moo moo moo. The large black bull called out from behind him. Chen Xun's slightly closed eyes suddenly flew open, revealing an alchemical furnace before him. He pointed, and the furnace spiraled upward, aligning with his line of sight. Surrounding them were dozens of rare herbs for the creation of the heavy feather pill, each over 30 years old, accumulated over the past 2 years. Go, Chen Xun bellowed, as a single herb soared into the furnace. Alchemical fire emanated from his palms, consuming his internal energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The flames danced under his control, fluctuating in intensity, while the large black bull experienced a tumult of emotions akin to a roller coaster. Holding its breath in anticipation, one by one, the herbs flew into the furnace, releasing an aromatic fragrance that left the bull wide-eyed. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bursting bubble echoed, and a batch of materials for the heavy feather pill was entirely ruined, transforming into pools of useless liquid. Gasping for breath, Chen Xun produced a blank notebook, meticulously recording his recent sensations and the precise timing for each herb's application. Theory and practice, after all, are two entirely different realms. Chapter 27. Exploding Furnace. Where is my hair? Moo. The large black bull continued to massage his shoulders. This meticulous task was beyond its capability, leaving it to handle the more robust duties. Old bull, it's all right. I need a few days to recuperate my energy. Moo. The bull replied. You'll be fine even if you take a few years. 3 days passed before Chen Xun's magical energy was restored. Today, filled with vigor, he proclaimed, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemical refinement. May the celestial deities and Buddhas grant me, Chen Xun, a favor. With a resounding moo, the alchemical furnace spiraled upwards as precious herbs soared into the cauldron. Before long, once again, a pool of wasted medicinal liquid lay before him, cold and unsatisfactory. Another 3 days elapsed, and with his power renewed, Chen Xun sat cross-legged, veins bulging in his arms as he thundered, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemical refinement. May the celestial deities and Buddhas grant me, Chen Xun, a favor. With a resounding moo, the alchemical furnace spiraled upwards, as precious herbs continued to fly into the cauldron. Soon enough, yet again, another pool of wasted medicinal liquid appeared, cold and unyielding. A month later, Chen Xun's fingers trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth quivered as he murmured, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemical refinement. May the celestial deities and Buddhas grant me, Chen Xun, a favor. With a faint moo, the alchemical furnace spiraled upwards, as precious herbs continued to enter the cauldron. Before long, yet again, a pool of wasted medicinal liquid lay cold and uninviting. Another month passed, and the great black ox appeared listless. Chen Xun's eyes were deeply sunken, his hair disheveled, and he quavered, the auspicious hour has arrived. I shall commence alchemical refinement. Please, celestial deities and Buddhas, grant me a favor, Chen Xun. With a faint moo, the alchemical furnace spiraled upwards as precious herbs continued to soar into the cauldron. This time, however, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Chen Xun had finally grasped the essence of the process. In the black ox's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance emerged, and it slowly stood up, longing to utter the words incredible, yet found itself unable to do so. Old ox, success has finally been achieved. I have succeeded. Ha ha ha. Chen Xun chuckled wildly, his eyes bloodshot, as though he might devour the alchemical furnace whole. So many spiritual herbs. How many spirit stones had vanished into thin air? Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, even dogs would not aspire to be alchemists. Those with the backing of celestial sects had it somewhat easier. The great black bull mooed in sheer excitement, gazing at the dozen or so pure white elixirs, continually thumping Chen Xun's shoulder. The fragrance of the herbs permeated the entire cave, a truly exquisite aroma. First, let us document this. It is all experience. Chen Xun nearly lost himself in the moment. This was of utmost importance, prompting him to retrieve his notebook, to jot down notes and sketches, reviewing diligently each day. For time was his most abundant resource. The old bull decided to test the effects. Moo. They each used a finger to touch a pill, which slid effortlessly into their mouths, its texture remarkably smooth. Chen Xun and the great black bull felt a surge of pure medicinal energy coursing through their bodies. The sensation was akin to soaring through the vast ocean, embracing unparalleled freedom, yielding the utmost pleasure. How delightful! Chen Xun exclaimed involuntarily. As the medicinal energy flowed, it seemed to loosen the constraints of his bottleneck. Another weighty feather pill was consumed, continuing the process of refinement. The joyous mooing of the black bull resonated as it sat cross-legged on the ground. Incredible! Moo. Upon consuming the third elixir, the previously stagnant bottleneck burst forth like a dam breaking, instantly propelling him past the 5th layer of qi refinement. Chen Xun and the great black bull leapt in jubilant celebration, for they were eager to avoid becoming trapped at any particular realm. Let us refrain from alchemy for this month and focus on stabilizing our realms, Chen Xun declared excitedly. Then we shall seek a river for a refreshing bath, and next month, we shall commence the alchemical furnace. Moo moo. The great black bull nodded vigorously, for every beginning is fraught with challenges. In the days that followed, they led a life marked by the rhythm of dawn and dusk, nurturing seeds, refining elixirs, and cultivating their skills. Another year swiftly passed, and the Immortal Ascension Conference commenced as scheduled, yet the notorious bandit was no longer present. The Liao family was incensed, their ambush thwarted, their strength rendered impotent. No one knew the bandit's appearance, nor his origins. It was as if he had vanished from the mortal realm. Within the cave, Chen Xun added longevity points to the essence of all things. In the latter half of the year, he successfully concocted 3 batches of elixirs, consuming them while solidifying their realms, remaining neither arrogant nor impatient. Time held little value for Chen Xun and the great black bull. The essence of progress lay in taking steady steps. They had now transcended to the 6th level of qi refinement, an astonishing feat. Although the conditions for the growth of spiritual herbs were exceedingly stringent, it seemed that their essence could overcome all obstacles. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull excavated another chamber within the cave, filled with spiritual herbs aged for decades. He had studied the compendium of spiritual herbs and learned that these herbs required spiritual soil for cultivation, not mere ordinary earth. The Great Black Bull gazed at their flourishing domain, overjoyed, for the aura of vitality was palpable, and they were diligently cultivating within this sacred space. However, the alchemical furnace seemed rather inadequate. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, sensing that the furnace was lacking in efficacy, suggesting that a replacement might be necessary. The Great Black Bull nodded in agreement. Though he was not well versed in alchemy, he felt that the exterior of the furnace had deteriorated. In the following year, although Chen Xun did not engage in alchemy, he was busily immersed in studying the compendium of spiritual herbs, reciting and delving into its depths each day. The Great Black Bull oversees the realm of spiritual herbs, harvesting them at the appointed time and placing them into the medicinal box. Life, in its essence, flows serenely, devoid of troublesome incidents. Once again, the Ascension Conference has arrived, attracting numerous unfamiliar faces, all ambitious and filled with aspirations, eager to ascend to immortality. Meanwhile, some familiar figures shake their heads in lamentation. Once they derided the humble gatherers, yet now they find themselves in the same position, the opportunity shimmering before them. Stirring feelings of discontent within, they disdain the mundane world, preferring to wither away in the 9-star valley rather than return in disgrace. Unaware of how many bones lie buried deep within the Ninyun mountain range, those who sell pamphlets rejoice, for the influx of peers brings a much-needed surge of fresh energy. Most remain oblivious to the fact that such ascension conferences are plentiful. The 10 great sects do not confine their gatherings to a single location. The Liao family has resigned to their fate, continuing their trade within the 9-star valley, regarding it as a trivial matter, unworthy of mockery for their perceived stinginess. They speculate that the bandit has likely been devoured by some beast, leaving no trace behind. Within the cave, Chen Xun adds the longevity essence to the primal essence of all things, preparing to cultivate tranquility and focus, ready to ignite the furnace for alchemy. The Great Black Bull has gathered the spiritual herbs, acting as a cheerleader, diligently massaging Chen Xun's shoulders and back. With his magical prowess significantly enhanced, he desires to open the furnace and concoct elixirs, imploring the celestial deities for favor and a boon for Chen Xun. Chen Xun's gaze sharpens, his robe billowing without wind, his dark hair cascading down his back, the atmosphere thick with ritualistic significance. The Great Black Bull lets out a mighty bellow. Chen Xun's hands move deftly, as he swiftly places each spiritual herb into the furnace, the process unfolding smoothly and effortlessly. Originally, the alchemical process required 3 days to complete, but now it has been reduced to 2. Time has swiftly passed, and after more than half a year, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed through the cave. The alchemical furnace had detonated. Chen Xun's face was shrouded in darkness. Confusion etched upon his features as he exhaled thick plumes of black smoke, his hair resembling a Mediterranean hairstyle, with a conspicuous bald patch at the center. Mo, the Great Black Bull, wide-eyed with alarm, exhaled heavily and hurried over to investigate, relieved to find that Chen Xun was unharmed. In an instant, its legs buckled, eyes crescent-shaped, and it staggered backward slightly, its belly quivering, suppressed snorts escaping in rapid succession. The furnace had indeed exploded. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, realizing that even artifacts possess wear and tear. A chilling sensation crept over his head. Sensing something amiss, he reached up to touch his hair, only to find it gone. His features contorted in disbelief. Where was his hair? A roar, akin to that of a lion king, reverberated through the cave, causing loose stones to tumble down. Cackling, the Great Black Bull, now on the brink, emitted strange cries. Having never witnessed Chen Xun in such a state, silently, Chen Xun donned a bandana reminiscent of a fierce bandit, his blood-red eyes fixed on the Black Bull. Old bull, perish. Moo. A heart-wrenching wail resonated through the cave, reminiscent of a cow being slaughtered during the New Year festivities. Chapter 28. The Tranquility of Time. Embracing the present, the year passed slowly amidst the echoes of Chen Xun's explosive furnace, as they infused longevity points into the essence of all things, now amounting to 19. Heavy snow began to fall over the Yun mountain range, blanketing the earth in a silvery sheen, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth, merging the horizon into a seamless line. This year, the kingdom of Qian seems to be experiencing some turbulence, as news of border conflicts reaches us. Countless valiant individuals have embarked on their journeys to the frontiers to safeguard the nation's gates. The heavy snowfall blankets the land, and their families bid them a bittersweet farewell, their footprints lingering in the snow, laden with concern. Many families of these heroes linger, standing until dusk. Yet, the dusk snow, profound and layered with myriad emotions, surges like the ocean, capable of engulfing all. However, no matter what transpires in the mortal realm, it appears that the quest for immortality among countless wandering cultivators cannot be impeded. The Ascension Conference proceeds as scheduled, and the cultivator who once led the ox has gradually faded from memory. Yet, a significant event has unfolded in the valley. Hundreds of sect cultivators have personally intervened to apprehend those selling illicit manuals. Though no lives were taken, their possessions were entirely confiscated. These manuals have severely impacted the interests of the major sects, which were once engaged in fair competition. Now, with the emergence of such guides, the number of wandering cultivators participating in challenges has noticeably increased. Promising talents have also been snatched away, mistakenly attributed to the faults of these manuals, leading the youth astray. The 10 great sects have united to eradicate this menace. Should such occurrences persist, those involved shall face dire consequences. In the Ningyun mountain range, on the outskirts, within a cave, they have completely exhausted their stock of spiritual herb seeds, and the alchemical furnace has exploded. Chen Xun is now contemplating the next steps. The great black bull sits nearby, diligently grinding herbs, its hooves working with remarkable strength as they prepare their usual seasonings for meals. Old bull, let us first consume the remaining elixirs. We shall reserve the other spiritual herbs for later. Moo, the large black ox, with a tone of indifference, called out, using its hooves to fill a bottle with the powder before continuing to grind, its eyes filled with earnestness. Chen Xun hoisted 2 water jars, still laden with clothing, and laughed. Old ox, shall we fetch some water? The black ox anxiously mooed, hastily organizing the stone mill, determined to follow Chen Xun wherever he went. The ox directly moved aside the massive boulder at the cave's entrance and, once Chen Xun stepped out, covered it again, checking for any flaws. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air and the cold wind howled. Yet Chen Xun, clad in only a thin garment, felt no chill. They reached a stream, where they began to carve ice holes. Chen Xun held 1 jar aloft to fill with water, while the black ox cheerfully stood in the center of the brook with another jar. In its exuberance, the ox's hooves slipped, breaking through the ice and plunging into the water, but Chen Xun, quick of reflex, pulled it back up. Once their jars were filled, they sat together to wash the clothes, exchanging words and laughter in a harmonious cacophony. The snowflakes swirled above them as they sat amidst the snowdrifts, seemingly the only souls in a vast universe, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Before long, the sound of brittle twigs snapping underfoot and the heavy crunch of snow echoed in the distance. Despite the remoteness, their keen hearing detected the approach of a large group. From the direction of the snow-laden woods, a throng of individuals clad in tattered garments emerged, each wielding a wooden staff. Their faces were grimy, flushed from the cold, and the crowd numbered at least 100, encompassing men, women, and children of all ages. Every face bore an expression of astonishment. Such a heavy snowfall was occurring while washing clothes, and a large black ox had surprisingly sat up, holding garments and soap with its hooves. Elder, have you lost your way? Chen Xun casually inquired, as the vigilance of this group of mortals gradually diminished. The black ox merely glanced at them, exuding no threat, and continued its task, occasionally emitting low moos. Young hero, we have fled from Dansong City. An elderly man approached, moving with great difficulty. The youth appeared to be a martial artist, robust and unfazed by the biting cold of the snowfall. Dansong City, that is quite far. You would have to reach the other side of the Ningyun mountain range, Chen Xun exclaimed with surprise. He had heard of Dansong City, situated near Panning City. Yet the journey was arduous. Were they indeed headed to Panning City? Precisely, indeed, the elder nodded, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. Elder, what calamity has befallen you? The Ningyun mountain range is perilous. How could you dare traverse it? Young hero, you are mistaken. We have taken the outer route. Circumventing the danger, the elder shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. Currently, the Qian kingdom is in turmoil, with chaos erupting everywhere and bandits wreaking havoc. The lord of Dansong City has been slain. Chen Xun gasped in shock, immediately comprehending their plight. It was he who had fled as well. From the southeast, one could reach Panning City. They had merely taken a longer detour. Thank you, young hero, the elder clasped his hands in gratitude. Having spoken at length merely to inquire for directions, it is of no consequence, truly. Chen Xun waved his hand, watching the refugees as he cautioned them to take care on the road, for the wilderness harbored many beasts. Thank you, young hero. Thank you. Echoed numerous voices of gratitude from the crowd, with a little girl cheerfully exclaiming her thanks. Hope ignited in their eyes as they approached Pan Ning City, a grand metropolis known for its stable security. Chen Xun smiled gently as he observed their departure, while the great black bull let out a resonant moo in response. Old bull, let me tell you, in any realm where nations exist, turmoil is inevitable, and the common folk inevitably suffer, Chen Xun reflected. Pondering the tragic history of his previous world, a narrative steeped in the agony of warfare that had etched itself into the very essence of its people. Moo, moo moo moo. The great black bull perked up, pausing its labor as it nuzzled against Chen Xun, urging him to continue. Then we must begin with the Xia dynasty. Chen Xun began his solemn narration, captivating the bull's attention, which listened with wide eyes, eagerly absorbing the names and tales recounted. Half an hour later, having completed their laundry, they sat together, admiring the snowy landscape, while Chen Xun continued to immerse the bull in history. To discover what unfolds next, please stay tuned for the following installment. Chen Xun patted the still enraptured black bull, glancing at the freshly washed garments. Our clothes have turned into ice blocks. Moo. The great black bull suddenly snapped back to reality. Realizing the truth of the situation, let us proceed. Thankfully, we have the fireball technique. Chen Xun rose, shouldering a water tank and clutching garments, accompanied by the great black ox as they ventured towards the cave. With the aid of his sorcery, he found the task of drying clothes remarkably effortless. As they journeyed, an unsettling sensation began to envelop them. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, a distinct scent of blood pervaded the air. Old cow, Chen Xun murmured, retrieving a head covering from his bosom and placing it upon his head with caution. Moo, responded the great black ox, its eyes gleaming with vigilance, its keen sense of smell alert to the surroundings. In the distance, beneath a tree, lay several lifeless bodies, their blood staining the pristine snow, which was gradually being concealed by the falling flakes. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, his pace slowing as he observed that every half-mile or so, more corpses appeared, each bearing knife wounds and evidently having perished not long ago, their footprints a chaotic mess. Moo? The great black ox regarded Chen Xun, recognizing a few familiar faces among the fallen, reminiscent of the villagers they had encountered earlier while seeking directions. Drawing closer, Chen Xun turned over several bodies, discovering a woman who had clutched a small girl tightly in her embrace, both now lifeless, their wounds beginning to freeze. Chapter 29, This World. This environment we cannot control. The visage of the little girl lingered in Chen Xun's memory, her delicate voice of gratitude. Thank you, big brother, echoing in his mind. A shiver coursed through him as he spoke softly. What a heinous act. Even children are not spared. Moo moo. The great black ox continued to nudge the fallen, attempting to rouse them from their eternal slumber. They were not cultivators. They must have been ruthless bandits. Chen Xun crouched, gazing into the distance, realizing that all the corpses here were of the elderly, women, and children. The assailants were likely still pursuing the remaining villagers. 2 water tanks and garments were left untouched by Chen Xun and Dehanyo, while 2 axes slowly whirled, cleaving snowflakes in half. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, an earthquake reverberated through the thick snow beneath them, and a cacophony of sound erupted in the air. They seemed to tread upon a boundless sea of snow, sending waves of powdery snow cascading behind them, embodying an overwhelming presence. In the distance, a throng of bandits cackled with abandon, their bloodied blades dripping incessantly. The city of Pan Ning had succumbed to chaos, with a multitude of martial men conscripted, who would dare to intervene. The influx of refugees into Pan Ning City was ever increasing. A particularly menacing bandit guffawed, for they had arrived with all their worldly possessions, ready to seize a lucrative bounty. This was indeed a splendid time. The leader brandished his sword and laughed maniacally, proclaiming that their dominion had finally dawned. Little ones, slay them. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. The bandits echoed with fervor, a sea of corpses strewn behind them, reveling in the thrill of slaughter and plunder. Previously, they had been harried by soldiers, but now those forces had been dispatched to the battlefield, leaving them in comfort. The air was punctuated by the anguished cries of the helpless townsfolk. As more of them fell, eyes wide with unfulfilled rage, unable to find peace in death, so close to their destination. The bandits' laughter grew ever louder as they rifled through the belongings of the fallen, seeking gold and jewels that desperate refugees often carried. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them, and all the bandits turned to see what was amiss, squinting their eyes in confusion at the snow being flung into the air. What on earth was happening? The elder brother spat, clad in animal hides, brandishing a blade at the forefront. The snow fell heavily, obscuring visibility. Hark! Is something moving? Goodness, brother, something feels amiss. Is it a person? Or a large black bull? This is bad. We must flee. The elder brother's pupils dilated in alarm, and he suddenly roared. Yet, by the time they discerned the figure, it was too late. Chen Xun's foot struck the ground, accelerating further. The sound of slicing air resounded with sudden intensity. The elder brother's mind went blank. In the blink of an eye, the figure was upon him. The gaze of this person was the coldest he had ever encountered in his life. With a swift motion, the elder brother's head was sent soaring into the air, his eyes seemingly unable to register the horror, as blood gushed forth, cascading in torrents, and he toppled forward. The large black bull charged into the bandits' ranks, emitting a furious roar. The bandits were gripped by excruciating agony, as if struck by a mountain, and were mercilessly trampled to death by the bull. Despairing screams echoed one after another. They perished without ever knowing who their assailant was. Amidst a billowing cloud of smoke, the bodies of dozens of bandits were incinerated by fire spells, as the silhouettes of Chen Xun and the black bull gradually faded into the swirling snow. Within the cave, Chen Xun and the black bull returned with water barrels and garments, their mood somber, having inadvertently caused calamity despite their good intentions. The remains of the bandits, which Chen Xun and the black bull had not disposed of, lay buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, many having vanished without a trace. Had Chen Xun not guided them, they might have never encountered this band of ruthless brigands. Old bull, some matters are beyond our control. Chen Xun let out a gentle sigh and patted the large black ox. The world and the environment are beyond our control, and we lack the power to alter them. Moo, the black ox, rested its head in Chen Xun's embrace. The only thing we can dictate is ourselves, striving for a clear conscience. Chen Xun gazed at the black ox with a faint smile, acknowledging that such occurrences transpire everywhere, urging to take a broader perspective. Moo, the black ox, nodded, feeling that those people were exceedingly despicable, robbing and killing. Old ox, let us commence our cultivation. We have yet to finish the heavy feather pills. Chen Xun's expression shifted, casting aside the earlier discomfort, focusing ahead, aware that there remained much to accomplish. Moo, the black ox's pupils widened, invigorated. They consumed the medicinal pills with remarkable slowness and steadiness. In the beginning, they would ingest several at once, but now they took one, meditated for several days, gradually refining the medicinal power and familiarizing themselves with the increasing magical energy. As time slipped away in their leisurely consumption, another year passed, and this winter seemed devoid of snow. They had now ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement, having completely exhausted the heavy feather pills. Yet they had preserved 7-century-old spiritual herbs, preparing for a prosperous future. Chen Xun had finally elevated the essence of all things to 20, and they planned to begin augmenting their magical energy next year, curious to see if their internal magical power would increase. Meanwhile, the influx of refugees fleeing from the Ningyun mountain range grew ever greater. Some perished from hunger along the way, becoming prey for vultures, others fell victim to beasts, and some were robbed by mountain bandits. Additionally, there were passers-by near their cave, suggesting that the outside world was becoming increasingly unstable. Observing the numerous destitute citizens, Chen Xun and the great black bull discreetly offered them some cured meat, yet they refrained from any further engagement. Who can truly decipher the intricacies of cause and effect in this world? In such tumultuous times, the yearning for strength among the wandering cultivators intensified, as they strived fervently to gain entry into the 10 great sects, rather than lead a mundane existence in this realm. In stark contrast to the external turmoil, the Ascension Conference flourished with even greater fervor than in previous years, as their aspirations soared sky-high, longing for the vast expanse of the cultivation world. Within the cave, the man and the bull remained unperturbed by the world, engrossed in their own pursuits, indifferent to the surrounding chaos. Old bull, I shall attend the Ascension Conference. You wait for me here. Chen Xun decided against donning a hood this time, opting not to bring the black bull along for added security. Moo. The great black bull clamped its mouth firmly around Chen Xun, for they had never been apart. I shall return in a day, if I do not. You must come find me. Moo. Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? I shall return swiftly, perhaps in just half a day, Chen Xun reassured. Aware that they lacked both spiritual herbs and an alchemy furnace, making this journey imperative, the black bull nodded, then hastened to move the boulder blocking the cave entrance. Settling down to await Chen Xun's return, Chen Xun darted out, carrying 4 medicine boxes, each containing a century-old spiritual herb, without any means to conceal his cultivation level. The black bull hesitated for a moment, then dashed after him, accompanying Chen Xun for a considerable distance before departing as he neared the depths of the mountain, letting out a series of mournful moo sounds. Chen Xun glanced back thrice, only quickening his pace once the great black bull vanished from his sight. The number of people had indeed increased significantly. On the road of Chen Xun, he encountered numerous wandering cultivators. upon noticing his 7th layer of chi refinement. They all respected him as a senior. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the capable always take precedence, and Chen Xun remained remarkably low-key, attracting no attention. Once he entered the 9-star valley, he navigated with ease and learned about the trade of selling manuscripts. Chen Xun merely smiled faintly, a glint of inscrutable meaning flickering in his eyes. The valley was bustling with many wandering cultivators engaged in barter, each seeking to enhance their chances of overcoming challenges. He arrived at a small sect's pavilion, steadying his emotions as he entered with a sorrowful expression. Senior, on that stormy night. This spiritual herb was painstakingly harvested from the peak of a cliff. Chen Xun felt overwhelmed. Tears welled in his eyes as he recounted his injuries sustained to deliver it swiftly to the senior. The elder of the sect hesitated momentarily before bestowing upon Chen Xun 10 spirit stones. Senior possesses keen insight, truly remarkable, Chen Xun exclaimed with fervor, as though he had never encountered spirit stones before. The sect elder examined Chen Xun closely, his heart jolting at the realization that he was indeed a 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator, and so youthful. Amidst the elder's astonished gaze, Chen Xun procured 30 more medicine boxes, all stuffed into a snakeskin pouch. Is this truly a 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator? The elder remained in a daze for quite a while, unable to reconcile this individual's demeanor and actions, which seemed akin to that of an ordinary commoner. Chen Xun walked slowly through the valley, his back slightly hunched, bargaining for an extended period at various stalls of wandering cultivators. He purchased 3 bags of spirit herb seeds, but not before meticulously inspecting them in exchange for his spirit stones. He appeared inconspicuous, particularly with the worn hole in his snakeskin pouch, inadvertently revealing an empty medicine box, which left the seasoned wanderers feeling rather vexed. After meandering about, Chen Xun ventured into another sect's pavilion, where he recounted an alternative version of his tale. Though there was no hint of embarrassment in his words, an underlying awkwardness permeated the atmosphere, as if the weight of his snakeskin pouch was bending him further. His mournful expression resembled that of a family mourning the loss of a prized ox, remaining unchanged as he argued fervently over the price difference of a single spirit stone at a stall. In the alchemy pavilion, he acquired a superior alchemical furnace for 50 low-grade spirit stones and inquired about the risks of explosion. It became apparent to him that this furnace also required nurturing with spiritual energy, a detail he had previously overlooked, having only set it aside after use. Every hour, he traversed different sect pavilions, selling century-old spirit herbs, which quickly sold out. His snakeskin pouch now contained over a dozen bags of spirit herb seeds, albeit all suited for the chi refinement stage, as he could not procure any of higher quality. He scoured the surroundings unhurriedly, and given his cultivation of the 7th layer of chi refinement, many wandering cultivators treated him with considerable respect, refraining from attempting to deceive him. Eventually, Chen Xun quickened his pace, a slight smile gracing his lips as he vanished from the 9-star valley, returning to his cave without incident. Old ox, I have returned. With a single hand, Chen Xun shifted the colossal stone aside, and a shadow darted forth as the great black bull lunged at him, emitting a series of low moos. Ha, let us enter, Chen Xun declared. Grasping the bull's head, he glanced around before sealing the cave with the massive stone and stepping inside. The jubilant black bull circled Chen Xun, its eyes brimming with delight, tugging at him playfully. All right, just this once. I shall never abandon you again, Chen Xun joyfully proclaimed, turning his gaze to the snakeskin pouch. Let us see the treasures within, with a bright gleam in its eyes. The black bull seemed to detect the alluring scent of numerous spiritual herb seeds and hurried to investigate, only to be rendered speechless. The bull stared in astonishment at Chen Xun, for there were indeed over 20 bags. Truly remarkable. Old bull, these are entrusted to you. They contain plenty of vital energy elixirs, Chen Xun remarked, now focused on the alchemical furnace, cherishing the treasures in his possession, determined to care for them diligently. The black bull's eyes sparkled with excitement as it stood up and carried them to another chamber, for it had a fondness for cultivating spiritual herbs. Their combined essence now totaled 40, allowing them to nurture 3 30-year-old spiritual herbs in merely a month. Old bull, let us get to work. With fervor for the future, the duo, one man and one bull, immersed themselves in their respective tasks, their footsteps never ceasing. The clouds drifted lazily, and time flew by. Another year of spring and autumn had passed. Life is fleeting, laden with countless past events and memories. Old bull, safeguard the medicine box, nurturing it with your magical essence. Ensure it is not gnawed by pests. Old bull, remember to categorize the elixirs and refrain from being hasty in your actions. If you do not cultivate good habits now, how shall we proceed in the future? Moo. In a cave nestled on the outskirts of the Ningyun Mountains, even 2 immortals diligently exert themselves, Striving to accomplish meaningful tasks, their size and lamentations significantly diminished. This year, the nation of Qian appears increasingly tumultuous, with even cultivators committing misdeeds among mortals. The 10 great sects have dispatched numerous disciples, vowing to restore order to the mortal realm, for this is the source of countless disciples. Do they wish for us to be left without successors? As cultivators reveal their divine presence in the mortal realm, countless citizens are stirred with excitement, burning incense and praying for blessings. With the direct involvement of the 10 great sects, the chaos in Qian has seemingly escalated, with even monsters and demons emerging. More mortals have flocked to the Ningyun Mountains in search of immortality, and the beasts deep within the mountains have become agitated, resulting in an increase in countless corpses, leading to a certain disorder at the Immortal Ascension Conference. Within the cave, a chime resonated. Ding, the host may allocate points. The voice of the longevity system echoed in Chen Xun's mind, his eyes gradually alight with anticipation. Old Bull, this year we can experiment with our magical power. Chen Xun called out to the great black bull, hoping that a surge of magical energy might propel them to a breakthrough. Moo. The great black bull, with its large eyes wide open, hurried over, its body as dark as coal. Were it not for its prominent horns, one might scarcely recognize it as a bull. Come. I am ready for ascension. Moo. Chen Xun and the great black bull, brimming with excitement, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to allocate points. Their current longevity points stood at Magical Power 1, Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of All Things 20. A surge of warmth coursed through Chen Xun's body as he and the black bull grew increasingly tense, their eyes gently closing as they attempted to sense the magical energy within. Half an hour passed. Huh, it's gone. Moo? Chen Xun was bewildered. As was the black bull, there was no sensation at all, still at the 7th level of qi refinement. The cave remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight, while a gentle breeze flowed through the minuscule crack in the massive stone. Perhaps the added points were insufficient? Moo. The black bull nodded at Chen Xun, seemingly in agreement. Indeed, the more points added, the better the effect. We shall see next year. For now, let's get to work. We are busy. Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, and the black bull nodded in accord, trotting off to the medicinal field, unconcerned. 2 months later, Chen Xun and the black bull were drying their clothes with the fireball technique when, suddenly, the cave was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing everywhere. What the hell? Quickly, gather it up. Moo. Chen Xun and the black bull shouted in alarm, but while they managed to retract the fireball technique, their clothes were utterly incinerated. The black bull hurriedly pushed against the giant stone, while Chen Xun, clad only in his undergarments, rushed out, his eyes filled with despair. What happened? Chen Xun murmured numbly as he slowly turned to the black bull, saying, I was using the fireball technique. Moo. The black bull shook his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, regarding Chen Xun with suspicion. You haven't secretly learned some other spell, have you? This is the fireball technique. Moo. The black bull nudged Chen Xun aside and stood up, determined to demonstrate what the fireball technique truly was, while Chen Xun stared blankly at the black bull, still unable to comprehend. Moo. The great black bull let out a mighty bellow, his gaze fixed intently on the horizon. From his hooves surged an immense surge of physical and magical energy, culminating in the ascent of a colossal fireball. With a resounding boom, flames crackled and roared, engulfing the sky as countless dry twigs and leaves were incinerated, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling upwards. Old bull, quickly! We must extinguish the flames. Chen Xun exclaimed in utter horror. They had yet to master water-based spells, and now they were igniting the mountains. Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter on the mountain path. Wishing my fellow Taoist all the best. Moo? Moo. The great black bull, in disbelief, gazed at his creation, only to be abruptly pulled away by Chen Xun. Still unable to process the situation. An hour later, the inferno was finally quelled. Chen Xun appeared disheveled, his trousers nearly singed away, his hair in utter disarray, looking worse off than the fleeing commoners. They returned to the cave and sat across from each other. Old bull, I understand now. It turns out this magical energy is not derived from within us. Chen Xun swallowed hard, belching forth a cloud of black smoke. This energy acts as an enhancement to our spells. Moo. The great black bull, equally enlightened, retained a look of astonishment. Remarkable. The most crucial aspect is the minimal consumption of magical energy. Chen Xun's mouth fell agape. The current consumption of the fireball spell was less than 50% of its previous cost. So that's the key. Moo. Old bull, please step aside. Chen Xun's eyes narrowed with focus, his palm open as he declared, let me attempt the pill fire. Moo. The great black bull promptly scampered away to the recesses of the cave, where spirit herbs were cultivated, cautiously peeking out with half his head. How pure. A small flame gradually flickered into existence within Chen Xun's palm as he diligently harnessed the mystical energy within him to amplify its intensity. The flame grew larger until it matched the original, at which point Chen Xun ceased his efforts. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. A subtle smile graced his lips as he meticulously controlled noticing that the depletion of his inner power was remarkably slow. If this continued, he would master the with unparalleled precision. Moo. The great black bull slowly approached, gazing at the dancing flame. Although it appeared identical to before, it seemed even more vibrant. Chen Xun clenched his fist, drawing the back into his being, and turned to the great black bull. Old bull, we must commence our training of mystical energy. Moo? Because I refuse to be left with nothing but a pair of underpants, Chen Xun retorted, exasperated. Do you understand? Moo moo. The great black bull grinned, signifying its understanding. In the days that followed, they tirelessly adapted to the mystical energy within, ultimately discovering the key to mastering it at will. During this time, Chen Xun also refined several batches of, witnessing a significant increase in success rates while simultaneously observing a decrease in energy consumption. Many alchemists had faltered at the challenge of, as any fluctuation in their internal power could lead to the destruction of an entire batch. Thus, they opted for the more stable. The man and the bull shared a crooked smile within the cave, illuminated by flickering candlelight that cast an eerie shadow upon them. Heaven can be mended, the sea can be filled, and the southern mountain can be moved. The sun and moon passed relentlessly, never to be retraced, as 5 years swiftly slipped away. The borders of the Qian kingdom braced for war, with the crown prince officially ascending to the throne. The court was engulfed in a bloody upheaval, and the cries of the common people echoed through the land, filled with despair. The Wu kingdom, brimming with ambition, amassed its forces at the borders, while the Qian kingdom teetered on the brink of chaos, prompting the 10 great immortal sects to intervene in the national conflict. The Wu Guxianmen naturally refused to comply, and thus began a new round of conflict. Dark currents surged everywhere. In the grand scheme of the world, no one could remain unscathed. When the nation flourishes, the common people suffer. When it perishes, they suffer even more. On the outskirts of the Ningyun Mountains, a figure clad in a bandit's hood was slowly leading a large black ox deeper into the mountains. As he passed through a thicket, a dozen bandits sprang from the trees, their eyes glinting with hunger as they licked their lips, gazing menacingly at the figure below, their gleaming blades reflecting the faint light. This individual, leading an ox, was undoubtedly no prominent figure, and the bandits were discerning enough to recognize that not everyone was worth targeting. Seize him. Heh. Leave the ox behind. Let him die. With that, the bandits leapt into the air, their eyes alight with bloodthirst. The act of killing was a source of joy, especially when savoring the final, desperate cries of their prey. Yet, the man leading the ox seemed oblivious, continuing his forward march. The bandit's excitement grew. He was truly a fool. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A fierce wind swept through, and stones began to rise, propelled by the man with the ox as the epicenter. Countless pebbles soared into the air, launching like arrows at an astonishing speed, faster than the eye could perceive. Screams of horror echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. The bandits collapsed helplessly to the ground, their skulls pierced by the stones, gaping wounds spilling blood onto the earth. Moo. The large black ox let out a soft call, and flames erupted within the forest, leaving no trace of the bandits, yet sparing even the surrounding grass from the blaze. A man and a cow continued their journey forward, their eyes gazing into the ancient well, undisturbed, not even a ripple stirring within their hearts. Old cow, the world has become increasingly tumultuous, Chen Xun remarked calmly, fixing his gaze ahead at the chaotic Ningyun mountain range. We must prepare to depart. Moo, replied the great black cow with a heavy resonance, a hint of ferocity glimmering in its eyes. Over the past 5 years, they had endured much and witnessed even more. This world appeared far from the idyllic vision they once held. There were those fleeing from disaster, reduced to devouring the flesh of their companions. Entire families had migrated, only to find themselves left with but a single survivor, who was then slain by mountain bandits. Some sought immortality, only to meet their demise at the jaws of ferocious beasts. Others harbored malicious intent, repaying kindness with enmity, ultimately falling victim to ruthless retribution. Through these trials, a trace of indifference emerged in the eyes of Chen Xun and the great black cow. They were merely a group of transient souls, nameless and forgotten. A faint smile crept upon Chen Xun's lips. Old cow, let us not allow their plight to disturb our peace of mind. Our world still holds vast possibilities. The great black cow nuzzled against Chen Xun, baring its teeth in a grin. The man and his cow pressed on, their 5 years of cultivation having culminated in a profound mastery of their powers, transforming their abilities into something extraordinarily formidable. They no longer dared to unleash their full might. Even the simplest of object manipulation had become terrifyingly potent, capable of claiming an enemy's life from 1,000 miles away as effortlessly as plucking a flower. Standing upon the ground, within the confines of one's sight, even the lowly birds can be brought down, rendering the fireball technique all the more terrifying. Moreover, the elixirs concocted possess an ineffable quality, an undeniable potency that seems significantly superior to previous concoctions, to the extent that the alchemical furnace has been rendered obsolete. However, with the ingestion of a copious amount of these elixirs, they have now transcended the 10th layer of the chi refinement stage. The rejuvenation pill and the vitality pill can no longer augment their cultivation. An unmistakable barrier, akin to a gossamer film, now resides within them. Their dantian solidified like an impregnable wall of steel, impenetrable to all attempts of breakthrough. On this sun-drenched day, despite the northern winds, a gentle warmth lingers in the air. As they venture deep into the Ningyun mountain range, an unknown floral fragrance wafts through the atmosphere. Traversing the rugged mountain path, they encounter a group of individuals descending. Suddenly, the young woman at the forefront pauses, gazing intently at Chen Xun for an extended moment, exclaiming, "Is that you?" Chen Xun and the great black bull are taken aback, pondering who this might be, suspecting some sort of ruse. The individuals accompanying the young woman look equally perplexed, questioning how one could recognize her despite the headgear she wears. "Has it been nearly a decade? I never expected to see you again." The woman suddenly smiles, exuding a faint fragrance. "I remember your headgear and the bull." Chen Xun furrows his brow. Her smile evokes memories of a frightened girl from years past, merging with the visage of this mature woman. Her voice has matured considerably, and her features have evolved from those of a youthful maiden, now imbued with stories and gravitas. "Ah, it is you," Chen Xun recalls and inquires. "Isn't the Ascension Conference underway? Have you ceased selling spiritual herbs?" "I no longer sell them. My aptitude for cultivation is limited, and I am preparing to return home," she replies. The young woman chuckled, remarking on the absurdity of the person's headgear, as her family prepared for a marriage proposal. "Congratulations." "I have dabbled in both joyous and solemn occasions," Chen Xun replied earnestly, gesturing slightly. "I observe that the young lady's countenance suggests she is destined for fortune, and her future will undoubtedly be filled with prosperity." "Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart," the young woman said with a slight nod, casting a lingering glance toward the direction of the Ascension Conference. "May you also achieve greatness and have all your endeavors surpass expectations." "Safe travels, my friend," Chen Xun said, stepping aside with the great black ox. The young woman turned, her face lighting up with the sweet smile she had once shown, before she led the others away. Chen Xun continued on his journey, the two paths diverging toward different futures, brushing past one another. Suddenly, he paused and looked back at the group below. A gentle mountain breeze swept through, stirring a sea of flowers, as the young woman's hair danced in the wind. Chen Xun offered a serene smile before turning away. Chapter 32. Chen Xun's Trials. At the age of 20, Chen Xun entered the Nine-Star Valley, leading the great black ox amidst a sea of unfamiliar faces. The scattered cultivators hurried about, their eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for strength. 3 days later, the representatives of the 10 great sects arrived. A cacophony of voices erupting around him as Chen Xun and the great black ox silently observed the elevated platform. Each year, the 10 great sects sent different individuals. Yet all were practitioners at the foundation establishment stage. "Old ox," Chen Xun called. "Moo, let us face the trials." With the great black ox in tow, he approached the high platform of the Ziyun sect, drawing astonished gazes from the scattered cultivators. The sight of him bringing a mere mundane cow to face the trials was indeed a spectacle of absurdity. At the pinnacle of the high platform, 3 women stood with hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes sharp as lightning, fixed upon the hooded figure. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in their eyes. The first challenge. The puppet beasts comprised 10 mechanized puppets at the 5th level of chi refinement. Evading their assaults, one could advance to the next stage, drawing the attention of numerous wandering cultivators, for the figure was a practitioner at the 7th level of chi refinement. As the figure stepped forward, the puppet beasts emitted a sudden crimson glow, arranging themselves in a formidable formation to assail him, undeterred by the prospect of death. The ground trembled beneath him, leaving a fleeting afterimage in his wake. With one hand, he lifted a massive black bull, deftly dodging several spells, and in an instant, found himself behind one of the puppet beasts. With his palm engulfed in flames, he struck the beast's back, melting it as if it were made of magma, revealing a crystalline core, rendering the puppet beast immobile. Employing the same technique with unparalleled speed and precision, he dispatched all 10 puppet beasts with seemingly little effort. What sorcery had this individual just wielded? The puppet beasts of the Xun sect had been effortlessly vanquished by him, and it was known that the materials used for such puppets were of considerable value. What an eye-opener. While we merely evade challenges, this individual eradicated all these puppets. Such terrifying prowess. A stir arose beneath the platform, as none had ever heard of someone dragging a black bull in one hand while dispatching 10 puppet beasts with the other. At the top of the platform, the three women exchanged astonished glances. Sister Yun, this wandering cultivator is rather excessive, isn't? One woman exclaimed indignantly. This is the property of the Xun sect, and he has laid waste to it. How intriguing. Sister Yun parted her delicate lips and spoke lightly, her gaze indifferent. I am rather curious to see what his aptitude truly is. As her words fell, the three individuals picked up a token. The second phase involved assessing bone age and aptitude. Chen Xun entered a grand hall with the great black bull, the interior adorned with resplendent colors. At the center lay an array, into which he stepped directly. Bone age 20. The woman gazed at the token in her hand, her voice trembling. Aptitude. 5-element mixed spiritual roots. What a pity. Yet, among loose cultivators, he is still a noteworthy figure. Sister Yun remarked with a hint of regret, acknowledging that this loose cultivator clearly had not exerted his full strength in the first trial. However, the cultivation aptitude was rigidly assessed by the Xun sect, and the battle prowess during the Qi refinement stage held little significance for them. Inside the hall, Chen Xun smiled faintly. His objective had been achieved. The Xun sect placed the utmost importance on aptitude, and there was no need to continue facing trials. The first phase merely instilled hope in everyone. Having observed the sect's methods for several years, he had already seen through their ways. Old bull, let us depart. Moo. Chen Xun exited through another door, choosing not to continue with the trials, seemingly aware of his limitations in aptitude. Sister Yun merely cast a deep glance at Chen Xun before shifting her attention elsewhere. The Xun sect dispatched several disciples, releasing puppet beasts from their storage bags, and a new round of trials commenced. Friend, please hold on. A middle-aged man clad in green called out to Chen Xun from another doorway, his eyes radiating kindness. Yet, hunters often appear in the guise of prey. Chen Xun, leading the great black bull, looked at him in confusion. What business do you have, friend? I am Jun, a disciple of the Wuyun sect from Jiang Prefecture. A middle-aged man introduced himself and sighed lightly, having just observed the formidable battle prowess of his companion, yet feeling a tinge of regret due to the limitations of his aptitude. The Qian kingdom encompasses 9 provinces, with the Ningyun mountain range situated in the distant Yongquan province. A journey by foot that would require no less than half a year. The Wuyun sect, a prominent celestial sect in Jiyang province, may not rival the 10 great sects, yet it holds a resounding reputation within the realm of cultivation in the Qian kingdom. Furthermore, the Wuyun sect enjoys a cordial relationship with the Xiyun sect, and it is rumored that their upper echelons share quite amicable ties, a fact that elucidates why Jun found himself here, seeking opportunities. So, he was indeed a disciple of the Wuyun sect. I have long admired you. Chen Xun clasped his hands, a look of dawning comprehension in his eyes as he awaited further elaboration, only to discover that this individual was a cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Might you have any intention of joining the Wuyun sect? Jun inquired with a smile. Yongquan province lacks any significant sects, and its resources for cultivation are relatively deficient. In the past, itinerant cultivators have regarded invitations with great honor, without a shadow of a doubt. How can you prove your affiliation with the Wuyun sect? One cannot simply say, I am a disciple, let us depart together. I have been observing for quite some time, Chen Xun replied. As to why certain sects consistently seek out those with formidable combat abilities, seemingly indifferent to their innate qualities, I would appreciate your candid insights on this matter. Furthermore, what responsibilities accompany membership in the Wuyun sect? I understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And most importantly, may I bring my ancestral black bull along? Chen Xun spoke earnestly, these inquiries having lingered in his heart for a considerable time, serving as the primary reason for his hesitance to join one of the 10 great sects. The disciples of the moderate sects still possess a modicum of reason, but those elders in the foundation establishment stage would not engage in lengthy discussions with you. What should one do about the great black bull? Upon arrival, that little chubby boy had advised me to deal with the great black bull. It would be better to eliminate him altogether. Jun was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. What could possibly have happened in this person's childhood to leave such a profound shadow? This is the disciple token of the Wuyun sect. Dear friend, please take a look. Jun retrieved a green token from his storage bag, inscribed with the characters for Wuyun, adorned with enigmatic patterns that were clearly not of mundane origin. If this token were activated, it could summon support from Wuyun sect disciples within 100 miles. Jun felt slightly exasperated. Had it not been for the benefits of recruiting a qualified disciple, he would not have expended so much effort in discourse. Then activate it, and see for yourself. I hope you do not take offense. A loose cultivator like me cannot compare to your esteemed sect disciples. During the time of seclusion, I shall activate it, and you may discern its authenticity then. Very well. Chen Xun nodded with a smile, looking at Jun with anticipation. Jun took a deep breath, blinking as he spoke. In truth, it is not a great secret. It pertains to the lifeblood of the lower-tier cultivators of the Qian kingdom. Please, do enlighten me. It concerns the spiritual herbs for the foundation establishment pills. Jun began to unfold the tale. Chapter 33. Constantly adrift and about to depart, it turns out that there exists a secret realm in the Qian kingdom, known as the Southern Dipper Mountain, which opens once every 20 years. This place was sealed by hundreds of great cultivators of the Qian kingdom over 10,000 years ago, established solely to ensure the succession of the cultivation world in the Qian kingdom. Within it lies an abundance of spiritual elixirs, among which the foundation establishment pill is the most precious. However, it has already been divided and guarded by various esteemed sects, with limited quotas. Furthermore, the secret realm imposes stringent restrictions on cultivation levels, permitting only Qi refinement stage practitioners to enter. The competition that erupts every 20 years is fiercely brutal, with a mere 1 in 10 surviving. Only the top 10 sects possess the knowledge to cultivate the foundation establishment pill, leaving the remaining sects at a significant disadvantage. Relying on natural foundation establishment not only squanders time, but also risks falling into demonic paths. With a lifespan of merely a century, expending vast amounts of time to reach the 10th level is a daunting task. Even a single year can lead to severe consequences. The foundation establishment elixirs from the outside world of Qiangu have long been exhausted, as there are far too many Qi refinement practitioners and not enough supply. Understanding this, Chen Xun realized that they were to be used as pawns, or even cannon fodder. Nevertheless, if they were to collect 3 primary spiritual herbs, the sect's elder would concoct a batch of foundation establishment pills, and naturally, those who contributed would receive their share. Jun added, shifting the conversation, that the Wuyun sect never compels its disciples to participate, so friends need not worry. Chen Xun chuckled softly but refrained from commenting, inwardly scoffing at the notion. What was there to force? Those of lesser talent, upon realizing their futility in achieving foundation establishment, would seek it desperately. Once admitted into the Wuyun sect, one could choose their own duties, with the requirement of meeting contribution standards each year. Jun, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke at a measured pace, mentioning that he himself was an outer sect steward, and contributions could be exchanged for techniques and spells. Additionally, there is an annual sect competition. Should an elder take notice and recruit someone, that individual could soar to prominence as an inner sect disciple. What if the contribution requirements are not met? One can make up for it next year. However, if one fails to meet the standards for 3 consecutive years, expulsion from the sect becomes inevitable. A flicker of fear crossed Jun's eyes at this point, for being expelled from the sect entails the loss of one's cultivation. Outer disciples face this fate, but inner disciples do not, and of course, those in the foundation establishment stage are exempt as well. Thank you for clarifying, my friend. Yet, regarding this ox, Jun glanced at the large black bull, a slight frown forming on his brow, as the sect only accepts spirit beasts. That would be splendid, Chen Xun remarked, patting the large black bull. Moo. The bull stepped forward, a surge of spiritual power emanating from within, causing Jun to gasp in astonishment. It was at the second layer of the Qi refinement stage, something he had failed to notice all along. In that case, there is no issue. Jun took a step back, saying that spirit beasts are a formidable asset for cultivators. The beast-taming sect, one of the 10 great sects, specializes in spirit beasts and possesses significant strength among lower-tier cultivators. Very well, I, Chen Xun, wish to join the Wuyun sect, he stated solemnly, locking eyes with Jun. Please accept this token of entry. A gleam of joy flashed in Jun's eyes, another contribution secured. However, since you have not yet formally joined, we cannot refer to each other as brothers. Thank you. Chen Xun received a small azure token, smaller than the previous one, feeling a surge of excitement within. On the day of closure, the master uncle will activate the token, and you will know where to meet at that time. Very well, I shall not impose further. Chen Xun smiled, departing with the large black bull. Jun nodded, casting another glance at the trial grounds of the Ziyun sect, holding a token similar to that of the 3 women in his hand. On the streets, the great black bull's eyes sparkled with excitement, occasionally nudging Chen Xun. Old bull, we are about to depart from here. A smile graced Chen Xun's lips, yet a sense of haste enveloped him, as if he had grasped much only to find it slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. Nevertheless, entering the Wuyun sect had long been part of his plans. He had inquired about its strength within the valley, finding it to be adequate, neither overwhelmingly powerful nor weak, aligning perfectly with their expectations. Each year, disciples from the Wuyun sect lingered near the high platform of the Ziyun sect. While the nature of their connection remained a mystery, capturing attention was all that mattered. By showcasing extraordinary prowess in the first trial of the Ziyun sect, followed by a subsequent defeat, the disciples of Wuyun would inevitably come seeking them. This time, they had brought all their possessions along. A melodious chime echoed as the great black bull shifted its bulk, regarding Chen Xun. He paused, approaching the bull's side, and gazed at their pots and pans, now tarnished and yellowed with age. When the time comes, we shall polish these treasures well. Mooing softly, Chen Xun and the great black bull strolled leisurely through Jiuxing Valley, their pace no longer hurried. As they gradually emerged from the valley's mouth, their bodies surged forward with renewed vigor. At the waist of a grand peak, a solitary grave stood resolutely before them. They arrived at Sun Kale's tomb, clearing the weeds and lighting several incense sticks. "Old son, we are about to leave for a distant place, unsure of when we might return." Chen Xun's voice was soft as he plucked at the weeds, chuckling. "We have never ventured so far before." The great black ox murmured softly beside him, expressing the thoughts that lingered in its heart. As the mountain breeze swept through, a tinkling sound resonated from the ox's body. Two figures had already departed, a faint sigh carried away by the wind. After a while, Chen Xun arrived at the grave of Ningxi, beside which stood the tombstone of Ningxi's wife. "Master." "Mistress." Chen Xun's voice trembled slightly as he bowed deeply, their images and laughter seemingly fresh from yesterday. "Though you may not possess the most exceptional intellect, I firmly believe you will undoubtedly become a master of medicine. This child is indeed remarkable, of upright character and excellent disposition." The two seemed to sit before the grave, still gazing at Chen Xun with smiles, their eyes reflecting satisfaction. "We are about to depart, having come to bid farewell to master and mistress." With a solemn expression, Chen Xun bowed deeply, and the great black ox followed suit, moving with utmost care. He patted the ox and was about to turn away when suddenly his foot slipped, as if someone had nudged him. Chen Xun's pupils constricted violently, his eyes trembling. "Moo? Old ox, it's nothing, let us go." A faint smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he did not look back, leading the great black ox away. At that moment, a gentle breeze arose, and countless floating seeds suddenly soared into the sky. Devoid of confusion or hesitation, the two figures continued to walk further away. A colossal full moon hung high in the heavens, the early winter moon, both clear and cold, casting a silvery light akin to ice from the west. Outside the Nine-Star Valley, many wandering cultivators had begun to depart, for the valley would soon close, leaving them without hope. In the distance, amidst a sprawling meadow, the echoes of furious roars and anguished cries reverberated. Bloodstains dripped upon the grass, while 7 or 8 figures stood scattered about, their lips curling into sardonic smiles. The biting wind howled, causing the grass to sway rhythmically, reminiscent of the undulating waves of the ocean, each cresting surge following another in a magnificent display. "Those who dare provoke the Liao family shall meet their fate here." The middle-aged man who once sold Chen Xun's spirit herb seeds crushed a rogue cultivator's skull beneath his foot, his eyes cold as ice, with flying swords swirling ominously around him. "Brother Dao, that hooded fool has appeared," the round-faced brute sneered, harboring a grudge for the punch he had received long ago. Astonished that the man had returned, the Liao family, having conducted business in the Nine-Star Valley for years, boasted numerous cultivators among their ranks. Though they lacked a foundational practitioner to oversee matters, they were not a group of rogue cultivators to be trifled with. "Humph, having evaded us for so long, he shall not escape this time," the middle-aged man declared darkly, his surrounding flying swords growing sharper in response. Suddenly, a wave of trepidation washed over them, and the expressions of the Liao family members shifted as they gazed upwards across the meadow, eyes wide with horror. Beneath the full moon, a hooded figure stood tall alongside a large black bull, their robes billowing dramatically in the wind. 3 imposing axes and the bull's horns glimmered ominously in the silver light. "Liao family, it has been a while," the hooded figure said, slightly tilting his head, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he looked down upon them. "I hear you have been searching for me." Chapter 34. An imposing journey is about to commence. A subdued voice fell upon the Liao family like a sledgehammer, leaving them bewildered at the sudden appearance of a figure and a bull, their senses dulled to the event. "Kid, I never imagined you would come to us," exclaimed the round-faced brute, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he clutched a talisman that shimmered with a faint light. Freeze. Whoosh. Chen Xun sprang into action, a tempest erupting around him, the grass bowing beneath an overwhelming pressure of wind. His cultivation surged as he ascended through the ranks, from the 5th layer of chi refinement to the 6th, and finally to the 10th layer. The Liao family felt their scalps tingle and their eyes widen in disbelief, while the round-faced man trembled as Chen Xun closed the distance. His spell interrupted by the sheer swiftness of the young man. Too slow. With a single hand, Chen Xun lifted the round-faced brute, who quivered uncontrollably, his lips trembling as the talisman slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Moo! The massive black bull bellowed furiously, flames swirling in a cyclone around it. In an instant, an inferno erupted, engulfing the sky in a blaze, as towering walls of fire surrounded the Liao family. A torrid wave of heat surged forth, infused with intense magical fluctuations, concealing a visible wrath within the flames. What is happening? A foundation establishment, a senior of the foundation establishment stage? It's over. The remaining members of the Liao family felt their strength wane, their hairs standing on end, voices trembling as they beheld the fiery spectacle, their eyes illuminated by the flames, their skin scorched by the intense heat. The middle-aged man remained in a daze, his eyes wide open as he watched Chen Xun approach, dragging along a burly man with a round face. Instinctively, he manipulated his flying sword to strike. Crack, crack. The sword was seized by Chen Xun, who crushed it inch by inch, much like the heart of the middle-aged man at that moment. His legs weakened, and he trembled as he uttered, "Senior, we are indeed blind to the greatness before us. Where are my half-bag of spiritual herb seeds?" Here. The middle-aged man fumbled, hastily retrieving several bags of seeds from his storage pouch and presenting them to Chen Xun. Chen Xun accepted only half a bag of the spiritual herb seeds, his gaze suddenly turning icy. "However, I will never spare those who harbor intentions of murder against us. You, fellow Taoist, please, no." A cacophony of anguish cries echoed within the walls of flames as Chen Xun and the great black bull, with stern expressions, made their way toward Jiuxing Valley. They had learned that the Liao family had been lurking for several years. The following day, the sun shone brightly. The token in Chen Xun's hand emitted a faint glow as he infused it with his mana, directing his gaze toward a specific location. "Old bull, let us go," replied the mooing great black bull. In a clearing within the valley, a flying vessel stood still, surrounded by a dozen individuals, some of whom wore uniform attire, respectfully gazing at a tall, straight-backed man. This man was none other than Elder Ao Gu, one of the outer sect's deacons, possessing foundational cultivation in its early stages. "Elder Ao, there are a few more who have yet to arrive," Jun said respectfully. "No matter, this year's disciples appear quite promising," Elder Ao remarked, stroking his beard. "I have heard that there are several loose cultivators with impressively young bone ages." A young individual, possessing the bone age of 20, had reached the 7th tier of chi refinement, effortlessly dismantling 10 puppet beasts from the Ziyun sect with a single hand. In Jun's eyes, a glimmer of astonishment flickered, for this remarkable figure was also accompanied by a spirit beast of the 2nd tier of chi refinement, indicative of his mixed spiritual root aptitude. Oh, such a person exists? He might very well succeed in other sects' trials, leaving no opportunities for our Wuyun sect. Aogu nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Such a talent would undoubtedly serve as a pillar in the Southern Dipper Mountain secret realm, fortuitously discovered by Jun. At that moment, Chen Xun arrived, leading the robust black bull, appearing somewhat disheveled, the clattering of pots and pans echoing around him. "Taoist Chun, allow me to introduce you." Jun stepped forward with a smile. "This is Elder Ao from the outer sect of Wuyun." He then turned to Ao Gu. "Elder Ao. This person is the one I mentioned earlier." "Greetings, Elder Ao. I apologize for my tardiness." Chen Xun bowed respectfully, hastily removing his headgear to reveal a handsome visage, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Indeed, Ao Gu remarked, observing Chen Xun and the black bull with a slight smile. He held a fondness for respectful juniors. "You may proceed to the back." "Yes." Chen Xun promptly led the black bull to join the scattered cultivators, engaging in cheerful greetings. After half an hour, everyone had gathered, standing before the immense flying vessel. Chen Xun and the black bull felt their hearts racing with excitement. The flying vessel was colossal, measuring several dozen feet in length, devoid of masts and sails, composed entirely of a wooden-like structure capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. Though it may not rival the 10 great sects, it was still a formidable faction in its own right. "Let us depart." As Ao Gu stepped onto the flying vessel, he struck his palms together, unleashing a surge of magical energy that resonated with a thunderous boom. Jun, accompanied by a gathering of loose cultivators, commenced boarding the vessel, while Chen Xun led the great black ox, exploring its intricate craftsmanship. The material was evidently far from ordinary wood. "This flying vessel is truly immense," Chen Xun marveled, his eyes wide with wonder, for this was his inaugural encounter with such a magnificent craft. "Old ox, give a leap." Remarkably, the great black ox complied, bounding twice without a sound, its solid form proving its strength. The other cultivators expressed their astonishment, their faces alight with joy, mirroring Chen Xun's own awe. Another resounding boom echoed as the flying vessel ascended gracefully into the sky, causing Chen Xun and the others to sway momentarily. They hurriedly leaned over the edge, gazing down at the ground. "Old ox, we are taking off." As a fierce cold wind swept through, Chen Xun and the black ox felt their lips quiver. The nine-star valley began to reveal itself with increasing clarity. Seated in meditation, Aogu arranged the formation flags around him, gesturing with both hands. A transparent magical barrier enveloped the entire vessel, shielding them from the biting winds. "Impressive," Chen Xun exclaimed, swallowing hard as he gripped the great black ox tightly. The ox, feeling a surge of anxiety, instinctively drew closer to Chen Xun, realizing it had a touch of acrophobia. The entirety of Nine-Star Valley unfolded before their eyes, leaving Chen Xun in a state of reverie. He had not anticipated such vastness, nor the diverse array of exotic flora flourishing throughout the valley. The figures on the ground gradually diminished, revealing the contours of mountains, rivers, and valleys as the flying vessel completed its ascent and surged forward at full speed. "Old bull, we are leaving, truly departing," Chen Xun exclaimed passionately, gripping the edge of the flying vessel tightly, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Ningyun mountain range. Moo. The great black bull also stretched its head out, gazing at the Ningyun mountain range, where they had spent so many years. This time, they were indeed saying a final farewell. "Old bull, look. Panning City, it's magnificent." Chen Xun pointed towards another direction, where the silhouette of a colossal city emerged before them, and they could even discern countless figures moving within. This was their first time beholding such a vista from above. "Moo, moo moo." The great black bull seemed to be searching for something, peering down intently. The flying vessel sliced through clouds and mist, traversing vast mountain ranges. "Sun Lao's peaks," Chen Xun shouted as he spotted them, and the great black bull also recognized them. He suddenly bellowed, "Sun Lao." "Moo." The great black bull became animated as well. Even though wisps of cloud floated by, it too could see. For reasons unknown, Chen Xun felt moisture welling in his eyes. Perhaps it was the fierce wind or the dust that had entered them. He caught a glimpse of the resting place of his master and mistress. "We are departing." Everything on the ground grew increasingly diminutive and indistinct. The flying vessel moved at an extraordinary speed, and Panning City gradually faded from view, as did the Ningyun mountain range, until they were no longer visible. The man and the bull continued to gaze in that direction, where countless cherished memories resided. Buzzing, the flying vessel glides across the sky, scattering wisps of cloud in its wake. Thoughts have been cast into the distance. Farewell to the quaint mountain village. Farewell to Panning City. Farewell to the majestic Ningyun mountain range. The expanse of the heavens is vast, with countless birds soaring against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, flying in tandem with the vessel, only to be left far behind. Chen Xun and the great black bull have stepped away from the vessel's edge, their gazes resolutely fixed ahead. The meandering mountain ranges recede into the distance as the vessel adjusts its course several times. Now charting a direct path towards Zhejiang Prefecture in the Qian Kingdom, a grand journey is about to commence. Chapter 35. Zhejiang Prefecture, Qian Kingdom. 5 elements sect upon the flying vessel. Elder Ao surveyed the crowd, noting that their spirits had settled considerably. The scattered cultivators bowed their heads in respect, feeling the weight of his gaze. The sect has expended considerable resources to facilitate this journey, hoping that each individual understands the gravity of the situation. Elder Ao spoke solemnly, stating that certain harsh truths must be addressed up front. Regardless of the size of any sect within the cultivation realm, each person contributes to the collective effort. He urged everyone to avoid squandering their time and to adhere to the sect's regulations. "We shall heed Elder Ao's counsel," the scattered cultivators replied, a tremor resonating within them. The ruthless reality of seizing treasures and the notion that one must look out for oneself do not apply within the confines of the sect. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Xun's eyes. The sect is not a place for idleness, as the annual contributions are a well-understood expectation. Given the opportunity for a secure environment to cultivate, it is only natural to reciprocate the sect's support. Everyone comprehends this unspoken truth. Each individual has climbed to their current standing through their identity as scattered cultivators. No one is a fool. Aogu surveyed the crowd, nodding gently. Though these rogue cultivators possessed modest talents, they constituted the backbone of the Southern Dipper Mountain's secret realm every 2 decades. Their audacity and combat prowess were notable, employing a myriad of tactics. The esteemed elders within the sect were reluctant to risk their promising disciples, which elucidates why every year, regardless of the cost, each sect sought out formidable rogue cultivators, paving the way for their gifted students. With an expressionless countenance, Algu nodded once more, then ceased further discourse, settling into a meditative posture at the forefront. The disciples of the Wuyun sect positioned themselves behind him, commencing their cultivation. "Greetings, fellow cultivator." A man resembling a slender monkey approached Chen Xun. His complexion was fair, his features strikingly handsome, and he possessed an 8th-level cultivation in chi refining. Chen Xun, seated at the stern of the boat with the great black bull, smiled and nodded at this prospective senior brother. "I am Ji Kuan, and from this day forth, we shall be fellow disciples." "I hope my intrusion is not unwelcome," Ji Kuan said with a slight bow, a smile gracing his lips. He glanced around, noting that the other rogue cultivators were either deeply skilled or exuded an aura of aloofness. This particular individual appeared more approachable. "I am Chen Xun. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior brother Ji. Please, take a seat," Chen Xun responded, gesturing invitingly. Turning to the great black bull, he added, "This is my family heirloom, the great black bull, at the 2nd level of chi refining." With a sudden motion, the great black bull rose from its prone position and bellowed a greeting towards Ji Kuan, a spirit beast. "Greetings, brother bull," Ji Kuan chuckled, somewhat unfamiliar with sect etiquette, but feeling a sense of camaraderie. Hearing Chen Xun refer to him as senior brother filled him with a buoyant sense of belonging, having spent so long as a rogue cultivator. He finally found himself within an organization. The great black bull, upon hearing others refer to it as junior brother, felt a surge of joy and called out in response. "Hee, I wonder which hall junior brother Chen intends to join." The 5 Elements sect has an immense structure, with numerous factions. Yet the rules of the sect can be miswritten. We must not err in the path of our lives. "Oh, does senior brother Ji possess some insider information? I am entirely unfamiliar with the 5 Elements sect." Chen Xun gazed at Ji Kuan with an air of admiration, sensing that there must be someone of significance within the sect. "Junior brother Chen is overthinking. I merely inquired about the disciples of the 5 Elements sect who invited me. It is of little consequence." Ji Kuan quickly waved his hand, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Are there truly many individuals within the 5 Elements sect?" Chen Xun asked, perplexed, for he had seen only about 1,000 members in other martial arts factions. Ji Kuan extended his palm, mysteriously forming the number 5 with his fingers. 5,000. Chen Xun exclaimed in astonishment, turning to the great black bull, who mirrored his shock. "So many cultivators. In all their years, they have encountered few enough to total such a number." Haha. Ji Kuan relished the expression on Chen Xun's face, feeling an immense satisfaction. Before shaking his head, 500 would be somewhat lacking. A hint of disappointment flickered in Chen Xun's eyes. "Junior brother, there are over 50,000 individuals." Ji Kuan inhaled deeply, articulating slowly, but little did he know that upon hearing this, Chen Xun's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. "Junior brother." Moments later, Chen Xun regained his composure, his heart churning with tumultuous waves as he exclaimed, "Senior brother Ji, 50,000 cultivators? Indeed, when I first heard it, my reaction was much like yours, junior brother Chen. The 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom are indeed celestial. Indeed, it is not only the Qian kingdom. I have heard that cultivators from other nations are also present among the 10 great sects," Ji Kuan remarked with a sense of wonder, asserting that all the distinguished cultivators of the Qian kingdom are gathered within these esteemed sects, leaving one to ponder the magnificence that exists there. "Old Nyo, did you hear what senior brother Ji said? This is what it means to have vision. This is what it means to have perspective," Chen Xun exclaimed, spreading his hand. The great black bull stood in dazed silence, nodding repeatedly, as it had previously believed that the Jiuxing Valley was the pinnacle for cultivators. However, for outer disciples like us, lacking in connections, joining the outer disciplinary hall would be the wisest choice, Ji Kuan stated solemnly. Though it entails undertaking perilous missions, the rewards are substantial, allowing one to acquire numerous treasures, enhance practical experience, and swiftly elevate one's cultivation. Chen Xun understood the underlying intention of Ji Kuan's lengthy discourse. It was an invitation to join forces, a rapid consolidation of alliances. "Well, I shall certainly contemplate what senior brother Ji has proposed. Should I decide to join the outer disciplinary hall, you will be the first I seek," Chen Xun replied with a respectful gesture, his eyes brimming with sincerity. "Excellent. Then I shall not intrude further upon you and junior brother Nyo," Ji Kuan replied with a smile, departing gracefully to seek out other companions. The great black bull let out a call towards Ji Kuan's retreating figure. Chen Xun maintained a calm demeanor. He would not make any decisions based solely on Ji Kuan's words, especially as the ideology of the outer disciplinary hall conflicted with his own. He and the Great Black Bull had no desire to engage in conflict within the sect. They had finally found a place of order and simply wished to live joyfully. Yet, all matters would have to wait until they arrived at the Wuyun sect. The vessel continued its relentless journey through the skies, while the hearts of all the scattered cultivators aboard grew increasingly anxious. Zhejiang Prefecture, situated in the northern border of the Qian Kingdom, is characterized by vast plains and numerous rivers, teeming with wild beasts and inhabited by a populace known for their valor and chivalry. However, within the confines of Zhejiang Prefecture lie several majestic mountain ranges, shrouded in mystery, with the Yuzhou mountain range ranking as the second most prominent. It is located to the west of the prefecture, while the most grandiose range, the Hanyan mountain range, lies to the east. The Yuzhou mountain range stretches for miles, seemingly endless, perpetually cloaked in thick mist, leading countless villagers to lose their way within its depths, only to return claiming to have witnessed traces of immortals. Despite its colossal stature, human presence is scarce, giving rise to numerous folklore, to the extent that the local authorities have issued proclamations forbidding commoners from venturing into its depths. The mountains are adorned with towering peaks and sheer cliffs, enveloped in swirling clouds and mist, ancient trees soaring towards the heavens, while the intertwining rivers and streams enhance the sense of enigma. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants of the prefecture, this very place serves as the stronghold of the esteemed sect of immortal cultivation, Wuyun sect, an expansive and fantastical array, enhanced and refined through generations of Wuyun sect elders, has long concealed its presence from the mortal realm. Within this grand formation, pavilions and towers are erected amidst the mountains, accompanied by several magnificent halls perched atop various peaks, overlooking the entirety of the Yuzhou mountain range. Scattered throughout the rugged terrain are numerous hidden caves, and at times, radiant lights and spiritual auras can be perceived emanating from within the mountains. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless disciples of the Wuyun sect, clad in uniform attire, soared through the low skies upon their flying swords, their expressions tense and their movements frantic, racing against the fleeting moments of their limited lives. Above in the firmament, several airships glided by, and after a month's journey, Chen Xun and his companions had finally arrived. Chapter 36. Professionally matched Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull lay beside the airship, continually expressing their astonishment. A feeling of weakness enveloping them in the wake of such overwhelming splendor. Old Bull, this is the realm of cultivation. What was the 9-star valley in comparison? Chen Xun exclaimed, his voice trembling as he gazed longingly at the ground. The edifices before him were unlike anything in the mortal realm, sophisticated, grand, and of unparalleled quality. Moo! The Great Black Bull's eyes quivered, its call elongated, for the ground was bustling with numerous cultivators. With a steady hum, several massive ships anchored gracefully on the ground, revealing an open high platform that resembled a vast plaza, where hundreds of disciples stood ahead, holding garments and magical artifacts in their hands. The elders aboard the ships stepped off their respective artifacts, floating away while engaged in animated conversation, laughter echoing in the air. Among the crowd disembarking were merely 40 or so scattered cultivators, who looked on at the sect disciples with trepidation, uncertain of how to proceed. Chen Xun, holding the Great Black Bull, stood at the edge of the scattered cultivators, scanning the surroundings, puzzled by the absence of any formal initiation ceremony. Everyone, Jun declared, his demeanor buoyant as he stood at the forefront, radiating a stark contrast to his previous self at 9-Star Valley. Come forward to receive your sect belongings. From this moment onward, we shall be brothers in arms. As his words echoed, the disciples behind him stepped forward, prompting the scattered cultivators to hastily approach to claim their garments and tokens. The techniques of dust removal, sword control, the 5 aggregates formula, and the sect's regulations, along with a storage bag. Chen Xun could hardly contain his laughter, grinning widely as he observed the disciple standing before him. The disciple frowned slightly, clearly not fond of loose cultivators, and coldly remarked, after accepting these items, proceed to the sect hall to choose your respective positions. Your contribution value will determine your future within the sect. Thank you, Chen Xun replied, nodding with a smile. He quickly donned a blue robe, his demeanor transforming significantly. May I ask? Before he could finish his sentence, the disciple turned and departed, evidently unwilling to engage in further conversation with Chen Xun. So aloof? Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, pondering how to find the sect hall. He glanced at the large black ox, spinning around. Old Bull, don't I resemble an immortal? The black ox mooed in astonishment, remarking on the transformation, truly. One is judged by their attire. You appear much more refined than before. However, we shouldn't dispose of our old garments. Chen Xun carefully stored his coarse linen clothes in the pockets at the sides of the black ox, a testament to his meticulous handiwork and superior quality. The black ox nodded in approval, its eyes sparkling with joy, for the spiritual energy within this sect was far superior to that of the Ningyun mountain range. Junior brother Chen Xun had also changed into the sect's attire and secured his token at his waist. Shall we head to the sect hall? Noticing Chen Xun's bewilderment, he surmised that he had not inquired about the directions. The disciples of the sect seemed rather proud and reluctant to engage in conversation. All right, thank you, Senior Brother Ji, for guiding the way. Chen Xun grasped the black ox's lead and followed Xun down from the high platform. Brother Chen, you are being too polite. We all hail from the Nine-Star Valley, and it is only natural that we look out for one another, Xun declared, exuding an aura of brotherly leadership. Chen Xun nodded, feeling a burgeoning admiration for Xun. Despite his slender appearance and occasionally somber expression, Xun's character was commendable. The Grand Hall of the Wuyun sect was constructed on the mountainside, bustling with the lively chatter of disciples entering and exiting. The hall, ancient yet elegant, stood majestically, making Chen Xun and the great black bull feel like mere ants before its grandeur, forcing them to gaze upward in awe. Outside, several towering black pillars were adorned with intricate carvings of unknown spiritual beasts, their scales and claws seemingly alive, as if they were poised to take flight. Brother Chen, I shall step inside first, Xun said, observing Chen Xun still in a state of astonishment. However, do give some thought to what I have mentioned. Of course. Ji Shixiang, you may go ahead, Chen Xun replied, snapping back to reality and clasping his hands in respect. Xun said no more, turning towards the hall with eyes full of hope and an exhilarating heart, as a long-held wish was finally coming to fruition. Old bull, just look at this architecture. This is the essence of a grand sect, Chen Xun marveled, leading the great black bull closer, even reaching out to touch its surface. Moo? The great black bull, intrigued, nudged the structure with its head, relishing the cool sensation. Compared to the other disciples, they possessed a lesser sense of ambition and began to admire the grandeur of the hall, offering their own critiques. Chen Xun and the great black bull were filled with delight, their eyes sparkling as they explored every detail with eager hands. Within the grand hall, throngs of disciples flowed in and out, yet Chen Xun and the great black bull remained encircling the sanctum. A figure approached, radiating an air of righteousness, exuding a formidable presence. What brings you and the bull here? Chen Xun was taken aback, glancing at the newcomer, who was, astonishingly, a practitioner of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He cupped his hands in greeting and said, Greetings, Senior Brother. We are admiring the grandeur of the sect's hall. Admiring the sect's hall? The man was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting toward the towering pillars. Junior Brother, I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Time is fleeting. It would be unwise to squander it on such trivial pursuits. Thank you for your guidance, Chen Xun replied, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. You are truly a noble person. The man smiled faintly. Ah, you must be a new disciple of the Wuyun sect. Chen Xun felt a twinge of discomfort as he observed that the man's sect token was hanging upside down and that he clutched a storage pouch in his hand. The great black bull was also adorned with various belongings, a clear indication of a recent arrival to the sect. Senior Brother, you possess keen insight, Chen Xun acknowledged. Slightly unsettled. Come, allow me to accompany you into the hall and introduce you to the various divisions of our sect. The man was remarkably amiable, akin to a warm-hearted elder brother, taking Chen Xun by one hand while guiding the bull with the other. All right, but please, Senior Brother, do take your time. Outside the hall, 2 exclamations of surprise rang out as he was enthusiastically ushered into the grand sanctum. The eager Senior Brother was quite loquacious, having spent years within the sect, advising countless junior brothers to find their way back from the brink of misdirection. It was said that he had moved many to tears, with cries of I was wrong, spare me, echoing through the hall. His name is Lifeng, a skilled practitioner within the law enforcement hall of the 5 Elements sect, earning immense respect and admiration from his peers. The sect offers a plethora of choices for outer disciples, including the Pill Refining Hall, Weapon Forging Hall, Talismans Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, and Law Enforcement Hall. Among these, the Outer Sect's Management Hall is the most extensive, encompassing various tasks such as subduing demons, overseeing external markets, and recruiting disciples of diverse backgrounds. However, there exists a particularly obscure responsibility, managing the sect's medicinal herb garden, often regarded as the most laborious and thankless task. The cultivation of spiritual herbs is exceedingly challenging, requiring daily irrigation with spiritual water, weeding, and an annual quota of herbs to be submitted from the managed fields. Initially, all disciples believed this would be a simple endeavor, only to discover that not only did they lack time for cultivation, but they also failed to meet the herb submission requirements, ultimately facing harsh reprimands instead of the anticipated contributions. Cultivating spiritual herbs is indeed a technical skill. Without adequate time for refinement, how could these chi-refining disciples excel? Even when contributions increased, only a handful were willing to take on the task, necessitating the sect to dispatch experienced elders to assist. Brother Lu, this is it. I shall cultivate the spiritual herbs, Chen Xun exclaimed with enthusiasm, feeling that it perfectly aligned with his expertise. Junior brother Chen, I have previously warned you of the pitfalls, Lu Feng replied, frowning, as he strongly discouraged new disciples from venturing into the herb garden, considering it an irresponsible stance towards both the sect and oneself. Rest assured, brother Lu, my family specializes in cultivating spiritual herbs, Chen Xun replied earnestly, bowing respectfully. Thank you, brother Lu, for your guidance. I will certainly manage the herb garden well. Although Lu Feng might appear to be meddling to outsiders, Chen Xun does not share that sentiment. Lu Feng has rendered him significant assistance, a favor he will not forget. Well, junior brother Chen, since you have just joined the sect, should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out in my cave abode. Lu Feng said with a calm smile. Since it pertains to another's family expertise, you may rest assured. He then retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch and handed it to Chen Xun, instructing him that it could be activated in times of need. Chen Xun cautiously accepted it, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossing his eyes as he nodded solemnly. Junior brother Chen, you must devote yourself diligently to your cultivation and not squander your time. I shall take my leave now. Yes, senior brother Lu, Chen Xun replied. Mu. Chen Xun and the great black bull watched as Lu Feng departed, an involuntary smile gracing their lips, reminiscent of their days in the small mountain village. He ascended to a high platform within the hall and proclaimed, Martial uncle, I wish to manage the medicinal herb garden. Very well, an elderly man, seemingly frail and on the brink of collapse, replied languidly, producing a jade pendant and a booklet. Thank you, Martial uncle, Chen Xun exclaimed with delight. Gazing at the jade pendant, which served as the key to a certain medicinal garden. Without it, entry would be forbidden, and trespassing would be deemed an infringement of sect rules. Child, managing the herb garden is no simple task, the elder remarked, his eyes half closed, perhaps drifting between sleep and meditation. You need only come here annually to submit the spiritual herbs. Understood, Chen Xun replied, brimming with ambition as he nodded in agreement. This little bull is quite remarkable, full of spirit, the elder observed, casting a gaze of mild interest towards the great black bull behind Chen Xun. Mu, Martial uncle, this is my family's ancestral great black bull. Child, off you go now, stop daydreaming. The elder appeared somewhat invigorated, as the disciple's gaze made him feel as though he were about to seize this second-tier spirit beast by force. With a chuckle, the younger man said, I shall not disturb you any further, master. Chen Xun smiled awkwardly, realizing he had indeed misjudged the situation. This was a grand sect of cultivation, abundant with spirit beasts. Unlike the 9-Star Valley. Old bull, let us go. With a cheerful moo, Chen Xun led the great black bull, their steps considerably lighter, liberated from the anxiety and treachery of their previous existence. How delightful it was to be in a sect dedicated to cultivation. As they journeyed, they encountered fellow disciples, who graciously made way, their faces radiating kindness, yet they refrained from initiating conversation. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, they arrived at a secluded and tranquil valley, surrounded by unfamiliar and exotic flora, the spiritual energy invigorating, refreshing the spirit. In the distance, a majestic waterfall cascaded, churning with frothy white waves, splashing droplets like jade and silver into the pool below, all the while accompanied by a dazzling array of colors. The sound resonated like spring thunder, powerful and resounding, making this place feel like a paradise untouched by the world. Old bull, do not wander too far. Chen Xun, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly noticed that the great black bull had already dashed off, sniffing the fragrant flowers and chasing after fluttering butterflies. The bull, enraptured by the beauty around it, hurried back to Chen Xun, its eyes sparkling with joy. Ha ha ha. Chen Xun cradled the bull's head in one arm and gazed upward, where a formation was in operation. Channeling his spiritual energy into the jade pendant, he caused the formation to open a rift. Let us proceed. Chen Xun urged the great black bull onward, marveling inwardly at the vastness of the 5-element sect, realizing that the entire mountain range served as the sect's domain. Within the realm lay several expansive fields of spiritual herbs, adorned with an array of peculiar and fantastical flora. Surrounding these fields were ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching skyward, while fragrant grasses carpeted the ground, permeating the air with an enchanting aroma, a scene brimming with vitality. Chen Xun and the great black ox were utterly captivated, unable to recognize many of the spiritual herbs before them. At the farthest end stood a thatched cottage, where an elderly man with disheveled hair gazed longingly at Chen Xun, as if he were witnessing the return of a long-lost son. "You have come, at last." Moo. A sense of dread arose in Chen Xun and the great black ox. There was an unsettling impression that the old man was on the verge of madness. After a decade, someone had finally arrived, and with a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Heaven has eyes." The old man knelt, arms outstretched, and sighed deeply to the heavens, tears streaming down his weathered face. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement, he was indeed a formidable practitioner, yet Chen Xun regarded him with confusion. Pondering how he had come to such a state, seemingly worse off than during their time in the Ningyun mountain range. Junior brother, I have completed my duties. This place is now entrusted to you." The old man's expression was one of fervent excitement as he unleashed a burst of earthy magic, stepping onto a flying sword, passing by Chen Xun as if he could not bear to linger any longer. His eyes glistened with tears. 10 years prior, he had been forcefully assigned to this place by his sect, leading a life entwined with spiritual herbs, his cultivation progressing at a glacial pace, immersed in a solitude that few could comprehend. Chuckling softly, Chen Xun turned to observe the old man's retreating figure, glancing at the great black ox, who appeared equally perplexed by the man's behavior, unaware of the fortune that surrounded them. They entered the thatched cottage, which housed numerous tomes filled with insights on cultivating spiritual herbs, and Chen Xun eagerly absorbed the knowledge within. Chen Xun led the great black ox to the edge of the waterfall, where the ox set down its burdens and plunged into the water, sending up a spray of droplets. He seated himself nearby and began to peruse a small booklet filled with various types of spiritual herbs and the accompanying regulations. For instance, it was forbidden to hoard spiritual herbs, as each plant was meticulously recorded. Every 5 years, disciples from the pill refining hall would come to verify the counts. Each year, a comprehensive quota of herbs was to be submitted, and Chen Xun absorbed the details carefully, committing every rule to memory. The sound of the great black ox echoed through the water, untroubled by the growth of the herbs, for it had discovered that the essence of all things could indeed be diluted with water. Moreover, it derived immense joy from cultivating spiritual herbs, finding it far more pleasurable than tilling the fields. "Old ox, that thatched cottage is of no use to us. Let us carve out a few caves ourselves." Chen Xun surveyed his surroundings, noting the steep cliffs that were well suited for establishing dwelling places. "Moo," replied the great black ox, accustomed to living in caves, and considering they would also need to cultivate their own herbs. From his storage pouch, Chen Xun retrieved a tome on sword techniques. However, he lacked a sword. This would require contributions to procure one, as the 5 Elements sect had its own intricacies. Additionally, within the sect, there existed a highly sought-after pill among lower-tier disciples, the Bigu pill, which sustained one for a month without the need for bodily relief. The sect was indeed replete with treasures, yet it was also rife with regulations. Chen Xun then delved into the sect's rules, noting the prohibition against unauthorized dueling, which would result in a whipping at the law enforcement hall if one were caught. Any grievances must be formally submitted to engage in duels at the arena. Apart from disciples assigned to external missions, none may descend the mountain without permission. However, each year, they are allowed to venture down twice, once in January, with the option to accumulate these opportunities. Yet, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, such cumbersome regulations become a thing of the past, as those in this stage are akin to the pillars of the sect, resembling elders in their standing. The 5 Elements sect is larger than a city, replete with everything one might need, rendering any descent unnecessary. Chen Xun murmured to himself that if one were to seek spirit herbs, it would indeed be worthwhile to descend and take a look. Twice a year suffices, allowing one to remain inconspicuous within the sect. The great black bull, drenched and bellowing, approached with keen eyes fixed on Chen Xun, seemingly still eager for play. Chapter 38. Cultivating minor spells. The first step in our plan is to establish a cave dwelling, followed by the cultivation of these spirit herb gardens without extending their growth cycles. The second step involves accumulating contributions to the sect. If we provide a sufficient quota of spirit herbs, our contributions will surpass those of ordinary disciples. The third step is to gather enough contributions to exchange for a flying sword. I have observed a secluded spot behind the waterfall. We shall venture there to establish our cave dwelling, serving as a site for cultivating spirit herbs. The fourth step entails inquiring within the sect about the foundation establishment pills. The dangers of the southern Dipper Mountain secret realm are too great to warrant recklessness. Chen Xun spoke methodically, while the great black bull listened intently, his admiration for Chen Xun deepening. Most importantly, there is the annual sect competition, We can witness the excitement. A chorus of laughter echoed beside the waterfall as Chen Xun shed his garments, revealing his chiseled 16-pack abs, before diving headfirst into the refreshing waters below. What delight! The sky stretched endlessly in a brilliant azure, and a gentle breeze caressed the air as Chen Xun and the great black ox busied themselves with their endeavors. The Valley of Herbs resonated with a cacophony of sounds as Chen Xun wielded his axe against the rugged cliffside, sending shards of rock flying amidst a cloud of dust. The great black ox emerged from their thatched abode, carrying a bucket to draw water from the waterfall, all the while preparing to master a spell known as the water spirit technique. This particular incantation imbued water with spiritual energy, albeit it was somewhat ineffectual. Primarily intended for irrigating the spirit fields. Remarkably, it was divided into 3 distinct levels, which brought immense joy to the great black ox as it could acquire new knowledge. On the long journey of immortality, there is nothing more invigorating than the acquisition of new skills, a sentiment shared by both Chen Xun and his companion, who looked to the future with fervent enthusiasm. Old ox, take care while fetching water. Don't drown, for I shall not come to your rescue. Ha! Chen Xun exclaimed, his face dusted with lime, even his hair speckled with it. Turning his gaze towards the great black ox, he reminisced about their days of ice carving. Moo! The great black ox retorted, indignant, for it would not stumble into the water. The last incident had merely been a fluke. Yet, unbeknownst to them, mastering the water spirit technique was no trivial feat. Most disciples tasked with managing the herb garden had only managed to attain the first level. Through generations of study, it became evident that this modest spell required the passage of time and could not be hurried along. It remains a mystery as to which celestial being authored it. But every sect employs the water spirit technique, for none have discovered a superior alternative. In this realm of cultivation, where strength reigns supreme, it is only after satiating their hunger that they indulge in the practice of such arcane techniques. This phenomenon, indeed, contributes to the scarcity of herbalists. Yet, among the 10 esteemed sects, there exist remarkable individuals, though they remain concealed, like treasured gems, seldom revealing themselves to the world. With a fierce determination, Chen Xun bared his teeth and struck the mountain wall with all his might, exclaiming, "By the heavens!" The mighty black bull, disregarding the overturned water bucket, hurriedly sought out Chen Xun. Is it truly this resilient? Chen Xun's eyes widened in astonishment, his brows dusted with lime, as he lamented, "Old bull, I have chipped my mountain-splitting axe." The black bull, unable to fathom the spectacle, gazed at the stone wall of the Ningyun mountain range, which had been cleaved by Chen Xun's axe in a single stroke. After laboring for so long, he had inadvertently fractured the very axe he wielded. It matters not. I shall refine it further. This is mere mortal iron. Chen Xun sighed, his heart aching for his prized axe, a creation he had painstakingly forged at the blacksmith's shop. Perhaps the stone of this mountain was simply too formidable. Go on, my old friend, do not mind me, Chen Xun instructed as he settled on the ground, selecting a stone to commence the meticulous polishing of his axe. The black bull nodded and trotted off to fetch water. 2 days later, Chen Xun successfully established his abode, arranging all pots and utensils within. He then turned his attention to woodcutting, crafting various tools. His craftsmanship was exceptional. Wooden tables and chairs were fashioned with remarkable ease. Old bull, let us organize our belongings. This shall be our home henceforth, Chen Xun remarked with a smile, as he began to display the intricately carved wooden items throughout their new dwelling. The great black bull trotted about, dragging something along. Dust-clearing technique. Chen Xun executed a spell, and a gentle breeze arose, rejuvenating his entire being, making him gleam with radiance. Moo? The great black bull was taken aback. It was cleaner than a bath. Old bull, do not underestimate these minor spells, Chen Xun exclaimed in wonder, realizing that each small incantation saved them precious time, even the likes of the fasting elixirs. The great black bull grinned and began to meditate, practicing the water spirit technique. That night, the moonlight flowed like water, and the sky was adorned with countless stars. Chen Xun quietly stepped out of the cave, gazing up at the celestial expanse alone. What kind of world was the realm of cultivation? A faint smile graced Chen Xun's lips, his eyes dreamy. While aboard the flying vessel, he had listened to Ji Kuan boast, claiming to have read an ancient text about a truly advanced civilization of cultivators in a distant, boundless land, suggesting that their own place was merely a backward region, akin to that of primitive humans. Chen Xun scoffed, harboring 1,000 doubts. Was this not the most authentic form of cultivation? Cultivation civilization, he murmured softly, leaning against the cave entrance, gradually succumbing to slumber. Old bull, and I will surely go there. The following day, as dawn broke and the sun ascended, Chen Xun cast aside all distractions and began to busy himself with the great black bull. Old bull, let us venture into the wilderness. Moo. With an axe slung over his shoulder, Chen Xun led the great black bull into the mountains, where wild beasts abounded, and the sect would not intervene. Time flowed on, and a trickle of clear spring water emerged, and before they knew it, half a year had swiftly passed. Within the valley of medicinal herbs, a profusion of spiritual plants flourished, permeating the air with an enchanting fragrance. The growth was exceedingly promising as Chen Xun and the great black ox sat cross-legged amidst this verdant bounty. Waves of water rippled around them, transforming into vivid orbs filled with spiritual energy and magical power. Pop, pop. One by one, the water orbs burst in midair, and Chen Xun and the great black ox slowly opened their eyes. The second layer of the water spirit technique achieved. It did not feel overly difficult. Chen Xun furrowed his brow slightly, yet internally reveled in the thought that even the old ox had reached the second layer. Moo? Moo. The great black ox glared, questioning the significance of this. Its cultivation of techniques was progressing swiftly, despite its slow enhancement of overall power. However, it was indeed true that their foundational cultivation during the qi refinement stage could be rather tedious. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xun continued. If this dantian were to transform into liquid, with just a few hundred more years of refinement, who knows what might happen? Moo. The great black ox's pupils contracted as it nudged Chen Xun, lamenting their unfortunate predicament. Haha, I'm just teasing you, Chen Xun laughed, patting the great black ox. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Let us take action. Moo. The great black ox joyfully bellowed and hurriedly followed Chen Xun. In the medicinal valley, Chen Xun fashioned a straw hat for himself and wove a larger one for the great black ox, which delighted the creature immensely. It even wore the hat to sleep. Under the sun, the duo, adorned in their straw hats, busily toiled in the medicinal fields, their eyes alight with joy, undisturbed by any intrusions. Chapter 39. Cultivating the spiritual fields for centuries as spring gave way to autumn, on this fine sunny day. It marked the completion of their first year at the Wuyun sect. They continued to channel their longevity points into their magical power. The restrictions of the medicinal valley have been lifted, allowing Chen Xun to lead the majestic black ox out with an air of triumph. His storage bag brimmed with spiritual herbs, precisely the share they were required to submit, without a single item missing. They navigated the familiar path to the grand hall of the sect, pausing outside for a considerable time. Today, they were fortunate enough to avoid encountering senior brother Lo, who would have surely lectured them. Inside the hall sat the same elderly figure. Chen Xun, donning a straw hat, respectfully announced, "Uncle Master, I have come to submit the spiritual herbs." The elder responded lazily, as if perpetually in a state of slumber. On the platform, Chen Xun revealed the contents of his storage bag, meticulously placing each herb on display. None more, none less. Each exuding a fragrant aura of spiritual energy. A glimmer of sharpness appeared in the elder's eyes as he began to count, producing a token and casting a spell, his expression turning to one of understanding. Not bad. Youngster, it is indeed you. Upon recognizing Chen Xun beneath the straw hat and glancing at the grand black ox, he remarked, "You are the first disciple to enter the sect and head to the medicinal garden, managing to submit your herbs in full during your first year. Uncle Master, you may not be aware, but my family specializes in cultivating spiritual herbs. I possess some insights in this area. Quite commendable." The elder seemed unusually talkative today as he conjured an 8 trigrams token. "This represents your contribution for the year. It is now yours." "Thank you, Uncle Master." Chen Xun exclaimed joyfully, reverently accepting the token and gripping it tightly in his hand. "Simply drop a drop of blood to acknowledge it is yours. Off you go." "Understood." Chen Xun swiftly led the black ox away, having long since memorized the location of the contribution hall. "Old ox, we struck gold." The black ox mooed excitedly, its mouth agape in enthusiasm. As they dashed past, the surrounding disciples frowned, murmuring about the raucous figure in the straw hat. Upon stepping outside the hall, Chen Xun sought a secluded spot and hastily pricked his finger to pledge allegiance. To his astonishment, he discovered a contribution of 200. "Woohoo!" he exclaimed, leaping in delight and turning to the great black bull beside him. "Old bull, we possess 200 contributions." The great black bull was taken aback. Rearing up on its hind legs and reclining against Chen Xun, its gaze fixed eagerly on the Bagua token. It is worth noting that the sect imposes a mere annual contribution requirement of 100 from outer disciples, and they had astonishingly surpassed that by more than double. Let us proceed to the contribution hall. Today, we shall indulge in extravagant spending. The duo, a man and his bull, set off in a spirited dash, ready to ravage the contribution hall. Half a day later, Chen Xun and the great black bull emerged from the contribution hall, their faces contorted in despair. Chen Xun held a long sword in both hands, his eyes vacant, devoid of any passion for life. Damn it. The Black Hall, he muttered under his breath, his lips moving as he repeatedly murmured, the Black Hall. The great Black Bull's eyes mirrored his confusion. Their contribution had been completely depleted. The Celestial Sword cost 50 contribution points, a low-grade yellow-tier magical artifact. The Alchemy Furnace was 100 contribution points, a mid-grade yellow-tier magical artifact. The recipe for the fasting pill was 50 contribution points. Chen Xun gazed blankly at the great Black Bull, his voice rising from a whisper to a shout. Have we truly lost all our contributions? Is this all there is? Mo. The great Black Bull bellowed in anger, suggesting they should return to the valley to diligently cultivate the spiritual fields, saving up several thousand contribution points. Old Bull, let us return to the valley and farm. Surely we can reclaim the contribution hall, Chen Xun declared, filled with fervor. Let us toil for several hundred years and empty that contribution hall. Mo. The mighty Black Bull rose to its feet, letting out a resounding bellow, its muscles swelling with power. What is all this noise? Silence is required outside the hall. Came several sharp rebukes from within. Moo moo, let us go. Chen Xun chuckled awkwardly, bending down as he hurriedly led the Black Bull away, his movements furtive. Along the way, they were stopped for identity checks multiple times by disciples of the law enforcement hall. Everywhere, disciples of the Five Elements sect were gathered, chatting animatedly in small groups, their excitement palpable. The grand competition of the sect was about to commence. And rumors had it that senior brother by sure had emerged from seclusion. My goodness, he is the pillar of our outer sect disciples, having once been praised by the sect leader for his foundational potential. If he were to claim victory this year, it is said that a foundation establishment pill would be directly awarded for the journey to Nashon in 4 years. However, it seems we outer sect disciples might as well relinquish our hopes for the championship, as it has long been monopolized by the inner sect. Nonetheless, we can still participate and contribute some value, thereby enhancing our own strength. Several disciples passed by Chen Xun, their faces alight with excitement, completely oblivious to the figure of a hat-wearing cowherd beside them. Please wait, esteemed brothers. Chen Xun gently cleared his throat, approaching them while leading the Black Bull. How much contribution value is required to participate in the sect competition? Startled, the group turned, surprised by the sudden appearance of this seemingly rustic figure. Oh, this junior brother must be new to the sect, right? They inquired. Indeed, indeed. Kindly enlighten me, senior brother. Chen Xun inadvertently placed 3 low-grade spirit stones into their hands. Oh. The 3 exchanged glances, astonished to encounter such an amiable junior brother for the first time. With their hands clasped behind their backs, they chuckled. We are all fellow disciples. Indeed, we are brothers, all brothers. Chen Xun also smiled. You may not be aware, he said. The trio regarded Chen Xun with newfound fondness. In the grand competition of the sect, only disciples in the Qi refinement stage are permitted to participate. Those who rank within the top 500 will earn 500 contribution points. Should one ascend to the top 100, they will receive 1,000 contribution points and a potential opportunity to be taken under the wing of the elders. To rank within the top 10 grants 2,000 contribution points, an automatic promotion to inner disciple status, and the privilege to select a master. However, to secure a position within the top 3 is truly remarkable, as it comes with various rewards of magical artifacts and other undisclosed treasures. A faint smile graced their faces, their eyes glimmering with aspiration. Achieving a rank within the top 100 could lead to extraordinary success. How many will participate? Chen Xun casually inquired, feeling a surge of excitement, pondering the prospect of obtaining those 500 contribution points. He had just learned that a foundation establishment pill recipe required 3,000 contribution points, necessitating 15 years of labor without any means of exchange. Approximately 30,000 participants, they replied. So many? Chen Xun exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that in his previous life, he had never placed within the top 500 out of a mere 1,000 candidates. Naturally, many inner disciples and the descendants of elders would also be competing. The group shook their heads slightly, sighing gently, acknowledging that those individuals possessed superior quality yellow-grade magical artifacts and a repertoire of spells, far beyond what they could contend with. How utterly unfair. It's like wielding a kitchen knife while another brandishes a Gatling gun. What chance do we stand? Chen Xun furrowed his brow, contemplating the disparity in their weapons. Our sect will surely consider our interests, for the inner disciples engage in their own contests, limited to the top 100 in the rankings. Yet, isn't that merely a form of self-amusement for those inner disciples? Chen Xun shook his head, lamenting the inequitable distribution of cultivation resources. Oh, but my junior brother is mistaken. We outer disciples are not without our own talents. Take senior brother Bai Shi, for instance. With his 10th tier of Qi refinement, who can rival him? Several of them boasted, as if Bai Shi were one of their own. Indeed, I shall not intrude upon your discussions any longer, Chen Xun remarked, leading the great black ox away with a contemplative gaze. Around him, disciples rushed past, some soaring on flying swords, their laughter echoing in the air. Chapter 40. The Five Elements Sect's Grand Competition. Come, old ox, let us join in the festivities. Moo. The great black ox responded as Chen Xun quickened his pace, trailing behind the throng. The venue for the sect's grand competition lay atop another lofty peak, quite a distance away. As they approached the mountain designated for the grand competition, the number of Five Elements sect disciples increased. Chen Xun, donning a straw hat and leading the great black ox, became rather inconspicuous amidst the vibrant crowd. There were exuberant senior brothers and delicate junior sisters, their laughter ringing out, causing many disciples to swallow nervously. At the summit awaited a vast plaza, encircled by 9 stone pillars, where several elders meditated atop, casting a regal gaze over the gathered disciples, their presence commanding utmost respect. Chen Xun strolled alongside the grand black bull, taking in the surroundings. While numerous disciples occupied various spots, brandishing golden tokens to register their names, the square was filled with a cacophony of sounds, teeming with figures. Yet it did not feel congested. A mist floated by, suffused with an ethereal aura. The bull nudged Chen Xun, questioning why he hesitated to sign up. This year, I prefer to observe the situation first, he replied with a smile, eager to gauge the prowess of the top 500. The bull nodded, its head swiveling to survey the cultivators, its nostrils flaring as it caught elusive scents. 3 days later, the major peaks of the Wuyun sect gleamed with divine light, and a resounding bell tolled throughout the land, echoing the low roars of disciples across the mountains. With a thunderous resonance, 9 chimes reverberated, their lingering echoes cascading through the Yuzhu mountain range. Several individuals soared into the sky, darting with remarkable speed, unencumbered by any magical artifacts. The annual sect competition had officially commenced, presenting an invaluable opportunity for disciples to encounter significant figures within the sect. As the mist cleared from a colossal peak, all disciples ascended the mountain with reverence, refraining from flying with swords, gazing down at the vast throng below, a sight that sent shivers down their spines due to its sheer magnitude. Chen Xun trailed behind the other disciples, scarcely daring to breathe, having witnessed an individual walking upon the air. The overwhelming surge of formidable energy emanating from that person was palpable, as both he and the Grand Black Bull felt that a mere glance from them could spell their doom. Atop the towering peak, numerous darkened platforms were established, overlooking over 100 combat arenas, with a foundational elder stationed at every third arena. Their expressions were serene as they sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the younger generation. I have seen the esteemed elders. I have seen the sect leader, echoed the reverent voices of the disciples. All disciples bowed respectfully, their voices reverberating throughout the surroundings. As mist swirled and an imposing atmosphere enveloped the scene. Upon the viewing platform, 13 distinguished figures rose, each exhibiting a unique demeanor and attire. Gazing down upon the multitude of disciples, their ethereal presence was impossible to overlook, standing out unmistakably amidst the crowd. The younger generation held great promise. The Five Elements sect's grand competition was about to commence. The sect leader, Yu Yuanhua, wore a gentle smile, his robe billowing without wind as his resonant voice echoed far and wide, making every disciple feel as though they were under his watchful gaze. Without further ado, the disciples, flushed with excitement, turned their attention to the various combat arenas, their internal energies surging. The foundational elder's eyes sparkled with intensity as a jade slip unfurled into the air. In the grand competition, life and death are fated. Should one find themselves unable to prevail on stage, they may concede. The foundational elders stepped onto their magical artifacts, soaring into the air but refraining from surpassing the viewing platform. With stoic expressions, they regarded the disciples, channeling their energies towards the jade slip. Begin. As the words fell, countless talismans in the hands of the registered disciples emitted a faint glow, making the first battle a matter of sheer chance. Below the platform, over 100 inner disciples stood poised, clad in white robes, their eyes radiating determination as they surveyed the various arenas of combat. The gazes of the 13 eminent figures also swept across the scene. These promising youths were the future of the sect, and they were determined to prevent any tarnishing of their legacy. As their attention shifted, the battles at the arenas grew increasingly intense, each participant eager to showcase their prowess, exerting every ounce of their strength. In a certain arena, 2 disciples clad in green faced each other. One of them broke into a cold sweat, feeling a tremor in his heart as he realized who he was up against. Senior Brother Bai, I humbly seek your guidance. Although he was merely at the 8th level of chi refinement with limited strength, he still possessed the capability to fight back and refuse to be looked down upon. If I should lose, there is no need for despair, for next year will present another opportunity. Bai Shi wore a congenial smile, radiating a gentle aura, complemented by his chiseled features that resembled a finely carved sculpture, truly a paragon of perfection. Outside the arena, a cacophony of cheers erupted, with countless female juniors captivated, calling out, "Senior brother Bai!" Many younger male disciples gathered around the arena, rallying support for their senior, thereby intensifying the pressure on his opponent. "Oh dear," a jarring voice interjected, as Chen Xun led a large black bull to a shaded spot. Observing the scene, he remarked with a TSK, such striking looks and prowess. He would be adored in any realm. The bull mooed, shaking its head and nudging Chen Xun, believing that he was the most handsome, despite Chen Xun's disheveled appearance. Leaning under the tree's shade, Chen Xun fanned himself with a straw hat, occasionally picking his nose, his eyes glimmering with interest. On the arena, Bai Shi's gaze suddenly sharpened. With a surge of wind magic enhancing his footing, he launched himself onto the stage, creating a tremor beneath him. Waves of magical energy rippled outward violently, and a palpable pressure bore down on his opponent as a slender sword gradually materialized in his hand. His adversary, not to be outdone, activated a talisman, unleashing a flurry of white light that abruptly manifested beneath Bai Shi's feet. "Earthspike talisman, my junior brother truly spares no expense." Bai Shi smiled faintly, his body twisting in an uncanny manner, effortlessly evading the several ground spikes, his eyes glimmering with confidence. "What?" The combat disciples stared in disbelief, astonished that not even the hem of Bai Shi's robe was grazed. With a clang, Bai Shi unleashed a stroke of sword energy, infused with mystical power. The disciple inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he braced himself against this onslaught, staggering back a few paces. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he forcefully swallowed the blood, steadying his stance as crimson threads appeared in his eyes. He cast another talisman, the talisman of great strength. The disciple, eyes filled with reluctance, resolved that if he could not match Bai Shi in magical prowess, he would resort to physical skill. With a roar, his muscles bulged, exuding an aura of ferocity as he charged forward with his sword drawn. A glimmer of seriousness flickered in Bai Shi's eyes. He patted his storage pouch, summoning yet another flying sword, which sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. However, it halted abruptly just half a foot before the disciple, repelled by a golden barrier. Bai Shi chuckled softly, the diamond talisman. Beneath the shade of the trees, Chen Xun and the great black bull gaped in astonishment, while others fought with magical energy. This individual was battling with spirit stones. What a wealthy disciple. Chen Xun blinked, glancing at the great black bull, wondering when they might possess such spiritual stones themselves. The talismans clanged as they struck outward, inciting the elder brother's frustration. The great black bull let out a perfunctory moo, his eyes wide with astonishment, overwhelmed by the bizarre array of magical duels unfolding before them. "Ah, the art of movement!" Chen Xun exclaimed with enthusiasm. He too desired to master a technique of agility, allowing him to harness his speed to its fullest potential. On the arena, Bai Shi refrained from confronting his opponent head-on, skillfully evading with his agile movements. Once the effect of the powerful talisman waned, his adversary succumbed to fatigue. Unsurprisingly, Bai Shi emerged victorious. However, this did not reflect his true capabilities, for his competitors were none other than the inner disciples. Chapter 41. Riding the Sword, Soaring Through the Wind, Carefree in the World's Sister Guxuan. Sister Guxuan. A throng of male disciples gathered by the edge of the arena, fervently cheering and shouting, their saliva spraying in all directions. Unbeknownst to how many faces they might have splattered, on the stage stood a maiden, her countenance serene and her figure graceful, wielding a long sword that gleamed with a chilling brilliance. Her swordplay was akin to a dance performed by a captivating female host, quite a sight to behold. Chen Xun chuckled, glancing towards Guxuan, affirming that this journey was indeed worthwhile. "Old bull, isn't she splendid?" "Moo." The great black bull nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her beauty without turning its head, indicating to Chen Xun not to disturb its reverie. Alas, how could she have lost? I had high hopes for her. "Moo." "Oh dear, old bull, look at that little junior sister. She's in tears from the defeat. How amusing." "Moo moo moo. Hey, why is that short fellow acting so pretentious? Did someone feast on your family's rice?" "Moo." "Old bull, look quickly. The spirit beast. How extraordinary, how extraordinary." "Moo." Beneath the shade of the trees, the pair of man and bull alternated between hearty laughter and scornful rebukes, when suddenly, Chen Xun's expression shifted, and he struck the ground forcefully. "Moo?" The great black bull was startled, questioning Chen Xun's sudden change in demeanor. "Old bull, do you sense that something is amiss?" "Moo? Moo." The great black bull shook its head and then nodded, sensing that something was amiss, feeling rather uncomfortable. Sunflower seeds. Chen Xun suddenly slapped the great black bull, realizing he had forgotten such an essential item. Moo? The great black bull also tapped Chen Xun with its hoof, questioning why he hadn't brought the seeds, which explained the odd sensation. Alas, Chen Xun wore a face full of regret, declaring that they would plant sunflower seeds this year, and he would roast them again, finally adding some secret seasoning. The great black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, grinning in approval. Now that was more like it. In the grand competition of the sect, after the first battle, one could either continue to fight or take a day's respite, tallying victories. However, disciples lacking confidence in their abilities naturally wished to press on, as the intensity of the following day would not resemble that of today. The strong, on the other hand, remained unperturbed after one battle. They would recuperate their luck and energy, ensuring they returned to peak condition for the next round, without a hint of negligence. The sect's grand competition was escalating towards a fever pitch, with Chen Xun and the great black bull drawing closer, no longer merely spectators. On the fifth day, the inner disciples officially entered the fray, propelling the grand competition to its zenith, with even Chen Xun and the great black bull joining the ranks of cheerers. The outer disciples proclaimed their determination, with senior brother by sure rallying. "You are the best." Chen Xun raised a wooden placard and bellowed, drawing countless gazes from fellow disciples, all giving him a thumbs up, signaling approval. "Isn't senior sister Guxuan one of us outer disciples?" A few individuals approached with fierce demeanor, seemingly overshadowing senior sister Guxuan's presence. Absurd. Chen Xun cast a disdainful glance at them and patted the great black bull. The imposing figure of the great black bull stood resolutely as a wooden plaque gradually ascended, inscribed with the words, "Sister Guxuan, persevere. Let the sword rise with the 5 elements." A wave of astonishment washed over the onlookers, accompanied by a tingling sensation upon their scalps, prompting involuntary gestures of admiration. Their gazes directed towards Chen Xun conveyed a singular sentiment. "Remarkable." Chen Xun responded with a cool smile, continuing to rally the great black bull as they enthusiastically shouted, their sense of participation reaching its zenith. Upon various arenas, disciples clad in white from the inner sect leaped gracefully, their sleeves billowing as they regarded their opponents with an air of icy detachment. A subtle yet palpable aura of impending conflict permeated the atmosphere. While the ancient trees surrounding the arenas rustled in the chilling breeze, a few yellow leaves drifting downwards. Silence enveloped the arena, and the notable figures in the spectator stands displayed expressions of eager anticipation. A collective gasp echoed as countless disciples inhaled sharply. These individuals were the true future titans of the 5 Elements sect, poised to steer the sect's destiny. The intensity of their presence was such that even the disciples below the arena wore solemn expressions, overwhelmed by a formidable sense of pressure. "How exhilarating," Chen Xun murmured, his heart racing with excitement, echoed by a soft lowing from the great black bull, sharing in the thrill. Yet, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Xun's eyes. He yearned for the banter and verbal sparring that often accompanied such displays of prowess. As the resounding chime reverberated through the peaks, the climactic battle of the sect officially commenced. Whoosh, whoosh. A cacophony of piercing shrieks sliced through the air, as every combatant on the arena widened their eyes, their magical implements and internal energies igniting in a dazzling spectacle. Boom, boom. Each arena erupted into tumultuous clashes, with some unleashing torrents of flying swords, enveloping the platforms in a swirling cloud of dust. A misty spell was conjured, obscuring the battlefield, leaving only the incessant clashing of metal to convey the ferocity of the combat. Disciples commanded their array flags, unleashing puppets to fortify their rear, escalating the conflict. Swords gleamed and the air resonated with the tumult of magical energies. Every participant exerted their utmost, withholding nothing. A fierce tempest swept through, compelling those nearby to summon their powers in defense. In awe, Chen Xun's pupils constricted violently as he shook his head in disbelief. The prowess of these chi-refining disciples was terrifying, a realm far beyond that of rogue cultivators. Mu, the great black bull, mirroring Chen Xun's astonishment, shook his head in a daze, bewildered by the array of spells on display. The climactic battle raged for 2 days and nights, with Chen Xun and the great black bull seated on the ground, unwilling to tear their gaze away, merely snacking on flatbreads when hunger struck. Ultimately, Bai Shi and Guxuan found themselves among the top 100, while the outer disciples sighed, acknowledging the profound depth of the inner disciples' cultivation. As the elders of the sect distributed rewards and offered words of encouragement, the event concluded with trivial remarks. With the departure of the esteemed figures of Wuyun's sect, this year's grand competition came to an end. On their descent down the mountain, Chen Xun and the great black bull erupted into raucous laughter, delightfully mischievous. Old bull. That inner disciple was quite sinister, targeting the vital points. Chen Xun chuckled, glancing at the great black bull's rear, unable to suppress his mirth, particularly as their opponent had indeed suffered a grievous blow. The great black bull, grinning widely, seemed to relish the moment. Next year, we shall also participate, aiming for the top 500 of the sect and garnering some contributions. Moo. Off we go, back to planting the melon seeds. Moo. A person and a cow trotted along, laughter echoing through the mountains. Upon returning to the medicinal valley, they first tended to the herb fields, then stealthily plucked a few precious herbs, the pill of abandonment, nurturing the seeds before returning them. Old cow, I entrust the herbs to you. I shall delve into the study of sword control. Moo. The great black cow nudged Chen Xun with determination, for cultivating herbs was its forte. Chen Xun nodded, assured, and made his way into the cave, unfurling the techniques of sword control, retrieving the celestial sword from his storage bag, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Today shall determine whether we can soar. With a tranquil heart, Chen Xun began his cultivation. A month later, on a serene morning in the medicinal valley, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Chen Xun and the great black cow stood in an open space, the celestial sword placed before them. A backpack secured on his back. Chen Xun crafted 2 parachutes, prioritizing safety above all else. Riding the sword upon the winds, they would traverse the cosmos. Chen Xun struck a peculiar pose, channeling his indistinct magical essence into the sword. Rise. The celestial sword slowly ascended, hovering half a meter above the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moo. Moo. The great black cow leaped in excitement, continuously mooing. Old cow, get on, no, onto the sword. Chen Xun's voice trembled, his heart racing, as he began to envision their flight upon the sword, traversing this magnificent landscape. Chapter 42. Old cow. There's no time for explanations. Hurry. Moo. The great black cow stood up, its expression tense, as it crouched behind Chen Xun, its hooves gripping his shoulders tightly. They steadily embarked upon the celestial sword, a sheen of perspiration forming upon their foreheads. Chen Xun's veins bulged, his fingers poised upright as he bellowed, "Take flight." A gust of fierce wind surged forth, and the celestial sword whistled away, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Thud. Thud. 2 figures plummeted heavily, choking on the earthy dust. Where's the celestial sword? Where's my sword? Chen Xun cried out, his voice filled with anguish, his pupils bloodshot, as he coughed up a mouthful of dirt. Moo. The great black bull, also thrown into disarray, suddenly spotted the celestial sword lodged in a distant stone wall. Before long, Chen Xun and the great black bull retrieved the celestial sword. Old bull, our spells have been augmented. They are somewhat different, Chen Xun remarked, taking a deep breath. The great black bull nodded in agreement, acknowledging the incredible speed of the celestial sword. No matter, we shall adapt gradually and practice steadily. Moo. The great black bull, grasping the celestial sword in its mouth, headed straight for the waterfall, shaking its head at Chen Xun. Old bull, you are quite clever, Chen Xun exclaimed, realizing that the water might add considerable resistance, making it an ideal training ground. Let us get started. Another month passed, and Chen Xun had fully mastered the art of sword manipulation. One clear morning, at the same familiar spot, he prepared to ride the winds with the celestial sword. Reveling in the freedom of the heavens, Chen Xun murmured incantations, channeling his energy as the celestial sword slowly ascended. With one foot poised upon it, he called out, "Old bull, there's no time for explanations. Hurry." Moo. The great black bull sprang up, balancing steadily on the celestial sword, lying down behind Chen Xun, its eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. "Give me liftoff." Moo. Whoosh. 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 A fierce gale swept through, and the celestial sword finally soared into the air. The relentless wind battered against Chen Xun's face as he ascended further from the ground, his heart racing as if it might leap into his throat. The great black bull slowly opened its eyes, and the scenery around it had transformed entirely. It cautiously glanced downward, its pupils constricting. Moo. Old bull, old bull. What the heck? Chen Xun was taken aback. The old bull had fainted. He hurriedly steadied the great black bull with one hand, halting the celestial sword midair, his eyelids feeling heavy. He then turned his gaze towards the medicinal valley, now nearly 10 zhang above the ground, his breath coming in rapid bursts. The sensation of flying the sword was utterly distinct from that of riding a boat. He felt an unsettling emptiness, a nagging fear of plummeting. Who? The cold wind howled incessantly in his ears until the great black bull regained consciousness, glancing down at the ground, its legs trembling. Moo. It's all right, old bull. The celestial sword is firmly anchored beneath us. Last time was merely an accident, Chen Xun reassured. Nevertheless, the great black bull clutched tighter, yet its eyes sparkled with excitement. They were truly soaring through the sky. A faint magical shield enveloped them, silencing the howling wind, bringing a welcome tranquility. Old bull, let us take our time to adapt. There's no rush. Chen Xun smiled, resuming their journey on the sword, albeit at a more leisurely pace, growing increasingly proficient. Moo. The great black bull felt more at ease, gradually shedding its tension. However, Chen Xun furrowed his brow. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the magical shield, it lacked that exhilarating sensation of wind in his face. An idea began to take root in his mind. Let us go. Chen Xun let out a loud cry, spiraling repeatedly above the valley. The echoes of his shouts mingled with the anguished cries of the great black bull, creating a cacophony that was both exhilarating and tormenting. After indulging in this thrilling escapade for half an hour, Chen Xun began to feel a sense of restlessness. It seemed time to put his thoughts into action. Old bull, I have some matters to attend to, and I shall also seek out some materials. With his mountain axe in hand, Chen Xun ventured into the depths of the cave. Meanwhile, the great black bull lay motionless in the water, seemingly unable to recover from the ordeal. A month passed, and a vibrant orange sun rested quietly behind the dark, undulating mountains, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the sky. Inside the cave of the medicinal valley, a peculiar laughter erupted, accompanied by the repetitive exclamations of "I have succeeded. I have succeeded." The great black bull glanced at the sky, realizing it was time for the wind-blowing escapade Chen Xun had mentioned, and began to call out at the cave's entrance. Old bull. Chen Xun emerged slowly from the shadows, leaving the great black bull astonished at his appearance. What was this new form? Had Chen Xun crafted some magical artifact? Wearing enormous protective goggles and holding another pair that shimmered in the sunset's glow, Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is this? The great black bull inquired, rushing forward to investigate. Old bull, we must immerse ourselves in nature and truly experience the thrill of the wind. What use is a magical shield? Chen Xun laughed heartily, promptly placing the goggles on the great black bull, which were tailored specifically for it. The great black bull tilted its head from side to side, bouncing with joy, overwhelmed by the marvelous sensation. With this, we need not fear the sandstorms in our eyes. Ha ha. Chen Xun exclaimed with unrestrained delight, bellowing, Old bull, let us take a windswept ride. Moo. The great black bull, filled with excitement, relished the evening jaunts, for the scenery was absolutely breathtaking. Whoosh, whoosh. The celestial sword soared, unlocking a hidden passage within the medicinal valley. Chen Xun immediately ascended to greater heights, countless majestic peaks coming into view. He shouted to the heavens, Air Force One. Chen Xun, ready for takeoff. Moo moo moo. The great black bull joined in the chorus, donning protective goggles and resting behind Chen Xun. The sensation was one of pure freedom. The fierce winds whipped across their faces, yet no grains of sand could intrude upon their eyes. At last, this felt right. This was the true essence of a joyride. They surged toward the setting sun, leaving behind a myriad of ancient trees and towering peaks while on the ground. Wild beasts darted about, in relentless pursuit of their prey. A colossal sun hung high in the sky, with disciples soaring on their swords below, though their speed paled in comparison to theirs. Perhaps this was akin to the contrast between a Ferrari and an electric vehicle, Chen Xun mused. Ahead, a junior sister of the fifth tier of Qi refinement was gliding on her sword, fortuitously aligned with their trajectory. Whoosh. The young sister, her hair styled in twin braids, gasped in astonishment at the sight of a person and a bull standing atop the celestial sword, their eyes glimmering with an indescribable essence. This senior brother. The junior sister stammered, yet before she could finish her thought, her mouth fell agape, her expression one of growing disbelief. Before them stood a person and a cow, 2 fingers and the cow's hoof resting on their forehead. Then, with a lift of the hand, a crooked smile emerged at the corners of their mouth. Their celestial swords suddenly accelerated, heading toward the setting sun, vanishing in an instant with unparalleled grace. Goodness, the junior apprentice was left in a daze. Now even the cow exuded such nonchalance. Yet, the speed of that celestial sword was astonishing. One could only wonder about the grade of such a magical artifact. Many disciples watched in astonishment, marveling at the swift swordsmanship and the elegant attire. The fierce wind howled past, and the great black cow, mouth agape, gazed at the disciples left far behind, truly a brother in arms. Old cow, do you see? This is what it means to cultivate immortality. This is what life is. Moo. The great black cow nodded enthusiastically, continuously admiring the scenery beneath and relishing the joy of the wind in its face. Woohoo! The skies echoed with jubilant shouts, mingled with the sounds of the cow's calls. Chapter 43. Apprentice brother, can you still hold on? As time flowed, the year drew to a close, and the longevity points continued to accumulate toward the magical power. Chen Xun led the Great Black Cow, bringing along spiritual herbs to the sect's grand hall, securing a steady contribution of 200 points. Old cow, save it. No spending now. We shall participate in the sect's grand competition. Chen Xun carefully placed the Bagua talisman into his storage pouch. Moo. The Great Black Cow was overjoyed. Chen Xun also registered for the competition, acquiring a talisman that would indicate which battle arena to head to in due time. A few days later, the bell tolled, and the peaks of the grand competition were teeming with people, bustling as ever. However, this year, Guxuang and Baishir did not participate, reportedly taken under the wing of some elder to become inner disciples. The grand competition of the sect has officially commenced. A resounding voice reverberates throughout the land. Chen Xun, clutching a talisman, swiftly directs his gaze toward a particular arena and strides forth, accompanied by his formidable black bull, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon the stage stands an opponent, a disciple named Zhang Song, who has attained the 8th layer of qi refinement. He is taken aback, realizing that his adversary also possesses the same level of cultivation and is accompanied by a spirit beast, indicating that a fierce battle is imminent. Senior brother, I kindly request that you show mercy. I have only just broken through to the 8th layer of qi refinement, he implores. Chen Xun chuckles softly, his eyes glinting with vigilance. The tactics of these disciples are often enigmatic, and their spells are numerous. Thus, he cannot afford to be careless. After a year of observation, he has discerned that being among the top 500 in the 8th layer of qi refinement is relatively secure and discreet. Naturally, the competition will remain within limits, sparing the lives of the junior disciples. Zhang Song regards Chen Xun with a perplexed expression. The sight of this individual and his bull, both adorned with a straw hat, is indeed rather comical and peculiar. So shall we begin? He inquires. Indeed, Zhang Song finds himself at a loss for words. This man, equipped with 3 mountain-opening axes that appear to be forged from mundane iron, is clearly not wielding any magical artifacts, yet he cannot afford to underestimate him. His gaze sharpens as he suddenly flicks his fingers in rapid succession. Streams of water vapor swiftly take form, crystallizing into ice shards, resembling flowing clouds and water, leaving countless afterimages in their wake. Ice spikes are launched toward Chen Xun, while the Black Bull, merely at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, becomes the target. As the adage goes, to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Impressive, Chen Xun exclaims, evading with agility as he is relentlessly pursued, his movements betraying his precarious situation. Truly, this senior brother is formidable. Each ice spike nearly strikes him, yet with every nimble step, he narrowly escapes, the spirit beast following suit in a frantic retreat. Perhaps it's time to cease your evasion, junior brother. Zhang Song stood motionless, his fingers moving with increasing rapidity, the angles of the ice spikes becoming ever more cunning. Chen Xun brandished a mountain axe, cleaving through the air, then resumed his frantic dodging, drenched in sweat, his eyes brimming with terror. Junior brother, how long do you intend to evade? Zhang Song's expression grew impatient. Why was he unable to land a hit? His internal energy was rapidly depleting, and he would no longer hold back. As his words fell, veins bulged upon Zhang Song's forehead. He struck with his palm, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his gaze. At that moment, several ice blades materialized out of thin air, striking towards Chen Xun without warning, as Zhang Song lunged forward, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Chen Xun. This is terrifying. Chen Xun, alongside the Great Black Bull, shrank in size and vanished from sight. Zhang Song's pupils constricted. His spell had missed its target. Fireball technique. Chen Xun shouted, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs that hurtled towards Zhang Song. His gaze sharpened as he swept his hand backward, summoning ice spikes to counter. A large puddle of water formed in the center of the arena as the ice melted. Zhang Song had realized this opponent was formidable, and defeating him with spells seemed improbable. The two quickly became entwined in a fierce battle upon the stage. Each strike met with equal fervor. Zhang Song's heart raced. Why could he not land a hit? Meanwhile, the Great Black Bull spectated from the sidelines, bellowing encouragingly, as others on the stage had already claimed 2 victories. After nearly half an hour of entangled combat, sweat poured from Zhang Song, while Chen Xun sat on the ground, panting heavily, seemingly on the verge of collapse. It seemed he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. He had not anticipated encountering such a tenacious adversary in the very first match of the competition. Zhang Song wore an expression of hesitation, yet he was reluctant to squander any further time. With a decisive motion, he struck his storage pouch, and several formation flags were positioned around him. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, and before Zhang Song could react, 2 of his formation flags were yanked away. Stolen. Alas, an ambush. A dark figure surged forth, and with a powerful thrust, the formidable black bull sent Zhang Song soaring through the air, his face a mask of bewilderment as he crashed heavily outside the arena. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? Zhang Song winced in pain, his eyes still clouded with confusion as he glanced at Chen Xun, an unmistakable question mark hovering above him. Brother, I concede. Chen Xun stammered as he staggered off the stage, returning the formation flags with a sheepish smile. Junior brother, you truly possess remarkable speed. Zhang Song took a step back, accepting the flags, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. Could this speed actually disrupt spellcasting? How cunning. If it weren't for the constraints of this arena, the junior brother would surely be no match for his elder. Haha, junior brother, you're being modest. Zhang Song shook his head, astonished at the absurdity of the situation he found himself in. Chen Xun laboriously approached an official overseeing the arena, respectfully stating, Uncle Master, I wish to continue. Very well. The Uncle Master replied indifferently, channeling a surge of magic towards Chen Xun's yellow talisman, setting him against the victor of the first round. In the second round, he faced a cold-faced disciple named Lu Tao, who possessed the formidable cultivation of the 9th layer of Qi refining. Junior brother, if you wish to concede, now is the time to do so, to spare yourself the pain of injury. Lu Tao regarded Chen Xun and the Black Bull with an impassive expression. The latter's condition was evidently dire. I humbly request your guidance, brother. Chen Xun forced a smile and managed to sit cross-legged, seemingly to restore his magical energy. Humph, ungrateful. Lu Tao waved his hand, summoning a massive black ring that expanded from small to large, swirling in the air as a fierce black wind howled. Seemingly locking onto Chen Xun, the black ring abruptly surged forward, hurtling toward Chen Xun, an intermediate yellow-grade lethal artifact. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Xun's eyes as he left an afterimage at his original position, yet the ring appeared to possess a tracking capability, relentlessly pursuing him. If my junior cannot hold on, it is still not too late to concede. Lu Tao sneered, observing Chen Xun's desperate escape, his own movements unhurried. He raised his right hand and waved it, the ring emanating a golden radiance as it enlarged further, descending from above Chen Xun. Truly, a senior brother of the 9th level of Qi refinement, Chen Xun could not help but express admiration, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch that struck the ring with great force. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bang! A resounding collision echoed, causing the ring to dull in its golden glow from the impact. Seizing the opportunity in the brief pause, Chen Xun dashed away. Lu Tao's expression changed dramatically, his eyes filled with intense shock. Although the artifact appeared unscathed to outsiders, he could distinctly hear the internal vibrations. His demeanor gradually turned serious, though this junior brother seemed to be in a dire state. As if having just endured a fierce battle without having fully recovered, he could not afford to underestimate him. Fireball technique. Chen Xun gestured with his fingers, sending several small fireballs hurtling toward Lu Tao. Lu Tao regarded this with disdain. How dare he wield such a rudimentary spell in front of him? He opened his mouth wide and countered with flame technique. On the arena, a burst of flames erupted, and the small fireball was swiftly extinguished. Chen Xun suddenly emerged from the inferno, wielding a formidable axe, and struck at Lu Tao. Lu Tao scoffed, producing a long sword, and once again, the arena was engulfed in fierce combat. Lu Tao pressed forward relentlessly, forcing Chen Xun into a series of retreats. After half an hour, Lu Tao, drenched in sweat, found his magical energy waning significantly, his face contorted with rage. Junior brother, can you still endure? I can manage, Chen Xun replied weakly. As if on the verge of collapse, Lu Tao, drained of his power, felt a surge of frustration. Why was it that Chen Xun always seemed to be a step ahead? His spirit was utterly exhausted. Chapter 44, Elder Brother, Fire at Me. At last, in that fleeting moment of their confrontation, the spirit beast he had overlooked sprang into action. Moo. An ambush. A shadow darted from the side with astonishing speed. Chen Xun had ensnared him, leaving him no time to react. Ah, how infuriating. Lu Tao's expression was one of despair and humiliation as he was thrust off the arena by the great black bull. Chen Xun, too, seemed on the brink of collapse. Collapsing onto the great black bull, Lu Tao, witnessing this from below the stage, was momentarily taken aback, inwardly admiring Chen Xun's remarkable tenacity. Elder brother, I concede. Chen Xun weakly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Junior brother, you should focus on healing first. We shall spar again next year, Lu Tao replied, clasping his hands in respect, acknowledging Chen Xun's prowess. This battle had been exhilarating, and he felt a newfound understanding within. Very well. Chen Xun managed to return the gesture before being assisted off the arena by the great black bull. Lu Tao stepped forward to offer him a healing elixir. Chen Xun wept bitterly, emotionally grasping the hand of his senior brother, Lu Tao. Startled, Lu Tao's eyes reflected a hint of guilt, as he pondered whether he had been overly forceful. The surrounding disciples cast strange glances at Lu Tao, as if it were Chen Xun who had suffered defeat. Alarmed, Lu Tao hastily fled, shaking his head along the way. Half an hour later, Chen Xun, accompanied by the mighty black ox, approached the Foundation establishment elder and respectfully proclaimed, "Elder, I wish to continue the battle. Are you truly capable of fighting in your current state?" The elder inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. The disciple, donning a tattered straw hat with numerous holes, displayed disheveled hair and a dusty visage, with traces of blood on his hands. "Yes," Chen Xun replied, lowering his head with a smile that radiated determination. "Since you are so resolute, it would be unwise to dismiss your desire." The elder nodded faintly, acknowledging that such single-minded disciples were not uncommon each year. However, they often ended up bearing the consequences of their stubbornness. A surge of magical energy ignited upon Chen Xun's yellow talisman, shimmering with a soft glow. He then turned his gaze toward another arena, where his next opponent awaited. Stumbling onto the stage, he startled his adversary, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, fearing that he might inadvertently cause serious harm. An hour later, the arena was filled with a voice of frenzied rage. "Junior brother, can you still endure?" "Senior brother, let us begin," Chen Xun shouted, his steps unsteady. With a large hole now torn in his straw hat, from which smoke continued to billow, the 8th level disciple's expression grew grim. "You can endure, but I am on the verge of collapse. Who engages in battle at the Qi refinement stage for an entire hour? Who possesses such formidable magical power?" As the moment presented itself, the great black bull exhibited a cunning glint in its eyes and charged forth. "What? A sneak attack?" The man shrieked in alarm, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing safely outside the arena. Chen Xun claimed his third victory. The mighty black bull carried Chen Xun away towards the shade of a distant tree, seemingly gravely injured, as if his life were hanging by a thread. Beneath the tree's canopy, Chen Xun gradually regained consciousness, leaning unsteadily against the trunk, a smile gracing his lips. "Moo?" The black bull lay beside him, its large mouth quivering with concern. "Don't worry, I've got this," Chen Xun reassured, removing his straw hat, revealing a wild mane of hair, his body marked with numerous wounds. The black bull diligently licked Chen Xun's injuries, to which he affectionately patted its head and retrieved some healing ointment from his storage pouch. "It's merely superficial wounds. Nothing to fret about." The black bull continued to look at Chen Xun with worry, although they had endured many injuries during their days in the small mountain village. This was a battle of magic where a single misstep could prove fatal. I've learned quite a bit of healing techniques from Master Ning. These injuries are trivial," Chen Xun replied nonchalantly. "As long as there's no internal damage, applying the ointment will suffice. And I'll be right as rain in a few days without any scarring. Our magical powers are limited. We cannot afford to exhaust them. If we were to truly unleash our spells, they would not survive." A gentle smile spread across Chen Xun's face, for he held a deep fondness for his fellow disciples. The black bull nodded in agreement, acknowledging the terrifying potency of their adversary's spells. Should they truly engage, it would surely result in either death or injury. Winning 6 matches should suffice. If we secure 3 more victories tomorrow, we will earn that 500 contribution points. The black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, its eyes alight with joy. Chen Xun retrieved some sunflower seeds from his storage bag and began to munch on them alongside the great black bull. Casting his gaze upon the numerous dueling platforms that were teeming with spectators and the incessant cacophony of fierce battles. The following day, Chen Xun felt invigorated. His opponents were growing increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, no matter how extravagant the spells might be, they were ultimately reliant on the support of spiritual energy. Thus began Chen Xun's arduous journey of tormenting others in the arena, where the duels commenced with a time frame of 1 hour. No matter who approached, they would find themselves relentlessly subjected to his fierce onslaught. The surrounding disciples had initially intended to observe the match, but soon found themselves drowsy and hastily departed for other platforms that promised far more excitement. "Junior brother, I can no longer endure this." A wretched cry emerged, his features contorted in agony, and a flicker of fear crept into his gaze as he looked at Chen Xun. "Senior brother, hold on," Chen Xun bellowed, encouraging him. "I can still manage." "Moo." The black bull launched a surprise attack, knocking him off the platform, and an expression of relief washed over his face, as if he had finally been liberated. Chen Xun successfully claimed his 4th victory. An hour later, "Junior brother, I implore you, concede defeat." "Impossible. How can we, as cultivators, lack pride?" "Senior brother, let us engage in battle for another day." "Moo." The black bull struck again, swinging its tail. The senior brother, devoid of hope, gazed up at the heavens, collapsing outside the arena, utterly drained of all spiritual energy. Chen Xun secured his 5th victory. An hour later, Junior brother, I possess countless talismans yet to be activated. You cannot withstand this. Senior brother, fire at will. Half an hour later, the senior brother trembled, his eyes quivering as he realized all his talismans had been expended. Moo. The black bull charged once more. Ah. A cry of despair escaped the lips of my senior brother as his body soared through the air, tears streaming down his face. My possessions, he lamented. Chen Xun had secured his 6th victory, though his legs trembled with fatigue, and he was assisted to the next bout by the sturdy figure of the great black bull. Despite Chen Xun's unremarkable demeanor, his unwavering spirit left even several foundational elders profoundly moved, their gazes fixated upon him in the arena. Junior brother. My senior brother observed the unsteady stance of Chen Xun, his brow furrowing in concern. How could he possibly intervene? Chen Xun's hair danced wildly, his eyes bloodshot. As he bent forward, resting his hands upon his knees. Slowly, he lifted his gaze and declared, Senior brother, let us engage in battle. I will show my junior brother the respect you deserve. The senior brother's expression turned solemn, his eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and admiration. In mere moments, as Chen Xun let out a mighty roar and charged forward, fists raised despite the myriad of openings in his defense, the senior brother merely shifted slightly to the side. Filled with poignant reflections, a gust of cold wind swept through, and Chen Xun could no longer hold on. He collapsed onto the arena like a fallen pillar. Junior brother, they exclaimed. Mo. They hurriedly rushed to check on him, relieved to find him unharmed. Even a foundational elder approached to assess the situation, stating, he is fine. He has merely endured consecutive battles that have taken their toll on his body and spirit. A few days of recuperation will suffice. Thank you, esteemed uncle. My senior brother replied with a respectful gesture. The foundational elder nodded, his eyes filled with a sense of contemplation. This individual likely hailed from a lineage of solitary cultivators, a trait not uncommon among such souls. It was a reflection of their resignation to their own talents and an unyielding defiance against fate. They would fight until the last drop of blood, never yielding. Yet the reality is that no eminent figures cast their gaze upon him. Such individuals are far too ordinary. Their indomitable will merely a manifestation of impotent rage, unable to alter his aptitude for cultivation. Chen Xun was dragged down the mountain by the great black bull. Chapter 45. The Radiant Sun Shines. A fitting day for farewell, old bull. Sequence 478. We are stable now. 500 contributions in just 2 days is equivalent to what we would accomplish in 2 years. Chen Xun reclined upon the back of the great black bull, examining the yellow talisman in his hand. Once the competition concluded, he could exchange his contributions at the sect's grand hall. The great black bull turned its head, gazing at Chen Xun with concern. Old bull, what is this? When we were in Panning City, who had it easy? Were we not all surviving in the crevices of hardship? Chen Xun, unfazed, replied with a smile, if a few injuries can yield such substantial contributions, then we have truly profited, and we must express our gratitude to the sect for this opportunity. The great black bull nodded, contemplating how it wished it could bear the injuries for Chen Xun, for its hide was tough and resilient. Upon returning to the herb valley, Chen Xun rallied his spirits, applying ointment to various wounds, while the great black bull stood vigil by his side, doing nothing. This fasting pill can only be used in emergencies. We do not lack the time for nourishment, Chen Xun remarked as he produced a yellowish pill. He had attempted alchemy once the previous year, and although consuming it alleviated his hunger, it left him devoid of satisfaction, a rather insipid experience. Moo. The great black bull empathized. How could this fasting pill compare to the wild flavors of the mountains? It felt as though a heap of hay lay within its stomach. Old bull, let us get to work and tend to the herb valley. Chen Xun had already applied medicated plasters all over his body and smiled, saying, how could they truly injure me? I merely chose not to evade. Mooing, the large black bull turned back 3 times. Realizing that the medicinal garden had indeed been unattended for 2 days, it wanted to take a look. After the large black bull vanished from sight, Chen Xun grimaced in pain. Although he had not sustained any internal injuries, the external wounds were genuinely excruciating. Days later, after the conclusion of the sect's grand competition, Chen Xun and the large black bull hurried towards the sect's main hall. Remarkably, the yellow talisman had not been confiscated by the sect. It was said to be kept for the disciples as a memento. Junior brother Chen. A familiar voice resonated from behind him. His expression brightened with unexpected joy. Senior brother Ji. Chen Xun exclaimed, turning to Ji Kuan, whose face had hardened somewhat yet still bore the appearance of a lean monkey. Chen Xun couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Even within the same sect, it had taken them 2 full years to encounter one another by chance. Did junior brother Chen not take up a position in the outer sect? Ji Kuan inquired. I have taken on the management of the medicinal garden. My family used to do this. They strolled beneath a secluded tree, reminiscing about the past, while the large black bull, seeing them halt, lay down on the ground. Junior brother, the medicinal garden is not a favorable place. It is referred to as a land of lost aspirations, Ji Kuan lamented, a hint of frustration in his tone. It is populated by the elders of the sect, who have resigned themselves to the fact that they will never establish a foundation. We still have ample time ahead of us. We must not be complacent, Junior brother Chen. Ji Kuan's goodwill was acknowledged, yet Chen Xun responded, I appreciate your concern, Senior brother, but I truly dislike engaging in conflict. Chen Xun also wore a troubled expression, for he understood Ji Kuan's meaning. The opportunities afforded by the outer sect were indeed a boon for enhancing one's strength. Alas, Junior brother Chen, you are unaware of how the disciples within the sect perceive us loose cultivators, Ji Kuan remarked, his countenance revealing indignation. One hand resting behind his back, while the other clenched into a fist. This I truly do not know, Chen Xun replied, shaking his head. He felt that his senior brothers and sisters were quite amiable and had not experienced any discrimination. They refer to us as stepping stones. And even the Foundation establishment elders do not hold us in esteem. Ji Kuan had spent the last 2 years in the outer sect, a place rife with factions and incessant intrigue, where contributions were sometimes embezzled. What do you mean, senior brother Ji? Chen Xun inquired calmly. Had it been in the past, he would have brandished his 3 mountain-splitting axes and caused an uproar. There are 3 years until the South Dipper Mountain secret realm opens. But the majority of those who go are loose cultivators. Indeed, I am aware. Otherwise, how would we have the chance to enter the sect? Do you know how many individuals can partake every 20 years, and how many actually survive? Ji Kuan inhaled deeply, his voice grave. 700 individuals, with less than 100 returning. If one fails to procure Foundation establishment spiritual herbs, one gains nothing. How grim, Chen Xun exclaimed. Though he had long known they were merely cannon fodder, he was unaware of the extent of the darkness. Of course, we are the remnants of loose cultivators filtered out by the 10 great sections. On the surface, all appears equal, yet which elder would truly regard us? Ji Kuan's eyes dimmed. Over the past 2 years, many illusions had been shattered, and he had become increasingly somber. Those cultivators with the Foundation building potential have long been taken by the 10 great sects. If they wish to establish their foundation, they must tread the perilous path of bloodshed. Does Brother Ji intend to venture into the secret realm of South Doshan? Chen Xun scrutinized him for a moment. After all, he was still at the 8th level of qi refinement, and his strength might be somewhat inadequate. Indeed, Ji Kuan nodded emphatically, stating that he had amassed sufficient contributions and was preparing to enter seclusion for intense cultivation. Should he break through to the 9th level of qi refinement, his chances of survival would significantly increase. Brother Ji, you could afford to wait another 20 years. You are still quite young. Enhancing your strength first would be prudent. Junior brother Chen, in 23 years, my vitality will wane and my strength will decline. What then can I contend with? Ji Kuan's fists tightened. A glimmer of unwillingness in his eyes. He was truly dissatisfied. These words sent a tremor through Chen Xun's heart. Indeed, the qi refinement period lasts but a century. A fleeting moment. And how many cultivators are granted another 20 years? Junior brother Chen, today is a splendid day, bathed in sunlight, perfect for farewells. Ji Kuan smiled serenely. He held a fondness for Chen Xun, sensing that he harbored no ill intentions, making their companionship effortlessly enjoyable. After 2 years in the outer sect affairs hall, he realized that friends like Chen Xun were exceedingly rare, affirming that his decision to join the medicinal garden was indeed wise. Brother Ji, please wait a moment. Chen Xun hastily retrieved his storage bag, producing 2 heavy feather pills and a vial of sustenance pills. Brother Ji, these heavy feather pills were purchased from the 9-Star Valley, and there are still 2 left, their efficacy intact. He now understood the principle that great kindness is akin to great enmity, and thus he dared not present too much, lest he jeopardize their friendship. So it is the heavy feather pills. Ji Kuan exclaimed in astonishment. This is indeed a precious pill of the qi refining stage, quite costly. Junior brother Chen, I harbor no ulterior motives. Please take it back, as you are in need of it. Brother Ji, please accept it. You require it more than I do. Our medicinal herb garden is flourishing under our management, yielding substantial contributions each year. Chen Xun replied earnestly, promptly placing the item into Ji Kuan's hands. Unable to decline such heartfelt generosity, Ji Kuan accepted only 1 heavy feather pill, insisting, take back the rest. His words left no room for argument. Very well. Chen Xun sighed softly, returning the other items to his storage pouch. Junior brother Chen, Junior brother Nyo, I shall take my leave now. Please take care. Ji Kuan clasped his hands respectfully before glancing at the great black bull, which promptly rose to its feet, letting out a resounding moo. Under the trees, Ji Kuan departed. while Chen Xun and the great black bull observed his solitary yet resolute figure receding into the distance. Brother Ji will surely attain foundation establishment, won't he, old bull? Chen Xun murmured. Mu, the great black bull, nodded in agreement. Within the sect, only Ji Kuan regarded him as a junior brother, and the merit he carried would surely protect him. Come, old bull, let us return. The straw hat remains unfinished. With that, the man and the bull made their way back to the medicinal valley, a gentle breeze stirring the air, causing countless fallen leaves to dance about, a truly picturesque sight. Chapter 46. Embarking on the journey to South Dipper Mountain, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had swiftly passed. The sect welcomed numerous new disciples, their eyes brimming with passion and dreams for the future. The sect's grand competition had also birthed a multitude of new talents, each a dark horse rising to prominence, commanding respect among their peers. Yet, there exists a disciple who has become the nightmare of countless others. This individual, adorned with a straw hat and accompanied by a black bull spirit, is often regarded as the bane of the grand competition. Should one encounter this person, failing to dispatch them with a single strike necessitates preparation for a battle lasting an hour. Many observing disciples have found themselves haunted by nightmares, their bedding filled with visions of straw hats. Furthermore, those who engage in combat with this individual are left lamenting their plight, with some 9th-layer chi refinement brothers even conceding defeat, underscoring the ferocity of this disciple. However, due to the prolonged duration of their battles, both their body and mind suffer considerable weariness, resulting in their annual placement within the lower ranks of the top 500, a lamentable outcome indeed. Yet, these tales are merely the musings of lower-tier disciples. The true focal point of each year's sect rankings lies within the elite top 100, igniting the aspirations of innumerable disciples. This, in fact, is the genuine intent of the Wuyun sect, to utilize inner disciples to inspire these dark horses. The ultimate reward for the victor remains shrouded in mystery, yet it is clear that outer disciples shall not partake. Only through the continuous influx of fresh blood can the longevity of the sect be ensured, with each year's grand competition serving as a catalyst for numerous disciples to achieve breakthroughs in their combat skills. In the Yuzhu mountain range, amidst the low skies, a figure and a bull stealthily approached the main hall of the sect, their pace measured and unhurried. Old bull, a full 3,000 contribution points, Chen Xun murmured, licking his lips. Mu. The great black bull stiffened, its body trembling with anticipation, pondering the treasures that could be acquired. Yet, a shadow of melancholy crossed its features, for the majority of these contribution points were earned through the myriad scars adorning Chen Xun's body. What are you thinking, old bull? Let us exchange them for the foundation establishment Dan formula. With a low roar, the sword whizzed past, hovering just above the ground, for they dared not ascend too high. A collision with a venerable elder could lead to dire consequences, and Chen Xun had meticulously calculated the safe altitude for flight. Within the Hall of Contributions, there existed a nearly deserted high platform, designated for the elders in the foundation establishment stage, where the formula for the foundation establishment elixir was also stored. Respected uncle, I have come to exchange for the foundation establishment elixir formula, Chen Xun said, bowing respectfully and presenting the 8 trigrams token to the gaunt figure standing upon the platform. The man's visage resembled that of a corpse, with pronounced bones jutting from his face. His expression was cold, and his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Chen Xun. As a disciple at the 8th level of chi refinement, your contribution value indeed amounts to 3,000. However, this formula is intended for foundation establishment practitioners. What purpose do you intend to serve with it? The sect does not possess the requisite medicinal herbs for exchange, the gaunt man interrogated, his eyes seemingly penetrating the very soul. Even those in the chi refinement stage cannot concoct it. You would do well to provide me with a compelling reason. The formula for the foundation establishment elixir is merely a token gesture of the sect, a fleeting hope for those at the chi refinement stage. For a clever woman cannot weave without silk. It serves as a comfort for oneself. I wish to journey to South Dipper Mountain. Then you ought to refrain from trading your contributions for such a futile object. The uncle remarked, seemingly unaware of the circumstances. I was once a solitary cultivator. This item embodies my fervent aspiration. To behold it is akin to envisioning the foundation establishment within reach. Chen Xun's voice trembled, his bow deepening, as the tattered straw hat he wore seemed to narrate the injustices of fate. However, the gaunt man nodded in acknowledgement, adding, consider this carefully. The expedition to South Dipper Mountain in 6 months will not be a simple endeavor. In Chen Xun's eyes, astonishment flickered. He had not anticipated that this zombie-like master uncle possessed a warm heart beneath his cold exterior. He spoke solemnly, I shall never regret my decision. The slender man regarded Chen Xun with a deep gaze before producing a prescription, depleting the contribution points within the Bagua token entirely. Thank you, Master Uncle, Chen Xun said. accepting the token with both hands, then turning to lead the great black bull away. They soared through the skies on their swords, swiftly returning to the Medicine Valley. The great black bull had even set traps in numerous locations. Should any intruder dare to trespass, every detail would shift. Moo. The great black bull called out to Chen Xun, confirming that no one had come. Let us go. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with joy as he rushed into the cave. Hastily retrieving the foundational pill recipe, he murmured, Tian Yao fruit, moon command fruit, silver staff flower, ice duckweed, cold spirit grass. His eyes widened increasingly as he recited, encountering names he had neither heard of nor seen before, with only a few spiritual herbs being familiar. The foundational pill consisted of a total of 27 auxiliary herbs and 3 primary herbs, earth soulvine, sun ginseng lotus, and namu leaf. Moo? The great black bull extended its head to observe closely, yet none of the spiritual herbs were present in their Medicine Valley. Foundation stage, liquid transformation of the Dantian. The birth of divine consciousness and boundless wonders, Chen Xun sighed, feeling a surge of envy, yearning to experience what divine consciousness entailed. Having heard that it surpassed the sensations of the 5 senses. Moo? If it truly takes a century to establish a foundation, there would be no place for us within the 5 elements sect. Chen Xun articulated each word carefully, gazing intently at the great black bull. In 6 months, we shall venture to the South Dipper Mountain secret realm. Moo. The great black bull rose abruptly, its eyes aflame with determination. It was evident that disciples from all the cultivation sects of the Qian kingdom would be dispatched. This was indeed the true battleground. We must begin to prepare, Chen Xun stated, for they possessed no knowledge of the southern Dome Mountain, nor its location. The man and the bull slowly gazed towards the entrance of their cave dwelling, a flicker of murderous intent dancing in their eyes, indicating that this time, they were truly ready to take decisive action. Half a year later, the sound of bells reverberated through the Wu Yun sect as figures soared on swords from various peaks, their expressions steely, exuding an indomitable aura as they made their way to the sect master peak. The long-anticipated expedition to the southern Dome Mountain, which occurs every 2 decades in the Qian kingdom, was finally about to commence. The elders and disciples of each peak were expressions of hopeful anticipation. Should they reap substantial rewards, it would undoubtedly elevate their sect to new heights, as many smaller sects had risen to prominence due to their ventures to the southern Dome Mountain. This year, the number of applicants was exceptionally high, reaching into the thousands. However, only those ranked within the top 2,000 according to the sect's grand competition would be given priority. Many elders wore downcast expressions, realizing their hopes had been dashed. They gathered their belongings and slowly descended the mountain, where numerous markets established by the Wu Yun sect thrived, serving as a hub for many cultivators to exchange knowledge. The outer sect's affairs hall would assign them positions while they awaited the passage of time, ultimately fading into dust, perhaps even leaving their names forgotten. Yet, within the inner sect, an unwritten rule prevailed. No inner disciples were permitted to participate in the expedition to the southern Dome Mountain, for they would be provided with foundation-building pills in a certain medicinal valley of the Wu Yun sect, within a cave dwelling, surrounded by cracked stone walls. The ground was piled with a pit of earth, upon which rested a large, blackened cauldron, continuously emitting thick white mist that carried a potent medicinal aroma. Remnants of charcoal still lingered within the pit, sizzling and crackling, yet the cave was devoid of any presence. Today, the sky was a clear azure, unmarred by clouds, with distant mountains cloaked in hues of indigo and a gentle breeze wafting warmth. Chen Xun and the formidable black bull emerged from the medicinal valley, their expressions stoic as they took to the skies on their swords, heading towards the Zhongzhou Peak. Chapter 47, 5 Elements Sect. 700 warriors. The vitality accumulated over the past 3 years was now added to their magical prowess, resulting in their current vitality points: strength 21, speed 21, essence of all things 20, and magical power 11. However, upon seeing his fellow disciples, a warm smile immediately illuminated his face, his straw hat lending him an innocuous air. Leading the black bull, Chen Xun approached the periphery of the disciples, scanning the crowd for one figure, Ji Kun. He had now transcended to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Brimming with vigor and seemingly having found his place, surrounded by admirers and engaged in lively discussion, Chen Xun smiled softly, choosing not to intrude. His gaze shifting toward the main hall of the sect, where he and the black bull found themselves deeply captivated, one after another. Individuals continued to arrive before the Zhongzhou Hall, a total of 700 disciples at the Qi refinement stage, as Chen Xun and the black bull stood at the rear, conspicuously unremarkable. Suddenly, several figures soared forth from behind the Zhongzhou Hall, traversing the air with palpable might, their forms shimmering with faint light. Golden Core Stage cultivators. Chen Xun was astonished. He now understood that beyond the foundation establishment stage lay the golden core stage, where one could attain longevity of a millennium. Truly the ancients of the realm. Before the grand hall, all the disciples stood in solemn silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. They stood upright in all directions, not daring to make a sound. The great black bull, too, was paralyzed with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. Its spiritual perception was more acute than that of any human present, and these formidable cultivators undoubtedly possessed the power to slay them. The sect leader, Yu Yuanhua, hovered in the air before everyone, his deep voice resonating. The journey to South Doshan is a rare opportunity. I hope all disciples will uphold the prestige of our Wuyun sect. With a demeanor both composed and dignified, Yu Yuanhua scanned the crowd. And with a sweeping motion of his hand, ethereal sounds of celestial music emerged, echoing through the distant valleys accompanied by a few piercing cries of eagles. This expedition was led by Master Wei Shan, a practitioner in the early stages of the Golden Core, which reflected the sect's esteem for its disciples. As his words fell, the 700 disciples were taken aback. The sect had actually dispatched a Golden Core master to escort them, igniting a fervent desire within them to contribute to the sect. Wei Shan, with his flowing white hair, bore no trace of age, appearing youthful and extraordinarily handsome, causing the female disciples to blush with admiration. In accordance with the sect leader's command, I greet Master Wei, the disciples said, bowing their hands in respect. This was both a sign of reverence for their elder and an acknowledgement of his formidable prowess. The disciples were excused from formalities. Wei Shan's words were as gentle as a spring breeze, resonating with each ear, devoid of any pretense of seniority. Everyone felt as though a force was gently uplifting them, leaving Chen Xun in a state of stunned disbelief, his body seemingly beyond his control. Suddenly, piercing cries shattered the air. 5 colossal spirit beasts soared from the distant horizon, their wings casting a shadow over the entire front of the grand hall, sending chills down the spines of Chen Xun and the great black bull. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds reverberated through the ground as 5 colossal spirit beasts came to a halt before the grand hall, their razor-sharp, eagle eyes glinting with an unyielding intensity. The feathers of their wings appeared more formidable than Chen Xun's own mountain-splitting axe. These were the Azure Cliff Eagles, possessing the cultivation of the mid-foundation stage, thus there was no cause for concern. Wei Shan revealed a faint smile and gracefully stepped onto the back of the central Azure Cliff Eagle. Come aboard, he beckoned. Chen Xun promptly guided the enormous black bull to the edge of the Azure Cliff Eagle, feeling utterly dwarfed by its colossal stature. Old bull, ready your sword. Let us ascend. With a swift motion, Chen Xun retrieved his celestial sword from his storage pouch, and, in an instant, soared into the air alongside the black bull. Suddenly, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The Azure Cliff Eagle turned its head to glance at the black bull, an expression of mockery flickering in its eyes. As though it were appraising prey, the black bull, incensed, nearly charged forward. Had it not been for Chen Xun's restraining grip, it would have delivered a fierce kick, exclaiming, "Are you treating me as your meal? Calm down, old bull. Grant me some dignity." Chen Xun quickly soothed, whispering, "It cannot possibly outlive you. Just imagine. I could steal its egg and leave it lamenting." Moo. The black bull responded fiercely, reluctantly conceding to Chen Xun's plea. While Chen Xun continued to hold onto the black bull, the remaining disciples sat in solemn concentration, cultivating their energy, yet their eyes betrayed an unmistakable tension. With a mere gesture, Wei Shan enveloped the 5 Azure Cliff Eagles in a faint azure magical barrier. He respectfully bid farewell to the sect leader's grand hall, while the others present nodded in smiling acknowledgement. Safe travels, a voice resonated in the ears of all disciples. It was the voice of the sect leader. Buzzing. The Qingya eagle soared gracefully, emitting a few piercing cries that echoed through the air. The fierce winds stirred up clouds of dust from the ground, causing the landscape beneath to shrink into insignificance, and even Chen Xun felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. The Qingya eagle ascended to the horizon, gradually disappearing into the depths of the mountains, while countless disciples on the ground gasped in awe. Truly the 700 warriors of the Wuyun sect. Old bull. It seems we are truly about to witness a grand spectacle. Chen Xun's expression was tinged with excitement as he gazed at the surrounding mist, where unfamiliar towering peaks pierced the sky, swiftly passed by the Qingya eagle. The speed was astonishing, he marveled, far surpassing that of the flying vessels he had previously experienced. The sturdy black bull was invigorated. They had finally left the small mountain village to explore the vast world beyond. Chen Xun's gaze drifted into the distance. They were prepared to embrace whatever awaited them. Over the past 6 months, they had learned much about the secrets of the South Dipper Mountain. The 10 great sects had each dispatched 1,500 disciples, showcasing their formidable strength and abundant opportunities, making them the true victors of South Dipper Mountain. However, The grandeur of South Dipper Mountain, the most magnificent mountain in the Qian kingdom, required not only strength but also a touch of fortune. Many lesser sects, despite sending fewer than 100 disciples, often stumbled upon great fortunes, emerging with countless spiritual herbs. Old Bull. We must exercise caution regarding the ferocious beasts and spirit creatures within. They are not friendly towards humans, Chen Xun whispered. Noting that the spiritual energy in South Dipper Mountain was suppressed, rendering these beasts and spirit creatures unable to advance to the foundation establishment stage, resulting in their unusually irritable temperament, eager to attack at the sight of humans. This was also spoken of by the elders in his sect, who mentioned that these demonic beasts and spiritual creatures possess power that even surpasses the 10th level of Qi refinement, existing somewhere between the foundation establishment stage. Mu. The great black bull nodded solemnly, fully aware of the situation. Over the past 6 months, they had heard countless rumors. Many disciples had met their demise at the hands of these demonic beasts and spiritual creatures, which guarded the foundation establishment's spiritual herbs nearby. Gradually, Chen Xun and the great black bull began to focus intently, refraining from any further chatter. The Qingya eagle traversed one territory after another, occasionally besieged by other demonic beasts. Yet Wei Shan merely exuded his aura, causing the flying demonic creatures to flee in panic. After half a month, the speed of the Qingya eagle began to diminish, revealing the South Dipper Mountain, a magnificent range of 19 towering peaks interconnected, resembling a colossal dragon spiraling towards the heavens. It stood like a giant amidst the myriad mountains, mercilessly surveying the earth and the approaching cultivators, rendering even the Qingya eagle seemingly insignificant. My heavens, such a breathtaking spectacle exists in this world. Chen Xun was profoundly astonished, murmuring as he rose to his feet. The great black bull was equally mesmerized, rooted to the spot, realizing how utterly small they were. In the distance, peculiar mountains rose abruptly, a continuous chain of peaks, verdant and steep, shrouded in mist and clouds, enveloped by a grand formation. Chen Xun marveled incessantly, realizing that only countless formidable cultivators could seal this place. Likely even Elder Wei would be insufficient to comprehend it. Unaware of the towering figures that had wrought such a feat, 5 Qingya eagles descended upon a clearing, surrounded by numerous disciples from various sects, their gazes unfriendly as they cast wary glances at the Weiyun sect before withdrawing their attention. To the north of the open land lies the domain of the Southern Dipper Mountain, a realm filled with towering ancient trees that have stood for millennia. The atmosphere is shrouded in darkness and silence, imbued with an air of antiquity that inspires reverence. Chapter 48. I possess a spell after 2.5 years of cultivation. This is the abode of our Weiyun sect. One must not wander recklessly. Wei Shan surveyed the surroundings and let out a cold snort, causing many to gasp in astonishment, retracting their audacious gazes. The presence of sect leader Wei is formidable. Chen Xun silently praised, recognizing the advantages of sheltering under a sturdy tree. Wei Shan remained taciturn, biding his time. For the keys to the secret realm of Southern Dipper Mountain resided with the 10 great sections. Above, the heavens reverberated with thunderous roars as colossal flying vessels and giant avians pierced the skies, their overwhelming aura nearly suffocating. Shadows swept across the ground in waves, as if to assert dominance or declare sovereignty. The banners of various sects fluttered brilliantly in the air, adorned with countless figures who gazed down with indifferent eyes upon the earth and the disciples of each sect. At this moment, Wei Shan's expression was calm and unperturbed. Yet within, he felt a weighty discomfort. The 10 great sects loomed like 10 colossal mountains, pressing down upon all cultivators of the Qian kingdom. Chen Xun and the great black bull shook their heads in astonishment, remarking that this spectacle far surpassed the earlier grandeur of the 9-Star Valley. Truly remarkable. Look, Chen Xun exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky. Old bull, take a glance. Several massive vessels hovered above, from which countless women clad in purple soared into the sky, their feet upon lotus leaf artifacts as they descended gracefully. Their figures danced through the air like ethereal beings, conjuring a wave of purple brilliance. And Chen Xun felt as if he could almost perceive a fragrant aroma wafting through the atmosphere. The gazes of the various disciples on the ground were irresistibly drawn to the distance, fixated upon the enchanting celestial maiden of the Xun sect among the 10 great sects. Oh, how splendid it would be to forge a bond as Tao partners. Even in death, one would be remembered for their elegance. Mu. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, unable to appreciate the scene. Old bull, do you reckon that if a man were to join the Xun sect, he would don purple robes and tread upon lotus leaves, proclaiming something grand during a duel? Chen Xun whimsically mimicked, giving the black bull a playful pat while adopting a high-pitched tone. If you strike her, you shall be detested. Haraha. The laughter of Chen Xun and the great black bull echoed, rolling on the ground in mirth, with Chen Xun occasionally imitating, causing the bull to nearly cramp with laughter. Ah, is that you, junior brother Chen? Ji Kuan exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the duo rolling on the ground. Junior brother Chen, what brings you here? Senior brother Ji, ha. Chen Xun chuckled until tears nearly streamed down his cheeks. Come here, I have a humorous tale to share. Oh, Ji Kuan's interest piqued, and he hurried closer. After a while, Chen Xun resumed his flamboyant imitation, brimming with emotion. Haraha. Ji Kuan shook his head, laughing heartily. This junior brother Chen, even in the face of peril, still finds joy. I can't tell if he is simply absent-minded or if he has always maintained such an optimistic disposition. Old Bull and I have come to seek out opportunities. I believe senior brother G's initial insights were quite astute. Chen Xun stood up, adopting a serious demeanor. Rest assured, senior brother G, the old bull, and I shall not hold you back. Junior brother, where are your thoughts wandering? With a countenance betraying his displeasure, Ji Kuan placed a hand upon Chen Xun's shoulder, cautioning him that should they face an insurmountable foe, retreat was paramount, for life held the utmost value. Rest assured, senior brother Ji, I and Lao Nyo shall not engage in reckless confrontation, Chen Xun responded with a gentle smile. This teleportation is quite random, grouping at most 3 individuals together. I was unaware of your whereabouts that day. Senior brother Ji, there is no need for concern on our account. I am aware that you have already formed a group, thus I refrained from disturbing you, Chen Xun remarked with a smile. Acknowledging that neither he nor De Nyo possessed exceptional strength or popularity, and thus received few invitations, Ji Kuan's expression remained troubled, as he had intended to keep Chen Xun and De Nyo close, offering assistance should the need arise. Senior brother Ji, please do not overthink the matter. Proceed with confidence, for we possess secret techniques, Chen Xun assured him, patting the hand resting on his shoulder. Over these past 3 years, I too have cultivated a spell, dedicating 2.5 years to its mastery. But, senior brother Ji, if you consider me, Chen Xun, a friend, then proceed without worry. Lao Nyo and I shall emerge from this alive, Chen Xun declared solemnly, deeply touched by Ji Kuan's concern. Alas, Ji Kuan exclaimed, his eyes still filled with regret, as he withdrew his hand with force and turned to depart, uttering not another word. Moo, De Nyo uttered, casting a glance at Ji Kuan's retreating figure. Then back at Chen Xun. It is nothing, senior brother Ji is merely overly concerned about our strength, Chen Xun said with a smile. His gaze also fixed on Ji Kuan's back. Moo, De Nyo nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, in truth, they are quite formidable, truly strong. Senior brother need not fret over them. In that instant, a chorus of bestial roars echoed throughout the surroundings, as a colossal serpent soared through the air, bearing upon its back thousands of disciples from the beast-taming sect, clad in gray robes adorned with embroidered, yet unidentifiable, spiritual beasts. Many disciples aboard the giant python revealed bloodthirsty smiles, accompanied by various mystical beasts that surrounded them. Some were even entwined with spiders and small snakes. The disciples of the Beast Master sect, one of the 10 great sects, had arrived, their formidable spirit beasts exuding overwhelming power. It was said that within the secret realm of South Dipper Mountain, which opened every 20 years, the Beastmaster sect suffered the least losses while reaping the greatest rewards. Lower-ranked cultivators stood no chance against the disciples of the Beastmaster sect in any contest of magic. A cacophony erupted from the numerous disciples of various sects. Filled with envy, cultivating spirit beasts was no simple task, yet once accomplished, they would serve as tremendous allies. However, Chen Xun's great black bull was an anomaly, as these disciples had never witnessed a master whose prowess starkly contrasted with that of their spirit beast. Old bull, if these spirit beasts were to face off, what would be the outcome? Chen Xun mused while squatting on the ground, tossing pebbles. Moo. The great black bull bellowed, marking an impressive 10 on the ground. Impressive, Chen Xun praised, slapping the bull affectionately. I have always known of your capabilities. The great black bull lifted its head proudly, basking in the compliment. A day later, disciples from the 10 great sects arrived in succession, engaging in casual banter at their respective encampments, seemingly dismissive of the other sections. Wei Shan appeared increasingly agitated, his countenance darkening, yet under the circumstances, he had no choice but to yield, hoping that these disciples would prove their worth. Suddenly, a series of resounding booms echoed from the highest ground, and radiant lights of various colors surged into the sky, gradually coalescing into a pillar of light. Accompanied by waves of spiritual pressure, the 10 great sects were breaking through the South Dipper Mountains restrictions to activate the teleportation array. Wei Shan observed the pained expressions of his disciples and explained, Yes, Peak Master. The crowd clasped their hands, eager to avoid any embarrassment before Wei Shan. A thunderous rumble echoed as a colossal 7-star formation teleportation array materialized at the various sect strongholds. The leaders of each sect produced ancient tokens, placing them into the designated slots. Hurry, the teleportation array will only remain active for half a day, Wei Shan urged, channeling his magical energy into the array. The power of the Wuyun sect's token allowed for the transportation of a maximum of 700 individuals. Yes, Peak Master. Yes, Peak Master. They formed groups of 3, each disappearing into the array in an instant. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull stood alone at the periphery, waiting until all others had been transported before they slowly stepped forward, 1 foot entering the array. The 7-star formation teleportation array dimmed and subsequently vanished. Wei Shan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze fixed upon Nanda Mountain. As twilight descended, the realm of Nanda Mountain exuded an air of tranquility and silence. Devoid of even the roar of wild beasts, it was eerily still, as though death itself had settled in. The surroundings were thick with miasma, teeming with venomous insects and toxic plants. A single misstep could result in the miasma entering one's body, endangering their very life. Thousands of individuals had been transported within, yet they were like a drop of water in the ocean, unable to find their comrades. Even the sect tokens failed to respond, indicating a considerable distance between them. Perched upon an ancient tree, a solitary figure and a bull scanned their surroundings cautiously. The Great Black Bull recalled Chen Xun's admonition, when venturing outside, safety is paramount. Chapter 49. The emergence of King Go Old Bull consumed the miasma-repelling pill and the insect-repelling pill. Chen Xun retrieved 2 elixirs, swallowing 1 whole before offering the other 2 to the Great Black Bull. With a low moo, the bull accepted them, its tongue deftly curling to consume the potions, which they had procured from the sect using spirit stones. What an enigmatic place, Chen Xun murmured, noting the stark contrast to the vibrant forests they typically traversed. Here, not a trace of vitality was present. The atmosphere was heavy with an eerie stillness, albeit rich in spiritual energy. The Great Black Bull, with wide eyes, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings as its nostrils flared, taking in the scents. Old Bull, the Southern Dipper Mountain's secret realm lasts for half a year. There's no need for haste. Let us first observe, Chen Xun suggested, retracting his head slightly as he rummaged through his belongings to produce a long-lost bandit mask. As he donned it slowly, he felt an undeniable transformation in his demeanor and essence. Moo. The Great Black Bull nudged him. Where's my mask? Here, put it on, put it on. Chen Xun grinned, recalling the gear they had used during their infamous raid on the Wang family. The bull quivered with excitement, the familiar sensation flooding back to him. Chen Xun then gradually removed the robes of the Wuyun sect, which appeared to outsiders as a protective talisman but to him signified the exposure of his identity. What would happen when the autumn reckoning came? He replaced them with a handmade tunic of coarse cloth, feeling unshackled and light. Old Bull, stay alert, Chen Xun whispered, cradling the bull's head as they stood beneath a thick canopy of leaves, their position secure. The Great Black Bull responded with a confident moo, fully grasping Chen Xun's intent, remaining utterly unperturbed. As the sun and moon continued their celestial dance, while disciples from various sects scoured the land for rare herbs, this unlikely duo, a man and a bull, remained perched silently in the trees, undisturbed for an entire day. Old Bull, it seems we are safe here. Let us craft some garments. Moo? Look, I learned a technique from Aunt Wang back then. Chen Xun chuckled, his thoughts drifting back to that quaint little village, a place he vowed to revisit someday. Moo. The Big Black Bull nodded as it watched Chen Xun descend from the ancient tree, stealthily gathering countless fallen leaves, eager to assist. After a considerable time, their labor bore fruit. Chen Xun gazed at the myriad of withered leaves transformed into a lucky garment, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction as he hastily donned it. Moo. The Big Black Bull was taken aback, as Chen Xun lay on the ground, seemingly invisible, utterly unnoticeable. Ha. Chen Xun chuckled softly, rising from the earth, the countless dry leaves fluttering, quickly draping another set over the Big Black Bull, obscuring everything but its eyes, even concealing its horns. Moo. The Big Black Bull regarded Chen Xun with a singular expression, one of awe and admiration. Hee, Old Bull, let us move. Chen Xun grinned, his smile rendered fearsome by the leafy mask. Moo. The 2 figures of dry leaves glided gracefully among the towering ancient trees, their movements subtle and their speed remarkably agile. They pressed on, unexpectedly encountering spiritual herbs, a first sighting in the wild, though they refrained from harvesting them, deeming them of little use. Suddenly, they halted atop an ancient tree, facing a grand lake, shimmering under the sun, surrounded by a profusion of spiritual herbs, with an intoxicating aura wafting through the air. Yet, the lake harbored a chilling presence, its surface shrouded in wisps of mist, utterly enchanting. Moo. The big black bull extended its hoof to halt Chen Xun, sensing the lurking danger within the lake. Old bull, are you instructing me? Isn't that obvious? Only a fool would venture forth. Chen Xun chuckled softly, marveling at the remarkable growth of the old bull's prowess over the years. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, its eyes brimming with defiance. For it was clearly the one that had made the discovery, while Chen Xun merely played the role of an afterthought. Indeed, there were Isian grass and cold spirit grass present. Chen Xun observed from a distance, astonished to find two essential herbs for foundational elixirs. Over the past 6 months, he had meticulously gathered extensive knowledge about these spiritual plants. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of swift sounds pierced through the air from another thicket, revealing a trio of individuals whose sect affiliation remained unclear. Old bull. Look, we truly have some Na'vi newcomers. Chen Xun shook his head continuously, contemplating that something monstrous might emerge from the lake at any moment. The great black bull nodded in agreement, sensing that these individuals were inferior to itself. However, something felt amiss in the unfolding narrative. Suddenly, Chen Xun and the great black bull leaned forward, growling in disbelief as they witnessed the trio comfortably harvesting the spiritual herbs, with no sign of any monstrous creature lurking in the lake. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Xun gripped the tree trunk tightly, causing the bark to flake beneath his fingers. The great black bull shook its head repeatedly, perplexed by the situation. The trio, seemingly seasoned, collected a few herbs and departed without greed, exhibiting a decisive retreat. In an unexpected turn of events, a faction of disciples surged forth from both sides of the forest, their attire indicating a shared allegiance. A cacophony of furious shouts erupted, and the two groups immediately clashed in fierce combat. What on earth? Old Lu. Chen Xun's eyes widened in realization. The true peril lay not with the beasts, but rather among men. Moo? The great black bull was perplexed, pondering why there were still so many precious herbs by the lake, while others were risking their lives to seize them. Such is the treachery of human nature. Chen Xun sighed, recalling how they too had been ensnared by those 3 individuals without reason. Moo. The great black bull's pupils constricted as understanding dawned upon him. After years of companionship with Chen Xun, they had indeed encountered a plethora of absurdities. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon unfolded. Countless bubbles erupted from the depths of the lake, and both Chen Xun and the great black bull extended their necks, their gazes fixated upon the water's surface. Was the legendary water monster finally making its appearance? Large black fish leaped from the water, seemingly frolicking, only to dive back moments later. Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged a glance, both filled with a simmering wrath as they watched the distant skirmish, utterly disenchanted. Abruptly, another disturbance arose. Beneath their tree, a roar reverberated, and a fierce wind swept through, causing their protective gear to flutter audibly while they inhaled a fair share of dust. A crimson shadow dashed forth, resembling a lion with a crimson hide, its maw adorned with long, razor-sharp fangs. Its body measured over 10 feet in length, and with its forepaws emanating a crimson glow, it lunged ferociously at the combatants. A creature of the 10th level of Qi refining, it exuded an overwhelming presence. Chen Xun calmly adjusted his protective gear and stated nonchalantly, Moo. The great black bull, eager for action, sparkled with a fighting spirit in its eyes. In the distance, shouts of anger and alarm echoed as the crimson lion relentlessly pursued the disciples who were gathering the precious herbs, casting spells in a frenzy, creating utter chaos. Blood splattered, and they had no choice but to abandon the herbs, tossing them into the air as they hastily retreated, scattering in all directions. Old bull, shall we depart? I collected several precious herbs, which I shall entrust to you. Moo. 2 figures gracefully descended from the trees, their expressions serene and carefree, as one of them swiftly dashed towards the lake. Roar. The crimson-skinned lion, incensed, realized that intruders had dared to trespass into its domain. 2 beings adorned with leaves, eliciting a tinge of bewilderment in its eyes. What strange creatures are these? I have never encountered such beings before. Chapter 50. Brother, I truly thank you. Just as the lion prepared to charge and thwart the intruders from gathering the precious herbs, a colossal creature interposed itself. Moo. The great black bull stood upright, its hoof striking the ground with a thunderous impact, unleashing its might with astonishing speed, leaving the crimson-skinned lion astonished. A burst of flames erupted as the lion's magical assault was effortlessly dispelled by the formidable bull, its fangs ensnared by a powerful hoof, unable to break free. Roar. Moo. The great black bull exerted tremendous force, lifting the crimson-skinned lion and slamming it mercilessly to the ground. The lion's visage contorted in agony, its eyes reflecting sheer terror, as it felt a jolt within, as if its very brain might burst. Moo. With another fierce swing, the bull sent the lion reeling, causing it to spew forth a stream of blood, its inner powers rendered ineffective. Moo! The great black bull bellowed, its hooves continuing to strike, as the lion, its tongue now forced out, emitted pitiful whimpers, pleading, "Brother, I beg you, spare me." Meanwhile, Chen Xun had gathered 2 specimens of the iced duckweed and cold spirit grass. Their bodies as pure as jade, radiating an aura of chill. He placed them carefully in his medicinal box for safekeeping. He then called out to another area by the lakeside, "Old bull, prepare to depart." The great black bull hastily dragged the red-skinned lion before Chen Xun, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. "Old bull, you truly are impressive," Chen Xun exclaimed. "Goodness, I nearly crushed this lion to death." The bull grinned, while the red-skinned lion, lacking discernment, began to fantasize about being braised or steamed. With vacant eyes, the red-skinned lion yielded, utterly defeated. "Alas, how tragic," Chen Xun sighed. "Brother, take care of your wounds. If you encounter someone else, they might skin you alive and grind your bones." Chen Xun hoisted the red-skinned lion and, accompanied by the great black bull, ventured into the jungle. Had they not consumed the fasting elixir, they would not have dared to ignite a fire in this place. They soon discarded the red-skinned lion in a concealed spot, allowing it to fend for itself, for it would surely remain immobile for the next 6 months to avoid detection by their peers. The red-skinned lion weakly called out, "Big brother, I truly thank you. Old bull, let us make our escape." Chen Xun and the great black bull began to ascend the trees, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Though they departed, they left behind an indelible shadow over the red-skinned lion, which would later cower and weep at the sight of a withered leaf, reminiscing about a lifetime of misdeeds. "Old bull, take a look at the map." On an ancient tree, Chen Xun unfurled a rudimentary map, many places unmarked. "Is this the lake we just visited?" This map was the culmination of countless generations of disciples from the Wuyun sect, a treasure earned at the cost of their lives, which Chen Xun cherished deeply. The great black bull pointed to several large lakes on the map, remarking, "They do seem somewhat similar." Chen Xun found himself in a predicament. The teleportation was exceedingly random. Although they all arrived at the periphery of Nandu Mountain, the distances were absurdly vast, rendering it impossible to discern their bearings. "Let us take it one step at a time. We shall know our location in due course," Chen Xun remarked nonchalantly. "Moo!" The great black bull nodded in agreement, playfully nudging Chen Xun with its hoof, which elicited a chuckle from the latter. They pressed deeper into the wilderness, where they stumbled upon a foundational herb, invigorating their spirits. Chen Xun and the great black bull were elated, repeatedly invoking the names of Elder Sun and Master Ning, believing they were under celestial protection. 3 days later, the duo found themselves in a state of bewilderment, finally acknowledging the undeniable truth. They were lost. The directions of east, south, west, and north all appeared identical, surrounded by towering ancient trees. They could not even ascertain whether they were merely wandering in circles. "Old bull, be bold and venture forth," Chen Xun sang to the great black bull. The creature wore a pained expression, constantly mooing softly, its hooves occasionally covering its ears. The forest enveloped them in utter darkness, where one could not see a hand in front of their face. The tree trunks were exceedingly wide, allowing them ample space to lie without feeling cramped. At times, they could not tell if it was night or day. It was simply a shroud of darkness, the canopy obscured by dense foliage. Suddenly, a venomous snake appeared silently, flicking its tongue and revealing a sinister gleam in its eyes. It sensed warmth, too unsuspecting prey, ready to unleash its toxic mist. Chen Xun, lost in contemplation, seemed oblivious to the impending danger. In an instant, his hand moved with the swiftness of the wind, seizing the snake. With deft precision, he coiled it into a deathly knot before pulling it with a forceful tug, rendering the serpent lifeless, destined to meet Zhong Kuei. "Just a small specimen," he mused. A faint flicker of flame emerged, prompting the great black bull to rise swiftly and obscure the light, while the serpent's lifeless form turned to a cloud of ash. After a brief respite, they were abruptly roused by the sounds of a fierce scuffle, fortuitously occurring beneath their tree. A group of men and another of women were embroiled in conflict, with 3 women encircling 3 men. Chen Xun and the great black bull remained motionless, casting their gaze downward, resembling disciples of the 10 great sects, seemingly from the Danding sect and the Ziyun sect. "Ah, dear junior brothers, it would be wise not to flee," a woman from the Ziyun sect teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Sister, we are willing to surrender our spiritual herbs. Please spare our lives," pleaded the 3 disciples of the Danding sect, who were now at the end of their strength, blood trickling from their mouths. Their garments tattered from relentless pursuit. "That cannot be," another woman chimed in, her laughter echoing as if she relished their plight. Suddenly, one of the women's expressions shifted. Her Silicon Valley bird was incessantly warning her. There were others nearby. The three women from the Xun sect instinctively trusted the bird, for it had been their ally in tracking the disciples of the Danding sect. The three Danding sect disciples, too, felt a surge of hope at their unusual behavior, exclaiming internally that salvation was at hand. Friend, cease your hiding. Reveal yourself. We have discovered your presence. The three women called out, their voices ringing in all directions, yet even the Silicon Valley bird could not ascertain the hidden figure's location. Surely, it was concealed quite adeptly. Chen Xun and the great black bull scoffed, unfazed by their antics, remaining motionless above them. The women of Xun sect exchanged glances. Unable to locate the hidden presence for the moment, they resolved to swiftly deal with the disciples of Danding sect, as delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Kill. The three of them summoned their respective magical artifacts and charged forward with a thunderous roar. Brothers, we fight to the death. The disciples of Danding sect, their eyes wide with terror, unleashed their full strength, engaging in a bloody battle. Under the tree, the magical energy howled. And Chen Xun and the great black bull stood firm as mountains, occasionally buffeted by fierce winds. However, the disciples of Danding sect were already outmatched. And with their strength waning, several flashes of cold light sliced through the air, sending their heads soaring into the sky, their corpses cleaved in two. What a wicked woman. Chen Xun thought to himself, his gaze dark and contemplative. They formed a small circle, their magical energy swirling in their hands, their eyes scanning the surroundings, remaining ever vigilant. Caw, caw. The Silicon Valley birds flapped urgently upwards, having pinpointed a location. What? The three could hardly believe it. Their hair standing on end as they realized someone was hiding right above them, completely unnoticed. Chen Xun frowned, pondering why this bird was so bothersome. It seemed the disciples of the 10 great sects had an abundance of tricks up their sleeves. Who goes there? A woman shouted. Her feet firmly planted on her artifact as she soared into the air, swinging her sword downwards, cleaving the tree trunk with a resounding crash. 2 clusters of withered leaves suddenly fell before them, obscuring their vision in an eerily strange manner. Humph. An 8th-level Chi refinement cultivator dares to play tricks here. The woman from Xun's sect exclaimed, pointing her sword at them. Now that you have been seen, you shall not escape. Chen Xun remained as calm as a still lake, uttering no superfluous words as she gazed at the flailing little bird. A glint of menace flickered in her eyes as her body surged forward, capturing the Silicon Valley bird in her grasp and crushing it with her bare hands, blood splattering across her palms. The swiftness of her action rendered the others utterly unprepared. Fury ignited within the 3 women as they witnessed the avian demise unfold before them. How audacious! Seeking death. Where did this wildling come from? The trio's gazes turned icy, their powers swirling in their hands as they unleashed strikes towards 3 directions. Chen Xun's eyes were profound as the formidable black bull positioned itself before her, standing resolutely. With a powerful thrust of its hoof, ripples of fire erupted, transforming into countless fiery rings. Boom! Massive fireballs surged forth from the rings, accompanied by a tempestuous torrent of magical energy that cascaded downwards, igniting a cataclysmic inferno. As the flames erupted, the expressions of the 3 women shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across their faces. What in the world is this? A profound sense of peril enveloped them in an instant, spreading swiftly through their bodies, resonating as a deafening roar in their minds. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the 3 women, their eyes wide with overwhelming terror as their magical essence was devoured. They were inexorably consumed by the blaze, utterly bereft of the strength to resist. Their screams echoed within the inferno, gradually fading into weak gasps until the flames extinguished their final utterance. Old bull, let us get to work. Chen Xun surveyed her surroundings, soaring into the air on her sword, hovering gracefully, yet lamenting the subpar quality of their storage bags. The storage bag could scarcely withstand their formidable magical powers, shattering within the void of the shimi space, taking with it the items contained within. However, atop the storage bag lay a storage ring, which he observed adorned on the fingers of those influential figures, though they were not yet in a position to access such treasures. Moo. The great black bull nodded, its hooves forming the water spirit technique, as countless vaporous droplets wafted through the air, coalescing into dense fog that swiftly engulfed the sea of flames. Over the past few years, they had cultivated the water spirit technique to the 3rd level, encountering no hindrances. Chen Xun and the great black bull obliterated any trace of their presence, seizing the storage bags of 3 disciples from the Danding sect before turning to depart, sparing not a moment for excess. Old bull, do not let your head swell. Can we truly contend with a few, let alone hundreds or thousands of cultivators? Chen Xun remarked as they navigated swiftly among the ancient trees. Being cautious is paramount. We must avoid drawing attention and never become a target. Moo. The great black bull responded earnestly, acknowledging its slight overconfidence, yet it was most attentive to Chen Xun's words, promptly suppressing such feelings and engaging in self-reflection. They paused atop a towering ancient tree, having distanced themselves significantly from their previous location. Surrounded by dense foliage, they plunged into the verdant cover, blending seamlessly with their environment. Their dark, glistening eyes constantly scanning for any signs of movement. Indeed, a map emerged. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled as he retrieved an identical map from the storage bags of the three individuals, far more detailed than the one from the Wu Yun sect. The great black bull also grasped a map, its eyes widening in astonishment, for it not only marked various locations, but also indicated the growth sites of numerous spiritual herbs. Old Ox, that should be the Baihan Lake, as indicated on the map, Chen Xun remarked thoughtfully. The greatest advantage of cultivating immortality is the clarity of perception. Even in such dim surroundings, everything is distinctly visible. Therefore, we are likely here. He circled a small area on the map, reaffirming that they were indeed on the outskirts. The three major foundational spirit herbs were marked with bright red dots deep within the depths of the southern Dipper Mountain. The large black ox nodded, his mind finally clearing. The disciples from the 10 great immortal sects must be converging on these three locations. They will undoubtedly arrive before us. Chen Xun pondered, his gaze reflective. Let us refrain from competing with the first wave. The struggle there will be fierce. Instead, we should first gather the auxiliary spirit herbs. He continued to point to various locations, the roots in his mind becoming increasingly lucid. The large black ox nodded in agreement. Aware that the area was rife with towering mountains and dense ancient forests, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. We shall keep these spirit stones and herbs, leaving behind a storage bag. The other artifacts and techniques must be destroyed, Chen Xun decided, examining the three individual storage bags. Although he felt a pang of desire, he knew that leaving any potential trouble was out of the question, given the nature of the 10 great immortal sections. The large black ox responded affirmatively, showing no signs of regret. After all, they were never theirs to begin with. They had long prepared their escape strategy. Instructing the large black ox to swallow a storage bag and then conceal it with the essence of all things before ultimately regurgitating it back in the medicinal valley. To their astonishment, there were over 400 low-grade spirit stones, truly befitting the disciples of the 10 great immortal sections. Chen Xun praised and promptly stored it in his storage bag. Old bull, our means of concealment are rather limited. They actually brought probing spirit beasts. There may be quite a few such individuals. Moo. The great black bull exhaled heavily, taken aback, as this was indeed beyond their expectations. For they had never encountered it before. Hee, old bull, how could I lack a contingency plan? Chen Xun scoffed coldly. Initially, he thought that after entering the sect, he would no longer require it. With a swift motion, he slapped his storage bag, revealing the 9-star valley and 5 low-grade spirit stones, alongside the concealment technique. A wave of trepidation washed over the great black bull as it gazed at Chen Xun with admiration. Big brother, you're incredible. They had realized that. Apart from techniques related to cultivation, mastering these minor spells came effortlessly to them, showcasing their profound understanding. Let us dispose of the evidence, make our escape, and change our location. We shall cultivate the concealment technique. Moo. The duo moved swiftly. The great black bull swallowed one storage bag whole while directly annihilating the other two with a spell, leaving no trace behind as they vanished into the boundless darkness. This seamless series of actions appeared as though they had rehearsed it countless times, executing the bandit techniques with utmost finesse. Half a month later, within a hollow of an ancient tree trunk, a man and a bull sat cross-legged, devoid of any sound of breath. Poisonous insects and serpents occasionally crawled over the dry leaves, yet they remained undetected, truly blending into the essence of southern Dipper Mountain. Old bull, it's time to act. Moo. The man and bull slowly opened their eyes, their breaths faint as wisps, while sparks ignited around them, crackling continuously, yet the dry leaves upon them remained unscathed. 2 withered leaves sprang from a hollow in the tree, drifting purposefully towards a distant destination, a great river. After half a day, they arrived. And 1 man and 1 ox donned another set of safety garments upon their bodies. Chapter 52. The Merciless Hand of Fate. Who is the 6th elder? Here, verdant trees flourish. And the undulating terrain is dotted with hills. Amidst this landscape, a long river meanders in the distance, its gentle babble faintly audible. Along the riverbank, a plethora of vibrant flowers thrive, including the prominent staff flower, which stands significantly taller than its floral companions, evoking a sense of elegance amidst the ordinary. Chen Xun and the great black ox disguised themselves as a pile of grass, employing their breathing technique, remaining utterly still as they began to observe their surroundings. By the riverside lay several corpses, their skulls pierced, while the surrounding flora appeared to be drawing sustenance from the remains, the bodies having withered considerably, leaving the cause of death a mystery. They slowly maneuvered their forms, inching closer, just as a multitude of disciples approached from behind, dozens in total. The two grass piles froze in place. A gentle breeze stirred the grass blades, and all was enveloped in a profound tranquility. Brother Do, it is here, among the highest of the red flowers, that you will find the staff flower. We must not be careless. These extraordinary blooms possess cunning abilities, and should we venture too near, they will strike without hesitation. Brother Do squinted slightly, his gaze fixed on the corpses by the riverbank, noting the absence of any bloodstains. Abruptly, he turned to a visibly anxious junior disciple at the 8th layer of chi refinement. You go and test it. The disciple stammered, his lips trembling. Casting a pleading look at Brother Do, was this truly a summons to his demise? Hurry, what are you hesitating for? Have you even stopped listening to Brother Do? In the crowd, several voices shouted loudly, persistently urging a certain individual forward. With reddened eyes, the person cried out and charged towards a staff flower. However, the moment he touched the staff flower, countless vines erupted from the ground, and numerous sharp spikes shot forth from them, imbued with a chilling murderous intent, instantly shattering his magical shield. As his mind jolted, and he attempted to retreat urgently, the vines ensnared his legs tightly. His pupils constricted, reflecting countless spikes within his gaze. Shoo, shoo, shoo. No, brother, save me. Do, brother. The individual's complexion turned ashen, his eyes filled with intense terror, his cries echoing in a frantic pitch. Trembling as he tried to resist. Yet before he could react, his head was pierced by numerous spikes, without a single drop of blood spilling forth. The vines penetrated his flesh, relentlessly feeding, causing his corpse to visibly wither at an alarming rate. This horrifying scene sent chills down the spines of those watching from afar, including Brother Do, who was no exception, possessing a cultivation level of the 10th layer of chi refining. Do not worry about clearing these ground vines. Avoid close combat. Brother Do quickly discerned their weaknesses. Their attack range was limited. Formulating a spell with his hands, blades of wind swiftly shot forth. Yes, Brother Do. The crowd's eyes lit up with hope as the wind blades efficiently severed the vines one by one. They swiftly brandished their own spells, striking at the man-eating vines. Their faces illuminated with delight. Humph, which small sex disciple dares to covet the staff flower? On a certain hill, the fierce shouts of a dozen individuals echoed, each exuding an aura of menace, accompanied by their spirit beasts, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty intent. To Du Shixiang's astonishment, upon turning around, he discovered that they were disciples from the 10 great sects, the Beastmaster sect. It appeared that, as time passed, alliances were forming among them. In the secret realm of South Dipper Mountain, each relied on their own abilities. Surely, they could not impose hierarchical distinctions here. Du Shixiang's face was etched with frost as he considered the audacity of these individuals, emboldened by the absence of senior sect elders. This South Dipper Mountain was indeed the territory of our 10 great sects. What were they, after all? One figure emerged from the hill, his expression one of contempt. And he intoned gravely, "You have 3 breaths' time. Either depart or perish." As his words fell, the morale of Du Shixiang's group was utterly suppressed. Trepidation flickered across their faces, their sense of superiority dissipating. It seemed they were destined to experience the prowess of their adversaries firsthand. Du Shixiang spoke calmly, though his eyes betrayed his simmering anger as he glanced back at his companions. They numbered merely a dozen, all at the chi refining stage. What was there to fear? Seeking death. The group atop the hill regarded them with disdain. Like ferocious tigers descending from the mountain, they charged downwards. Attack! Du Shixiang bellowed, leading the charge as his fellow disciples followed closely, their hearts ablaze with indignation and a desire for vengeance, vowing to slay them here today. The battle was imminent. In an instant, dozens clashed, the air filled with thunderous roars and anguished cries, as earth and dust were sent flying. 2 patches of grass began to stir slowly, unnoticed by anyone amidst the chaos. They grasped a stalk of the silver staff flower, and the ground vines reacted instantaneously. Swift as they were, Chen Xun and the great black bull moved even faster. With a flicker of fireball magic, the entire vine was scorched, releasing a plume of black smoke. Old bull, draw your sword. The bull charged forth with astonishing speed, skimming the ground like a glimmering cold light, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the depths of the jungle. What was that? What just transpired? The onlookers, filled with rage and confusion, hurriedly parted ways, glancing toward the faint glow by the riverbank, exchanging bewildered looks. 2 silver staff flowers had evidently been plucked, roots and all. But where were the culprits? The disciples of the Beastmaster sect erupted in fury, exclaiming in disbelief that they had been robbed right under their noses, unjustly directing their ire toward Brother Do, intensifying the conflict. Deep within the jungle, The eerie laughter of a man and a bull echoed, the merciless hand of fate. Old bull. This realm of cultivation is fraught with peril. Even plants can be lethal. What an eye-opener this is. Perched upon a tree, Chen Xun shook his head with a sigh, reflecting on how he had failed to notice the oddities at the time, while his knowledge had expanded considerably. The great black bull snorted, acknowledging the need for vigilance. They even inspected the ancient trees around them. At that moment, Chen Xun scrutinized the map, suddenly pointing to a location, smoke-containing valley. Old bull, let us venture there. It is said to harbor 2 foundation-building medicinal herbs. The bull grinned, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Without further ado, the 2 figures darted from the ancient tree, making their way towards smoke-containing valley, aware that the herbs did not have a fixed habitat and required meticulous searching. Within the mist-laden valley, a shroud of smoke entwined with noxious vapors obscured vision, rendering the surroundings virtually invisible, accompanied by eerie, low growls. Scattered throughout the valley lay numerous corpses, some victims of human malice, while others had succumbed to unknown forces. Chen Xun and the great black bull crawled forward, unhurried, attuning their breath to its utmost stillness. At that moment, 5 figures emerged from the dim light, their expressions vigilant, moving in unison without a sound, the tokens at their waists gleaming faintly. A resonant clang echoed ahead, yet the miasma obscured much of their sight, causing them to pause and exchange glances without uttering a word. Arranged in a formation, one individual lingered at the rear, from whose hands several silver threads erupted, producing a delicate quiver upon the ground. In the distance, a fierce battle unfolded, surrounded by clusters of luminous green grass, distinct from ordinary blades with their intricate patterns that exuded an unyielding strength. This quest in the misty valley was, for all, a pursuit of one such treasure, the luminous heart grass. The other 4 maintained a composed demeanor, palms pressed downward as they activated their talismans, choosing not to engage in the conflict. A swirling mist enveloped them, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. The individual crouched in the rear remained impassive, the delicate threads beneath their palms seemingly extending further. Their intent was to procure the spiritual herbs, not to partake in a duel. Soon enough, 3 luminous heart grasses were drawn back by the silver threads, and it appeared the 4 had yet to return. Success was at hand. The figure in the back wore a subtle smile. The disciples of the major sect were but trifles, easily manipulated at their whim. With meticulous care, they stowed the 3 herbs into a medicine box, settling in to await the return of their companions. Suddenly, the 2 clumps of grass at his feet began to stir. What is that? The man was taken aback, his gaze filled with horror, a chilling sensation gripping his soul. Brother, please accept this. A voice, as calm as still water, resonated. 2 fists, as large as sandbags, struck him, while his mouth was tightly covered, rendering him instantly unconscious. Chapter 53. The decline of morality or the distortion of humanity. After a while, he sensed someone calling out to him, while a pill was forced into his mouth. Senior Brother Liu, what has happened to you? Senior Brother Liu, where is the Invincible grass? The 4 of them called out to him incessantly, their eyes filled with urgency. His storage bag was nowhere to be found. What on earth had transpired? Where is the Invincible grass? Confusion flashed in Senior Brother Liu's eyes as he muttered. A spark of insight illuminated his mind, and he suddenly recalled, his eyes turning blood red with rage as he rose to his feet. Someone has ambushed me. Who ambushed you? Senior Brother Liu? The 4 inquired hastily, united by a shared enmity. The talisman was exceedingly precious, and to their astonishment, the Invincible grass had been intercepted. Such an affront was intolerable. They all bore expressions of murderous intent, even if it were disciples from the 10 great sects. They possessed the capability to unite and strike down their foes. Senior Brother Liu looked at the 4, his expression grim, hesitatingly uttering, I don't know. The 4 gaped in disbelief, stunned. Senior Brother Liu had always been prudent, well-versed in the art of ambush. Could there truly be someone more ruthless than he? Meanwhile, in another location, Chen Xun, accompanied by the great black bull, was engaged in subduing a gigantic python, which continuously hissed in low tones, its pinprick pupils revealing sheer terror. Why are you so incredible, resorting to ambush tactics, cultivating at the 10th level of chi refinement? Do you aspire to ascend to the heavens? Moo. With so many void bright vines around, shall we not take a few? What harm could it possibly do? Are you the one nurturing them? Moo. The colossal serpent's head was firmly grasped by Chen Xun, while its tail was tightly held by the great black bull. As they cursed vehemently, they swung the serpent through the air and brought it crashing down, nearly shattering its internal organs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent's mouth was filled with pleas for mercy. It had never encountered such ferocity from a chi-refining human. A single punch nearly sent it back to its origins, and in a contest of spells, It was utterly overpowered. "Old bull, gather the goods." Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, cracking the ground beneath them. Chen Xun pressed the serpent into the earth with one hand, dust swirling up. The ground soaked in blood. It truly wished to cease its resistance. Moo. The great black bull released its hooves and hurried to harvest the void bright vines. Chen Xun snorted coldly, dusted off his hands, and together with the great black bull, they made their way out of the valley. Having secured the spiritual herbs within Hanyan Valley, now proceeding to their next destination. A day later, many more individuals arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, they were filled with joy. The silver shadow python had been injured. "Quickly, let us gather the void bright vines." Who could have inflicted such harm upon it? How could it be so severely wounded? A few were visibly alarmed, their composure heightened. Could there be an existence even more formidable than the silver shadow python nearby? They were reminded during their sect training that this serpent was ferocious, having claimed the lives of many cultivators during their last expedition to Nanshan. Hiss, hiss. The silver python was enraged, its massive head erupting from the earth with a thunderous force. It regarded the two individuals with scorn, deeming them mere humans who dared to provoke its wrath. "Be cautious. It appears to be feigning death. Junior sister, quickly hide behind me." In the ensuing chaos, everyone brandished their respective artifacts, hastily retreating, their expressions filled with trepidation. Hiss. The silver python slithered forth with astonishing speed, and the crowd unleashed their spells without hesitation, resulting in an explosive clash within the valley. A month later, Chen Xun and the Black Bull had been in the secret realm of the southern Dipper Mountain for 2 months. They seemed to be growing increasingly adept, skillfully harnessing the essence of the sixth elder. Countless disciples from various sects faced calamities. Precious spiritual herbs lay tantalizingly close, only to vanish mysteriously. During ambushes, they would suddenly lose their footing and collapse, awakening in a daze. The creatures of the wild trembled nightly, weeping at the sight of a withered leaf or a green leaf, constantly repenting. Was this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Perhaps this was the ultimate manifestation of the sixth elder. Moo. 2 clusters of green leaves stood at the heart of an ancient tree, nearly merging into one, from which a faint sigh emanated. The Black Bull, brimming with joy, nudged Chen Xun. They had harvested numerous spiritual herbs, all previously unseen within the medicinal valley. Truly, a cow does not prosper without unexpected fortune, just as a horse does not thrive without night forage. Old bull, maintain your composure. You look as if you've never encountered the world before. Chen Xun's eyes had transformed into the shape of spiritual herbs as he retrieved his treasure tome, inscribing his observations within. These were invaluable experiences, the precious adventures shared with the Black Bull. The great Black Bull smiled broadly, expressing that the journey to the southern Dipper Mountain had been exhilarating. "Now we are heading to the true battlefield," Chen Xun stated solemnly, producing a map and pointing to 3 prominent red dots where the most precious primary medicinal herbs were located. The great Black Bull listened intently. Within lay beasts and spirit creatures that surpassed the strength of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Although it had never encountered them, it was highly likely that they possessed some characteristics of the foundation establishment stage, warranting caution. Chen Xun took a deep breath. The transition to the foundation establishment stage represented a leap in the hierarchy of life, existing in a different dimension compared to the Qi refinement stage. The great Black Bull nodded earnestly, nuzzling against Chen Xun. "Let us go." Chen Xun chuckled, patting its head. Their figures vanished in an instant from the ancient tree, heading towards one of the 3 ancient palaces, the Wangyue Palace, where the sun ginseng lotus thrived. The Wangyue Palace exuded an ancient aura. Standing at the center of a desolate mountain, its origins long forgotten. However, most of the sun ginseng lotus, believed to be extinct in the Qian kingdom, could still be found here. The palace was grand yet rustic, resembling a dilapidated sect hall from afar, embodying the inevitability of time. Although the 10 great sects possessed methods to cultivate foundation establishment herbs, their efforts were still insufficient, especially for primary medicinal herbs, which had overly stringent environmental requirements, leading to their scarce cultivation. The exterior of the palace was drenched in pools of blood, littered with severed limbs, and even instances of brethren turning against one another, their bodies intertwined in eternal conflict, eyes forever open in death. Inside the palace, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly, spells clashed, and chaos reigned. On a highland, Chen Xun and the great Black Bull stood at a distance, both furrowing their brows. "Confounded old bull, this situation does not bode well for us to take advantage," Chen Xun murmured. "The disciples from the 10 great immortal sects are all on a path drenched in blood." The great Black Bull nodded in agreement. As they observed the fierce skirmishes outside the hall, where combatants continued to pour in relentlessly, there were also cultivators like themselves, who remained at a distance, assessing the unfolding chaos. "Let us not rush, old bull. Let us observe the situation," he advised. They crouched at a distance, motionless, watching the Wanghua Hall. Even before the harvesting of spiritual herbs commenced, a considerable number of individuals had already perished. Truly, the insatiable greed of mankind is akin to a serpent devouring an elephant. 3 days later, a thunderous roar erupted from within the ancient hall. The sound was imposing, akin to a mountain torrent, reverberating for miles, causing both Chen Xun and the great black bull to experience a ringing in their ears, their eyes widening in astonishment. "White fiend leopard, it has emerged. Withdraw. We must contain this spirit beast," they shouted in panic. "Curse it, we were so close." Countless disciples surged forth from the hall, their voices filled with rage and fear. At that moment, a snow-white spirit beast, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, burst forth from behind them. Its presence was intimidating. Its long, white fur billowed wildly in the wind, its body exceeding an alarming 2 meters in length. It opened its gaping maw, surveying the intruders with contempt. The sharp claws of the white fiend leopard dripped with fresh blood, its gaze keen, always anticipating the actions of the cultivators, eliminating them with preemptive strikes. Behind it lay the torn and mangled remains of what once were living beings, their eyes still reflecting a lingering terror, as if they had perished in an instant. Roar! Roar! Another thunderous bellow reverberated, sending clouds of dust swirling through the desolate mountains. The white death leopard prowled back and forth before the ancient gates. Casting its gaze in all directions, its body enveloped in a menacing aura, having claimed the lives of countless souls. This ancient hall was indeed vast, and the disciples emerged like breadcrumbs scattered in disarray. Chen Xun marveled inwardly. The oppressive presence of the white death leopard left him feeling uncertain. Yet it seemed to be the opportune moment. Disciples from various sects gathered together, strategizing. A direct assault was unfeasible, and they could only hope to divert its attention. The Wanghua ancient hall appeared to fall into a hushed stillness, interrupted only by the intermittent roars of the white death leopard, which relentlessly instilled fear in the hearts of those unscrupulous cultivators in the distance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, no one dared to challenge the ancient hall any longer. Each life was precious, and it was merely a question of who would be the first to offer themselves in vain. Chen Xun and the great black bull slowly retreated, returning to the shelter of the forest, empty-handed. "Old bull, let us dig a tunnel," Chen Xun said with resignation. Their advantage lay in their immense strength and endurance. Equipped with the right tools, they could tunnel directly beneath the ancient hall. "Moo?" The great black bull exclaimed, its eyes widening in astonishment. If it were them, it indeed seemed plausible. Having spent years excavating in the Ningyun mountain range, this was their forte. "I'll mark the spot and calculate the distance," Chen Xun said, clearing his throat softly, gazing into the distance before descending from the tree, scooping up a handful of soil for contemplation. "Old bull, let us get started. We can succeed." "Moo." A solitary figure and a bovine companion commenced excavating a tunnel beneath the ancient tree, their speed astonishing enough to leave onlookers agape. The earth collected over the month was swiftly stored in several bags. "Old bull, the entrance is yours. I shall continue digging," the figure declared. The great black bull hurriedly emerged to cover the tunnel's mouth, a task it executed with remarkable familiarity, relying solely on years of experience rather than any technical skill. As days turned into weeks, fierce battles erupted outside the hall under the command of the 10 great sects, as they sought to contain the white shaman leopard, allowing others to enter and gather resources. Yet, the cunning leopard was acutely aware of the humans' intentions, resolutely guarding the entrance. Any attempt to breach its defenses resulted in a gruesome spectacle. Many were discouraged and withdrew in fear. Tension brewed among the members of the 10 great sects and other factions, their outward calm masking their distrust, as they refrained from unleashing their full might. Unknown to all, beneath their feet, a man and his bull diligently continued their excavation far below the surface, completely oblivious to the chaos above. "Old bull, I find it increasingly difficult to dig. Let me measure the distance." "Wait for me," the man called. The great black bull rested atop the earth pit, exhaling heavily, feeling the labor of digging for the first time. Chen Xun withdrew his celestial sword from the storage bag, soaring through the air. A beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, calculating distance through the product of time and speed, finding the task manageable for now, he approached the tunnel's mouth, measuring twice more before calling out to the bull. "Old bull, it's directly above." Boom. The black bull rose, muscles bulging, as its hooves struck upwards, sending large chunks of debris cascading down. Chen Xun exerted himself, delivering blow after blow upon the surface, their protective gear covered in mud and grime. After a relentless half-hour of effort, they finally broke through. A glimmer of light emerged, revealing the ceiling of an ancient hall, as 2 heads cautiously poked out. The ground was indeed formidable, Even they had labored for half an hour. If the monstrous beasts had endured such assaults, they would surely have succumbed countless times. Chen Xun murmured, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, where numerous corpses lay scattered, old bulls among them. Climbing out from the depths, he assisted the great black bull, both wearing expressions of palpable delight. Moo! The great black bull exclaimed, its gaze drawn to the depths of the hall, where a pool of water unexpectedly appeared. However, the liquid seemed exceedingly viscous, with a dozen sun ginseng lotuses flourishing within, accompanied by various rare medicinal herbs. Truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged outside. As the group relentlessly engaged the white death leopard, both sides weary from the ongoing conflict. Chen Xun glanced at the external situation, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Old bull, just two will suffice. We cannot afford to deplete our merits. The great black bull mooed in surprise. Having never before encountered such a notion of forsaking medicinal herbs, Chen Xun was merely teasing it. In a huff, the bull nudged Chen Xun and hastened to the edge of the pool, retrieving a storage box to collect the primary and auxiliary elixirs. Chen Xun remained vigilant behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. With a mischievous shout, squeak, Chen Xun seized the great black bull, leaping directly into the tunnel, his feet upon a celestial sword, soaring away. The great black bull continuously discarded the soil from its storage bag in their wake. One person and one bull strode away, just as they had arrived, softly and quietly, waving their sleeves without taking a single cloud with them. Within the ancient hall of Wangyue, the white savage leopard seemed to sense something suddenly. With a swipe of its sharp claws, it repelled the crowd and hurried into the hall, only to be left dumbfounded. Roar! Roar! The white savage leopard became exceedingly frantic, its bloodlust deepening in its eyes as it slowly turned to face the human beings behind it. Gone mad. Today, they must all perish. What is happening? The white savage leopard has lost its mind. Retreat! Retreat! Countless cries of alarm and shouts echoed through the air, as those tormented suffered immensely. This spiritual beast, in its madness, showed no reason, engaging in a life-for-life exchange. Whoever approached would meet their end. A few cursed under their breath, lamenting the arduous nature of this journey to the southern Dipper Mountain, as they had not heard of such rampant beasts before. Outside the Wangyue ancient hall, a fierce battle had erupted, and many who sought to take advantage began to stir, sensing that the moment had arrived, for the spiritual beast had lost its rationality. In the Qilua Hall, nestled within an ancient forest teeming with demonic beasts, the sounds of battle were incessant, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. There grew the once extinct Namu leaves, with the hall's entrance nearly blocked by countless corpses. Outside the hall stood 3 demonic beasts at the 10th level of Qi refinement, their bodies marred with wounds and stained with blood. Behind them loomed an even more terrifying beast. It could be said that every 20 years, the journey to the southern Dipper Mountain coast lives, aimed solely at exhausting these demonic creatures until they faltered. In such a dire situation, a gentleman would not stand beneath a perilous wall. Chen Xun and the great black bull would certainly not charge forth, but rather take refuge in the underground path. Commencing in a similar fashion, one excavated while the other dug. Chapter 55. The extraordinary individual of the Qi refining period. Half a month later, a violent tremor erupted from a certain section of the hall's floor, and 2 disheveled heads emerged, weariness evident in their eyes. Old bull, fetch the spiritual medicine, quickly. Moo. The great black bull leapt from the tunnel, hastening towards the Namu leaf. Roar! Roar! The beast reacted far more swiftly than the white shale leopard, immediately sensing movement near the Namu leaf and pivoting towards the hall. Fireball technique. Chen Xun exclaimed, a rare seriousness flashing in his eyes as massive fireballs erupted forth, coalescing into an immense wall of flames to obstruct the creature. The beast emitted a pained cry, yet the crimson hue within its gaze deepened, a peculiar shield gradually isolating the inferno. By the heavens! Chen Xun's pupils constricted as he continued to cast spells, turning his head to shout, Old bull, is it ready? Moo! Roar! Roar! The beast suddenly burst forth from the sea of flames, baring its teeth and lunging towards Chen Xun with alarming speed, its massive paw poised to crush him into oblivion. Suddenly, a colossal figure sprang forth, immediately pulling Chen Xun back into the tunnel. Boom! Roar! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the tunnel, deafening and accompanied by the beast's reluctant roars of fury. Quickly, old bull! Moo! Chen Xun and the great black bull were drenched in cold sweat as they navigated the tunnel on their sword, the path behind them collapsing continuously. A testament to the beast's overwhelming power. They burst forth from the underground passage and, upon reaching a place of safety, Chen Xun expressed his indignation, muttering, by heavens, if it weren't for that throng of cultivators outside, I would have dealt with that beast myself. The large black bull grinned, gently nudging Chen Xun with its hoof, emphasizing the importance of safety first. Just as they continued their discussion about the beast, the time within the secret realm of Nando Mountain had already passed its midpoint, and the scent of blood seemed to grow increasingly potent. By the banks of a small stream, a dozen women were cautiously gathering spiritual herbs. Suddenly, dozens of individuals appeared, their lips curling into playful smiles. These were disciples from one of the 10 great sects, the Songhai sect. The women were taken aback, recognizing their attire. "We had no knowledge of your presence, esteemed friends. We shall take our leave and forego the herbs," a leading woman declared, her brow furrowed with determination and remarkable courage. "Who decides what is to be done, you or the Songhai sect?" One of the disciples from Songhai sect retorted with a cold snort, exuding an air of superiority. "Esteemed brothers of the major sect, we hope you will not make things difficult for us. Ah, yet our hands are itching for some amusement. We hope you ladies can entertain us," one of them sneered. "You," the leading woman exclaimed in fury, her companions brimming with anger, their eyes showing no fear as they brandished their magical tools. "Kill." One among them raised his head, a cold smirk playing on his lips. No sooner had the words left his mouth than chaos erupted by the stream, blood flowing freely and mingling with the water. In the midst of a lofty mountain, there existed a solitary wanderer from a certain sect, cloaked in a dark robe, revealing a mouth full of ebony teeth. Scattered upon the ground lay several disciples of the 10 great sects, their fates grim and tragic. Within a vast marsh, the bodies of the fallen floated and swayed incessantly, while a disciple of the beast-taming sect, with an expression of serene indifference, commanded a swarm of venomous insects to proceed. The carnage in South Dipper Mountain continued unabated, the ruthless pursuit of life and treasure rampant in this lawless domain, with all souls gravitating towards the center, where danger loomed ever closer. Time steadily flowed, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull had reached the 4th month in South Dipper Mountain. Throughout their journey, they had grown considerably more composed, having witnessed an abundance of bloodshed, the betrayal among comrades, and the sordid alliances that flourished in the absence of rules. At this moment, the darkness of the cultivation world revealed itself. Leaning against a tree to rest, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull suddenly perked up, their ears attuned to the sound of numerous footsteps. 2 figures were seen fleeing in disarray, their eyes ablaze with intense resentment and hatred. "Halt! If you flee any further, she will surely perish. Are you truly willing to watch your junior sister meet her demise?" Came a mocking laughter from behind them, as if they had been the subjects of a cruel jest. One of the fleeing individuals hesitated, pausing in his steps, while the other merely cast him a glance before dashing away, holding his life in high regard. "Senior Brother G." "Yes, I am sorry," a frail voice uttered, as a woman was bound by silver ropes, clearly a magical artifact. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun and He Nyo were both taken aback, their gazes swiftly directed towards the source. Lo and behold, it was indeed a disciple of the 5 Elements sect, and none other than Ji Kuan. Thunderous Gate. How could you, a member of the illustrious 10 great sects, resort to such despicable tactics? Ji Kuan trembled with rage, for many present were at the 10th level of chi refinement, far beyond his capacity to contend. The spirit herb can be surrendered, but release the person first. In the realm of cultivation, the strong prey upon the weak. A minor sect remains a minor sect, oblivious to this fundamental truth. Laughter erupted from the Thunderous Gate members, and one among them, named Chao Chen, stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. He coldly commanded, "Hand over the Yangshan lotus." "How audacious of you to attempt theft right under our noses. Surrender the person." "Brother G, please do not concern yourself with me," the junior sister pleaded, writhing in distress and crying out. A resounding slap echoed through the air, causing her to spit blood, her hair disheveled from the force. Grasping the Yangshan lotus, Ji Kuan's expression was steely as he declared, "Release her, or you shall receive nothing. I can destroy it at any moment." "Threatening us?" Chao Chen narrowed his eyes, his power surging in his hand. "How many lives do you possess?" Suddenly, chaos erupted. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 fierce gusts of wind surged forth, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. The entire assembly of Thunderous Gate was seized by fear, their hairs standing on end, bewildered by the phenomenon. Chao Chen's countenance shifted dramatically as a scarecrow materialized before him, their faces nearly touching. The figure donned a black hood, yet his gaze was chillingly cold. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal hand descended with tremendous force, causing Chao Chen to spew forth a torrent of crimson blood. His neck was instantly pressed against the ground, which fractured under the pressure, creating a myriad of fissures surrounded by debris and dust. A muffled and agonizing scream escaped Chao Chen's lips as his eye sockets felt as though they might burst, and he sensed his very organs tearing apart, with blood seeping from every orifice. A searing wall of flames emerged, isolating Ji Kuan and all members of the Jinglei sect. As the fiery barrier materialized, his junior sister was hurled into his arms. Senior brother, junior sister. Ji Kuan caught her in an instant, yet she wept bitterly in his embrace, leaving Ji Kuan devoid of the strength to appreciate this tender moment. On the other side of the inferno, visibility was utterly obscured. Ji Kuan's eyes, filled with profound astonishment, widened as he realized that such formidable power existed even at the chi refinement stage. Who could this be? As the wall of fire gradually dissipated, the scene beyond came into focus. Ji Kuan's eyelids quivered incessantly, a chilling sensation coursing through his heart. His junior sister ceased her weeping, collapsing to the ground, her body weak and limp. Their fear did not stem from the brutality of the battle, but rather from an unsettling tranquility, aside from the fractured earth. There was not a trace of conflict to be found, not even a single corpse. An instant kill. The disciples of the 10 great sects had been vanquished in mere moments by 2 individuals. Ji Kuan gasped heavily, realizing the vastness of the world. He was but a frog at the bottom of a well. Junior sister, we must leave. Senior brother, who are they? She hesitated, as if struggling to voice her thoughts. They seem to have come to rescue us. Unfamiliar faces should not inspire false hopes. We were merely fortunate this time, Ji Kuan replied, shaking his head. Such extraordinary beings. How could he ever hope to know them? The 2 individuals supported each other as they wandered towards another location, seeking a place to swiftly restore their magical powers. Chapter 56. The matter resolved, departing with a flick of the sleeve, concealing accomplishments and fame. Upon an ancient tree, the disciples of the 10 immortal sects displayed an air of arrogance, as if they were superior to all. Chen Xun leaned against the trunk, scoffing lightly. I believe our Wuyun sect is far better. What do you think, old bull? The large black bull responded. Indeed, these disciples of the immortal sects are increasingly haughty. One can only imagine how they would treat us at the 10 immortal sections. Fortunately, we did not go there. Have you heard of the brutality in our sect? Old bull? Ma? The bull pondered, reflecting on the constant ridicule they would face, only to retaliate and face further mockery in an unending cycle where even a dog would bark at them. Ma! The large black bull exclaimed in astonishment. Wouldn't that make us fools? Only a simpleton would engage in such folly. Moreover, our strength would only invite more enmity and cunning schemes against us. Don't you think our longevity is wasted on such trivial matters? Moo. The large black bull, filled with tears of understanding, acknowledged, It must be you, brother Sun. My dear brother. Chen Xun smiled wryly, resting his hands beneath his head, embodying the essence of departing with a flick of the sleeve, concealing accomplishments and fame. Untouched by cause and effect, with only one thought in his mind, sheer excellence. Old bull, let us rest for a few days. Digging tunnels is quite exhausting. With that, they both fell into a deep slumber, their presence starkly contrasting with the atmosphere of the southern Dipper Mountain's secret realm, and remarkably, it appeared that no one could challenge them. A month later, the skies above the southern Dipper Mountain were streaked with countless purple lightning bolts, accompanied by deep, resonant thunder that echoed ominously. The heavy, dark clouds enveloped the entire mystical realm, instilling a palpable sense of oppression. The earthly soul vine, known for its rarity, thrived within the ancient temple by the marsh, yet it was universally acknowledged as the most elusive spiritual herb to procure. This temple was situated in the heart of the colossal Xinyuan Lake, which brimmed with the formidable energy of metal. To ascend to the marsh temple, one had to overcome this powerful force, and within the temple, spiritual beasts stood guard, creating a perilous environment at every turn. Another thunderclap resonated, signaling that the long-anticipated storm had finally stirred. A sparse drizzle began to fall, swiftly transforming into a torrential downpour. Shadows flitted along the banks of Xinyuan Lake, where many wore grim expressions. The lake was littered with numerous floating corpses, each bearing the scars of a tragic demise. Many had already reconsidered their intentions to harvest the earthly soul vine. With an abundance of spiritual herbs in southern Dipper Mountain, the risk seemed unwarranted. Moreover, the 3 foundational spiritual herbs were not exclusive to these 3 ancient temples. With a bit of luck and effort, one might stumble upon them elsewhere. As the thoughts of many began to shift, an earth-shattering, deafening roar of thunder reverberated through the heavens, momentarily engulfing the world in a blinding white light. This illumination revealed 2 figures perched at the edge of a cliff, their calm gazes fixed upon the distant Xinyuan Lake. The relentless rain cascaded down upon them, yet they remained undeterred. Old bull, do you have confidence? Moo. Moo. They had been lurking here for half a month, witnessing countless individuals rush into the marsh temple, only to observe many succumb to the invasive metal energy, perishing tragically in the lake. However, Xinyuan Lake harbors a significant flaw. The altitude and velocity of flight can perfectly evade the essence of gunmetal, but simultaneously satisfying both conditions proves exceedingly challenging. By heavens, it is time to showcase true skill. Chen Xun inhaled deeply, the rainwater flooding his nostrils, causing him to cough uncontrollably. A celestial sword hovered gently at the precipice, and Chen Xun declared earnestly, "Old bull, this time it truly is a matter of speed and passion. Our future rests in your hands." Moo, moo moo. The great black bull widened its eyes, bellowing furiously, its hooves poised for action. It was serious now. The howling winds roared, and the downpour intensified. As a magical shield enveloped them, the celestial sword emanating a faint white glow. Air Force One. Chen Xun. A barely perceptible voice echoed, as veins in his face bulged, and he roared, fully prepared. Moo moo moo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The swift sound of slicing air transformed into a piercing shriek, as a celestial sword bore one man and one bull, plunging towards the hall by the marsh. The pounding of their hearts resonated in their ears. A brilliant sword light cleaved through the heavens, relentlessly charging towards the hall by the marsh, its speed breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Look, someone is soaring on a sword at this moment. Such incredible speed. Who could it be? What? The essence of gunmetal has been evaded. At the lakeside, countless individuals gasped in astonishment as the celestial sword executed a maneuver of remarkable swiftness, evading the onslaught of the gunmetal energy with an astonishingly contorted angle. Even the gunmetal energy appeared to lag half a step behind this blade. My heavens! They were left dumbfounded, pondering the nature of such devilish skill. In the blink of an eye, the celestial sword surged into the Zeepan Hall, where thunderous roars resonated, mingling with the startled exclamations of hundreds. The torrential downpour, compounded by the darkness of night, rendered it impossible to discern the figures standing above, even if one could see. All that would be visible were two clusters of withered leaves, which upon closer inspection revealed merely two black hoods. Who dares to be a scoundrel? I shall annihilate your entire family. How bold? State your name. Cowardly rats, where do you think you're fleeing to? Scoundrels! Roar, roar, roar. Inside the Zeepan Hall, everyone, including spirit beasts, rushed out, their feet propelled by magical artifacts, faces ablaze with fury. These two audacious intruders brazenly charged into the hall in full view of all, recklessly snatching two strands of earthly soul vines before fleeing on their swords without uttering a single word. Halt! Which sex beasts are you? Cower and conceal, lest we uncover your identities. Is fleeing so impressive? Behind them, shouts and even a woman's scolding echoed relentlessly. They had never endured such an egregious humiliation, akin to having excrement deposited upon their heads, only to be handed tissue after the act. Observing the retreating figures of the disciples from various sects, Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged a crooked smile, unapologetically reveling in the fact that their speed allowed them to act with impunity. Whoosh! The celestial sword descended in altitude, plunging into the depths of the ancient forest and vanished from sight. From that day forth, they acquired a new moniker, the sword god of Xinyuan Lake, yet their existence remained elusive, akin to vapor in the air. Even the celestial sword, a mere commonplace artifact, offered no leads for pursuit, as if it had evaporated from the mortal realm. They gradually transformed into a peculiar legend among the low-ranking disciples of various sects, rumored to be something other than human, though perhaps there was a semblance of truth to this claim. Old Bull could no longer endure. He urged, "Quick, let us find a place to restore our magical powers." Moo. The large black bull, carrying Chen Xun, searched for a concealed grove, and at last, a glimmer of determination sparked in its eyes as it discovered a suitable spot. Chen Xun, drenched in perspiration and severely depleted of magical energy, reluctantly extracted several low-grade spirit stones, forcing a smile as he said, "I suppose I must indulge in a moment of extravagance." The large black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, its eyes brimming with concern. "Old bull, please remain vigilant of our surroundings. I am fine." Chen Xun settled into a meditative posture, channeling his energy. The spirit stones in his grasp gradually crumbled, infusing his body with streams of spiritual energy, slowly replenishing his exhausted magical reserves. "Moo," responded the large black bull, promptly extending its head and employing a breathing technique, remaining perfectly still. The intensity of the battle had been overwhelming, several times. Its heart raced to the point of near suffocation, as a spirit beast had come perilously close to attacking them, only to be narrowly evaded through Chen Xun's deft maneuvers. The large black bull glanced back at the meditative Chen Xun, filled with admiration. It was only today that it truly understood the essence of being bold yet meticulous, without sacrificing stability. Chapter 57. Returning fully loaded with experience and strength for 5 consecutive days, Chen Xun devoted himself to restoring his spiritual power and regaining his vitality. As this endeavor had truly drained his spirit, at last, he began to feel rejuvenated. The old bull, a gentle smile gracing Chen Xun's lips, opened his eyes. The large black bull, filled with excitement, rushed towards him, nearly overwhelming him with its exuberance. "Old bull, are you trying to kill me?" Chen Xun exclaimed in jest. The large black bull grinned widely and quickly retreated. "This place is unsafe. We must move away from the center where there are too many cultivators. Let us head towards the outskirts." With that, 2 figures darted away, their hands clutching substantial sums of money. In their eyes, there was no hint of carelessness. Rather, they became increasingly vigilant, weaving through the ancient trees and distancing themselves from the chaos at the center. After several days of running, with less than a month remaining until the valley closed, they had successfully distanced themselves from the tumult of battle. "Old bull, this storage bag is entrusted to you," Chen Xun said, his gaze intense as he fixed upon the storage bag in his hand, which contained all the spiritual herbs needed for foundation establishment pills. The large black bull solemnly accepted it and swallowed it whole. "When the time comes, we will cultivate it slowly," Chen Xun murmured. "We must be cautious. Waiting at least 2 years before we begin, we are not pressed for time." The large black bull nodded, understanding completely, devoid of any impatience. "This storage bag will be submitted to the sect." Chen Xun glanced at the bag, which contained 3 primary spiritual herbs and a dozen others. Having heard that the 10 great sects only required a submission of 70%, why does our sect demand all of it? The large black bull pondered, still somewhat perplexed by the reasoning behind the full collection. Moreover, without acquiring even 3 primary spirit herbs, they have not secured a single foundational elixir. "Old bull, we are but cannon fodder and enforcers. How can we compare to the esteemed disciples of the 10 great sects?" Chen Xun remarked with an indifferent smile. "However, let us not harbor resentment towards the sect. This path was chosen by us, and we cannot blame anyone else." The great black bull nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without the Wuyan sect, they would not have even had the opportunity to arrive. "Let us simply await the transmission." Chen Xun smiled subtly. Realizing that this journey was indeed fruitful, naturally, the power of transmission would draw them without the need to venture to a specific location. "Moo." The great black bull gazed around, marveling at the formidable array. "We must certainly learn from this in the future. Old bull, come, let us devise our plans moving forward." "We are quite busy," Chen Xun said, patting the great black bull. "What of longevity? Does it mean complacency? A life devoid of ambition? Losing faith in existence?" Such notions are unfounded. Those who attain immortality are often the busiest, with ideals and aspirations to pursue. Having witnessed too many partings filled with regret, they are instead imbued with fervor and passion for life, acutely aware of the preciousness of time, and thus cherish the present moment. The great black bull eagerly nestled its head into Chen Xun's embrace, its eyes shimmering with excitement. "Now, after our journey to the southern Dipper Mountain, I suddenly wish to learn so many things. Whether it's Chen Xun's auspicious attire, their mining techniques, or the exquisite sword-flying operations demonstrated that day. All are the result of years of accumulated experience and skill, merely applied in practical scenarios. Each step they took was grounded and fulfilling. Time flowed seamlessly through Chen Xun's writings and drawings, while the great black bull listened intently each day, invigorated. This was merely the beginning of their journey. Today, the southern Dipper Mountain experienced a sudden tremor, akin to a great earthquake. Chen Xun and the mighty black bull found their protective garments utterly destroyed, and they had neither the map of the Danding sect nor any other belongings. They were gravely injured, supporting each other, appearing to be on the brink of collapse. "Old bull, it's time to go home," Chen Xun cried, clutching the black bull tightly. Beams of light locked onto them from all directions, enveloping both Chen Xun and the black bull. Their faces reflected a slight agony as a force of spatial distortion enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from that place. Thus, their expedition to southern Dipper Mountain came to a definitive end. At the various sect encampments, disciples continued to arrive, some with expressions of elation, others filled with rage, some appearing lost and dejected, while others bore the marks of severe injuries and disabilities. As time passed, the lamentations and cries of anguish echoed through the encampments, a stark contrast to the spirited atmosphere of 6 months prior. Most felt a profound sense of relief at having survived a calamity. This expedition to southern Dipper Mountain inflicted unprecedented losses upon the 10 great sects, reportedly due to a significant upheaval within the mountain itself. Wei Shan stood at the 5 Elements sect's encampment, continually counting the survivors, astonished to find that over 100 had made it through. In the open area, Chen Xun and the black bull sat against each other, both covered in wounds and still bleeding. Chen Xun's gaze drifted to a certain direction, where he spotted Ji Kuan emerging alive, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. However, Ji Kuan's expression was one of melancholy. He merely glanced at Chen Xun before directing his gaze towards the distance, burdened with unspoken thoughts. It was unwise to linger in this place. They should seek refuge on the Qingya rock to recuperate. Wei Shan produced several vials of medicinal pills, distributing them among the injured disciples, and even Chen Xun received a pill. Upon receiving the elixir, the profound affection reflected in his eyes embodied a loyalty dedicated to the sect. A commitment so unwavering that even Wei Shan could not help but cast a few more glances at Chen Xun. Wei Shan, however, would not engage in trivialities, such as asking his disciples to present their spiritual herbs for comparison with nearby sects. This was the only respect he could offer to the sacrificed disciples. It was not just the Five Elements sect. Even the golden core cultivators of the 10 great sects were preoccupied with the casualties among their own disciples rather than the quantity of spiritual herbs. Within the precincts of the Five Elements sect, everyone stood upon their magical vessels, silently seated upon the Qingya eagle. The atmosphere was laden with tension, each individual exuding a palpable aura of menace, their eyes reflecting a blend of unfamiliarity and wariness, as if they had yet to recover from the trials of Nanda Mountain. They sat at a considerable distance from one another. The Qingya eagle soared into the skies, gliding towards the direction of the Five Elements sect. Initially, 5 Qingya eagles had been filled with eager individuals, bursting with ambition and animated conversation. However, now it seemed that a single Qingya eagle sufficed to return them. Familiar faces had vanished, claimed by ferocious beasts or rival sect disciples, casting a shadow of somberness upon the Qingya eagle. Chen Xun furrowed his brow. His earlier joy completely dissipated. He had no desire for lamentation, for no amount of reflection could alter this harsh reality. The large black ox moved softly. Leaning closer to Chen Xun, he cradled the ox's head, murmuring quiet reassurances. Simply place the spiritual herbs before me. I shall record them myself, Wei Shan stated matter-of-factly. Every 20 years, half of the returning disciples are lost, yet perhaps the other half shall rise from the ashes. Indeed, Peak Master, came the reply. The crowd responded in unison, all directing their attention towards the storage bags. However, the sect only required the spiritual herbs. All other items were to be kept by the individuals. Should one manage to procure the 3 main foundational spiritual herbs, in addition to their contribution value, the sect would grant them an additional foundational pill in the next batch, a rule that they surely understood, and one that I can personally vouch for. Wei Shan maintained a calm demeanor, showing no inclination to probe their intentions, his eyes radiating unwavering trust. As his words hung in the air, several individuals produced 3 main foundational spiritual herbs, eliciting astonishment from the crowd, including Chen Xun, who couldn't help but blink in surprise at their strength. Chen Xun exchanged a glance with the Black Bull, suddenly realizing that the main foundational spiritual herbs might not be limited to the 3 ancient temples. Yet they had opted for the most secure location, despite its hellish difficulty. Ji Kuan appeared pained, producing only 1 main foundational spiritual herb. And without any mysterious benefactor to aid him, he might very well meet his demise on South Dome Mountain. Chapter 58. Contribution Value 66. Chen Xun and the Black Bull presented all the spiritual herbs from their storage bag, holding nothing back. If they had not managed to acquire 3 main foundational spiritual herbs, there was no need for dismay. They could accumulate them for the next opportunity, and naturally, they would also earn sect contributions. Wei Shan, with one hand resting behind his back, his eyes sparkling with intensity, discreetly surveyed the crowd. Rest assured, I will keep a record, and the sect will not forsake any of you. His assurance that the sect would not forsake them reignited a flicker of hope in many eyes, stirring excitement within their hearts. With the experience gained this time, they knew they would have another chance in the next 20 years. Yet, Chen Xun and the Black Bull trembled slightly. Although the Master Wei claimed he would not probe further, he had just conducted a thorough scan of their entire beings under the resonance of the essence of all things. Fortunately, none dared to be greedy, as they were all honest individuals. Among them, he and the Black Bull were the most sincere, having made the greatest contributions to their sect, while the others seemed oblivious to this scrutiny, still intently listening to Wei Shan's words. Present your contribution tokens, Wei Shan said nonchalantly, his fingers stirring with magical energy as he drew all the spirit herbs from everyone into his storage ring. Once the sect verified them, the contributions would naturally transform from ethereal to tangible. Understood, the crowd responded, bowing as they produced their sect contribution tokens. Wei Shan had already estimated the value based on the types and ages of the spirit herbs presented. Over 100 individuals noticed a phantom number appear in their contribution tokens, and Chen Xun and the Black Bull's pupils constricted to pinpricks upon seeing the figure 6666. However, most of the herbs they had gathered were merely at the threshold of the medicinal age limit, under 300 years. Otherwise, their contribution could have been even greater. Ding. The host is now able to allocate points, resonated a voice in Chen Xun's mind as he perched upon the azure cliff. The sharp cry of an eagle echoed through the heavens as Chen Xun continued to allocate his points towards his magical power. They soared towards the direction of the Wuyun sect, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Another fortnight passed, and the group returned to the Wuyun sect, weary yet relieved. Their expressions no longer tinged with vigilance. It felt as though they had traversed through time. Chen Xun, cradling the Black Bull, gazed upon the vast and majestic mountains below. A glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. He had finally returned. Before the grand hall of the sect leader, a few individuals awaited, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. After Qingya's descent, he encouraged the crowd and then entered the hall alongside Wei Shan and others, seemingly indifferent to them. A sense of emptiness lingered in everyone's hearts, as if their significance had diminished, and they were led down the mountain by several senior uncles. Chen Xun and the great Black Bull lingered at the back, captivated by the scenery of the sect leader peak, exclaiming in wonder, their attention wholly absorbed by the sights, without a care for deeper thoughts. However, upon Ji Kuan's return, a noticeable shift in demeanor occurred. He grew distant from Chen Xun, who chose not to intrude, recognizing that each had their own path to follow. After descending the mountain, everyone commenced their sword flights towards their respective abodes, not exchanging a single word. "Come on, old bull," Chen Xun chuckled, drawing his celestial sword from his storage bag, carrying the great Black Bull towards the Medicine Valley. Within the Medicine Valley, a girl of exquisite beauty tended to the spiritual herbs with great care. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, clad in a green robe, her smile radiant as a blossom. With her lips pursed, her brows like ink strokes, and her gaze as clear as autumn waters, she watched the butterflies in the valley, her eyes filled with innocence and delicacy. Her name was Lu Yuan, a disciple of the Alchemy Hall, who had been brought into the Wuyun sect since childhood, tasked with the care of spiritual herbs. Now at the 7th level of Qi refining. "Junior sister Lu Yuan, we are back." A loud, raucous laugh resonated. Lu Yuan's expression brightened with joy as she swiftly turned and exclaimed, "Chen Xun, Black Bull, you have returned." Chen Xun and the great Black Bull grinned widely, their gums visible, as they approached her step by step. "Lu Yuan, my junior sister, you have worked diligently over the past 6 months. Yet we had agreed upon 30 low-grade spirit stones," Chen Xun stated with a serious demeanor. Lu Yuan, whom he met 2 years ago while inspecting the quantity of spiritual herbs in the Medicine Valley, possessed profound knowledge in the study of these herbs. Naturally, they had no intention of relinquishing this place, and thus entrusted Lu Yuan with its care, which, judging by the robust growth of the herbs, had indeed met their expectations. "Senior brother, you have managed the Medicine Valley so splendidly that I hardly contributed at all. 10 low-grade spirit stones would suffice," Lu Yuan replied. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as she felt unworthy of such a sum, believing initially that Chen Xun had merely spoken in jest. The large Black Bull approached her, nudging her hand, encouraging her to accept the offer. "Junior sister, time is fleeting. 30 spirit stones for half a year is not a loss for me." Chen Xun insisted earnestly, before retrieving 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Lu Yuan's expression turned anxious, her delicate fists clenched tightly. She had merely come to observe and water the herbs, feeling unqualified to receive such a substantial amount, given the rich foundation here. "Senior brother Chen Xun, if we depart next time, will you return? Please accept this as a token of gratitude," she implored. "Very well," Lu Yuan nodded vigorously, resolving in her heart not to discuss spirit stones with her senior brother in the future. "Junior sister, you should attend to your tasks. We shall tidy up here," Chen Xun said with a smile, casting a contented glance at the Medicine Valley. "All right, then I shall take my leave, senior brother," Lu Yuan chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she returned the jade pendant of the Medicine Valley to them, waving goodbye to Chen Xun and the large Black Bull. "Ah, all is well now." Chen Xun let out a sigh, finally feeling a sense of ease. "Old bull, let us commence our work." "Moo," the great Black Bull exclaimed joyfully. They had yet to submit their contributions from the Medicinal Valley this year. Chen Xun had mentioned that even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Although they possessed a substantial contribution of 6,000 points, it was imperative not to squander it. With a flourish, Chen Xun soared through the air on his sword, reaching the heart of the waterfall, where torrents cascaded down relentlessly, yet were warded off by a magical shield he had conjured. How fierce! As he gazed upward, the water, heavy as 1,000 pounds, crashed against the protective barrier, depleting his internal magical energy. Clang, clang. Chen Xun drew forth his mountain-splitting axe, the rhythmic sound of his strikes resonating through the air. However, the great black bull, situated at a distance, could not hear him over the roar of the falling water. It busily trotted around inside and outside the cave, tidying up and simultaneously inspecting the spiritual herbs, preparing the share to be submitted for the year, and then began to set up its little traps. 5 days later, Chen Xun's contributions manifested into something tangible, a veritable total of 6,666 points. He hurriedly took the great black bull to the sect's main hall to submit the spiritual herbs, earning an additional 200 contributions. Old bull, that place is simply impenetrable. My 2 mountain-splitting axes have already dulled. Chen Xun's expression darkened considerably. If he were to strike with his hands, he could not fathom the chaos that might ensue. Moo? Moo? Perhaps it would be wise to learn the art of weapon forging. Our contribution points are plentiful, and we could exchange them for materials. Iron essence serves as the foundation for crafting yellow-grade artifacts. Chen Xun ambled along the path, burdened with thoughts. Lacking a mentor to guide him, he could only peruse the books on weapon crafting, hoping to avoid wasting materials. The great black bull nodded, nuzzling against Chen Xun, for they lacked the time to learn but feared the absence of knowledge. With a faint smile, Chen Xun remarked, "Old bull, if I ruin the materials, we'll squander all our contribution points. Do not blame me." The black bull looked at him disdainfully, unperturbed. The duo made their way to the sect's contribution hall, entering with smiles, buoyed by nearly 7,000 contribution points, believing there was nothing unattainable in the world. However, upon their departure, their smiles had vanished. As they came to understand a poignant truth, happiness does not simply dissipate, it merely transfers, now gracing the face of that foundation-building elder. Ah, splendid! 1,000 contribution points indeed. Oh, it appears my disciple is a rising star, amassing a full 3,000 contribution points. My, how formidable the youth are. 5,000 contribution points. Haraha. Chen Xun's head buzzed with the accolades from his elder, leaving him somewhat lost and resulting in an extravagant exchange of goods. The great black bull exhaled heavily, feeling as though it was futile to rein Chen Xun in. He resembled a newly affluent individual. Had it not been for a vigorous nudge from the bull, Chen Xun might have squandered it all. Chapter 59. A tranquil life, old bull. What is your haste? I specifically exchanged for a volume on fundamental array techniques for you. Chen Xun led the great black bull, delivering a hearty pat upon its head, still reeling from the earlier excitement. Moo? The great black cow nuzzled against Chen Xun, its eyes gleaming with delight, reveling in the bountiful exchange. The tomes of basic weapon refinement, basic 5 elements escape technique, comprehensive guide to basic formations, complete collection of basic talismans, and compendium of basic celestial materials and earthly treasures. Chen Xun smiled dreamily. Although these texts were elementary, they were treasures not available for purchase in the outside world. Such items were often the hidden gems of others, heirlooms of knowledge, bestowed upon disciples solely by their sections. Furthermore, there were 4 pieces of iron essence, a mid-grade yellow-tier alchemical furnace, and an array of writing tools for crafting talismans, among other items. The great black cow also fantasized blissfully, envisioning itself mastering formations and, like the grand practitioners, sealing an entire mountain with a formation. How splendid that would be. Just as they were lost in their reveries, a sudden thud echoed. Bang, bang. A massive tree swayed violently, its leaves rustling and cascading down, evidently wounded. Oh dear, what is wrong with that tree, standing right in the middle of the road? Moo, old cow, let us not stoop to its level. Let us return home. Moo. As they proceeded, 2 irate voices could be heard along the path, but their spirits were high today, and they chose not to engage in conflict. Upon their return to the medicinal valley, the great black cow delved into comprehensive guide to basic formations, while Chen Xun took out basic weapon refinement to study. The processes of alchemy and weapon crafting bore a certain resemblance. However, they were entirely distinct from the craft of blacksmithing. The great black cow kept its distance from Chen Xun, its moos resonating as it diligently read through the material. Though fundamental, it was profound and extensive in scope. Hiss, hiss. Chen Xun inhaled sharply while snacking on sunflower seeds, as the art of refining tools challenged his long-held beliefs about metallurgy, showcasing the pinnacle of magical prowess while neglecting physical strength and demanding the utmost from materials. He gazed at the azure cauldron before him, gently caressing it, murmuring, "The revival of my mountain-cleaving axe in the realm of cultivation rests upon your shoulders, my precious treasure." Moo, the large black bull, trotted over anxiously, gesturing with its hoof towards several flags in the book. You wish to purchase array flags? Moo. Learn the basics first, and I shall procure them for you. Chen Xun leaned in for a closer look, extending his palm to grasp a handful of seeds. Moo Moo, the large black bull, rejoiced, seizing a handful of seeds before bounding to a corner, eyes alight with earnest curiosity. The man and the bull gradually returned to their tranquil existence. It was said that the alchemy hall was quite pleased with their medicinal valley, remarking on Chen Xun's aptitude as a herbalist, capable of enduring solitude. The assurance that others would refrain from disturbing him, allowing him to cultivate his medicinal garden, was deemed the greatest contribution to the sect. Time flowed like a relentless winter wind, sweeping away the freshness of all things, yet perhaps accompanying it on this journey, there would be little regret in old age. Unbeknownst to them, a year had passed, and Chen Xun, along with the large black bull, seemed oblivious to the passage of time, with an abundance of tasks still ahead, continuing to invest longevity points into his magical prowess. Half a year prior, an elder from the alchemy hall had personally delivered a gleaming black foundational elixir, encouraging Chen Xun and praising the flourishing state of his medicinal valley. Implied within is the notion of toiling until death. The sect is indeed in need of diligent and earnest individuals like him, who can endure solitude. As Chen Xun took over, a single tear fell unbidden, and he declared, "The sect is my home. I shall not disappoint its expectations." The elder, greatly pleased, imparted a few insights on cultivating spiritual herbs. He painted a promising vision, suggesting that should Chen Xun succeed in establishing his foundation, he would gain access to the sect's true spiritual herb garden, a realm of new possibilities. Filled with gratitude, Chen Xun even produced his exceptional swana to bid farewell to the elder as he departed the valley. Moreover, the Wuyun sect had indeed never encountered any scandalous incidents regarding the embezzlement of foundation-building pills, allowing Chen Xun to fully relax his mind. After presenting this year's contributions from the medicinal valley, they did not proceed to the contribution hall. With 2,000 contribution points still available, they were reserved for emergencies. Even if the sect leader were to flatter him, it would be impossible for Chen Xun to squander these contributions. His unwavering integrity would not allow him to be swayed by empty words. To the contribution hall, Chen Xun could endure the temptations of the outside world no longer. Yet he found himself unable to resist the persistent pleas of the large black bull. The bull mooed, its mouth agape, continually flicking its tail. "Old bull, today you may spend freely. With our 2,000 contributions, procuring a few formation flags will be effortless. Moo, you shall see what else is needed later. We can acquire everything at once." Chen Xun pondered for a moment before responding. "At present, I lack the time to study formations. I have heard that setting up formations requires quite a bit of material." The large black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, its eyes curving into crescent moons. "Let us not stand on ceremony, brother. Come, come." With that, Chen Xun led the large black bull toward the contribution hall. The array flags and the foundational materials for the formations have undergone considerable changes, though they remain quite affordable, costing merely 1,000 contribution points. This year, he chose not to participate in the sect competition, as it would be unfair to continuously burden his younger disciples. Their objectives have already been fulfilled. Should a significant number of disciples express dissatisfaction, he would undoubtedly become the target of their ire. Upon returning to the Medicine Valley and within his cave dwelling, he remarked, "Old bull, these materials are truly unlike anything found in the mortal realm." Chen Xun squinted slightly, observing the various materials on the ground, each imbued with a trace of spiritual energy. "In the future, let us not overlook such treasures." The great black bull nodded solemnly. After delving into the intricacies of formation techniques, it too wished to explore the comprehensive guide to basic celestial materials and earthly treasures. "Old bull, you may attend to your tasks. I shall continue my work in refining artifacts." "Moo," responded the great black bull, as it gathered the materials and hurried away. The art of artifact refinement is vast and profound, with numerous challenges in the smelting of materials. Chen Xun produced a new small notebook, jotting down notes and sketches. Throughout the year, he had utilized many stones from the valley for his refining endeavors, though he was still hesitant to employ iron essence. He had empirically demonstrated the adage that diligence can indeed compensate for a lack of natural talent. Ample time truly allows for the realization of one's aspirations. Thus, the man and his bull resumed their industrious activities within the Medicine Valley. Daily, Chen Xun would occasionally shatter some stones, bringing them back to his cave for refinement, while the great black bull diligently tended to the spiritual herbs and practiced formation techniques. However, the initiation into both formations and artifact refinement did not rely on incantations alone. They possessed no innate gifts, but instead engaged in earnest study day after day. Nonetheless, their evening ritual of basking in the sunset and enjoying the breeze remained an essential and unmissable tradition, regardless of the weather. Chen Xun skillfully controlled the altitude and speed of his flight, galloping through the vast expanse of the heavens and earth alongside the majestic black bull, reveling in the splendor of the universe, feeling a profound sense of liberation within his heart. However, one fateful day, they were apprehended by the disciple of the enforcement hall, Brother Lufeng, who seized their celestial swords and proceeded to lecture them in a nearby grove, rendering Chen Xun and the black bull submissive, nearly cowering on the ground in despair. Fortunately, Chen Xun, with a resolute attitude, acknowledged his transgressions, exclaiming his guilt and lamenting the time squandered on frivolous pursuits. It was only then that Brother Lufeng returned their swords to them, continuously offering his guidance for any cultivation queries. Affirming his role as an elder brother who could impart wisdom, Chen Xun, in a moment of spontaneity, posed several questions regarding artifact refinement, all of which were readily answered by Lufeng, who deemed them rather elementary, leading to yet another round of admonitions on the folly of wasting time on such trivial matters. This encounter left both Chen Xun and the black bull somewhat beleaguered, and they lamented their mistakes, prompting Lufeng to finally release them. Thus, the year passed with both man and beast existing under Brother Lufeng's watchful gaze, diligently enhancing their magical prowess and steadily amassing the 200 contribution points at the grand hall of their sect. Chapter 60. The commencement of our foundation establishment plan within the Medicine Valley. Chen Xun and the black bull found themselves encircled around a pit of earth, their eyes fixated on the flickering flames that danced within. It is noteworthy that there was no wind within the cave, yet here, a gentle breeze began to stir. Oh, my unparalleled genius! Truly there was never a talent like Bull Emperor. The formations endure through the ages like a long night. Chen Xun marveled, glancing at the array stones positioned in the corners of the cave. The intricacy of this formation was indeed remarkable, capable of harnessing spiritual energy to resonate with the cosmos, thereby achieving various effects. In merely a year, the microarray could be arranged, although those disciples of the formation might grasp its essence in just a few days. Nevertheless, in Chen Xun's heart, the great black bull was unparalleled. Even 1,000 prodigies could not compare to its worth. Moo. The bull's tail twirled as if to reach the heavens, the effect of the formation augmented by its magical prowess. With a focused gaze, it unleashed its mana moo. Suddenly, a tempest erupted within the cave, sending pots and pans tumbling in disarray. You old bull, clean this up yourself. A furious voice bellowed from outside the cave. As Chen Xun, arms crossed, was tossed out, the voice fading into the distance. Moo, moo. The great black bull's pupils constricted, hastily ceasing its spellcasting to pursue. It had forgotten that only it was immune to the array's assault. Before long, Chen Xun stood firmly on the ground, his once neatly arranged hair now tousled by the wind. With a raised brow, he unleashed a forceful display of strength moo. The great black bull was flung into the pool. Haraha. Observing the bull in its disheveled state brought Chen Xun a sense of satisfaction. Moo. The great black bull charged forward, splashing water all over Chen Xun. Let us return and tidy up. I am about to forge some artifacts, Chen Xun remarked, patting himself down and chuckling. Moo. It's nearly time. I merely need to craft a simple mountain-cleaving axe. No intricate techniques required. Moo. Then we can establish the cave behind the waterfall. 2 years have elapsed, and no one has noticed us. It is time to commence our plan. Chen Xun spoke mysteriously, raising an eyebrow, believing that a low-profile approach would inevitably lead to success. Moo. The large black cow leapt up in excitement, hastily making its way ahead, eager to tidy up the cave abode. The formations truly were remarkable, Chen Xun remarked. Though they were merely minor formations, things like stirring the air or kindling flames, outsiders might deem them a waste of time, inferior to one's own spells. Yet, to them, it represented a profound and extensive discipline, and they had only just begun to grasp its essence. No one could fathom their delight. The pursuit of gain may have lost its significance for those seeking immortality. They had never intended to draw attention to themselves, yet everywhere they went, they were met with exclamations or ridicule. Being an unnoticed presence within the 5 Elements sect was quite pleasant. No one paid attention, and various troubles did not seek them out. Within the Medicine Valley's cave abode, Chen Xun officially commenced the alchemical process. The large black cow stood by, scattering petals and mooing. Today, I shall open the cauldron for crafting artifacts. Esteemed immortals, please observe. Moo moo moo. With a flick of his hand, a lump of silver iron essence suddenly emerged from his storage pouch, rough and uneven, shaped like an ellipse, roughly the size of a fist. Go. He formed a hand seal, and the artifact cauldron emitted a deep rumble, igniting fierce flames around them. The conditions were limited, but they would have to make do. Chen Xun's gaze grew increasingly fervent. He had already tested it, and his alchemical flames could be enhanced by his magical power. This intensity would undoubtedly yield success. The great black bull watched anxiously, only able to assist from the sidelines. Such intricate work it had attempted before, but truly could not manage. It was left to Chen Xun to take charge. With a deft flick of his fingers, the iron essence was swiftly absorbed into the cauldron. Chen Xun gently closed his eyes, the alchemical fire dancing within the vessel like a living entity. The alchemical furnace and the crafting cauldron were entirely distinct. Without the enhancement of magical power, the fire alone might not suffice to melt the materials. A series of faint explosive sounds emanated from within the crafting cauldron as Chen Xun unleashed another surge of magical energy, sealing the cauldron completely. This was a trying ordeal. Due to his cultivation at the qi refining stage, he could not perceive the subtle changes occurring within the cauldron, relying solely on instinct. Old bull, add more material. Moo. The great black bull responded with a thought, igniting the alchemical fire, which turned the cauldron a brilliant crimson, the explosive sounds intensifying. Chen Xun's complexion paled as he gasped for breath. No one could have imagined that someone would invest 2 full years in preparation merely to refine a piece of iron essence. Was longevity a burden? Open the cauldron, Chen Xun commanded fiercely. With a resounding moo, the lid soared into the air, crashing onto the ground with a loud thud, revealing a sphere of iron, glimmering like mercury. Suspended in the center of the cauldron by magical force. Old bull, continue to apply the alchemical fire, Chen Xun instructed quickly, his hands moving swiftly as he cast spells, causing the iron sphere to undergo a transformation. Chen Xun's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, overwhelmed by a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. The sphere's mercury-like state signified their success in melting the material without wastage. An hour later, the task was triumphantly completed. The old ox. The mountain-splitting axe has made its debut. Ha ha ha! Chen Xun's veins bulged with excitement as he wielded a crooked silver axe, its blade sharp and formidable. Meticulously forged from pure iron, destined for the purpose of cleaving mountains and shattering stones. Moo moo. The great black bull beside him was elated, dancing with glee. Let us go, the secret base is about to be unveiled. Chen Xun's face flushed with exhilaration as he gazed adoringly at the mountain-splitting axe, which surely could be considered a magical artifact. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun with conviction in its eyes, affirming it to be of celestial grade, which made Chen Xun laugh heartily. They soared through the skies on their swords, arriving directly at the heart of the waterfall. Chen Xun summoned all his strength and struck down with the axe. Open the mountain. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as countless fragments of stone soared into the air, relentlessly battering against the magical shield. The once impenetrable rock face was cleaved open by Chen Xun, creating a significant fissure. Moo! The great black bull exclaimed in excitement, standing behind Chen Xun, startled by the might of the mountain-splitting axe, which was undoubtedly beyond the comparison of ordinary iron. Old ox, did you see that? Chen Xun exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he turned to speak, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Our secret base is absolutely attainable. The great black bull grinned widely, continuously patting Chen Xun, its heart racing with anticipation, for the foundational spirit herbs of their future were to be found within. Let us forge 2 more axes. We still have 3 pieces of iron essence to work with. Let us pierce through this. Moo. They returned to their subterranean abode to restore their magical energy, continuing their alchemical endeavors. In the days that followed, Chen Xun diligently excavated a cavern within the waterfall, while the great black bull tended to the spirit herbs and practiced formation techniques. He picked up the axe given to him by Chen Xun and began to polish a massive stone. After establishing their secret base, they intended to seal the entrance with this stone. A month later, the cave was completed, and Chen Xun sat in the dimly lit cavern with the great black bull, listening to the sound of the waterfall outside, filled with joy. Old bull, bring it out, Chen Xun said with a smile. We can finally begin cultivating the foundational spirit herbs. The great black bull exhaled heavily and produced a storage bag from within, filled with medicinal boxes. Their hearts raced with excitement. There remained another entrance within the cave, which they had filled with soil, designated specifically for nurturing seeds. The condensed essence of all things in the form of a green liquid enabled them to cultivate spirit herbs regardless of the surrounding environment, allowing them to grow a century-old spirit herb in just 1 month. An astonishing feat. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xun slowly declared, Old bull, let us commence our grand foundation project. Today marks the official start of the recommendations, and he felt both exhilarated and anxious. The world of this book is vast, merely scratching the surface at this stage. Readers can rest assured, as there will be no cliché plots or melodrama, and it will not disappoint those who cherish this story. According to the current guidelines for new books, the initial ratings are quite low. It is essential for everyone to leave 5-star reviews. Those who have read this far likely have some affection for the book, and he hopes they will not hesitate to spare a few seconds to offer their support. Readers can enjoy the content without any costs, and gifts to the author are unnecessary. Even small, free gifts would be a significant support to him. Watching 3 advertisements for just 2 minutes can greatly enhance his income. The author extends warm greetings to all readers. Today, I may have been somewhat verbose, but I assure you that I shall refrain from such digressions in the future, as they may hinder your reading experience. I am grateful to you all and wish you every success in your lives. Chapter 61. We are not like the dragon proud he. He had yet to utilize the foundation establishment pill in his possession. For those of mediocre talent face a considerable risk of failure with just a single pill. Moo. The great black bull nodded emphatically. It had long awaited this day and trotted towards another cave with a storage bag in its mouth. Chen Xun squinted his eyes, summoning his sword and soaring through the waterfall, determined to scout the surroundings for any unforeseen circumstances. Each day, they found themselves engulfed in tremendous busyness. Chen Xun devoted himself tirelessly to the study of alchemy, mastering the art of controlling the alchemical flames. It is well known that those in the chi refinement stage are incapable of refining these centuries-old spiritual herbs. The purity of the flames is insufficient, and the herbs themselves are of such rarity that one cannot afford to squander them. In merely a century, the mastery of alchemy could consume an entire lifetime, a feat utterly unattainable during the chi refinement phase. Time, like a relentless blade, swiftly ages us. 6 years have already passed amidst the ever-changing tides of life. Within the sect, numerous joyful tidings have emerged, with inner disciples successfully consuming foundation establishment pills and achieving foundation establishment. There are even prodigious talents who, without the aid of the pills, have directly shattered the 10th layer of chi refinement, breaking through to foundation establishment with success. It is said that a peak master, while journeying abroad, encountered a young girl with a heavenly spiritual root, causing a stir throughout the 5 Elements sect. Notable figures emerged from their seclusion to personally greet her, even preparing a grand initiation ceremony. However, these ordinary outer disciples could only gaze in envy from afar, their hearts filled with admiration. The one endowed with a celestial root is poised to ascend to the golden core stage, a progression that seems almost inevitable, heralding a future replete with limitless potential. She is regarded as a treasure of the Wuyun sect, and all the elders and peak masters are committed to safeguarding her, ensuring her presence remains concealed from the public eye. Most are unaware of her appearance. After all, those who can cultivate to the golden core stage are far from foolish. Nonetheless, such news invigorates countless disciples, instilling in them a profound sense of belonging to their sect, which they now perceive as their true home. In a humble medicinal herb valley, there exists a solitary figure alongside a cow. They are the unsung heroes of the Wuyun sect, contributing diligently each year without seeking recognition or acclaim. Behind the cascading waters within the valley lies a chicken coop, where Chen Xun is feeding the fowl while the large black cow nibbles at the feed bucket nearby. Within this enclosure are over 20 mountain chickens, along with numerous plump chicks, their robust forms promising delectable double-yolked eggs that are simply exquisite. In Chen Xun's own words, sustainable development is key. Incessantly hunting will eventually deplete the wild beasts of the mountains, which would tarnish his merits. It is far more rewarding to cultivate his own livestock. Old cow. Our Wuyun sect has grown stronger. Life is indeed becoming increasingly prosperous, Chen Xun exclaims with joy, scattering the feed. The celestial root, having caught the attention of the peak master, might very well cultivate into a formidable golden core practitioner in just a few years. The large black cow wags its tail in delight, wishing fervently for all celestial root bearers to join the Wuyun sect, sharing in its glory. As for the so-called talents, while contemporaries may have already reached the golden core stage during their chi refinement phase, it bears no consequence to them. After all, they harbor no animosity. While they were in the quaint village, it is possible that someone had already reached the pinnacle of the grand path. Comparisons seem futile. Are they not merely inviting discomfort upon themselves? They are not paragons of invincibility, impervious to mockery. Nevertheless, with greater power comes greater responsibility. And these predecessors bear considerable pressure as they strive forward for the sake of our 5 Elements sect. Chen Xun smiled and remarked that the feed had finally been consumed. Over the past few years, he had heard whispers of smaller sects facing annihilation, entire gates laid to waste, prompting our sect to send numerous individuals to investigate. The great black bull nodded solemnly, noting that not only in the mortal realm, but also in the realm of cultivation, strife was rampant. Many disciples serving as outer sect stewards met their demise each year. Our strength is limited, and we do not seek to draw attention. Cultivating our spirit fields steadily contributes to the sect's endeavors. Chen Xun, with a newfound tranquility, no longer acted with the recklessness of youth. Now that old bull has departed, I am ready to forge pills today. Let us see who dares to disrespect me. The atmosphere was charged with determination as the great black bull thudded down the feed, startling the mountain chickens into a frenzy within their coop. Was it time to randomly select a fortunate soul once again? Over the past 6 years, they had finally filled their mana points with longevity points, now standing at 20, resulting in an astonishing enhancement of their spells. They had once tested the limits. If they unleashed their alchemical flames with full force, even the refining cauldron would melt under the intensity. Initially, the alchemical fire of the chi refinement stage was merely a small crimson flame. But should they fail to control it, their flames, when unleashed to the maximum, began to pale to a chilling white, indicating a significant transformation in its nature. The fireball technique is even more extravagant. The thunderous sounds from the previous year echoed as fireballs descended like meteors. Had we not contained them in time, the protective barriers of the medicinal valley would have sustained considerable damage. Old bull, we can finally test that defense. Muhaha. Could it be that we shall become impervious to blades and spears, with the ability to withstand boulders upon our chests? Perhaps we possess the potential to be the kings of worldly jests, haha. Moo. Laughter resonated through the air above the medicinal valley before they plunged into the waterfall, entering their secret base. Inside, another cavern was meticulously arranged with formations set by the great black bull. Should an unexpected event occur, he could remotely control them to obliterate the spiritual herbs within, leaving no trace. Moreover, they had secretly buried the seeds of the cultivated spiritual herbs in a location that no one would suspect, as a contingency plan. Moo. The great black bull called softly, standing tall as he performed an unusual gesture with his hoofs. Only then did the entrance reveal its full appearance. Filled with an abundance of foundational spiritual herbs, enough to drive one to madness. At this moment, Chen Xun stood at a considerable distance, his gaze constantly scanning outward, feeling a twinge of apprehension regarding the great black bull's formations. This old bull may appear boisterous, but his cunning is deeply rooted in true mastery. Numerous areas within the medicinal valley were arranged with formations, and he had not escaped their torment. Moo. They have arrived. Chen Xun's gaze sharpened as he beheld the array of foundational spiritual herbs within the cave, each primary herb exceeding 300 years. Crystalline and exuding a continuous aura of spiritual energy. Old bull, keep a watchful eye. You have learned the sword control technique. I will activate the sensing formation if something arises. The great black cow nodded and tapped its storage pouch, retrieving a celestial sword, a precious exchange bestowed by Chen Xun. With profound reverence in its gaze, it soared away on the blade. A cauldron for alchemy spiraled in the air as Chen Xun employed his object manipulation technique. While others in the chi refinement stage could control but a single object, he possessed the remarkable ability to command hundreds with minimal depletion of his internal energy. Heavenly fruit. Moonlit fruit, Chen Xun murmured, summoning a flame of alchemical essence that began to split into 5 distinct flames. Were this spectacle to be witnessed by others, it would surely astonish them, a flame capable of division? Such a novel approach. Each spiritual herb possessed unique properties, requiring varying temperatures and techniques for the alchemical fire. Lacking a mentor to impart wisdom, he could only rely on incessant experimentation. With graceful gestures, Chen Xun sent the heavenly fruit soaring into the cauldron, and after an hour, it unsurprisingly transformed into a pool of useless liquid. A flicker of frustration crossed his face, and he inwardly lamented the loss, diligently recording his sensations in a small booklet. Revising and refining without haste. Chapter 62. Embracing the bitter and the sweet. As several more hours elapsed, the cauldron remained filled with failed concoctions, none of which succeeded. Yet, Chen Xun remained calm and composed, entering a meditative state to analyze his approach. These heavenly spiritual herbs were indeed extraordinary, despite being of the same species. A mere decade of difference in age led to such substantial variations. Chen Xun reflected inwardly, noting that for a foundational auxiliary herb, a mere 10 years in age necessitated an entirely different technique in handling. This was starkly different from his past experiences in concocting the heavy feather pill and the vitality pill, where his control over the timing had become refined to the very year. No wonder those in the chi refinement stage struggled to produce such elixirs. This miraculous elixir is likely to require the legendary divine perception for complete mastery, significantly enhancing the success rate of alchemical transformations. However, what I possess in abundance are elixirs in time. Chen Xun revealed a faint smile, feeling a sense of intrigue, utterly devoid of any despondency from failure. Time passed as Chen Xun devoted himself to the art of alchemy, producing no more than 5 elixirs in a month. Upon encountering failure, he diligently recorded his experiences and sensations, entering a meditative state to explore the feelings of the moment. Seasons changed, and another year swiftly elapsed. Within the medicinal valley, spring reigned eternal, seemingly leaving no trace of time upon Chen Xun and the great black ox. In their secret haven, the great black ox gazed intently at Chen Xun's alchemical furnace, a fragrant aroma wafting through the air as it sniffed eagerly with its bovine nose. Moo! The great black ox suddenly became animated. This past year had been exceedingly arduous for Chen Xun, yet it could offer no assistance, only nurturing the elixirs from the sidelines. At last, an elixir had been successfully refined by Chen Xun, yet he regarded it with an air of calmness, devoid of any elation. Everything remained firmly within his grasp. Chen Xun's eyes were as tranquil as a still pond, yet a subtle smirk began to form. Foundational elixirs were merely this, easily manageable. Moo moo. The great black ox circled around Chen Xun, exclaiming with exuberance, "Incredible! Truly my brother." The sensation was finally right. Chen Xun slowly rose. Deeply exhaling a breath of stale air, "Old ox, we are on the verge of establishing our foundation." Moo. The great black ox, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped onto Chen Xun, who could no longer contain his laughter. The beginning is always the hardest, yet he had finally taken the first step. Ding. The host is now able to allocate points. "Old ox, we can allocate points now. We can." Chen Xun patted the head of the great black bull. Finally ready to test his defenses, the bull stood beside him, gazing intently, prepared for the task at hand. He began to allocate points, focusing directly on enhancing his defense. A profound force surged throughout his body, and they both sensed a sudden tightening within. "Ah, quite impressive." Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, observing his arm. Although there were no outward changes, he distinctly felt a newfound sturdiness. Moo? The great black bull rotated its head, eyes filled with curiosity. "Old bull, let us not engage in self-harm. Let nature take its course." Chen Xun was startled. It seemed the old bull was contemplating something quite ambitious. The great black bull grinned widely, indeed harboring some thoughts of its own. "Let us go to the sect's grand hall to claim our 200 contribution points, and then witness the sect's grand competition. I have heard that many formidable junior disciples have emerged. Afterward, we shall return to continue our alchemical pursuits." With that, the man and his bull soared down a waterfall on a flying sword, subsequently retrieving a substantial amount of roasted seeds from their cave before heading towards the outskirts of the medicinal valley. In the subsequent years, a figure donned in a straw hat, leading the great black bull, would arrive at the grand competition venue annually. They never participated in the sect's contests. Instead, they would relax under the shade of trees, savoring seeds and solitude. They appeared quite content, seemingly devoid of any ambitions for power, continuously cheering for the strong. After the competition concluded, they would quietly descend the mountain, exuding a gentle demeanor. Whenever they were observed, they would respond with warm smiles, always yielding the path to others, thus engendering a profound sense of goodwill in those who encountered them. No one knows his name. He seems to be averse to socializing, lacking friends within the sect, and has always led a solitary existence alongside a black spiritual beast, resembling an invisible man. Time flies swiftly, and upon reflection, the years gone by have been filled with both trials and sweetness, silently passing over a decade. Chen Xun and his great black bull have resided in the Wuyun sect for over 20 years, during which numerous significant events have transpired within the sect. And the clashes between the Qian Nation's Immortal sect and the Wu Nation's Immortal sect have grown increasingly intense. The path of cultivation resembles rowing against the current. One must either advance or regress. The Qian Nation possesses many resources coveted by the Wu Nation's cultivators, while the Wu Nation equally holds resources essential to the Qian Nation's cultivators. Within the medicinal valley, in the cave behind the waterfall, Chen Xun and the great black bull are merely among the multitude, unable to influence the grand scheme of things, and can only drift along with the tide, investing their decade of longevity points into defense. However, it is heard that despite the fierce verbal clashes, no physical confrontations have yet occurred. Yet, the lower-tier disciples hold a different perspective, with rumors swirling profusely. "Old bull, does it not feel as though a conflict is imminent?" Chen Xun furrowed his brow, glancing at the great black bull. "What shall we do if it escalates to the Wuyun sect?" Moo? The great black bull appeared somewhat anxious, for these lower-tier disciples constantly spread alarming tales, claiming that every millennium could ignite a great battle among cultivators. "Damn it," Chen Xun muttered under his breath. The struggle for resources is indeed a universal phenomenon, yet the pressing question remains, what shall become of us common folk? Winning brings little benefit, while losing could mean the obliteration of the sect, and these lower-tier disciples are oblivious to the current state of affairs between the two nations' immortal sections. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, its head persistently inclined toward the distant horizon. Flee? That is out of the question. At the very least, we must assist our sect in eliminating a dozen or 20 foundation establishment cultivators, Chen Xun resolutely declared, shaking his head. If we abandon our post, are we not betraying our humanity? Unless the Wu Yun sect is utterly overwhelmed, we shall fight to the bitter end against the Wu kingdom. His gaze sharpened. For the Wu Yun sect had long since become their home. Unless faced with an assault from 100 or so golden core masters, they would fight fiercely, unyielding. Mu. The great black bull, in a state of agitation, leaped and shook its head vigorously, attempting to convey its message. It even picked up a stone to inscribe words. Chen Xun squinted, a realization dawning upon him. He had jumped to conclusions. The bull's intent was clear. The influential figures from the distant Qian kingdom had yet to engage in combat. Why should they, the Qiren, be so anxious? Indeed, if conflict were to arise, it would likely be the 10 great sects that would bear the brunt of it. As for the Wu Yun sect, they had received no news whatsoever. How amusing. Suddenly, Chen Xun burst into laughter, feeling an immense wave of relief wash over him. Rumors can be quite harmful. I nearly believed that the Wu Yun sect was the epicenter of the world. The great black bull rolled its eyes at Chen Xun, pondering that overthinking could lead to a downfall. However, the wise old bull acknowledged the need for vigilance even in times of peace. Clearing his throat lightly, Chen Xun mused. Regardless of the contributions one can make to the sect, it is essential to possess the strength for self-preservation. The great black bull nodded solemnly, its eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness. Should a genuine conflict arise, they would act within their capabilities, never overstepping their bounds. This was a lesson imparted by Chen Xun. Chen Xun smiled faintly, recognizing that he was no saint. He could not summon the fury to explode like a great cultivator of the golden core stage for the sake of the Five Elements sect. Their gazes suddenly descended upon the alchemical furnace, within which lay 5 radiant white pills, adorned with a pattern resembling a green leaf. After dedicating a decade to the task, Chen Xun had finally refined all the spiritual herbs needed for the foundation establishment pill. Yet, what mattered most was his adeptness in the alchemical process. The outcome seemed less significant. The meaning of this pill pattern eluded their comprehension, and the foundation establishment pill bore no resemblance to the one provided by the elder, leaving them puzzled. Old bull, prepare for foundation establishment. Mu. Chapter 63. We have crossed mountains and seas. I shall go first, should danger arise. I can inform you in advance. Mu. This time, heed my words. Without a master, we can only feel our way across the river. Mu. The large black bull lowered its head, licking Chen Xun before hurriedly stepping back. Observing his serious demeanor, it conveyed an unmistakable sense of urgency. Chen Xun calmed his mind, slightly raising his hand as he swallowed a foundation establishment pill. The potent energy of the pill surged within him, causing his eyes to widen and a muffled groan to escape his lips. The large black bull, visibly anxious, hesitated to move, aware that disruption during a breakthrough was to be avoided at all costs. At this moment, Chen Xun's pores opened wide, his body shimmering with a faint glow as countless impurities erupted from within. His expression fluctuated between agony and relief, gradually closing his eyes. The iron barrier within his body was gradually being dissolved by the medicinal power, and at that moment, a profound transformation was occurring in his dantian, with waves of medicinal energy continuously surging within him. After a day and a night, Chen Xun was drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly, staring in astonishment at the great black bull. Mu. Mu. The bull bellowed incessantly, bewildered by the state of the breakthrough. Old bull, I'm fine. You know that foundation establishment involves the transformation of the dantian into liquid, and subsequently, the emergence of divine consciousness in the mud pill palace signifies the success of the foundation establishment, Chen Xun exclaimed, seemingly startled by some revelation. I have failed in my foundation establishment, yet it is not a complete failure. Mu. The great black bull continued to leap nervously, not concerned with the intricacies of the situation but rather focused on Chen Xun's current physical condition. This foundation establishment elixir is actually expanding my dantian. Chen Xun took a deep breath. To put it simply, while others possess a storage of magical power rated as 1, I am at 2. Mu. The bull's face was a mask of shock. However, the common knowledge in the realm of cultivation is that the dantian cannot be expanded, and techniques can only enhance one's cultivation level. The disparity lies solely in how well one can align with their innate constitution. For instance, a water element spiritual root practicing water-based techniques would find their prowess significantly augmented, while practicing fire-based techniques would yield only half the effort for double the toil. They were all practicing widely accessible techniques, possessing mixed elemental roots, capable of cultivating all 5 elements. Yet, such practices offered little enhancement to their natural constitution, and the gap in combat prowess would only widen with the advancement of their respective realms. Furthermore, those with mixed elemental roots would absorb a chaotic array of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, necessitating a significant amount of time to refine the impurities. In contrast, those with pure elemental roots could soar, directly absorbing harmonious spiritual energy upon cultivation, thus saving a considerable amount of time refining impurities. Indeed, this is merely a reflection of their current perspective, largely based on hearsay. Old Bull, prepare the spiritual medicine. Chen Xun's gaze sharpened. These 5 foundation establishment pills were far from sufficient, especially considering Old Bull's share. Mu, the great black bull, hurriedly dashed to the back, not daring to delay for a moment. In the first month, as Chen Xun refined the spiritual medicine, he simultaneously solidified his foundation, exuding an ever-increasing amount of turbid energy. In the second month, yet another batch of foundation establishment pills emerged, similarly extraordinary, standing in stark contrast to ordinary ones. A year slipped by in their endeavors of foundation establishment and the cultivation of spiritual herbs, enveloping the entire medicinal valley in a profound tranquility, punctuated only by the crowing of roosters and the gentle sound of the waterfall. On this day, the weather was splendid, the azure sky crystal clear. Yet a heavy atmosphere pervaded the medicinal valley. In several spiritual fields, the herbs swayed without a breeze, and the waterfall outside their secret base ceased its flow, as though severed in half, leaving only an opening. A man and a bull, their eyes gleaming with intensity, slowly emerged from within. They exuded a formidable aura characteristic of the foundation establishment stage, their consciousness sweeping across the surroundings, as if possessing a divine perspective, surveying the entire medicinal valley. Every rustle of grass and whisper of wind captured within their sight. Ah, is this the scenery perceived through the eyes of the foundation establishment stage? Chen Xun mused lightly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Mu. The great black bull stood beside Chen Xun, its muscles rippling with terrifying strength. The shackles of its longevity points finally shattered, allowing them to continue their advancement. Gradually, they tilted their heads back, both assuming a posture of superiority, their faces displaying a hint of arrogance. By the heavens, old bull, we have finally broken through. Moo moo. 2 roars erupted, as if they had accumulated countless years, surging forth and causing ripples to dance across the entire pond, shaking it incessantly. The foundation establishment phase is divided into early, middle, and late stages, culminating in the final step of forming the golden core. Should they succeed in this breakthrough, they would be able to cultivate internally, traverse the void, and greatly enhance their magical powers, potentially living for over a millennium. However, the golden core stage is still a distant prospect, for now. They dared not dream too far ahead, finding considerable satisfaction in simply being in the foundation establishment phase. Old Bull, exclaimed Chen Xun, cradling the great black bull's head. With a lifespan of 400 years in the foundation establishment phase, we can continue our lives within the sect, no longer wandering aimlessly, living each day in uncertainty. We finally have a stable home. The great black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, its eyes reflecting deep emotion. They both cherished stability, for it provided a sanctuary for their weary souls. Old Bull, let us celebrate with some skewers. A joyous occasion for ourselves. The great black bull responded with a resounding moo. They leaped into the air, not using their swords, and plunged into the pond with a magnificent splash, sending forth 2 enormous fountains of water. Chen Xun's lips quivered slightly as he submerged. Both he and the great black bull understood that their excitement stemmed not solely from the breakthrough in the foundation establishment phase. As night fell, the sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, each shining with resplendent brilliance. Beneath the starry canopy, Chen Xun sang cheerfully, grilling meat over an open flame. A bonfire crackled to life, while the great black bull frolicked nearby, the sound of its bell chiming in harmony with Chen Xun's melody. Wandering, journeying, Chen Xun nodded along to his song, the skewers sizzling in his hands, his eyes filled with joy as he gazed at the great black bull. His voice grew increasingly louder, nearly erupting in a shout. We have traversed mountains and seas, and navigated through throngs of people. Moo. We laughed, and cried in our ordinariness. Moo. Ha ha. Moo moo. Chen Xun and the great black ox roared with laughter, as the campfire flickered with a searing light, illuminating their blissful faces. As night descended, in the tranquil stillness, the man and the ox leaned against each other, gazing at the starry expanse above. After much contemplation, they decided to allocate their longevity points to enhance their magical powers, as this would yield the greatest boost to their strength and allow them to discern the threshold of the foundation establishment stage, and whether it would present any obstacles. Their current longevity points stood at Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magical Power 21, Defense 11. The following day, as the sun rose, beams of sunlight cascaded down, imbued with a refreshing gentleness. Chen Xun performed a few rounds of the dust-cleansing spell on himself in the great black ox, smiling as he stood outside the medicinal valley and set forth on his journey. According to the regulations of the Five Elements sect, upon breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage, one must register at the corresponding hall, which in their case was the Alchemy Hall. However, the Great Black Ox had concealed its Foundation Establishment cultivation, presenting itself as merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Yet spirit beasts inherently possess a longer lifespan than their human counterparts, leaving its true age a mystery. The Alchemy Hall resided atop a main peak shrouded in mist, surrounded by verdant mountains, adorned with exquisitely carved ancient buildings, while the air was suffused with the fragrance of elixirs, soothing the weary hearts of countless disciples. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull ambled leisurely, reveling in the picturesque scenery before them. They had scarcely explored the numerous main peaks of the Five Elements sect. Chapter 64. Uncle Master Chen Xun, Brother Chen Xun. Brother Chen Xun. Two voices called out from behind, one male and one female. Chen Xun turned with a smile to see Lu Yuan and Shi Jing. Shi Jing, with his lustrous black hair cascading down into sharp, elegant brows, possessed an air of refined charm. Dressed in the white robe of an inner sect disciple, he resembled a scion of a noble family. His face lit up with joy, for it was indeed Brother Chen Xun, the only one in the sect known to lead a great black bull. Lu Yuan, with a charming smile, had matured into a graceful young woman, yet her demeanor still bore the innocence of her younger years spent within the sect. Brother Chen Xun, what brings you to the Alchemy Hall? Shi Jing inquired with a smile, genuinely fond of Brother Chen Xun, whose words always felt like a gentle spring breeze during his visits to inspect the spiritual herbs. Lu Yuan gazed at Chen Xun in astonishment, her clear, bright eyes widening. There was something different about his aura, and his face bore no signs of aging. You both are now inner sect disciples. It seems I should be addressing you as brother and sister, Chen Xun chuckled, glancing at the two. No. Shi Jing shook his head vigorously. Brother Chen Xun, is there an important matter that brings you to the Alchemy Hall? We can guide you there. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Stealthily, she attempted to gauge Chen Xun's cultivation level, only to find herself unable to discern it. She covered her mouth in astonishment and suddenly exclaimed in delight. Brother Chen Xun, you've broken through. Shi Jing was taken aback. He had not paid attention to Brother Chen Xun's cultivation level, nor was he as perceptive as Lu Yuan, who even noticed Chen Xun's youthful appearance. As he probed further, he suddenly stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Chen Xun. I have met the Master Uncle. I have met the Master Uncle. The two rejoiced, bowing their heads in greeting, their hearts swelling with happiness for Chen Xun. He had broken through and was preparing to register at the Alchemy Hall. Chen Xun smiled calmly, devoid of any pretense, and with a wave of his magical power, he elevated them effortlessly. This scene stirred feelings within him, reminding him of how he was once uplifted by Master Wei. We shall not disturb you any further, Master Uncle, they exclaimed. Indeed, Master Uncle Chen Xun. This is truly a moment of great joy. The two were elated, seemingly happier for Chen Xun's breakthrough than for their own, harboring no ill intentions. I have some insights on the Qi refining stage that I wish to share with you. Though not particularly valuable, it is offered with sincerity. Chen Xun said with a smile as he retrieved two small booklets from his storage bag. These contained some experiences he had compiled during his own training. As both he and He Nyo had achieved their breakthroughs in a steady and deliberate manner, which allowed them to identify certain issues. In the world of cultivation, most individuals were driven by impatience and the desire for quick results, often eager to consume pills in one gulp, unlike their mindset of slow, thoughtful cultivation and reflection. Master Uncle, we cannot accept such a generous gift without merit, Lu Yuan interjected, startled and taking a step back, being the first to voice her dissent. Master Uncle Chen Xun, this treatment is reserved for true disciples. We truly cannot bear such an honor. Please, we implore you to reconsider. Shi Jing solemnly clasped his hands together. Although they were aware that Chen Xun was not affluent and lacked the exceptional talent for cultivation that they possessed, they did not belittle the insights he shared. The great black bull, Mu Mu, immediately objected, for it had its own insights to contribute and insisted on acceptance. It seems I have not considered this thoroughly enough. I have troubled you, Chen Xun said with a wry smile, reclaiming the booklet. The disciples of Wuyun's sect, after all, held strict adherence to rules, unlike the more carefree and unrestrained solitary cultivators. Moreover, as these inner sect disciples were under the guidance of their masters, His unsolicited interjection might cause them some discomfort. "You flatter me, Uncle Master." The two felt a sense of relief upon seeing Chen Xun withdraw the booklet. "You both should resume your duties. The old bull and I will take a leisurely stroll before returning to the mountain. Do not let us hinder you." Chen Xun gazed at the distant scenery, his voice imbued with a tranquil and serene demeanor. "Yes, Uncle Master." "Yes, Uncle Master," they replied, bowing their heads and giving a nod of acknowledgement to the great black bull before departing. "Moo, let us go, old bull. I have suddenly discovered a splendid place." "Moo, look at that elevated ground. If we pause to admire it, we shall behold the splendid scenery of this flatland. Let us hasten." "Moo." Their eyes sparkled with excitement, and their pace quickened significantly as they made their way towards the high ground, even more focused on the view than the matter of their enrollment. Along the way, Lu Yuan and Shi Jing walked side by side, heading towards their master's cave dwelling. "Senior brother Shi, what kind of person do you think Uncle Master Chen Xun truly is?" Lu Yuan casually inquired. "Uncle Master Chen Xun," Shi Jing pondered thoughtfully before responding. "He is easygoing and generous." Indeed, after he finished speaking, he nodded emphatically, feeling increasingly convinced of his thoughts. "I, however, believe that Master Chen Xun is a person devoid of ulterior motives. Whenever I accompany my junior sisters to inspect the medicinal valley, he is always engrossed in his books." Lu Yuan's voice resonates like a yellow aureole emerging from the valley, imbued with an ethereal quality. Upon hearing this, Shi Jing paused for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "When I went with my junior brothers, Master Chen Xun was busy catching chickens with the black cow, claiming he wanted to prepare a delicious meal for us all." Haha. Lu Yuan covered her face and chuckled lightly, for Master Chen Xun has always been an intriguing individual, with a rather amiable disposition. Indeed, Shi Jing sighed deeply. It seems that those uncles and elders in our sect, having lived for so long, possess idiosyncratic temperaments to some extent. If one were to incur their disfavor, it would be quite unpleasant. "What are the two of you whispering about so sneakily?" A disheveled woman suddenly appeared behind them, without making a sound. The two were taken aback, frozen in shock, as cold sweat broke out on their backs. This was the end. "Hee, Master, how did you come out? This is quite unexpected. Forget about that. Shi Jing, if you do not establish your foundation within 5 years, there will be no place for you among the cooks of the Wuyin sect." The untidy woman effortlessly lifted Shi Jing, as if he were a small chick, and began to drag him toward the cave dwelling. Lu Yuan followed closely behind. "You won't escape unscathed either, are you, my dear girl? Perhaps seeking a marriage proposal?" Lu Yuan's face turned crimson at the remark, and she fell silent, hastily trotting behind them. Master, please spare my dignity. There are so many people around." Shi Jing's eyes were ablaze with fury as he bellowed in anguish, being dragged through the streets beneath the bright sun. How could the Five Elements sect ever regain its dignity after such humiliation? "Humph, this is the fate of the weak. Honor is reserved for the strong." The disheveled woman even slowed her pace, raising her delicate arms, as if to signify that having reached the foundation establishment stage, she could afford to spare him for the time being. Shi Jing screamed incessantly, devoid of his former noble demeanor, as he caught the peculiar gazes of passers-by. A fierce determination surged within him. He must break through. He must ascend to new heights. The trio ambled along, accompanied by the haunting echoes of Shi Jing's cries, a sound that could bring tears to the listener's eyes and sorrow to the heart. Lu Yuan trembled in fear. She certainly did not wish to be subjected to such treatment. Within the pill refining hall, several elders at the foundation establishment stage surrounded Chen Xun, who was bowing and smiling, eager to introduce himself. To his astonishment, it seemed that his junior brother Chen Xun possessed such extraordinary fortune. A single foundation establishment pill could facilitate a breakthrough, truly a blessing for our Five Elements sect. In the path of cultivation, luck plays a pivotal role. Elder Jinghuang, are you implying that junior brother Chen Xun, having consumed merely one foundation establishment pill, is unworthy of breaking into the foundation establishment stage? Humph, I have never suggested such a thing. Junior brother Chen Xun, do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of that old rogue Wanzhong. He has become deranged in his pill refining. You old coot Jinghuang, how dare you slander me in front of our new junior brother? Let us take this to the arena. Come, who fears whom? The atmosphere in the grand hall, once amicable, suddenly turned tense and charged. Beads of sweat formed on Chen Xun's brow as he, along with several surrounding elders, intervened to separate them, spending much time in mediation before tempers finally cooled. The imposing figure of the great black bull was in a state of unease, its head swinging back and forth as it observed the two individuals. Why was it that they were so quick to draw blades at the slightest disagreement? An air of solemnity enveloped the hall as a cold-faced woman suddenly appeared atop the high platform. her brow furrowed as she spoke, her presence overwhelming all within the chamber. In Chapter 65, titled I Am Not Actually Interested in Fighting, it is noted that among the peaks of the Five Elements sect, the Alchemy Hall is notably chaotic, with its elders acting with abandon. This disarray arises not only from the Alchemy Hall's high standing within the sect, but also due to the unkempt nature of its peak master, a leader whose lack of discipline influences those beneath him. As the vice master, Zhua Ying is deeply concerned about the Alchemy Hall's affairs. Senior Sister Zhua. The crowd responded with solemn expressions, hastily clasping their hands in a gesture of respect, clearly intimidated by her presence. Chen Xun also bowed his head and clasped his hands, swallowing hard in silence. The vice master was undoubtedly a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, yet she possessed an air of youthful elegance. Chen Xun, come with me, is what Ying commanded, her graceful figure accentuated by her long, flowing hair that cascaded to her waist. With one hand behind her back, she made her way toward the side hall, seemingly unconcerned with the others. Brothers, I shall take my leave, Chen Xun said, leading the great black bull as he bid farewell to the elders. Safe travels. Junior brother Chen, they replied earnestly, exchanging words of reassurance. Senior Sister Zhua is quite amiable. Do not be overly concerned. Fear not, junior brother Chen. If it becomes inconvenient, we can look after this spiritual beast, the black bull, in your stead. As the conversation unfolded, Chen Xun walked away, his heart racing with apprehension as he frequently glanced back at their expressions, pondering their true intentions. In the side hall, Zhua Ying sat gracefully in the main seat, her gaze penetrating and unwavering as it fixated on Chen Xun. Chen Xun, compelled to smile awkwardly, alternated between lifting and lowering his head, acutely aware that this woman was engaging in a psychological battle. The imposing figure of the great black bull, however, displayed no fear, admiring the arrangement of the side hall. Chen Xun, hailing from Yongquan, Qian country, had faced challenges at the 9-Star Valley Ascension Conference and subsequently joined the Wuyun sect, diligently cultivating spiritual fields and participating in the sect's grand competitions. Zhua Ying articulated each word deliberately, her gaze never straying from Chen Xun, recounting how, 20 years prior, she had entered the southern Dipper Mountain, securing 3 foundational spiritual herbs for the sect, after which she quietly began to cultivate spiritual fields. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun felt a dryness in his throat. Most of their histories were laid bare, yet there were many other experiences they had shared: joyrides, hunting, reading, and catching mountain chickens, far from the dull narrative she presented. Their backgrounds were rather unblemished, devoid of any issues. Zhua Ying continued, seemingly quite pleased with Chen Xun. You appear to have a fondness for cultivating spiritual herbs? Senior Sister Zhua, to speak candidly, my great black bull and I are quite adept at cultivating spiritual herbs, and I find it immensely enjoyable. With a resonant moo, the duo seemed invigorated, their spirits lifted as they struck a chord deep within. Zhua Ying offered a faint smile, inquiring, have you made progress in the water spirit technique? Second tier. Chen Xun replied, I have little interest in fighting, aside from cultivation. My focus has been on mastering the water spirit technique. Stepping forward, he executed a hand seal, causing a myriad of bubbles to swirl in the air, suspended and infused with a subtle essence of spiritual energy. Zhua Ying rose solemnly, confirming that it was indeed the second level of the water spirit technique. The sect was in dire need of such talents, and this was the true purpose behind her personal meeting with Chen Xun regarding his admission. Each elder in the foundation establishment stage sought breakthroughs and longevity, yet they found it nearly impossible to dedicate substantial time to cultivating the water spirit technique. The pursuit of cultivation and the search for resources had consumed the majority of their lives, with only a handful of individuals within the sect having reached the second level of this technique. The precious spiritual herbs of the Wuyun sect relied entirely on their efforts, as they had essentially resigned themselves to the path ahead, willingly dedicating themselves to the sect. They had previously captured foundation establishment cultivators and coerced them into cultivating the water spirit technique, but none had succeeded. This minor spell was akin to refining the heart. Any trace of impatience could lead to failure, and the cultivation period was exceptionally lengthy, testing one's endurance. Do you know of anyone within the 10 great sects who has attained the third level of the water spirit technique? Zhua Ying suddenly shifted the topic. Is there truly such a remarkable individual? Chen Xun exclaimed, astonished, his brow furrowed. I have already expended the better part of my life reaching the second level, and my progress has now slowed to a near standstill. May I ask, Senior Sister Zhua, is it truly feasible to cultivate the third level? Indeed, Zhua Ying affirmed with a solemn nod. The power of the third level of the water spirit technique can nurture countless rare spiritual herbs, enabling them to thrive under the harshest growing conditions, including those of foundation establishment herbs. If anyone from our Wuyan sect were to reach the third level, we would mobilize the full strength of the sect, utilizing countless elixirs and rare treasures to elevate their cultivation to the golden core stage. The words carried an inexplicable weight, sending a tremor through Chen Xun's heart. Fortunately, he had refrained from revealing that he had already cultivated to the third level. Otherwise, not only would he have drawn the attention of the entire sect, but he might also have faced assassination from other sections. This was far too ostentatious and perilous. It would be wiser for him to diligently cultivate spirit herbs. Chen Xun mused internally, abandoning any ulterior motives. Senior sister, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of the water spirit technique. I have no particular hobbies, except for the passion of growing spirit herbs, he proclaimed earnestly, raising his hands in respect. Although my combat skills are not formidable against the old bull, I am nonetheless willing to contribute to the sect. Indeed. Zhou Ying replied with a slight nod, harboring a flicker of hope within her heart, wishing that he would not be blinded by the limitations of his foundation-building lifespan. With a mixed elemental root, it was virtually impossible for him to break through to the golden core stage. Junior brother Chen Xun, Zhou Ying's tone softened slightly. Please, senior sister, go on. Chen Xun instinctively took a half-step back. Zhou Ying beamed brightly and gently remarked, while it may be challenging for one with a 5-element root to advance to the golden core stage, there are still over 300 years of lifespan ahead, during which many meaningful endeavors may be pursued. Of course, senior brother understands, Chen Xun replied, his heart weighed down yet maintaining a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Dahei Niu felt a flicker of anger. Was this woman suggesting that they were devoid of hope and should merely toil within the sect? They understood the underlying reasoning. Yet this woman was overly presumptuous, leaving them no dignity. They had already pledged to cultivate spirit herbs diligently, yet she felt the need to add unnecessary commentary. Zhou Ying nodded, her expression shifting in an instant, returning to her previously aloof demeanor. She produced a set of garments from her hand and floated before Chen Xun, stating, to hold the position of elder, one must at least be at the mid-foundation stage. However, since you are already registered in the alchemy pavilion, you cannot don the attire of an outer sect disciple. Yes, senior sisters, Chen Xun replied, cupping his hands. He had just observed that the elders were all clad in grayish-blue robes, exuding an aura of composure. Zhou Ying retrieved a grayish-blue token from her storage bag, channeling her spiritual power as she gazed at Chen Xun. Junior brother Chen, I require a drop of your essence blood. Chen Xun's eyes narrowed slightly, but without any hesitation. He forced a drop of essence blood from within, sending it soaring through the air. The grayish-blue token hovered mid-air, instantly engulfing Chen Xun's essence blood, radiating a blue light. As if acknowledging its master, it flew directly towards him and landed in his hand. This token serves as the restriction token for the floating light mysterious array, granting access to the true spiritual herb garden within the sect. I shall refrain from elaborating on the rules, Zhou Ying said, gracefully taking a seat. An individual who has cultivated the water spirit technique to the second level is fond of tranquility, unless there is a matter of importance. No one within the sect would dare to disturb them, nor would they impose restrictions on personal freedom. However, before Zhou Ying could finish her sentence, as Chen Xun was on the verge of expressing his immense gratitude, a cold voice pierced through, akin to a bucket of icy water being poured over him. The significance of the sect's spiritual herb garden is paramount. Should one leave the sect and remain absent for 20 years within a century, they would be deemed a defector, and all members of the 5-element sect would seek to execute them. Zhou Ying slightly tilted her head, looking down at Chen Xun. Although her words were harsh, there exists a law for the nation and regulations for the sect, which are certainly not directed solely at junior brother Chen. The Mystic Light Array, stationed in the spiritual herb garden, possesses a built-in ability to detect any disturbances, making it impossible for even the most accomplished golden core cultivators to discreetly extract a single seed of spiritual herb from within. This is indeed one of the cornerstones of the 5-element sect. Chapter 66, Gifts and Foundation Establishment Pills for Spirit Beasts. The array meticulously records the quantity of spiritual herbs. Should anyone attempt to pilfer even a single stalk, the prominent figures of the 5-element sect would personally intervene. This regulation is naturally directed towards the personnel of the spiritual herb garden, who are not inclined to allow their members, akin to foundation establishment cultivators, to venture outside in search of opportunities. There have been numerous individuals who have vanished for a century, some even meeting untimely ends in the outside world. Such rules are instituted for their protection, yet they must not be overly stringent to avoid stifling ambition. Should such a person arise, both I, Chen Xun, and old Niu would not hesitate to take action, Chen Xun declared with righteous fervor, though his heart held no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying revealed a subtle smile, Then, junior brother Chen Xun, are you still willing to enter the spiritual herb garden? I would never coerce you. Damn. The intricacies of the game are quite profound, each layer intricately woven together. The essence has already been infused into the restrictive token. And now you ask me if I am willing, Chen Xun silently lamented. Senior sisters, well, I am indeed willing. With no regrets, Chen Xun replied. Though he hesitated and faltered, adding, however, should our lifespans draw to a close, we may find ourselves unable to break through the sect. Will make arrangements for such individuals. And they may even be honored on the sect's merit monument for future generations to venerate. Sui Ying responded slowly, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Yet, who can truly withstand the relentless passage of time? Alas, that is not what he meant, Chen Xun exclaimed, taken aback. Why is he already preparing for my demise? I am destined for immortality alongside the great black bull. Upon noticing Chen Xun's expression, Sui Ying added, of course. After all matters are settled, you may descend the mountain at your leisure to resolve any lingering regrets. Senior sisters, that would be splendid. I have yet to marry and start a family. Chen Xun sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting a newfound sense of relief. Sui Ying's countenance flickered. Senior sisters, please, do speak, junior brother Chen. I was wondering if there are any benefits we receive annually from the sect's spiritual herb garden. Chen Xun gazed at her with hope. After all this time, they had yet to discuss the matter of compensation. They were not greedy. Even 300 contributions would suffice. Mu, the great black bull, also voiced his desire, looking at Sui Ying with eager anticipation, for this was indeed their primary concern. Benefits? Sui Ying observed Chen Xun and the black bull spirit beast's expectant faces, her expression one of confusion. Specifically, the annual stipend, Chen Xun clarified. Bowing slightly and licking his lips, their poverty was palpable, and it was not yet the opportune moment to engage in the trade of spiritual herbs. Sui Ying, realizing the misunderstanding, shook her head with a gentle smile. Junior brother Chen, you are quite amusing. Rest assured, there are indeed benefits. Once you are registered as a foundation-building cultivator, you will be considered a true member of the Wuyun sect, which never neglects its own. Registered cultivators not only gain access to significant sect matters, but are also entitled to an annual allocation of 500 sect contributions, and potentially more if they hold a position. The contribution hall will also offer registered cultivators a wider array of items for exchange, including access to various sect legacies, should they achieve notable accomplishments. However, the newly admitted disciples have always been individuals of impeccable background, while those who join the sect midway as foundation-building practitioners do not receive such treatment. They mostly serve as guest disciples. Sui Ying recounted the tale, glancing at Chen Xun in the center of the side hall, her expression tinged with mild exasperation. He was gazing at her with profound affection, and even the spirit beast mirrored his demeanor, its eyes brimming with mist. Chen Xun proclaimed loudly, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the sect. Moo moo moo. The great black bull lowered its head, deeply moved. Had they not been able to express this earlier, there was no need for such elaborate discourse. Suddenly, Sui Ying's expression shifted to one of solemnity as she turned her gaze upon the great black bull. From her storage pouch, she produced a crystal-clear foundation-building elixir, stating, this is a spirit beast foundation-building pill. Although it is not as precious as a regular foundation-building pill, its refinement is no easy feat. Both Chen Xun and the great black bull were taken aback. What could this mean? This was a congratulatory gift prepared by the Alchemy Hall to celebrate junior brother Chen Xun's admission, but your contributions over the next decade will be attributed to the hall. Sisters, this elixir is of immense significance to us. Junior brother shall not decline. Chen Xun's face bore a serious expression as he stepped forward, receiving the elixir from the air. With sincere gravity, he clasped his hands in gratitude, vowing never to forget the generosity bestowed upon him by the Alchemy Hall. Moo. The great black bull also expressed its thanks in all directions. Its issues had caused Chen Xun considerable distress for quite some time, with sleepless nights spent worrying, and they had even prepared for the worst. Sui Ying nodded inwardly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Chen Xun's words emanated from the depths of his heart. Devoid of any pretense, the sect would never hesitate to invest resources in exceptional talents. Those who manage the spirit herb garden within the sect are often reclusive. Some tend to turtles, others to fish, and some even nurture spirit beasts. These pursuits seem to serve as their final spiritual solace, preventing them from drifting aimlessly along the path of cultivation. The Wuyun sect, having endured countless years, has long since mastered the art of retaining those who practice the water spirit technique, and the prominent figures of the 10 great sects are even more astute, with their descendants often being mentored by formidable golden core cultivators. The ancient traditions of these sects operate within an extensive framework, requiring a balance across various domains. It is not merely a matter of combat and the supremacy of martial skills. Junior brother Wanzhong, Zui Ying called softly, unleashing a wave of magical energy as her consciousness expanded outward. Both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Overwhelmed by the formidable power of her spiritual consciousness, which was unequivocally on a different level than that of early Foundation establishment. This consciousness could easily dismantle all forms of disguise. Even their disguises would prove futile against it, unless they possessed something capable of shielding against spiritual detection. Otherwise, nothing could remain concealed. The more powerful the spiritual consciousness, the greater the advantage it provides in battles. However, the fierce skirmishes of the Foundation establishment stage are characterized by vast amounts of magical energy and area of effect spells, with spiritual consciousness primarily serving as a means of exploration or assistance. Nevertheless, it is common knowledge within the cultivation world that spiritual consciousness cannot be cultivated or enhanced. It can only grow naturally with the refinement of one's cultivation level, and cultivators of equal standing typically possess similar levels of spiritual power. The foundational period, marked by a transformative leap in one's life essence, is incomparable to the Qi refinement stage. Whether it be the formidable magical barrier or the substantial enhancement of various bodily capabilities during the Foundation establishment, it has long surpassed the abilities of disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Engaging in battle across such a significant realm difference, Chen Xun understood in his heart, was nothing short of fanciful. This disparity in realms would only widen as levels ascended. Sister Zhua, Wanzhong approached unhurriedly, his white hair and beard flowing gracefully, a radiant complexion adorning his features, with a celestial sword slung over his back, dressed in remarkably simple attire. Please guide junior brother Chen Xun in familiarizing himself with the alchemy hall, Sister Zhua instructed, then turned to Chen Xun. In 3 days, the restriction order can be activated, allowing access to the spiritual herb garden, which will not impede your reporting duties at the sect's grand hall. Yes, Sister Zhua, both replied with cupped hands, and then departed the side hall with the Great Black Bull. Outside the alchemy hall, countless disciples bustled about. Upon seeing Chen Xun and Wanzhong, they all bowed and addressed them as Uncle Master. Chen Xun relished the moment, feeling a tinge of envy at the Great Black Bull. Junior brother Chen, do you have an interest in the path of alchemy? Wanzhong inquired. Well, I have dabbled a bit, Chen Xun replied modestly. Haha, splendid. Surely you are aware of this foundational spiritual herb, Wanzhong continued. I have heard a little, Chen Xun responded awkwardly, feeling somewhat out of place. Senior brother, my intention is to visit the spiritual herb garden, not to pursue alchemy practice. Wanzhong tightened his grip on his white beard, his face a portrait of astonishment. Junior brother Chen, you have only just achieved a breakthrough. What business do you have in that desolate spirit herb garden? There is not a soul to be found there, and you shall have no opportunity to advance within the sect. Brother Wan, I must confess, I have already cultivated the water spirit technique to the 2nd layer. I can only contribute to the sect in this manner, Chen Xun replied with a faint smile, appreciating Wanzhong's good intentions. Yet, one should not abandon hope. Should you choose the path of alchemy? Wanzhong paused as Zui Ying emerged from behind them, her expression frosty as she regarded Wanzhong. In truth, the spirit herb garden is quite commendable. Its rich history and the underground spiritual veins make it a nurturing ground for countless herbs, benefiting innumerable cultivators of our 5-element sect. Wanzhong stated with a serious demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back. Moreover, it is a place of elegance, which I believe would greatly aid junior brother Chen in his cultivation. Chapter 67. Packing up and officially moving. Brother Wan speaks wisely. Might I inquire what needs to be done? Chen Xun inquired with a courteous smile. Wanzhong maintained his gaze straight ahead, though his senses detected that Zui Ying had departed. Suddenly, he felt a waning of enthusiasm. He had initially thought to seize an opportunity, hoping to enlist the assistance of this newly ascended loose cultivator. During the Foundation establishment stage, not only does one gain spiritual awareness, but one's alchemical fire also significantly increases, allowing for the refinement of auxiliary herbs, which would save him considerable time, far more efficient than relying on those in the Qi refinement stage. Furthermore, given Chen Xun's background as a loose cultivator, it was evident that he had no substantial support within the sect. Enticing him would surely be an effortless endeavor, perhaps even garnering a sense of gratitude in return. In due time, casually offering a few pointers to Chen Xun and employing him as a tool would be quite delightful. This was indeed the primary reason they had gathered around him earlier, exchanging flattering words, yet unexpectedly, their intentions were thwarted. The spiritual herb garden does not require annual submissions of spiritual herbs. Those in need will come to harvest as necessary. which may occur once in a decade or even several decades. Every 20 years, the elders visit to inspect the garden. Should any precious herbs of the sect be damaged, it would not bode well for junior brother Chen Xun, thus he must exercise caution. A flicker of impatience crossed Wang Zheng's eyes as he suddenly feigned surprise. Junior brother, I have yet to refine a cauldron of elixirs in my cave, and I completely forgot. I must take my leave. Not at all. Please do not let me impede Brother Ruan's important matters, Chen Xun replied with a courteous smile, stepping aside with the great black ox. Wang Zheng nodded slightly, soaring away on his sword in a hurried manner, as if rushing to attend a family funeral. Observing Wang Zheng's retreating figure, the others exchanged perplexed glances before heading towards the medicine valley, preparing to pack their belongings. Along the way, they encountered several disciples carrying gifts, to whom Chen Xun responded with a smile. Within the medicine valley, where the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers filled the air, Chen Xun sat calmly before a waterfall with the great black ox. Mu, is it not true that if a person lacks value, what significance do they hold in this world? Chen Xun gazed deeply into the pond, a faint smile gracing his lips. Old ox, do not ponder too much. Our sect has bestowed upon us great kindness, and that alone is sufficient. Mu, the great black ox nudged Chen Xun, affirming that indeed, they are but transient visitors in each other's lives, and there is no need to dwell on darker thoughts. One should harbor no malicious intent, yet one must remain vigilant against others. In the sacred realm of our sect, one must observe diligently. It is prudent to adhere to the old customs. Mu, the great black bull bellowed, its eyes sparkling with intelligence as it gazed at Chen Xun. With a strength of 10,000, it reveals merely a fraction, never seeking the limelight, but instead choosing to live a humble life. A subtle smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he looked at the great black bull, which nodded in agreement. There is still much for them to explore and countless lessons yet to be learned. I am preparing to devise a cultivation plan for us. Over the span of 300 years, we shall have much to study, he chuckled. Mu, old bull, gather our belongings. It's time to move. Mu. The great black bull, brimming with excitement, leaped to its feet and let out a mighty breath, commencing the task of collecting the array flags and stones. Chen Xun plunged into the subterranean abode, tidying up pots, bowls, and their wooden carvings among various other items, becoming engrossed in the labor. Within the cave, Chen Xun picked up a slightly decayed wooden carving, its damaged tail now tinged with black. He let out a gentle sigh, handling it with utmost care. This was a gift from the boss. Having spent so long in this realm of cultivation, he realized he had not encountered anyone quite like that boss since. The cave resonated with soft murmurs, and the dwelling was left immaculate, making it much more convenient for the next disciple who would arrive. The echoes of Chen Xun's booming voice filled the medicinal valley. Old bull, chick, be a bit more gentle. These are the items we need to take with us. Mu. The old cow, simply bind your feet with hemp rope. I shall fetch our wild boar, which we painstakingly captured in the mountains 2 years ago. They have since given birth, and we must not be careless. Mu. Beneath the vast sky, a person and a cow hurriedly dashed through the medicinal valley. The cave hidden behind the waterfall lay in ruins, covered by countless fragments of stone. The spiritual herbs within were harvested and placed into medicinal boxes, while the great black cow swiftly consumed them through its storage pouch. Observing this, Chen Xun could not help but marvel and began to sing. Listen to me. Thank you for your existence. The great black cow, feeling tense and breaking into a light sweat, twitched its ears. Chen Xun's singing was truly unpleasant, and he resolved to find an opportunity to subtly remind him later. The following day dawned bright and sunny, and they approached the edge of a water pool, their expressions slightly anxious. Old cow, let us proceed. My consciousness has spread out, and everything is under my control. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xun walked towards the distance. Mu. At the cow's call, its internal powers surged, and it waved its hooves. Bubbles began to rise from the flowing water, as 2 array flags suddenly shot up from the depths, and numerous boulders quietly emerged from the bottom of the pool. A basic small-scale illusion array. It could obscure a small patch of rubble, and with magical enhancement, it could conceal a vast expanse of debris. Mu. The great black cow bellowed again, its demeanor serious. 3 seemingly ordinary stones suddenly stirred, appearing indistinguishable to anyone, yet they were indeed array stones. Bubbles erupted from another part of the pool, and a faint glow flickered through the mud. A small whirlpool formed, and the great black cow, swift and agile, plunged into the water. Beneath the mire lies a hidden treasure, a medicinal box containing an ordinary century-old herb. The great black bull gently retrieves it and casts a spell upon the water, causing 3 concealed flag formations to emerge from the sludge. Bubbles in the water surge with increasing fervor, and the mud churns violently, turning the water increasingly murky. The great black bull grins, extending its hoof to extract a bag of spiritual herb seeds enveloped by the formation, and in the blink of an eye, it leaps from the pool, swiftly swallowing the seeds whole. Moo! The great black bull called to Chen Xun, who sat beside the pond with a joyful expression. These were the seeds of all the herbs needed for the foundation establishment pill. Old bull, let us go. Chen Xun commanded from a distance, hands clasped behind his back. Moo! The great black bull charged forward. Today, a peculiar sight graced the Wuyun sect. A foundation establishment cultivator led 2 wild boars, trailed by a gaggle of piglets, while carrying a basket of chirping chicks on his back. Flanking him was the black bull spirit beast, adorned with a multitude of bound mountain chickens, their eyes devoid of life, offering no resistance, merely gazing vacantly at the sky. The great black bull's horns bore 2 baskets of eggs, and despite the rugged mountain path, it traversed with remarkable steadiness. Is this esteemed uncle descending the mountain? To market? No, I believe he is preparing to practice some grand spell that requires them. One should not hastily conjecture about the intentions of an esteemed uncle. The might of foundation establishment is beyond the comprehension of us chi refinement disciples. Indeed, indeed. As numerous disciples passed by, hushed whispers emerged, their eyes filled with reverence. Such is the prowess of the elder. Everything they do is deemed correct, even if it involves something as absurd as collecting dung by the roadside. They could still turn it into something commendable. Chapter 68. The ethereal light and profound array at the spirit herb garden of the sect. The true spirit herb garden of the sect lies in a remote location, deep within the heart of the mountains, a veritable wilderness. Here, foundation-building cultivators vigilantly guard every corner, creating a formidable barrier. The spiritual energy here is suffused, marking it as the genuine vein of the Yuzhu mountain range. Before even stepping inside, Chen Xun felt a tremor in his heart. All around were hidden caves, and arrays ran rampant, with shimmering lights flickering intermittently. The great black bull lowed softly, a hint of panic in its heart. This place was undoubtedly the most perilous, yet simultaneously the safest within the Wuyun sect. The wild boar and mountain chickens began to tremble, their very souls gripped by an innate terror that compelled them to cry out in alarm. Silence. Chen Xun frowned. I brought you here to broaden your horizons, yet you are so easily frightened. As his words fell, the wild boar and chickens were instantly drenched in cold sweat, falling into silence, realizing that their master was the more formidable presence. Old bull, look, the ethereal light and profound array. They gazed upward, left awestruck by the spectacle before them. A scene so extraordinary it resembled the northern lights, dazzling and magnificent, like a beautiful column soaring into the sky, then suddenly transforming into a billowing curtain. It enveloped a mysterious realm, resplendent and enigmatic, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld it. The excitement within the great black bull surged like a tumultuous sea, its eyes wide as copper bells. This was the legendary formation, and it would undoubtedly manifest an even stronger array in the future. Suddenly, several streams of spiritual awareness swept across indiscriminately. Chen Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, holding the restrictive token as he commanded, Old bull, let us depart. 2 mid-foundation cultivators sat cross-legged before the grand formation, their eyes partially closed. Abruptly, they opened their eyes wide, fixated intently on several figures ahead, their expressions reflecting astonishment. This individual possessed an air of intelligence, resembling an extraordinary person. I have encountered my 2 senior brothers. I am here to cultivate spiritual herbs, and have already reported my duties in the sect's grand hall. Chen Xun stated with a courteous smile, presenting the restrictive token. It turned out he was a junior of the alchemy hall. The 2 exchanged glances, cautiously accepting the token and probing it with their spiritual senses. There are no issues. The location of the junior brother is at the Zhenwei, Huiquan stream, the spiritual herb garden. One of them returned the token to Chen Xun's hand, adding, the herb garden is not to be trespassed. A single restrictive token can only grant access to one location. Thank you, esteemed brothers. Chen Xun expressed his gratitude with a bow. Had it not been for the ethereal demeanor of these 2 brothers, he might have offered them a mountain chicken. Proceed, junior brother Chen, they replied calmly, then separated to resume their cultivation. Chen Xun squinted slightly, realizing they had even known his name. Evidently, this restrictive token was more complex than it appeared. Serving as a reminder not to disturb the herb garden, he nonchalantly led the great black bull and the livestock into the formation, instantly vanishing from sight. Old bull, focus. As Chen Xun and the great black ox stepped into the realm, an unexpected transformation ensued. Countless presences emerged, their vital energies issuing continuous warnings. which only dissipated after the passage of a fragrant incense stick. Chen Xun gazed up at the sky, where streams of vibrant light danced, resembling a kaleidoscopic glass dome, isolating them from the outside world, rendering it impossible to discern the circumstances beyond. Surrounding them was a shroud of mystical fog. Even their divine senses could not penetrate beyond half a mile, obscuring their perception of the surroundings. Everything was enveloped in a serene tranquility. Yet the spiritual energy here was profoundly invigorating. What a rich essence of vitality. Truly a land of spiritual veins. Chen Xun looked at the great black ox with delight, pondering that it was their first encounter with a spiritual vein, and he was curious about its grade. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual veins are classified into 9 grades, based on their quality and size, with the first grade being the highest and the ninth being the lowest, possessing boundless utility, even giving rise to accompanying spiritual stone deposits. However, there are legends within the cultivation world that speak of spiritual veins above the first grade, though no one has ever witnessed one. Even first-grade veins have become elusive. Where could one possibly seek veins of a higher grade? The great black ox bellowed joyously, declaring that regardless of their grade, they had surely struck a fortune. Indeed, my old friend, Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, I once read that the emergence of a 5th-grade spiritual vein could ignite a war in the cultivation world. He mused, uncertain of the truth, yet intrigued to explore this matter further. Who knows, perhaps while wandering through the mountains and rivers, they might stumble upon a 1st-grade spiritual vein. A gleeful bellow from the great black ox followed, as it nudged Chen Xun and lifted its head proudly, affirming, that is a certainty. Considering the multitude of merits we possess, the spiritual vein not only accelerates cultivation, but also possesses remarkably pure spiritual energy, which amplifies its effects during breakthroughs. It is a coveted treasure for countless cultivators and the source of many grand battles. Old Bull, let us proceed to the gathering spring gorge and secure lodgings. Mooing. Chen Xun infused his magical energy into the prohibition token in his hand, causing the surrounding mystical fog to gradually dissipate, revealing a narrow path that stretched endlessly ahead. They began to stroll leisurely, engaging in playful banter, their peculiar laughter startling the 2 wild boars trailing behind them. The medicinal herb garden of the gathering spring gorge, nestled within the core of the grand formation, was shrouded in a thick veil of white mist, obscuring all visibility, including the path they had traversed. Moo. The large black bull nudged Chen Xun cautiously, acutely aware that their direction was shifting. If they were to retrace their steps, they would undoubtedly become lost. Fear not. We are not here for mischief. Just relax, Chen Xun reassured him with a smile, patting the large black bull. It was a comfort to him that his companion had grown so wise through their time together. Moo, the black bull grinned, seemingly in agreement, affirming their role as the good-hearted ones. The prohibition token hovered in midair, as if enveloped by a thin membrane, revealing the expansive vista of the gathering spring gorge before Chen Xun and the large black bull. Well, Moo, eek. They all appeared momentarily frozen. Even the little piglet widened its eyes in awe at the wondrous spectacle. It was as if they had longed to carry the dreams of dawn, dragging along the beautiful sunlight to illuminate every corner of their souls. Even the darkest realms now basked in warm radiance. In the medicinal garden, a myriad of extraordinary herbs flourish sporadically. Some reside within the babbling mountain stream, while others graze several spiritual fields. Walking upon this vibrant expanse of grass, one feels as though immersed in an expansive emerald ocean. Though enveloped by formations, a refreshing breeze occasionally sweeps through, as Chen Xun reclines upon the ground, surrendering to tranquility, yearning only to bask in the beauty of the azure sky and fluffy clouds. The piglets commence their joyous frolic, disappearing into the verdant meadow, occasionally vanishing from sight. And at times, they stand still, as if savoring boundless delight. The large black bull, too, breaks into a gallop, indulging in the tender grass, while the mountain chickens on either side cluck incessantly, urging, elder brother, let us run as well. Beneath the vast sky, the medicinal garden stretches infinitely, yet it does not feel overwhelming. Small hills dot the landscape, each adorned in lush green. It resembles a colossal painting unfurling between heaven and earth. So pure in its verdancy, so distant in its allure. Surrounding the expanse is an unending wilderness, evoking a sense of emptiness, akin to a serene ocean. Atop the hills grow several silvery white flowers, radiating gentle glimmers of light, while streams of emerald flow throughout the garden, as if gently cascading into the clouds above. The realm of the garden is steeped in tranquility, with a gentle breeze stirring the grass, creating waves that ripple gracefully, evoking a profound sense of contentment. Chen Xun lies back on the grass, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze directed towards the distant mountain stream, traversing through the verdant plains, heading towards the unknown. Indeed, as the clouds gather, the grass glistens in deep green, the wind rises abruptly, and the green waves roll forth. In this moment, Chen Xun and the large black bull are engaged, and whoever attempts to pull them away shall witness the might of the fireball technique. The old cow. A sanctuary for retirement. No, a sanctuary for cultivation. Chen Xun slowly rose, exhaling deeply. Moo. The large black cow called out from a distance, its mouth still filled with grass. Old cow, let's get started. Constructing a chicken coop and pigsty is of utmost importance. Moo. They promptly began to fell trees. Although these ancient giants reached the heavens, they were no match for Chen Xun's mountain-splitting axe. Meanwhile, the large black cow began dragging timber in search of a location with auspicious feng shui. The mountain walls here housed not only several caves, but also traces of past cultivation, indicating that someone had recently traversed this place. Yet, this was to be expected. Overseeing a medicinal herb garden with such contributions was no small feat, and managing two would surely invite further complications. Chen Xun recognized all the rare spiritual herbs present, and to his astonishment, he even spotted 2 foundational elixirs accompanied by auxiliary herbs. With the mountain-splitting axe in hand, he sighed deeply. The abundance of spiritual herbs here paled in comparison to the medicinal valley, making his work both effortless and rewarding, and he found himself engulfed in a profound sense of quiet joy. Although they were not prodigies of cultivation, talent is always valued in any realm, ensuring they would never go hungry. Chapter 69. Where is the spirited Ji Kuan? Old cow, the spiritual herbs are entrusted to you, Chen Xun exclaimed, pulling out a small booklet. I shall commence formulating our cultivation plan. Learning is boundless, haha. They have yet to embark on the basics of minor spells, formations, or the crafting of talismans. And most importantly, they lack a cultivation method. Eventually, they will need to acquire a foundational cultivation technique. Moo moo, replied the large black cow nonchalantly, a mere trifle. Chen Xun buried the restrictive token at the entrance of Huaiyuan stream. Wary of any malevolent entities, a touch of caution is never misplaced. However, the fact that our foundation establishment pill can actually enhance cultivation is quite remarkable. Were it not for the absence of a proper technique, the enhancement would have led to nothing but solitude. Otherwise, old Neo and I would have long ascended to the heavens. Curse it, such elixirs should not be consumed recklessly. Without the correct operational pathway, the potent essence nearly shattered several of our meridians. Fortunately, the added defenses prevented a catastrophe. Henceforth, we must refrain from such reckless endeavors, as we have yet to reach the realm of self-created techniques. Chen Xun mused inwardly, recognizing that their foundation establishment pill was inherently precious, surpassing many other cultivation-enhancing pills of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, he pondered how far the enhancement could truly extend. If only it could continue indefinitely. He raised his gaze to the sky. The formation was still in motion, although it no longer probed their presence, leaving him feeling somewhat insecure. Patience is key. Certain matters should not be hastily revealed, and careful observation is advisable. A subtle smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he returned his attention to the booklet. His interest piqued by the basic 5 elements escape technique. These rare spiritual herbs do not require daily nurturing by the water spirit technique, yet their consumption is exceedingly substantial. With merely 100 or so spiritual herbs, a single nurturing session consumes a portion of their mana. However, they can be left unattended for several years. This is merely the outcome of their controlled water spirit technique, were it fully unleashed. The extraordinary spiritual energy within the water would suffice for these herbs to thrive for over a decade. The great black bull once attempted to nurture itself with the water spirit technique, but the elixir showed no response, akin to ordinary water being poured upon it. Over time, the medicinal properties dissipated, resulting in withering, for this was not the genuine environment it required for growth. Yet, the peculiar spiritual energy within the water spirit technique differed significantly from the natural energies of the world. Chen Xun possessed a remarkable sensitivity to minor spells. But now was not the opportune moment for thorough study. They each began to busily prepare, intent on meticulously crafting the Huiwan stream, a place destined to be their residence for the next century, leaving no room for negligence. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. Chen Xun led the great black bull out of the herb garden, where numerous probing gazes awaited. Yet after exiting the formation, his fellow disciples ceased their scrutiny. The once-in-20 years journey to South Dipper Mountain was imminent. The Wuyun sect welcomed many new disciples annually, while numerous elders quietly descended the mountain. They often exchanged glances. One vibrant with youth, the other heavy with age, the elder seemed to glimpse his former self, while the youth burned with the fervent determination to ensure his twilight years would not mirror such a fate. Within the mountains lay numerous caves and wooden abodes of Qi refinement disciples. An elder, just past his 60th birthday, sat inside one such dwelling, meticulously packing his belongings. His temples were slightly grayed, yet his physique remained robust, with eyes sparkling with vitality. Though his face bore the marks of time, it was evident that in his youth, he was undoubtedly a handsome man, and this individual was none other than Ji Kun. His vitality had not yet waned. Those in the 10th layer of Qi refinement often lived to a century, a notable distinction from ordinary mortals. Yet he remained resolute, intent on embarking on this year's journey to South Dao Mountain. The sect, recognizing the value of experienced disciples, had relaxed its regulations, and it came as no surprise that Ji Kun appeared on the list. Knock, knock. A sudden rap at the door caused Ji Kun to furrow his brow, a flicker of vigilance coursing through him. With the imminent expedition to South Dao Mountain, he hoped nothing unexpected would arise. He rose slowly and approached the door. The moment he beheld the figure standing before him, he was rendered speechless, as if petrified. Before his eyes was a familiar smile, identical to that of a spirited youth he had encountered aboard a flying vessel years ago, unchanged by time. Chun, Master Uncle. Ji Kun lowered his head with a bittersweet smile, noting that the visage remained remarkably youthful. He must have successfully established his foundation. He had long heard tales of those who, upon breaking through their realms and extending their lifespans, could either regain their youth or retain their original appearance, all stemming from the heart's desires. Time had flowed inexorably, and it seemed that Chen Xun had fared well, untouched by the misfortunes that had befallen him. A wave of bittersweet memories coursed through his mind. While his own failures were indeed sorrowful, the successes of others weighed heavily on his heart, causing Ji Kun to stoop even lower. The once familiar bond had faded into estrangement, now steeped in an air of unfamiliarity. The distant mountains loomed hazily, and as he gazed around, it felt as though countless moths fluttered and danced amid the myriad peaks and valleys, transforming the world into a monochrome gray. The first snowfall of the Yuzhu mountain range descended silently, blanketing the land. Ji Kun. Chen Xun hesitated for a long moment before finally uttering his name. Ah, Master Uncle Chun, your presence graces my humble abode, truly illuminating this place. Ji Kun, with a beaming smile, remarked that he had shed much of his youthful fervor, becoming considerably more astute. Please, Master Uncle, come in. The cold wind swept through, causing the nearly shattered door to sway and creak ominously. Chen Xun nodded gently and stepped inside. The entire room could be described as barren, furnished only with a bed and a table set, both quite antiquated. Much like Ji Kun himself at present. I wonder what brings Master Uncle here. Ji Kun respectfully clasped his hands, hesitating momentarily. The white strands of his hair fluttered in the chilly breeze, revealing the draftiness of the room. I came to see an old friend, Chen Xun replied calmly, his gaze surveying the surroundings without meeting Ji Kun's eyes. Upon hearing this, Ji Kun's heart trembled, and after a prolonged silence, he forced a smile, saying, It is indeed an honor for Ji Kun to befriend Master Uncle Chen. Chen Xun slowly turned to face Ji Kun, who still wore a bitter smile, his eyes evasively darting away. Over the years, I have heard that your life as a steward in the outer sect has not been easy. Master Uncle, you speak too harshly. It has been many years since then, Ji Kun replied softly, lowering his head as he clasped his hands, the dull hue of his robe glaringly conspicuous. Although they stood in proximity, they felt worlds apart, as if he and Chen Xun no longer inhabited the same realm. Did you ever consider coming to find me? I am aware of my limited talents and would not wish to burden Master Uncle. Ji Kun. Chen Xun suddenly shouted, startling the large black bull outside, causing it to shudder in fright. Ji Kun remained rooted, a sorrowful smile on his face, the corners of his eyes gathering deepening creases. The biting wind outside seemed to intensify, brushing against his face, etched with the passage of time. Ji Kun, have you truly succumbed to such despair? Chen Xun furrowed his brow, his chest rising and falling with agitation, anger surging within him. Where is your spirit? Let me tell you, I was quite displeased with you back on the Qingya cliff. Moo. The great black bull bellowed from behind, recalling how they were ignored on that very cliff. Hearing this, Ji Kun's heart sank further. Clearly, they had come to humiliate him. Master Chen, I beg your pardon. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Xun retorted angrily, his robe billowing despite the absence of wind. A surge of magical energy erupted, causing the dilapidated wooden cabin to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ji Kun was swept back by the forceful gust, his hair disheveled, and he collided with the wall, emitting a muffled groan. Gradually, a flicker of anger crossed his features. Master Chen, why must you humiliate me? I am already in this state. What more do you desire? With a swift motion, Chen Xun's rage intensified, and he seized Ji Kun's robe, shouting, The Ji Shixiang of old was not like this. He was a figure akin to a brother, not a spineless wretch such as yourself. The great black bull's pupils contracted. He had never witnessed Chen Xun in such a fury over the years. Ha ha. Ji Kuan laughed, his body trembling, tears welling in his eyes. Filled with a profound sorrow. There was no spirited Ji Kuan to be found. He was merely a provincial figure, gazing at the heavens from the confines of a well. Chapter 70. One does not remain alone forever. Curse your laughter. Boom. Chen Xun's fist struck towards Ji Kuan's side, shattering the wall behind him and creating a gaping hole. As the icy wind howled relentlessly through the breach, Ji Kuan was drenched in cold sweat, and he could not help but finally calm down. The chilling wind that swept behind him sent shivers throughout his body, evoking a palpable sense of dread. Chen Xun slowly raised his fist, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy that relentlessly assaulted Ji Kuan, as if it sought to bring about his demise with a single blow. Ji Kuan's gaze sharpened, a glint of icy determination in his eyes, and he struck fiercely. Whoa! Chen Xun. The fierce wind generated by the punch abruptly ceased, halting just before Ji Kuan, whose silvery hair was swept back by the force. Yet, Ji Kuan did not blink. He fixed his unwavering gaze on Chen Xun and calmly stated, Master Uncle Chen, please lower your hand. Chen Xun took a step back, relinquishing his grip, his eyes still reflecting a cold indifference. I will go to the South Dipper Mountain secret realm. I am aware. In those years, numerous events transpired within the South Dipper Mountain secret realm, and I wish to spare you from entanglement. Has it been resolved? It has, but I can no longer remain among the outer disciples. Ji Kuan's expression grew solemn, revealing signs of aging. His gaze toward Chen Xun shifted, now imbued with understanding as he remarked, I did not expect you to remember me. Congratulations on establishing your foundation. Please, have a seat. The howling wind continued to swirl within the cavernous space, yet the two sat across from each other at a wooden table. The large black bull dared only to poke its head through the entrance, having been frightened by Chen Xun today. Suddenly, the two resumed their conversation as if nothing had occurred. It turned out that after Ji Kuan had departed with his junior sister, he had located the person who had fled from the scene and had entrusted him with the care of the spiritual herbs. He naturally refused to yield, and both individuals wore expressions of fury as they commenced a fierce brawl, each employing lethal techniques. The junior sister also allied herself with Ji Kuan, ultimately leading to his demise in the southern Dipper Mountains. Those capable of joining their ranks possessed formidable strength. They were associates of theirs from the outer sect and distant relatives of an elder. Upon their return, the junior sister unexpectedly betrayed them. Alleging that Ji Kuan had harmed a fellow disciple, she distorted the truth, claiming that during a joint expedition for spirit herbs, Ji Kuan had turned against them and launched a surprise attack. To safeguard herself, she resorted to submission, offering herself to placate Ji Kuan. Indeed, Ji Kuan's actions were somewhat imprudent, lacking the caution displayed by Chen Xun. He had taken numerous belongings from the deceased, effectively leaving him with incriminating evidence. Fortunately, he insisted that it was another sect's disciple who had committed the act, thus preventing the situation from escalating further. Not only the Five-Element sect but all sects strictly prohibited infighting among disciples, yet they could not solely rely on the junior sister's testimony. However, under the elder's manipulation, Ji Kuan's spirit herbs and contributions were attributed to the junior sister. Most foundation-building elders were inherently aloof, and since Ji Kuan was not their biological son, the elder merely sought to restore his own reputation through Ji Kuan. The years had not been kind to Ji Kuan, but he was fortunate to have the sect's protection, which allowed him to escape unscathed. Nevertheless, he bore the ignominy of being labeled a traitor to his fellow disciples, causing former friends to distance themselves from him. Even securing a position within the sect became a formidable challenge. In such circumstances, how could he dare approach Chen Xun? He wished to shield that innocent junior brother, who always wore a smile while leading the black cow, from harm. He endured humiliation and hardship, all in preparation for the next expedition to the southern Dipper Mountains, devising a final plan for a decisive comeback. Brother Ji, should you return from the southern Dipper Mountains, you shall forever remain my elder brother. Master Uncle, please allow me to speak. Chen Xun interrupted Ji Kuan, his expression grave as he retrieved a small booklet and a magical artifact from his storage bag. This is a high-grade yellow-tier artifact, worth 2,000 contribution points. The booklet contains my insights from my time at South Doshan, which will aid you in obtaining those 3 essential spirit herbs. Ji Kuan was taken aback, rising abruptly and exclaiming, This cannot be. Chen Xun, you owe me nothing. The 2,000 contributions are what you owe me. If you return with the foundation-building herbs, I shall await you at the foot of the mountain and personally present you with the foundation-building pills. Chen Xun spoke each word with deliberation, slowly raising his gaze to meet Ji Kuan's. Suddenly, he smiled, saying, We both hail from 9-Star Valley. We must look out for one another. This familiar phrase surged in Ji Kuen's mind. Wasn't this what he had said to Chen Xun when they first arrived at Wuyun sect? He never expected that Chen Xun would remember it after all these years. Ji Kuen seemed unable to contain himself any longer. His body trembled violently. After the tumultuous ups and downs of life, he finally discerned who his true friends were. Bowing his head, his eyes reddened, and his lips quivered incessantly. The world of cultivation is grand and magnificent. One shall never be truly alone. In the fierce currents of competition, I am not solitary, challenging fate. I seek longevity. For reasons unknown, a passage from an ancient text emerged in Ji Kuen's thoughts, sending a shiver down his spine. He slowly turned to Chen Xun, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. He nodded resolutely, casting aside any pretense. What is that woman's name? Su Yedong. If Brother Ji cannot return, I shall assist you in dealing with this individual when he vanishes without a trace. The sect will be unable to uncover even the slightest evidence. You, Brother Ji would not perceive me, Chen Xun, as a paragon of virtue, would he? Chen Xun slowly rose, revealing a cold and somber expression that Ji Kuen had never witnessed before. Should Brother Ji return, I shall not interfere in your matters with her. Ji Kuen inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had come to a new understanding of Chen Xun. I comprehend now. At times, the bond between men need not be excessively articulated. Chen Xun nodded slightly, turning to depart, yet paused at the threshold to declare, Brother Ji, I shall await you at the foot of the mountain. I shall not disappoint you. Ji Kuen's eyes suddenly sharpened. He felt an inexplicable surge of power coursing through him. This is the Brother Ji I know. A soft murmur echoed as Chen Xun led the great black ox away, vanishing at the periphery of sight. Brother Ji, I shall return shortly to assist you in repairing the cabin. Old ox, and I will go gather timber. Moo. In the distance, two resounding voices emerged, their steps resolute amidst the wind and snow. Ji Kuen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the horizon, veins bulging in his arms and forehead. This time, he must prevail. He shall not let them down. Time swiftly passed, and May arrived once more. The bells of Wuyun sect resonated, accompanied by 5 piercing cries of eagles as 5 majestic Qingya eagles soared across the sky. They soared gracefully through the firmament, a pair of gleaming eyes fixated on the ground, making their way towards the sovereign peak. The long-anticipated journey to the southern Dipper Mountain, occurring once every 20 years, had finally commenced. Chen Xun, leading a large black ox, stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing skyward with a serene expression. Old ox, let us proceed. The ox responded with a low moo as they ventured beyond the mountain, preparing to visit a marketplace of the sect to meet an important individual. Throughout various locations within the Wuyun sect, disciples in the Qi refinement stage paused to observe the vast expanse above, engaging in discussions about this expedition to the southern Dipper Mountain, entirely unaware that an elder was passing by, leading a black ox beside them. Chapter 71. A tranquil stroll amidst the clouds and dust. The Xianzhu marketplace, nestled beyond the Jade Bamboo mountain range, is one of the many marketplaces associated with the Wuyun sect, serving as a hub for countless loose cultivators and practitioners from various sections. However, to enter this marketplace, one must traverse a sprawling grove of towering bamboo. Should a mortal inadvertently wander in, they would find themselves lost amidst its depths. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the bamboo forest to sway softly, producing a rhythmic sound akin to enchanting melodies wafting through the air. Upon sighting a figure, various loose cultivators and sect practitioners were taken aback, hastily bowing and stepping aside. Yet, the individual merely smiled in response, exuding warmth, while leading a spirit beast, a black ox. Clad in the grayish-blue robe of the Wuyun sect, it was undoubtedly a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Upon exiting the bamboo grove, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista, with countless tiered pavilions coming into view. The marketplace buzzed with activity, occasionally hosting small auction events. The eyes of the loose cultivators glimmered with vigilance. Although the marketplace was secure, the outside world was anything but certain as hurried figures passed by. Chen Xun smiled gently, as if he were gazing upon a reflection of his former self. They seemed to have once lived a life fraught with uncertainty. The great black bull glanced around, realizing that they had now assumed the role of elder brothers, a sentiment that felt remarkably different. No one dared cast them sidelong glances any longer. Instead, respect adorned their expressions. The great black bull could not help but wag its tail, relishing the comfort of this newfound status. Old bull, let us go, he remarked, as they headed towards the talisman shop within the sect. Moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, and together they strode confidently through the bustling market of the sect, no longer needing to conceal their presence. The Shifeng talisman shop bustled with patrons, thriving with business. Yet, in a corner beyond the loft. A middle-aged man was chastising several disciples, his incessant reprimands rendering their faces quite exasperated. This man appeared to be in his 50s, having reached the 10th level of chi refinement, exuding an air of righteousness with a robust stature. His words tinged with a palpable frustration at the perceived lack of diligence in his disciples. After what felt like an eternity, the middle-aged man finally ceased his lecturing, and the disciples of Wuyun's sect fled as if from a storm, muttering under their breath about their misfortune. The middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head in dismay, lamenting, "Time slips away so easily. They ought to seize every moment to cultivate, for when old age approaches, opportunities will have vanished." Time, relentless and unyielding, swept away countless years, leaving only a face sculpted by the passage of ages. Luffing, Chen Xun smiled and offered a respectful salute. The middle-aged man, startled, turned to behold Chen Xun standing across the street, his face lighting up with joy. Chen Xun, "Master Uncle." This scene was indeed peculiar, as a middle-aged man referred to an exceedingly youthful boy as Master Uncle. Come, dear master, I never expected you to have transcended the foundational stage. What a joy." Lu Feng's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum as he hurried over, grasping Chen Xun's hand and the rope of the great black bull. "Master, Black Bull, come inside quickly." "Oh, slow down. Moo." They were once again forcefully dragged along by Lu Feng, reminiscent of the day they first arrived at Wuyun's sect, where this brother always exuded such warmth. In the backyard, Chen Xun sat upon a stone bench while Lu Feng stood beside him, hands clasped in respect. Refraining from taking a seat, "Lu Feng, please sit down." "Yes, master." Lu Feng's voice carried a slight rasp. The two sat opposite each other, both wearing expressions tinged with nostalgia and joy. "Lu Feng, why have you descended the mountain so early? You still have ample time ahead, and I presume you possess the potential for foundational cultivation." Chen Xun inquired, puzzled, as he had not observed any signs of despondency from Lu Feng. "Master, you are unaware that the law enforcement hall has an age requirement for chi refinement disciples. One cannot exceed 50. Yet, one could continue their cultivation in other halls." "Ha, master, my aspirations lie not in that direction." Lu Feng gently shook his head, solemnly stating, "I merely possess roots of the 4 elemental systems. It was by chance that my master found me at the foot of the mountain, and Wuyun's sect nurtured me to adulthood. My prowess in combat is lacking. I cannot even break into the top 5,000 in the sect's grand competition. If I were to remain within the sect, would it not be a waste of resources for cultivating immortality? The matter of foundational cultivation has never crossed my mind. My greatest wish is merely to encourage my junior brothers and sisters to cultivate diligently." Lu Feng chuckled heartily, gazing at Chen Xun with a sense of profound satisfaction. Witnessing his junior, Chen Xun, establish his foundation was a source of great contentment for him. Chen Xun felt as though his words were lodged in his throat. He sensed that anything he might say now would seem insipid and feeble. A person like Lu Feng was truly exceptional. Yet, observing Lu Feng's serene state of mind brought Chen Xun solace. With a warm smile, Chen Xun reassured, "Uncle Master, there is no need for concern. Not all cultivators seek immortality, and I harbor no regrets." He added, "Life may present us with numerous encounters and events, but as long as we can extract wisdom from them, that is sufficient." Suddenly, Chen Xun clasped his hands in a gesture of celebration, exclaiming, "It appears that Brother Lu Feng has found his path, and I extend my congratulations." Their laughter erupted in joyous harmony, leaving the nearby Black Bull in a state of confusion. "What are you two mumbling about?" it wondered. As they strolled leisurely through the tranquil backyard, discussing past events, they felt their spirits lift. Chen Xun exhibited remarkable patience, listening attentively to Lu Feng's musings. Eventually, after some time, Chen Xun bid farewell to the Black Bull. "Uncle Master, Black Bull, time passes swiftly. Do not allow yourselves to be ensnared by trivial distractions," Lu Feng called out to their retreating figures, his expression tinged with a hint of urgency. With a carefree turn, Chen Xun clasped his hands and laughed heartily. "Chen Xun will remember." "Moo." The Black Bull also turned back, echoing the sentiment, affirming that it too would remember. The two individuals departed from the marketplace, and Lu Feng stood for a long time, gazing at the vanishing figures, ultimately letting out a soft sigh before returning to the talisman shop to prepare for the selection of a fortunate individual. With the example of Master Chen Xun before him, he pondered which young ones would dare to squander their time and neglect their cultivation. Meanwhile, Chen Xun and the great Black Bull returned to the medicinal herb garden, diligently tending to the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Each day, they observed the ethereal floating light profound inner ray, refraining from engaging in any superfluous actions. They focused on nurturing mountain chickens and wild boars, while perusing the comprehensive guide to celestial materials and earthly treasures. which left them salivating at the prospect of the abundant treasures within. Among these were items such as the gung metal, which could enhance the sharpness of weapons during refinement, and the 8 treasure red gold, which could remarkably increase the compatibility between one's internal magical energy and the artifacts, thereby significantly augmenting their potency. Additionally, there was the profound ice jade liquid, a substance that could be utilized to refine one's ocular power, granting clarity to illusions and even revealing certain restrictions. There was yet another item known as the illusory true stone milk, which made the great black bull drool with anticipation. This substance could enhance one's physique. If used for refining its horns, it would render them invincible, impervious to any force. Seated atop a hill in the medicinal herb garden, one man and one bull surveyed the verdant expanse. "Old bull, this is truly remarkable. My horizons have expanded greatly. I had no idea such wondrous items existed in the realm of cultivation," Chen Xun exclaimed, pointing animatedly at various entries in the tome. The great black bull, equally entranced, realized that they had merely scratched the surface. Chen Xun finally comprehended that the iron essence was merely the most rudimentary material for crafting artifacts, and that his journey with the mountain-splitting axe was still fraught with challenges ahead. They were immersed in their emotions, at times weeping for the fact that this object did not belong to them, and at other moments, bursting into strange laughter at the possibility of finding it in the future. The sight of one person and one ox grew increasingly exhilarating, as they emitted bizarre cries within the medicinal herb garden, sending the mountain chickens and wild boars into a state of sheer terror. The road to immortality was long and fraught with uncertainty and wonder for them. Chapter 72. Woodcutting enlightens our thoughts. Old cow, let us venture to the alchemy hall, Chen Xun remarked, observing that the elders seemed in dire need of assistance from foundation-building cultivators. "We seek no reward. It suffices to learn more about alchemy from our senior brothers." The great black ox nodded vigorously, aware that they had their own duties in the spiritual herb garden, and these elders could not retain them for long. After making the necessary preparations, Chen Xun began to lead the great black ox toward the alchemy hall. The guards outside the grand formation paid little heed to them, as long as they were not embarking on a long journey. It was a trivial matter. This was not a prison, after all. Upon reaching the alchemy hall, Chen Xun sought out Elder Jing Huang, expressing his willingness to assist in alchemical endeavors without compensation, hoping to learn something in the process. "Oh my, this brings great joy to Elder Jing Huang," he exclaimed, stroking his beard and declaring, with the mindset of junior brother Chen Xun, achieving the golden core stage is surely within reach. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Foundation-building cultivators were far busier than their chi refinement counterparts, each one with their heads held high. Moreover, the fact that it was pro bono meant he wouldn't even have to provide Chen Xun with the spiritual stones needed to replenish his depleted magical energy. Most importantly, he could utilize the power of his divine consciousness, which was far more efficient than that of his registered disciples, undoubtedly increasing the success rate of alchemical transformations. However, Chen Xun also established 3 rules, as he had matters concerning his medicinal garden to attend to and could not visit frequently. Jing Huang, being quite straightforward, remarked that they were all fellow disciples of the alchemy hall and that such formalities were unnecessary. He would never impose upon Chen Xun to do more than he was willing. Chen Xun felt a great sense of joy, realizing that it was indeed pleasant to engage in discussions within a familiar circle. If he were to venture into the refining hall, he might very well be dismissed. The 5 Elements sect upheld stringent regulations, far removed from the casual freedom one might experience in a small village. For half a month, Chen Xun remained in a particular alchemy chamber, while the large black bull sat beside him, engrossed in reading. Jing Huang provided him with numerous low-grade spiritual herbs for refinement, and the resulting elixirs brought great satisfaction to Jing Huang, proving to be more effective than those crafted by his disciples. However, he had never imparted any alchemical techniques to Chen Xun, as such knowledge was a treasured legacy. He merely offered guidance on alchemical principles, which Chen Xun found sufficient. For instance, today, while enjoying tea in Jing Huang's cave dwelling, Chen Xun felt the depletion of his spiritual consciousness and required time to recuperate. This was the first occasion Jing Huang had extended an invitation to Chen Xun. "Senior brother Jing, is it truly possible to refine more than one batch of foundation establishment pills from this primary spiritual herb?" Chen Xun exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the immense fortune at hand. He gazed at Jing Huang, bewildered, as this implied that numerous spiritual herbs could yield several batches of pills. Jing Huang chuckled, shaking his head, bemused by Chen Xun's apparent lack of understanding. Indeed, the potency of the spiritual herbs can greatly influence the outcome of pill refinement, and the foundation establishment pill is no exception. For example, if a spiritual herb can yield 1 pill after 30 years of cultivation, What do you think would happen if you were to use a herb cultivated for 300 years to produce an equivalent pill? Oh, the power of the elixir has indeed increased, has it not? Chen Xun contemplated, acknowledging his own experience with such matters. Haha, my dear junior brother has overthought it. Such an approach would merely cause the elixir to dissipate. It simply cannot endure such potency. Jing Huang chuckled heartily while savoring his tea, finding Chen Xun quite amusing. When water reaches its brim, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. When things reach their extremes, they inevitably reverse. The same holds true for celestial herbs. Now I understand. I have learned from you, senior brother. Had it not been for your guidance, I might have remained in ignorance for a lifetime. A sheen of sweat broke on Chen Xun's brow as he reflected on the numerous detours he had taken. I find it peculiar that the spiritual herbs in the garden are not allowed to grow indefinitely. Now I comprehend the reason behind it. Jing Huang smiled gently, pouring more spiritual tea for Chen Xun. He had other matters to attend to, and today's invitation was also an expression of gratitude. Senior brother Jing. I shall not impose further, Chen Xun said, rising and cupping his hands in respect, a full cup of tea signaling his departure. Very well. I shall not detain you any longer, junior brother. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to visit my abode. Jing Huang nodded calmly, appreciating Chen Xun's understanding of propriety. As he never pried too deeply into the intricacies of alchemy, only inquired about trivial matters. Chen Xun smiled faintly, turning to leave. His gaze fell upon the large black bull outside the cave, which was pondering over a pile of timber. He paused in his steps and called back, Senior brother Jing. What is it, junior brother? Jing Huang replied. What is the nature of the timber outside? I have noticed many senior brothers have it before their abodes. That is the wood of the crane spirit tree, utilized for crafting medicinal boxes or preserving elixirs, abundantly found throughout the Yuzhu mountain range. What? Chen Xun's eyes suddenly filled with blood, and he exclaimed in disbelief, realizing he had been a fool for so many years. His eyelids flipped violently, and accompanied by a spasm, he collapsed onto the ground. Junior brother Chen. Moo. Along the way, the great black bull carried Chen Xun on its back, while the latter gazed vacantly at the sky, feeling as if ants were crawling all over his body. His anger steadily mounted, and the axe at his waist glimmered ominously. The great black bull frequently turned to look at Chen Xun, lamenting their dire situation. Years ago, they had been so impoverished that they had to reclaim the medicinal boxes after selling a single spiritual herb. Yet now they were informed that such a spirit tree could be found anywhere in places rich with spiritual energy. Having endured hardship, the disparity weighed heavily on their hearts. Old bull, Chen Xun suddenly shouted from the bull's back. Let us chop down some trees. Damn it, from now on, our bowls, spoons, pig pens, chicken coops, and everything else shall be made from this crane spirit tree. Otherwise, how can we achieve enlightenment or cultivate immortality? Life cannot continue like this. Moo. With fury ignited, the man and the bull plunged into the mountains, wielding their axe like a harbinger of destruction upon the side of the crane spirit tree. The great black bull charged fiercely, causing thunderous echoes to resonate through the mountains. Together, Chen Xun and the great black bull hoisted a substantial pile of timber towards the medicinal garden, astonishing the passing disciples who marveled, believing this esteemed uncle was surely about to practice some grand wood-based magic. Outside the elixir garden, the gatekeepers, who were foundational cultivators, were startled, exclaiming, "What an unusual appearance!" One individual bore on his shoulders a multitude of large, round wooden logs, while the black bull spirit beast carried several more. If not for their clear senses, one might easily mistake them for two masses of timber in motion. Junior brother, what is the intention behind this? One could not help but inquire. Are we to cultivate the martial skills of mortals in the realm of cultivation? Elder brother, we mean no harm. The act of logging enhances our clarity of thought. Chen Xun's forehead pulsed with veins as he chuckled and nodded. Old bull, let us proceed. Moo. The great black bull responded in kind. Though the two guards stood at a distance, they shook their heads and sighed at Chen Xun's antics. Indeed, those who had cultivated the water spirit technique to the second level often possessed peculiar traits. In the days that followed, Chen Xun and the great black bull engaged in a new pastime, logging in the mountains. Their elixir garden became increasingly filled with the timber of the crane spirit trees, stacking ever higher, bringing a sense of tranquility to their hearts as they began crafting various tools. The sounds of hammering resonated throughout the Huiwan Stream elixir garden. Time continued to fly by, and Chen Xun and the great black bull no longer sensed the probing force from the formation, yet they remained vigilant, diligently attending to their tasks. Chapter 73. Ye harbored no regrets, and neither did we today, under a clear sky with gentle winds. The air outside Wuyun's sect echoed with the piercing cries of eagles. 5 azure cliff eagles soared across the firmament. After half a year, The disciples returned from their journey to South Dipper Mountain, filled with hope, while the inner sect disciples awaited eagerly, and the elders of the sect looked on with anticipation. The Qingya eagles descended before the grand hall of the sovereign. This year, fewer than 100 souls remained, marking a grievous loss. Yet, the harvest of spiritual herbs was remarkably abundant. The sovereign and the elders offered words of encouragement, while the remaining disciples moved forward in silence, many bearing traces of blood, and cold glimmers occasionally flashing in their eyes. They followed the elders down the mountain, silent, for this year's contest had been particularly brutal. Some disciples from the 10 great sects had even resorted to summoning upper-tier yellow-grade artifacts, unstoppable in their onslaught. At the foot of the sovereign's peak, a figure held the reins of a black ox, gazing intently at the mountain path, seemingly awaiting something. As the disciples descended, they began to soar away on their swords, dispersing in various directions, yet it appeared that they still did not encounter that individual. The black ox exhaled heavily, its breaths echoing in the stillness. As the number of descending disciples dwindled, why had they still not seen him? Chen Xun clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on that direction. His peripheral vision continually scanning the departing disciples, yet none resembled that person, not even in the slightest. Mu? The black ox turned its eyes toward Chen Xun, an unusual tension evident in its demeanor. The disciples had become sparse. Soon, there would be none left. Old bull. I dare not directly offer the Foundation establishment pill to Senior Brother G, for that would spell catastrophe for both him and us. Chen Xun's voice trembled slightly. Senior Brother G may truly not return. The black ox let out a low call, and there was no one left descending the mountain. Heh. Old bull, let us depart. We have truly done all we could. Chen Xun managed a faint smile, cradling the ox's head, fulfilling his duties while surrendering to fate. Brother G had at least exerted himself, leaving no regrets for him, and naturally, none for us either. The great black ox nudged against Chen Xun, its spirits low. The leaves rustled softly around them as they turned to depart, their silhouettes imbued with an endless melancholy. The blazing sun lingered atop the master peak, gradually descending, while a few scattered white clouds in the sky transformed into vibrant evening hues. At the foot of the mountain, the dying rays of the sun illuminated a hurried figure, who, having secured first place, had been retained by the master for a private encouragement, resulting in his delayed descent. Suddenly, the figure halted, as if he had seen something extraordinary. His eyes widened in disbelief, and with all his might, he shouted towards a certain direction, Uncle Chun, Junior Brother Nyo. A familiar voice resonated from afar, causing Chen Xun and the great black ox to tremble as if struck by lightning, their steps faltering, eyes quivering. Caught in a trance-like state, Chen Xun slowly turned his head, spotting a figure standing at the mountain's base. It was none other than Ji Kuan. Countless words seemed to choke in Ji Kuan's throat. His eyes were slightly red, brimming with vigor, and the streaks of blood on his body lent him an aura of masculinity. The essence he once possessed returned, and despite his white hair, no signs of aging marred his presence. Ji Kuan ultimately uttered not a single word, merely nodding earnestly at Chen Xun. Moo, moo, moo. The great black ox, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped up, its formidable presence sending leaves spiraling into the air. Chen Xun's gaze deepened, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded back at Ji Kuan with equal sincerity. He led the great black bull away, and throughout their journey, the two exchanged scarcely a word. Ji Kuan solemnly cupped his hands in farewell towards their retreating figures, his gaze gradually drifting to his storage pouch. The contribution required for this high-grade yellow-tier magical artifact was no less than 3,000, and it could only be exchanged by cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. In the months leading up to his departure, he had inquired about it, only to discover that Chen Xun had deceived him. The immense favor he had received was unspoken gratitude, a debt that would linger in his memory for a lifetime. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Ji Kuan gazed skyward with a soft sigh, his heart a tumult of emotions. The path of cultivation was fraught with deception. Yet to encounter such a friend was undeniably wonderful, truly splendid. Upon returning to the spiritual herb garden, Chen Xun felt invigorated. He exchanged a deep glance with the great black bull, both sharing a knowing smile, and thus added the year's longevity points to his magical power. Old bull, I plan to concoct a Foundation establishment pill for Senior Brother G, but it will not be of the same kind as ours. Otherwise, it would surely result in failure. Chen Xun declared with seriousness, a slight frown creasing his brow. He suspected that the Foundation establishment pills provided by the sect might harbor some issues, and he intended to proactively offer to deliver the pills and exchange them if necessary. Moo? The great black bull inquired anxiously, not quite grasping the intricacies of alchemy. It could be a substandard product, But it will certainly not be a high-grade foundation establishment pill, Chen Xun replied solemnly, looking at the bowl. Yet this is merely my conjecture. Regardless of its quality, I must obtain a replacement, as senior brother Ji has but this final opportunity. He was not idling away his time in the alchemy hall. He had certainly learned a great deal, including that elixirs were categorized into 4 grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Regarding the news of the Danwen, he had yet to hear anything and had no means of contact. His understanding of the verification of Dan was still in its nascent stages. Presently, he could discern the general nature of the elixirs used during the qi refining period. Yet the foundation establishment pill remained elusive. Mu. The great black bull nodded solemnly, embodying the principle of utmost caution, ensuring that no errors would occur. The patterns of the grand formation had been thoroughly deciphered. They merely needed to avoid 2 specific time points each day, allowing them to remain undetected in their endeavors. Chen Xun squinted slightly, gazing at the fleeting lights that occasionally streaked across the sky. Had it not been for the warnings and concealments of the essence of all things, they would have long been scrutinized without any awareness. Mu. The great black bull also lifted its head solemnly to the heavens. There were indeed malevolent forces present, far from the idyllic notions one might imagine. Old bull, let us commence our task. Chen Xun smiled gently. They had now reached a point where they could cultivate a 120-year-old spiritual herb within a month using the essence of all things. Mu. The great black bull hurriedly dashed towards the cavern they had excavated at the base of the hill, its storage pouch brimming with foundation establishment herbs. They had previously taken the bold step of uprooting a spiritual herb from their medicinal garden, and the grand formation had shown no reaction. Changing the location of growth was a perfectly normal occurrence. As long as nothing was taken away or damaged, all would be well. However, if the age of the herb was incorrect, it would implicate those responsible for gathering herbs within the alchemy hall, and the grand formation did not possess such investigative capabilities. They had also casually planted several ordinary spiritual herbs, and the formation had remained unresponsive, as if it only reacted to those herbs meticulously recorded. They had far too many secrets to guard, requiring the utmost prudence. Within the cavern, Chen Xun commenced the alchemical process, his control over the furnace rather commonplace. This time, he opted not to amalgamate all the spiritual herbs, but rather to distribute the medicinal liquids. Meanwhile, the great black bull continued to nurture the herbs, occasionally perusing books and reminding Chen Xun of the time to avoid distractions. Thus, time flowed by as Chen Xun engaged in alchemy. Each day, he incessantly experimented, and the quality of the elixirs varied significantly depending on the potency of the liquids. However, none bore the intricate patterns of their predecessors. With the presence of divine consciousness, his success rate in alchemy surged, enabling him to precisely control the herbs within the furnace. In truth, his alchemical techniques, coupled with the enhancement of the furnace's flame, had reached a remarkably formidable level. Chapter 74. The wealthy matron in Chen Xun's eyes. More than half a year later, the foundation establishment pills emerged from the alchemical hall. Chen Xun proactively volunteered to deliver the pills to Ji Kuan, stating that they had all come from the 9-Star Valley and wished to accompany him on his final journey. The elders expressed no objections. Indeed, it was a gesture of goodwill. Delivering a foundation establishment pill to a loose cultivator bore little benefit, as most had failed in their attempts, leading to past grievances within the sect. They entrusted Chen Xun with a jade vial, which contained a glossy, dark foundation establishment pill. The 5 Elements sect maintained strict regulations, rigorously investigating any malfeasance. Should it be discovered that the foundation establishment pill had not reached the disciple, the consequences could range from imprisonment within the law enforcement hall to the severe punishment of having one's cultivation abolished and being expelled from the sect. Should such a trend arise, who would still be willing to serve the sect? It would inevitably lead to a dearth of successors, for not everyone could rely solely on innate talent to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xun rode upon his great black ox, wielding his sword with grace. The foundation-building pill within the vial had been discreetly replaced with a pearly orb devoid of any inscriptions, yet he had artfully coated it in a dark liquid. In that familiar, time-worn abode, Ji Kuan awaited with unwavering patience, his gaze sharp and discerning. Suddenly, a streak of sword light pierced the horizon, and a smile graced Ji Kuan's lips. The large, dark figure approaching could undoubtedly be none other than his junior brother, the ox, who always preferred to linger behind Chen Xun. Ji Kuan, Chen Xun called out with a hearty laugh upon spotting the figure before the house. Master Chen, Ji Kuan responded, bowing deeply and clasping his hands. The address bore the weight of profound emotion, sorrow, acceptance, hope, and immense gratitude all intertwined within that single utterance. We have come to present you with a foundation-building pill. Mu. The two descended gracefully, their eyes gleaming with joy as they retrieved the jade vial, eager to hand it to Ji Kuan. Yet, Ji Kuan remained bent low, for this gift had lost much of its significance to him. Even if he could not attain the foundation, having a friend like Chen Xun rendered his life complete. Quickly, take it, Chen Xun urged, using a spell to lift him. Yet both he and the great black ox were suddenly struck with astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. Ji Kuan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Silent sobs escaping him, as he struggled to contain his grief even as his breath faltered. The scene was so poignant that Chen Xun and the black ox could hardly contain themselves, their bellies quaking with suppressed laughter. Yet they maintained their composure and respect for Ji Kuan, refraining from any outburst of mirth. Quickly, take it. And remember, you still owe me 2,000 contribution points. Chen Xun chuckled as he retrieved a silk pouch from his storage bag. If he were to successfully establish his foundation, he would open it, read its contents, and then destroy it. Yes, Uncle Chen, Ji Kuan replied, carefully accepting the pouch without inquiring about its contents. He took out a magical artifact from his own storage bag. Uncle Chen, this belongs to you, but I assure you, I will not default on those several thousand contribution points. Oh, what use do we have for magical artifacts in the spirit herb garden? Just return the contribution points when the time comes, Chen Xun remarked with indifference. Shaking his head along with the great black bull, Ji Kuan frowned. He felt compelled to return the artifact to Chen Xun today. However, unexpectedly, Chen Xun let out a sharp cry. Old bull, draw the sword. Retreat quickly. As the dust settled, Ji Kuan found himself engulfed in a cloud of dirt, standing dumbfounded as he watched Chen Xun and the black bull vanish into the horizon. He remained silent for a long while, contemplating the swift and graceful retreat of the pair. Hee, Uncle Chen, junior brother bull, who exactly are you? Ji Kuan mused, a gentle smile gracing his lips, warmth blossoming in his heart. Instead of returning to the spirit herb garden, Chen Xun and the great black bull made their way to the alchemy hall. Having heard that senior sister Zhuo was present today, she was a master alchemist, responsible for crafting the foundation building pills for many inner disciples. Old bull, be a bit more animated. Yes, add a touch of sorrow, Chen Xun instructed, continuously adjusting the bull's demeanor. The great black bull drooped its head, eyes filled with melancholy, murmuring softly. Beautiful, just like that, Chen Xun praised. He cleared his throat and immediately adopted a mournful expression, as if mourning a deceased bull, leading the great black bull into the grand hall with a sorrowful air. A sense of desolation and despair enveloped them, and the passing disciples were taken aback, wondering what had befallen their master and his spirit beast. Upon hearing that Chen Xun sought an audience, Zui Ying was equally astonished at their appearance, wondering if the spirit herb garden had been destroyed. To her surprise, Chen Xun remarked, Senior Sister Zua, this situation is truly unfortunate. The techniques available in the contribution hall are prohibitively expensive and ill-suited to my constitution. Might there be any commonly accessible foundational cultivation methods? Zui Ying was taken aback by Chen Xun's words, genuinely amused, her eyes sparkling like clear water and a graceful smile gracing her lips. She replied, I must admit, I overlooked this detail during the registration process. Individuals with the 5 elemental roots for foundational cultivation are exceedingly rare, and thus the sect's main hall has not prepared such techniques. With an awkward bow, Chen Xun acknowledged the situation, aware that such lowly techniques were not worthy of the sect's reputation. Junior brother, please wait a moment, Zui Ying said softly, and with a waft of fragrant wind, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. Was this the art of movement? They longed to merge their strength and speed into foundational spells, yet had yet to discover a means to do so. Before long, Zui Ying returned, holding a tome in her hand. Junior brother Chen Xun, I present to you this 100 forgings of the 5 elements. While foundational cultivation methods often include unique spells, this particular one may lack remarkable features. However, it does possess a minor technique known as 5-element shadow escape. I believe it is quite suitable for someone like Brother Chen, who cultivates spiritual herbs. Although your combat abilities may not be formidable, possessing agility will certainly enhance your self-preservation once you leave the confines of the mountain. She raised her hand and pointed, and the technique gracefully descended, landing precisely in Chen Xun's grasp. Both Chen Xun and the great black bull were profoundly moved. He solemnly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Senior Sister Zhuo, for your generosity in imparting this technique. Though a woman may influence their cultivation pace, a wealthy patroness will not, as she merely seeks a superior method for herself. The great black bull likewise bowed its head in appreciation, continually thanking Senior Sister Zhuo. Indeed, as the deputy peak master, her attentiveness is commendable. This is what Brother Chen rightfully deserves. This technique is not particularly rare. Go forth, Zhui Ying smiled gently. There are far too many similar techniques, and the methods for the 5 elemental roots are increasingly being abandoned by many. With the evolution of the cultivation world, resources have become increasingly depleted. We no longer reside in the era of several millennia ago, and numerous spiritual herbs have gone extinct. Nowadays, those with 5 elemental roots find it challenging to even establish their foundation. Many influential figures in the Qian kingdom have drawn the same conclusion. The ancient depletion of cultivation resources is inextricably linked to the presence of cultivators with mixed 5 elemental roots, as they consume resources excessively and in great numbers. From the countless surviving techniques for 5 elemental roots, it is evident that their suspicions are not unfounded. These techniques are not only commonplace but also rather ineffective. Yet, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull cherish this gift as if it were a treasure, continually marveling on their journey that there are still good people in this world, a kindness they will remember. Old Bull, why do you think we cannot become deputy peak masters while my senior sisters can? Mu, due to the atmosphere. Is there truly such a shortage of a late-stage foundation-building cultivator in this alchemy hall? If not, then only my senior sister on the left is capable of shouldering this responsibility. If there were to be a vote for candidates, I would cast my vote for her first. Mu. The Great Black Bull's eyes widened with vigor, persistently nudging Chen Xun, eager to cast its support for senior sister. Ha ha. A burst of laughter resonated along the path as a heavy stone in their hearts was finally lifted, having resolved the matter of the cultivation technique. They strode joyously towards the medicinal herb garden. Chapter 75, the triad of cultivation life. Chen Xun was about to sing along the way when, to his surprise, the Great Black Bull indicated it needed to relieve itself. He furrowed his brows in confusion. What did that mean? He stood by the roadside, observing the Great Black Bull, which wore an unpleasant expression, struggling for a long time, its dark face turning crimson. Chen Xun squinted slightly, sensing something was amiss. He approached the Great Black Bull beneath the tree, gently lifting its ear while singing softly, "Listen to me." Moo. The Great Black Bull trembled in shock, letting out a heart-wrenching cry, finally releasing an earth-shattering fart. Oh dear, good heavens. Ugh. Old Bull, you scoundrel. Perish. I say. Moo. The Great Black Bull bolted away, glancing back in terror as Chen Xun, wielding a mountain-splitting axe, charged after it, dust swirling. An aura of menace surrounding him. Countless disciples scattered in fright, and this uncle displayed a pained expression, veins bulging on his forehead, as he pursued a frenzied bull. They halted only upon reaching the entrance of the spirit herb garden, where Chen Xun revealed a bloodthirsty smile, nodding to his 2 senior brothers nearby. With one hand, he carried the large black bull into the garden. From that moment forth, the spirit herb garden in Huiquan Stream was filled daily with a cacophony reminiscent of wailing ghosts and howling wolves, accompanied by the anguished cries of the large black bull, as if it were subjected to immense torment. Eventually, tranquility returned as Chen Xun and the black bull commenced their formal cultivation, consuming their unique foundation-building pills while absorbing the pure spiritual energy of the veins. Their cultivation steadily progressed, albeit slowly, yet the prospects remained promising. They remained undisturbed, savoring each increment in their cultivation, continuously solidifying their understanding, while the black bull became increasingly adept at riding through the manipulation technique. Each foundation-building pill was ingested with a significant interval, which could extend to a month or even several months, showing no urgency in chasing after the lifespan of the foundation stage. Old Bull, there is much to attend to. Let us adhere to our cultivation plan and avoid any chaos, Chen Xun remarked. Mooing softly, they sat cross-legged upon the grassland, their eyes gently closed, emanating an enigmatic aura. With calmness in their gaze, the vast expanse of green grass swayed rhythmically without wind. Chen Xun and the Black Bull embraced a life of routine, practicing their techniques in the morning, meditating, and breathing in harmony. As Chen Xun often expressed, the key to a day lies in its dawn, as the sun rises. Auspicious energies flow from the east. The Black Bull believed in Chen Xun's words wholeheartedly, sometimes rising even earlier than him. Since their foundation establishment, its vitality had surged, enhancing its memory significantly, and now they found their sleep considerably shorter than before. This novel sensation left Chen Xun in constant awe. The leap in the realm of life was indeed all-encompassing, almost terrifying. Subsequently, they devoted their afternoons to practicing formations and the art of talismans, or immersing themselves in literature. During the evenings, they honed their agility and fundamental elemental evasion techniques, occasionally tending to the spiritual herbs, meticulously organizing their time. The mountain boars and chickens were nurtured without intention of consumption, transforming the herbal garden into a vibrant hub. Unsurprisingly, the Great Black Bull assumed the role of their leader, taking them out for fresh air daily, sometimes bellowing in urgency, which elicited hearty laughter from Chen Xun. Yet, time is fleeting and often cruel. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull had allocated all 3 longevity points to enhance their magical prowess. Meanwhile, the order in the mortal realm of the Qian kingdom had finally stabilized after the ascension of the new emperor, who diligently set about restoring order by dispatching troops to suppress the lawless. Countless evildoers met their demise in public executions at the marketplace. The clash between the martial kingdom and the Qian kingdom had finally subsided, with both sides beginning to withdraw their forces, leaving behind countless corpses along the borders. The world shrouded in mourning and silence. However, the true confrontation between the two nations was merely beginning, transitioning from the mortal realm to the realm of cultivation. The 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom were now rife with tension, having recalled numerous cultivators from afar, their intentions shrouded in mystery. The Wuyun sect frequently witnessed great cultivators of the golden core stage ascending to the heavens, soaring through the air and vanishing in an instant, as an ominous atmosphere of impending storms enveloped the entire sect. Yet, amidst this, there were also tidings of success, such as Ji Kuan and others successfully establishing their foundations, further bolstering the ranks of the sect's stalwarts. Today, a man stood outside a cavern, his hands clasped behind his back. His visage bore the sharpness of a sculpted figure, framed by a cascade of lustrous black hair that seemed unruly. Yet, the piercing glint in his eyes commanded respect and caution. Junior Brother Chun, Junior Brother Niu, I have successfully established my foundation. Should anyone in the sect dare to wrong you, I, Ji Kuan, shall pursue them to the ends of the earth. Ji Kuan emanated an overwhelming aura, his gaze cold and resolute, causing the ancient trees around him to tremble, shedding countless green leaves. Su Yetong, huh? Ji Kuan tilted his head slightly, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. He had secured a position among the outer sect's elders. Yet that woman remained under the jurisdiction of a certain elder. Ji Kuan furrowed his brow. While eliminating her might be straightforward, managing the aftermath without leaving any loose ends posed a conundrum. The faction of outer sect elders was intricate and vast. He could not afford to be ensnared as he had been in the past. Junior Brother Chen once advised me to unveil this item after establishing my foundation. Ji Kuan solemnly retrieved a silken pouch from his storage, revealing a piece of paper inscribed with words, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Ji, on your successful foundation establishment. However, it is wise to resolve grievances rather than deepen them. She is merely a female disciple in the Qi refining stage. Why place oneself in jeopardy? As a foundation establishment practitioner, we ought to adhere to the sect's regulations." Upon reading this, Ji Kuan raised an eyebrow. Recalling that Junior Brother Chun had not articulated such sentiments before, doubt began to cloud his thoughts. Was it truly necessary to relinquish his hatred? He found himself caught in an internal struggle, unwilling to disregard Chen Xun's wishes, and thus he continued to read. The elder from years past had merely heeded the woman's slander. Ji Kuan, it seemed, should prepare an offering of goodwill to clarify the matter at hand. Believing that Senior Brother Ji's establishment of the foundation will compel the elders to grant you this consideration, as fellow disciples and members of the outer sect. There is no need to exacerbate relations, for the path ahead is extensive. Ji Kuan felt a pang in his heart, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Next to Su Yetong, he harbored the most profound resentment for this individual. Was he to submit to him? However, this junior brother is cognizant of Senior Brother Ji's lofty spirit. Therefore, irrespective of the circumstances, upon arriving at the elder's abode, it is imperative to adopt a humble posture and avoid clashing with the senior. In conclusion, I hope that Senior Brother Ji will uphold his original aspiration and embark on a journey of enduring brilliance on the path of cultivation. Ji Kuan meticulously perused each word, his heart gradually calming, his gaze deepening. The lines penned by Junior Brother Chen were replete with amiability and circumspection, befitting his character. Anyone who scrutinized the contents would find them innocuous, and Ji Kuan concurred. He sighed deeply, aware that Junior Brother Chen had his best interests at heart. Having received such profound benevolence from him, what did it matter to set aside hatred and endure a modicum of grievance? He promptly incinerated the parchment and commenced preparations for atonement. Chapter 76. The unexpected demise of Su Yetong. 2 days elapsed. Ji Kuan personally journeyed to the exterior of Elder Dai's abode to offer amends, but he was made to stand outside for a full hour before being granted entry. His countenance betrayed a hint of indignation, but recalling Chen Xun's counsel, he forcibly composed a smile. A barrage of reprimands echoed within the abode. But each time Ji Kuan felt a surge of anger, he persistently recalled Chen Xun, leaving him with no alternative but to feign a smile and offer explanations. Eventually, the torrent of censure diminished, interspersed with bursts of hearty laughter. Elder Dai remarked that the past is behind them and noted that Ji Kuan is indeed quite perceptive, for he genuinely recognized Ji Kuan's sincerity. The incident involving the female disciple in the qi refining stage was to be left behind, and there should be no further complications. Elder Dai wished to avoid any embarrassment, and he could surmise Ji Kuan's intentions to a certain extent. However, Ji Kuan remained unperturbed, merely stating that his actions were solely to offer an explanation and held no ulterior motives, nor was there any intent to harm his fellow disciples. Expressing that he had released his grievances from his heart, Elder Dai was greatly pleased with Ji Kuan's disposition, and his words subtly conveyed a desire to recruit him. This individual is undoubtedly talented, adaptable, and has only just made a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, showcasing remarkable potential. Ji Kuan, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, stated that he needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly, as it bore significant implications for his future, yet he bore no intention of confrontation. Elder Dai expressed understanding, advising Ji Kuan to reflect carefully and promising numerous benefits, each remark imbued with admiration. He further stated that regardless of whom Ji Kuan may choose in the future, based on today's actions, their grievances would be entirely resolved, demonstrating to Ji Kuan what it means to possess an open heart. As Ji Kuan walked back, a contemplative expression graced his face as he repeatedly recalled every word spoken by Chen Xun. He felt as though he had grasped something, yet it seemed elusive. Murmuring to himself, in the end, hold fast to one's original intention. This very moment, his original intention was undoubtedly to eliminate that woman and subsequently align himself with Elder Li, the sworn adversary of Elder Dai, a formidable faction among the outer sect stewards. With no fear of this individual, yet, killing that woman was certainly out of the question. Even Elder Dai could predict his intentions. After a few days, Ji Kuan officially declared his allegiance to Elder Li. Upon hearing this news, Elder Dai's blood pressure surged, and he found himself unable to meditate for several consecutive days, his frustration mounting with each passing thought. In the days that followed, Ji Kuan, a rogue cultivator, displayed a ferocity and strength that surpassed that of the sect's disciples, continuously achieving great merit for the sect, much to Elder Li's delight and satisfaction. Even during gatherings of the outer sect's elders, Elder Li frequently extolled Ji Kuan's virtues, asserting that such audacious and combative individuals were precisely what the outer sect required, which led the other elders to nod in agreement, further inflating Elder Dai's blood pressure. His thoughts became increasingly turbulent, and he found himself in a state of silent anguish, lamenting that Ji Kuan should rightfully be under his command. He recalled Ji Kuan's heartfelt apologies from that day, which resonated with sincerity, and he acknowledged that the events of that year were indeed shrouded in uncertainty, with even the sect's law enforcement hall failing to reach a definitive conclusion. Gradually, Elder Dai's ire shifted towards Su Yetong, whom he blamed for inciting discord and causing him to lose a formidable foundational stage cultivator. Meanwhile, Su Yetong was plagued by nightmares each night, terrified that Ji Kuan, having broken through to the foundational stage, could easily eliminate her, a mere 10th-layer qi refinement disciple. Yet, Ji Kuan had never sought trouble with her. Instead, his rising reputation among the outer sect's disciples only deepened her fear. It felt like a heart-wrenching betrayal. Faced with the growing threat, she contemplated that death would be preferable to the constant terror of his potential wrath. However, she had prepared for contingencies, should Ji Kuan dare to come for her. She was ready to drag him down with her, confident that even in death, the sect would uncover his culpability. However, Ji Kuan remained utterly unperturbed. While she was relentlessly tormented day and night by Ji Kuan's soaring reputation, driving her increasingly to the brink of madness. At times, her hair disheveled. She would even scream upon encountering a man. In a frenzied state, she confided to others that Ji Kuan intended to kill her, ultimately seeking refuge from Elder Dai. Upon seeing her, Elder Dai was filled with ire. Ji Shidi had never regarded her as significant, and her hysterical demeanor was nothing short of grotesque and repugnant to him. Subsequently, Elder Dai assigned her several perilous tasks, and Su Yetong eventually perished in a tragic accident, her remains devoured by ferocious beasts, leaving no trace behind. This minor incident failed to stir any significant commotion. The death of a qi refinement disciple during a mission was far too commonplace. Ji Kuan, during the execution of another task, possessed a flawless alibi. Upon returning to the sect, numerous sycophants lauded Ji Kuan, declaring that the demise of this woman was well-deserved, affirming that Ji Shu had been wronged all along. Indeed, her death served to vindicate Ji Kuan, as countless outer sect disciples reviled Su Yetong, asserting that Ji Shu was not a person to be unjustly accused by such a petty individual. Ji Kuan now exuded a palpable aura of malevolence, his demeanor imbued with an icy detachment, entirely disregarding the fawning remarks of those around him. Instead, he retreated to his cave dwelling, where a tumult of emotions surged within him, his once cold visage now betraying a flicker of astonishment. He had observed the various manifestations of her madness among the outer sect disciples with a sense of grim satisfaction, relieved that he had not acted impulsively. Had Ji Shixiang not returned, I would have dealt with this individual myself. When she vanished from the mortal realm, the sect would find not a single trace. Congratulations to junior brother Ji on successfully establishing his foundation. However, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. After all, she is merely a female disciple in the Qi refining stage. Why should one place oneself in perilous circumstances? As a foundation-building practitioner, we ought to adhere to the rules of our sect. Ji Kuan's mind echoed with Chen Xun's words, his astonishment growing, his pupils trembling incessantly. That eternally smiling and innocent junior brother, who always held the black ox. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Chen Xun is so pure, Ji Kuan. Oh, Ji Kuan. Shaking his head with a sigh, Ji Kuan realized how far his thoughts had strayed. It seemed he had spent too long among the outer sect's stewards, allowing his most cherished person to be envisioned in such a manner. With a sharp slap to his own face, he cursed himself repeatedly. Chen Xun is the last pure land in his heart, one that cannot be tainted, not even by himself. Yet, witnessing the dismal fate of that woman, he exhaled a breath of relief. It was truly gratifying. Now, he had aligned himself with Elderly, constantly creating discomfort for Elder Dai. Due to his apologies and the fact that he had never acknowledged that woman, Elder Dai had never targeted him. In his heart, Ji Kuan couldn't help but feel that Chen Xun's words were increasingly valid. He had indeed evaded a multitude of troubles. Clutching a communication talisman, he made his way toward the sect's spiritual herb garden. Today, Chen Xun was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when the talisman suddenly emitted a faint glow. Slowly opening his eyes, he revealed a gentle smile, realizing that senior brother Ji had resolved all difficulties. He personally welcomed Ji Kuan into the cave dwelling within the herb garden, and the latter was left awestruck by the enchanting scenery. Seeing Chen Xun and the black ox living so harmoniously brought him great comfort. He and Chen Xun engaged in extensive conversation, recounting the myriad experiences of the past half-year, while the matter concerning that woman remained unspoken between them. Nearby, the large black bull listened with wide-eyed astonishment, realizing that there existed numerous perilous places beyond their sect, even harboring malevolent cultivators. Chen Xun, thoroughly entertained, filled the cave with continuous laughter. Ji Kuan, initially serious, found himself repeatedly amused by their antics. What were once ominous tales transformed into something entirely different in the mouth of his junior brother. Questions arose, such as whether these malevolent cultivators truly preyed upon other cultivators for their practices, what they resembled, if they consumed spirit beasts, and whether they were perpetually clad in black robes, cackling ominously. The large black bull, aghast, rested its head against Chen Xun, yet its eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to hear more. Subsequently, they ventured to the contribution hall, where the two displayed no pretentiousness, exchanging items for the formation arrays on behalf of the large black bull. Had it not been for Chen Xun's timely intervention, Ji Kuan would have exhausted all his contributions. Nonetheless, in the presence of outsiders, they adhered to the sect's decorum, with Chen Xun as the senior brother and Ji Kuan as the junior, leaving no room for gossip. Yet in Ji Kuan's heart, Chen Xun and the large black bull would forever remain his junior brothers. They were not adept in combat, and should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he would undoubtedly risk his life to protect them. Even during the journey to Nanda Mountain years ago, Ji Kuan believed that their success stemmed from fortune, not mere combat prowess. Every 20 years, during the pilgrimage to Nanda Mountain, there would always be individuals of such fortune among the various sections. Chapter 77. The intent to kill pierces like a chilling wind in the days that followed. Ji Kuan, upon returning from his missions outside the sect, would invariably seek out Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull for a chat. This place was where he felt the most at ease, both in body and spirit. Especially upon seeing their well-being, an indescribable sensation would wash over him, granting him a peculiar sense of security amidst his struggles in the outside world. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull were equally intrigued by the world beyond their confines. Each time Ji Kuan visited, they listened with rapt attention, their laughter echoing joyfully. Ji Kuan even occasionally took the Great Black Bull to the contribution hall, prompting Chen Xun to shake his head in exasperation, exclaiming, "Such a hefty bull cannot be left behind. Haha." Ultimately, Ji Kuan discovered a pressing issue. The Great Black Bull had yet to establish its foundation. How could this be? With a stern expression, he declared, "Fear not, brother bull. I shall strive to secure a future for you in the outer sect. The Spirit Beast Foundation Establishment Pill will not demand an exorbitant contribution. Brother G, we have the Spirit Beast Foundation Establishment Pill. We have it. Came the urgent exclamations from Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, realizing that Ji Kuan seemed intent on risking his life. Fortunately, after revealing the pill to Ji Kuan, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nevertheless, he proclaimed with conviction, Brother Bull, even if the Foundation establishment fails, it matters not. With me around, we shall find a way to exchange for another. Deeply moved, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull stood outside the Spirit Herb Garden, watching as Brother Ji departed. They could only hope for his safe return each time. Turning away, they resumed their cultivation plans. As the years slip away like a song, time flows past like blossoms. And unknowingly, countless springs and autumns have departed. Now, it marks the 10th year since Chen Xun and the Black Bull arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden. During these years, the Five Elements sect has been shrouded in sorrow, mourning the passing of a prominent golden core cultivator. Countless souls lamented this loss. Even a millennium of life cannot withstand the ravages of time. Within the sect, a melancholic atmosphere prevails, as a vital pillar has quietly fallen, leaving many still grappling with the weight of this grief. The Five Elements sect does not bask in tranquility. Rather, it is the predecessors who bear the burden, ensuring that every disciple, though unaware, receives their blessings and protection in unseen ways. Chen Xun and the Black Bull have conducted a memorial service for their forebears, with Chen Xun crafting a wooden coffin from the wood of the crane spirit tree. Together, they carried the coffin, playing the swana and ringing bells, paying the highest tribute with a humble village funeral. Though their connection was minimal and perhaps inconsequential, it was a gesture of heartfelt respect. Following the ceremony, they gathered around a large pot, and as the water boiled, an overwhelming sense of melancholy filled the air. They also infused the 7 longevity points into their magical powers, finally settling the debts of the alchemy hall. With a combination of their base salary and the earnings from the Spirit Herb Garden, Chen Xun calculated that he would accumulate nearly 1,000 contribution points annually. It was indeed a prosperous endeavor, nurturing his family through his own efforts and the cultivation skills of the old bull, all done without thievery or deceit, which brought him great peace of mind. Last year, the Black Bull successfully established its foundation and subsequently registered at the Spirit Beast Hall, now recognized with an identity of its own, striding with an air of confidence. Its nose held high, it incessantly inscribed words upon the ground, prompting Chen Xun to exclaim Brother Nyo as a test. Chen Xun, in high spirits, acquiesced to the desires of the great black ox, which, in its excitement, stood up abruptly, nuzzling against Chen Xun while emitting a series of joyful moos. Within the medicinal herb garden of the sect, today's atmosphere in the Huiquan stream was charged with a palpable tension, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility, as if every blade of grass and every tree were armed for battle. The great black ox appeared visibly anxious, surveying its surroundings with keen vigilance. Numerous figures resembling Chen Xun emerged, each bearing a menacing expression, clad in bandit masks. Some stood upon the water's surface, others upon the tips of grass, while yet more perched upon colossal stones. Its consciousness expanded outward, yet these Chen Xuns were merely aggregates of spiritual energy and magical power, mere illusions incapable of movement. How could this old ox be deceived by such rudimentary illusions? With a furious moo, the great black ox unleashed a conflagration that soared skyward, the flames bursting forth in all directions under its command. The terrifying magical power swirling within the flames emitted a deafening, rending howl. In an instant, one after another, the Chen Xuns were engulfed by the fire, dissipating into countless wisps of azure smoke that vanished into the horizon. The great black ox grinned. This was the foundation building stage, a level of magical power that was truly formidable, and it had yet to unleash its full potential. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed through the air, and the great black ox's eyes narrowed as it staggered back a few steps, a protective barrier of 5-colored magical energy surging around it, deflecting a surprise attack from a mountain-splitting axe. This exemplified the tremendous advantage of the foundation-building stage, as long as there was magical power within. The protective barrier could be activated at any moment to ward off lethal harm. No longer was it akin to the flimsy shields of the Qi refinement stage, which merely offered protection against the elements like a thin membrane. Certainly, if one were to be caught off guard, the consequences would be dire. However, the physical constitution at the foundational level has seen a remarkable enhancement, rendering ordinary blades and firearms nearly ineffective. One no longer exhibits the fragility characteristic of the Qi refinement stage. The 5 elements shadow escape has been flawlessly integrated with their speed. Previously, They would often run in a straight line, struggling to halt, leading to the great black bull frequently colliding with trees. Now, it is astoundingly agile, its speed masterfully controlled. And they even dare to compare this agility to that of the esteemed master by Shurivure. The intent to kill is as chilling as a winter gale, piercing to the marrow. At this moment, the air is rife with the sound of sonic booms, and following each phantom, a figure named Chen Xun is destined to appear. Yet, the great black bull remains unfazed, slowly regaining its composure and calming its thoughts. Chen Xun had taught it that one must remain tranquil in battle. Once the words are uttered, there is no retreat. Moo. The great black bull's eyes glint with a frosty light, as its consciousness perceives Chen Xun, who is lurking beneath a distant spirit tree. Whoosh. The great black bull transforms into a streak of light, dashing forth with such agility that it leaves behind numerous shadows and manifestations of the black bull. In an instant, it reaches Chen Xun's side, raising a hoof in a swift strike. However, Chen Xun reveals a cruel smile. Old bull, you have fallen into my trap. Boom. Moo. The great black bull cries out in disbelief, having struck at a mere illusion, only to slam its hoof heavily against the massive tree, leaving an enormous hoofprint. Shimen Hainyo perish. Chen Xun bellows, weaving through countless phantoms while emitting a sinister, cackling laughter. Fireball technique. Suddenly, Chen Xun materializes not far behind the great black bull, forming a hand seal as a torrential rain of fire descends upon the scene. The manipulation of consciousness surged forth like a dark crimson fire dragon, leaving the great black bull with no opportunity to evade. Just as the moment approached, the fire dragon drew perilously close to the great black bull, seemingly on the verge of collision. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the great black bull's form twisted violently. With a mocking grin, it remarked, "Who cannot master the fundamental 5 elements escape technique?" The fire dragon instantly engulfed its body, dissipating into countless wisps of azure smoke. Frustration washed over Chen Xun. The Western Gate Black Bull was indeed a formidable adversary. His gaze sharpened as he keenly observed the ever-increasing multitude of great black bulls surrounding him. With a thunderous bellow, the great black bull appeared above the water's surface, its roar echoing mightily, exuding an ineffable aura. In an instant, 5 array flags were positioned in the cardinal directions, and a tempest arose, slicing through the air like a razor-sharp blade, scattering countless Chen Xuns into fragments of magical energy, gradually revealing his true form. "You old bull, you promised not to employ formations," Chen Xun exclaimed in a fit of rage, each word laced with fury. "How dare you deceive me?" The great black bull, gleefully bouncing, responded, "You taught me this. All's fair in war." With a bold declaration, strength that can topple mountains and an aura that eclipses the world. A wretched cry echoed as the great black bull was once again hurled into the water by Chen Xun. In a swift counterattack, it dragged Chen Xun beneath the surface, and they commenced a spirited tussle in the water. In the end, Chen Xun, empowered by the right to speak, declared his own victory. He laughed wildly in the water, playfully striking the great black bull. "Sheman Black Bull, you are still too inexperienced to play tricks with your brother's son." Chapter 78. The vision of creating unique techniques and spells. This time, the great black bull was utterly exasperated, its nostrils emitting a series of huffing sounds. "All right, I concede." "I concede. Really? Hurry up and come ashore." Chen Xun gradually emerged from the water, his magical essence evaporating the stream water enveloping him, and a mist of white rose around him, rendering his body instantly pristine. The great black bull shook its sturdy head in irritation. It preferred to dry naturally rather than using magical powers, all the while munching on a handful of grass. "Old bull, this fundamental 5 elements escape technique is truly remarkable." Seated by the shore, Chen Xun took a deep breath, astonished beyond their expectations and entirely different from what they had envisioned. The great black bull nodded in profound acknowledgement. The original spell was far from being a means of soaring through the heavens or burrowing into the earth. It was merely a minor technique from the Qi refinement stage, employing the principles of the 5 elements to transform into a diminutive magical avatar, capable of performing nothing but deceiving the enemy before fleeing. For instance, in water, it could borrow the essence of water to take form, while on land, it could utilize the essence of earth to do the same. Yet they had not yet employed their true strength. Their magical avatars were astonishingly authentic. Although immobile, they could split into hundreds until their magical essence was depleted, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the real from the false. However, should one inadvertently touch the avatar, it would merely transform into a wisp of ethereal energy, dissipating into the air. Coupled with the technique of 5-element shadow escape, it becomes nothing short of perfection, allowing one to traverse effortlessly between avatars, a quintessential method for retreating. Even the formidable protective barrier conjured by the old bull remained unyielding, bolstered by both magical power and defensive enhancements. Chen Xun had previously unleashed a full-force assault upon it. Yet the barrier remained steadfast, only causing the old bull to stagger back a few paces. Old bull, let us not underestimate these chi refinement stage spells. Mu, can you invent a technique that benefits so many in the cultivation realm? If one were to charge a royalty fee, others would have already amassed wealth. Mu. The great black bull was taken aback, as it seemed this was indeed the case, although it did not grasp the concept of copyright. It understood that even a simple spell like the fireball was beyond their creative reach, let alone crafting something beneficial for so many practitioners. Therefore, it is imperative that we delve deeper into various minor spells, as these are the crystallizations of wisdom from countless predecessors, a true legacy worth preserving. Chen Xun solemnly remarked that they did not possess the favorable conditions or luck to compete for superior techniques and spells. These minor incantations, however, are readily obtainable and easy to practice, suggesting a shared essence among them. In truth, during their daily excursions, they had explored numerous cliffs and caverns in search of so-called opportunities, yet returned empty-handed, save for a few aesthetically pleasing stones, which they deemed a worthwhile venture. Especially since both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull were exuberantly pleased, declaring it a profitable endeavor. The so-called grand spells and superior techniques were merely the inherited treasures of others, passed down solely to disciples, not to be shared with the contributions of the sect. Only the relics of those who perished during the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, without heirs, are placed within the contribution hall for Foundation establishment practitioners to exchange, ensuring their legacies do not fade into obscurity. If one merely relies on oneself, the only path to recognition is through remarkable achievements for the Wuyun sect, which, after all, is not a benevolent sanctuary. The most common exchanges consist of various books, minor spells, and low-grade materials, with no hope for superior techniques or spells. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull are unremarkable, mere ordinary members among the countless Foundation establishment practitioners. Great fortunes and opportunities are unlikely to fall upon them. Mu? The Great Black Bull nudged Chen Xun, astonished. Mu? Integration and comprehension. Old Bull. Chen Xun responded with a gentle smile. With our current talents, we must strive diligently. Our defenses have already withstood the last bout of meridian chaos. With more effort, we can explore the operational pathways of spells and techniques. Mu. The Great Black Bull exclaimed excitedly, you are absolutely right. We are no longer novices in the realm of cultivation. To create our own techniques and spells requires experimenting with countless operational routes. A misstep could lead to minor setbacks or, worse, disastrous consequences. Moreover, it yearns to experiment with numerous overlapping formations, which currently clash and often rebound upon itself. Fortunately, a magical shield has spared it from numerous injuries. Presently, it struggles to arrange even two small formations simultaneously, exhausting itself daily in research, with no shortcuts available, only the gradual accumulation of experience. Mu. The Great Black Bull's urgency intensified, its head nuzzling against Chen Xun. From the storage bag, it retrieved the comprehensive guide to basic arrays, along with several array books brought back by Senior Brother Ji. These treasures were cherished within the large straw hat crafted for it by Chen Xun. The Great Black Ox widened its eyes, pointing at the books with its hoof and bellowing. It had only recently embarked on its journey of learning. For not, dear ox. You are the most prodigious talent in the realm of array studies that I have ever encountered. You shall surely succeed. Chen Xun understood its sentiments perfectly. His tone and gaze imbued with unwavering confidence, devoid of any pretense. I shall delve into techniques and spells while you focus on arrays. Though they may not be formidable, at the very least, we shall acquire knowledge, shall we not? Mu. The Great Black Ox stared intently, nodding emphatically. Chen Xun was indeed the epitome of intelligence. No one in this world surpassed him in wit. However, such mastery could not be attained through mere words. It necessitated the cultivation of countless minor spells and the expenditure of considerable time for reflection. How could a cultivator possess such longevity? Nevertheless, Chen Xun's expression remained serene, neither proud nor impatient. Pausing momentarily, he slowly turned his gaze toward the Great Black Ox, who reciprocated the look. What we have in abundance is time. Mu. They exchanged heartfelt glances, their lips curling upward inch by inch, until they began a playful contest to see who could contort their mouth the most. In the years that followed, they visited the contribution hall annually to exchange for minor spells, such as Morning Breeze Technique, Ice Valley Technique, Five-Leaf Technique, and a plethora of others. Meanwhile, the Great Black Ox continuously swapped out array materials, which had become excessively worn. Chen Xun also began refining weapons. recognizing that trading for materials was invariably more economical than exchanging for finished products. Every year, they exhaust their contributions entirely, and eventually, the elders of the contribution hall could no longer bear to witness such wastefulness from their junior, Chen Xun. They graciously gifted him several minor spells, hoping to discourage further squandering of contribution points. To their surprise, Chen Xun received the gifts with unrestrained joy and heartfelt gratitude, promising to return the following year. The Great Black Bull also continuously bowed in thanks, as the sect was known for its abundance of kind-hearted individuals. The elders of the contribution hall were left dumbfounded. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull soon found themselves engulfed in their busy routines, their days filled to the brim. Chen Xun increasingly marveled at the brilliance of the minor spells, which seemed nothing short of ingenious. Notably, possessing the 5 elemental roots conferred a significant advantage, allowing him to practice any spell without excessive restrictions, aside from the spells being slightly less powerful and consuming a tad more energy than those of others. There were no substantial differences. Meanwhile, the Great Black Bull diligently practiced formations, its mooing echoing incessantly. Once the bull had a target, the pursuit of immortality took on a far greater significance. Chapter 79. When in doubt, retreat time eludes all, and they remained blissfully unaware of the swift passage of years. In the blink of an eye, a decade had flown by. They had allocated their longevity points to enhance their magical prowess, now reaching a total of 42. Their greatest delight was that these longevity points had not yet reached a threshold, rendering their spells increasingly formidable. In stark contrast, the entire Qian Kingdom's celestial sect had fallen into an utter tranquility, devoid of any disputes even with the Wu Kingdom. Both sects were enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. However, the Wuyun sect was somewhat better off, as members pursued their individual endeavors, seemingly distant from the elevated heights of the 10 great celestial sects. In contemporary times, the ominous aura surrounding Ji Kuan has intensified considerably. He is now able to grasp a fragment of the dynamics between the two nations and has conveyed to Chen Xun that, for the moment, there are no pressing issues. However, his understanding remains rather limited. Chen Xun has also solicited Ji Kuan's assistance in searching for any body refinement techniques, as his connections in the outside world are more extensive, while the Wuyun sect lacks such methodologies. Upon hearing this, Ji Kuan was taken aback and promptly urged Chen Xun to focus on his cultivation, emphasizing that body refinement does not contribute to the enhancement of one's cultivation, especially since Chen Xun does not engage in combat. Although he verbally expressed his concerns, he nevertheless acquiesced and promised to be vigilant during his missions in the coming years. Though he could only procure some mundane body refinement techniques, Chen Xun accepted these solemnly, betraying no disappointment, merely requesting Ji Kuan to cease his search, asserting that what he had acquired was sufficient. Today, 2 figures stepped into the Huichuan Ravine's spiritual herb garden, both being early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, their expressions imbued with gravity. Their robes, however, were not of a grayish hue but rather a cerulean white, signifying their status as direct disciples of a certain peak master. Their rank comparable to that of foundation establishment elders, and their seniority far surpassing that of Chen Xun and his peers. Junior brother Chen Xun, Hey Niu, smiled Lu Yuan and Shi Jing, their eyes captivated by the enchanting scenery of the spiritual herb garden, gazing down at the undulating grassy slopes interspersed with the flowing waters of the mountain stream. Yet, a flicker of astonishment passed through their eyes as they observed the abundance of crane spirit tree timber scattered about. Various vividly colored peculiar stones were also arranged before a few distant caves, gleaming brilliantly, as if polished daily. They had initially assumed that Chen Xun would lead a rather refined life. However, upon glimpsing the distant chicken and pig pens, they realized their misconception. Chen Xun remained as he was in years past. A gentle breeze began to stir, causing countless blades of grass to bow to the ground, framing 2 figures adorned with straw hats. Chen Xun approached, a smile gracing his features as he walked alongside the Great Black Bull. "Ah, Brother Shi, Sister Lu, is there something amiss?" Chen Xun exclaimed with hearty laughter. A few years prior, after their foundational cultivation, they had visited him and the Great Black Bull, albeit only briefly, outside the medicinal herb garden. The Great Black Bull, with a twinkle of mirth in its eyes, joined in the greetings. "We have come to bid farewell to you." "Brother Chen," Shi Jing replied, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes, as if sensing an extraordinary essence in Chen Xun, a certain ineffable charm. "Farewell? Are you embarking on a lengthy journey?" Chen Xun inquired, removing his straw hat with a casual gesture, aware that many foundational cultivators were departing the sect in search of opportunities. "Indeed, we are heading to the imperial city of the Qian Kingdom to settle some worldly affairs." Shi Jing nodded gently, a newfound composure evident in him. Yet beneath that handsome exterior, an even greater allure seemed to emanate. Sister Lu and I hail from the Imperial City. Our families share a connection with the Wuyan sect, Lu Yuan said, her tone tinged with melancholy. Unable to conceal the emotions in her eyes, much like the Great Black Bull, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull were startled. After all, they had only encountered the most significant officials in the mundane world, the magistrates of their town. Brother Shi, Sister Lu, this is splendid news. You will have the opportunity to return home, Chen Xun remarked with a tranquil smile, sensing an undercurrent of subdued spirits in their demeanor. By the decree of our master, from this moment forth, the realms of immortals and mortals shall part. The two spoke in unison, their eyes reflecting a struggle. Chen Shidi, must one truly sever all ties to the mundane world to embark on the path of immortality? Lu Yuan asked softly, her gaze lifting to Chen Xun as memories of her mother flooded her thoughts, knowing they were still alive. Shi Jing also turned his eyes toward Chen Xun, a flicker of anticipation evident in his gaze. They had only recently established their foundations and were yet to fully grasp their master's intentions. Mu? The Great Black Bull also glanced at Chen Xun, a sense of understanding stirring within it as to why Chen Xun chose to walk the path of cultivation. It was well known that Chen Xun had once reveled in the earthly realm, finding joy even in the simplest of tasks, such as blacksmithing. Ah, how profound, how profound. I cannot claim to have experienced as much as your master has. She would never lead you astray. Under the weight of their expectant gazes, Chen Xun unexpectedly responded with a smile, prompting a soft sigh from both. Lu Yuan swiftly shifted the topic, pursing her lips as she inquired, Chen Shidi, do you wish to accompany us to the Imperial City? The grandeur of the Qian Kingdom is vast. This was, in truth, the purpose of their visit, to invite Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull to join their journey. Mu. The Great Black Bull widened its eyes in astonishment. The Imperial City of the Qian Kingdom must surely dwarf Panning City. Senior brother, senior sister, where is the Imperial City of the Qian Kingdom? Chen Xun asked, his eyes alight with curiosity, for he and the Great Black Bull had yet to explore such grand places. Moreover, the Imperial City of the Qian Kingdom was particularly alluring, as he had never even visited a capital in his previous life, leaving him with a significant regret. In Jinfeng Prefecture, separated from Zhejiang Prefecture by 2 provinces, the journey was long. Should Chen Shidi choose to travel with us, he would have the opportunity to experience the unique customs and cultures of various regions along the way. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Shi Jing regarded Chen Shidi as a rather intriguing and amiable individual, both of them yearning to accompany Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull. Mu? The robust Black Bull nudged Chen Xun, who was still in contemplation. Shi Xixiang, Lu Shiji. It is not my intention to disregard your sentiments, Chen Xun said with a pained expression, regretfully adding, I have devised a cultivation plan with the old bull, and at present, we are unable to depart. We have been utilizing the time of 1 incense stick as if it were 2. The Great Black Bull nodded earnestly at the 2, affirming the truth of his words. For instance, the intricate fusion of the fireball technique with the iceball technique poses a formidable challenge, as does the mastery of the duality of ice and fire. Furthermore, it is a significant conundrum why the various foundational cultivation methods exhibit such disparate operations within the body. The intricacies of microformations and their superimposition are equally perplexing. Most importantly, if it is not too much trouble, I kindly request that you bring me a map of the Qian Kingdom. Chen Xun bowed respectfully, his voice imbued with a sense of gravity, expectation, and sincerity. Initially, the two listened intently, appreciating Chen Xun's earnest efforts, thoughts they had not previously entertained. Yet they were abruptly jolted back to reality by his final request. Shi Jing had been momentarily enraptured, but awkwardly chuckled. Chen Shidi, you flatter us. The matter of the map shall be entrusted to us. Chen Shidi, Shi Jing Xixiang holds a high status, Lu Yuan interjected, covering her face with a light laugh, forever maintaining the demure demeanor. That is splendid. I was worried I might trouble you too much. Chen Xun exhaled in relief. It is indeed advantageous to have affluent companions. He continued with a smile, however, if the opportunity arises in the future, let us travel together. Then it is settled, Chen Shidi. Brother Chen Xun. Your words have been etched in my memory, and Black Bull, you heard them too. Mu. Haraha. Chen Xun laughed heartily, stepping forward a few paces. I wish you all a safe journey. However, being the elder among you, I must impart one piece of wisdom. Please, speak, brother, the two replied earnestly, their gazes intense. When faced with uncertainty, it is wise to retreat. Chen Xun articulated each word with deliberation, lifting his gaze to the heavens at a 45-degree angle. For this was indeed a significant life lesson. Shi Jing and Lu Yuan exchanged a moment of surprise before sharing a knowing smile. Indeed, Brother Chen. They then bid farewell to Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, embarking on their journey homeward. Chen Xun and the Black Bull watched them depart until, after a while, they sealed the barrier, allowing the narrow path to gradually shroud itself in mystical fog. Chapter 80. Others compete for time while we observe the changing winds. They settled upon the grassy ground, with Chen Xun reclining to embrace the gentle breeze, lost in contemplation. Moo? The Great Black Bull nudged him. Old Bull, do you wish to hear my thoughts? Moo. My belief is that when it comes to family and friends, there need not be a distinction between the mortal and the celestial. Chen Xun spoke softly. In a mere century of mortal life, we encounter countless farewells. Yet do we not find joy in our existence? Suffering is but a transient state. Even ordinary individuals do not dwell eternally in the past. The Great Black Bull nodded emphatically. In the small mountain village, they had bid farewell to so many souls, and those left behind were living well. However, even in the foundation establishment stage, one's lifespan barely reached 400 years. If one's mindset were to be overly affected, their master might worry about the detrimental impact on their cultivation. Chen Xun smiled faintly, gazing into the vast sky, where the azure expanse was pristine, and wisps of white clouds drifted gently, akin to sails floating upon the sea. He continued to murmur, to sever worldly desires. What truly constitutes worldly desires? Are we not all human? This realm of cultivation is no different from the affairs of the mortal world. What separates them? Moo. The Great Black Bull nudged Chen Xun forcefully, clearly seeking a different conversation. What are you doing? Chen Xun feigned anger, pretending to be oblivious. Moo. The bull exhaled a huff of breath and nudged Chen Xun again. I still have a cauldron of elixirs left to refine. She men the Black Bull. We shall meet again another day. Chen Xun lay on the ground, clasping his fists together, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Moo. The Great Black Bull bellowed in frustration and hurried to give chase, but Chen Xun merely brushed him off. In the distance, a man and a bull engaged in a playful tussle, with shouts echoing. Old Bull, we are different. We seek immortality. Are we to waste our days in the mortal realm, playing with nesting dolls, bidding farewell to souls daily, only to sigh like you? Do I have nothing better to do? Moo. The bull roared back, and Chen Xun exclaimed in surprise, propelled into the air by the bull's forceful nudge. You rascal! Chen Xun shouted in exasperation. I know what you want to hear. Fine, I shall tell you. Moo. The Great Black Bull smiled broadly. He relished listening to Chen Xun recount stories and promptly stood obediently beside him, refraining from any mischief. The matter concerning senior brother Ji was of paramount importance. Intertwining with life and death, its nature was distinct. If handled properly, it could merely become a trivial affair, leaving no significant impact. Chen Xun approached his endeavors with a carefree spirit. He had yet to attain the lofty heights of a sage. In his dealings with friends, he never spoke of consequences nor sought any form of recompense. Such notions pertained only to unfamiliar passers-by. Even if Ji Kuan were to encounter misfortune now, they would harbor no regrets, having done all that was within their power, and would never impede another's path. However, when it came to matters involving Sister Lu and Brother Shi, could I dare to speak out of turn? My counsel is simple, never proffer life advice to others. Chen Xun said with a hint of irritation. Can we, as cultivators, adopt the same mindset as others? While they vie for fleeting moments, we remain unperturbed. We inhabit entirely different realms. Dispensing unsolicited platitudes may lead to unintended consequences. What if it proves detrimental? We must focus on our own well-being, much like Le Foam. Shall we force-feed him a foundational elixir? Moo. The Great Black Bull nuzzled Chen Xun affectionately, understanding the sentiment, yet expressing confusion regarding their metaphoric chicken soup. But it's not toxic. Old Bull, focus on your cultivation. In the future, we shall strive for the imperial city. At that time, I shall procure fine fabrics for you to craft a splendid garment. Moo? Moo moo moo. Surely, it must be true. The imperial city harbors the finest treasures of the realm. Soon, we shall broaden our horizons. Ha ha. Moo. The Great Black Bull leapt with joy, for Chen Xun was the most skilled in garment making. Subsequently, they resumed their cultivation journey under Chen Xun's guidance. As the seasons transitioned from the deep spring to the gentle summer, then to the cool autumn, and finally the biting winter, time and cultivation became inconsequential. Immersed in their practice, they scarcely noticed the swift passage of time. It had been 30 years since they bid farewell to Shi Jing and Lu Yuan. Initially, upon their return, they were enveloped in sorrow, but Chen Xun offered them some comforting words and prepared a sumptuous meal, after which they parted ways to enter secluded training. Both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull came to understand a profound truth. Cultivators often devote vast stretches of time to their practice and the pursuit of opportunities. leading a life that may lack the vibrancy experienced by mortals over a century. Meanwhile, in the past years, a prodigious young talent had emerged from the Wuyun sect, achieving late-stage foundation building in less than a century. However, no one considered the possibility of a heavenly root, as the sect publicly proclaimed this individual to be a young woman. This person, however, was arrogant and haughty, dismissing her contemporaries with disdain. She even dared to challenge the elder cultivators, only to be soundly reprimanded by the peak masters, which significantly tempered her demeanor. Yet, wherever she went, gasps of astonishment followed. Junior disciples pursued her relentlessly. In light of her behavior, many foundation-building cultivators within the Wuyun sect exchanged discreet frowns, harboring a noticeable disinterest in her. Nevertheless, observing her demeanor and tone, both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull perceived her as somewhat childlike, lacking the harsh lessons of the world. The disparity in entering the world is indeed profound. It is not necessarily true that a longer life equates to greater wisdom. For instance, a child who remains motionless in cultivation for a millennium may find their disposition and experiences little changed. Nevertheless, this is merely a trivial matter for them. Chen Xun is widely acknowledged as the weakest practitioner in the foundation establishment circle, relying on techniques suitable only for the qi refinement stage. Moreover, their methods are commonplace, and ordinary individuals seldom attract the ire of geniuses and powerful beings. They simply fulfill their duties within the Wuyun sect. Initially, Chen Xun intended to allocate all his longevity points to enhance his magical power, yet upon reaching a level of 51, he found that no further warmth coursed through his body, revealing that even the foundation establishment stage has its thresholds. Consequently, he redirected the remaining longevity points to bolster his defenses, which is crucial for strengthening both his techniques and spells, allowing him to safeguard his meridians. Their current longevity points stand as follows: Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magical Power 51, Defense 32. Neither Chen Xun nor the Great Black Bull has ever perceived themselves as particularly strong, nor do they feel the need to engage in combat to hone their skills. Despite their spells achieving an exceptionally formidable level, they traverse the world, content with their ordinariness, intentionally avoiding conflicts with others. Confident in their ability to protect themselves without needing to prove an invincible resolve, their aspirations lie elsewhere. Today, within the medicinal herb garden, Chen Xun's countenance remains serene as he steps forth from his dwelling. A ripple of ethereal waves reverberates behind him, conjuring phantoms as if an invisible roar is rising. A gentle breeze stirs the grass around him, and in the blink of an eye, he arrives at the entrance of the herb garden, as if he has seamlessly melded with the elements, covering vast distances with a single step. The great black ox let out a low moo, appearing silently beside Chen Xun. Though swift, it no longer carried that piercing howl. "Old cow, let us depart," Chen Xun remarked with a faint smile. The great black ox, grasping a rope in its mouth, handed it over to Chen Xun. Within them surged immense magical power, and their spiritual consciousness had significantly heightened. They had now reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. However, the foundation establishment pill was no longer effective, and they could not continue to advance their cultivation. Exchanging glances with the great black ox, they felt the magical energy within them gradually diminish. Their realms began to slowly decline, their cultivation ultimately only slightly surpassing that of their initial breakthrough. As they walked along the path, Chen Xun spoke. "Old cow, after years of reflection, I have finally discerned a direction. Mu, a single spell, a method of body refinement, a technique of movement, a cultivation practice, 3 mountain opening axes, and a few exploratory techniques shall suffice for now." Chen Xun's lips curled into a mysterious smile. One cannot overreach. For instance, starting from the fireball technique, one can infinitely enhance. He aspired to amalgamate various minor spells to forge new ones. Despite years of attempts yielding no success, he had yet to reach such a realm. However, through the extensive practice of numerous spells and exploration along their operational paths, he had grasped a glimmer of inspiration and had already begun to put it into practice. Chapter 81. Sending Brother Lafone to ascend the great black ox mood once more, acknowledging Chen Xun's reasoning. In the realm of cultivation, countless spells abound, an endless pursuit. Yet, the great black ox's eyes sparkled with joy. It had now made its initial foray into the path of layered formations and had also seized a thread of inspiration. 2 figures gradually receded into the distance, vanishing beyond the confines of the spirit herb garden. The day was shrouded in gloom, with a fine drizzle falling, prompting countless disciples to quicken their pace, their whispers dwindling to a mere murmur. Chen Xun gently led the great black ox past them, the raindrops softly pattering against the faint glow of their protective spells, unable to encroach upon them. "Old cow, considering the passage of time, It must be late autumn now. Moo. They spoke in hushed tones, their eyes reflecting tranquility as they walked alongside the path, casting sidelong glances at the myriad unnamed landscapes nestled within the mountains, where leaves had already begun to fall in profusion, devoid of the vibrant life of yesteryears. It was unclear how long they had wandered, but Chen Xun, guiding the great black ox, arrived at the residence of the disciples in the law enforcement hall. A wooden cabin was surrounded by a throng of people, all enveloped in a somber mood. Le Fong had departed quietly, like smoke carried away by the wind, leaving no time for farewells. Although many disciples found Lu Feng's incessant chatter and meddling rather tiresome, in his absence, countless individuals had come to bid him farewell. Old cow, though our encounters were few, Lu Feng was truly an extraordinary individual. Moo. Lu Feng devoted his life to the pursuit of his ideals, and now he has achieved a fulfilling completion. Chen Xun gazed up at the overcast sky and joyfully clasped his hands, exclaiming, "This is the true path that Lu Feng sought, rather than the so-called realm of cultivation." Moo. The great black ox also looked skyward, somewhat perplexed, yet it too felt joy for Lu Feng. Whether in the Nine-Star Valley or within the Five Elements sect, countless souls were in relentless pursuit of that elusive realm and strength. Only Lu Feng seems to pursue those who chase after others, tirelessly urging his juniors to cherish the fleeting passage of time, while remaining untouched by the allure of immortality or personal gain. The unremarkable Chen Xun and the formidable De Hainyo have witnessed much, who would willingly accept their fate. Even the once rotund brother, though having come to terms with life, merely seeks greater enjoyment in the mortal realm. Lu Feng, an individual of ordinary talent and cultivation, occupies a seemingly insignificant position within the sect, a task often thankless, at times met with covert derision and mockery from his peers. Yet, he remains a fleeting glimpse of brilliance in the protracted journey of Chen Xun and De Hainyo. They feel no sorrow, no grief, akin to quietly admiring a meteor descending from the heavens, traversing from splendor to demise, and ultimately to fragmentation. A smile graces Chen Xun's lips. As understanding dawns upon him, he realizes that parting in death need not be solely marked by anguish, sorrow, or regret. Nor does it require deliberate evasion. One may simply let it unfold naturally. Old Neo, let us depart. Seeing so many come to send us off brings me solace. Brother Lu Feng must also find comfort in this, for his efforts carry significance. Mooing softly, they both wear smiles as they head towards the hall of contributions. With heavy hearts, they navigate the inevitable decline, encountering the indifferent winds and the gentle autumn rain, their figures gradually fading into the misty drizzle. The multitude in the distance remains oblivious to their presence, as the two silhouettes leave no trace behind. However, upon passing a spirit tree, their steps falter. An intense energy suddenly envelopes them. Chen Xun's axe vibrates at his side, while De Hainyo's horns tremble with anticipation. Their gaze seem to be captivated, fixated intently on the crane spirit tree. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted. "Crane spirit tree, old bull, what are we waiting for? Get to work." Moo. A resounding rumble echoed as immense clouds of dust billowed forth, two figures gradually retreating, leaving only countless raindrops pattering against the fallen crane spirit tree, creating a cacophony of sounds. Within the hall of contributions, several elders were struck with a headache. Why had this junior brother brought the black bull spirit beast once more? Over the past 30 years, if it had not been for the existence of the repository, the minor spells within the sect would have been entirely depleted. The crux of the matter was that this junior brother remained unabated in his enthusiasm, seemingly entranced, resistant to any counsel. What use were these minor spells to those in the foundation establishment stage? However, today, Chen Xun did not exchange for minor spells but instead opted for several alchemical formulas suitable for the chi refining stage, much to the relief of numerous elders, indicating a shift in this junior brother's interests. They had inquired and learned that this junior brother managed the spirit herb garden, and they could somewhat comprehend his eccentric disposition. Yet, Chen Xun's true intention was not to study those formulas, but to acquire the formula for the 3-yuan pill. This pill greatly benefits practitioners in the mid-foundation establishment stage, but its toxicity is fierce, making excessive consumption inadvisable. This was information he had gleaned while assisting in the alchemy hall. Nonetheless, this formula was exceptionally costly, requiring 10,000 contributions. However, they were not in a hurry. Wishing to avoid arousing suspicion and attracting unnecessary trouble, the so-called Dan disease had been studied by Chen Xun, who found that the medicinal pills he concocted seemed unaffected by this ailment. They had merely cultivated seeds from each herb in the spiritual herb garden and replanted them alongside the same vintage herbs, with the grand formation remaining unresponsive, having been thoroughly tested by them. Many of these herbs were unfamiliar to them in terms of their efficacy, they merely recognized them. However, none of these herbs appeared in the alchemical recipes for qi refinement, ensuring their preparedness for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon returning to the spiritual herb garden, the grassland undulated continuously. Chen Xun donned a new outfit and grasped a swana, while the great black bull was adorned with bells. Together, they lifted the coffin. Old bull, a sense of ritual in life is indispensable. Let us honor Brother Lefeng's ascension with the highest tribute from our humble village. With that proclamation, the mournful notes of the swana pierced the air, and the great black bull vigorously rang the bells, commencing the ritual. Their expressions were solemn. Such matters demanded utmost seriousness and care. After toiling for the better part of the day, with the deceased long gone, Chen Xun suggested, "Let us first partake in the feast." Armed with a mountain axe, he led the great black bull into the wild, allowing the living creatures in the herb garden to breathe a sigh of relief. In the mountains, thunderous roars echoed, causing the disciples flying on their swords to flinch and hurriedly take a detour, wary of disturbing their master's lumbering work. Deep within the forest lay a multitude of fallen giants, and as Chen Xun gazed at the crane spirit tree, a cold smile graced his lips. Suddenly, he turned to the old bull and inquired, "Old bull, do you still possess any merit?" The great black bull, startled by Chen Xun's question, unleashed a surge of power from its hooves, instantly retrieving the merit booklet they had meticulously prepared over the years. In the words of Chen Xun, the great black bull had been rather heedless in accumulating merits, which must now be meticulously recorded. Its pupils widened with anxiety as it perused the merit ledger. Beads of sweat forming on its brow, reminiscent of the last time it performed a ritual for the Golden Elixir Stage Senior, depleting all its reserves. The great black bull emitted low moos, gazing at Chen Xun with a glimmer of hope in its eyes. "Alas, it seems we are out of options." Chen Xun sighed softly, suddenly recalling something. "Old bull, we shall have to owe our merits to heaven and the Buddha. The matter concerning Brother Lefeng cannot be delayed." "Mu? Mu? Certainly, we can incur this debt, but it must be repaid in due course. Currently, it is challenging for us to amass merits within the sect. Yet the Buddha and heaven will surely understand our predicament." "Mu." The great black bull stood up in excitement, convinced that heaven and the Buddha would forgive it. "Mu. Old bull, let us commence the ritual. In the next life, Brother Lefeng shall undoubtedly possess an extraordinary spiritual root, establishing his foundation in a day and achieving the golden elixir in a month. Invincible in this world." Chen Xun sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes gently closed as he chanted incantations, his magical power gently emanating forth, surrounding him with curling azure smoke, growing ever more professional. "Mu." The great black bull snorted forcefully, retrieving an incense altar, flower petals, and several talismans from its storage pouch. It pranced around Chen Xun, mooing incessantly, serving to elevate the ambience to a delightful crescendo. Ultimately, they lingered in the mountains for half a day. Chen Xun carried timber, while the great black bull bore the spoils of the hunt, their eyes brimming with satisfaction as they returned to the medicinal herb garden. The two guardians stationed outside the garden grew increasingly perplexed by their antics. This junior brother Chen Xun exhibited not a trace of a cultivator's demeanor, but rather resembled an ordinary mortal entirely. His black cow spirit beast was utterly extraordinary, devoid of the characteristics typical of a foundational spirit beast, resembling instead a rustic old bull. Chapter 82, Wherein the World is Home. As the sun rises and sets, and the stars shift in their courses, time gradually passes. Chen Xun and the great black bull grow increasingly content. Occasionally, the two senior brothers outside the medicinal garden would secretly envy them, for they truly possessed an art of living that seemed to diminish their pursuit of cultivation. With a grand display, one would soar into the sky atop a sword, only to emit joyous shrieks across the horizon shortly thereafter, engaging in hunting and woodcutting, indulging in every activity. Strangely enough, they often returned with several beautiful large stones, leaving this junior brother and his spirit beast so elated that words seemed to elude them. Perhaps, in the realm of immortality, the absence of ambition for higher realms brings with it a liberation from troubles. As time flows and years accumulate, it swiftly transforms into a tale of bygone days. It has been 2 decades since the day of Lu Feng's ascension to immortality. Each year, Chen Xun and the great black bull would pay their respects at the altar, for the sect had prepared a resting place for these disciples. It was a mountain peak, adorned with the gravestones of countless generations of disciples, known as Xianin. They invested their years of longevity points into defense and the essence of all things, leading to an increasingly tranquil existence. They remained uncontentious, offending no one, and were remarkably kind-hearted. It was indeed a challenge to stir trouble for such individuals. Their current longevity points stood at strength 21, speed 21, essence of all things 22. Magic Power 51, Defense 50. Meanwhile, the collision between the cultivation realms of the Qian and Wu nations suddenly ceased, as rumors circulated about preparations for some significant event. However, the momentum on both sides was remarkably robust, neither willing to concede, and formations began to emerge along the borders of the two nations. The Southern Dipper Mountain's secret realm officially announced its closure, to be reopened only after 5 centuries, ensuring that rare medicinal herbs would not face extinction, a regulation long established and widely understood. Yet, upon the revelation of this news, a cacophony of lamentations erupted from various sects, their spirits ignited by the conflict. What to do in the absence of resources for cultivation? The only recourse was to engage in a grand battle with the martial kingdom. Some sects harbored even greater fervor for battle than the top 10 sects, viewing this as a golden opportunity for ascendance. Throughout the annals of the cultivation world, the rise of each sect and every formidable cultivator has invariably been intertwined with the struggle for resources. No matter how exceptional one's aptitude for cultivation, as long as one is human, it is impossible to resist such temptations. Who does not yearn to advance more swiftly in the limited span of life? The path of cultivation knows no bounds. This information reached Chen Xun during a meeting at the sect's council hall, where the sect leader declared that a great war between the two nations' cultivation realms was inevitable, a long-standing enmity not born of the present. He urged all foundational cultivators within the sect to prepare in advance, with the orders from the 10 great sects taking precedence. As the two nations prepared for conflict, the various sects were duty-bound to respond. The news was finally confirmed, prompting all major sects to commence preparations, some contributing people, others offering spirit stones, resulting in a monumental upheaval within the entire Qian kingdom's cultivation world. At that moment, Chen Xun held a wooden cup filled with goji berries and other precious herbs, enhanced with 2 rare medicinal plants for health purposes. While the essence of all things seemed to yield no adverse effects upon his body after a brief respite, the psychological scars, however, were profoundly significant. Especially as they diligently cultivate elixirs each day, the matter of health is of utmost urgency, carrying their brews wherever they go. Chen Xun, having studied medicine under Ning Si for many years, naturally does not wish to waste this knowledge. He even fashioned a small wooden barrel to hang from the head of the great black bull, complete with a long straw, so that when thirst strikes, they can indulge. The great black bull was delighted by this for several days, even inscribing on the ground that it felt its cultivation had advanced. Remarkably, after consuming the elixirs, the wounds of their spirits began to heal gradually, proving to be quite beneficial. Initially seated at the end of the gathering, Chen Xun was sipping his health tea and listening intently until this news caused his cup to tremble, astonishment flashing in his eyes. The great black bull sat beside him, and they exchanged a profound glance, realizing that the contest for resources between the two nations was about to commence. After the council meeting concluded, both Chen Xun and the great black bull hurriedly prepared for everything, ready for battle if they could prevail, and contemplating an escape route if they could not. However, both nations were still in the preparatory phase. A war in the realm of cultivation is not simply ignited by a shout to commence, with everyone rushing headlong into the fray. In the Wuyun sect, at the Huichuan stream, and within the elixir garden, Chen Xun unfurled the map of the Qian kingdom, which Shi Jing had brought back for him, yet his brow furrowed deeply. The map, substantial in size, was spread out in the air, with Chen Xun and the great black bull standing at opposite corners, their gazes sweeping across its expanse. To the north of the Qian kingdom lies the Wu kingdom, while to the south stretches an endless mountain range, marked on the map as a territory frequented by formidable demons, with the other side remaining a mystery. To the east of the Qian kingdom are various nations, both large and small, alongside vast deserts, yet none possess the strength of the Qian and Wu kingdoms. To the west of the Qian kingdom lies an unclaimed expanse, a vast and boundless plain known as the Skybreak Prairie. Shi Jing once remarked that there might exist a superpower on the other side, one that surpasses the Qian kingdom by several magnitudes. Laonyo, what is your perspective? Chen Xun murmured, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Goodness, this world is truly immense. Mo? The great black bull inquired, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety every time it gazed upon the map. It seemed that these places could never be fully traversed in a lifetime. If we are unable to withstand the challenges ahead, it is wise to prepare an escape route. We must never overestimate our capabilities, Laonyo. Suddenly, Chen Xun shouted passionately, his eyes alight with an inexplicable fervor. Just point me in the direction we should flee. As long as we are together, we can go anywhere. Where in the world is not our home? The great black bull, filled with excitement, rushed forward and rested its head on Chen Xun's shoulder, nuzzling him affectionately. Ha ha, by heavens, Laonyo, just point the way. Chen Xun embraced the great black bull tightly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Their hearts raced in unison as they stared at the map, captivated by the grandeur of such a vast world. Perhaps immortality holds great promise, imbuing life with newfound significance. With a companion by their side, offering support and camaraderie, that feeling is truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Moo. The great black bull stretched its front hoof, pointing westward, then looked intently at Chen Xun. In its heart, it reasoned that the north was off-limits, the south too perilous with its formidable demons, and the east teemed with nations. Chen Xun had shared tales of relentless conflict and strife. Only the west remains. If there truly exists a superpower at the end of the vast plains, one can be assured of a remarkably stable order, where reason prevails among the people. Very well, old bull, should any trouble arise, we shall dash westward without hesitation. None shall impede us, for woe betide those who dare pursue. Ha ha, moo, the great black bull bellowed, charging forth in a frenzy, preparing to gather its belongings, ready to flee at Chen Xun's command. Yet, Chen Xun bellowed, old bull, what are you doing? Moo, it is not the time yet. The cultivation realms of both nations have yet to clash. What is there to panic about? If we cannot win, we shall retreat. But we must first take to the battlefield. Moo. The great black bull grinned widely, momentarily swept away by excitement, before hastily halting its advance. Chen Xun shook his head with a smile, his gaze returning to the map before him, which displayed numerous blank spaces, presumably the locations of various great sections. It would be wise to keep a safe distance from these areas to avoid any unforeseen disturbances or unnecessary troubles. The general outline of the map of the 9 provinces of the Qian kingdom was already imprinted in his mind. Although lacking in details, he could discern the general directions. Chen Xun carefully folded the map away, treasuring gifts from others, no matter how trivial, for even a wooden carving signifies the goodwill of another. Chapter 83, Stars Fall Like Rain at Night. An ominous omen 2 days later, as the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight descended, a radiant moon rose gradually, illuminating a night sky adorned with countless stars. On the peaks of the Wuyun sect, figures emerged, bustling and jostling, all gazing upward in awe at the heavens. The mountains loomed dark as iron, resembling the vast and tumultuous sea, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Between the peaks, countless disciples of the Wuyun sect hovered in midair on their swords, their eyes wide with disbelief. The surroundings seemed to have shed all noise and extravagance. The tranquil night harmonized beautifully with the gentle moonlight, enveloping everything in profound silence. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the stillness of the night, leaving behind a stunning arc in the sky. At that moment, more and more meteors appeared in the deep blue expanse, countless celestial bodies cascading down like shimmering ribbons, illuminating the entire firmament. Though fleeting, the meteors multiplied, creating a dazzling spectacle that seemed to tear the night sky asunder. Brilliant meteors raced across the heavens, their numbers increasing, piercing through the dark void, as if the entire Yuzhu mountain range had been set aglow. Silence reigned supreme. One could hear a pin drop amidst the eerie atmosphere, which suddenly became stiflingly quiet, inducing a sense of dread. The disciples on the ground stood frozen, their expressions rigid, wide-eyed in shock as they beheld this magnificent celestial display. At last, a tremendous uproar erupted throughout the mountains, a chorus of astonished gasps. The night was ablaze with falling stars. Was this not a scene from legend? Celestial omens, portents of doom. The calamities rained down like a torrent. Could it be that the realm of cultivation was on the brink of catastrophe? How could this be? In an instant, the tranquility of the Yuzhu mountain range shattered under the cacophony of exclamations, the sound echoing to the heavens, as many disciples lost their composure and shouted in disbelief. Upon the grand peaks, golden core cultivators stood suspended in the air, frowning as they took in the astonishing sight. They exchanged a profound glance, their expressions subtly shifting, before redirecting their gaze to the vast heavens above. Streams of meteors continued to streak across the sky, trailing luminous brilliance as they surged forth, each one bursting forth with the splendor and astonishment accumulated over a lifetime, crafting a dazzling spectacle in the night sky. These meteors, unknown in their origin or destination, seemed to be endless, ethereal, and dreamlike. However, amidst the tense atmosphere surrounding the mountains, there existed a striking contrast at the Huichuan stream's herbal garden. There stood a young boy, exuberantly shouting, accompanied by a black bull that bellowed in excitement. They appeared to be filled with joy rather than lamentation. Wow! Old bull! Incredible! Moo! They embraced each other in a fervor, passionately pointing at the myriad of resplendent meteors above. A breathtaking sight they had never encountered before. Junior brother Chen Xun, come out quickly. Junior brother Chen Xun, such a wondrous scene, should we not share in its beauty? The communication talisman of Chen Xun vibrated incessantly. With a wave of his hand, a ripple spread forth, the barrier lifted, and two figures strolled into view, revealing Shi Jing and Lu Yuan. They recalled their initial promise to venture together if the opportunity arose. Shi Jing, with his striking eyebrows and piercing gaze, radiated a formidable presence, a faint aura of malevolence swirling around him, indicating his advancement to the foundation establishment stage, suggesting that the sect would now allow these sheltered blossoms to venture forth into the world. Lu Yuan casually let her long hair cascade down her back, securing it with a silver ribbon, exuding an indescribable ethereal grace, having matured considerably. Senior brother Shi, senior sister Lu, haha, let us be on our way. Moo moo. Chen Xun joyfully conversed with the great black bull. At that moment, a mountain chicken quietly passed by. They had just been frolicking in the open air. Little did Chen Xun realize, as he nonchalantly walked by, a large hand suddenly reached out towards it. Chen Xun roared, "Old bull, ignite the fire, quickly." Moo, cluck. The mountain chicken, terrified, fluttered wildly, yet could not escape those iron claw-like hands. The duo, a man and a bull, demonstrated their skill with such finesse that, in no time, the aroma of their culinary endeavor wafted through the air, even employing spells to enhance their craft, leaving Shi Jing and Lu Yuan utterly bewildered. Let us find a suitable place. I shall summon junior brother Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan? Is he not the esteemed outer sect steward currently in the limelight? I believe I have heard whispers of him. Indeed, we all hail from the Nine-Star Valley, and at that time, we shared the same flying vessel. Moo. Their group soared through the air on their swords, swiftly traversing the medicinal herb garden. Outside the herb garden, even the two guarding senior brothers were unable to meditate, their gazes fixed upon the sky, eyes wide with astonishment. This extraordinary phenomenon had persisted far too long. It could not bode well. Not only the disciples of Wu Yun's sect, but also those from the 10 great sects and various other cultivation schools displayed expressions of terror. The legends of falling stars are numerous, yet none bear good tidings. From the royal family of Qian Kingdom to the common folk, everyone emerged from their homes, their faces etched with fear, igniting fervent discussions across the nation. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare, destined to carve a deep mark in history. All in this generation bear witness to history itself. The venerable ancestors of the 10 great immortal sects emerged from their secluded sanctuaries, standing upon the void, as ominous waves of formidable magical energy reverberated through the air above each sect. Their expressions were grave. A celestial phenomenon had descended, heralding dire omens. This extraordinary occurrence might extend its influence beyond the realms of the Qian and Wu nations, as several ancestors speculated. Could it be that the ancient legendary site was in turmoil? Yet, within their circles, only vague whispers of such a place had circulated. Its exact location remained shrouded in mystery, known only to be far, far away. Within the confines of the Five Elements sect, countless disciples erupted into a cacophony of overwhelming sound, a tumultuous clamor that swept through the treetops of the surrounding peaks, resonating with a continuous roar beneath the starlit sky. Ji Kuan was present in the sect that evening. Standing alone in an open space, he gazed upward, his brow etched with a stern demeanor, exuding an air that discouraged any intrusion. The surrounding outer disciples kept their distance, intimidated by Ji Uncle's formidable presence, a man whose aura of menace had undoubtedly claimed the lives of countless cultivators. Moreover, due to his strikingly handsome yet icy visage, a foundation-building junior sister approached him with the intention of forming a partnership. However, her overture was met with a heartless rejection, as Ji Kuan coldly stated. "My heart already harbors a protector. I cannot grant you my affection. I shall await you," she whispered, leaving with a heavy heart, consumed by solitude. At this moment, Ji Kuan marveled at the grandeur of the night's celestial spectacle, yet a sense of uncertainty loomed within him. In this boundless universe, one's existence felt profoundly insignificant and humble. Suddenly, a sound transmission talisman on him emitted a soft glow. He slowly furrowed his brow, extending his consciousness to investigate, and a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. A beam of sword light surged forth, soaring in a specific direction. Whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding outer sect disciples were taken aback. The figure of Master Ji, who had just swept past, was astonishingly imbued with mirth. Such a person was unfathomable to them, and they could not conceive what could possibly bring him joy. Chapter 84. The Centennial Grand Meeting of the Qian Kingdom in the city of Yusu, atop a precipice. For individuals stood alongside a black bull, with the mountains sprawling beneath them, creating a sense of vastness and elevation. It was breathtaking. I had never witnessed such a celestial wonder. So beautiful, so resplendent. Senior brother, junior brothers, quick, look to the east. Black Bull, come here. Moo. However, it seemed to portend ominous signs. Senior brother Chun, junior brother Nyo, you must be cautious. They exchanged words, their eyes shimmering with bewilderment. Their understanding shallow and lacking the depth and breadth of their predecessors' contemplations. Yet, the other three occasionally interjected with terrifying legends surrounding this celestial phenomenon. What is there to fear? Old Bull and I have sat in a prison cell before. If a cataclysmic event were to occur, we wouldn't be able to escape anyway. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Moo. Chen Xun, cradling the large black bull in one arm, laughed heartily, while in the other hand, he held a chicken leg, allowing the bull to nibble at it from time to time. Huh, junior brother Chen has been to prison? Lu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that a fate reserved for villains? Shi Jing and Ji Kuan also stared at Chen Xun, who clearly appeared to be a good person. Indeed, the tale begins with my childhood days spent forging iron alongside the old ox in the town of Panning. Chen Xun commenced his fanciful narration, while the large black ox danced about, eager to interject. The mountain winds howled incessantly in their ears, and the surrounding woods rustled with life, resembling the profound breathing of the mountains, evoking a sense of mysterious depth. At that moment, the enchanting starry sky continued to be graced by shooting stars, embodying freedom and vitality. Chen Xun continued to recount. In the end, it was the benevolent Lord of the Heavens who liberated me and the old ox. Moo. Ha ha ha. The trio erupted in laughter, shaking their heads in unison, for Chen Xun's tale was undeniably exaggerated and clearly fictitious. Lu Yuan covered her face, her cheeks flushed with mirth, pondering whether Chen Xun and the black ox had always possessed such optimism. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble pierced the vast expanse of the starry sky, as countless colossal meteors hurtled through, their brilliant white light leaving ephemeral glimmers in their wake. Hey, old ox, lift me up. Quickly. Moo. The large black ox promptly rose, hoisting Chen Xun upon its shoulders, where he grasped the ox's horns. Together, they gazed into the meteor shower above from the precipice, their eyes reflecting boundless hope and wonder, as if the departed souls lingered among the stars. Old ox, make a wish. It is sure to come true. This is a momentous occasion. Moo. They abruptly closed their eyes, reveling in the mountain breeze, their lips moving in fervent whispers, imbued with sincerity. Shi Jing smiled and nodded slightly to Ji Kuan, who returned the gesture with a smile, for Chen Xun's friends were indeed his own. Lu Yuan settled herself at the edge of the cliff, as a silvery ribbon was swept into the hands of Shi Jing by the mountain breeze. He carefully secured it behind her. The two had long harbored feelings for each other, now sitting side by side, gazing at the vast sky with smiles of contentment gracing their lips. Ji Kuan stood at the rear, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes reflecting the fleeting trails of meteors, imbued with a profound melancholy. Suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility. Oh dear, something's afoot. Old Bull, junior brother Ji, look quickly. When did we start celebrating? I have quite a penchant for joyous occasions, haha. Moo? The great black bull, accompanied by Chen Xun, turned around, puzzled. Why are they sitting so close together? Oh, junior brother Chun, this is excessive. Shi Jing's face flushed as he hastily shifted a few steps away. Matters of romance must earn the approval of their master. Lu Yuan fell silent at Chen Xun's remark, burying her head in shyness, her demeanor unchanged even after achieving foundational cultivation. Ji Kuan chuckled softly. Woo! Moo! Chen Xun bellowed at the starry sky, with the great black bull echoing his roar. Countless meteors streaked across the heavens, both vivid and poignant, as the echoes of their cries faded. A cacophony reminiscent of ghostly wails reverberated through the mountains. Come on, junior brother Ji, senior brother Shi, junior sister Lu, let out a mighty shout. Such an opportunity may not arise again for at least several millennia. Moo moo, urged Chen Xun and the great black bull. If you don't express yourselves now and make grand wishes, when will you? The expressions of the three individuals shifted dramatically, struggling to keep pace with Chen Xun's line of thought. How could a cultivator engage in such mundane affairs? Unexpectedly, Chen Xun took matters into his own hands, commanding the great black bull to lift each person one by one, sparing even Lu Yuan. In the eyes of the black bull, there existed only Chen Xun and the others, devoid of any distinction between male and female. Laughter erupted, mingled with startled cries echoing from the cliffside, culminating in a cacophony of voices. Ultimately, they acquiesced. The four of them, along with the bull, stood at the precipice, bellowing towards the heavens, their voices resonating through the mountains. Chen Xun and the Black Bull's shouts rang the loudest, startling disciples in various locations, who began to indulge in their imaginations. They resumed their conversation at the cliff's edge, discussing only matters of romance and the winds, deliberately avoiding any mention of cultivation or realms. This astonishing phenomenon, akin to stars raining from the sky, persisted for a full hour. It stirred a tremendous uproar across various nations, even leading to temporary chaos. Disciples from the Weiyun sect engaged in fervent discussions, with many preparing to return for cultivation, understanding that even a slight increase in strength could enhance their self-preservation. The Yuzhu mountain range gradually fell silent, no longer resonating with the earlier clamor and excitement. The leaders of the major peaks traversed the air swiftly, hurrying towards the brightly lit main hall of the sect. Meanwhile, on a certain cliff, Chen Xun and his companions had yet to depart. The grand event of the Qian kingdom, held once every 100 years, would take place next year. The city of Yushu would undoubtedly be bustling. Shi Jing gazed pensively at the group and remarked, "Both Lu and I shall attend. I wonder if the two junior brothers will join us. I will follow elderly, the outer gate steward, and I have already issued the command." Ji Kuan stated coldly, directing his gaze towards Chen Xun. The grand event will last for a year, featuring 3 auction gatherings hosted by the 10 great sects, alongside a considerable number of foreign visitors, including our master. Lu Yuan remarked with a smile, asserting that once we reach the foundation establishment stage, our master will allow them to broaden their horizons. It is said that there will be duels among the prodigies of various sects, as well as a series of splendid festivities such as flower fairs. Upon hearing this, Shi Jing's aura sharpened considerably, as this was one of his objectives for the journey. Engaging in combat with the prodigies of various sects and gaining insights through these duels is far more efficient than solitary, arduous training. This principle is well understood by all who have participated in the sect competition. However, Chen Xun and the Black Bull are notable exceptions. Chen Xun glanced at the others, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, and with a slight bow, he inquired softly, "Why haven't Ti, an old bull, heard of this?" "Mu?" The Black Bull also looked perplexed, questioning whether such a place existed on the map of the Qian kingdom. Chapter 85. They came to see us. Shi Jing and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that junior brother Chen Xun is not very sociable? Isn't this common knowledge among cultivators at the foundation establishment stage? Elders would naturally inform them. Ji Kuan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a deep glance at the bewildered Chen Xun and the Black Bull, his eyes revealing a flicker of pity that he quickly concealed. Observing their expressions, Chen Xun chuckled nonchalantly. "I, an old bull, have had limited contact with others." "Mu." The Black Bull exhaled beside him, noting that they had been preoccupied with their own adventures daily, seldom bothering others. "Chen Shidi, it is of no consequence. Please unfurl the map." Shi Jing remarked with a smile, seemingly sensing something, and swiftly changed the subject. "Allow me to inform you of the location. Chen Shidi, the Black Bull, you all." Lu Yuan was about to speak when a wave of consciousness pressed down upon them. Yushu City is situated to the west of the Qian Kingdom, near the desolate expanse of the Tiandu Great Plain. Shi Jing interrupted Lu Yuan with a single statement, his gaze fixed upon the map. He pointed to a specific location, declaring, "This is it, a grand city comprised of cultivators from various regions." "Thank you, senior brother Shi, for clarifying," Chen Xun replied, bowing slightly, his eyes reflecting a dawning realization as he focused on the map. "Old bull, look here. The cultivator's stronghold is indeed located here." Mu, the great Black Bull, sniffed and gazed intently, as if attempting to memorize the scent to navigate the path ahead. "Chen Shidi, the Black Bull, do accompany us," Shi Jing sincerely invited. Observing the curious duo, with a master present, their journey would undoubtedly be safe, and several senior brothers and sisters were also in attendance. He wished to introduce some members of their sect to Chen Xun, for someone like him was truly hard to dislike. "Senior brother Shi, the auction will surely require a substantial amount of spirit stones. We possess little at the moment, so we shall refrain from joining the festivities," Chen Xun chuckled, patting the great Black Bull still engrossed in the map. "If it is not too much trouble, could you bring back a list of auction items? It would be enlightening for both me and Old Bull." The great Black Cow mooed excitedly, certain that there were countless treasures they had yet to encounter. "Excellent. We must bring some back." Before Shi Jing could utter a word, Lu Yuan nodded emphatically in agreement. This seemed a trivial matter, yet it appeared to hold significant importance for both junior brother Chen Xun and the Black Cow. With a furrowed brow, Shi Jing departed with Lu Yuan, his heart laden with unspoken thoughts, seemingly devoid of the earlier joy. On the cliff, only Chen Xun, the great Black Cow, and Ji Kuan remained. "Junior brother Chen, junior brother Niu, is there something you seek?" Ji Kuan inquired solemnly from behind them. If you require assistance, I would be happy to help. Brother Ji, you are overly courteous. We merely wish to broaden our horizons. Chen Xun replied with a smile. Please, go about your business. I and the old cow will linger for a while. The great black cow, with eyes shaped like crescents, echoed, we simply wish to observe. In case we stumble upon something unknown in the future. No need. I shall accompany you for a bit, Ji Kuan said calmly, his gaze drifting towards the distance. In the night, it seemed that only the scattered lights from the disciples' abodes flickered. The moonlight tonight was uneven, yet the interplay of light and shadow created a harmonious melody, while the mountain wind wandered in solitude. Chen Xun's countenance was serene as he stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing over the vast expanse. A fleeting aura of unspoken power emanating from him. Ji Kuan observed that silhouette, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xun had settled beside the great black cow, their shoulders brushing as they shared laughter. It seemed as though the moment of tension had merely been an illusion. And Ji Kuan silently remained behind them, voiceless. After an hour had passed, Ji Kuan departed quietly. This evening's spectacle, the outer gate's steward hall, is to convene a grand assembly. In this realm of cultivation, it seems that everyone is quite occupied. At the precipice, the night breeze whistles through, leaving only Chen Xun and the great black bull. With sincere gazes, they look towards the vast, starry sky adorned with twinkling constellations. Old bull, I have made numerous wishes. Today, I can share a few with you, Chen Xun said calmly, his eyes devoid of focus. Moo. The great black bull exclaimed in surprise, having only made a single wish. Moo. The first wish is that we remain together forever, inseparable in life and death. Chen Xun embraced the great black bull, a tender glimmer in his eyes. The second wish is for all our friends to lead happy lives, even in the next reincarnation. Moo. The great black bull nodded in a daze, its own wish not aligning with this sentiment. A hint of urgency in its gaze. Why hadn't Chen Xun informed it that multiple wishes could be made? The third wish is for us to be eternally joyful. Ha ha ha. Chen Xun suddenly burst into laughter, but soon his expression turned serious. Old village chief, elder son, master Ning, brother Lu Feng, and all our neighbors, they just appeared. Moo. The falling stars are not a malevolent omen. They are the spirits of our departed watching over us. Moo. The great black bull exclaimed with excitement. Chen Xun would never deceive it. Indeed, they had merely transitioned to another realm, not vanished entirely. The merits of their deeds were assuredly of value. Old bull, we have witnessed this rare phenomenon that occurs once every 10,000 years. Do you not comprehend? Chen Xun smiled broadly, gazing at the great black bull. The great black cow mooed with delight, seated beside Chen Xun, its mouth continuously murmuring. The pair sat at the cliff's edge, gazing into the star-studded sky, softly whispering as if sharing countless words, remaining there throughout the night. As dawn broke the following morning, a splendid glow appeared in the east, and the air was enveloped in a gossamer-like mist. Old cow, it's a new day. Charge forth. Moo. The man and the cow dashed down, relishing the moist morning breeze, invigorated and inexplicably excited. However, upon reaching the grand formation of the spiritual herb garden, they were halted by a middle-aged man of average stature, with a square face that bore signs of weariness. Wait, junior brother, may we have a word? The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Chen Xun, his voice resonating with strength, revealing him to be a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, his age indiscernible. He was imbued with the fragrance of herbs, suggesting he was also a cultivator of spiritual plants. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xun clasped his hands and smiled. Senior brother, please speak freely. The middle-aged man nodded expressionlessly, channeling his energy to open a path through the garden's formation, thus affirming Chen Xun's identity. Yet, Chen Xun slightly shook his head, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, Senior brother, let us discuss matters here. I prefer not to visit other spaces. As you wish. Junior brother, the man said calmly, though a glimmer of yearning sparkled in his eyes. The two began to converse within the spiritual herb garden. An understanding dawned upon Chen Xun, revealing the truth. This man was named Su Wenlin, the steward of the initial Frost Lake spiritual herb garden. Once, I assisted in managing the Huichuan Stream Spirit Herb Garden. Upon hearing that Chen Xun had arrived, I decided to relocate. He does not wish to miss this centennial grand event, and there are personal matters that will keep him away for at least a few years. He hopes that Chen Xun can look after the spirit herbs in his absence. Chen Xun, having gathered information, learned from the two guardians outside that this individual possesses a temperament that is not particularly eccentric, albeit with some peculiar behaviors. Senior Su, I can agree to this matter. But surely a witness is necessary, is it not? Chen Xun expressed, a hint of hesitation on his face, before smiling again. Moreover, the initial Frost Lake Spirit Herb Garden already has an owner. There is no need for concern, Junior Chen. As long as you consent, I will promptly report to the Alchemy Hall, Su Wenlin replied, his gaze remaining composed. He understood Junior Chen's intentions, naturally. The contributions made each year would also be attributed to him, as this was not a mandate from the sect. Furthermore, he wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Settling accounts was a matter of mutual respect. Senior Su, I agree. Chen Xun nodded emphatically, appreciating those who communicate straightforwardly. Should Senior Su attempt to take advantage of him, an old Nyo, he would undoubtedly find an immediate excuse to depart. He had learned enough lessons in the mortal realm. They were not truly friends, and there was little camaraderie among them. Junior Chen, how refreshing. Su Wenlin clasped his hands together, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had already approached several individuals, all of whom had turned him away, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. Moreover, with this once-in-a-century event, many would undoubtedly wish to partake. Were it not for his personal matters, he would not have sought Chen Xun's assistance. Neglecting the spirit herbs for a year would not lead to significant issues. Senior Su, shall we proceed to the Alchemy Hall? Junior Chen, after you. Su Wenlin's demeanor shifted significantly, his tone becoming notably sincere, shedding the earlier calmness. 2 days later, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, accompanied by the alchemists from the Pill Refining Hall, meticulously inspected the Spirit Herb Garden at Chushuang Lake. Their understanding of herb cultivation had deepened considerably, and they recognized the necessity of thorough examination to avert any future complications that could be attributed to them. Caution was paramount. It was a principle that seldom led to error. Su Wenlin and the elders of the Pill Refining Hall stood astonished, marveling at the excessive vigilance displayed by the duo. With the presence of the floating light mysterious array, the herbs were assuredly safe. Brother Su, you may leave with peace of mind. The cave dwellings here are fortified with restrictions, and we shall not interfere, they reassured. Mu, then I thank you, Brother Chen, Su Wenlin replied, bowing slightly. His expression remaining unchanged. After another 2 days, once all matters were settled at the Pill Refining Hall, Su Wenlin departed, leaving behind a token and a communication talisman. At the heart of Chushuang Lake was a vast expanse of water, resembling a flawless emerald, its surface shimmering and reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds, interspersed with clusters of spirit herbs. The herbs here were entirely distinct from those in their own garden, albeit in similar quantities, though rarer in nature. On the banks, graceful willows swayed softly in the breeze, while a gentle wind caressed the azure surface of the lake, creating delicate ripples that invigorated the spirit. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull stood at the lakeside, gazing into the distance, sharing a knowing smile. Old Bull, let us cultivate some seeds from here. They shall surely prove useful in the future, Chen Xun remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, taking a deep breath of the refreshing air. Feeling utterly at ease, the great black ox swayed its tail gently, embodying a serene tranquility, reveling in the beauty of the scenery, especially when in the company of Chen Xun. Old ox, let us observe for a while before engaging in any unnecessary actions. As we gather our contributions, we must also diligently tend to the medicinal garden. Mu, Chen Xun and the great black ox busied themselves, making daily visits henceforth. They devoted their care not only to the spiritual herbs, but also to the flowers, grasses, and trees, maintaining their pristine condition. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed, during which they infused the essence of all living things with longevity points. Today, the Wuyun sect displayed a grand spectacle. Colossal vessels soared through the skies, and spiritual beasts glided across the heavens, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere as vibrant rainbows shimmered over the Yuzhu mountain range. Aside from the reclusive, high-ranking cultivators, all the Golden Core masters stood scattered about. Some disciples boarded the sect's favorable vessels, accompanying their esteemed elders to witness the grandeur of the world. Buzzing echoes resonated through the air, with countless disciples standing atop the mountains, their eyes filled with deep envy, as they had yet to earn the privilege of boarding this prosperous vessel. Most of the Qi refinement disciples permitted to embark were descendants of elders or intersect disciples, their status far surpassing that of the ordinary. Only true members of the Wuyun sect, those who were officially registered, held the right to step aboard. Atop a mountain peak, 2 figures gazed skyward, smiles gracing their faces. Old Ox, our Wuyun sect is indeed formidable. This scene rivals that of the 10 great sects. Chen Xun sighed with admiration, secretly envious in his heart. When we have the opportunity to earn spirit stones, we shall also journey to Yushu City. It must be extraordinarily grand, a city of cultivators. Moo, moo. The great black bull's eyes widened in astonishment, nodding fervently. Having spent so many years in Wuyun's sect, it was the first time it had witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. Half a day later, as the skies grew still, the colossal vessel and spirit beasts turned towards the west, with cultivators standing atop. Their immense magical energy creating waves of tempestuous winds. Buzz, roar. The giant ship and spirit beasts emitted a resounding roar that shattered the heavens. Protective magical shields activated, propelling them westward. In an instant, the tranquil sky transformed into a swirling tempest, sand and stones flying wildly. Towering trees atop several peaks rustled in the fierce wind, and even the beasts within the mountains fell silent. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight, leaving Chen Xun and the great black bull in awe. Their mouths agape, unable to react for a time. Incredible! Chen Xun finally exclaimed, as if the words had been held back for far too long. The great black bull nodded in fervent agreement, its gaze still fixed on the west, marveling at the swift speed. Old bull, let us depart. Chen Xun smiled gently, leading the great black bull down the mountain. Time passed quietly, and countless individuals within the cultivation world traversed through storms and trials, experiencing both great joy and profound sorrow. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, many had grown more distinguished through the tempering of time. Now, 50 years had elapsed since the grand assembly of the Qian kingdom, and the entire cultivation realm lay shrouded in perilous undercurrents, seemingly on the brink of something momentous. Countless wandering practitioners from various sects have been summoned back, and even the war instruments of the Wuyun sect are being meticulously prepared. All the grand cultivators have emerged from their secluded retreats, having previously declared a formal closure of the mountains, permitting entry but forbidding exit. An atmosphere of profound tension envelopes the entire Qian kingdom, as the rapid thumping of hearts seems to resonate in the air. It appears that even the mortal realm is affected by the impending cataclysmic battle, with anxious hearts seeking solace in prayers and offerings to the deities. At the Wuyun sect's Lingyao Garden in Huaichuan Stream, the great black bull has completed its packing. The current momentum undeniably indicates that war is imminent, and they have prepared themselves for the battlefield. Chen Xun and the great black bull have allocated their longevity points to enhance the essence of all things and speed. Their current longevity points are Strength 21, Speed 44, Essence of all things 50, Magic Power 51, Defense 50. Chapter 87. The Qian Kingdom's decree to exterminate immortals. War officially begins. Together, the combined essence of all things cultivated by Chen Xun and the great black bull can now yield a 250-year-old spirit herb in just 1 month, making the dream of producing a millennium herb no longer unattainable. The basic 5 elements escape technique and the 5 element shadow technique have been perfectly integrated through the enhancement of speed and magic power. Their current speed of travel remains unknown, as they cannot test it within the confines of the Wuyun sect. On the battlefield, they certainly cannot contend with those at the Golden Core stage. The strength of 1 man and 1 bull cannot alter the grand scheme of things, but they are certainly capable of fleeing. Over the past 50 years, Chen Xun has begun to strengthen his fireball technique. Although its power has only marginally increased, a glimmer of hope has emerged. The great black bull has achieved the ability to layer 2 miniature formations, surpassing Chen Xun's success, and finally taking a significant step forward. This matter has brought immense joy to Chen Xun, who incessantly praises the great black bull as a truly extraordinary genius, only slightly inferior to himself. The beginning is always the most challenging, and thus they celebrate by venturing into the mountains to fell a few crane spirit trees and engage in some hunting. Upon Su Wenlin's return, he is greatly satisfied, recognizing that his junior brother Chen Xun has genuinely put in effort. The medicinal herb garden remains untouched, with no areas disturbed that ought not to be. Word spread within their small circle, leading several individuals to approach Chen Xun, each with personal matters requiring his assistance in managing the medicinal herb garden. With contributions duly made, Chen Xun naturally feels obliged to help, casually collecting medicinal herb seeds along the way. The formula for the Sanyuan pill has also been obtained without raising any suspicion. He gradually transitioned from formulas suited for the Qi refinement stage to those for the foundation establishment stage, causing the elders of the contribution hall to merely shake their heads, bemused by their junior brother's penchant for squandering contributions. The medicinal herbs required for the formulas are indeed available within their sect, albeit quite rare, all residing in their medicinal herb garden. At that time, the great black bull was in awe of Chen Xun, utterly captivated, continuously mooing in astonishment at Chen Xun's remarkable foresight. Yet, possessing a formula without the requisite alchemical skills, Chen Xun is also exploring the craft gradually. Though he continues to use the main ingredient from 300 years ago, he remains skeptical of the extraordinary. He has attempted countless times. Using ordinary alchemical fire indeed results in failure, rendering the pills unformable. However, with the enhancement from the alchemical fire's potency, the medicinal liquid becomes remarkably stable, confirming his assumptions. Yet, he dares not utilize herbs of excessive age, as the potency of the pills can be so overwhelming that consumption could lead to catastrophic demise, a tale frequently recounted within the realm of cultivation. He and the Great Black Bull do not lack longevity and remain unconcerned, as their pursuit of cultivation is not driven by urgency, only seeking to advance steadily, cherishing every moment of progress in cultivation. The existence of these spiritual herbs is regarded as a divine gift from the heavens. Otherwise, even with the essence of all things, one would find it challenging to achieve results without the necessary resources. Cultivation inherently opposes the natural order, striving against fate. Yet Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, motivated by the pursuit of longevity, possess a markedly different mindset. They are genuinely grateful to the heavens. As for the so-called toxicity of the 3-yuan pill, it indeed exists, yet it seems to have been refined away by the enhanced alchemical fire, alleviating much of the associated troubles. Chen Xun has also uncovered a significant secret. The enhancement of the alchemical fire, combined with the use of herbs exceeding the prescribed age for the pill, greatly improves the quality of the elixirs. Although his alchemical techniques remain rudimentary, he has already succeeded in concocting a mid-grade 3-yuan pill, which is presently satisfactory. Contentment brings joy. Furthermore, they discovered an array of treasures on the auction list of the Yushu city. Even spiritual beasts were up for bidding. This exceeded their wildest imaginations, vastly broadening their horizons, and they repeatedly expressed their eagerness to witness it all firsthand in the future. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull basked in delight, as if these treasures belonged to them, and most importantly, they encountered numerous items that could shield one's consciousness. There were magical artifacts, various peculiar materials, and beautifying substances. The realm of cultivation is extraordinarily fantastical, perpetually igniting boundless dreams. Today, within the cavern of the Lingyao Garden at Huichuan Stream, the sound of axe sharpening echoed, as Chen Xun honed his artifact upon stone, a task only he could undertake. Old Bull, this is what we call the pre-battle ritual, symbolizing our imminent triumph. Chen Xun said earnestly, his gaze chillingly focused, as the mountain-climbing axe continued to be refined. We have yet to set foot on the battlefield. Moo. The formidable black bull let out a fierce bellow, its hooves thrumming restlessly as it sat aside, meticulously honing a complete set of fearsome blades forged from iron. Its expression was one of utmost seriousness. The battlefield is no trivial matter, far removed from the secluded realms of South Doshan. Old Bull, we must proceed with utmost caution. Chen Xun remarked, his countenance unusually grave. He could scarcely fathom the wars among cultivators, yet he knew they would be far more brutal than those of the mortal realm. Moo. The black bull quickened its hooves, its demeanor tense, emitting a series of urgent moos. It was evidently intimidated by the imposing display of the Wuyun sect. Such grandeur made it ponder the nature of the 10 great immortal sections. The world of cultivation indeed appeared fearsome. The bull had previously inquired of Chen Xun why they did not depart earlier, now that the situation was clear. After all, their absence from the conflict would spare them from peril. Furthermore, in the face of a great war between the two nations' cultivation realms, their presence or absence would make little difference. Chen Xun had always been resolute about not placing himself in danger. Yet, he had merely smiled and replied, if we lack the will to resist, fleeing now could mean the loss of countless merits accumulated over millennia. We may find temporary safety, but our dignity would be irrevocably lost, a loss we could never reclaim in this lifetime. Old Bull, the concepts of survival without struggle and mere existence are not synonymous. This is our homeland, and under a fallen nest, no egg remains intact. Our small village, the final resting place of Sun Lao and the others, lies here. And the Wuyun sect is our new sanctuary. Are the other great cultivators truly foolish? If everyone chooses to flee without resistance, they shall inevitably disperse. What use is there in pursuing immortality if we all become mere wandering cultivators? Such a person, even if he were to cultivate to the pinnacle of the Great Way, remains nothing but a cowardly wretch, unworthy of your acknowledgement. Shi Min Hain Yo. Upon hearing this, the Great Black Bull was enlightened, his eyes wide with astonishment, nearly moved to the point of performing ritualistic bathing and bowing in reverence to Chen Xun. Ultimately, Chen Xun merely smiled coldly. When the tide turns, no one can restrain those formidable cultivators, and naturally, they will flee. How many adversaries could he and the Great Black Bull confront? One powerful spell from a cultivator at the Golden Core stage would likely spell their doom. They would return once they had amassed sufficient strength, reducing their mountain gate to mere dust and raising the ancestral graves of this generation. What lifespan could the cultivators of Wu Kingdom possibly have to contend with them? Old Bull, heed my words. We shall only engage those at the early foundation establishment stage. Upon encountering those in the mid-stage, we shall retreat without hesitation. Moo. The man and the bull sharpened their blades within the cave, their hearts ablaze with fervor. In the name of national righteousness, they absolutely cannot falter. They are resolute in their duty to protect the territory of the Chen Kingdom. They had endured hunger, traversed perilous paths, and even faced imprisonment together. Now, they would venture onto the battlefield side by side. Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged a knowing glance, a shared smile reflecting an indescribable emotion. Old Bull, let us inspect our gear and belongings. Ensure we take everything, leaving nothing behind. Moo. The great black bull exhaled forcefully, vanishing from the cave to conduct a final inspection elsewhere. Suddenly, Chen Xun's brow furrowed deeply as his sound transmission talisman emitted a series of urgent pulses. A faint rumble echoed, and in an instant, he disappeared from the cave. Within the blink of an eye, a figure materialized in the herb garden, where Chen Xun waved his hand, activating the barrier. Disciple Chen Xun, the 10 great sects have issued the decree to exterminate the immortals. All sects within the Chen Kingdom have received the news. We are officially declaring war on the martial world of the Wu Kingdom. A voice, filled with urgency, echoed along the path. It was Lu Yuan, who proclaimed, "Our Wu Yun sect shall set forth in 3 days." What? A thunderous shout resonated, and Chen Xun appeared at the entrance in the blink of an eye, his eyes slightly reddened. Old Bull, grab your weapons, prepare for departure. We march to the battlefield. Moo. Another resounding roar erupted from a nearby cave, as the great black bull charged towards Chen Xun like a wild beast, its eyes equally aflame with fervor. In this battle, who else but us? The autumn battlefield is calling, generals perish in countless skirmishes, a true man must rise to the occasion. Chen Xun grasped a mountain-splitting axe in one hand, with 2 more strapped to his waist, while the other hand clutched a bandit-esque mask. His gaze as piercing as frost. The great black bull stood beside Chen Xun, emitting low growls of fury, its body already adorned with blades, ready to march forth for the Chen Kingdom. An unrelenting gale swept through, icy murderous intent permeated the air, causing the surrounding grass to bow in submission. The atmosphere charged with an awe-inspiring might. Lu Yuan, having recently broken through to the mid-foundation stage, stared in astonishment at Chen Xun and the great black bull. What is happening? Rest assured, Senior Sister Lu, Old Bull, and I have long prepared for this day. We are resolute in offering our lives for the Chen Kingdom, shedding our blood till the very last drop. Chen Xun's blood surged with fervor as he declared loudly. As for why one would wish to keep the last drop of blood, naturally, it was to secure an escape route. Moo moo, the great black bull bellowed, exhilarated at the thought of joining the fray. Chapter 88. The Expedition of the 5 Elements Sect. Brother Chun, Black Bull, you have misunderstood. Huh, Moo? This time, our Chen Kingdom is launching an assault on the Wu Kingdom. The people from the Spirit Herb Garden need not participate in the battle. I am merely here on the orders of the Alchemy Hall to inform you. Ha ha ha, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Xun's eyes reddened further, utterly unable to accept this news. He roared, Sister Lu, isn't it Wu Kingdom that is attacking us? Isn't our Chen Kingdom the weakest? And why on earth can the people of the Spirit Herb Garden choose not to fight? I and Old Bull possess foundational combat strength as well. Moo. The great black bull bellowed in anger beside him, indignantly protesting against the disdain shown towards bulls. Brother Chen, Black Bull, please, calm yourselves. Lu Yuan was startled by Chen Xun's demeanor today. He seemed entirely transformed, akin to his senior brothers. Upon hearing the news of the attack on Wu Kingdom, they appeared more exhilarated than ever, their resolve completely shaken. This group of men, sigh, they merely stated. No one can refuse when their name is inscribed on the first page of the sect roster. Lu Yuan began to soothe Chen Xun and the great black bull, elaborating on the pros and cons of the situation. As Chen Xun listened, his fists clenched tighter. Damn it. It turns out that the power of the cultivation world in Chen Kingdom has always surpassed that of Wu Kingdom. However, during his inquiries, those he consulted spoke in vague terms, and the rumors were rampant. His status prevented him from accessing the true core of the matter. The course of events has begun to deviate increasingly, entirely unlike what he had envisioned in his mind. Under Lu Yuan's astonished gaze, Chen Xun inadvertently tucked away the mountain-splitting axe and the bandit's mask, a gentle smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. The great black bull also began to cautiously stow away the blade, emitting a low, murmuring moo. "Ah, Senior Sister Lu, I see now," Chen Xun said with a courteous bow and a smile, his words as refreshing as a spring breeze. "My companion and I shall refrain from causing any disturbance to the sect." His abrupt change in demeanor caught Lu Yuan off guard. She too revealed a light smile and slowly replied, "The sect will have those who remain behind. You need not worry, junior brother. Simply focus on tending to the medicinal garden." "Ah, Senior Sister Lu, are you going?" "Senior brother sure will go, but I have been assigned by our master to stay at the sect." "Then I thank you for the information, Senior Sister Lu. There is no need for such courtesy." "Junior brother Chen." Lu Yuan pursed her lips, gazing serenely at Chen Xun and the great black bull. "I must take my leave now. There are many matters to attend to." "Very well, of course. Please take care, Senior Sister Lu." Chen Xun bowed, his eyes filled with a trace of melancholy. As the barrier opened, her graceful figure gradually vanished, leaving only one person and one bull within the medicinal garden. How infuriating! Chen Xun slumped onto the grass, his eyes brimming with discontent. Unable to contain himself any longer, he struck the ground with a heavy fist in anger. Moo! With a rumble, the earth trembled slightly, and large patches of turf flew up, startling the great black bull into a startled cry. Chen Xun was genuinely enraged. He spoke in a tone laced with frustration and suppressed fury. "Old bull, it seems we are unable to venture onto the battlefield." The great black bull let out a low moo. Its spirits dampened as it nudged Chen Xun. They had yet to experience numerous pivotal moments in life, and the impending battle in the realm of cultivation was one of them. Together, they would face the enemy, trusting their comrades with their backs. Chen Xun had shared many tales with it, and deep within their hearts, they yearned for the adventure. "Old bull, let us venture outside." Moo. For days, they had remained within the confines of their cave dwelling, preparing for the battlefield, never once stepping into the medicinal herb garden. Upon arriving at the garden's entrance, both Chen Xun and the great black bull were taken aback. The Five Elements sect was now enveloped in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Countless disciples rushed through the mountains, their voices diminished, their expressions marred by tension. It seemed they were all awaiting that fateful day, anticipating the monumental clash ahead. The entire Yuzhu mountain range reverberated with a stirring resonance, as if some colossal entity were about to emerge from the earth. The winds howled, and the foliage rustled with an air of foreboding. A subtle aura of impending conflict lingered in the atmosphere. Chen Xun and the great black bull stood in astonishment, absorbing the gravity of their surroundings. In the distance, a powerful rallying cry echoed, signaling that the Five Elements sect had commenced its pre-battle mobilization. Even Ji Kuan and Shi Jing had no time to bid them farewell, underscoring the urgency of the moment. Most foundation-building cultivators within the sect had prepared to engage in battle, while the Qi refinement disciples could only ready the logistics, lacking the qualifications to participate in combat. "Old bull, let us go." "Moo. We have tasks to attend to." "Moo." They soared through the skies on their sword, the great black bull's eyes still clouded with uncertainty, unsure of Chen Xun's intentions. 5 days later, night fell. The moonlight was dim, and the boundless darkness enveloped the earth, rendering the outlines of all things increasingly indistinct. As night descends and the wilderness stretches endlessly, the Yuzhu mountain range envelopes itself in a profound silence, resembling the calm before a tempest. Countless disciples of the Wuyun sect cast reverent gazes toward the north, where the entire mountain range has been thoroughly sealed off. Above the horizon, radiant beams of light shoot forth from all directions, imbued with immense magical power, the impending aura of danger growing palpable, evoking a sense of dread. At the forefront of the northern expanse stands the sect leader, Yu Yuanhua, unleashing a surge of vast magical energy. With a composed tone, he proclaims, "Let us depart." As his serene voice reverberates across the land, the disciples furrow their brows, drawing heavy breaths, their eyes fixed intently in one direction. "Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader." A thunderous roar echoes between the peaks, drowning out the sounds of the night winds, yet the disciples remain oblivious to their surroundings. Suddenly, an unexpected upheaval arises. A low, resonant hum emerges from the depths of several valleys, akin to a colossal beast awakening. The Wuyun sect's war vessels, the Wuyun treasure ships. 3 immense treasure ships ascend slowly into the sky, casting shadows upon the ground, as 3 banners rise against the fierce gales, proclaiming the Wuyun sect. A shiver runs through the disciples, their hearts ablaze with excitement, cheeks flushed. Countless figures stand upon the treasure ships, their eyes brimming with unmatched ferocity. A palpable aura of menace surrounding them, as they march forth to battle for the realm of Qian country's cultivation world. The atmosphere is charged with intensity as the winds howl around them, and above, the dark clouds gradually disperse, revealing the 3 treasure ships, now fully airborne, exuding an oppressive aura that blankets the skies. The resplendent banner of the 5 elements sect billowed atop the treasure ship, its brilliance undiminished even by the moonlight. Above, the heavens were shrouded in a menacing aura, as all golden core cultivators mobilized, a somber atmosphere rising between heaven and earth. With practitioners standing in solemn ranks upon the treasure ship, they gazed down upon the earth, icy glints emanating from their eyes, a chilling aura enveloping them, devoid of any warmth. The war in the realm of cultivation had transcended mere contests of skill. Its brutality would undoubtedly exceed all expectations. Chen Xun and Shi Jing stood together on the treasure ship, their hearts aflame with excitement, yet tinged with uncertainty, when suddenly, their gazes converged upon a mountain peak. A Foundation establishment cultivator was brandishing a colossal battle flag, fervently shouting the triumph of the 5 elements sect, the victory of the Qian kingdom. Beside him, a black ox spiritual beast was leaping in excitement, bellowing in unison. They had even donned a conspicuous cloak emblazoned with the word Invincible. Chapter 89. Uniting the power of the national cultivation realm to assault the martial kingdom. Brother Chen, the black ox. Brother Chen, the ox brother. Chen Xun and Shi Jing instantly recognized them, their hearts swelling with astonishment. A warm current surged within them, but as they withdrew their gazes, their expressions grew colder. Turning toward the north where the array of the hovering treasure ship had been meticulously arranged, a vast luminescent barrier enveloped the ship, a defensive formation pulsating with azure light. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the skies as 3 treasure ships pierced the clouds, accelerating instantaneously, vanishing from sight. The entire 5 aggregates sect descended into a profound emptiness. As all disciples appeared to have suddenly lost their guiding spirit, their faces a mixture of agitation and distress. They fervently wished for the safe return of their esteemed elders. Atop the mountain peak, Chen Xun continued to roar in fury, gazing toward the northern horizon where a multitude had vanished, his expression equally grim and somewhat helpless. Damn it! After so long preparing for this grand conflict, they found themselves facing desolation. Chen Xun felt as if his teeth might shatter, his heart constricted by an impenetrable iron wall. With nowhere to vent his frustration, "Old bull, we should never have ventured into that wretched spirit herb garden," he bellowed suddenly, his eyes bloodshot. "Should the martial nation invade, it would signify our defeat, leaving us without any formidable strength. We must retreat and return only when we regain our power." The stout black bull, with a simple-minded gaze, continued to stare northward, longing to board a treasure ship. "Old bull, focus on your cultivation, for heaven's sake," Chen Xun muttered as he descended the mountain. The bull persistently offering him comfort, reminding him that clarity of thought is essential for achieving tranquility. Half a month later, in the cold Cloud Mountain range, the foremost immortal sect of Jiang Prefecture, the Xian sect, prepared for battle. 10 warships soared through the skies, their countless banners fluttering in the wind. They anchored at a certain point in the heavens, where 3 elegantly poised women stood at the forefront, their gazes serene. Within the warships, both men and women wielded magical artifacts, their expressions a blend of respect and sternness, each one resolutely unyielding. The surrounding skies echoed with thunderous roars as more warships converged from all directions, the sect's battle flags billowing. For this confrontation, numerous sects had wagered everything, burning their boats behind them. Upon the warships, a multitude of heads surged, exuding an air of fierce determination. This battle is solely aimed at expanding the territories of the Qian kingdom's cultivation realm. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would witness an incessant torrent converging upon Jiang Prefecture, a tempestuous force casting a heavy gloom across the land. The warships gradually dock at various points in the sky. Resembling colossal mountains, their mere sight invoking profound awe. The esteemed sects of Jiang Prefecture have gathered in unison. All golden core cultivators stand suspended in the air. As the winds rise and clouds swirl, their spiritual power roaring with intensity, a palpable sense of battle fervor enveloping the atmosphere, yet silence reigns. Fellow Taoists, a woman from the Xian sect ascends above the heavens, her resounding voice reverberating across the assembly ground, her formidable presence eclipsing even that of the golden core stage. The revered Yuan Ying ancestors, Chen Xun and Shi Jing, tremble as they behold the distant figure, a legendary personage appearing astonishingly youthful. A collective gasp escapes the lips of all present, an instinctual shudder coursing through them. Such power. This is the true embodiment of strength. Predecessor, predecessor, predecessor. The gathering erupts in a thunderous roar, the winds and clouds shifting ominously, the tumultuous resonance of spiritual energy escalating. Even the venerable golden core cultivators bowing in reverence to that figure. For the cultivation realm of our Qian kingdom, we march forth. Indeed, indeed, indeed. All the cultivators echo fervently, their hearts ablaze with unquenchable fervor. The warships stretch endlessly, the gales howling, banners fluttering fiercely, all directed northward. The sects of Jiang Prefecture ready themselves for battle, unleashing a terrifying aura capable of sweeping across the world and shaking the very heavens. The entire sky trembles, and the sands quiver in response. Boom, boom. Countless warships finally set sail, their thunderous sounds echoing, trailing behind the formidable army of the Xun sect. An expanse of mist was torn asunder. Viewed from the heavens, the various esteemed sects of the Qian kingdom converged simultaneously, their vast legions of cultivators advancing towards the northern frontier. Waves of arcane energy reverberated across the sky, sending tremors through countless wandering cultivators and instilling fear among the common folk. The royal family of the Qian kingdom had issued public proclamations urging the populace to remain calm in the face of the celestial armies expanding their dominion. Yet the impact was minimal. The citizens of each province remained quaking in terror, for in their lifetimes, few had beheld such grand spectacles. The major sects of the Qian kingdom united in purpose, channeling the collective strength of the cultivation realm to launch an assault against the Wuguo. A torrent of mana surged violently in the skies above Qian kingdom. Gazing upward, one would see an overwhelming multitude of warships, darkening the heavens like ominous clouds, casting shadows upon the earth. The 10 formidable currents threatened to engulf all, the very heavens and earth changing hue, a testament to the might of the immortals. As commoners across the Qian kingdom prostrated in reverence. At the borders, the vast and expansive territories of Wuguo mirrored this scene, with warships densely arrayed, banners fluttering, and formations rising. Dozens of nascent soul elders stood resolutely in the skies, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. They formed an ironclad frontline, prepared to confront the Qian kingdom's advance. Beneath the blazing sun, an array of battle flags suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Towering warships emerged slowly from the mists, akin to colossal beasts descending, their might overwhelming. Dark shadows cascaded upon the earth, obscuring the sun, extinguishing light and warmth, leaving only an inexorable chill. The united forces of the esteemed sects of the Qian kingdom had arrived. A vast and formidable aura of impending slaughter enveloped the air, compelling all cultivators of the Wu kingdom to grip their magical artifacts tightly, their blood boiling as their gaze fixated on the distant horizon. Fellow comrades, defend the gates of our Wu kingdom. Fellow comrades, defend the gates of our Wu kingdom. A dozen or so nascent soul ancestors, their tempers flaring, their hair dancing wildly, unleashed a tremendous wave of spiritual power that rippled outward, resonating throughout the coalition of cultivators at the borders of the Wu kingdom. Kill, kill, kill. Simultaneously, the cultivators of the Qian kingdom let out a thunderous roar, the winds howling, banners flapping violently, clouds of yellow sand swirling, engulfing the heavens and the earth, as a chilling aura of death erupted forth. A majestic presence pervaded the atmosphere, resembling storm clouds converging, as spiritual energy transformed into countless dazzling arcs, suspended across the sky like a radiant river. Boom, boom, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with the rapid sound of slicing wind. At the outset, tens of thousands of figures collided instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of magical energy upon the battlefield at the border of the two nations, as if a tempest had been unleashed. Thus commenced the long-anticipated war between the two realms of cultivation, a conflict that had been brewing for over a century. At Wuyin sect, within the spirit herb garden of Huichuan stream, Chen Xun found himself utterly unable to meditate in recent days. Increasingly restless as he pondered the terrifying situation of the ongoing battle. Should they suffer defeat, it was likely that Wuyin sect would meet a similar fate. Sitting on the grass, he continued to extract threads from the vines, while the great black bull softly mooed, casting timid glances at the enormous 1,000 threads spirit vine sprawling across the ground. Cautiously, it nibbled at the silvery strands, meticulously peeling the vines. Fearful of inciting Chen Xun's ire, Chen Xun's chest rose and fell slightly as he gazed at the 1,000 silk spirit vine, the force in his hand making it grow ever larger until it snapped with a resounding crack. Moo, moo. The great black bull, startled, hurried forward to offer comfort, nudging Chen Xun repeatedly with its head. Old bull. Chen Xun chuckled softly, a sound heavy with dread. Senior brother Ji, senior brother Sure, and all our fellow disciples, the elders, surely they will return safely. Moo moo. The great black bull, eyes wide with fear, nodded repeatedly in reassurance. For Chen Xun had made a promise. "Old bull, come sit with me." "Moo, I am fine. The grievances between the Wu kingdom and the Qian kingdom are beyond our concern. Once we are on the battlefield, there will be ample opportunities." Chen Xun sighed deeply. His spirits, unusually low as he gazed into the distance, worry etched in his eyes. Having witnessed countless war films in his past life, he knew that when cultivators clashed, their ferocity surpassed even that of artillery. Without formidable strength, it would be difficult to safeguard oneself. Chapter 90. Such a war need not be engaged in. The great black bull continued to nuzzle Chen Xun, oblivious to the brutality of war, mistaking it for the duels of South Dipper Mountain. And Chen Xun had not elaborated on the grim details. "Let us first extract the silk. This is a valuable resource." They resumed their labor. For this 1,000 silk spirit vine had been harvested from the depths of the initial Frost Lake's medicinal herb garden and had myriad applications. With centuries of age, it could be used for alchemical purposes and even as material for magical artifacts, due to its silver threads possessing a unique ability to shield one's consciousness. After residing in the five-element sect for over a century, they were finally discovered. Such is the advantage of longevity. The artifacts designed to shield one's consciousness within the contribution hall are not particularly suited for their needs. Items like jade pendants and peculiar stones are primarily employed to conceal one's cultivation level. The more valuable materials are seldom exchanged casually by the sect, for these resources are non-renewable. Each exchange diminishes their stock. "Old bull, let us first test the efficacy of this 1,000-year-old spirit vine." Chen Xun cast aside distracting thoughts, his gaze sharpening as he contemplated the vine, which had taken an extensive duration to cultivate. However, the yield of the silver threads was remarkably limited, necessitating a gradual accumulation. Haste was unwarranted. In the realm of cultivation in the Qian kingdom, the use of silver threads had long been abandoned, relegated to auxiliary purposes, and individuals of their status, like Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, were utterly unprecedented. The Great Black Bull nodded in agreement and began to sit beside him, continuing the extraction of threads. Nonetheless, the growth of spiritual herbs is inherently limited. They could only experiment with the 1,000-year variety before gradually increasing their efforts. Remaining patient and unperturbed, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull paused their cultivation solely to calm their minds, for some matters are an inevitable part of their eternal journey. Each day, apart from nurturing the spiritual herbs and extracting silver threads, they spent the remainder of their time atop the mountain at sunset, gazing northward for several hours. Occasionally, Lu Yuan would arrive with an unusual sense of urgency, informing them of the frontline circumstances. The 10 great sects continuously dispatched disciples for reinforcements, reportedly hindered by some obstacles, as the battlefield's progression was not smooth. The strength of the martial kingdom's cultivation realm was not significantly inferior to that of the Qian kingdom. Otherwise, they would not have remained in a stalemate for so many years. Chen Xun expressed his gratitude to Lu Yuan. Yet he continued to stand atop the mountain each day, accompanied by the Great Black Bull, gazing towards the north. Time flowed like the morning glow, and a decade had elapsed since the onset of war between the Qian and Wu nations. The Wuyun sect occasionally dispatched individuals to retrieve the fallen cultivators. Some returned with mangled bodies, while others brought back merely a piece of clothing or a magical artifact. Neither Chen Xun nor the Great Black Bull had ever experienced the ravages of war, but the blood-stained robes they wore were enough to evoke tremors in their eyes. A decade had passed. The great conflict raged on, reportedly extending into the territory of the Wu nation, with the battles remaining fiercely brutal. Lu Yuan had also not conveyed any news regarding Shi Jing and Ji Kun. The front lines stretched endlessly and were fraught with chaos, leaving their fates uncertain. In the Wuyun sect, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull resumed their former duties as foundational cultivators, tasked solely with the logistical support of the sect. The sounds of swana and bells echoed through the mountains and valleys, allowing these departed cultivators to find solace in their resting place at Stinning Mountain. Some of them were so anonymous that they were merely marked by a grave without a name. Perhaps among them were Shi Jing and Ji Kun, though that remained uncertain. Yet, Chen Xun professed to have come to terms with it, asserting that this was a path chosen by others. The journey of cultivation, if fraught with contention, would inevitably lead to mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with countless bones left behind. So long as there were no regrets, that was sufficient. The Great Black Bull, however, understood Chen Xun all too well, recognizing this as a form of self-consolation. Until identities were confirmed, there remained the hope that they were alive. And Chen Xun clung to that final thread of optimism. They had invested their years of longevity points into enhancing their speed and strength. Their current longevity points stood at Strength 25, Speed 50, Essence of all things 50, Magical Power 51, Defense 50. The Yuzhu mountain range emerged from beneath the clouds, the peaks floating like clusters of islands, each adorned with delicate hues. Upon the summit of a mountain, a man and an ox sat upon the ground. "Old ox," Chen Xun said with a gentle smile, "I have come to understand. I was overly impulsive and presumptuous at that time." He gazed at the bewildered black ox and patted it softly. "We were driven by the desire to protect our homeland, were we not?" "Moo." The black ox exhaled with force, clearly indicating it had no intention of entering the battlefield without purpose. In truth, the realm of the Qian nation was embroiled in a fierce competition for cultivation resources, while the Wu nation had yet to launch an attack. Chen Xun looked into the distance and spoke calmly. "Others fight for their lives. We need not involve ourselves in such matters nor voice our opinions on them." The black ox grinned, its eyes curving with delight upon seeing Chen Xun's newfound clarity. "Look at you. After all these years, do you think your life has been in vain?" "Moo." The black ox called out to Chen Xun, reminding him that he had been the most fervent among them, nearly deserving a vessel of his own for the journey. "Old ox, can I not feel passion just once?" Chen Xun's expression turned slightly awkward, and he hurriedly explained. What man does not harbor thoughts of valor and loyalty to his homeland? Suddenly, the black ox sprang to its feet, its large eyes narrowing with joy, for it was content to accompany Chen Xun, ready to face any peril without hesitation. "Old ox, let us go. We must cultivate, for the road ahead is long." Chen Xun rose slowly, exhaling a deep breath. "Our precious treasure is soon to be unveiled. It shall be our sustenance in the days to come." The great black bull gently placed the rope into Chen Xun's hands, and together they leisurely descended the mountain. Now, they had ventured far into the mid-stages of foundation building. Yet due to the foundation pills, their roots seemed remarkably solid. The advancement of their cultivation had noticeably slowed, leading Chen Xun and the great black bull to often discuss the changes in their progress, filling their little booklet with notes. However, this situation filled Chen Xun with delight. They lacked neither time nor spiritual herbs, but rather the means to take each step with steadiness. With 5 elemental roots and an expanded liquid dantian, combined with a mindset of longevity, Chen Xun simply uttered 2 words, "perfect." Upon hearing this, the great black bull inexplicably felt a surge of joy. That night, they were so exhilarated that they could not rest and ventured into the mountains to fell a large grove of crane spirit trees. The following day, they awoke feeling invigorated, realizing that nothing could compare to the exhilaration of chopping down crane spirit trees. Today, upon returning to the herbal garden, they stealthily approached a hidden cave. The great black bull's hooves released a fragrant aroma, and the entire cave was adorned with spiraling banners. With a mighty roar, a breeze swept through the cave, and countless wisps of azure smoke danced in the air. Gradually, a massive coffin made of crane spirit wood emerged in the open space. No, a medicinal box. "Old bull, open it," Chen Xun exclaimed with excitement, licking his lips. "Moo." The great black bull stood tall, lifting one hoof, and the lid of the medicinal box soared into the sky, revealing an extraordinarily robust 1,000 silk spirit vine. Instantly, the cave was filled with an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, and the fragrant essence of the 1,000 silk spirit vine permeated the air. Its texture transformed into a dark, lustrous brilliance, akin to a magnificent work of art. The maximum age of the 1,000 silk spirit vine? 10,000 years. Ha ha ha, what a great treasure. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed wildly. "Old bull, let us venture inside and extract the essence." The large black bull was equally exhilarated. A 10,000-year spiritual herb was a rarity, while the auction roster of Yushu City included only those aged a millennium at most. If they were to present it, Chen Xun assured the bull that it would incite a fierce battle within the realm of cultivation. Upon entering, the lid of the medicinal box slammed shut, enveloping the chamber in an eerie silence, devoid of the fragrant aroma of herbs. Only the immense box, resembling a grand coffin, stood solemnly in the stillness. The 10,000-year silken vine could not be manipulated by ordinary artifacts, compelling them to employ the enhanced alchemical fire for a gradual refinement. With their current prowess, even possessing a 10,000-year spiritual herb would leave them helpless if they resorted to common flames. Dark strands were meticulously extracted, unadorned yet significant. As Chen Xun and the large black bull grew increasingly elated within the confines of the medicinal box, illuminated by the flickering flames, the duo bore bloodthirsty smiles, a testament to their shared understanding. In Chapter 91, amidst the desolate stillness and vast melancholy, Chen Xun conceived an audacious plan to cultivate the crane spirit tree into a coffin and forge an artifact for the old bull. It was well known that in the small mountain village of Ur, the large black bull relished the task of bearing coffins. Passers-by, particularly the numerous golden retrievers, would bow their heads in deference, unable to rival its imposing stature. As they advanced to the golden core stage, they had also heard of the necessity to forge a personal treasure. Chen Xun was certain it would be the mountain opening axe. The old bull was provisionally designated as the crane spirit tree coffin to familiarize itself with the concept, and if it proved unsatisfactory, they could always exchange it. They commenced daily cultivation of spiritual herbs, extracting fibers and peeling vines, while primarily focusing on the 3 yuan pill for their training, with the establishment of spiritual veins as a secondary pursuit, while quietly inquiring about the news from the front lines. Occasionally indulging in his former profession by assisting his fellow disciples in their ascension, Chen Xun had gained a modicum of renown within the sect. However, both he and the formidable Black Bull were subjects of great caution. After all, who among the cultivators would engage in such somber affairs with such expertise? Yet, Chen Xun and the Black Bull remained unfazed. During these times of war, who among their peers had not faced some form of bereavement? They accepted no remuneration, seeking only to accrue merit. The Black Bull's merit ledger, aptly named by Chen Xun as the Book of Virtue, remained hidden away. Even Chen Xun chose not to divulge its whereabouts. Days passed, one after another, devoid of tedium. Time marched on, and in the blink of an eye, 25 years had slipped by. Reports from the front lines continued to pour in. The realm of Wu lay in ruins, its countless citizens displaced. The various sects stood resolute in their defense of the homeland. The battles were unimaginably brutal. Nearly all the great sects mobilized, intent on encircling the entire realm of Wu, determined not to let any fleeing cultivators escape. The conflict in the cultivation world had escalated to a fever pitch, and the kingdom of Qian had already received its share of dire news. 3 venerable infant transformation ancestors had perished, plunging the entire Qian cultivation community into mourning. The war had finally reached a climactic intensity, with many cultivators driven to madness in their bloodlust. Meanwhile, countless common folk were invigorated. The Emperor of Qian declared a universal amnesty, offering prayers for the cultivation community, mobilizing troops, and preparing for battle. The moment the cultivation world of Wu crumbled would signal the onset of an assault on the realm of mortals within Wu. In the current twilight sky, only the faint glow of the setting sun remained, bringing with it a slight chill. Atop a certain peak of the Wuyun sect, Chen Xun's gaze grew increasingly sharp, for the losses of foundational cultivators within the sect had been grievous. If this battle is victorious, who knows how many years it will take to regain our vitality. And there are even those who have been driven mad by the overwhelming malice of the battlefield. Today, a colossal vessel from the Ziyun sect gradually descended from the heavens, returning with some corpses and those who can no longer fight. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was heavy with death. Many bore pale faces, their expressions numb, and their eyes trembled slightly. As they approached the sect, the magical barrier of the vessel was lifted, and dozens of cultivators, their eyes alight with excitement, finally felt the joy of returning home. Numerous cultivators from the Wuyun sect, who had remained behind, swiftly took to their swords. Engaged in this familiar task they performed each year. A chilling wind swept into the vessel, howling as it entered. Looking out, beneath the desolate sky, several familiar peaks loomed in the distance, yet devoid of their former vitality. A disheveled man sat cross-legged within. His gaze was hollow, as if he had suffered some form of trauma. Xixiang, Lu Yuan suddenly cried out in alarm, rushing over, questioning how he had become this way. This man was indeed Shi Jing, his face pale and his expression numb, yet there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He slowly turned to Lu Yuan and managed a faint smile. "Junior sister Lu." "Xixiang, what has happened to you?" Lu Yuan exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she desperately examined his condition. It appeared that Shi Jing's foundation had been damaged. "I'm fine, please don't cry." Shi Jing, exuding an aura of menace, gently brushed his fingers along Lu Yuan's cheek and spoke softly, "My master saved me." Lu Yuan wept uncontrollably, having already realized that Shi Jing might never advance further in his cultivation. "Junior sister Lu, I am merely a bit weary." Shi Jing gazed up at the sky, a subtle shift in his demeanor. With a gentle sigh, he mused that merely being alive was already a blessing, was it not? Lu Yuan clutched Shi Jing's right hand, tears as large as beans cascading down her cheeks, her silence punctuated only by her repeated nods. On board the colossal vessel, figures moved incessantly, some transporting the deceased and their belongings, while others supported those from the sects who had lost their fighting spirit. Atop the mountain, Chen Xun and the imposing Black Bull both narrowed their eyes, having spotted Lu Yuan and Shi Jing. "Mu? Mu?" The Black Bull bobbed its head, glancing from the sky to Chen Xun. It was indeed Shi Xixiang, yet Chen Xun hesitated, his voice trailing off. though a sense of relief washed over him. Being alive was sufficient, indeed. The black bull, slightly perplexed, nodded in agreement, wagging its tail, convinced that Shi Jing had merely sustained injuries, without serious consequence. Chen Xun's brow furrowed. After all these years, why had he still not heard any news of Ji Shixiao? Despite the uplifting reports from the front lines that had reached his ears over the years, the reality he and the black bull faced in the rear was starkly different. What they perceived was merely a desolate expanse of silence, an overwhelming sense of sorrow. As reality collided with imagination, Chen Xun found himself increasingly disenchanted with the notion of war. He yearned only for himself and the old bull to remain unobtrusive, refraining from meddling in others' affairs. Impulsive fervor would inevitably yield to calmness, and it seemed that the more one experienced, the more rational they became, compared to the exultation and fervor of the outside world. Behind it lay countless stifled sobs and nameless graves. He and the black bull remained powerless to alter the course of events. It was the tide of destiny, and all they could do was diligently fulfill their roles, flowing with the current and maintaining their peace. A resounding roar echoed across the sky as the colossal vessel of the Purple Cloud sect gradually departed, having fulfilled its mission. Old bull. This is the harsh reality of war. Chen Xun sighed softly, his gaze drifting northward. In our pursuit of immortality, we shall inevitably encounter such tribulations, perhaps countless years hence. The Qian kingdom too shall face invasion. Mo? The great black bull was taken aback. If we are defeated, will not the graves of Elder Sun and the others be unearthed? This world does not revolve around us, nor are we saviors. Chen Xun abruptly struck the great black bull, causing it to tremble and bellow in confusion. Mo? 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 The great black bull, amidst its cries, looked at Chen Xun with bewilderment. Let us simply live our lives and go with the flow. Where are your thoughts wandering? Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, his mindset having undergone some transformation. Do you still wish to rely on your future treasures? Do you still aspire to visit the Imperial City or the City of Illusions? Or even the legendary superpower of the West? Mo. The great black bull was electrified, completely captivated by Chen Xun's ultimate technique, its mind now free of distracting thoughts. Let us not disturb Brother Shi and the others for now. Chen Xun led the great black bull towards the immortal hidden mountain. Today, they had delivered several bodies and were preparing to hold a ceremony. They had accumulated their longevity points over the years, reaching a full capacity in 5 attributes: strength 50, speed 50, essence of all things 50, magic 51, defense 50. They walked along the path, the scene of the Wuyun sect shrouded in desolation. Disciples respectfully addressing Chen Xun as master uncle, to which he responded with a gentle smile. Compared to the bustling vibrancy of yesteryears, the Wuyun sect now exuded a profound tranquility, its vastness feeling more vacant than ever. In the days that followed, Chen Xun visited Shi Jing, who had become taciturn, an aura of malevolence enveloping him, devoid of his former charm. He refrained from inquiring about Ji Kuan, as such a question would seem insincere. Shi Jing, too, remained silent on the matter, even neglecting to mention the battlefield. He assured Chen Xun not to worry about him, and as they parted, he offered a faint smile, saying, "Junior brother Chen, the Black Bull, it is fortunate that you did not venture forth." Lu Yuan also visited the spiritual herb garden to seek them out, speaking at length to the great Black Bull before leaving with tear-filled eyes. The essence of her words suggested that their master was powerless, and that Shi Jing might be irreparably damaged. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun fell into a deep silence, while the great Black Bull, possessing a more naive disposition, silently mourned beside him, having lost its yearning for the conflicts of the cultivation world. Initially, it had merely watched others gallantly depart for battle, never contemplating the dire consequences. Yet, they returned bearing the weight of countless corpses, and now they resumed their old ways within the Wuyun sect. The great Black Bull persistently nudged Chen Xun, expressing its desire to avoid combat, and urging him not to dwell on such matters. Chen Xun simply smiled faintly, nodding affirmatively at the great Black Bull, without uttering a word. As time relentlessly progressed, it appeared as though the countdown to their departure from the Wuyun sect had begun. Chapter 92. The passage of time, a century has slipped away. Time continually advances, the wheels of history relentlessly grinding against the martial kingdom, seemingly destined to reduce it to the dust of forgotten history. However, the animosity between the Wu kingdom and the Qian kingdom has endured for over a millennium, particularly within the realm of mortals. In the past, when Chen Xun resided in the Ningyun mountain range, the Wu kingdom once launched an invasion, casting the world into mourning. Throughout history, the two nations have been embroiled in ceaseless conflict, giving rise to numerous heroic tales that evoke tears of admiration. The upper echelons of the Qian Kingdom's cultivation community have long been plotting, even infiltrating many of the Wu Kingdom's esteemed sects with spies, using the secluded southern Doshan secret realm as the ultimate catalyst. Their aim is to compel the major sects to take desperate measures and ignite the flames of war. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, akin to countless foundational cultivators, find themselves at the mercy of the capricious winds and rains, like ephemeral insects in the vast cosmos. They are not the fabled protagonists of destiny. In this critical moment of impending crisis, nations await his salvation. Perhaps they have perished in some forsaken place, unnoticed and unrecorded in the annals of history. Each day, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull anxiously await news from the front lines at the Wuyun sect. As the number of returning corpses rises, including those of formidable golden core cultivators, they have exchanged a considerable amount of resources at the contribution hall for various rejuvenating elixirs, such as the exceedingly costly youth preservation pill, which the Wuyun sect has not readily prepared. Generally, by the time one reaches the foundational stage, some appear excessively youthful, while others are overly aged. Few pay heed to their appearance, unlike the fanciful concerns of the mortal realm. Yet, the notion of immortality is beyond the wildest imaginations of anyone, transcending the understanding of all cultivators, with nary a whisper of its existence. After all, the cultivation world adheres to its own scientific principles, not indulging in the whimsical fantasies of mortals. At most, they might speculate that one is a concealed, immensely powerful cultivator or a reclusive elder recuperating from injuries. Such rumors and facts abound, and in summary, there is no time to evade. Within the confines of the Wuyun sect, the sound of tapping and knocking resonates daily in the Huichuan Stream's spirit herb garden. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull lead a comfortable existence. The 10,000-year-old silk spirit vine, after being unraveled, has been destroyed, yet it has accumulated quite a bit. Though it still falls short, Chen Xun has experimented with this silk. It cannot be consumed by the alchemical fire, nor can it be severed by a yellow-grade, unrefined iron essence mountain axe. His consciousness delves in, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean, yielding no response whatsoever, as if it were devoured or traversed. An extraordinary phenomenon. Chen Xun intends to craft a complete set of attire for himself akin to that of a fierce bandit, and likewise for the Great Black Bull, to be further refined later, rendering it ineffective against any intruder. The interior of the Great Black Bull's coffin will be fashioned into a rudimentary net using the spirit vine's silk, undoubtedly a treasure. Chen Xun has also begun to incessantly explore the art of artifact refinement. Indeed, the alchemical fire proves to be remarkably useful. He has taken the Great Black Bull to the offering hall to exchange for numerous methods of ritualistic refinement. Time flows steadily, and in the blink of an eye, a century has passed. The various prominent sects of the martial nation have been utterly vanquished. Some sects have allied with the 10 great sects of the Qian nation, while others have fled northward, continuing their exodus. The martial resources of the martial nation have been divided among the 10 great sects, with spiritual veins, spirit stone mines, and secret realms allocated according to military achievements. The Wuyun sect, having allied with the Xian sect, has reaped significant rewards, creating a sense of blissful oblivion, as many golden core cultivators have yet to return. Those who have come back are predominantly severely injured foundation establishment cultivators, and the disciples celebrate collectively, as if the former clamor has been restored. The ruler of the Qian nation has already changed twice, initially intending to launch a national offensive into the martial nation, yet was thwarted by the 10 great sects. In the present day, the citizens of the Wu Kingdom find themselves displaced due to the fierce conflict between the two realms of cultivation. It is prudent to refrain from initiating further hostilities, as the well-being of countless disciples hinges upon it. They wish to prevent the populace from harboring excessive resentment. As the trials of this generation gradually fade, the yearning for transcendence will enable them to forget their grievances, thus allowing the Wu Kingdom to endure. Meanwhile, the Qian Kingdom flourishes in a vibrant atmosphere, with the entire nation rejoicing in celebration. Officials at court incessantly extol the emperor, proclaiming him to be the reincarnation of an immortal, thus securing the protection of the celestial sections. Within the five-element sect, Ji Kuan has returned. Yet he bears the burden of a lifelong disability. His right arm has been severed, and frigid energy has invaded his body. Only through the continuous nurturing of a golden core cultivator can he hope to mend his injuries. However, the harsh reality is that he is unable to enter the abodes of the formidable golden core masters, despite his numerous contributions, which kept him stationed at the front lines and allowed his cultivation to advance to the mid-foundation stage. Ji Kuan is merely endowed with the roots of 4 elemental affinities. Seemingly having reached his limit, Nevertheless, upon his return, he harbors no regrets. The opportunity to expand the territories of his nation and sect is a source of lifelong pride, ensuring his name will be etched in the annals of their lineage. Upon his return, his visage has transformed significantly, the once skinny features now etched with resilience. Yet his eyes betray a sense of numbness. He later sought out Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, engaging in conversation for 3 days and nights, feeling a profound sense of joy and relinquishing all defenses. Chen Xun offered no opinions, choosing instead to listen quietly, while the Great Black Bull occasionally interjected with exclamations of surprise. Having endured countless cycles of life and death, Ji Kuan has attained a certain clarity, for it is war that most readily alters a person. When he departed, he echoed the sentiments of Shi Jing, Brother Chun, Brother Niu. It is fortunate that you have not ventured forth. It seemed as if in the blink of an eye, time had transformed, the world had changed. And after enduring the ravages of war, every individual had grown increasingly indifferent, even regarding life and death with a sense of detachment. The great battle within the realm of cultivation had finally come to a close. Chen Xun felt no particular sentiment, nor did he experience any joy. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not universally shared. He and the Great Black Bull regarded their surroundings as mere observers, finding even the act of collecting stones at the bottom of a cliff more fulfilling. Chen Xun no longer engaged with others, nor did he forge any friendships. Fleeting encounters were the greatest beauty he could fathom. Today, the sky was vast and clear, as Chen Xun walked along the mountain path of Wuyun's sect. Holding the Great Black Bull, he observed the jubilant disciples passing by, his gaze imbued with boundless tranquility. Over the past century, they had bid farewell to far too many fallen cultivators, more than those lost among mortals. The Great Black Bull's ledger of merits was beyond counting, and at times, he even forgot to partake in a feast. Ahem. Chen Xun cleared his throat gently, glancing at the Great Black Bull, Old Niu. Mu? The bull responded, its eyes filled with confusion, nudging Chen Xun persistently. Chen Xun casually found a stone to sit upon, gazing towards the distant peaks, with the Great Black Bull following his line of sight. We are but ordinary individuals, devoid of grand ideals or ambitions, and certainly lacking in profundity. Why live with such clarity? Chen Xun picked up a small stone and tossed it into the distance. Watching it plummet with a soft thud, he suddenly burst into laughter. The large black cow, Moo Moo, joined in the merriment, kicking a small stone down with its hoof. The laughter of man and beast grew louder. Their heads pressed closely together as they savored this fleeting joy. Surrounding them were dense bamboo groves and the gentle sound of bubbling springs. In the distance, mountains rose upon mountains, scenes beyond scenes unfolded, a breathtaking panorama of infinite beauty. We are free. Moo Moo. Free. Moo. Suddenly, both man and cow proclaimed joyfully as Chen Xun spread his arms wide, welcoming the gentle breeze that caressed him, and he laughed heartily. Chapter 93. The Opportunity of Golden Elixir and the 5 Elements Pill Recipe. Over the past century, they had continued to allocate points, albeit with little effect, indiscriminately adding them all to their magical power. However, once their magical power reached 90, they found they could no longer allocate points. As if they were trapped at a bottleneck, they were left with no choice but to invest in defense and speed. Chen Xun also discovered that there was indeed a cap on point allocation. However, once they broke through, it would not hinder their progress, but rather, their strength would increase dramatically. Their current longevity points stood at Strength 50, Speed 71, 50, Essence of All Things 50, Magical Power 90, 50, Defense 90, 50. During this century, Chen Xun had felled a considerable number of crane spirit trees, intrigued by their properties, justifying it as research. Many disciples and senior brothers had inquired whether such indiscriminate cutting was inappropriate. Naturally, Chen Xun would not divulge the story of his past poverty, for pride is an inherent trait of humanity. Only the Great Black Bull is privy to this matter. It is their secret. However, he did seek out the millennial crane spirit tree, and indeed it exists, though not in abundance. It can be described as a towering giant, which he struck with a single blow, resulting in a concussion. He was rather dissatisfied with the resilience and strength of the millennial crane spirit tree, as it could not withstand his might. After half a day's worth of chopping, he dragged it back for cultivation. The Great Black Bull was nearby, hopping anxiously, repeatedly urging Chen Xun to be gentler, for this would be the material for its future life treasure. Subsequently, several years were devoted to nurturing it to the age of 10,000 years. Remarkably, it had not yet reached its limit, and Chen Xun, in a fit of rage, struck it once more, causing it to suffer a minor concussion. The cultivation continued, pushing towards its limits. After all, it was not in the ground, so there was no fear of it gaining sentience. Eventually, at the age of 100,000 years, the crane spirit tree began to show signs of withering, starting to turn black, and a sense of decay slowly enveloped the entire medicinal garden, even beginning to affect the medicinal herbs. This alarmed both Chen Xun and the great black bull, who exclaimed in shock, "What is happening? Is it going to mutate?" Fortunately, their cultivation of the water spirit technique had reached the 3rd level, which preserved the medicinal herbs in pristine condition. In the end, when it came to the timber, Chen Xun shook his head with a smile and simply uttered one word: impossible. His current strength was insufficient to move it, and even the mountain-splitting axe could not cut through. It was akin to the crane spirit king of the crane spirit tree realm. This massive timber was continuously nourished by the great black bull using the water spirit technique, shielding it from the decay. Had it been an ordinary water spirit technique, calamity would have surely ensued. Meanwhile, Chen Xun busied himself at the side, crafting vessels with the alchemical fire cutting method. Through the enhancement of his magical power, the alchemical fire had become a treasured tool in Chen Xun's hands, specifically for delicate tasks. Each day, he resembled a master craftsman, seated atop the colossal timber, tirelessly using the pale alchemical fire to carve the wood, gradually shaping a grand black coffin, infused with the essence of decay. Within the black coffin lies an intricate web of the ancient 1,000-year spirit vines, densely packed. The mere thought of entering evokes a sense of trepidation in Chen Xun. Meanwhile, the great black bull has commenced its cultivation of artifact refinement techniques, frequently nurturing its essence with its own blood, all in pursuit of a harmonious connection. Each day, Chen Xun teases, the great black bull and the great black coffin are a perfect match. Haha. This provokes the bull to nudge him in annoyance. For the coffin is indeed its cherished possession, crafted lovingly by Chen Xun himself, so much so that even he refrains from mocking it. Nevertheless, Chen Xun discreetly provides the great black bull with numerous elixirs to restore its vitality, as it seems the coffin has caused the bull to shed some weight. As for Chen Xun's own mountain-cleaving axe, he remains unhurried. He has yet to find suitable materials, deeming the bull's affairs of greater importance. Over the years, his skills in artifact crafting have significantly improved. He once jested, Sun Gu's crafting methods are unparalleled in the realm of immortality. Thanks to the 3 yuan pill, their cultivation has gradually ascended to the late foundation establishment stage. With further progress, they would soon achieve perfection and transcend to the realm of pill formation. Chen Xun has elevated the quality of the 3 yuan pill to a superior grade, primarily due to the considerable number of high-aged spiritual herbs utilized. The distinction in quality translates to a marked difference in efficacy. Otherwise, there would be no such classification. Originally, the 3 yuan pill was intended for cultivators at the mid-foundation establishment stage, as the alchemy hall of the Wuyun sect could only produce pills of medium quality or lower. Superior or exceptional grades would indeed benefit those at the late foundation establishment stage, a truth born from the shared experiences of Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull. Yet, Chen Xun harbors a lack of confidence in his alchemical techniques, relying solely on the quantity and age of the herbs to bolster his results. Though, according to the typical lifespan of a monk, they might have already attained enlightenment, their journey through the foundation establishment stage has been relatively smooth. Due to their longevity, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull maintain an exceptionally tranquil demeanor, diligently advancing their cultivation without haste. Occasionally, Chen Xun would subtly inquire about the methods to break through to the Golden Core stage at the Alchemy Hall. The Wuyun sect boasts at least 20 Golden Core masters. It is improbable that they all possess heavenly spiritual roots. Yet, he did manage to uncover the method, akin to the foundation establishment pill, which is well known among most practitioners in the cultivation world, except for him. Essentially, the breakthrough to the Golden Core requires the completeness of one's spiritual roots, followed by the condensation of the Golden Core within the body, which may even manifest extraordinary phenomena. Whenever a disciple of the Wuyun sect achieves a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, it necessitates sealing the mountain. Over the years, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull have witnessed this phenomenon once. The scene was awe-inspiring, with faint rays of dawn illuminating the sky, as if someone were transcending to immortality. They nearly found themselves performing a ritual. As for cultivators like them, possessing mixed 5-element spiritual roots, they need to forcibly condense the 5-element pills: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. At that moment, Chen Xun felt a chill run down his spine, and furthermore, the quality of these pills must be at least of medium grade. Which sect would invest such abundant resources into someone with mixed 5-element spiritual roots? In the Qian Kingdom, most cultivators who break through to the Golden Core stage possess at least 2 types of advanced spiritual roots. Those with 3 types are exceedingly rare, undoubtedly having encountered significant fortuitous opportunities. However, over the past century, Chen Xun has accumulated a wealth of contributions, which enabled him to exchange for the formula for the 5-element pill, much to the indifference of the elders at the contribution hall. This junior brother is indeed an enigma, although he is merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. He flits between the techniques of the chi refining stage and the alchemical formulas of the same tier. And now he has even begun to dabble in the golden core stage. Yet, the contributions he has made belong to others, as he diligently manages the spiritual herbs, evoking a sense of pity for Chen Xun. Upon returning to the spiritual herb garden, Chen Xun was overjoyed alongside the great black bull. Fortunately, in the realm of cultivation within the Qian kingdom, the number of cultivators capable of forming cores is scarce, preventing these rare spiritual herbs from being excessively sought after and thus becoming as endangered as those of foundation establishment. Over the years, whenever these senior brothers had personal matters, they would summon them for assistance, allowing them to gather seeds from various spiritual herb gardens throughout the sect for over a century. These rare herbs include treasures such as thunderfruit, xianjin flower, and jade marrow mushroom, though some require over 800 years to mature for medicinal use. The Wuyun sect has nurtured these herbs across generations, sending individuals to harvest them once matured, ultimately preserving them within the alchemy hall for future generations. Such rare spiritual herbs and elixirs cannot be exchanged within the contribution hall, much like the golden core techniques, as the Wuyun sect does not permit access to such items. Seated upon a great stone, Chen Xun gradually withdrew his gaze and spoke. "Old bull, let us return home and prepare for tidying up." With a gentle moo, the duo meandered toward the spiritual herb garden, their eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, embodying a serene tranquility. Chapter 94. The ruthless attire of the cultivation realm to outsiders. Both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull appeared to be stagnating at the early stage of foundation establishment, seemingly having reached the limits of their potential. Within the confines of the Lingyao Garden at the Huiquan stream, the Great Black Bull reclined against the stone wall, exuding an air of confidence as he gazed at Chen Xun, reminiscent of their days in the cave of that small mountain village. Chen Xun's eyes were as deep as a tranquil pool, clad in a flowing black garment, with shoes as dark as ink, standing solitary upon the ground. A gentle breeze rustled his attire. He solemnly produced a heavy black bandit mask, through which the sunlight filtered yet seemed to be absorbed entirely. Slowly he donned it. Moo. The Great Black Bull widened its eyes, and Chen Xun appeared transformed, his demeanor drastically altered. A cold, sharp smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he turned his gaze toward the Great Black Bull, his piercing, icy stare exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The bull exhaled heavily, its brow glistening with cold sweat, its pupils trembling as it gazed at Chen Xun, repeatedly lowing. It longed to express, "Brother, you are magnificent." Chen Xun slightly clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes revealing a disdainful air. "Old bull, do you feel the intensity?" "Moo," the Great Black Bull exclaimed excitedly, affirming that it indeed felt the intensity. Equipped with the full ensemble of a bandit, he was now ready to obliterate any who stood in his way. Invoking the blessings of the Buddha, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chen Xun's eyes. To traverse the world, one could not lack the proper attire. "Old bull, use your divine sense to probe me," he commanded. "Moo." The Great Black Bull nodded earnestly, its gaze sharpening as it directed its divine sense toward Chen Xun. After a moment, the Great Black Bull was drenched in cold sweat, confusion clouding its eyes. "Moo, moo moo." Its divine sense enveloped Chen Xun, yet seemed utterly ineffective. Akin to a deity's perspective rendered impotent, even inferior to mere sight. The ancient thousand-thread spirit vine, capable of igniting a cataclysm in the realm of cultivation, was indeed as formidable as rumored. "Haraha, Shimen Hainiu, how dare you, a mere late-stage foundation cultivator, attempt to scrutinize me?" Chen Xun laughed maniacally, casting a penetrating gaze upon the Great Black Bull. "Youngster, perish." The bull, curled against the stone wall, trembled in fear. This was utterly terrifying. "Ha ha." Within the cavern, Chen Xun's triumphant laughter echoed, but suddenly the Black Bull realized that Chen Xun was merely attempting to frighten it once more. "Moo." Alas. A resounding crash reverberated through the cavern as Chen Xun was propelled against the stone wall, sustaining grievous injuries, a classic case of joy turning to sorrow. The ensuing chaos saw the man and bull engaged in a fierce battle, clouds of dust swirling around them. After half an hour, Chen Xun unleashed his formidable strength, bringing an end to this tumultuous skirmish. "Old bull, rise. I have fashioned a fearsome ensemble for you to traverse the world. Moo, hurry up, or I shall gift you away." "Moo moo." The Great Black Bull, exhilarated, sprang to its feet. Standing at 7 feet tall, its physique was impressively robust, towering over Chen Xun by a considerable margin. Yet, owing to its horns, Chen Xun was not overshadowed. donning the attire that adorned the bull's grand visage. In the realm of cultivation, eccentricities abound. Due to various techniques, one might encounter towering giants or diminutive figures. The black bull, upon rising, resembled an exceptionally robust individual. The bull gazed in awe at the majestic and imposing outfit, utterly entranced. Perhaps this was the essence of freedom, a boundless sensation. However, Chen Xun could not help but stifle a laugh. The sight appeared so ludicrous. Moo? Brother bull, how magnificent! Moo! With a resounding roar. The great black bull expelled a storage pouch from its belly, a gift from Chen Xun, the largest storage pouch of the Five Elements sect. Perfectly ample to contain the black coffin, as the storage ring was not available for exchange. The ground of the cave trembled as the black coffin stood erect. Firmly grasped by the bull's hoof, emanating a chilling aura, heavily suppressed by the water spirit technique. Chen Xun slowly stood beside it, silently drawing forth the mountain-splitting axe. They both turned their gazes towards the cave entrance, as a fierce wind swept past, leaving them eerily still, epitomizing the fierce demeanor of the immortal cultivation realm. The man and the bull were utterly absorbed in the moment, striking poses for half an hour until they felt satisfied. Old bull, we have been quite busy these years. Chen Xun mused, recalling what the craftsman from the refining pavilion had mentioned about magical artifacts being able to enhance formations. Our ensemble also requires a ritual of blood sacrifice for refinement. There are indeed tasks that await us. Mooing softly, they began to wrap things up while preparing for the next endeavor. With the recent victory in battle, their burdens had lightened. Over the years, Chen Xun had acquired numerous storage pouches, both large and small, with rare items stored with the old bull. Their possessions had amassed to an overwhelming number of trinkets and various books. Each day, cultivators returned to the Five Elements sect, including esteemed Golden Core masters from the Purple Cloud sect, creating a bustling atmosphere. Meanwhile, the sect leader was embroiled in discussions in the Martial Kingdom regarding territorial divisions, rumored to be quite contentious. Yet, beneath the facade of vibrancy and exhilaration, countless cultivators had been rendered incapacitated in the war, leaving only despondency and resignation in their wake. The sect has retrieved a considerable amount of resources to aid the injured cultivators in their recovery. Yet it remains but a drop in the ocean. Some scars will accompany them throughout their lives. Chen Xun, accompanied by the great black bull, occasionally visits Ji Kuan and Shi Jing. It is said that Ji Kuan has taken on a disciple within the sect. Shi Jing continues to be taciturn, often gazing skyward. His once vibrant spirit now sealed away. Chen Xun inquired about Shi Jing's injuries from Lu Yuan, and upon learning the details, he was moved to tears, feeling utterly helpless. As for Ji Kuan, Chen Xun offered some valuable elixirs, but they were returned with the sentiment that Ji Kuan wished solely to focus on mentoring his disciple and urged Chen Xun to cease his concerns for him. Chen Xun, feeling at a loss, realized that the recent war in the realm of cultivation has irrevocably altered many lives, with everyone gradually drifting apart. Time relentlessly marches on, and 20 fleeting years have passed. The Qian and Wu nations have entered a period of tranquility and harmony. The cultivation world of Wu has been thoroughly suppressed by the century-long conflict, leaving no one daring to provoke unrest. The 10 major sects have significantly strengthened their power, eagerly recruiting disciples, ensuring that no promising talents from Wu nation slip through their fingers. Yet, in the brief span of 20 years, aside from those who participated in the battle, many have begun to forget. Merely witnessing the flourishing of the cultivation world suffices. And who has the time to concern themselves with more? The Wuyun sect continues to occupy an 8th grade spiritual vein in Wu Nation, fervently establishing its mountain gate. The number of new disciples joining the sect has been steadily rising, filled with hope as they embark on the legendary path to immortality. The tides of the Yangtze River push forward the waves, a new generation replaces the old. Within the Wuyun sect, at the Huchuan Stream Spirit Herb Garden, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull are remnants of that bygone era, preparing to depart. After a mere 300 years, it is evident that with their 5-element mixed spiritual roots, there is no hope of advancing to the Golden Core stage. Over the past 2 decades, they have infused their longevity points into speed and the essence of all things. Their current longevity points stand at Strength 50, Speed 90, 50, Essence 51, Mana 90, 50, and Defense 90, 50. Throughout these years, they have devoted all their contributions to acquiring books and materials, exchanging them for advanced versions of weapon forging, formations, and talismans. Depleting their contributions entirely, they have successfully ritualized the fierce bandit ensemble with their refined blood, and all their belongings are now meticulously organized. The Great Black Ox, filled with an array of storage bags, assured Chen Xun that everything was in order. They settled on the grass, reminiscent of their initial arrival on that fateful day. The surroundings remained as enchanting as ever, seemingly untouched by the ravages of time. It felt as though nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. Old ox, do you remember the day we rode the flying boat to Insect? Chen Xun suddenly glanced in a particular direction, a smile gracing his face. Ah, that moment. We took off. He began to mimic the exuberance of that day, prompting the great black ox to let out hearty laughter, occasionally nudging Chen Xun playfully. It produced Chen Xun's tattered straw hat, a remnant from that time, which he had never discarded, recalling the injuries Chen Xun had sustained. If this hat were to be shown to others, it would surely instill nightmares in many disciples. Chen Xun took the hat and chuckled. We are the tormenting duo of Insect. Moo. The great black ox mimicked a charging motion, recalling its stealthy ambush on several individuals. Grateful for the care received. To my senior brothers and sisters and younger disciples, as well as the elders. Moo. Old ox, let's tend to the spiritual herb garden once more before we prepare to depart. After half a day, Chen Xun led the great black ox to the entrance of the medicinal garden's restrictions. They exchanged a profound glance with the Huiwan Stream's spiritual herb garden before turning away. Chapter 95. A thought of spring breeze, a thought of old friends. Their steps were deliberate, shrouded by layers of mysterious mist that continually obscured their path behind them. This road might never be traversed again. The floating light Shinpin Great Array remained operational, and the two senior brothers at the entrance were no longer the same as before. Chen Xun smiled in their direction and then took the great black ox to the alchemy hall to report, citing the reason of limited lifespan and the intention to descend the mountain to seek a bride. Time rushed by, and the alchemy hall had seen a succession of personnel. The elder sister on the left was said to have gone to the front lines. It was uncertain whether she had achieved a breakthrough or met her demise, as she had not been seen for a long time. Yuan Zheng had also become stagnant in the middle stage of foundation establishment, having passed away. Chen Xun once took the great black ox to pay respects and performed a ritual. After verifying the records, the elder of the alchemy hall was taken aback. This junior brother had indeed remained within the sect's spiritual herb garden since his breakthrough in foundation establishment. His expression shifted to one of slight respect as he returned the restriction token, watching as the essence of blood dissipated. They departed the alchemy hall, now free individuals. Having made significant contributions to the sect, they could either enjoy their retirement within the sect or descend the mountain at their leisure. Chen Xun walked along the rugged mountain path with the great black ox, surrounded by lush greenery, as spring blossomed in full bloom. Occasionally, disciples in the Qi refinement stage whizzed past, still as busy as ever. Moo? The great black ox nudged Chen Xun. Perhaps it's best not to say anything. We can leave quietly without drawing attention. There is no need for such theatrics. Chen Xun comprehended the meaning behind the great black bull's expression, contemplating whether to inform Brother Ji and the others. The bull's eyes reflected a moment of struggle before it ultimately nodded in agreement. Old bull, do you relish this newfound lightness? Chen Xun inhaled deeply, then gradually exhaled, pondering that separation through life is preferable to parting through death. The bull's pupils contracted. Momentarily taken aback by Chen Xun's unexpected words, its earlier struggle dissipating. They were not preparing to depart just yet. Instead, they intended to explore the scenery before making a final exit. Old bull, look over there. Chen Xun exclaimed, his excitement ignited as he pointed towards a valley below, where a fiery sea of autumn foliage beckoned, a vibrant maple forest that seemed to permeate the very depths of one's heart. Up with the sword. Whoosh, whoosh. The man and the bull stood atop the celestial sword, soaring through the peaks, cascading downwards, stirring countless crimson leaves, their faces alight with astonishment. A towering maple tree stood majestically at the heart of the forest, radiating brilliance akin to clouds at dawn. The spring breeze harmonized with the rustling leaves, while the azure sky stretched infinitely above, filtering beams of sunlight that danced upon their figures. Chen Xun gazed upwards, leading the great black bull step by step through the maple grove, his eyes brimming with awe. Old bull, roam freely. Moo. Upon hearing Chen Xun's command, the great black bull bolted joyfully, sniffing and exploring, occasionally pausing in stillness, its eyes mirroring the delight within. After so many years at Insect, they had never discovered this hidden gem, only to stumble upon it as they prepared to leave. Leaning against the maple tree, Chen Xun rested his hands behind his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips, embodying a sense of ease. Over the years, he had indeed grown weary. While he held deep gratitude for the Insect, he ultimately realized that he was not particularly fond of lingering within the confines of the sect. Now, he and the old bull were no longer novices in the realm of cultivation. They possessed the strength to protect themselves and would no longer be hunted by ferocious beasts. A map of the Qian kingdom unfurled slowly in the air. Ah, how delightful. Chen Xun murmured softly, gently closing his eyes as the map was tucked away into his storage pouch. The blazing sun tore through the fog, casting beams of light through the maple grove, as if the rays themselves took on form, warming time and tendering the years. The great black bull frolicked around Chen Xun, but upon seeing him fall into slumber, it chose not to disturb him. In this grand and vast world of cultivation, countless souls were accompanied by heaps of bones, trudging forward through arduous paths, never pausing to rest. Perhaps only this man and his bull continued to relish an alternate aspect of the cultivation realm. Thus, a day passed in tranquility. Chen Xun remained at rest, while the great black bull, having exhausted its play, settled beside him and closed its eyes. The following day, Chen Xun still slumbered. The bull glanced at him and gently donned a straw hat, for the sunlight was indeed rather blinding. Occasionally, male and female disciples would wander into the maple grove, seemingly treating it as a rendezvous point. Upon encountering their senior uncle and his spirit beast, they were struck with astonishment and fled in haste. Vowing never to disrupt such a sacred moment, their trysts could await another time. On the third day, the great black bull fully relaxed, drifting into deep slumber with its belly exposed. In a century, they had seemingly never experienced such untrammeled relaxation. The profound fatigue nestled in their hearts finally began to dissipate. Rays of golden light bathed their heads, while birds occasionally perched upon their shoulders and atop their heads. The tree yearns for stillness, yet the wind persists. A gentle breeze caresses the air, causing the crimson leaves to drift gracefully down, settling upon Chen Xun's face. He remains tranquil, seemingly melding with nature. With a fleeting thought of spring's breeze, memories of an old friend resurface. A woman stands at a distance, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazes at the figure reclined beneath the ancient maple tree, her crimson lips slightly parted. In harmony with the world, the phrase unexpectedly arises in her mind, and she is shaken, pondering. Chen Xun, is it truly you, a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage? This woman is Lu Yuan. Though her knowledge of Chen Xun is limited, she has encountered numerous cultivators, and he is indeed a remarkable individual. After a moment, Lu Yuan smiles softly, realizing that this is merely a wish emanating from her heart. Judging by the passage of time, Chen Xun's lifespan appears to be dwindling. The events involving Shi Jing have imparted to her a newfound appreciation for those around her. This grove of maple trees holds memories of her frequent visits with Shi Jing. Yet now he will no longer come. He merely stares blankly each day. The man beneath the maple tree opens his eyes, still drowsy, and looks towards her, senior sister Lu. The large black bull, Moo Moo, slowly awakens, bewildered as it surveys its surroundings, and suddenly spots Lu Yuan. A hint of tension flickering in its eyes. Chen, junior brother, black bull. Lu Yuan responds with a gentle smile, her voice crisp and clear. Clad in a flowing white dress, she has matured significantly. Due to her recent victory, she has acquired a wealth of cultivation resources and is now a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, receiving focused training from her sect. Shi Jing has been completely abandoned, and several of their Master's 10 direct disciples have perished. She perceived the unnatural expression on the large black bull's face, and it seemed she contemplated something. Though she did not reveal her thoughts, Chen Xun gently brushed the maple leaves from his face and smiled, saying, I did not expect to encounter you here, Sister Lu. Junior brother Chen, do you have any plans for the future? Lu Yuan approached gracefully, a waft of fragrance trailing behind her. On the side of Wu country, the sect is in need of foundational cultivators, which presents a greater opportunity. Hee, Sister Lu is thoughtful, Chen Xun replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the dense maple leaves illuminated by the light. Junior brother has no other desires. A gentle breeze and a moment of contemplation suffice. As the leaves fell like whispers, time seemed to stand still, and even the wind held its breath. Lu Yuan's smile appeared to deepen as she nodded, and then turned to leave, content that junior brother could find clarity. Chapter 96. The sea is vast for fish to leap, the sky is high for birds to fly. Old bull. Moo? Have we forgotten something significant? Moo Moo? The grudge against the Qingya eagle cannot go unavenged. Let us steal an egg, and then set off. The large black bull became animated, causing the scattered leaves on the ground to dance. The duo, one man and one bull, stood abruptly, revealing cold smiles as they fixed their gaze in a particular direction. Ready to scout the area before taking action, one must adhere to the industry's rules. 2 months later, atop a certain cliff, 2 dark figures emitted excited shrieks as they clutched a large egg, fleeing in a frenzy. In the sky above, 2 Qingya eagles squawked anxiously, their piercing cries resonating with a soul-chilling intensity. The elders within the Spirit Beast Hall were thrown into a state of panic, demanding an immediate investigation into the matter of the Qingya eagle. Meanwhile, in a secluded cave, Chen Xun and the Black Bull erupted into hearty laughter. dismissing concerns about whether it was indeed the same creature from before. "Old bull, did you see? I told you it wouldn't survive you," Chen Xun exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the large white egg on the ground, a certainty in his voice as he remarked, "I could smell it from a distance." The black bull patted Chen Xun with a look of satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed, you are my elder brother. Let us make our escape. Have we gathered all our belongings?" The black bull nodded earnestly, having meticulously checked countless times to ensure nothing was left behind. The duo furtively surveyed their surroundings in the vast sky above before gradually vanishing into the lofty mountains. 3 days later, that very egg mysteriously returned, prompting the Qingya eagle to tremble with rage at the sight, exclaiming, "Thieves! Brazen thieves! This is a blatant insult." The elders of the Spirit Beast Hall were equally bewildered, having seen no sign of intruders. Nevertheless, this incident, albeit minor, transformed into a source of amusement for the disciples of the Spirit Beast Hall, sparking conversations about ghostly encounters. As they descended the mountain, the black bull was once again adorned with pots and pans, their old companions, along with a few additional storage bags and a small wooden barrel containing health tea. He relished the jingling sounds that accompanied him, providing a sense of comfort, a sentiment shared by Chen Xun. Dressed in a simple linen robe, he submitted his garments and sect token at the main hall, while still carrying the 3 axes of his trade. They donned straw hats, resembling the aged farmers of the mountains, as they descended step by step. The disciples, still vibrant and full of life, whistled through the air. It felt as though they had traversed through time, with Chen Xun and the black bull leisurely observing their surroundings. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they were greeted by an ancient monolith, towering above the trees, inscribed with characters etched by an unknown hand. It stood as a symbol of time and heritage, each stroke resonating with strength and myriad emotions. 5 Elements Sect. Chen Xun solemnly clasped his hands, while the black bull bowed in reverence. Once more, they were to depart. The path to immortality was a ceaseless journey, filled with uncertainties and wonders. The sun blazed fiercely today, marking an auspicious day for travel. Chen Xun and the black bull cast their gazes down the mountain path beyond the monolith. "Well, it seems we didn't say anything, yet you still didn't come. Let us go, old bull. It was my oversight not to inform these juniors. Their absence is thus understandable." A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Chen Xun's face as he gently led the black bull away from the mountain range. Once they stepped beyond the Great Formation, they would no longer belong to the 5 Elements Sect. The black bull nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Xun had withheld the information from them. Outside the formation, the sky stretched vast and limitless, with broad roads extending in all directions. Yet, both Chen Xun and the black bull suddenly halted in surprise. Before them stood 3 figures, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. Junior Brother Chen, Black Bull. Junior Brother Chen, Black Bull. Junior Brother Chen, Bull Junior Brother. The trio consisted of Shi Jing, Lu Yuan, and Ji Kuan, their lips curving into smiles. It was no secret that Chen Xun had been preparing for his departure these past few days. "Ah, look at what you've caused." Chen Xun erupted into hearty laughter, glancing at the great black bull. "Old bull, it was you who said that, wasn't it? Moo? Moo moo moo." The black bull, taken aback, angrily gnawed at Chen Xun's clothing, bewildered as to when it had ever uttered such words. "Junior Brother Chen, Black Bull, where do you intend to go?" Shi Jing inquired, his eyes still bearing a hint of melancholy, yet he seemed to have emerged from it considerably. "I have some connections in various places. Senior Brother Shi, you are too kind. I plan to return to the countryside, marry a wife, and tend to the fields," Chen Xun replied earnestly, his eyes brimming with sincerity. "Senior Brother Shi, do not be disheartened. At least you have Sister Lu by your side, which is far better than my situation with the old bull." Shi Jing's eyes were filled with the weight of experience as he inadvertently glanced at Lu Yuan, giving a gentle nod. "Junior Brother Chen, Black Bull, as you embark on this journey, take care of yourselves." A radiant smile graced Lu Yuan's face as she turned to Chen Xun, saying, "If there is a chance, do come back and visit." Moo. Chen Xun and the great black bull both regarded Lu Yuan, recognizing that the once little junior sister now seemed capable of standing on her own. Ji Kuan, now with a head full of white hair, appeared even older than he did during his chi refinement phase. However, the occasional glimmer of brilliance in his eyes indicated he was far from ordinary. Chen Xun had long noticed Ji Kuan's transformation and pondered how he could have suddenly turned gray overnight. "Junior Brother Chen, Bull Brother." Ji Kuan seemed to display a long-lost smile, his voice quavering yet warm. "Brother Ji." Moo. Chen Xun slowly clasped his hands together, yet deep concern lingered in his eyes. Something was undeniably amiss with Ji Kuan's health. The great black bull slowly approached Ji Kuan, gently nudging him. In this sect, only Ji Kuan regarded it as his junior brother. although Chen Xun had never explicitly stated his reasons for assisting Ji Kuan. The great black bull understood well that it was solely for the sake of that endearing title, junior brother-in-law. Ji Kuan's eyes sparkled with joy as he affectionately stroked the bull's head. They, like himself, were brothers hailing from the Nine-Star Valley. He then ambled over to Chen Xun, retrieving an ancient tome from his storage bag. Junior brother Chen, I bestow this upon you. This artifact was unique to the Ji family, an ancient legacy that could only be unlocked by those of Ji blood. Ji Kuan had forcibly awakened it through his own essence, intending to gift it to Chen Xun. Despite its many imperfections, it stood as his only treasured possession. The white hair he had acquired overnight was a testament to his sacrifice. He had nothing else to offer Chen Xun except this final glimmer of hope. Senior brother Ji, please take it back. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, his tone elevated. My assistance to you has never been motivated by a desire for anything in return. It is simply because you are my friend. The great black bull mooed in agreement, for they had never contemplated such matters. Among friends, there exists no debt, otherwise. What is the purpose of friendship? Ji Kuan's voice was rich and full of warmth as he patted Chen Xun's shoulder. Isn't that right? Chen Xun inhaled deeply, locking eyes with Ji Kuan, reminiscent of their encounter at the foot of the mountain, and nodded earnestly. Ji Kuan smiled, placing the tome into Chen Xun's hands, feeling a profound sense of contentment. As Chen Xun and the great black bull turned back to glance at Ji Kuan, they strolled leisurely along the expansive path, all three of them smiling at one another. On the path of cultivation, encountering friends like Chen Xun and De Hainyo is indeed a stroke of fortune. As Chen Xun and De Hainyo ventured further, he suddenly halted, turning back to bellow, Brother Ji, Brother Shi, Sister Lu. Should we cross paths on the streets in the future, do not forget to exchange greetings. Share a few words with me and Old Niel. Moo. Of course. Absolutely. No more chatter, let us hasten. The trio shouted back, entirely devoid of the demeanor expected from foundational cultivators, their eyes brimming with well wishes for a friend's journey. Chen Xun, from a distance, clasped his hands and laughed heartily. Old Niel, we are off. Moo. Moo. De Hainyo also called out to the trio, then turned to Chen Xun, inquiring about the chosen path. All around, expansive roads and wilderness sprawled. The sun blazed in the zenith, embodying the vigor of life's pursuit. Chen Xun, hands behind his back, gazed into the wilderness and spoke gravely. The path to immortality requires no hesitation, no looking back, no lamentation, wherever the eye wanders. There lies the road ahead. Old Nyo, choose any direction, with no destination in mind, let us charge forth. However, before he could finish, De Hainyo, with a heavy snort, surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust, leaving Chen Xun momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he finally regained his senses and sprinted after De Hainyo. Chen Xun's veins bulged, his features contorted, as he shouted, Old Nyo, I am not aboard yet. Old Nyo, I am not aboard. Moo moo. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, two figures gradually receded into the distance, eventually vanishing from sight. Outside the mountain gate, three individuals wore smiles at the corners of their mouths, gazing at the already disappeared silhouettes with a sense of nostalgia. They seemed to embody an effortless grace, unrestrained and free. Some individuals remain etched in our memories. Even if we forget their voices, their smiles, or their faces, the feelings evoked upon recalling them remain unchanged forever. Perhaps this is the essence of Chen Xun, the junior disciple. They had completely departed from the Wuyan sect, embarking on a journey in the magnificent and captivating world of cultivation, where the vast sea invites the fish to leap and the high skies beckon the birds to soar. Chapter 97. The ancestral tomb explodes, the Taoist S divine might. In the realm of existence between heaven and earth, life resembles that of a traveler. The blazing sun approached the horizon, igniting the sky with a vast expanse of fiery red clouds, overflowing with subtlety and depth. On the sunset boulevard, a young lad rode furiously atop a black bull, charging down the path with astonishing speed, stirring up gusts of swirling sand, accompanied by melodious jingles that resonated around him. They traversed fields and crossed great rivers, with countless onlookers staring in astonishment at this powerful black bull, far more vigorous than their own humble oxen. As they raced forward, Chen Xun let out exuberant shouts. Woohoo! Moo! The black bull, equally exhilarated, bellowed in response. It had been years since they had experienced such unrestrained freedom in their gallop. There were no distractions, no constraints, no set destination, only the promise of the open road ahead and the thrill of delightful surprises along the way. Old bull, you understand. Moo. However, as Chen Xun and the black bull continued, their cultivation levels gradually waned, and their speed began to diminish. The great black bull's eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Although it had reached the late stages of foundation establishment, it now found itself at the 7th level of qi refining, and none dared to provoke it. The bull turned its head toward Chen Xun, as if seeking praise. Only to be struck with astonishment. Chen Xun had lost all his cultivation and had been reduced to an ordinary mortal. Chen Xun, equally bewildered, stared back at the bull. Old bull, Chen Xun furrowed his brow and slowly said, "We are not seeking out cultivators. We simply aim to live as mortals." He continued, "Have you ever seen a cultivator trouble an ordinary person? They are quite busy with their own affairs." The great black bull nodded. Having spent considerable time in the cultivation world, it was still adjusting to this new reality. Its own powers were gradually diminishing, and it was slowly becoming an ordinary black bull, its magical prowess no longer manifest. With a smile in his eyes, Chen Xun leapt down and took in the fields on either side, golden and resplendent, as he strolled alongside the great black bull. A map unfurled in the air, seemingly moving with their steps. "Old bull, let us avoid these blank areas. They are all the territories of cultivators," Chen Xun remarked casually, his gaze fixed on the map. "We should find an ordinary secluded mountain forest to first establish our golden core. I have a plan in mind. Look at the border between Jiyang Prefecture and Kaiyang Prefecture. It is filled with mountains and rivers, yet devoid of any sections. We can scout the area, observe our surroundings, and prioritize safety when venturing outside." The great black bull responded joyfully, relishing this newfound freedom to accompany Chen Xun on his travels, wandering the world, now equipped with the ability to protect itself. As long as they steered clear of cultivators, trouble would not find them. "Let us proceed." Moo. Two figures gradually faded into the fields. As free as the wind, as carefree as the rain. 2 months later, in an inconspicuous village of Jiyang Prefecture, at the ancestral graveyard. The area was surrounded by villagers, their eyes filled with hope as they gazed upon a young Taoist priest and his demon-repelling black bull. Each individual clutched an assortment of poultry and meat, their faces flushed with excitement. "We beseech the Taoist priest to perform a rite. O esteemed priest, malevolent spirits have been wreaking havoc upon our village, depriving us of sleep. Please, esteemed priest, cast your spell." The crowd of hundreds clamored in a cacophony of voices, each eager to be heard. Yet, the young Taoist, evidently possessing profound mastery, remained composed and unfazed. Slowly, he drew forth a mountain-splitting axe from his robes. An abrupt silence enveloped the villagers as they widened their eyes in astonishment. How could a Taoist's magical tool be a mountain axe? Chanting incantations, the young priest summoned wisps of azure smoke. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Explode!" Boom! The gravestone of the ancestral tomb shattered, and a plume of blue smoke erupted from the pit, accompanied by a chilling wail. Moo! The demon-repelling black bull shook its bell fervently, and the haunting wail morphed into roars and desperate struggles. In no time, the commotion began to dissipate, and the black bull grinned, mocking the feeble spirit of the second-tier chi refining stage, daring to flaunt its skills before the Western Gate's black bull. How audacious! Such divine prowess, esteemed priest. Truly, the Taoist's might is unparalleled. The surrounding villagers erupted in joyous exclamations, bowing deeply with tears of gratitude in their eyes, finally liberated from this grave affliction. "Ha ha! Fellow villagers, let us feast, let us celebrate." The young Taoist supported the elderly village chief, laughing heartily. This man was indeed Chen Xun. "Oh, yes. Quickly prepare for the Taoist." The village chief exclaimed excitedly, raising his cane to address the crowd. "We must not neglect the Taoist." "Yes, chief," everyone shouted in unison, promptly dispersing in various directions. "Taoist, please come," the village chief said with a gentle smile, his eyes brimming with respect. "Chief, please," Chen Xun replied with a courteous gesture and a smile. The entire village buzzed with fervor, resembling a festive celebration, filled with joyous shouts. At the banquet, numerous villagers came to flatter Chen Xun, some even bringing their children to inquire if he would accept them as disciples, but he graciously declined each request. Eventually, the village chief could no longer tolerate the interruptions and sternly admonished the crowd, "Do not disturb the Taoist's tranquility." The villagers, feeling helpless, began to drink heartily, relieved that the haunting issue had finally been resolved. Chen Xun, too, relished the peace, picking up several plates and making his way to a distant corner where a large black bull stood. "Moo, dear bull, let us savor the flavors of Zhiyangzhou's cuisine," Chen Xun said, sitting down on the ground, one hand holding a plate of food while the other fed the black bull. "Moo," the bull responded, its eyes sparkling with delight. "This is truly delicious, different from the flavors crafted by you." "Ha ha, old bull, every region possesses its unique taste," Chen Xun remarked while enjoying his meal. "Our experiences are still limited. Let us take our time, no need to rush." "Moo," the black bull replied with a chuckle, resuming its meal. The pair, a man and a bull, embodied none of the grandeur one might expect from a sage. Instead, they resembled beggars in the city, eschewing even the use of chopsticks. At that moment, a small boy quietly approached, bending at a 90-degree angle, awkwardly clasping his hands together and inquiring, "Master, are you an immortal?" Both Chen Xun and the large black cow were taken aback, remnants of food lingering on their lips, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Young lad, you are mistaken. Immortals are not like us." Chen Xun chuckled suddenly, and the large black cow joined in with a grin, the surrounding pots and pans starkly contrasting their demeanor. The boy lifted his head, his features somewhat misaligned, lacking an air of wisdom. He spoke with a bright voice. "You must be an immortal. There are ghosts troubling our village, and the people of the area family cannot resolve it." "Young man, please sit." Chen Xun replied with a laugh. "Why aren't you feasting? I noticed there were quite a few at the children's table." The boy's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly took a seat, only for a shadow of sadness to cross his expression. "They say I look strange and won't play with me. Isn't that a great absurdity?" Chen Xun mused, taking another bite and glancing at the large black cow. "Isn't that right, old cow?" The black cow nodded earnestly. "Aren't we all human?" It too took a bite of its meal. "Master, do you not think I—" "What does that matter? You haven't done anything wrong. You neither steal nor rob, so disregard their words," Chen Xun replied nonchalantly, picking up a plate brimming with meat. "Come, young lad, eat more. It will help you grow." "Thank you, master," the boy exclaimed, excitedly bowing his head to the ground. For they had not allowed him to join the feast, leaving him hungry. The trio, 2 beings and 1 cow, began to eat on the ground, their presence starkly contrasting with the festive atmosphere of the distant banquet. Chapter 98. "Senior, please speak of the mortal realm. You must be an immortal, right?" The young boy choked on his words. Having no companions, he had merely heard countless legends of immortals. "We are indeed not, for immortals are ethereal beings, untouched by worldly desires, saviors of the suffering, and possessors of celestial powers." Moo Moo, the great black bull, nodded in agreement. At best, they could be considered cultivators, and among the least accomplished at that. The boy widened his eyes. With this clarification, the Taoist indeed seemed far from immortal. Perhaps he had overthought it. "Young lad, do you aspire to become an immortal?" "Yes, Taoist." "Then no one would mock me. Everyone would respect me just as they respect you." "Haha, you possess quite the ambition." Chen Xun chuckled lightly, saying no more. "Have you eaten your fill?" "Yes, Taoist." "Come, let us assist them in tidying up." "Ah, Taoist, they might disdain my help. Just follow my lead." "Yes, Taoist." The boy beamed with innocent joy. Chen Xun, accompanied by the child and the great black bull, proceeded towards the banquet area, beginning to help the villagers clear away tables and benches. This startled the old village chief, who hurriedly insisted that the Taoist need not exert himself. Unable to refuse the villagers, Chen Xun directed the young boy to help with the cleanup, and many began to regard him differently, realizing they could no longer tease him. The following day, before the sun had risen, the pale blue sky was adorned with a few scattered stars, and the air was imbued with the chill of dawn, rendering everything exquisitely refreshing. The young and strong villagers, having indulged in the banquet, remained blissfully intoxicated, still yet to awaken. At this moment, 2 figures advanced towards the rising sun, treading softly upon the delicate mist, without a sound. The young boy had long awakened, seated atop the roof, reveling in the moment when the sun first descended. Yet, his eyes betrayed a profound shock, trembling as they widened in disbelief. He beheld the 2 figures, an immortal and his dark bull, seemingly moving with a deliberate slowness, though each step felt as monumental as 1,000. His vocabulary faltered, unable to articulate the sensation that engulfed him, prompting him to rub his eyes vigorously. In an instant, they vanished from his sight, and he could almost hear the frantic rhythm of his own heartbeat. Suddenly, the boy broke into a dazed smile. "Master, you must be an immortal." As dawn broke, the villagers discovered that Chen Xun had departed, and they were filled with alarm, wishing to keep the young immortal for a few more days. Several unmarried women in the village, all over 30, resolved to take matters into their own hands, never anticipating that the immortal would slip away. They returned home, closing their doors, and wallowed in their sorrow for days. In the days that followed, Chen Xun and the great black bull ambled leisurely, exploring their surroundings and indulging in playful diversions. However, they refrained from mingling with the circles of cultivators, carefully circumventing the territories of various sects, and encountered not a single practitioner. Time seemed to revert to their days among mortals, free from the incessant troubles that usually beset them. Chen Xun felt a profound sense of relief. He had expected to find throngs of foundation-building cultivators upon his advancement, yet reality was devoid of such coincidences. He and the great black ox would occasionally sit atop the hillside, gazing at the tumultuous river below. Along its banks stood an array of architectural marvels, embodying the essence of this world, alongside the faintly discernible remnants of ancient kiln sites. The desolate yet substantial merchant road was perpetually traversed by passers-by, either in throngs or scattered like stars, all exuding an air of antiquity. These captivating vistas led Chen Xun and the great black ox to pause in contemplation, their minds wandering in reverie. At times, they would observe others constructing bridges and paving roads, finding an unexpected sense of ease in the endeavor, their spirits gradually elevating without conscious effort. Occasionally, while strolling along the rural paths, they would see an old farmer pulling a donkey cart and felt compelled to lend a hand. Every seemingly trivial act appeared deeply significant to those who sought immortality. However, this incessant mooing from the great black ox, filled with envy, reminded Chen Xun of his promise to find him a vast expanse of fertile land. This revelation startled Chen Xun, prompting him to reassure the great black ox that they would seek it out when they achieved the next stage of cultivation. The great black ox accepted this, and they resumed their journey. Yet, they lingered in each location for no more than a few days before silently vanishing. Occasionally, Chen Xun would sketch the scenery, yet the great black ox remarked that his artistic skills were akin to his vocal talents. However, the spiritual essence in most earthly realms seemed sparse, and they had yet to encounter a crane spirit tree, which left both Chen Xun and the great black ox feeling somewhat restless. Yet, how could Chen Xun be without a contingency plan? He had brought along saplings of the crane spirit tree that were simply not needed at the moment. For now, they had settled in a secluded, ancient forest, where they had been waiting for quite some time. There were no grand gatherings for ascension, nor any sects in sight. The wilderness was abundant with beasts. But to cultivators in the later stages of foundation establishment, they were merely an addition to the meat supply. They established a secluded cave, intending to cultivate until they achieved the consummation of the foundation establishment stage, before venturing to the border between the two states. To them, the skills of wilderness survival seemed as effortless as the act of eating and drinking, for it was merely a matter of practice. The great black bull initially wished to conceal the cave with a formation, but Chen Xun stopped him, advising not to overthink and to allow things to unfold naturally, as they were but mere mortals at present. In this remote mountain, where human footprints were scarce, towering and dense forests surrounded them. They resumed a primitive lifestyle, hunting and foraging for medicinal herbs to use for health and seasoning. Each day, they cultivated the spiritual herbs required for the 3-yuan pill. And Chen Xun frequently engaged in alchemy as the days passed in a tranquil rhythm. In the blink of an eye, they had spent a year in the mountains, enhancing their longevity by infusing it into the essence of all things. Today, the sun shone brilliantly, the sky a deep azure without a trace of cloud, as if all impurities had been filtered away, radiating a splendid brilliance. Chen Xun and the great black bull reclined on either side of the cave, basking in the sun, their eyes filled with utter contentment. "Ah, old bull, how comfortable it is." They half closed their eyes, savoring the gentle breeze. Such a leisurely existence was truly delightful. Chen Xun lifted a cup of health tea, taking a sip that was refreshingly invigorating. The great black bull followed suit, relishing the moment. However, at that moment, behind a towering tree in the distance, a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement, named Wang Chuan, was watching them with a sinister gaze. A wandering cultivator. He had just mastered the flying sword technique and sought a test subject for his sword, yet he dared not kill indiscriminately in the city. Thus, he ventured into the mountains, hoping to find a hunter to practice on, for the lives of mere mortals were the least valuable. It so happened that he had set his sights on Chen Xun, this mortal. Hee. To perish at the hands of this immortal is indeed a stroke of fortune for you mortals. Wang Chuan chuckled softly, for he had never taken a life before. He felt the need to bolster his courage. Otherwise, how could he navigate the realm of cultivation in the future? He had already discerned that they were mere mortals. And with a black bull nearby, it seemed likely that this was a child of a hunter. Wang Chuan formed a hand seal and intoned an incantation, and suddenly, a silver glimmer erupted from his sleeve, a small silver sword. It circled around him twice before he flicked his finger, sending the flying sword whistling towards Chen Xun's neck. Aiming for the head, with a cold smile, he began to envision the gruesome fate that awaited this individual beneath his blade. Suddenly, the man remained utterly composed and at ease, yet the murderous flying sword seemed to pierce through nothingness, as if it had struck a rippling mirage. After the sword passed through, the wavering illusion solidified once more, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Wang Chuan's expression instantly drained of color, his pupils constricting in disbelief and horror. This was disastrous. A grave mistake had been made. He realized deep within that this was no mere mortal. Could it be that a great practitioner was hiding in this place devoid of spiritual energy? Impossible. Who would dare to play the fool in such a setting? He raged internally. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his back, rendering his body rigid with fear. He did not wish to meet his end before even embarking on his journey. Meanwhile, the sky remained a brilliant blue, and the surroundings retained their serene tranquility, as if only the wind stirred the silence. Are we but mere mortals, friend? Must you be so ruthless? A low moo emanated from behind Wang Chuan, sending a shiver down his spine, his pupils constricting in terror as despair washed over him. In that moment, he felt diminutive, as if two colossal shadows were incessantly engulfing him. He could even sense the searing breath of something behind him. With great effort, he turned his head, only to let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Before him stood a black bull, its hooves resting against a massive, ominous coffin shrouded in an aura of death. Esteemed one, I confess my ignorance. Please spare me. In fright, Wang Chuan lost control of himself, collapsing to his knees, wailing in anguish, whose accursed artifact is a coffin. Since you have arrived, shall you not remain? Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with a fierce glint. Old bull, open the coffin and perform the rite. Moo. The ground trembled as the black coffin spiraled upward, its lid crashing open, releasing an overwhelming darkness and despair. A wave of deathly energy that caused the surrounding flora to wither. As the incense burner from the bull's storage bag emerged, Chen Xun immediately settled into a meditative posture, tendrils of smoke swirling around him. Esteemed one, Wang Chuan bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, his innate power suppressed to the point of immobility. I was wrong. Enter the coffin. Moo. Ah. Boom. A surge of profound energy from the great black bull enveloped Wang Chuan, the coffin descending upon him like a dark shroud, as the lid sealed with a resounding thud. Old bull, please mark this in the book of merits. This one is a malevolent practitioner, a slayer of the innocent, and even the Buddha shall not grant him forgiveness. A large tome materialized in the air, and a gleam flashed in the eyes of the great black bull as it made a decisive stroke. Elder, speak of the mortal realm. I am not yet dead. Elder. Wang Chuan cried out desolately from within the black coffin, his vitality waning, his magical energy being devoured, as a profound despair, consumed by darkness, seeped into his heart. Please, fellow cultivator, ascend to immortality. Moo. Ah. Ah. Wang Chuan's agonized cries grew ever fainter, as the black coffin was engulfed in flames, leaving even his ashes incinerated. Chen Xun snorted coldly, while the great black bull spat disdainfully nearby, even opening the coffin to ensure nothing remained unburned. The pair meticulously arranged the scene, leaving no trace behind, even reviving the surrounding flora with the water spirit technique. Chapter 99, The Tetanus Mountain Axe. Old bull. Chen Xun halted before the cave. Let's switch to another mountain peak and tidy up. Moo? The great black bull questioned. Did we not obliterate the corpse and turn the bones to ash? If this individual had informed the elders prior, might they not seek this place? Chen Xun's gaze sharpened, and he spoke solemnly. We, who seek immortality, are not short on time for such arrangements. However, once trouble arises, the unknown variables multiply. The great black bull's eyes widened as it exhaled forcefully. Have you forgotten the tale I recounted when we departed from that humble village, the one about the slaughtered chicken? Chen Xun's tone rose from low to high, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the great black bull. Cultivating good habits now, proceeding with caution, will prevent grave mistakes in the future. Moo. The great black bull let out a roar, experiencing a moment of enlightenment, even contemplating the idea of recording every profound saying of his esteemed elder brother, Chen Xun, in a small booklet. Old bull, get to work. With a sense of urgency, the great black bull hurried into the cave, unleashing its magical prowess. A small array was swiftly activated, revealing the true form of the cave, which was filled with cultivated spiritual herbs. In the span of just 1 hour, everything was meticulously organized, and a resounding explosion echoed through the cave, followed by a shower of countless fragments. The great black bull then brought in several massive stones, and with a grand gesture, Chen Xun employed his magical abilities to embed them into the cave's entrance, seamlessly merging them with the surrounding rock walls, creating a harmonious and natural appearance. Even if a soil master were to arrive, he would surely declare that this stone wall posed no issues, as there were no hidden cavities within. After arranging everything, the two figures transformed into faint ethereal shadows, leaving no trace of their presence behind. Meanwhile, although Wang Chuan was a solitary cultivator, he was not an orphan. Days later, the Wang family dispatched individuals to search the mountains, as Wang Chuan had previously mentioned his intention to practice magic in this secluded area, insisting on solitude. Under the allure of generous rewards, the Wang family recruited numerous laborers and hunters from the city. These hunters, accompanied by their hounds, scoured the mountains with fervor, promising a gold coin for anyone who might be found. Yet the hounds merely shook their heads, sensing nothing amiss. This matter gradually evolved into a mysterious case within the city. Half a month passed, and Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull arrived at an unnamed mountain range, having lingered there for quite some time in absolute safety. Far from the presence of human footprints, countless peaks, resembling smiles and slumbers, adorned the landscape, bathed in the violet twilight, resting peacefully on the western side of the verdant, undulating spring fields. They ventured deep into the mountains, where the roars of ferocious beasts echoed continuously, and it was rumored that mythical creatures lurked about, leaving not a single hunter in sight. However, should any foolhardy creature cross their path, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull would impart a lesson in experience and ruthlessness. Chen Xun wielded a mountain opening axe, carving out a new cave, while the Great Black Bull dug into the earth, arranging a small formation. From time to time, it would venture outside to collect soil and even crafted a pond beneath the ground, busier than Chen Xun himself, who could only shake his head in amusement. Cultivating seeds from these spiritual herbs required more than merely placing them in a medicinal box. The duo, one man and one bull, worked methodically, neither rushing nor becoming agitated. To them, their lifespan was but a number. As another day passed, the sky turned overcast. The Great Black Bull continued its toil, occasionally mooing at Chen Xun. The latter sat before the cave, contemplating his low-grade mountain opening axe, enveloped in thought and frustration. "Damn it," Chen Xun muttered under his breath. Lamenting his poverty that rendered him unable to purchase anything worthwhile, he had also failed to find good materials along the way. He and the Great Black Bull unanimously agreed it was merely bad luck. He then retrieved a crane spirit sapling from his storage pouch, a slight smile gracing his lips. "My dear brother, shall I impose upon you to give it a try?" Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Who said a mountain opening axe had to be crafted from metallic materials? The crane spirit tree could suffice. The tree spirit king was impervious to his current axe's strikes and emanated a deathly aura, capable of devouring both magical and life energies. Could it be a tetanus-infused mountain opening axe? Suddenly, Chen Xun leaped to his feet, astonished, as realization dawned upon him. "Moo?" The Great Black Bull poked its head out from the burrow. "Curious, old ox, how many years have we wandered in vain?" Chen Xun looked towards the Great Black Ox, laughing with excitement. "Your black coffin could be crafted from the crane spirit tree, and my mountain opening axe could as well. Moo? Moo moo." The Great Black Ox, equally exhilarated, let out a series of loud calls, and a dark shadow leaped forth. "Moo moo? Ha. It can be done, it absolutely can." The more Chen Xun spoke, the more agitated he became, to the point of lifting the Great Black Ox into his embrace. "Moo." The Great Black Ox emitted a startled cry. Ha. Let us get started." Chen Xun, lost in his triumph, suddenly paused, gradually regaining his composure. 100,000 years. Moo? The Great Black Ox began to calculate on the ground, a bead of cold sweat forming on its brow. "Old ox, you carry on with your tasks. I need to ponder a bit more." Moo. As the Great Black Ox departed, it comfortingly patted Chen Xun, acknowledging that the calculations were indeed challenging. Chen Xun sat before the cave, deep in contemplation, murmuring softly, "The essence of all things, the foundation stage requires 250 years per month, while the golden core stage requires 450 years. First, cultivate spirit herbs to form the core, then refine the innate magical treasures." Chen Xun nodded slightly, increasingly convinced of the logic in his thoughts. If they were to cultivate the crane spirit tree, they would be unable to nurture their spirit herbs, resulting in a significant waste of time. Chen Xun retrieved a small booklet and began to jot down notes and sketches. With a serious expression, he realized that the Great Black Ox's black coffin could indeed be further enhanced. However, even with the enhancement from their water spirit technique, if they continued to strengthen the black coffin, it might become overwhelmed by the deathly aura, as their power had yet to reach that level. Is the water spirit technique truly limited to merely 3 layers? Chen Xun slowly lifted his gaze to the heavens. Despite having cultivated numerous minor spells, he still found this water spirit technique remarkably enigmatic and incomprehensible. Moreover, the 1,000-tendril spirit vine had not yet reached its maximum age, primarily due to the fear that the alchemical fire might consume it, preventing the extraction of its fibers. The matters at hand were overwhelmingly numerous. Chen Xun let out a gentle sigh, followed by a subtle, crooked smile. The pursuit of immortality. Immersed in cultivation, time eludes him. While the ferocious beasts of the mountains face impending doom, the wild men have resurfaced in the mountains, with bison trailing behind, ready to battle once more across the land. Countless feral creatures wail in agony throughout the night, pleading not to be devoured any further. Every few months, wild men emerge from their lairs with bison in tow, traversing mountains and valleys with reckless abandon, relentlessly pursuing wild beasts while emitting eerie cackles and guffaws. Under the governance of the 10 great sects, Both the kingdom of Qian and the kingdom of Wu have achieved peace and prosperity for their common folk. To be alive in these times, one must candidly acknowledge that many citizens possess a trace of celestial lineage in their ancestry. Otherwise, how could they have survived to this day? They did not simply materialize from thin air. This phenomenon constitutes one of the primary reasons the realm of cultivation continues to thrive. As the mortal world inexplicably gives rise to prodigious talents in cultivation, as if they are a return to ancestral bloodlines. Throughout history, there have been instances of great cultivators slaughtering innocent civilians, resulting in rivers of blood during battles within cities. Such occurrences exist, albeit infrequently, and wars do not factor into this count. However, in the current age, it is likely that before one even makes a move, the 10 great sects would swiftly eliminate the threat. After all, during Chen Xun's time at the Wuyan sect, the Outer Sect's administrative hall frequently dispatched figures like Ji Kuan to eradicate malevolent cultivators, not to mention the 10 great sects. The mortals may seem like mere blades of grass. They are not to be trampled upon at will by cultivators. There exists an inherent order within the realm. Chapter 100. The completion of the 5 elements elixir and the journey to the border of 2 states time continually shapes the beautiful canvases of life and chronicles the resilience and fortitude of countless individuals in the face of adversity. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull have peacefully resided in the depths of the mountains for 50 years, having achieved the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Although their spiritual awareness has not significantly increased, their magical power has deepened considerably, marking a notable distinction from the later stages of foundation establishment. Moreover, their foundational strength is remarkably profound, having long surpassed the typical lifespan of foundation establishment cultivators, an experience unattainable by ordinary individuals. Throughout these years, the various spiritual herbs for the 5 elements elixir have been meticulously cultivated by the Great Black Bull, standing ready for Chen Xun's extravagant use. They have allocated their longevity points towards enhancing their strength and the essence of all things. Their current longevity points are as follows: strength 62, 50, speed 90, 50, essence of all things 90, 50, magical power 90, 50, defense 90, 50. Within the cave, the Great Black Bull appeared anxious, scattering flower petals while occasionally massaging Chen Xun's shoulders. Seated on the ground, draped in the hide of a fierce tiger, Chen Xun's aura surged, exuding an invincible determination. The auspicious moment had arrived. He declared, "I shall commence the alchemical process. May the celestial beings and Buddhas bestow their blessings, and I implore all present." At this juncture, Chen Xun paused, his gaze icy, and slowly uttered, "Do not fail to recognize the gravity of the situation." Mu, the Great Black Bull, wide-eyed and trembling, completely succumbed to Chen Xun's imposing aura. It dared not voice such thoughts, not even in dreams. Truly, its elder brother was magnificent. Old Bull, prepare the spiritual herbs. Mu, with a sweep of its mighty hoof, the colossal Black Bull summoned forth an abundance of ancient spiritual herbs, flowing like a long river and exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Yet, the cave was entirely shrouded by its formation, ensuring that nothing could disturb Chen Xun's alchemical endeavors. A mere 5 elements pill. How difficult could it be? The furnace, come forth. Chen Xun bellowed. As the alchemical furnace spiraled into the heavens, 5 icy white flames illuminating the air with a chilling brilliance. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his consciousness spread outward, deftly manipulating the spiritual herbs with an endless flow of magical power. The Black Bull hastily retreated into the burrow, cautiously extending its head to observe the surroundings with its own awareness. A year passed. Within the cave, an eerie laughter echoed. "Is this how you repay my presence?" Mu. Another year of spring and summer arrived. The cave resonated with a mocking tone. "Ah, old bull, burning incense, bathing, and venerating the celestial beings and Buddhas." Mu. Yet another year slipped away, time unyielding, yet the memory of alchemy remained. A sincere voice filled the cave. "In my youthful ignorance, I inadvertently offended you all. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Mu. The winds came and went. Flowers bloomed and withered. Another year of splendor passed. A heart-wrenching cry echoed through the cave. "Grant me a favor. I implore you." Mu. For years later, the massive stone at the cave's entrance erupted with a resounding crash, even toppling a formation banner. The Black Bull, in a state of panic, bellowed urgently, hastily employing its control technique to safeguard its banner, while it curled up at the cave's mouth, gazing weakly at a man. 8 years. A full 8 years. Ha ha ha. The man appeared somewhat deranged, his eyes bloodshot and his hair disheveled, as he stepped out of the cave. Suddenly, he cast a glance at the Great Black Bull. The bull trembled, its pupils quivering, and it emitted low, plaintive moos. To his astonishment, Chen Xun's magical prowess had significantly increased, yet the alchemical process of refining a golden yuan dan proved to be remarkably arduous. Old Bull. The great black bull shuddered, instinctively wagging its tail. It is done. I have discerned the method of refinement. A sense of longing flickered in Chen Xun's eyes. All the suffering had been worth it. The excited bull leaped onto Chen Xun, who laughed heartily, patting it reassuringly. The midday sun blazed with intensity, radiant and resplendent as flowers in full bloom. Chen Xun raised his hand, pinching the golden yuan dan between his fingers, lifting it above his head to allow the sunlight to penetrate and refract, casting a wondrous glow of spiritual energy. The great black bull stood beside him, mesmerized. The golden yuan dan was the size of a quail egg, yet it was enveloped in a golden transparency, with a deep hue at its core, round and auspicious. Chen Xun gazed upon his creation with satisfaction. It was indeed a perfect masterpiece, possessing immense collectible value. Over the past 8 years, they had continued to infuse the essence of all things with longevity points, and when the time for a breakthrough arrived, it would herald the ascension of the crane spirit tree king. Old Bull, go take a bath in the river and rest for a few days. Chen Xun exhaled a breath of turbid air, needing to gather his thoughts. This was merely a mid-grade golden yuan dan. The bull grinned broadly, its magical energy emanating forth. The cave gradually became obscured by an illusionary array, safeguarding the treasures within from any wild beasts that might dig them up. Chen Xun was in complete agreement. Having lived here for many years, he knew that with no one around, the formation would go unnoticed. Gradually, he and the black bull moved further away, seeking a harmonious balance between labor and leisure in the pursuit of immortality. Amidst the mountains, a small river flowed serenely, its surface shimmering in the sunlight, while a few leaves floated carelessly by. Suddenly, the river erupted with enormous ripples, splashing countless crystalline droplets. Old Bull, damn it, a big fish. Over there, stab it. Moo. Ha. Old Bull, you're not up to the task. Moo. With their powers concealed, Chen Xun wielded a spear, while the black bull clutched a spear in its mouth. Catching the fish, the duo was thoroughly enjoying themselves, and in moments of impatience, Chen Xun would strike down with an axe. The black bull, sensing urgency, unleashed its magical prowess. As the giant fish broke the surface, it was instantly cooked, and the bull devoured it eagerly. As night fell, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, seemingly still, yet their reflections danced upon the flowing river, which mirrored the stars as they drifted away with the current. The river reflected 2 faces and a campfire, with fish roasting above. Old Bull, have you ever seen the sea? Mo? The black bull shook its head in confusion, pondering whether the sea was merely a larger river. You need not laugh. I have never seen it either, Chen Xun admitted sincerely, recalling that in his previous life, he had glimpsed it online. I checked the map of the Qian kingdom. There is none here. As the black bull munched on the roasted fish, it fell into contemplation and shook its head, unable to envision it. Perhaps, in the future, we shall traverse the great plains of heaven and reach that legendary superpower. Or maybe there exists a sea. Mo. The great black bull widened its eyes, feeling a surge of excitement within. Oh, there are still many places we are destined to explore. First, we must enhance our strength. Chen Xun, with grease smudged across his mouth, foolishly envisioned a future where they would craft a magnificent vessel to embark on fishing adventures. Moo. The great black bull, forgetting even the roasted fish, hurriedly nuzzled against Chen Xun in a fit of joy, leaving traces of oil upon him, unnoticed by the latter. Old Bull, let us forge the 5 elements elixir, and then we shall set forth to the border of the 2 states. Chen Xun clapped his hands, and with a flick of his spell, he was instantly cleansed. Not a speck of dirt remaining. In such a place, forming a core might provoke extraordinary phenomena that would stir the populace. Thus, one must tread cautiously in such significant endeavors. Moo. The magical energy swept across the ground, erasing all traces as if they had never existed. This is the beauty of cultivation for them, allowing for a more refined enjoyment of life. They resumed their disciplined routine, with Chen Xun refining elixirs and drawing upon experience, while the great black bull assisted or cultivated spiritual herbs, often delving into the study of formations. On the path to longevity and cultivation, this man and bull knew not the meaning of solitude, their hearts filled solely with aspirations for the future. Time flowed by, and unbeknownst to them, countless seasons slipped away, marking the passage of 50 years. Within the 5 Elements sect, a gravestone inexplicably appeared, Chen Xun's junior brother's grave. Over the years, many prodigies from the Qian and Wu nations emerged, declaring their return from seclusion, eager to engage in battles against their contemporaries, seeking breakthroughs through combat. Though the tumultuous tides of the cultivation world had settled, disputes would never cease. Numerous sects have experienced friction, and indeed, the truth is revealed in the heat of conflict. Numerous minor skirmishes have erupted across both nations. In an obscure mountain range of Jiang province, outside a secluded cave, Chen Xun exchanged a knowing glance with the great black bull, gradually breaking into a crooked smile. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from behind them as countless boulders shattered. Yet none dared approach. With a subtle step, they vanished without a trace. The five elements pill had materialized, adorned with alchemical patterns reminiscent of the foundational elixirs of old. Chen Xun finally acknowledged his lack of innate talent for alchemy, yet fortune smiled upon him with the abundance of longevity and countless spiritual herbs. Over the years, all his longevity points had been invested in strength, achieving a perfect score across the 5 attributes, poised for a breakthrough, while excess points remained stagnant due to the upper threshold limit. Their current longevity points stood as follows: strength 90, 50, speed 90, 50, essence of all things 90, 50, mana 90, 50, defense 90, 50. A flicker of excitement coursed through Chen Xun and the great black bull as they made their way toward the border of the two provinces, pondering the passage of time and the potential for regime change. Chapter 101. Into the morning light of the great snowy mountain in the heart of the mountains, tranquility reigned. Occasionally shrouded by wisps of mist, with leaves fluttering gently in the breeze and blades of grass bowing slightly. However, upon closer inspection, 2 phantoms could be seen ambling down the mountain path, their expressions serene. Suddenly, an extraordinary event unfolded before them. A grievously injured woman descended from the heavens, alighting upon a magical artifact as she approached the mountain. Her delicate figure swayed unsteadily, her once yellow gown now stained crimson with blood. A trickle of red seeping from her lips, her eyes filled with defiance. By a stroke of fate, she found herself descending precisely amidst the next stride of Chen Xun and the Black Bull. Yet, she was gravely injured. While Chen Xun and the Black Bull had already discerned each other's presence, they exchanged a profound glance. Clad in a formidable bandit outfit, the Black Bull suddenly stood erect, taking a step forward that he could not retract. The woman in the yellow dress gasped mid-air, her eyes wide with astonishment. What manner of imposing brigand was this? No, this movement resembled that of a cultivator. With a wary expression, she gradually descended, gripping a slender sword-like artifact tightly in her hand, and spoke in a low tone, "My friend, I implore you." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 fierce gusts of wind surged forth, vanishing in an instant, their speed and ferocity causing the hem of the yellow dress to flutter violently. Her pupils dilated in shock, the chaos of the wind rendering her momentarily paralyzed in place. In the distance, 800 miles away, Chen Xun and the Black Bull were still sprinting, their consciousnesses spreading far and wide. Old Bull, this woman is at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. She is no trifling character, Chen Xun remarked as they ran. In the Qian Kingdom, those who can reach Foundation establishment surely have some connections to the southern Dao Mountain. We must not become entangled. Moo. The Black Bull nodded gravely, feeling the winds of urgency. If we can injure someone at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, it is certain that pursuers are close behind. If it were merely common folk, perhaps we could leave them with some herbs, but dealing with this level of cultivator is best avoided. Old Bull, head east. Moo. With another surge of acceleration, the 2 figures vanished completely, their appearances unknown to anyone nearby, and no one recognized them. A month later, at the junction of Jiang Prefecture and Kaiyang Prefecture, the majestic snow-capped mountains rise dramatically against the azure sky, a sight of breathtaking grandeur. The snow peaks stretch endlessly, seemingly resonating with a delicate tremor. Gazing upon the main summit of the snow mountain, a silvery dragon appears to traverse the horizon, exuding an imposing presence, its brilliance dazzling. The Morning Glory Snow Mountain is revered as a sacred peak in the hearts of the local populace, with its continuous array of snow-capped summits separating the 2 prefectures. A distant glance evokes a profound sense of insignificance, leaving one to silently marvel at the might of nature. Thousands of peaks and ridges unfold before the eye, all cloaked in white, shimmering with a ceaseless cascade of silver light. As 2 figures gradually emerge at the edge of the sky, they stroll through the vast snowy expanse, as if holding their breath in the depths of the ocean, quietly descending into the stillness. The snow-laden winds howl incessantly, crystalline flakes drifting upon them, seeming to melt away slowly. Old Bull, how magnificent! Chen Xun exclaimed, halting with the great Black Bull as they lifted their gaze toward the distance, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Although the Morning Glory Snow Mountain may not rival the grandeur of the southern Dipper Mountain, it undoubtedly presents a unique landscape that continues to leave them in awe. Along their journey, they had gathered numerous tidings, confirming that the kingdom of Qian remains stable. not having undergone a change of dynasty. The world seemed to fall into a tranquil silence, broken only by the soft sound of falling snowflakes. Two diminutive figures stood before the morning glory snow mountain, akin to giants towering over the earth, gazing down upon two mere insects. Old Bull. They regarded all things with a heart full of reverence, finding wonder in every encounter. Chen Xun spoke tremulously, uncertain why a wave of emotion stirred within him. Their existence felt imbued with significance. Of course, aside from the crane spirit tree, Chen Xun quietly added in his heart. The great black cow, Moo, nodded excitedly, affectionately rubbing against Chen Xun. The two, a person and a cow, stood motionless, captivated by the majestic snow-capped mountains, oblivious to the passage of time. After a while, Chen Xun, feeling an irresistible urge, took out his sketchpad and proclaimed, "Old cow, how can we not capture such a magnificent scene in art?" Moo, startled, stood up. "Brother, perhaps you should reconsider." Chuckling, Chen Xun replied, "Haha. In recent years, my painting skills have greatly improved. Do you dare to underestimate me?" With a resigned nod, Moo rested his head on Chen Xun's shoulder. A faint blush colored Chen Xun's cheeks. Truth be told, he had never acknowledged anyone's artistic or musical abilities, not even those renowned as saints in the realms of painting or song. Thus began their immersive creative endeavor. With Moo anxiously mooing beside him, "Isn't this just a depiction of a firewood gatherer?" "Silence, you impudent wretch. How dare you disturb my artistic focus?" Chen Xun retorted, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. "Why does it feel so warm on this snowy day?" Moo let out a loud cry, his hooves resting on Chen Xun's shoulders. They had consumed a pill to sustain themselves, and they were determined to complete this extraordinary masterpiece. For 3 consecutive days, they sat amidst the snowdrifts, finally finishing their grand work, their raucous laughter echoing above the howling wind and snow. "Old cow, what do you think?" Chen Xun held up his sketchpad, every pore of his being vibrating with excitement. With a deep sigh, Moo exclaimed, "Magnificent. My contribution is certainly included within this masterpiece." Yet, the great black bull found himself perplexed, pondering why he appeared so peculiar in the painting. Could this truly be the reflection of himself as perceived by Chen Xun? This painting is the original work of Chen Xun. Any unauthorized replication will be reported to the authorities. Suddenly, a low-grade celestial sword emerged from Chen Xun's storage pouch, standing resolutely upon the snowy expanse. "Moo, old bull, mount the sword and let us glide upon the snow." "Moo, ha, charge forth." Whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the swirling, delicate snowflakes, a celestial sword bore both man and bull through the air, the cacophony of their rush scattering countless snowflakes from their original paths. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they journeyed towards the distant peaks of the morning glory snow mountain, where the horizon echoed with the haunting wails of spirits. Chen Xun had previously surveyed the area, confirming that the terrain at the border of the two states was indeed harsh. Bereft of any spiritual veins or concentrations of ethereal energy, devoid of any cultivation sects or practitioners. The climate here was capricious, and the sparsely populated surroundings were ill-suited for ordinary mortals. Nonetheless, a period of observation was necessary. During a breakthrough, one must avoid any disturbances. For a moment's carelessness could lead to a perilous descent into madness. Though it appeared that Chen Xun was merely frolicking with the great black bull, he was indeed reveling in the experience. After an hour, Chen Xun and the great black bull stood atop the snow-capped mountain, where the sky was a tranquil azure, the sunlight radiant and blinding, and the snow even more pristine and dazzling. They gazed down upon the world, as countless mists seemed to swirl beneath their feet. There were no fierce beasts to be found here, only the relentless, howling wind. Bathed in sunlight, another snow peak shimmered with a translucent brilliance, glowing with an ethereal quality. A vision both fantastical and dreamlike. Beneath another snow peak lies a verdant expanse dotted with ancient trees, accompanied by fertile, untamed land. Chen Xun and the great black ox were buffeted by the chilling winds, their faces contorted by the cold, ears filled with a persistent howling, and their minds buzzing with confusion. An involuntary shiver coursed through them, and they muttered to themselves that this was truly no place for mortals. With a protective magical barrier raised, tranquility enveloped their surroundings, allowing Chen Xun and the black ox to exhale in relief as they sat quietly atop the snow-capped mountain, gazing at the sea of clouds. Chapter 102. What differentiates certainty from a death sentence? Old ox, when the time comes, let us choose another snow peak and craft a cozy abode amidst the clouds. A gentle smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he gazed dreamily at the pure white clouds drifting tantalizingly close. They transformed from serene to tempestuous in an instant, waves of tumult rolling beneath them. The great black ox let out a contented moo, marveling at the breathtaking scenery that was once beyond their imagination. Indeed, the path of cultivation was rewarding. In their former mortal lives, they would never have dared to ascend such a formidable snow mountain. Furthermore, during their time at the Wuyun sect or Nanda Mountain, they maintained a safe distance while flying. Never had they felt such freedom as they did now. Yet, they remained grateful for the vastness of this world and the abundant resources of the Qian kingdom. Otherwise, they might have faced countless obstacles at every turn. Chen Xun reclined, resting his hands behind his head, his thoughts descending into profound contemplation, his heart achieving a state of complete tranquility. The black ox, puzzled, moved softly twice, mimicking Chen Xun's posture and rolling onto its back to gaze at the clouds, unburdened by any complex thoughts. The sunlight shone particularly bright, bathing them in a golden glow, as if their entire beings had transformed into pure gold. The phenomenon had indeed been witnessed before, though not amidst the swirling mists. Chen Xun murmured, "What if we were to form a core above the clouds? Who can say? Moo? It's nothing, old cow. Just focus on your own affairs." The great black bull smiled broadly, turning its gaze back to the sea of clouds, for following Chen Xun was a source of joy. However, with so many snow-capped peaks around, one must observe diligently to avoid any vile entities that might jeopardize the grand endeavors of both myself and the old bull. Chen Xun's eyes grew slightly cold. Without any backing, only caution could shield them from harm. He gently turned his head and smiled. "Old bull, let me teach you how to ski. I shall craft a snowboard, and we will plunge down from here." Moo. The great black bull hesitantly nodded, perplexed by the notion of descending from such heights. Chen Xun flashed a mysterious smile, summoning his celestial sword, which bore the great black bull away in search of materials. The following day, the sun shone brilliantly upon the majestic snow mountain. From a distance, it appeared as though two dark figures were soaring down from the peak, leaving long, sweeping trails in their wake, seemingly shouting something in the process. Upon closer inspection, the two figures appeared to be tumbling down uncontrollably, their exclamations growing increasingly distinct. "Oh no! What the heck, old bull? What the heck? Moo! Moo!" A heart-wrenching cry echoed into the heavens, as they, due to a miscalculation, tumbled directly from the snowy summit. The towering snow ridges were blanketed in an accumulation of white that had lingered for an indeterminate time. The morning light upon the snow mountain had always been solitary, yet today, it was infused with a semblance of vitality and vigor. 2 days later, the weather was clear. Chen Xun and the great black bull had already mastered their skills. They dove down, feeling the cold wind howl past their ears, seemingly forgetting everything, lost in sheer enjoyment. "Woohoo! Old bull, just charge ahead. Moo moo, haraha." The snow peaks bore countless chaotic scratches, appearing as though they had been whimsically scrawled upon. Occasionally, Chen Xun would let out a deep sigh, as if in gaining immortality he had also relinquished his worries. However, unforeseen events were destined to occur. One must not become too complacent. An avalanche struck. The colossal avalanche shook the earth, reverberating with a thunderous roar. As a massive sea of snow surged forth like a tsunami, the tumult of the avalanche spread relentlessly, producing sounds akin to thunder, relentlessly pursuing the man and his bull. The snow sea instantaneously engulfed them, leaving no time for reaction. Suddenly, amidst the snow, a crimson light flashed, and countless white flakes erupted, as if even the avalanche hesitated. Two figures emerged, soaring forth on their swords. With scornful glances, they bellowed, "Is this all? Huh, just this. Moo moo moo. Old bull, let us go? Moo." Snowflakes danced in the air, as the two figures departed with elegance, revealing only a mocking grin against the vast sky, before vanishing into oblivion. Nevertheless, this incident confirmed a significant truth for Chen Xun. Indeed, it was a desolate area, devoid of even mountain bandits, not a single bird in sight. In the days that followed, Chen Xun finally fulfilled his promise, finding the great black bull a fertile field, accompanied by a stream flowing down from the glacier. Here lies a fertile land, lush and vibrant, with a snow-capped peak in the distance and fresh air enveloping the surroundings. The great black ox was nearly moved to tears. For indeed, Chen Xun had never deceived it. This land belonged entirely to them. They resided on the mountainside in a quaint little cottage, where Chen Xun crafted a rocking chair, cradling a book in his hands, occasionally glancing at the plowing black ox. A place, a person, and a cow encapsulated the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Life had finally slowed down, and Chen Xun felt a profound sense of tranquility within. Often sitting before the house in a state of blissful emptiness, letting thoughts drift away. In the early morning, a gentle breeze stirred, bringing with it a refreshing, fragrant, and subtle aroma of the earth. The black ox trotted off to play in the distance, while Chen Xun remained seated, watching the sunrise in the east. his gaze gradually deepening. He frequently looked into the distance, reminiscing about the past, filled with both beauty and melancholy. By the passage of time, they must have departed as well. Chen Xun gazed into the horizon, a faint smile gracing his lips, wishing for the well-being and safety of his fellow companions on their path to transcendence. The long road ahead was rich with sights, and in moments of contemplation, one should not look back. He rose slowly, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the splendid landscape, with only expansiveness and wistfulness in his heart. Old ox, let us set forth. Chen Xun shouldered a hoe and donned a straw hat to tend to the flowers, believing that life must be imbued with a sense of ritual. The great black ox, too, donned a large straw hat, joyfully bellowing and frolicking about, circling around before finally approaching Chen Xun. Days passed in an unhurried manner, and this verdant land gradually transformed into a tapestry of vibrant colors. Vast stretches of fertile land and vibrant seas of flowers sway gracefully in the breeze, creating an enchanting and mysterious spectacle. As night falls, Chen Xun and the Black Bull kindle a bonfire before their humble abode, gazing up at the starlit expanse above. Chen Xun shares captivating tales with the Black Bull, who diligently takes notes in a small booklet, his eyes filled with earnestness. It is only now that the Black Bull comprehends that this idyllic existence is a pursuit for which countless individuals strive, while also being a source of regret for many. Carefree and untroubled, they embark on daily journeys across rugged terrain, gradually unraveling the mysteries of their surroundings. In Chen Xun's words, if the formation of elixirs brings forth celestial phenomena, then lacking absolute certainty is akin to courting death. Time slips away like grains of sand, ultimately yielding to the desolation of a half-ruined city, and a decade has passed since the day of the avalanche. At last, Chen Xun and the Black Bull ascertain their safety, and their state of mind seems to attain a sublime elevation, serene, tranquil, and free from worldly strife. Atop a snow-capped mountain, clad in formidable attire, Chen Xun and the Black Bull gaze down upon a vast expanse of clouds that obscures all sight. 5 medicinal vials float in the air, each containing precious elixirs adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a unique aura. Old Bull, form the array, prepare to refine the elixir and break free from constraints, Chen Xun commands, his eyes narrowing as a terrifying energy surges and expands around him. A deep, resonant rumble echoes in the surroundings, and Chen Xun's cloak billows without wind, stirring the very elements. Just how powerful has he become? Even he is uncertain. Mo, the imposing figure of the great Black Bull, with a solemn gaze, let out a thunderous roar as its hooves struck the ground with a tremendous force, causing the very earth to tremble. A vast surge of magical energy erupted forth, while the howling winds and swirling snow around it seemed to be grasped by an unseen hand, becoming eerily still. Hundreds of battle flags were positioned in all directions. And in that fleeting moment, the sea of clouds before it underwent a dramatic transformation. A resonant, thunderous sound of tearing wind echoed atop the snow-capped mountains, as the remnants of clouds twisted and folded, with streaks of azure light shooting skyward, emanating a chilling intent to kill. The ground trembled violently as snow and boulders cascaded down the mountainside. Yet, there stood a man and a bull, both motionless, their eyes reflecting an endless coldness. Moo. The great Black Bull rose to its feet, gently supporting the great black coffin, exhaling a scorching breath as it turned its gaze towards Chen Xun. Old Bull, I'll leave it to you. A calm voice resonated, prompting the great Black Bull to nod solemnly. A glint of determination finally emerging in its eyes, it was time to act decisively. Chapter 103. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Thunderclouds hung ominously in the sky as Chen Xun slowly sat down to meditate, while the great Black Bull ascended on its sword, pausing halfway up the mountain to gaze anxiously at the heavens. The great Black Bull let out 2 low moos, with the great black coffin standing steadfast behind it. Its eyes were filled with reverence, continuously invoking blessings from the Buddha. At the summit, a golden elixir adorned with alchemical patterns was swallowed, reminiscent of the foundational elixir from before. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with brilliance, but his expression suddenly shifted dramatically as an overwhelming power from the elixir began to radiate from within him. His entire being glimmered with a golden light, imbued with an enigmatic essence. Something was amiss. There was a grave issue with that foundational elixir. A cacophony erupted in Chen Xun's mind as his long hair, constrained by the hood of a fierce bandit, began to writhe violently. His body trembled with extreme intensity, enduring that excruciating pain reminiscent of expanding one's dantian. Yet it was far more ferocious than before. The meridians and spiritual energy within him felt as though they were being relentlessly compressed and torn apart. At last, the defensive power within him commenced its function, forcefully safeguarding his internal being. Chen Xun's pupils slightly reddened, emitting a series of low, guttural roars. While the transformations within his body remained manageable, the golden light enveloping him intensified, beginning to influence the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. In that moment, a sudden upheaval occurred. Deep within the cloud sea, an ominous force seemed to be brewing, resonating with thunderous booms. The surrounding mist churned violently, coalescing into a terrifying vortex. Strikingly, this vortex did not spiral downwards towards the earth, but rather ascended towards the sky. Chen Xun's pupils constricted. He had yet to condense his Dan. What was happening? The liquid within his dantian began to silently coalesce, rapidly contracting. With each contraction, a resounding pop echoed, akin to compression. The astonishment in Chen Xun's eyes deepened. Plans are always outpaced by unforeseen changes, and it seemed he had ventured into perilous territory. Boom, boom. The horrifying sounds finally emanated from the depths of the cloud sea, as dark storm clouds converged, thundering mightily. The inverted vortex amidst the clouds grew ever larger. Chen Xun's body radiated with golden light as a golden Dan gradually began to take form within him. The great black bull gazed on in confusion. How could it be that Chen Xun encountered thunder and lightning at the moment of Dan condensation? Wasn't it supposed to be snowing? The heavens echoed with booming roars. As purple lightning streaked across the sky, and the great black bull's eyes widened in disbelief, something was amiss. Moo, moo. The great black bull called out anxiously towards the peak. In the past, when their sect had cultivators reaching the Dan stage, it was not like this. There was radiant light and an atmosphere of tranquility. Boom. In an instant, as the great black bull was lost in thought, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck the formation atop the snow-capped mountain, resonating with a fierce sound that echoed through the heavens. The power of the thunder seemed intent on penetrating all, yet at the moment of contact, a brilliant green light flared, and a colossal barrier emerged, obliterating a formation flag. The great black bull's formation power withstood the might of the heavenly thunder. Moo. Blood vessels appeared in the great black bull's eyes as it roared fiercely, its hooves dancing wildly. The turbulent magical energy stirred the sea of snow into a frenzy, surging toward the mountain peak's formation, while the ground trembled with violent booms. Atop the summit, Chen Xun suddenly opened his eyes, gleaming with blinding golden light. As if he had come to an understanding, he gazed at the wooden essence pill and swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. Boom. A thunderclap reverberated through the heavens and earth. Rumbling, the sky darkened, and the wind shifted, countless thunderclouds gathered. As Chen Xun consumed the second wooden essence pill, a vast and heavy black cloud formed, lightning crackling as the thunder roared. The wrath of heaven surged. This person was intolerable by the universe. An overwhelming force descended upon the world, directly locking onto Chen Xun. Rumbling, the sky turned dark, the black clouds loomed overhead, and the brilliance of lightning illuminated the world, seemingly intent on eradicating this individual. Although Chen Xun felt some pain in his body, he maintained an extraordinary calmness, gazing at the approaching sea of thunder, thinking to himself, "Goodness, is one really struck by lightning just for reaching the dance stage?" His extreme composure stemmed from the sheer terror that had sent his adrenaline soaring to unprecedented heights, for he had never encountered such a grand spectacle of horror. It was said that others faced their tribulations beneath the heavens. However, he ascended directly into the skies to confront his own. Chen Xun stood resolutely against the magnificent might of the heavens, his voice trembling as he intoned, "I, the one who cultivates the golden core, seek the blessings of the celestial deities and enlightened beings. Grant me a favor. Do not." Boom. Before he could finish his plea, the heavens roared in fury, a bolt of divine lightning tearing through the fabric of space, akin to a wrathful dragon descending upon him. The peak of the snow-capped mountains echoed with an earth-shattering roar and the resounding thunder of the tribulation, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Amidst the chaos, Chen Xun's voice remained unwavering. On the mountainside, the great black bull widened its eyes and let out a long, mournful bellow, sensing that Chen Xun was still unharmed. Should anything happen to him, it would immediately take its own life, determined to follow Chen Xun in the next life. The great black bull had already devised its escape. A wave of relief washed over it, dispelling the fear, as it quietly observed the formidable tribulation. The array of flags yet to be fully destroyed. The extraordinary phenomena were awe-inspiring, yet inverted. Passers-by on the road were so frightened that they fell to their knees, sensing the manifestation of the holy mountain. Chen Xun had indeed chosen his position wisely, defying the norm by facing the calamity head-on, performing his tribulation in reverse, rendering him invisible to onlookers who would be oblivious to the unfolding events. At this moment, the skies above were engulfed in a cataclysm of thunder, with flashes of lightning that struck fear into the hearts of all. Chen Xun found himself completely enveloped by the storm of lightning, his body radiating the power of thunder, crackling and popping as his bones and flesh underwent a rapid metamorphosis. At this moment, the great black bull was in a state of utter panic. Unable to discern the situation atop the snow-capped peak, even his spiritual awareness proved ineffective. The connection between the bull and the formation had been completely severed. Everything now rested solely on Chen Xun's shoulders. Before long, the great black bull suddenly held its breath, as if it had heard an indomitable voice. It was Chen Xun's. "Is this all you've got? Can you truly challenge me?" The resounding echoes of his defiance reverberated through the snowy heights, causing the great black bull to shed tears of excitement as it knelt down in awe. "My brother, you are magnificent." Atop the snow peak, the second golden elixir coalesced. Chen Xun's eyes gleamed with a whirlwind of madness and composure, his entire form radiating a blood-red hue as he keenly sensed the transformations within his body. He knew he must remain calm, diligently remembering each sensation and experience. Otherwise, how could the old bull endure the tribulation? Chen Xun slightly raised his head, his expression grave as he gazed at the inverted sea of thunder. The old bull relied solely on him, and it was imperative that he tread this path alone. The thunderous roars of the heavens echoed above, as the tribulation clouds churned violently, already brewing the next horrifying bolt of lightning within the sea of thunder. He had fully exposed his defensive prowess, with his entire magical shield enduring the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. Remarkably, after withstanding the strike, pure thunderous energy surged into his body, continuously refining his physique. The old bull was still waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. A hint of a smile flickered in Chen Xun's eyes as heavy breaths escaped his lips. His momentum surged, and upon consuming the third water essence pill, he bellowed, "Come forth." Chapter 104. Stirring the Four Corners, the great black bull battles the snowy wilderness. Boom! The heavens and earth roared, and the brilliance of lightning was boundless. A heavy thunderclap surged forth like a cascade, with countless electric arcs cascading toward the summit of the snow-capped peak. How dare they deny an opportunity? Chen Xun revealed a bloodthirsty smile, his eyes mirroring the violet lightning, unflinching as he rose with a thunderous force. His magical energy surged forth like a gushing spring, and he unleashed a powerful punch toward the thunderstorm. Simultaneously, an endless sea of blazing fireballs spread behind him, painting the horizon in a crimson glow, reminiscent of meteors descending from the heavens. The sky trembled, reverberating in every direction. As the inferno and the tempest stood defiantly against one another, the thunder rumbled. Amidst the lightning, a searing heat radiated as the lightning and flames intertwined. And Chen Xun boldly confronted the might of the heavenly tribulation. In the last fleeting moment, he thought, "There is no point in being timid. I shall embrace my fate. Even if I perish, I shall do so standing, for immortality is merely a free ride." Instantly, he was engulfed by the power of thunder, his entire being bathed within the tempest of lightning and fire, teetering on the brink of life and death. At the mountainside, the great black bull had already dashed down to the foot of the mountain, the surrounding ice and snow melting rapidly. It trembled as it gazed up at the ominous sky. Mooing intermittently, the great black bull was in awe of the terrifying phenomenon unfolding above. Such chaos could not possibly be directed at Chen Xun, could it? The force of the tribulation continued to spread, dark clouds looming ominously. As the spectacle grew increasingly fearsome, prolonging Chen Xun's ordeal, the entire expanse of the dawn-lit snow mountain was completely shrouded, with purple lightning flashing, causing the great black bull to tremble and bellow in fright. In such circumstances, how could Chen Xun possibly endure? Neither the great black bull nor Chen Xun had ever exerted their full strength. They remained blissfully unaware of their true power. 2 hours later, the astonishing phenomenon here finally stirred the various cultivators from all directions. However, it also afforded them a considerable amount of time. Chen Xun was unaware that forming the golden core would attract lightning strikes. Had this occurred in a more common location, it would have likely been discovered long ago. Outside the morning radiant snow mountain, numerous cultivators gazed in astonishment at the distant sky, utterly flabbergasted. The thunderclouds gathered, yet the spiritual energy remained dormant, with no lightning descending. This morning radiant snow mountain had long been scrutinized by major sects, revealing no spiritual veins. Could this be some bizarre celestial phenomenon? What do you think? Fellow Taoists? A group of Qi refining stage cultivators furrowed their brows and engaged in discussion, their limited experience leaving them utterly baffled. Nevertheless, they dared only to observe from afar. They were not so reckless as to take risks for opportunities that would not befall those of their cultivation level. Such a terrifying spectacle, should it harbor any malevolent entities, could very well lead to calamity for their friends and family. On another peak, 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators gazed at the sky, their eyes filled with perplexity. "Brother Hu, what is the situation? It feels somewhat eerie," one inquired. "Indeed, Brother Hu. Could it be that a rare treasure has emerged?" It is possible there are no spiritual veins there, but perhaps some ancient artifacts have unexpectedly surfaced. The three exchanged remarks. Yet Brother Hu's eyes were clouded with deep unease. Even if a treasure were to surface, it would undoubtedly not be of a benign nature, but rather akin to a demonic entity. One individual, eager to seize the opportunity, suggested, Brother Hu, let us go take a look. If danger arises, we can retreat. Another hesitated, yet added, Junior Brother shares the same sentiment. Brother Hu stood with his hands behind his back, gazing deeply at the two individuals before him. My suggestion is to refrain from proceeding. Some matters are beyond our reach at the foundation stage. Although Brother Hu possessed exceptional talents, his junior lacked the same fortuitous circumstances, thus must seize every opportunity that arose. The junior shared this sentiment. I shall not impede your decision. It is merely a suggestion, Brother Hu remarked, his gaze lingering on the distant, terrifying phenomenon that instilled a sense of dread. The two juniors exchanged glances and respectfully bid farewell to Brother Hu, thereafter soaring into the skies on their swords. They were not alone in their curiosity. Many others were equally compelled to investigate the prolonged anomaly, as the ominous thunderclouds loomed vast. Yet, no one pondered the possibility that someone might be undergoing tribulation, after all. It was a rarity to witness anyone transcending to the Golden Core stage, let alone the nascent soul stage. Such notions seemed absurd. Moreover, great cultivators typically sought to break through in areas rich in spiritual energy. No one would attempt it in barren lands, for the potency of breakthrough elixirs was not nearly sufficient. In the morning radiance Snow Mountain, the snowy expanse was stained with streaks of fresh blood, transforming the pristine landscape into a gruesome tableau. Beneath the terrifying thunder tribulation, a formidable black bull, clad in a bandit-esque attire, supported a large black coffin with one hand while hovering in midair upon his sword. The biting cold wind seemed to intensify, whipping around with greater ferocity. Its eyes, now a frenzied crimson, emitted snorts and roars of fury. It had previously warned the crowd, inscribing with magical force that no treasures resided in this place. Yet, the cultivators surged forward as if driven mad. Initially, the Black Bull had even allowed a few to escape, as they recognized their own insignificance and power and hastily retreated. Yet among those who had escaped, there were now some who had returned with a multitude of cultivators. The area surrounding the great Black Bull was engulfed in a chilling aura of death, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness. No one dared to approach Chen Xun, except at the cost of their own lives. A murderous intent surged in its eyes. With a swift motion of its hoof, the black coffin slowly creaked open, releasing an overwhelming tide of deathly energy. This being was a creature of malevolence. Fellow cultivators, exercise caution. Indeed, it was a manifestation of evil, neither human nor ghostly in nature. The black coffin emitted a suffocating aura. Do not allow yourselves to be ensnared, dear friends. Surely, there must be a rare treasure at the mountain's peak. I implore you, let us unite to vanquish this malevolent entity, and then together we may claim the treasure. Dozens of foundational cultivators retreated 100 paces, each unwilling to be tainted by the deathly miasma. The snowy wilderness had already been stained with the blood of several comrades. The great Black Bull was seized by uncontrollable rage, trembling with fury. It had never encountered such unreasonable foundational cultivators. With a roar, the great Black Bull's fury reached its zenith. It refrained from unleashing its full power, remaining vigilant of Chen Xun to prevent any treachery from ascending the mountain. Its form transformed into ethereal smoke, flickering and darting, continuously manifesting spectral images in midair, multiplying its incarnations. The cultivators engaged in battle, as well as those merely spectating, were struck with terror. What manner of sorcery was this? Retreat! 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 Their divine senses could not penetrate the veil, leaving them unable to discern reality from illusion. Such a bizarre phenomenon. Caution! A chilling scream pierced the air as a mid-foundational cultivator was abruptly drawn into the black coffin, flames erupting skyward, accompanied by the harrowing cries of agony. Everyone was filled with astonishment, their breaths momentarily halted, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd as they collectively turned their gaze towards the ominous black coffin, creating an eerie stillness. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the air, as countless astonished and horrified eyes converged upon the abominable entity before them. Fellow cultivators, let us unite to subdue this fiend. A cry of kill resounded as the expressions of all present grew grave, and they soared into the air, resolutely launching their attacks. Their magical instruments and spells emitted piercing sounds, reverberating through the atmosphere. Chapter 105. Chen Xun's Breakthrough. Single-handedly suppressing a golden core cultivator, the avatar of the great Black Bull, was being battered into oblivion, gradually calming from its fury as Chen Xun had advised against succumbing to rage in battle. An increasing number of cultivators arrived from various directions to join the fray. The great black bull simultaneously defended the front lines while intercepting several waves of intruders attempting to ascend the mountain. Occasionally, dismembered corpses would plummet from the sky, while at other times, not a trace of remains would be found. The commotion caused by Chen Xun's tribulation was immense. All the pressure bore down upon the great black bull, surrounded by hundreds of foundation-building cultivators, who seemed to be facing the world as their enemy. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, the great black bull's gaze turned icy. It was prepared to continue the fight. The ominous aura emanating from the black coffin swirled incessantly, growing ever more dense, while the thunder above the heavens intensified. The cultivators nearby felt a chilling dread creeping over them, their hearts wavering with a hint of retreat. This malevolent being was far beyond what foundation-building cultivators could contend with, as even their magical shields proved futile. With a thunderous roar, the great black bull summoned forth a multitude of blazing fireballs that slowly coalesced, seemingly materializing from the void. A searing heat permeated the air, and behind it, a sky ablaze with crimson flames was brewing a tempestuous surge of magical energy, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Hundreds of monks suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts, a surge of intense peril swiftly enveloping their minds. This spell must not be confronted head-on. Just as the formidable black bull was about to roar out, a cold snort resonated from below, followed by a colossal hand of magical energy crashing towards it. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in its eyes as it swiftly surged forward, instantly retracting the fireball spell and transforming into a mere shadow. The giant hand struck nothingness, shattering the illusion into countless fragments, causing even the black bull's magical barrier to tremble with faint cracking sounds. A formidable cultivator at the early Golden Core stage, Meng Hong, the Grand Elder of the Red Sun sect from Kaiyang Prefecture, was recognized by several individuals in an instant. Prompting all to bow and clasp their hands in respect, we have encountered the esteemed elder. Such is the advantage of possessing both strength and a powerful background, which cannot be compared to the likes of Chen Xun and the Black Bull, solitary wanderers. Meng Hong wore an expression of indifference, his gaze sweeping over the Black Bull's bandit-like attire and its dark coffin, revealing a hint of intrigue. Block its path. I shall return shortly. Yes, esteemed elder. The crowd, resigned, clasped their hands, suspecting that some disciples from the sect had already conspired beforehand. Meng Hong turned his attention to the gathering storm clouds above, his demeanor solemn, pondering what extraordinary treasure could sustain such a celestial phenomenon for so long. Moreover, there were sinister entities guarding it, further piquing his curiosity. With deliberate steps, he traversed the air. Fortunately, the Red Sun sect was relatively close to the boundary of the two prefectures. Otherwise, he might not have had this opportunity. Moo! The Black Bull emitted a thunderous roar, poised to ascend and obstruct this figure. Yet suddenly it froze in place, its ears twitching. The surrounding cultivators braced themselves for a threat, realizing that merely stalling would suffice without needing to exert all their strength. Slowly, it lifted its gaze towards the summit of the snowy peak, its eyes alight with joy. Evil entities, it is better not to resist. With the esteemed golden elixir master present, where can you possibly escape? Surrender willingly. Fellow cultivators, the treasures upon this malevolent being should not be overlooked. They are indeed invaluable. A few individuals, with differing intentions, murmured among themselves, believing that while the extraordinary artifacts above may not be theirs to claim, surely the possessions of this wicked entity must be within their reach. Suddenly, the entire world, the vast snowy expanse, seemed to be drawn into an eerie stillness. As if a pin could be heard dropping, all present were struck with terror, gazing skyward as the thunderclouds gradually receded. Yet, in an instant, the heavens unleashed a flurry of snow once more. Gulp. The onlookers, now participants in the fray, felt their pupils tremble violently, instinctively swallowing hard, their eyes betraying an overwhelming disbelief. Boom. A cataclysmic transformation was occurring upon the summit of the snow-capped mountain, where countless shards of ice were melting away, accompanied by a deafening roar. A multitude of searing flames ignited in the sky, with fiery orbs akin to molten rock slowly materializing, reaching an exaggerated intensity. Forgive me, esteemed elder. A chilling scream of utter terror echoed from the summit, reminiscent of the previously boastful Meng Hong, a mighty cultivator. A colossal fireball, resembling a meteor, crashed violently upon Meng Hong, forcing him downwards with tremendous force. His expression contorted in excruciating pain, blood spewing forth as he realized that after living for so long, he was now being ruthlessly subdued. His body appeared to be melting away as the searing heat seemed to consume his very essence. Bang! The entire snowy expanse resonated with a thunderous sound, as a tempestuous surge of magical energy escalated from a mere flicker to a great eruption. Radiating from the crater of the fireball, the entire earth trembled, unleashing an endless tempest of snow and wind, violently creating a massive pit, with melted traces scattered everywhere. Meng Hong had been reduced to ashes, utterly annihilated, a golden core cultivator vanquished in a single strike. Countless cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. Rendered speechless and petrified, what on earth was happening? Their astonished and fearful gazes gradually turned towards the summit of the snow-capped mountain, where a shadowy figure clad in black coldly surveyed them all. The collective gaze of the crowd converged, revealing an unprecedented shock and trepidation in their eyes. The great black bull, overwhelmed with emotion, had tears welling in its eyes as it swiftly took to the skies on its sword. Atop the mountain, Chen Xun's eyes revealed a rare ferocity, for he witnessed everything and heard all. The great black bull continued to bellow, nuzzling against Chen Xun. "Old bull, I am unharmed," Chen Xun said with a warm smile, though the cold glint in his eyes was more frigid than the tempest surrounding them. "Stay close behind me, old bull," he whispered, the intensity of his wrath growing ever stronger. The great black bull retracted its black coffin and nodded solemnly. With a thrum, Chen Xun ascended into the void, each step resonating with a monumental tremor, while the great black bull followed closely, casting glances at the stunned cultivators below. "Fireball technique," Chen Xun stated casually. Raising one hand to the heavens, 5 inexplicable streams of mystical power emanating from within him, terrifying yet imbued with a certain ethereal grace. His gaze was a blend of fury and indifference as he looked down upon all the cultivators on the ground. A haunting sense of dread washed over the great black bull. Chen Xun was truly enraged. A series of immense crimson discs swirled, releasing fiery meteors that emanated a searing heat, as if they had descended from the heavens. The sky above Chen Xun had transformed entirely into a fiery red, filled with the tumultuous surge of vast magical energy, echoing with a deep, ominous rumble. "What does this mean? It's over. He intends to annihilate us all. Run!" Countless cries erupted in a cacophony, eyes wide with intense fear as the magical energy rampaged around them. They summoned various magical artifacts and spells, hastily attempting to flee. Yet, what could foundation-building cultivators do against those of the Golden Core stage? With a powerful sweep of his hand, Chen Xun unleashed a torrent of meteoric fireballs cascading from the sky. Boom, boom, relentless fireballs, scorching like the blazing sun and imbued with a sense of annihilation, fell from the firmament, accompanied by the continuous wails of the fallen. Their bodies, their very blood, evaporated completely, leaving nothing behind. "Old bull, I am here. Moo." 2 shadowy figures vanished into the heavens, leaving countless onlookers among the cultivators with pupils reduced to pinpricks, their lips trembling. These cultivators fell helplessly to their knees, pondering the nature of this extraordinary practitioner. After their departure, the snow-capped peak had been entirely obliterated, erasing one more landmark from the map of the Qian kingdom. In the far distance, Brother Hu gasped in astonishment. The phenomenon was not caused by a treasure, but rather, that snow peak had been directly dissolved by a spell. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, confirming that his decision to stay away was indeed wise. The incident stirred considerable commotion, growing ever more sinister in its retelling. No one knew their appearances, nor their origins, especially for the observing cultivators. This matter was shrouded in secrecy. No one dared to openly discuss such a terrifying figure, as self-preservation was paramount. The members of the Qiri sect in Kaiyang Prefecture were left bewildered. After half a day, their esteemed elder's corpse had been incinerated beyond recognition. They felt utterly incapable of conducting any inquiries into this incident, silently enduring their losses to avoid inciting the catastrophic wrath of annihilation upon their sect. That fearsome character gradually evolved into a legend within this realm. Chapter 106. Fleeing to escape the tempest. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the western region of the Qian kingdom, 2 figures soared through the low skies above the dense forests, their swords gliding with astonishing speed, leaving no traces in their wake. Before them lay a map, meticulously plotted to circumvent all sects and the various strongholds of cultivators. One of the figures was named Chen Xun, who was currently in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The commotion caused by the disturbance at the morning radiant snow mountain had caught him off guard. It was only a matter of time before the cultivators of the 10 great sects would start their investigations. He had never been one to overreach. The other figure, known as Shimin Hainiu, was equally anxious, for he was about to flee alongside his elder brother. Indeed, they were seeking refuge abroad to escape the turmoil. They zipped through the treetops, scattering countless fallen leaves. "Old bull, this is the world of cultivation. Danger is inevitable, and conflicts are part and parcel of the experience. This is no mere child's play." Taking a deep breath, Chen Xun extended his consciousness, ensuring even the mortals kept their distance. This experience had imparted a valuable lesson, and he resolved to approach future endeavors with greater prudence and caution. His gaze grew profound as he peered ahead. Even if he chose to remain passive, secluded in desolate lands, the relentless currents of time would eventually bring trouble to his doorstep. One can never predict whether an unexpected event or the arrival of tomorrow will come first. Only by possessing the strength for self-preservation can one survive in this ruthless realm of cultivation. The great black bull cast a glance at Chen Xun, his eyes devoid of concern, for who could foresee that the breakthrough to the golden core would invite a thunderous calamity? The journey ahead is long, and one can only speculate what further trials may await. Enduring a small setback now is certainly preferable to suffering a greater misfortune later. Moo. The great black bull's eyes widened in astonishment, nodding emphatically, acknowledging the wisdom in Chen Xun's words. Chen Xun smiled slyly, then his expression turned solemn. Old bull, you must remember every word I am about to say. Moo. This pertains to the tribulation and the peculiarities of the body, which may be related to the Foundation Establishment Pill's expansion of the Dantian. Moo. Firstly, Chen Xun began to transmit his thoughts through spiritual means. Leaving the great black bull in a state of shock, how could Chen Xun's voice resonate within its mind? It took a while for the bull to acclimate. Initially filled with trepidation, the bull's fear began to dissipate as it remembered that these experiences were those of Chen Xun. With a defiant moo, the great black bull felt emboldened, reassured by Chen Xun's presence. Old bull, let's flee the broken sky plains. Moo. In an instant, two figures surged forward, accelerating with tremendous force, transforming into mere points of light in the sky before vanishing completely. 3 months later, the broken sky plains, situated in the far west of the Qian kingdom, are vast and boundless, with endless stretches of yellow sand extending to the horizon, devoid of limits. The landscape is flat, expansive, and shrouded in an ethereal mist, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur, while the areas near the Qian kingdom are barren of any verdure. Under the blazing sun and amidst the vibrant clouds, the plains are relentlessly scorched, waves of heat rolling through, rendering it a place where even dogs would hesitate to tread. Two figures adorned with straw hats gradually emerge on the horizon, their forms slightly distorted by the shimmering heat rising from the ground. Old cow, Chen Xun remarked. This is my first venture abroad, and I find myself somewhat out of my element. With a deep sigh, Chen Xun and his companion, the great black bull, gazed into the distance, their eyes reflecting a monotonous palette devoid of even a single tree, surrounded by vast stretches of yellow sand. It seemed as if the heavens and earth had instantaneously frozen the tumultuous waves, rendering them eternally motionless, leaving only desolation in their wake. They had inquired in the border town, but the origins of the name Heaven's severed great plain were lost to time, with countless souls having vanished into its expanse, never to return. During his time in the Wuyun sect, Chen Xun had perused several texts, discovering that even the sect held scant information about this place. Merely warning of its nature as a realm devoid of spirits, best avoided lest one becomes lost. Old cow, we possess around 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let us see how far we can traverse, Chen Xun mused, glancing towards the horizon. This land offered no means to replenish his spiritual energy. They could only rely on spirit stones, prioritizing the crucial matter of forming a dan. The great black bull smiled broadly at Chen Xun, indifferent to such concerns, lacking the sense of loyalty to homeland that Chen Xun felt. As long as it could accompany Chen Xun, it felt secure, knowing that wherever they roamed, it would be home. Suddenly, Chen Xun chuckled, patting the great black bull, casting a final glance at the faintly discernible border town. Feeling a twinge of nostalgia at leaving the kingdom of Qian for the first time. Let us proceed. One must embrace the journey and adapt. The great black bull swallowed a fasting pill, and together they continued their solitary march, accompanied by the surrounding yellow sands, embodying a profound sense of solitude. If one were to face tribulations, Chen Xun still believed that choosing the night would be preferable. At that time, during his breakthrough, he merely thought of the sky ablaze with rosy hues, deliberately selecting an auspicious day to obscure his intentions. Little did he know that his cleverness would backfire, rendering him the most conspicuous presence, thus accumulating peculiar experiences. 2 months passed, and as dusk approached, countless folds of sand and stone surged like frozen waves, stretching endlessly towards the golden horizon. Boundless yellow sands sprawled across this vast land, devoid of babbling brooks or towering mountains. The endless dunes melded with the sky, making it inconceivable to ascertain where the end lay. Chen Xun, with one hand supporting the great black ox, traversed the void. For days, he had encountered no signs of life, leaving them uncertain of their destination. Though Chen Xun's magical energy consumption was minimal, he still expended over 100 inferior spirit stones to replenish his power, yet the horizon remained elusive. By heavens, old ox, at this pace, we could circle the kingdom of Qian. A voice filled with exasperation echoed across the sky, having long since surrendered to freedom. How vast is this desolate plain? Moo. The great black ox instinctively bellowed, having been conditioned by Chen Xun's relentless prodding. Nevertheless, it placed a hoof upon Chen Xun's shoulder, its eyes conveying, "Brother, circling the kingdom of Qian seems a bit exaggerated. Old ox, are you in the mood to sing?" "Ha. Moo. Moo." The great black ox's eyes widened in alarm, desperately protesting. That was not its intention. Alas! A spark of brilliance flickered in Chen Xun's eyes as he gazed out over the vast expanse of sand, and he sang aloud, "I so firmly believe that it is you who supports me from behind." Moo. Once again, the air resonates with a haunting melody akin to the cries of spirits, accompanied by a resigned bellow from the cow. Unable to resist, they chose to join in. Subsequently, Chen Xun, lost in exhilaration, soared with the great black cow, penetrating a veil of mist and gazing down upon the vast expanse of the earth. An intense excitement sparkled in his eyes, as some long-held regrets were finally poised to be fulfilled. "Old cow, refrain from using magic. Jump. Moo. Hurry, bungee jump. Moo." Whoosh. Whoosh. The fierce wind howled as the two figures plummeted freely through the air, the great black cow shrieking uncontrollably, lamenting as if it were plummeting from a celestial sword. The great black cow rolled its eyes and fainted midair. "Oh no. Old cow. Old cow." Chen Xun spread his arms wide, shouting at the horizon as he leapt into the void, hastily catching the great black cow. "Moo." The great black cow weakly opened its eyes, still somewhat afraid of heights. "Let's do it again." "Moo." Beneath the setting sun, Chen Xun and the great black cow no longer rode the sword, but instead, continuously fell freely from the clouds above. "Haraha. Moo moo." From the ground, a youth with outstretched arms and hair dancing wildly shouted joyfully towards the earth, while the great black cow spread its hooves wide, embracing the ground, caught in a blend of agony and ecstasy. The relentless wind tore at their forms. The yellow sand swirled in the sky, yet could not obscure their hearts that yearned for freedom. Chapter 107. The Black Cow of Ximen achieves transformation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk descended, and a radiant moon gradually rose, ushering in a night adorned with brilliant stars. The great black bull sat firmly on the ground, 5 medicinal boxes laid before it. Its momentum surged, and its spirit and vitality reached an apex. Over the past few months, it had absorbed the teachings of Chen Xun, becoming intimately familiar with the intricacies of the heavenly tribulation, instilling within itself a sense of fearless resolve. With a resounding bellow, it consumed a golden essence pill, fully preparing to confront the impending tribulation. Suddenly, a tempest arose. A fierce wind swept through the desolate expanse, swirling yellow sand into the air like undulating waves. The chaotic and rugged lines, coupled with a restless and melancholic palette, formed a vast, magnificent, and wild expression that captivated the soul. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Heavy black clouds gathered ominously, while violet lightning began to flicker with increasing intensity, colliding and spreading in all directions. The sky, stained with inky darkness, was torn asunder, revealing flashes of golden light. The great black bull cast a deep gaze towards Chen Xun's direction. Though his figure was obscured, it sensed his watchful presence. In the distance, Chen Xun looked up at the sky, a trace of anxiety and confusion flickering in his eyes. It was noteworthy that he had never displayed such emotions during his own tribulation, recalling instead a steady calmness. Thunder rumbled ominously as the storm clouds finally coalesced, unleashing a formidable bolt of lightning that struck the ground beneath the great black bull. Chen Xun's heart lurched at the sight. Should anything befall the old bull, he had already devised a retreat plan. After all, immortality had never come at a cost to him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly seated himself on the ground, reassuring himself that he had meticulously imparted every detail of the heavenly tribulation to the old bull countless times. Everything would be fine. Once again, a surge of thunderous power erupted, causing Chen Xun's fingers to tremble as if striking deep within his soul. Maintaining a facade of calm, he produced the painting, his expression serene, his fingers gently caressing its surface. The old bull appeared ever so simple and naive, believing everything with unwavering faith, never once doubting. The heavens flashed with lightning, illuminating the boundless earth. Boom, boom, moo. The force of thunder rose, imbued with a sense of destruction, ruthlessly crashing towards the massive black bull on the ground. Old bull, survive this tribulation, and I shall procure you a fine heifer. In the days to come, you shall feast well. Chen Xun suddenly roared, unleashing his ultimate technique, an extravagant promise. Moo. Beneath the heavenly tribulation, the great black bull seemed to hear Chen Xun's voice, roaring back in response, once again placing its trust My brother faces this trial today. I beseech the celestial deities and Buddhas to grant his favor, to extend their grace to me. Chen Xun continued, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. This is also for your own sake. A chance at survival. His consciousness radiated in all directions, prepared to instill the profound meaning of life into any who dared to challenge. Thunder continued to gather, the power of the tribulation intensifying, while time slipped away. Moment by moment, as the sun rose majestically, it heralded the eternal passage of ages. The divine wrath waned, the storm clouds gradually receding, leaving the land scarred and ravaged. Littered with charred earth, the aftermath of the thunder's wrath. Under the tribulation, the great black bull's aura had noticeably diminished to its nadir, akin to a candle flickering on the brink of extinguishment. It seemed enveloped in a cocoon of blood, astonishingly recovering at an incredible pace, its essence steadily amplifying. Chen Xun widened his eyes, his heart brimming with excitement. Although he could not comprehend the situation, the mere fact that the great black bull was alive filled him with relief. As a spiritual beast, its condition after transcending tribulations was undoubtedly different from his own. And Chen Xun chose not to delve deeper, recognizing his limited understanding. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The blood cocoon gradually shattered, and the great black bull emerged slowly, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Impressive, Chen Xun murmured, noticing that the great black bull had grown a coat, resembling a majestic yak, which was quite striking. The great black bull rose to its feet, its eyes wide with astonishment as it realized its front hooves had undergone evolution. Standing upright felt natural, yet it was still uncomfortable. It preferred the stability of all fours. Isn't this just a pure bull demon? Chen Xun mused, recalling a game from his previous life. The great black bull shook its body, magical energy swirling around it, before gradually reverting to its original form, even its fur retracting. Moo! It gazed at Chen Xun with excitement, dashing towards him with fervor. Old bull! Chen Xun laughed heartily as he ran to meet it. The two, man and bull, rushed towards each other, reuniting joyfully as the great black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, who embraced its head. Chen Xun understood the sentiment of the great black bull. If he were transformed into a dog, spending his days on all fours, he would be equally unwilling. Freedom was paramount, and he felt a profound sense of relief, grateful that no calamity had befallen them. Old bull, let's tidy up and move to another location. This place is not suitable for lingering. Mooing in agreement, they combined their magical powers, conjuring various minor spells that smoothed out the ravaged landscape, which was gradually blanketed by golden sands. Two figures traversed the void as if treading upon solid ground, gradually fading into the horizon. They soared in a straight line for half a month, lest they lose their way back. Here, the sky was still filled with swirling yellow sands, devoid of any life. Chen Xun felt trapped. He had imagined that the vast plains might conceal some lush pastures or perhaps a grand lake, but he was mistaken. Reality remained harsh. Moo, the great black bull, stood bewildered, having never encountered such desolation, where not even a wild beast roamed. Ah, old bull, can you communicate through mental transmission? Chen Xun suddenly recalled something as he and the great black bull gradually descended from the sky, a feat possible at the Golden Core stage. Upon touching the ground, the bull's consciousness resonated within Chen Xun's mind. Moo. Startled, Chen Xun was taken aback by the sudden utterance of a bovine sound in his thoughts. I thought you could speak. Moo? No matter. I understand your meaning with just a glance. Speaking is inconsequential. Moo. However, we can communicate through our consciousness, allowing us to converse without others comprehending our words. Chen Xun chuckled softly, glancing at the great black bull, realizing this was indeed another means of securing their livelihood and ensuring their comfort. The bull grinned, returning an understanding glance, fully grasping Chen Xun's intent. Taking measured steps, Chen Xun surveyed the barren surroundings and said, Old bull, let us cultivate the land and plant trees, then build a small dwelling to reside in temporarily. We have yet to assess our physical conditions, and my innate treasure requires further refinement. There is much to attend to, and I must also devise plans for the future. For now, let us lay low for several decades and evade any turmoil. We are not short on lifespan. The great black bull's eyes gleamed with excitement, for it relished the task of clearing land. Chen Xun produced a storage pouch, letting out a cold snort. Within it lay an abundance of crane spirit saplings. He had long felt an itch to commence this endeavor, and he too sensed the warrior spirit of the mountain axe. In the course of the following month, they embraced a life of toil, subsisting on the earth, gazing at yellow sands, tossing stones, and cultivating the land. Chen Xun also enclosed a vast expanse, while the great black bull arranged formations around it to shield this territory from the ravages of wind and sand, isolating it from the outside world. Few could fathom that the daily existence of two illustrious golden core cultivators could be so unadorned, yet they appeared to find joy in their simplicity. Frequently, Chen Xun would gather fragments of stone from beyond the formation, shattering them into powder with a single punch, before falling silent and gradually adopting a posture of quiet contemplation. Gazing skyward, the great black bull understood Chen Xun well. It regarded him with a sense of pride, recognizing the formidable nature of a golden core cultivator. With the shackles of the system's point allocation shattered, the essence of all things could now foster growth at an extraordinary pace, 450 years worth in just a month. One by one, crane spirit saplings sprouted, only to be felled and overturned, as a modest dwelling gradually took shape. It resembled the thatched cottage of a small mountain village, featuring an empty interior devoid of tables or benches. They had once shared the ground for rest and meals, never being particular about their circumstances. Chapter 108. 1 axe breaches defense, 2 axes inflict wounds, 3 axes set the table. Today, the great black bull busied itself once more while Chen Xun sat in the dwelling, contemplating his arm with a slight furrow in his brow. His purpose in striking the stones was not to display prowess, but rather to test the profound enhancement of his physique brought about by the thunder's tempering. His skin shimmered with a silvery sheen, resembling a figure cast from pure silver, resplendent in its brilliance. Yet he bore an aura of concealment akin to that of a great black bull, should there exist a technique for body refinement. Complemented by a magical shield bolstered by arcane power, along with formidable defenses, Chen Xun began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Even the tribulations of heaven could be perceived as opportunities bestowed upon us. The celestial trials corresponding to one's realm seemed to possess a limit, always leaving a glimmer of hope. With additional strength, that hope multiplied to tenfold, presenting an intriguing prospect of reaping the benefits of heavenly tribulations. Heavens, I express my gratitude for your generous gifts. Chen Xun's gaze reflected solemnity and devotion, though the corners of his mouth began to curve upwards gradually. His constitution had always been rather weak, yet he never anticipated that the heavenly tribulations would fortify him so abundantly. Chen Xun discreetly extended his consciousness to observe the outside world. The great black bull was still engaged in planting trees, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He retrieved an incense altar from his storage pouch, reciting incantations with sincerity. Thank you, celestial deities and Buddhas, for your protection. I am grateful to the heavens for granting me this grace. In the past, when my brothers were outside, their voices were boisterous, and to atone for that, I, Chen Xun, bow before you now. Suddenly, the great black bull burst in with excitement, having caught the scent of the incense altar. Could it be that Chen Xun was performing a ritual to enhance his merits? Such an event could not transpire without its involvement. Chen Xun's expression shifted dramatically, shock etched on his face. The great black bull's eyes widened like brass bells, its body frozen in place. Abruptly, the door of the small room slammed shut with a thunderous crash, sealing the space with a surge of magical energy. A voice of thunderous rage erupted from within. Shaman Black Bull, dare you covet what belongs to me? Prepare to meet your end. Moo, moo. A piercing scream echoed from the small cabin as the formidable black bull was violently hurled outside. Enraged, it charged back in, retaliating against Chen Xun and sending him flying as well. In the desolate wilderness, the man and the bull engaged in a fierce battle that lasted half a day, obscuring the sun and moon amidst swirling sands. Ultimately, Chen Xun forcefully bestowed 10 points of his merit to the black bull, which, appeased, merrily scampered off to plant trees. Upon returning to the cabin, Chen Xun's expression was a mixture of discomfort and relief. Thankfully, the old bull had not discovered his secret. His mind raced with myriad thoughts, gradually shifting towards other matters. However, the nature of that mysterious diamond remained elusive. The alchemist from the Dan Hall had never spoken of it, and he was hesitant to pry further. Chen Xun furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had expended tremendous effort crafting this breakthrough elixir, taking 50 years to refine it using transcendent medicinal powers. Moreover, the elixir's alchemical fire had consistently induced mutations, even eliminating the initial Dan poison. It was likely that no one in this realm of cultivation possessed the strength or longevity to create an elixir of his caliber. Yet, the foundation-building elixir indeed harbored issues, particularly in expanding the Dantian. Everything seemed too coincidental, Chen Xun murmured to himself, noting that both he and the Black Bull now harbored 5 distinct attributes of golden cores within them. However, these cores appeared somewhat dim, clearly lacking saturation and stability. They were devoid of the techniques necessary for cultivation at the golden core stage. It was unheard of in this realm for anyone to possess multiple golden cores. Wasn't it customary for one to have just a singular core? With a slight cough, Chen Xun reflected on the scarcity of individuals he had encountered. While there were advantages and disadvantages to this, it was undoubtedly beneficial for his innate treasure. He once again took out his booklet, beginning to write and sketch, meticulously planning for his future. One must always harbor hope for what lies ahead. Otherwise, what significance does eternal life hold if one merely wanders aimlessly? In the days that followed, Chen Xun and the great black bull meditated daily to solidify the 5 golden elixirs within. They nurtured the crane spirit tree and occasionally deliberated on their future aspirations. Rarely did they resort to spells, for this place offered no means to replenish their magical energy from the heavens and earth. Every bit was precious and should be conserved. The great black bull, meanwhile, was utilizing the power of the golden elixirs to continuously nourish the black coffin, aspiring to transform it into his ultimate treasure, thereby eliminating the need for storage bags. Entering the realm of golden elixirs marked a significant enhancement in both magical power and spiritual awareness, granting them a profound comprehension of various spells. The foundation-building phase can be regarded as a leap in the hierarchy of existence, while the golden elixir realm signifies a transcendence in understanding the forces of heaven and earth, unveiling countless fantasies that were previously unfathomable. During his spare moments, Chen Xun immersed himself in several small spellbooks, his eyes gleaming with enlightenment as he grasped concepts that had once eluded him. The sensation of awakening his understanding captivated him. Certain truths could indeed only be grasped upon reaching a certain level of mastery. In terms of strength, Chen Xun prioritized the influence of his realm on his personal insights. No matter how formidable one's power, it merely serves as a means of self-preservation, and they harbored no desire for violence. Though their lives were modest, they were fulfilling, as their expectations for quality of life were never lofty. Merely possessing a sense of ritual sufficed. Life can either be vibrant or mundane. Having fought to survive, one should strive to make each step resonate with brilliance. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xun and the great black bull had resided in the vast plain of heaven for 20 years, decisively investing their longevity points into augmenting their magical power. In the desolate expanse of the desert, a solitary cottage stands, shrouded by an intricate array of formations, rendering it nearly invisible. Through a formidable enhancement of 90 points in magical prowess, coupled with the enlightenment achieved upon transcending the golden core stage, the Dark Bull's mastery over formations has reached new heights. Within the confines of this formation, a vast stretch of barren land flourishes with vibrant greenery, dominated by robust and sturdy crane spirit trees, their emerald leaves glistening like precious gems, exuding a mystical aura. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a black axe, imbued with an aura of death, shatters this serene tableau as it descends mercilessly upon one of the crane spirit trees, causing it to crash to the ground. As it falls, it begins to wither and decay, the spiritual energy dissipating in a tragic spectacle. Flames erupt once more, leaving nothing but ashes in the wake of this once majestic tree, marking the end of its existence. A figure gradually materializes beneath the blazing sun, casting a shadow that envelopes all the crane spirit trees in the vicinity. "Old bull, how's that?" Chen Xun exclaims with boisterous laughter. For the enhanced water spirit technique now effectively counters the deathly aura, and their magical artifacts can be further augmented. The dark bull, astonished, nods in agreement, acknowledging that it surpasses the utility of the initial iron axe. Now, it has fully cultivated the black coffin within the golden core, allowing for effortless manipulation, as if it possesses its own realm. Coupled with the suppression of the water spirit technique, there are no obstacles. It is as if it were tailor-made for this purpose. However, these 3 axes cannot be worn at the waist. Chen Xun remarks calmly, gazing appreciatively at the 3 axes in his hands and at his side. These axes were forged a year prior from the materials offered by the king of crane spirit trees, meticulously crafted through his relentless application of alchemical fire, rendering them extraordinarily sharp. One axe breaches defenses, the second inflicts wounds, and the third opens the path. In the end, Chen Xun and the great black bull personally initiated the ceremony, bestowing a powerful name upon it, Breaking Wind. Chapter 109, Embarking on the Journey Home. Preparing everything. The great black bull produced their formidable trio of banded artifacts and nudged Chen Xun. The 5 of them, possessing golden dan, could directly refine 5 sets of their innate treasures, and this trio only consumed 1 golden dan. "Old bull, let us continue to enhance the ensemble and the magical instruments. Any wooden attribute can be infinitely augmented," Chen Xun exclaimed, filled with excitement. Over the years, they had uncovered numerous secrets. As long as the wooden entities were refined through their own golden dan, they seemed to merge into a singular existence, harmonizing with the essence of all things and resulting in an inexplicable transformation. Due to the enhancement of their constitution, the period of weakness had astonishingly shortened. And if the golden dan within them condensed and refined the innate treasures, they would recover in mere moments, a phenomenon most peculiar. Both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull firmly believed that it was indeed the effect of the health-preserving tea. The Great Black Bull grinned widely, relishing the tranquility of their surroundings, free from disturbances and troubles, as they remained diligently engaged. Old Bull, while refining, let us also continue to solidify the Golden Dan. Do not be impatient, Chen Xun spoke calmly, adding that after refining an innate treasure, the Golden Dan would experience slight fluctuations, urging them to tread steadily with each step. The Great Black Bull nodded in serene agreement and nuzzled Chen Xun affectionately. Old Bull, let us grow strong and prosperous. Let us commence. Chen Xun suddenly bellowed, casting his gaze toward the distant swirling sands, his heart brimming with ambition. Moo! The Great Black Bull bellowed towards the heavens, his eyes radiating intense excitement. A solitary individual and a bovine companion have once again plunged into the throes of activity, tending to the cultivation of the ethereal crane spirit trees, subsequently nurturing them with the essence of all things, a process they aptly name enlightenment. The number of these crane spirit trees proliferating in their arid desert has significantly enriched the verdant tapestry of the land. Yet, this locale is devoid of spiritual energy. It is likely that once they depart, these trees will gradually wither away. As time silently ebbs away, the kingdom of Qian flourishes with unprecedented vigor, its national strength ascends, and the number of individuals with spiritual roots in the mortal realm continues to rise. With two nations presiding over the realm of cultivation, the perspectives of the various sects have broadened, and the ultimate casualties of this evolution are the practitioners with 5 elemental roots. Due to the scarcity of cultivation resources, those with mixed 5-element roots have increasingly fallen out of favor, with many prominent sects refusing to accept such disciples, even declining their services for menial tasks. Countless practitioners with 5 elemental roots have thus faded into obscurity, leading lives of quiet anonymity in the mortal world for a century. However, if one were to relinquish their myriad obsessions, perhaps a life of simplicity could indeed offer its own joys and pleasures. In the unremarkable expanse of the great sky plain, amid a desolate stretch of desert, a man and his ox revel in this ordinary happiness. It has been 21 years since the passing of the crane spirit tree king, and Chen Xun, alongside the great black ox, is in the process of gathering their belongings, seemingly preparing for departure. They continue to invest their 20 longevity points into their magical prowess. In the realm of cultivation, one cannot afford to be bereft of power. Old cow, it's time to return home, Chen Xun called from outside their humble abode. The surroundings were lush and vibrant, yet the ground bore the scars of devastation, marked by the remnants of fierce flames. The great black ox stood beneath a tree, propping up a banner, its body adorned with pots and pans. Chen Xun sat in front of the house, his eyes gleaming with intensity. His fireball technique had finally been enhanced, evolving from its original form into the formidable Great Fireball technique. Although he could have directly trained in a foundational spell of the foundation establishment stage, something that would undoubtedly surpass the basic fireball technique and become even more terrifying with spell enhancements, Chen Xun found little interest in that. As his cultivation level rose, the corresponding spells could no longer be obtained so casually. If he were to become accustomed to the handouts of ease, his path of cultivation would lose all significance and eventually reach a dead end. For him, the joy lay in the process of learning and creating spells, and in the gradual advancement of his cultivation. Back in Panning City, he had expressed such sentiments to the Great Black Bull. After all, who could blame them for seeking immortality? Their mindsets were worlds apart. As for his current technique, he acknowledged its limitations. His understanding was still shallow, rendering him unable to enhance it for the time being. Chen Xun shook his head to himself, a flicker of pride warming his heart. After spending over a century to create the Great Fireball technique, who could rival him? Though Shiman Hainyu had advanced further in the art of formations, now he was merely at this level. Chen Xun raised his chin, gazing at the distant Great Black Bull, who had also mastered the self-created Great Fireball technique. Chen Xun vividly recalled how this spell had moved the Great Black Bull to tears, expressing profound admiration and vowing never to employ formations in battle again. Moo! A resounding bovine call jolted Chen Xun from his reverie. He turned his attention to the Great Black Bull. Old Bull, are you ready? The Great Black Bull nodded, indicating that the array flags had all been retracted, though they were severely damaged, leaving little to salvage. Let us depart. Chen Xun smiled as he donned his straw hat, with 3 iron mountain axes still bound at his waist. In the realm of wanderers, one must not appear too casual or easily deceived. The Great Black Bull approached, nudging Chen Xun before surveying the surroundings. Old Bull, we shall mark this place, treating it as a coordinate, Chen Xun remarked, already feeling somewhat acquainted with the locale. To traverse the vast expanse of the Tianduan Prairie, we must undertake numerous preparations within the Qian Kingdom. The Great Black Bull grinned, nodding earnestly. Thankfully, they were not recklessly headstrong. Their frugality had left them with only 100 inferior spirit stones. Had they been foolishly brazen, embarking on their journey unprepared, they might have exhausted their magical energies and become lost along the way. Now, however, they were ready, having enhanced all their magical artifacts, which rested quietly in the golden elixir realm, brewing terrifying fluctuations. Each of their artifacts had absorbed 5,000 years of the crane spirit tree's deathly aura. Yet they had yet to reach the limits of the water spirit technique's enhancement. There would be time to gradually increase further. Nonetheless, the years of enhancement for Chen Xun's mountain axe were distributed, proving far more troublesome than the Black Bull's coffin. The crane spirit tree king had reached its maximum at 100,000 years, unable to be cultivated further. Only magical artifacts of the wood attribute, nurtured and enhanced through their blood essence, could continue to be infinitely strengthened. The bandit ensemble, too, had been enhanced over the course of several thousand years. Thanks to the golden elixir refinement, it had become remarkably soft and fitted to their forms. Even now, with their golden elixir stage consciousness, they could not fully perceive it, a result of countless spirit vines being drawn apart, signifying a qualitative change born of quantitative accumulation. Yet, how much further they could enhance remained uncertain, left to the passage of time. However, they remained oblivious to the true grade of their artifacts, and no one dared to inquire. Two figures, adorned with straw hats, ambled beneath the blazing sun, their backs turned towards a modest cottage. The sound of jingling echoed, and their silhouettes grew increasingly indistinct, leaving behind only faint apparitions. What they were unaware of over the years was that the extraordinary event from years past had prompted the sects of Jiang and Kaiyang to dispatch golden core cultivators for investigation. Ultimately, their efforts yielded no results. There was no trace of the two individuals, and those who witnessed the event could only speculate, as no leads could be uncovered, leading to an inconclusive end. 3 months later, in the western frontier of the Qian kingdom, in the bustling city of Bailing. Here, a multitude of people flowed through the streets, the shouts of vendors resonating in the air, accompanied by the presence of formidable wanderers of the martial world, wielding weapons. Among them were members of various sects and bodyguards, as well as merchant caravans traversing in and out of the city, with numerous nobles concealed within luxurious carriages. Occasionally, fine steeds galloped down the streets, and gallant warriors led their noble horses, infusing the frontier city with a raw vitality, albeit lacking in scholarly refinement. The city was replete with taverns and tea-houses, where boisterous laughter and chatter filled the air, alongside storytellers captivating the audience, creating a lively atmosphere. A figure, donning a straw hat and leading a black ox, made his way slowly into the city. They possessed no magical prowess, appearing utterly unremarkable, yet exuding an aura of tranquility. Chapter 110, Crossing thousands of mountains and treading countless waters. Ah, old ox, we have finally returned, Chen Xun exclaimed, taking in the vibrant atmosphere surrounding him. This city is truly delightful. After gazing at sand all day, my eyes have grown weary. The great black cow chuckled as a delightful aroma wafted through the city. It inhaled deeply, savoring the scents that filled the air. In the vast and boundless plains, the surroundings were so captivating that even the cows could become enchanted. Wealth, companionship, and the land held significant importance. They strolled leisurely, taking in the sights, and even ventured into an apothecary to exchange some rare herbs for silver coins. Chen Xun, ever the negotiator, haggled passionately with the shopkeeper, his words flying like arrows. The great black cow nearly mooed in support, as the herbs were not simply found. Considerable effort had been expended to acquire them. Ultimately, Chen Xun emerged with a satisfied expression, for he had never feared a negotiation. He then led the great black cow onto the bustling street. The shopkeeper stood at the entrance, dumbfounded. This young man, appearing somewhat naive, turned out to be a seasoned player in the game. The streets were wide, lined with numerous brothels and tea-houses, where calls echoed, enticing travelers to part with their silver. Chen Xun and the great black cow arrived beside a bun shop, where fragrant steam continuously rose. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, operated the establishment alongside his wife. Noticing Chen Xun had lingered for some time, he greeted him warmly. "Young brother, what would you like to eat?" Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed to the highest stack of steaming bamboo steamers, exclaiming, "Boss, 1 basket of meat buns. No, make it 2. The great black cow could hardly tear its gaze away, for it had been years since they had tasted meat, and the flavor was nearly forgotten. Though in the golden core realm one could sustain oneself without food, the sensation of emptiness lingered, and without nourishment, life would lack much joy. "All right then." The proprietor responded with a hearty voice, boldly wrapping the dumplings in oiled paper, suggesting he had likely roamed the world in his youth. Chen Xun accepted the package with his hands, handed a few coins to the matron, and expressed his gratitude before departing. Along the way, Chen Xun and the great black ox devoured the food as if they had never tasted meat before, their mouths greasy with indulgence. "Old cow, this filling is truly abundant," Chen Xun exclaimed, his cheeks bulging as he swallowed hard. The black ox flicked its tongue and consumed another morsel, relishing the moment. On the bustling streets, numerous sword-bearing wanderers passed by, occasionally casting glances at the pair. Some would shake their heads with a sneer, pretending to be seasoned experts. They soon arrived at a tavern named Xianghua Tower. Chen Xun inexplicably paused, gazing intently, while he knew such places existed in Pan Ning City. He had never seen an establishment of this nature. The great black ox regarded Chen Xun with curiosity, sensing something was amiss. As the men seemed to return home in a familiar manner, the entrance of Xianghua Tower was vibrant with activity, filled with enchanting women beckoning patrons and scrutinizing passersby. They noticed Chen Xun, but clad in his coarse linen attire and donning a straw hat while leading a black ox, he hardly caught their discerning eyes. "Moo? Heh. Old cow, let us go. It's just a tavern," he remarked. The black ox, seemingly understanding, nodded and followed Chen Xun as they left. They meandered through the border town for 5 days, indulging in food and drink, occasionally watching martial arts competitions, contributing to the lively atmosphere and thoroughly enjoying their time. Upon departing from Bering City, Chen Xun procured an assortment of medicinal herbs, while the great black ox remained contentedly nestled in a storage pouch filled with water. Although a sense of joy enveloped them, it seemed they lacked the belonging they once felt in Pan Ning City. Their mindset had subtly shifted without their awareness. Outside Bering City, the autumn breeze whispered softly, stirring up dust and sending it swirling along the paths. Chen Xun carried a bamboo basket on his back, casually wielding a wooden stick while humming a cheerful tune. The black ox occasionally kicked at fallen leaves, finally feeling at ease within. Their consciousness had already expanded. When they encountered others engaged in combat, they simply chose to circumvent the fray. "Old ox, the mortal realm is indeed preferable, more liberating," Chen Xun mused, mimicking the martial artists as he thrust the stick forward. The merchants spoke with charm, and most were reasonable in their discourse. The black ox chuckled and nudged Chen Xun affectionately, echoing his sentiments. These cultivators were profoundly introspective, not quite to their taste. They favored individuals of simpler disposition. "Old ox, after all these years, how is it that we've yet to find even an iron essence?" Chen Xun pondered aloud, contemplating the improbability of it all. Surely not all had been monopolized by those sections. "Moo," the black ox gasped, realizing the possibility, fixing a determined gaze upon Chen Xun. "I told you. Despite the vastness of the Qian kingdom, after so many years of development, it cannot be left for us to cultivate. Let us forget about the Qian kingdom then. In the future, we shall seek larger realms, without resorting to thievery or deceit. Surely, heaven will favor us in our endeavors." "Moo moo. Ha ha." Chen Xun laughed heartily, his body leaping as he swung a wooden stick, sending countless fallen leaves swirling chaotically, leaving the great black bull bewildered and covered in disarray. In the days that followed, Chen Xun and the great black bull ventured to admire majestic mountains and rivers, traversing countless peaks and crossing myriad waters, embracing each moment with tranquility in their hearts. Occasionally, they would also engage in ghost hunting and practicing medicine, ensuring that the medical skills imparted by Ningxi would not fade into obscurity. Yet, they would always demand a fee for their services, even if it were merely a stone. Upon encountering a blacksmith shop, Chen Xun would showcase his skills, for the legacy of old Master Sun must not falter. The blacksmiths would applaud him, nearly kneeling in reverence. As they passed through villages, during joyous or solemn occasions, the great black bull would eagerly join in. Recognizing these as splendid opportunities for merit, Chen Xun would don appropriate attire, accepting no payment, seeking only the virtue of participation while relishing the feast. Much to the amazement of the villagers, who marveled at the presence of such an adept individual. Countless unmarried women over the age of 30 across various villages pursued Chen Xun, causing many to secretly lament, as if they could only admire him from afar. Chen Xun could only sigh softly, pondering that perhaps this was the allure of masculinity. They roamed far and wide. Yet their greatest delight lay in gazing upon the grand mountains and rivers, capable of sitting still for days in contemplation. The feeling of being in harmony with all things, free and unrestrained, bestowed upon Chen Xun and the great black bull a unique sense of spiritual cultivation, akin to entering a state of profound meditation. Whenever the impulse struck, Chen Xun would indulge in painting, his storage pouch filled with his astonishing artworks, which he would occasionally present to the great black bull for appreciation. However, throughout this journey, they encountered no troubles whatsoever, for they always seemed to be 1,000 steps ahead of any potential complications, while various schemes and plots lagged behind them by 1,000 paces. Yet, Chen Xun and Dehanyo remained undeterred in their cunning pursuits, diligently exploring every scenic spot, from the depths of cliffs to the intricacies of limestone caves. Finally, On a sun-drenched midday, calamity struck. They ventured into a stone cave within a towering mountain. Having confirmed multiple times that there were no formations surrounding it and that it was devoid of any inhabitants. Little did they know, after merely half an hour of exploration, a pair of amorous stout companions arrived outside, both at the early stage of foundation establishment. They began to set up concealment formations nearby, as if this cavern were their clandestine meeting place. What a stroke of misfortune. The fierce bandit gear materialized from within the golden core, swiftly enveloping Chen Xun and Dehanyo, faster than retrieving items from a storage bag, and at the same moment, Dehanyo stood up. Just as they were about to engage in their intimate endeavors, Chen Xun realized he had to take action. Chapter 111. A strong sense of repulsion from 1,000 miles away, fellow Taoist. Please hold. Who goes there? Who? Both were taken aback, instinctively reprimanding. Is there truly a cultivator present in this place where spiritual energy is scarce? They turned towards the source of the voice, brandishing their magical instruments, suspecting that perhaps an enemy lay in wait. Their spiritual senses were unable to penetrate the shroud of secrecy. From the depths of the cave emerged two shadowy figures, who exchanged awkward smiles. We shall take our leave. You may continue with your business. Dehanyo followed silently behind, his expression tinged with embarrassment at the unexpected turn of events. The two individuals were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock at the peculiar attire before them. The man, with a chilling gaze, declared, "We are disciples of Huoming Valley. Since you arrived here first, we are willing to yield." His words faltered abruptly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The woman, too, felt her pupils constrict, suppressing the torrent of indignation that threatened to spill forth. Their internal powers were entirely subdued. These two eccentric figures were, in fact, venerable seniors. Unaware of your esteemed presence, we humbly beg your pardon. We regret having inadvertently overstepped in our words. Please forgive us, esteemed seniors. Their demeanor shifted drastically, bowing their heads and clasping their hands in respect, their eyes trembling slightly. In such a desolate place, should they meet their end, it would be in vain. No harm done. No harm done. Chen Xun waved his hand lightly, passing by them. Dismantle the formation to avoid any backlash. The great black bull also nodded in agreement, aware that forcibly breaking the formation could injure its creator. Yes, esteemed senior. The couple was profoundly astonished. Was it truly possible for such a revered figure in the realm of cultivation to be so accommodating? This was unexpected. They exchanged glances, uncertainty gnawing at their hearts, yet they proceeded to dismantle the formation, standing respectfully in place, too apprehensive to lift their gazes. After a while, the cave fell silent, and the man cautiously glanced around, only to discover that the two had vanished. He exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity, their backs drenched in cold perspiration. Zhang Shixiang, who were those seniors? Jiang Shimi, their true masters. Zhang Shixiang's chest rose and fell slightly as he spoke solemnly. Today, we have witnessed nothing, and let us not speak of it again. Indeed, Zhang Shixiang. In Jiang Shimi's eyes, there seemed to be a moment of clarity as she gently nodded. The two of them soon departed, their interest waning due to the commotion caused by Chen Xun and the great black bull. On another mountain peak, two figures sat upon the ground. Chen Xun looked at the great black bull and chuckled lightly, remarking on the amusing nature of their experiences. The great black bull let out a deep breath, joining in the laughter. It appeared that with the enhancement of their cultivation, those around them radiated goodwill, and troubles had diminished significantly. Chen Xun sighed softly, gazing at the distant towering peaks and deep ravines, lost in thought. Throughout their journey, they had overlooked an entire region, as if the time for that exploration had yet to arrive. Gradually, their forms began to dissolve into ethereal shadows. A gust of mountain wind swept by, gently dispersing their silhouettes. Amidst the rising wind, the sound of pines echoed, reminiscent of the crashing tides upon the shore. As Chen Xun and the great black bull roamed the mortal realm, they were devoid of any inclination to transcend the mundane, nor did they express any particular sentiments. Instead, they blended seamlessly into the fabric of life. Chen Xun often took the great black bull to watch the old men playing chess beneath the shade of trees, sipping on a cup of health tea, utterly engrossed. The great black bull, too, watched intently, occasionally savoring a sip of the tea. In reality, both of them were equally clueless about the game, yet they relished the leisurely passage of time, embracing the sensation of moments flowing gently by. Chen Xun, an utterly ordinary individual, was devoid of any aptitude for the refined arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. He pursued them only when opportunity presented itself, never forcing the issue. At times, Chen Xun and the great black bull would linger in a small village for several days, playing with children or frolicking with the local dogs. Chen Xun often teased the little dogs to the point of exasperation, prompting them to summon their brethren in a frenzied chase after him. The sight elicited hearty laughter from the great black bull nearby, whose tail swayed joyfully in the air. They traversed several states, visiting numerous temples and monasteries along the way. Although they did not recognize the celestial beings and deities within, they felt compelled to pay their respects. Had it not been for Chen Xun's forceful kick that sent the great black bull flying, all the silver they had earned would have been spent on incense offerings. Ultimately, after relinquishing 70% of their wealth, the great black bull was barely satisfied. The Taoist priests and abbots, witnessing their sincerity, bestowed upon them some sacred texts and scriptures. Overjoyed, Chen Xun donated an additional 20% of their remaining funds. The great black bull was moved to tears, nearly deciding to linger indefinitely at each temple and monastery. Eventually, they arrived in Jinfeng Prefecture, standing before the imperial city of the Qian Kingdom, now 7 years since their return home. Their longevity points continued to augment their magical powers. Each day, Chen Xun and the great black bull nurtured their innate magical treasures using the essence of all living things. Still far from reaching their limits, they continued to enhance their abilities. As they journeyed, the trials of the road had etched lines of experience on their faces, instilling in them a sense of openness. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in a resplendent glow of twilight hues, while a gentle breeze carried the fragrant mingling of flowers and trees. The imperial city stood silently beneath the vast sky, its ancient walls bearing the scars of countless battles, exuding an aura of supremacy over all. Unlike the edifices of cultivators, this was a testament to the wisdom and sacrifices of ordinary people, imbued with a profound sense of history. Within the city gates, the bustling traffic persisted, with numerous individuals adorned in luxurious robes. The city guards patrolled the gates and towers, their vigilant gazes sweeping across the surroundings. Today, a considerable number of scholars were heading to the imperial examinations, their footsteps hurried, eyes gleaming with excitement, hearts soaring with anticipation. Chen Xun and the great black ox settled at a distance outside the imperial city, gazing at the walls bathed in golden hues, engaging in idle commentary. "Old ox, behold the grandeur of the imperial city," Chen Xun remarked, filled with awe. "It is truly magnificent." The great black ox, equally astonished, observed, "This imperial city is far more extravagant than Panning City. The walls are towering." The man and his ox sat in silence, watching as the twilight faded into night, the passers-by often oblivious to their presence. At that moment, two sisters approached, one with a fresh complexion and the other with a cool demeanor, both possessing bright eyes and exquisite features. One donned a blue garment while the other wore purple, and they gracefully approached Chen Xun, saying, "Esteemed young sir." Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, recognizing them as cultivators, specifically at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. "What brings you here, ladies?" The great black ox remained unfazed, merely glancing at the two, displaying a demeanor akin to an ordinary beast, devoid of discernible intelligence. "We sisters find your demeanor rather intriguing and wish to make your acquaintance," they replied. With a subtle smile that did not reach his eyes, Chen Xun responded, "How remarkable it is to encounter such a situation. If you ladies have business, please feel free to express it." They exchanged slightly furrowed brows, suddenly sensing discomfort, despite his seemingly calm demeanor. There was an undeniable air of aloofness that kept them at bay. Chapter 112. The Grand City. A formal advance into the realm of immortality. Pray tell, are you a practitioner of the immortal arts, young sir? "Alas, I am not, though I have encountered such beings," Chen Xun replied, shaking his head with a hint of detachment. "Do you truly believe I am an immortal? You have misjudged me. Yet your ethereal demeanor does not resemble that of a mere mortal," one of the young ladies remarked. "I have little time left. I beseech you to grant me solitude." A glimmer of melancholy flickered in Chen Xun's eyes as an aura of old age began to emanate from him, a clear harbinger of the feast to come. Even the great black bull widened its eyes in surprise, nearly taken in by the illusion. "What?" the two ladies gasped, their lips parting in astonishment as they realized their grave error. "Then we shall not intrude upon you any longer. Farewell." With a touch of resignation, the two women quickened their pace, harboring a flicker of disappointment, for they had hoped to encounter a venerable elder in this city, known for its hidden talents. To forge a connection with such a figure, even as humble attendants, would have been a fortuitous opportunity. Such is the plight of wandering cultivators. Little did they expect to meet a soul who had transcended the veil of life and death. Chen Xun sighed as he watched their retreating figures, reflecting, "What a dampener on the spirit. Even the sight of a city wall cannot bring peace." The great black bull nodded in agreement. In an instant, Chen Xun's demeanor transformed, once again infused with the vibrant essence of the marketplace. He led the great black bull into the city, which, under the rule of the Qian Kingdom, boasted no curfew, and the imperial city itself was a veritable metropolis of perpetual twilight. Upon entering, their eyes widened in awe at the bustling spectacle before them, a scene of grand prosperity. Shops lined the streets, while the cool moonlight gently bathed the red bricks and green tiles, as well as the vividly colored eaves of the buildings, lending an air of ethereal beauty and poetic charm to the thriving imperial city. Chen Xun leisurely walked through the bustling streets, guiding the majestic black ox by his side. With each step, he felt a lightness as he blended into the throngs of passers-by, immersed in the glow of countless homes. They explored innumerable ancient architectural wonders and even visited the royal palace, occasionally pausing beside vendors to enjoy bowls of noodles, laughter echoing as they observed the hurried pedestrians rushing by. When fatigue set in, Chen Xun and the black ox rested beneath an archway, sipping herbal tea while gazing at the rushing river, occasionally tossing stones into the water to watch them skip. At long last, Chen Xun fulfilled his promise, commissioning a tailored set of gray linen garments for him and the black ox, a matching ensemble for the duo. The tailor's craftsmanship compelled Chen Xun to acknowledge that such specialized tasks were best left to the professionals. The proprietor marveled at the sight of clothing made for an ox, a novel venture indeed. Yet with payment assured, crafting 10 sets would pose no challenge. Everyone was preoccupied, too absorbed in their own affairs to delve into the peculiarities of it all. As Chen Xun led the black ox away from the imperial city of Qian, they paused outside the palace, casting glances in all directions as if bidding farewell. It seemed that this man and his ox had lingered over countless vistas, yet left no trace behind, like fleeting mist. No one knew what they were parting from, nor what experiences they had endured. Where would the ox's head turn next? The setting sun cast its golden light over myriad peaks. Gradually, the two figures faded from the realm of mortals in the kingdom of Qian. Unburdened by the need for remembrance or concern from others, they were free. Half a year later, winter arrived. The grandest and most renowned city of cultivation in the kingdom of Qian, Yushu City, lay nestled in the western expanse, adjacent to the vast Tianduan plain. Its size beyond reckoning. This city, jointly established by the 10 great sects, stands as a true bastion of superlative cultivators, its silhouette discernible even from distant horizons. Beyond the city's confines, an array of radiant lights flicker as cultivators traverse the skies upon their magical artifacts. Ethereal beasts soar above, their cries echoing through the heavens. This city, a confluence of myriad forces, warmly welcomes cultivators from all directions, while a formidable barrier continuously operates above, ensuring order. Along the thoroughfares, one can observe cultivators from foreign lands, accompanied by a variety of extraordinary spirit beasts. Enormous spirit creatures descend from aerial vessels, laden with copious goods, their weight causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Surrounding them are protectors, unmistakably members of a commercial caravan from a prominent sect, with certain storage bags overflowing with rare, crafting materials. The walls of Yushu City shimmer as if gilded, representing the pinnacle of crafting within the Qian Kingdom's cultivation realm, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun's embrace. It gazes down imperiously upon the throng of cultivators, enforcing a strict prohibition against unauthorized dueling within its borders, with violations met by the united wrath of the 10 great sects. Here, the spiritual energy flourishes, for this magnificent city is built upon a spiritual vein. Occasionally, colossal vessels traverse the skies, with designated docking areas beyond the city, all maintained in harmonious order. In this flourishing age of the cultivation world within the Qian Kingdom, who would dare to show disrespect? As the gentle winter sun rises, it casts a warm glow upon the earth, infusing the otherwise stark season with a touch of brilliance. A figure riding an ox gradually materializes on the horizon, garbed in simple linen, their lips curving into a subtle smile, eyes reflecting an air of profound tranquility. Embodying the essence of a sage, they fixate intently on the distant, indistinct outline of the colossal city, taking a deep breath, only to find their composure faltering. Old ox. Good heavens. Moo. Moo. The scene was utterly mesmerizing. A man and his cow were filled with astonishment and excitement. Their cheeks flushed as if they perpetually harbored a fervent enthusiasm for the new and unknown. Their cultivation was merely at the nascent stage of foundation establishment, and yet, no one could discern that this man and his spiritual beast were, in fact, formidable practitioners at the golden core stage. Old cow, charge forth, Chen Xun exclaimed, crouching low as he grasped the cow's horns, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Moo. The magnificent black cow responded with a resounding bellow, surging ahead with great vigor. This was their first encounter with a city of immortal cultivators, a sight they had long yearned to behold. As they ventured forth, it felt as though they were truly stepping into the realm of cultivation. The ground beneath the black cow trembled with each powerful stride. Reminiscent of their initial dash towards Panning City beneath the setting sun, a moment that marked the diverging paths of their lives. Time flowed swiftly. All felt like yesterday, yet they could never turn back. Surrounding cultivators were taken aback, with chi refinement practitioners yielding respectfully, while foundation establishment cultivators chuckled in amusement. Some spiritual beasts also noticed the black cow, their eyes widening in shock, an esteemed elder of the foundation establishment. The grand gates of Yusu City stood tall. 8 Tinjiang gates guarded by foundation establishment practitioners, alongside 16 Fivejiang small gates manned by disciples in the chi refinement stage from the 10 great sections. However, there was no entrance fee. Chen Xun and the black cow bounded about, marveling at the gates while gently caressing the city walls. The area was bustling with conversing cultivators, yet none obstructed their way. Some were even engaged in trade right at the city's threshold. Chen Xun and the great black bull entered the grand city through the small gate, and upon stepping inside, they were met with an astonishing sight. The city of illusions and the mortal cities were entirely dissimilar. The towers and pavilions here were imbued with an ethereal aura, exuding a sense of antiquity and elegance. Standing tall and magnificent, the air within the city was perfumed with a refreshing fragrance. The streets were exceptionally wide, yet devoid of any vendors calling out. Flanked by a myriad of shops, while numerous individuals rode on various mystical beasts, traversing the thoroughfares. Gazing upward, the view seemed endless, with several imposing dark towers standing sentinel, their outlines barely discernible at the city gate, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Incredible, Chen Xun murmured, glancing at the great black bull, who softly mooed in agreement, as if even a sound here should not be uttered too loudly. Surrounding them were cultivators engaged in their affairs, entering and exiting the shops. Some were solitary practitioners, others hailed from distant lands, and many were disciples of celestial sections. Currently, it was not the centennial grand gathering. When that time arrived, the true spectacle would unfold, with cultivators from various nations converging in a whirlwind of activity. Senior, a man in the chi refinement stage, suddenly called out to them. Forgive me for the digression. I hope all readers will not take offense. This book marks my first foray into a new genre, and I am genuinely surprised by the support I have received from all of you. I must extend my heartfelt thanks here. Given the lengthy nature of the story, perspectives will inevitably differ, and it is impossible for one narrative to satisfy everyone. I ask for your understanding. I hope everyone can remain calm and composed. This is my first time coming to Fan, and I merely wish to bring a touch of joy to all, without ever asking for gifts. Feel free to enjoy without reservation. Chen Xun and Old Neo are officially embarking on their journey into the realm of immortality, and the preliminary chapters of this narrative are beginning to unfold. For now, we shall bid farewell to the mundane world, marking a significant transition. As they traverse from the earthly realm, it is evident that neither Chen Xun nor Old Neo wish to part ways with anyone. The sentiment is undeniably poignant. Immortality is not solely about suffering. They seek not to grieve for the sake of grief itself. Their true happiness lies in exploring the future and acquiring new knowledge, which they perceive as the genuine essence of immortality. The pace of the story will undoubtedly be somewhat languid, as Chen Xun's disposition favors the journey over the destination. Should they encounter obstacles in their cultivation, they will endeavor to seize any safe opportunities that arise, but not through ruthless means for the sake of power or treasures. This principle remains the foundation of my narrative. Of course, the main story has yet to commence, and I personally believe that the most thrilling segments lie ahead. The worldview has not yet fully blossomed, so I shall refrain from divulging any spoilers. Regarding updates, I am currently organizing the outline, which may result in a slower pace. This is not a matter of writing as inspiration strikes, but rather ensuring a coherent logic that will enhance the reading experience. The accompanying illustration was painstakingly crafted over 5 hours, without the assistance of anyone else. Though it may appear rudimentary, it is a small token of my sincerity and goodwill towards you all. I shall conclude my musings here, as I could no longer contain my thoughts. I kindly ask for your support and understanding, and perhaps a little grace in return. Haha. Chapter 113. Entering the city of illusions. As Chen Xun and the Black Bull turned towards the sound, they beheld a middle-aged man, his forehead etched with deep wrinkles. A practitioner of the 8th level of chi refinement. With a cautious demeanor, he approached and respectfully clasped his hands, inquiring, "Might I ask if this is your first visit to the city of illusions?" "Ah, what brings you to ask?" Chen Xun replied with a gentle smile, extending his consciousness to encompass the surroundings. The Black Bull, maintaining a composed silence, surveyed the area, prioritizing safety in this unfamiliar territory. "You may call me Li Miao," the man said, suddenly displaying a more enthusiastic demeanor. "I have long resided in this city, and should you require assistance, I would be glad to act as your guide." "I see," Chen Xun responded, realization dawning upon him that Li Miao was a guide. May I inquire about your fees? Ah, for 5 hours. It would be 3 low-grade spirit stones, Li Miao stated, glancing around before bowing slightly. This is undoubtedly the lowest rate. For others, it would be at least 4 stones. Upon hearing this, both Chen Xun and the Black Bull felt a slight pang in their hearts, recalling that they had to toil for 7 years to earn a single low-grade spirit stone. Well, I will consider it, Chen Xun replied with a slight nod, his gaze wandering along the intricate network of streets, feeling somewhat disoriented. Of course, Li Miao said with an awkward smile, cautiously positioning himself nearby while nervously glancing around. Fearful of losing business to other guides, let us meander for a while. Should you find a need, we will seek you out. Chen Xun assessed the surroundings and chose a direction. What do you think of this route? Li Miao's face brightened at this, and he promptly produced a communication talisman. Handing it to Chen Xun. Should you require anything, simply activate this talisman in the vicinity, and I shall come to you. Very well, Chen Xun replied. Chen Xuanwei accepted the transmission talisman, while the great black bull let out a low moo and placed the tether in Chen Xun's hands. They departed, leaving Li Miao standing motionless, silently awaiting his opportunity. Along the way, Chen Xun and the great black bull strolled leisurely, flanked by various talisman shops, artifact crafting establishments, and alchemy pavilions, alongside those selling spiritual beasts and purchasing materials and spiritual herbs. The streets bustled with cultivators, some furrowing their brows, others displaying faint smiles. As they ambled forward, Chen Xun initiated a mental communication with the bull. Old bull, we shall make our living here from now on, he remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the great black bull. The journey thus far had indeed been fraught with challenges. The bull swished its tail and returned Chen Xun's gaze, reflecting on the positive outcome. The resources here, particularly the golden core cultivation techniques and advanced alchemical formulas, would undoubtedly surpass those of the Wuyan sect. Mu, I suppose we ought to find a place to stay? We cannot possibly reside in an inn. The prices would be exorbitant, Chen Xun mused, contemplating further. Perhaps we should consider purchasing a residence? I wonder if such options exist in this city, as it appears to be lined with shops. Mu. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, its gaze directed toward a particular location, where a potent aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Dancing Heart Pavilion. Chen Xun and the great black bull stood at the side of the street, looking upward at a 5-story building, its upper levels adorned in a delicate green hue, exuding an air of elegance. Old bull, observe the emblem on that plaque, Chen Xun remarked, squinting slightly as he nodded upwards. Mu? The great black bull lifted its head, its pupils narrowing in recognition, responding with an excited moo. This is the emblem of one of the 10 great sects, the Danding sect, which they had previously encountered at South Do Mountain. Indeed, it is you, old bull. Chen Xun chuckled, remarking on the bull's keen instincts. The great black bull grinned widely, affirming its prowess. In the future, when it comes to selling spiritual herbs, one must seek out such professionals. Others, I presume, would be quite extravagant in their dealings. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the bustling cultivators around him, wary of being scrutinized by the less affluent practitioners and their shops, which could lead to troublesome encounters. The great black bull nodded in agreement, particularly regarding certain itinerant cultivators who would charge exorbitantly even for half a bag of spiritual herb seeds, pitifully impoverished and lacking ambition, unlike themselves. Let us wander further. The vicinity near the city gate should be lined with shops, Chen Xun suggested, glancing around before leading the great black bull onward. This city of cultivators is truly vast, offering an array of goods. The great black bull bounced with excitement, taking in the sights and occasionally exchanging glances with passing spiritual beasts to greet them. After half an hour of exploration, they suddenly halted in unison, their nostrils flaring as the alluring scent of delicacies filled the air, accompanied by a hint of wine. The Jinxing Tavern, an establishment magnified several times larger than any mundane tavern, witnessed clusters of cultivators entering and exiting. However, there was no cacophony to be heard outside. The interior was filled with private rooms, seemingly equipped with soundproofing arrays. Old bull, this aroma must originate from the flesh of a demon beast, Chen Xun exclaimed, astonished, knowing well the invigorating properties it possessed for one's vitality. The great black bull quivered with excitement, its eyes wide as it fervently inhaled the rich scents. They had once indulged in such fare and later learned that the fusion of spirit beasts and demon beasts, along with certain spiritual herbs, could replenish a cultivator's vital energy, while also offering a slight enhancement to their physical constitution. The potency of this vital energy is indeed a determinant of a cultivator's strength, particularly as their lifespan wanes. To maintain peak combat prowess, a robust vital energy is indispensable. Chen Xun sighed, realizing that while they were content with their meat buns, others feasted daily on nourishing delicacies. A stark contrast to their humble repast. Don't worry, old bull. Once we earn some spirit stones, we shall indulge in a grand feast. Moo? Aha, absolutely. Chen Xun chuckled, giving the great black bull a pat, who in turn contentedly extended a hoof to reciprocate the gesture. That's right. My elder brother knows how to arrange things. The streets were a labyrinth, devoid of any visible lodgings. Chen Xun turned his gaze around. Amidst the bustling crowd and the cacophony of voices, let us seek out that young brother from earlier. The great black bull nodded, acknowledging that navigating such a colossal city without a guide would indeed leave one bewildered. By the city gates, Li Miao stood waiting. Suddenly, a faint glow emanated from the communication talisman tucked within his sleeve. His expression shifted in surprise as he glanced in a particular direction, promptly dashing off, employing his agile movements. On the streets, Chen Xun immediately offered a low-grade spirit stone. Li Miao, filled with excitement, quickly accepted it, assuring that he would wholeheartedly guide and accompany them. Esteemed senior, the city of Yushu is divided into 5 sections. Oh, we currently find ourselves in the southern city, predominantly occupied by the establishments of various sections. Should you wish to procure materials or pre-order items, this is the place to be. Li Miao began to speak incessantly, revealing that the eastern city was home to numerous caves and residences, where many foundational cultivators resided. Occasionally, there were small gatherings for philosophical discussions and auctions. The western city served as the stronghold for various prestigious sects and powerful factions. Without an invitation, outside cultivators were not permitted to enter freely. Could it be that these factions possessed equal strength to the sects? Chen Xun's interest was piqued as he turned to Li Miao. De Hainyo also cast a puzzled glance towards Li Miao, questioning the authority of the sects over the Qian kingdom, considering the existence of scattered cultivators and immortal families, some of whom were too insignificant to even participate in the coveted Nando Mountain secret realm. Chapter 114, Eastern City, Qinxian Mountain Senior. There are 3 recognized major powers in Yushu City. Li Miao, exhibiting a professional demeanor, refrained from speculation or further inquiries and began to narrate with eloquence. Chen Xun and De Hainyo gradually grasped the information as they ambled forward aimlessly. The 3 major factions, Xianyu Tower, Mou Pavilion, and the Four Symbols Alliance, were said to be governed by Yuan Ing ancestors, though they resided outside the city and did not belong to the Qian kingdom. Li Miao's knowledge was limited, yet he conveyed that Xianyu Tower was renowned for its many female cultivators of exceptional grace, with numerous talented disciples from various sects forging alliances with them, particularly during the grand floral event of Yushu City's centennial celebration. Only the fairies of Ziyun's sect could rival them. Conversely, Mou Pavilion engaged in diverse businesses, dabbling in alchemy, artifact forging, array materials, and talismans, amassing wealth from all directions. It was rumored that they possessed a substantial surplus of spirit stones. They appeared to hail from the eastern regions of the Qian kingdom, controlling a significant portion of the cultivation resources of several smaller nations. The Four Symbols Alliance possesses an air of mystery, housing numerous rogue cultivators from various nations, and serves as a marketplace for information pertaining to the realm of cultivation. They even host auctions where priceless intelligence is sold. Old bull, have you heard? It would be beneficial to explore further. Chen Xun clapped his hand against the large black bull, startling it into a low moo, as it was still lost in thought. Moo. The black bull shot a displeased glance at Chen Xun, unwilling to engage. Li Miao, standing nearby, forced a smile and glanced between Chen Xun and his black spirit beast, unable to discern whether they were rogue cultivators or disciples of a sect. He smoothly shifted the conversation, continuing his exposition. There is little distinction between the North City and South City, however. The latter is a chaotic mix of various minor factions and rogue cultivators, where one might occasionally stumble upon treasures. Indeed, moreover, the central urban area is replete with numerous auction houses and is a gathering place for prodigies from all corners, where the Centennial Grand Assembly is held, accompanied by an abundance of inns and taverns. So that is how it is. Chen Xun's mind began to form a rough direction. The black bull was thoroughly engrossed, its tail swishing intermittently. This grand city was far superior to the former 9-Star Valley. Do you have a place to stay, esteemed senior? Will you reside in the city long-term or merely seek to procure some cultivation supplies? If the prices in East City are reasonable, it may be worth considering. Chen Xun maintained a calm demeanor, observing the various shops around him, mentally cataloging them. The esteemed senior is a foundational cultivator, possessing the right to purchase a cave dwelling at Qinxian Mountain. Li Miao cast an envious glance toward East City, where the scenery is picturesque, and it boasts a spirit-gathering formation, only a few tiers below West City. Chen Xun and the great black bull paused, gazing towards the east where several lofty peaks loomed hazily in the distance, still a considerable journey away. Old bull, this is remarkable. Chen Xun began to communicate telepathically. Shouldn't we acquire a piece of land here? We could live well while preparing to traverse the heavenly divide. Moo. The great black bull responded with excitement through their mental link, yet they maintained an air of composure. Heavens. Then we can also attend the auction and witness the talents clash. My, what a life this would be. Moo. The great black bull grew increasingly exhilarated, relishing the thrilling prospect. However, in Li Miao's eyes, they appeared merely as two individuals with placid expressions, gazing at the eastern horizon without a hint of turmoil. Li Miao, how many spirit stones might the cave dwellings of Qinxian Mountain require? Chen Xun redirected his gaze, recalling that they had never purchased property before, having always excavated their own caves. The great black bull also turned to Li Miao, already formulating a budget in its mind, no matter how expensive. It could not exceed 300 low-grade spirit stones. To facilitate matters, Senior, Qinxian Mountain is categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The higher the tier, the denser the spiritual energy. The yellow-grade cave dwellings are approximately around 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although Li Miao was already aware of this information, uttering such a substantial amount of spirit stones caused a pang of melancholy within him. Perhaps he would never amass such wealth in his lifetime. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones? Chen Xun exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is it a permanent ownership? Is it inheritable? Are there any additional spirit stone fees? Moo moo. The great black bull stared intently at Li Miao, astonished. Isn't this a robbery of spirit stones? Ah, indeed, Senior. Li Miao was momentarily taken aback, then reluctantly nodded his head. It seemed that this senior was not a person of great wealth. The cave dwelling could be utilized for 200 years, but once the term expired, should they wish to continue residing there, additional spirit stones would be required, with no extra fees for the stones themselves. Alas! Chen Xun's finger trembled slightly, causing the great black bull to stomp its hoof. They exchanged a profound glance, rich with unspoken meaning. Old bull, while we are out here, we can no longer trade contribution points for goods. We must strive diligently. In the realm of cultivation, spirit stones can procure everything. Moo. They resumed their silent communication, embarking on discussions regarding their plans to earn spirit stones, leaving Li Miao to the sidelines, who mistakenly believed they were still in contemplation. Just take us to see it. Yes, Senior. They quickened their pace, moving far faster than an ordinary person. Li Miao, specializing in body techniques, aimed solely to accumulate more spirit stones within the limited time frame. At this moment, it was high noon, and the streets were bustling with people, the air filled with the sounds of animated conversations. Yet, they paid no heed to lingering, focused solely on their hurried progress. After an indeterminate duration of walking, suddenly, a brilliant ray of rosy light erupted from the horizon, instantly painting the sky a deep crimson, resembling a vast and magnificent sea of red, a breathtaking spectacle. They finally arrived at the eastern city, with Li Miao drenched in sweat yet showing no signs of fatigue. Each cultivator was earnestly striving to survive. In the distance, a hazy giant peak rose, gradually coming into view for Chen Xun and the others. It soared like a pillar reaching into the heavens, suffused with the crimson glow of the morning light. A gentle luminescence shimmered around the grand formation, elusive and indistinct, rendering the interior conditions utterly opaque, thereby ensuring an impressive degree of privacy for the residing cultivators. Not far down the mountain, a bustling scene unfolded, replete with vendors peddling various treasures of the cultivation world, including spirit beasts confined within magical artifacts. Numerous cultivators gathered around, for purchasing from these stalls proved far more economical than acquiring items from the celestial pavilions. Surrounding the area were several quaint shops. Although lacking the ethereal charm of the celestial sects, the vibrant atmosphere of the East City was unmistakably more pronounced. What delighted Chen Xun and the great black bull most was their fondness for the lively ambience, reminiscent of a thriving market. Esteemed elder, the distant mountain is Qinxian Mountain. If one were to draw closer, one would find the Xiao Pavilion at the entrance below the mountain, Li Miao remarked, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Reluctant to squander his magical energy, he forced a smile, adding, if you are inclined, you may purchase a cave residence there. Chen Xun retrieved 4 low-grade spirit stones and his communication talisman from his storage bag, saying, it has been a taxing journey. Elder, you absolutely must not. We agreed on only 3. Li Miao protested, stepping back in surprise and cupping his hands in respect. I truly have not done much. Is the fellow cultivator refusing to grant me face? Chen Xun's gaze sharpened, his demeanor suddenly fierce. Li Miao was momentarily taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming anew on his forehead. Thank you immensely, esteemed elder. I am deeply grateful. Li Miao bowed repeatedly, his head lowered, hesitating to accept the offerings. Chen Xun channeled a thread of magical energy, placing the items into his hands before turning with the great black bull and departing. Li Miao cast a deep glance at Chen Xun's retreating figure, then solemnly clasped his hands in salute before swiftly turning to run. Beneath the setting sun, joy sparkled in Li Miao's eyes. If he could consistently earn 3 low-grade spirit stones each day, that would amount to 90 stones in a month and a staggering 1,080 stones in a year. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his pace quickening as his figure gradually faded into the distance of the East City. From afar, beneath the Qinxian mountain, Chen Xun smiled faintly, as if reminiscing about something. He turned to the great black bull. Old bull, do you recall that big brother from Jiuxing Valley? Moo. The great black bull nodded emphatically. Of course, he remembered. Although they had encountered countless individuals, those who left a lasting impression were few. Initially, he thought that big brother was somewhat simple-minded, but upon reflection, perhaps it was they who were lacking in wit. Chen Xun chuckled softly, a warm current flowing inexplicably through his heart. If given the chance, he would indeed like to meet that big brother again. Perhaps to share a meal and indulge in some conversation. Chapter 115. Prosperity and Wealth. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun affectionately, his eyes gleaming with delight. Old bull, do you remember the route from South City to East City? Chen Xun jested. Now that we have broken through, our energy has surged, allowing us to forego our daily rest. Moo. The great black bull playfully bumped into Chen Xun, asserting that he had never feared anyone when it came to navigation. Come on, old bull. I have my sights set on several alchemy shops along the way. Let us sell the spirit herbs we have cultivated over the past 6 months. Chen Xun began to communicate through thought, considering that these herbs had matured over the course of a century and were not worth much in spirit stones. However, it would require some time to sell them individually, and care must be taken not to be careless. The corners of the great black bull's mouth lifted slightly, conveying an understanding with a knowing gaze. As one person and one ox gradually faded away in this cacophonous place, after a while, they entered a bustling elixir shop, with the great black ox walking in on its own 4 legs. Yet, the people inside displayed no signs of surprise. Those who run shops in the imperial market are undoubtedly well-versed in the ways of the world. A few attendants in the qi refinement stage, upon noticing the presence of a foundation establishment elder, did not dare to approach, feeling unworthy of such an honor. If you seek to purchase something, please ascend to the 2nd floor for a detailed discussion. At that moment, a white-clad elder of early foundation establishment approached, his face adorned with a genial smile. For the 1st floor only offered elixirs for the qi refinement stage, likely unworthy of the elder's esteemed gaze. Please, esteemed friend. Chen Xun nodded in acknowledgement. Appearing deeply contemplative, the great black ox stood there, its expression blank, making it difficult to discern its thoughts. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they found it considerably less crowded, with various samples of elixirs displayed haphazardly and several formulas for sale, all under layers of prohibitive seals. They entered a small private room, seated themselves on the floor, and the white-clad elder poured a pot of tea, conducting his tasks with meticulous ease. The business of foundation establishment was of considerable significance to them, representing both a lucrative opportunity and a chance for meaningful connections, as the intricacies of human relationships are ever present. Might your esteemed store be interested in acquiring spiritual herbs? Oh, so, you have come to sell spiritual herbs, the white-clad elder replied leisurely. What type of herbs do you possess, and from what year? Chen Xun maintained his troubled demeanor, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes, as 3 medicinal boxes flew out from his storage pouch and landed upon the table. The white-clad elder had been observing Chen Xun's expressions closely and felt a surge of delight in his heart, wondering if perhaps this individual had encountered difficulties and was now seeking to part with something of great value. With a decisive click, 3 medicinal boxes sprang open, revealing 3 exquisite spiritual herbs: the Mi Jing grass, aged 150 years, the Yu Yuan flower, aged 120 years, and the Hei Tin mushroom, aged 100 years. Chen Xun introduced each one meticulously, and with a final resolute bite of his lip, 2 crimson lines appeared beneath his eyes. Friend, do name your price. The great black bull beside him bellowed in response, enhancing the atmosphere. The elderly man in white, his pupils constricting in surprise, widened his gaze, nearly exclaiming, "Is this all?" Although these 3 spiritual herbs were indeed suitable for foundational cultivation, their ages were rather pedestrian. The white-clad elder felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, lamenting his unfortunate predicament. Nevertheless, he greeted Chen Xun with a smile, suggesting, "How about 500 low-grade spirit stones?" "Not quite," Chen Xun replied with a grave expression, shaking his head. "The properties and integrity of these herbs are impeccable. They can still be nurtured further. I propose at least an additional 50 stones. Please do not underestimate my knowledge." With a piercing gaze, the great black bull emitted another resonant bellow, agreeing with his master's assertion. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, probing with his spiritual sense. Moments later, he nodded in approval, acknowledging the quality of the herbs. In the end, both parties were satisfied, and the transaction was sealed for 550 low-grade spirit stones. The elder invited Chen Xun to return should he acquire more herbs. Chen Xun, with a straightforward demeanor, repeatedly assured him of a future visit, then turned to leave with the great black bull. The elder cast a glance at them before attending to other customers. On the street, Chen Xun began to communicate telepathically with the great black bull. Old bull, we can do more than just sell spiritual herbs. We can also sell elixirs. Moo? Moo. In recent days, I experienced a dream wherein the esteemed alchemist humbly beseeched me to impart my knowledge. The great black bull, wide-eyed and utterly convinced, nudged Chen Xun, who boasted of his prowess in alchemy, astonishing the bull with his claims. Their journey was accompanied by countless cultivators, bustling past them. One individual animatedly gestured as he passionately recounted a tale, while the attentive bull listened intently, its eyes devoid of doubt, occasionally punctuated by bursts of laughter and the bull's own low moos. Over the ensuing 2 months, they traversed the southern city, occasionally offering 3 rare century-old herbs to various prominent establishments. Since these were renowned shops, and they were quite distant from one another, no one seemed to take notice of these impoverished foundational cultivators, and they never ventured beyond the city limits. Whenever fatigue set in, they sought solace in secluded corners, gazing at the stars and moon, contemplating their future and rejuvenating their spiritual energy, ensuring that the ethereal essence of Yusu City was not squandered. At present, they possessed 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, choosing to cease their sales of herbs for the time being. Chen Xun had already discerned that the price of these elixirs surpassed that of ordinary low-year spirit herbs significantly, rendering their value exceptionally high with minimal risk. They occasionally sought information on where to acquire cultivation techniques, particularly those pertaining to the 5 elemental roots. They held modest expectations. Should the opportunity arise, they would not hesitate to procure a volume of nascent soul techniques as a backup. Today, the sun shone splendidly, and all was well. 2 dark figures emerged from a deserted corner, their lips seemingly perpetually curved in smiles, facing the world with a lightheartedness that stood in stark contrast to the woes of other cultivators. Let us proceed, old ox, to explore the techniques, Chen Xun suggested. Moo. They have inquired, and it appears that there exists a grand establishment named Immortality in the southern city, located to the north near the central city, which sells an array of goods. After 2 hours, Chen Xun and the great black ox halted before an impressively ornate pavilion. This 7-story structure occupied a significant expanse of land, with a steady stream of cultivators entering and exiting, all aware of the high quality of items offered within. They stood at the edge of the street, gazing from a distance. Such a vast expanse must surely require tens of thousands of spirit stones to acquire, Chen Xun marveled, his eyes wide with wonder. Let us venture inside. Moo. The great black ox, taken aback, hurriedly followed Chen Xun. The atmosphere of this cultivator city was entirely distinct from that of mortal cities, loose cultivator congregations, or sections. For beings like Chen Xun and the great black ox, who were seekers of longevity, it was indeed the pinnacle of experience and pure enjoyment. Upon entering the pavilion, they were met with a bustling scene. The great black ox stood up, finding it easier to navigate amidst the throngs of people. The first floor was dedicated to those in the qi refinement stage, presenting a dazzling array of goods, categorized into various sections, even including materials from both demonic and spiritual beasts. Chen Xun guided the great black ox through the talisman area for quite some time. Numerous seal brushes, dance stones, and yellow paper crafted from materials of demonic beasts were on display. It was said that when paired with the blood of spiritual beasts, these materials could significantly enhance the efficacy of talismans. Old ox, during our time at the Wuyin sect, we hardly encountered many demonic and spiritual beasts. Save for those in the South Dower Mountain, Chen Xun communicated telepathically to the great black ox. I surmise that over the years, many of these beasts have been hunted to extinction throughout the Qian kingdom. The large black cow expressed its agreement and glanced at the plaque outside. Old cow. Those from the Immortality are not from the Qian kingdom. They likely have some connections abroad, which may lead to their prosperity. Chen Xun smiled faintly, observing the numerous talismans on the shelves with a hint of envy. He had dabbled in this field himself, yet the materials available were rather scarce. In Chapter 116, titled Purchasing Real Estate, the first home in Yusu City, the large black cow gazed thoughtfully at the array formation area, lost in contemplation. There were numerous array flags, materials for formations, and complete sets of array discs available for purchase, eliminating the need for personal arrangement. They could simply be utilized as they were. Chen Xun glanced over and said, "Old cow, why don't you check that area out? Call me if you need anything." The large black cow mooed twice and nodded vigorously. Feeling that Chen Xun truly understood it, they began to explore the first floor separately. Even the items belonging to the chi refinement stage included many unfamiliar objects, only recognizable by name. However, both Chen Xun and the large black cow were primarily concerned with the pricing, which was somewhat acceptable on the first floor. After ascending to the second floor, an hour later, two figures rushed down, their expressions alarmed, and they promptly dashed out of the loft. "Goodness! Old cow, run!" "Moo!" In a telepathic exchange, both man and cow shouted without hesitation and fled, disappearing swiftly into the streets. Inside the building, a woman in the foundation establishment stage sat in a small, elegant room on the second floor, utterly astonished, still holding a cup of steaming tea that she had yet to set down. What kind of talent is this? Is he a foundational cultivator? Just a moment ago, a figure resembling a sage accompanied by a bull appeared, exuding an air of superiority, leaving no trace of flaw. He immediately inquired about the cultivation techniques for the 5-element mixed spiritual roots. One set for the chi refining stage, another for the foundation establishment stage, and astonishingly, yet another for the golden core stage. Such a high-caliber individual naturally demands the very best from within the sect. Even the ordinary offerings were considerable, with lesser quality items priced at 7,000 low-grade spirit stones and standard ones at 4,000. On the streets, Chen Xun couldn't help but curse internally, realizing that the prices outside were far more exorbitant than those within the sect, often starting in the thousands. Previously, he thought the sect's contribution haul was exploitative, but now he recognized that perhaps the sect wasn't as bad as it seemed. The great black bull also trembled at the exorbitant cost of the array materials. It nearly wished to convey that it could exchange for contribution points. Especially in establishments run by such formidable powers, the prices soared to several times that of ordinary shops, far beyond the means of a typical cultivator. "Old bull, let us procure a cave dwelling," Chen Xun declared, taking a deep breath. Living outside without a residence felt lacking in many respects. The great black bull nodded emphatically, exhaling a heavy breath, despite their frequent wanderings. They had always yearned for a place to call home. They raced forward with determination, casting aside all other thoughts with the intent to secure a cave dwelling first, and then contemplate the future. In East City, at the foot of Qinxian Mountain, stood the Su Xian Pavilion. Its demeanor was remarkably solemn, with an elevated entrance and imposing gates. The stone steps were intentionally left rough and uneven, exuding a rugged gravity intertwined with an air of nonchalance. Chen Xun and the great black bull observed the stone steps for quite a while. There was an utter absence of noise. Yet it was evident that a formidable golden core cultivator was stationed within the heart cultivation pavilion. They could vaguely perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy, and the few passing cultivators were scarce. Those who could afford to purchase had already done so, while those who could not would not venture here to seek discomfort. "Let's proceed, old bull." Chen Xun felt an inexplicable excitement surging within him, sensing that the acquisitions here would undoubtedly surpass the caves he had excavated in the mountains. "Moo." The great black bull nudged Chen Xun eagerly, unable to contain its anticipation. They stepped forward swiftly into the heart cultivation pavilion, which was remarkably spacious, adorned with soundproof formations and elegant private rooms. The cultivation world of the Qian kingdom had evolved over the years. Fully aware of the psychology of cultivators, wealth should remain concealed and privacy paramount. This understanding further ignited the consumer's desire. After all, this was not the mundane world, akin to a bustling marketplace where chaos and disputes would ensue, rendering business impossible for all. "Are you here to select a cave abode, fellow cultivator?" Just as Chen Xun and the great black bull were surveying their surroundings, a young man in the mid-foundation establishment stage approached them. "Indeed, I hope for your guidance." Chen Xun clasped his hands together, his expression serene. "Please." The young man, with one hand resting behind his back, spoke with remarkable composure. They entered a private room, surrounded by exquisite landscape paintings, which exuded an air of elegance and inadvertently instilled a sense of tranquility within. The great black bull's gaze was instantly captivated by these artworks, wondering why they appeared more stunning than those painted by Chen Xun. Unconsciously, Chen Xun clenched his fist and furtively glanced at the great black bull, causing the latter's pupils to constrict in fright, swiftly averting its gaze. They sat on the ground, this time without brewing tea. On the wooden table lay only an incense burner, emanating an enigmatic sandalwood fragrance that fostered tranquility and focus. Professionally, Chen Xun sighed inwardly, acknowledging that others certainly knew how to enjoy life. "Are you interested in purchasing a yellow-level cave dwelling or a Xian level one?" The young man, unhurried and composed. Produced 2 jade slips, explaining that only those of golden core status were eligible to acquire the heavenly and earthly levels, and he hoped his companion would not take offense. Of course, Chen Xun replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. This gentleman's speech was truly refreshing. We wish to purchase a yellow-level cave dwelling. Ah, I see, the young man said, discreetly retracting 1 jade slip without a hint of disdain in his eyes. He then placed the remaining slip on the table, inviting Chen Xun to take a look. Thank you. Chen Xun's consciousness probed into the slip, and he urged the Black Bull to do the same. Currently, there were still some remote locations available for yellow-level cave dwellings, where the spiritual energy was not as dense compared to others, yet the facilities within were fully equipped. The young man spoke with a calm demeanor, showing no intent to deceive. If you are unsatisfied, you may also consider purchasing a residence at the foot of the mountain and return when new cave dwellings become available. These words brought great comfort to Chen Xun's heart. Even the thought of not wanting to buy now made him inclined to do so. The Black Bull expressed its gratitude with a heartfelt moo, deeply moved by the gentleman's broad-mindedness, which was truly incomparable to that of any solitary cultivator's family. The young man offered a slight smile to the Black Bull, his gaze still tranquil and unperturbed. Friend, how much is this yellow-level cave dwelling? Sequence 3587. Chen Xun inquired politely. With 2,400 inferior spirit stones. The usage spans over 2 centuries. However, one must not indiscriminately bring outsiders inside. The young man observed the perplexity in Chen Xun's eyes and further elucidated that the Qingxian mountain harbors a spirit-gathering formation within. Should the crowd be excessive, it could lead untoward chaos. Chen Xun understood. Others had hinted subtly, implying that one should refrain from bringing an entourage to exploit the spirit-gathering formation. Very well. My friend, this shall be the abode, Chen Xun declared, resolutely purchasing it outright. The great Black Bull instinctively let out an excited bellow, for they had yet to acquire property on their journey. Under the slightly astonished gaze of the young man, Chen Xun retrieved 5 storage bags from his person, and the great Black Bull similarly produced 5 of its own. Small hexagonal spirit stones emerged from the storage bags, gradually accumulating upon the ground. The young man, probing with his spiritual sense, confirmed that the quantity was neither too much nor too little, all being intact inferior spirit stones. In an instant, his storage ring absorbed the stones from the ground. Now, it was Chen Xun and the great Black Bull's turn to be astonished, for it was indeed the fabled storage ring. However, it was evident that it belonged to the public, not to him personally. The young man procured a restrictive token from the storage ring, clashing his palms together as his magical energy swirled around him. A surge of power swiftly entering a jade slip. He turned his gaze toward Chen Xun, placing the token upon the table. Please accept this, my friend. It is the token granting access to Qingxian Mountain and your dwelling. However, he cautioned, after 200 years, should you cease to pay spirit stones, the token will become void, and we shall send individuals to reclaim the dwelling. Thank you, thank you. Chen Xun gently grasped the token and showcased it to the great Black Bull for quite some time, so we shall not impose further. Just as they were about to rise, they were unexpectedly halted. Fellow Taoist, please hold on. Allow me to speak a moment longer. Pray, continue. If you were to contribute an additional millennium's worth of spirit stones, it would certainly be acceptable. Even in your absence, we shall not reclaim them, and they may be utilized by future generations. The young man remained seated, a smile gracing his lips, for this reflected the sincerity of Yisu City towards all fellow Taoists. Many years prior, a significant event transpired. An ancestor of another realm concealed his cultivation within the Yellow Tier Cave for recuperation, drawn by the stability and formidable backing of Yisu City. He decisively contributed a millennium's worth of spirit stones, wishing to avoid any disturbances. Yet, unbeknownst to him, for centuries later, the inhabitants reclaimed another's cave and even sold it. How awkward indeed. Upon learning of this, the enraged infant soul cultivator compelled the 10 great sects to personally apologize, thus smoothing over the incident. The realm of cultivation encompasses more than mere conflict. Consequently, this regulation was established by the Qingxian Mountain. Although he perceived that Chen Xun and his Black Bull spirit beast were not of such ancient and hidden origins, it was still his duty to issue a word of caution. What transpires henceforth is beyond his concern, as he too must return to his sect for a report in 50 years. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun instinctively raised his thumb in appreciation, saying, truly, Yisu City lives up to its reputation. Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist. Moo. The great Black Bull responded politely. Safe travels, fellow Taoist. Should you have any queries, do not hesitate to seek me at the Xiao Xian Pavilion. Certainly, Chen Xun replied earnestly with a respectful gesture, and then departed alongside the great Black Bull. The young man let out a faint sigh, and before he knew it, he had approached the window. The wind rustled through the bamboo outside, casting a shadow of melancholy in his eyes. Perhaps behind his polished demeanor lay countless untold stories. After exiting the meditation pavilion with the great black ox, Chen Xun hurriedly traversed the protective mountain array. Qinxian Mountain was quite expansive, with undulating peaks and deep, ancient forests. The spiritual energy here far denser than in the city. The caves were scattered far apart, each surrounded by its own set of defensive concealment formations. The journey up the mountain was winding and profound, seldom trodden by human feet, and the sea of trees appeared particularly tranquil. Indeed, the breeze drifted leisurely through the air, while a misty haze enveloped the deep ravines. They tread cautiously along the path, guided by the token, wary of triggering any hidden restrictions of others. To intrude upon the domain of the cave's master without permission would be a grave affront to the 10 great sects, and the consequences would be dire. Old ox, from now on, we shall have a home of our own, and it will be legally acquired. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement, as if he were suppressing overwhelming emotions, one hand cradling the ox's head. Our very own home. Moo. The great black ox nuzzled Chen Xun, its eyes gleaming with sheer joy. Even during their time at the Wuyun sect, although they had treated the medicinal garden as their abode, it always felt somewhat lacking. Ha. Chen Xun was at a loss as to why he felt such elation, even more than when he broke through to the golden core stage. The great black ox's tail swayed continuously, their hearts in perfect sync. Their cave was secluded, situated quite far from the mountain's base and even further from its summit. Yet, gazing into the distance, it appeared far grander than when viewed from afar. Most importantly, the mountains are home to numerous celestial crane trees, providing ample timber for crafting wooden products, which brings them great joy. Chen Xun and the Black Bull stood outside their cavern, hesitating to take a step forward. The entrance was remarkably spacious, larger than any cave they had previously inhabited, surrounded by an abundance of exotic flowers and grasses, with a crystal-clear stream flowing gently before them. Inside the cave, there was a small medicinal herb field, a modest alchemy chamber, a compact artifact crafting room, and a space for spirit beasts. Although the cave was profound, it was not dim. The stone walls were adorned with various crystals, emitting a soft, non-intrusive white glow, seemingly nourished by spiritual energy. The walls resembled the carapace of a millennia-old tortoise, intricate and sculptural, exuding a sense of harmonious nature. Impressive, truly impressive, Chen Xun suddenly exclaimed, startling the captivated Black Bull, who jumped in surprise. Moo. After regaining composure, the Black Bull playfully nudged Chen Xun. Chen Xun stumbled back several paces, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Old Bull, why is it that others can sell spirit stones from their caverns, but ours cannot? Moo? The Black Bull fell into contemplation. Recognizing the gravity of the question, their cave was not inferior by any means. Alas, we lack the expertise and attention to detail. With a firm slap on the Black Bull, Chen Xun expressed his frustration. Look, this entire area within 3 miles is enveloped by a formation. The external surface area is vast. It all belongs to us, a veritable fortune. Moo. The Black Bull's eyes widened. While it did not comprehend the concept of external surface area, if Chen Xun claimed they would profit immensely, it must be true. Old Bull, let us get to work. Moo. Filled with excitement, each person and their bull began to explore their surroundings. Chen Xun promptly took out his mountain axe and began to fell trees, while the great Black Bull scurried about the cave, seeking a secluded spot to cultivate spiritual herbs. Although Chen Xun had mentioned the need for alchemy, that particular herb garden was rather conspicuous. Ultimately, it decided to dig a hole in the floor of the cave, specifically within the spirit beast chamber, and began to arrange formations around it, finding the external array rather inadequate. Outside the cave, Chen Xun busied himself with hammering and sawing, imitating the signs found in other shops, and began to inscribe characters. Chen Xun and the House of the Black Bull. Their roles were distinctly defined, and they worked tirelessly, even transporting beautiful stones from the surroundings to embellish their abode. Occasionally, the cave echoed with Chen Xun's shouts and the low mooing of the Black Bull. This was their first earnest attempt at arranging the cave, striving for perfection in every detail, even placing pots and pans in designated spots. Their status had now risen to just below that of their innate treasures, irreplaceable by any number of spirit stones, as they were old companions. 2 days later, a serene quiet enveloped the cave. A ray of sunlight pierced the eastern horizon. The morning mist appeared lighter and more ethereal, while the night's accumulated fog gradually dissipated. Leaning against a massive stone, Chen Xun and the great Black Bull gently closed their eyes, inhaling the fragrance of flowers and feeling the mountain breeze. Remaining silent and utterly relaxed, Chen Xun had already mapped out his future, his heart devoid of anxiety. In the month that followed, He commenced the alchemical process for foundational period elixirs, the cold spirit pill, the formula of which he had acquired from the Wuyun sect. This pill was immensely beneficial for early foundational cultivation and was highly sought after in the market. Chen Xun commenced the alchemical process of refining this elixir, selecting an auspicious moment, and proclaimed, "I shall manipulate it at my leisure." The great black bull, in awe, worshipped fervently, even going so far as to set up his own altar to pay homage to Chen Xun, only to be sent crashing against the cave wall by a single punch, remaining there for an extended period. In Chapter 118, the great black bull sets the formation, the maxim the more, the better rings true. Eventually, the great black bull occupied himself with cultivating spiritual herbs and studying formations, layering them one upon another. The small illusionary formation and the minor windfire formation were perfectly combined, and when activated, any touch would result in substantial repercussions. Lacking a mentor, the great black bull ventured down an alternative path of formation mastery. So much so that even Chen Xun couldn't discern whether it was the righteous path or a misguided one. Due to the limited formations he had learned, he continually piled up formation flags, exchanging numerous flags and materials within the sect. Conventionally, once a formation is laid out, the quantity of flags becomes irrelevant. However, after over a century of experimentation, the great black bull discovered a unique avenue of enhancement through magical power, where the greater the number of flags, the stronger the cumulative effect of the formation. He even managed to withstand the initial heavenly tribulation during the formation of his core. In such a moment, all Chen Xun could utter was a commendation of unparalleled genius. He was utterly bewildered. The great black bull adeptly utilized the art of object manipulation and the power of divine perception to control the various formation flags, indeed embodying the principle that more is better. This left Chen Xun feeling immense pressure, often to the point of grinding his molars in frustration. How vexing indeed. Although he had long recognized the formidable presence of the great black bull, he possessed a remarkable alchemical skill, supported by celestial beings and deities. He was torn between fearing for his brother's misfortune and hoping for his grand aspirations. Thus, the year passed, and they infused their longevity into their magical powers. Today, as dawn broke, outside the cave, Chen Xun stood bare-chested, wielding a mountain-splitting axe. His veins bulged with effort as he struck the air with a slow, feeble swing, without invoking any magical energy. The great black bull resumed its tinkering with spiritual herbs, its sole passion aside from formations, emitting low, amused moos as it glanced at Chen Xun. With nothing but longevity and patience to offer, Chen Xun resolved to employ the most rudimentary methods. Taking a deep breath, he noted the rising sun and the auspicious purple aura in the east. In the realm of cultivation, there seemed to be no axe techniques within his reach. Yet, no obstacle could deter him. With a sudden roar, Chen Xun swung the mountain-splitting axe before him, dismissing any notions of strategy. It was simply a matter of cleaving. The great black bull, hidden within the cave, stifled its laughter, its belly quivering with suppressed mirth. Suddenly, it felt a chill as it remembered that Chen Xun possessed the ability to perceive his surroundings with divine awareness. The great black bull shuddered, cold sweat beading on its brow, as a colossal shadow loomed behind it, resembling an abyss of despair drawing near. "Shimen Hainiu," Chen Xun smiled slowly, radiating warmth akin to the blooming of spring flowers, only to erupt with the force of a mountain torrent. "Dare to mock me from behind? My might shall eclipse all." Moo! Within the cavern, anguished cries echoed as the large black bull was hoisted aloft, its legs flailing helplessly in the air as it struggled and bellowed. After a stick of incense had burned, the bull became remarkably docile, no longer daring to indulge in mischief, and returned to the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Chen Xun resumed his relentless chopping outside the cave, directing his axe towards the rising sun, yet he felt no particular sensation. In the days that followed, Chen Xun diligently practiced with his axe each morning, while the black bull nurtured spiritual herbs. In the afternoons, Chen Xun engaged in alchemy, and the bull delved into the study of formations. As night fell, Chen Xun took the black bull for a stroll, seeking to broaden their horizons. Occasionally, they would converse with the wandering cultivators and vendors at the foot of the mountain. They meandered through various shops, not purchasing anything, but rather observing prices and making mental estimations. The city of Yushu thrived in the evening, bustling with countless cultivators. Some, in the qi refinement stage, wore expressions of sorrow or hope, while esteemed masters, radiant with vigor, contemplated the future of the Qian kingdom's cultivation realm. Numerous disciples from various sects roamed the streets, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. Yet, in many inconspicuous corners, one might spot a solitary figure accompanied by a bull, blending seamlessly into the vibrant tapestry of life. Each month, they began to sell 2 vials of mid-grade cold spirit elixir, sometimes in the Eastern District, other times in the Southern District, and occasionally even venturing to the Northern District. Though this required additional time, for Chen Xun, it meant fewer unnecessary complications. Each vial, containing 6 pills, commanded a lofty price of 300 low-grade spirit stones. Gradually, Chen Xun and the Black Bull's perspectives expanded, and their cultivation levels ascended to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. They indulged in a lavish meal at a restaurant, spending 200 inferior spirit stones. Ultimately, both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull concluded that it was unnecessary. Henceforth, they would prepare their meals at home. Having satisfied their modest desires, man and beast resumed their diligent pursuits. Time continued to elapse, quietly washing away the faded, yellowed memories. Much like a talisman devoid of magical power, which subsequently vanished without a trace. Now, it had been 50 years since Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull arrived in the city of Yushu, and it was said that the centennial celebration would commence the following year. Due to the recent turmoil in the realm of cultivation, the schedule had been altered, and the city of Yushu was now teeming with inhabitants. Numerous residences and inns had been preemptively occupied by cultivators from various nations. The skies above the western city frequently bore witness to colossal vessels arriving, from which numerous formidable cultivators descended. The 10 great sects had mobilized many disciples to maintain order within the city, and the arenas in the central district had already begun to witness bloodshed, with literary contests also unfolding. The cacophony of the city rose to a crescendo, filled with discussions of auction events, battles of prodigies, and floral gatherings, seemingly even more fervent than in the mortal realm. Countless male cultivators were ablaze with curiosity, speculating whether the fairies of the Xun immortal sect were superior or if the enchanting maidens of the Xianhua Tower were more captivating. In the eastern city, at the secluded yellow-tier cave of Qinxian Mountain, Chen Xun remained bare-chested, seated by a small stream. His left hand was raised, and before him lay a crooked mountain axe. His expression remarkably tranquil. He appeared to be lost in thought, gazing at the axe. Yet it seemed as if he were listening to the melodious murmurs of the flowing stream. Chen Xun was akin to one in deep meditation, as if he had returned to the time of observing majestic mountains and rivers, his demeanor becoming ethereal and otherworldly. The Great Black Bull widened its eyes within the cave. Devoid of any mocking expression, it too possessed such an aura, indicative of a truly extraordinary cultivation. At this moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the surrounding leaves to sway rhythmically, gliding softly across Chen Xun's face. He stirred. The mountain axe cleaved the air toward the flowing stream, still feeble and sluggish, devoid of any external magical force or fierce momentum. Yet, in the eyes of the Great Black Bull, Chen Xun appeared entirely at ease, as if there existed an innate sense that this was precisely what he was meant to do. The stream continued its gentle babbling, the water's surface adorned with enchanting ripples, suggesting that Chen Xun had severed a thread of solitude. His expression remained serene, his spirit seemingly merging with the surroundings. Countless fallen leaves brushed against his face. Yet he refrained from any superfluous actions, allowing nature to take its course. The mountain axe continued its deliberate strikes toward the stream's direction. The Great Black Bull's pupils dilated in astonishment, blinking in disbelief. That sensation was akin to traversing a mountain path, surrounded by flowers, grasses, and trees, with scattered stones underfoot, perfectly natural, as it ought to be. Unlike a certain clan of wandering cultivators, whose presence felt jarringly out of place along the pathway. The more the Great Black Bull pondered, the more it resonated with this truth. Having followed its elder brother for so long, it now felt quite cultured. At this moment, Chen Xun, seated by the brook, embodied this naturalness. Even as he wielded the mountain axe, there was no sense of incongruity. His essence harmoniously belonged in this serene tableau. Chapter 119. Yuan Chen's reference, Yuchen grass. Chui Rue night white mushroom. The Great Black Bull did not disturb Chen Xun, but instead made its way to the spirit beast chamber within the cave dwelling. Occasionally peeking outside to glance at Chen Xun, it concealed all their possessions beneath the formation and began to quietly organize them. For they were to attend an auction next year, uncertain if their spirit stones would suffice. With a low moo, the Great Black Bull summoned a remarkable transformation within the spirit beast room, revealing dozens of storage bags. It opened its mouth wide, producing 2 storage rings from within its belly. These rings, procured for a staggering 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, though compact, were significantly larger than the storage bags and far more convenient, alleviating the crowding when storing spirit stones. Seated on the ground, the Great Black Bull began to meticulously count, occasionally emitting soft moos, perhaps murmuring to itself. Over the years, they had accumulated a substantial fortune, earning over 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, Chen Xun's excessive caution often led him to refrain from selling elixirs, wandering aimlessly and occasionally offering a few century-old spirit herbs to the loose cultivators in North City, which could have otherwise yielded greater profits. Yet, their expenditures had also been considerable. After extensive comparisons among countless merchants, they finally purchased a comprehensive set of techniques spanning from the Qi refinement stage to the golden core stage, encompassing the 5 elemental roots, for 5,000 spirit stones. This technique was named 1,000 refinements of the 5 elements. Chen Xun instinctively inquired if there existed a 10,000 refinements of the 5 elements. But such methods for the nascent soul stage were non-existent. Nevertheless, this technique truly served as an advanced version of their foundational methods, proving quite suitable for them, even enhancing their movement technique, now called 5 elements escape light. The effects, augmented by their magical powers, were rather formidable, allowing various incarnations to manifest like shadows, no longer merely merging with the ordinary 5 elements of heaven and earth. The Great Black Bull has acquired numerous items related to formations, yet continues to learn through trial and error, spending several tens of thousands of spirit stones, an expenditure not typically feasible for an ordinary cultivator. Even Chen Xun once jested that not only alchemy, but also the realms of artifact forging, talismans, and formations are domains that require substantial financial investment. One cannot simply dabble in them with a modicum of talent. The Great Black Bull let out a mournful bellow. For Chen Xun had also expended a considerable amount of spirit stones on talismans. They had even purchased recipes for golden elixirs to enhance their cultivation. However, aside from a few spiritual herbs brought from the Wuyun sect, the other herbs listed in the recipes were simply unavailable in shops. Truly rare treasures within the realm of cultivation in the Qian kingdom. Now, they were left with merely a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and over the years, they had not upgraded their own innate magical treasures, focusing instead on nurturing spiritual herbs. Fortunately, they possessed longevity. Otherwise, they would have to engage in life-threatening pursuits like those other cultivators, for the lifespan granted by the golden elixir was insufficient. Suddenly, the Great Black Bull let out an angry bellow, its eyes filled with profound admiration. Thankfully, there was an elder brother present. After acquiring the techniques, the 5-element pill refined by Chen Xun remained effective for cultivation advancement, although the consumption of spiritual herbs was exceedingly high, necessitating the ingestion of 5 pills. Nevertheless, Chen Xun's breakthrough into the golden elixir stage significantly increased his pill-making success rate. Yet, the golden elixir stage has both its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in their immense magical power. Even without enhancements, their spells wield considerable might and endurance. The downside, however, is that as they advance in cultivation, the demand for spiritual energy becomes extraordinarily great. Even when meditating within their cave abode, it feels akin to reverting to the Qi refinement stage, exhausting. It can also be said that the concentration of spiritual energy in the Qian kingdom is simply insufficient to facilitate the breakthrough of their 5 elemental spiritual roots. For many years, they had intended to allocate all their longevity points to their magical power. However, upon reaching a total of 140 points, they encountered a formidable obstacle and were compelled to invest in their defenses instead. Their current distribution of longevity points stands at Strength 90, Speed 90, Essence of all things 90, Magical Power 140, 90, Defense 137, 90. 2 days later, an exuberant roar erupted outside their cave. Old Bull. The Great Black Bull bellowed, its tail swishing energetically as it dashed out. At that moment, Chen Xun's demeanor was devoid of any restraint as he broke into a wide grin. After 49 years, I have finally found a glimmer of sensation. The jubilant Great Black Bull circled around him, resembling a large ball of coal. Old Bull, prepare to set off in 3 days, Chen Xun declared, fastening the mountain opening axe to his waist, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yuanshan ginseng, Yuchin grass, and Suerue night white mushroom, none shall be overlooked. With the 5 elements pill in hand, their ascension to the mid-stage of the golden core would be a natural progression. Yet, should it prove as limiting as the foundation establishment pill, they must be ready in advance. Currently, they lacked these 3 spiritual herbs, essential for concocting the golden core period treasure pill, the true essence pill. They sought out the 4 Symbols Alliance branch in North City, spending 200 spirit stones to acquire information about an auction and exchange gathering in East City, featuring cultivators at both the foundation establishment and golden core stages. According to the organizer, Yuanshan ginseng would indeed be present. The cultivators of the 4 Symbols Alliance were notably professional, asking no questions and merely collecting spirit stones for their services. However, Chen Xun was secretly astonished by their keen intelligence, despite being in East City. He had not heard of this event. The great black ox's ears flickered, its expression remarkably earnest. Each step it took now was a preparation for the impending traverse across the vast expanse of the Tianduan Plain. With a low moo, it struck the ground, scattering its consciousness, and banners of formation emerged in various locations. A tempest suddenly surged, green radiance flickering, and a deep rumble echoed around the entire cavern. Over the past 49 years, the great black ox had not squandered its time. It had meticulously arranged the surroundings into an intricate web of formations. Perhaps what you perceive is merely the first layer of an illusory array. Gradually, a bright and spacious path appeared, leading beyond the formation. Chen Xun, with one hand clasped behind his back, slowly turned, gazing at the plaque above the cave entrance, a hint of a smile gracing his features. 3 days hence, the skies above the city were slightly overcast. The Centennial Grand Assembly was imminent, with cultivators converging like a gathering storm. Some congregated to engage in discussions, while those of notable standing organized small auctions. Atop a high mountain in the eastern city, Chen Xun, accompanied by the great black ox, arrived following the guidance of information. Sensing the increasing presence of cultivators around him, there were hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators, and astonishingly, even a dozen or so golden core cultivators, quite remarkable indeed. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he walked into the mountain with an air of indifference, the essence of golden core cultivators surging throughout his being. His objective was, after all, the spiritual herbs suited for the golden core stage. Should he present himself with merely foundation establishment prowess, he might truly be treated like a fool. The great black ox, still in the mid-foundation establishment stage, quietly followed behind Chen Xun. Along the way, numerous eccentrically dressed foundation establishment cultivators, upon seeing Chen Xun, were taken aback and clasped their hands in reverence, exclaiming, "Good heavens! A person of great significance." Chen Xun merely cast a sweeping glance, offering a slight nod. While at the mountain's summit, individuals had long awaited his arrival. She was a woman clad in palace attire, with elegantly arched brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding an exceptional aura. To Chen Xun's surprise, she was also a practitioner at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and her gaze was fixed upon him as he ascended the mountain. The palace-clad woman, poised and graceful, smiled gently, saying, "Esteemed friend, your presence is an honor. I beg your pardon for not greeting you properly. I apologize for my uninvited arrival. I hope you will not take offense." Chen Xun, with a calm demeanor, ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace. Yet his figure moved with remarkable swiftness, keeping pace with the large black bull. The palace-clad woman's smile widened, and she slightly turned her body, inviting, "Esteemed friend, please." No sooner had she spoken than Chen Xun, accompanied by the large black bull, reached the summit, causing the eyelids of the foundation establishment cultivators around to twitch uncontrollably. At the summit, there stood a high platform opposite a series of seats constructed from various types of white jade, approximately 30 yards away. In the foremost area, a table had been prepared, adorned with fragrant tea, clearly intended for the esteemed golden core cultivators, while ordinary foundation establishment practitioners were relegated to the back. Yet, Chen Xun perceived the auction as somewhat rudimentary, lacking the grandeur he had anticipated, though he had become accustomed to a certain level of sophistication. Dismissing further thoughts, he followed the palace-clad woman. She guided him and the large black bull to a seat, smiling as she asked, "Would you like a maid to attend to you?" "No need," he replied. "I prefer tranquility. This is the list of auction items. I kindly ask you to review it." The elegantly dressed woman retrieved a piece of paper from her storage ring and placed it on the table. "I shall not disturb you any longer. The auction will commence in an hour." Chen Xun calmly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." The woman nodded lightly, turning to leave. Both were evidently seasoned individuals, concealing their thoughts behind inscrutable expressions. The great black bull then pushed a chair aside and sat down beside Chen Xun, resting his bovine head on the table as they both scrutinized the list of items. They began to communicate telepathically. "Ah, old bull, though this place may appear somewhat humble, the goods are quite impressive. Moo, 8 treasure red gold. Good heavens, I never expected to see the real thing, though it seems of little use at present." As Chen Xun spoke, he let out a slight sigh, his gaze drifting downward. "Xingyu stone, isn't that?" The black bull's pupils widened. They seemed to have encountered it in a book. 7 treasure crystal, golden elm mysterious iron, my word. 3 bottles of low-grade, true essence pills. Chen Xun's pupils contracted. There must be a significant figure behind this, to bring such items to auction. Old bull, it is likely that these are provided by the organizers. The black bull, now serious, could hardly tear his gaze away. "You want ginseng? Indeed it is present." "Moo, They breathed a collective sigh of relief upon seeing it on the auction list. Though they were not overly concerned with its availability, life is long, and they would encounter it eventually. What truly piqued their interest was the news of the 200 spirit stones, if they were offered for free. Both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull would likely remain sullen for at least 2 days. An increasing number of cultivators have taken their seats around, with the positions of the Golden Core practitioners somewhat distanced from one another. Familiar faces exchange greetings, yet among them, several Golden Core cultivators unmistakably hail from outside the Qian Kingdom. They too have noticed Chen Xun, casting brief, solemn glances his way, their expressions as profound as the depths of the ocean. Among the Golden Core masters, there exists an unspoken understanding to refrain from prying with their spiritual sense, as such an intrusion would be exceedingly offensive. To provoke someone like Chen Xun could very well result in an uproar, with him brandishing 3 mountain-splitting axes to assert his reasoning, disregarding the decorum owed to Golden Core masters. Meanwhile, a faint smile graces Chen Xun's lips. He remains undistracted, not having touched the fragrant tea before him, opting instead to sip quietly from his water cup, exuding an aura of cordiality. The large black bull beside him stares blankly at the elevated platform, providing no opportunity for eye contact with others. As the attendees gather, a middle-aged man in the late stages of foundation establishment appears on the platform. His round face is framed by thick brows, beneath which gleam astute, deep-set eyes. Surrounding him is a retinue of elegantly adorned maidservants, each bearing various treasures, though these are obscured by a barrier against spiritual perception. The atmosphere falls into a hushed silence, conversations ceasing as all gazes turn to the platform, their hearts ignited with anticipation. Chen Xun calmly sips his health tea, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond. Exuding confidence, can a mere 100,000 low-grade spirit stones truly sway you? The large black bull silently exhales, its gaze fixed intently on the platform, perhaps considering the gathered assembly as mere juniors. Welcome, esteemed friends and seniors, to this auction event. A middle-aged man stood atop a high platform, clasping his hands together, announcing the commencement of the auction. The items for bid would require a minimum increment of 500 inferior spirit stones with each offer. He urged the esteemed guests to act within their means. As his voice faded, a serving girl approached, and the man unleashed a stream of magical energy, revealing the first item, a low-grade, the mountain spirit sword, imbued with the earth attribute, particularly suited for those with an affinity for the earth spirit root. It was remarkably resilient, surpassing its peers of the same grade. With a calm and measured tone, he set the starting bid at 2,000 inferior spirit stones. 2,500 spirit stones. 3,000. The foundational cultivators at the back began to shout their bids, igniting a silent battle. Such artifacts could be inherited, thus, even at a higher price, they were deemed worth acquiring. The cultivators' gazes were intense, scrutinizing each bidder as if they were preparing to pounce. Revealing a notable flaw in typical auctions, most cultivators preferred to hold back, wary of being outmaneuvered by those unencumbered by caution. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull exchanged glances, astonished by the ferocity of the initial bids. They straightened up, anticipating that the subsequent item might not incite such fervor. Ultimately, the mountain spirit sword was claimed by a foundational cultivator for 5,000 inferior spirit stones. A serving girl approached to collect the stones, ready to deliver the item immediately after the auction or allow the winner to depart with it. Next on the block was the 8 treasures red gold, weighing 2 pounds and 2 ounces. Surely, the esteemed guests understood that this exquisite material could only be born in an area rich in gold attributes. A true treasure of nature. During the process of refining artifacts, the infusion of internal magical energy can significantly enhance the compatibility between the wielder and the artifact, thereby amplifying its power. The starting bid was set at 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. A middle-aged man surveyed the auction hall and placed the 8 treasure red gold upon the auction table, its golden sheen captivating the attention of all. The Great Black Bull, feeling somewhat exhilarated, glanced eagerly at Chen Xun. 3,500 spirit stones. Chen Xun projected his magical energy into his voice, resolutely making his bid. Although he did not have a pressing need for the artifact, he had seen its image before and wished to engage in the excitement. As soon as he spoke, the foundation-building cultivators behind him were momentarily taken aback. Brazenly competing with a senior would seem rather inconsiderate. 5,000 spirit stones. A calm voice emerged from a golden core female cultivator, who cast a glance at Chen Xun. He responded with a smile, reclining in his chair and ceasing to contest the bid. The Great Black Bull huffed in disdain. Early golden core, what a pose. Chen Xun chuckled softly, patting the bull, his demeanor unfazed. The auction continued at a steady pace, showcasing a variety of treasures, with some items fetching prices exceeding 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3 bottles of true essence pills were claimed by a certain golden core cultivator, who appeared quite satisfied, seemingly feeling the trip was worthwhile. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull watched the spectacle, sipping their health tea as the competitors became increasingly flushed and intense, their glances sharp and cunning, hinting at potential discussions of cultivation insights outside the city. At last, after several rounds of bidding, the coveted item they had anticipated arrived, the 500-year-old Yuan Qin ginseng, which was nearly extinct outside the 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom, making it exceptionally difficult to acquire. In the tranquil gaze of the middle-aged man, a flicker of fervor ignited after a prolonged silence. The companion who delivered this item harbored ulterior motives, seeking to exchange it for a millennium-old spiritual herb. The Yuanshan ginseng lay nestled within its medicinal box, quietly resting upon the elevated platform. Its surface was relatively smooth, resembling a slender cylinder, petite and exquisite. Yet its luster appeared somewhat dull, indicating a notable deficiency in medicinal potency. Upon the utterance of this remark, the assembly erupted in hushed whispers. Spiritual stones were easily obtainable. Yet a millennium-old spiritual herb was a rare treasure indeed. Once a spiritual herb surpassed the millennium mark, its medicinal properties diverged significantly from those of its 999-year counterpart, akin to 2 distinct species. Several golden core cultivators exhibited subtle changes in their expressions upon hearing this, for they too aspired to contend for this item. However, proposing a trade of a millennium-old herb for this item was evidently inappropriate. The atmosphere within the venue grew palpably awkward, with silence reigning as attendees weighed their gains and losses in contemplation. Chapter 121. We shall return next time. The middle-aged man sighed softly, his composure unwavering. And in his heart, he secretly hoped the item would go unsold. If time permitted, an opportunity to seize it might arise. Old bull, is there truly an exchange of goods at an auction? How unprofessional, he mused. Chen Xun furrowed his brow, discreetly transmitting a thought to the Great Black Bull. This spiritual herb, deficient in potency for 500 years, exchanged for a millennium-old one? Is it merely a ruse to exploit Navet? Moo. The Great Black Bull nodded in discontent. In terms of familiarity with spiritual herbs, it had yet to meet its match. This clearly damaged item could only attract a fool willing to trade. It was likely that even if nurtured with the water spirit technique, it would yield minimal growth in age, barring the exception of the essence of all things. As the middle-aged man stood poised to allow the item to go unsold, a sudden transmission interrupted. Dear friend, would you consider exchanging it for a millennium-old black sandalwood fungus? His eyes widened in surprise as he swiftly turned to Chen Xun, clasping his hands in respect. Senior, please wait a moment. I shall inquire about this. After speaking, he exchanged a few words with the person beside him, who nodded several times before hastily departing with a communication talisman in hand. At this moment, numerous gazes converged upon Chen Xun, their meanings inscrutable. Suddenly, a thunderous bellow erupted from the large black bull. Chen Xun remained unfazed, forcefully slamming a yellow-grade, unrefined mountain axe onto the table, causing the fragrant tea to spill. His imposing demeanor was unmistakably formidable. Many Foundation establishment cultivators behind him trembled in fright, hastily averting their gazes and lowering their heads. A few golden core cultivators also diverted their attention, recognizing that such a person possessed a rather peculiar temperament. No one wished to incite unnecessary enmity while out in the world. Chen Xun let out a cold snort, his expression darkening significantly. Should they presume him an easy target? They were sorely mistaken. He was not one to be trifled with outside the city. Before long, 2 maidservants hurried over to offer apologies, tidying up the table and chairs while informing Chen Xun that the individual was willing to negotiate. Chen Xun and the large black bull promptly rose and made their way to the backstage, showing little interest in the auction, which seemed more like a petty squabble, rather than a serious affair. In the backstage area, Chen Xun reluctantly paid several hundred spirit stones as a processing fee and finally acquired the Yuanshan ginseng, though his gaze reflected 3 parts regret and 7 parts dissatisfaction. At that moment, a gracefully dressed woman approached him. It seems you have some knowledge of spiritual herbs. My friend, Chen Xun sighed deeply. I possess a modest understanding, yet I cannot ascertain whether this Yuanshan ginseng will prove beneficial. If you are interested, after the auction concludes, there will be a small gathering of golden core cultivators. There are many opportunities beyond the borders of Qian. The curve of the lips of the woman in the palace attire was as perfect as a crescent moon, undeniably alluring. After the century-old grand gathering concluded, she expressed, "There is no need. Thank you for your kind intentions. I am about to retreat for seclusion." Chen Xun interrupted her directly, showing no regard for her feelings. If there is a next time, I will certainly come. Farewell. The large black bull also greeted her with a promise of returning next time. The two figures hurriedly departed, leaving her no opportunity to continue speaking. A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes. It was indeed rare for cultivators to show disinterest in opportunities. However, as they were all golden core cultivators, it would be inappropriate to insist, especially within the confines of Yushu City, where they dared not cause a disturbance. Before long, she withdrew her gaze and resumed observing the multitude of golden core cultivators at the auction venue, her mind seemingly calculating something. The auction continued. The Yuanshan herb was merely a minor interlude, and the true centerpiece had yet to be unveiled, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly fervent. As they made their way, Chen Xun's cultivation gradually diminished, and in the blink of an eye, he was now a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Given the immense flow of people in Yushu City and their lack of renown, no one would pay attention to an ordinary cultivator and his spirit beast. Old bull, we have secured it. Chen Xun's eyes were calm, but his heart brimmed with joy as he conveyed. However, it would be best to avoid such small auctions in the future. Mu, the large black bull, initially very excited, was momentarily bewildered by Chen Xun's statement. It had thought they were to continue seeking information, yet the major shops in the city did not sell golden core spirit herbs. Only purchasing them. This is hardly professional. I could easily host an event like this with a shout from the mountain base. Chen Xun scoffed, his dissatisfaction evident in his eyes. After participating in numerous events, he realized he was merely inviting trouble and creating enemies for himself. Most importantly, who would pay a handling fee when purchasing items? Mu. The great black bull suddenly comprehended, its eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed. Why should those who send items for auction be the ones to pay? It was a double burden. It nudged Chen Xun, signaling its understanding. Henceforth, it would refrain from participating. They had already stepped onto the street, blending into the vast crowd of cultivators. Chen Xun glanced around and said, Old bull, to celebrate our first successful auction, let us procure some beast meat. The great black bull grinned broadly, having not savored Chen Xun's cooking for quite some time. Hee hee. With our little life together, shouldn't we live it in exuberance? Chen Xun, hands clasped behind his back, wore a smile that lit up his face as he walked leisurely, pausing to admire the impressive sword carried by a passerby. Indeed, a fine quality sword of the yellow tier. The great black bull kept its head close to Chen Xun, as their conversation was primarily conducted through thoughts. At the marketplace beneath the Qinxian mountain, throngs of people bustled about, the air filled with lively bargaining, and the number of stalls had increased significantly. Most of the patrons were cultivators at the qi refining stage, hoping to profit handsomely from the centennial fair. Chen Xun and the great black bull ambled back, weaving through the crowd until they arrived at a stall selling beast blood and meat. The vendor, a burly man with a thick beard and at the 9th level of qi refinement, stood up promptly upon noticing Chen Xun's arrival. Senior, would you like to purchase? I would like an entire red lightning wolf. How many spirit stones will it cost? Chen Xun squinted slightly, his consciousness probing within, discovering that it was well preserved. Seemingly a single fatal blow, with the flesh intact. The burly man's eyes brightened as he began his introduction. Senior, the hide of this crimson electric wolf can serve as a seal brush, and the flesh can be utilized for talisman crafting. Truly remarkable insight. I am aware. Please, state your price directly. I wouldn't dare deceive you, senior. A crimson electric wolf at the 4th level of qi refinement is worth at least 60 spirit stones. The man's face flushed slightly as he rubbed his hands together, lowering his gaze, fixated on Chen Xun. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun frowned. The price was considerably higher than expected, as it did not align with the market value. The great black bull beside him sniffed around, seemingly assessing the freshness of the crimson electric wolf, causing the man to break into a slight sweat, realizing that even this spirit beast was from a foundational senior. With the grand gathering approaching, the demand for beast flesh is exceedingly high, hence the elevated price. The burly man chuckled, nodding towards the great black bull. How about this? Esteemed seniors? Just 55 lower-grade spirit stones will suffice. Very well. If I return, and you are still here, I shall purchase from you again. Chen Xun appeared to have made a sudden decision, retrieving the spirit stones from his storage bag. Then I shall take this crimson electric wolf. Thank you, senior. The burly man didn't bother to check the number of spirit stones, but instead bowed his head in gratitude. After they departed, he joyfully began counting the spirit stones, only to be startled by the realization that there were 60 stones. Just as he was about to rush out to return the excess, he found no trace of them, and could only bow in thanks towards a certain direction. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xun had bestowed upon him 60 spirit stones solely due to the fleeting moment of respect he had shown towards the great black bull. Chapter 122. The Absence of Longevity. Perhaps this was the path leading back to the enchanting Xianshan Mountain. Chen Xun felt a sense of ease enveloping him as he mentally devised 18 culinary preparations for the crimson electric wolf. The great black bull, too, exuded a palpable delight, occasionally glancing at Chen Xun, its belly already primed for a feast. However, as they passed the Su Xian Pavilion, a lively commotion drew their attention. A crowd had gathered, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. The realm of cultivation was never lacking in spectators, especially with the centennial grand event of Yushu City fast approaching, attracting an abundance of cultivators. In the years past, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull had encountered similar situations on numerous occasions, yet they had never been inclined to indulge in idle gossip or offer opinions, intent instead on returning to their own affairs. Yet, upon overhearing the surrounding chatter about the Li Miao, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull halted in their tracks, their gazes drawn towards the epicenter of the gathering. There stood an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, his visage etched with deep lines of age, and his disheveled hair framing a countenance marred by mud. He appeared somewhat deranged, embroiled in a heated argument outside the Su Xian Pavilion. "Senior, I implore you, allow me to purchase a cave dwelling. I possess spirit stones. I truly do." The voice of Li Miao was frail and hoarse, his eyes reddening with desperation as he stood amidst a scattering of low-grade spirit stones. Next year's grand event will feature the auction of Foundation Establishment pills. Grant me this opportunity. The rules are the rules. You may return to purchase only after achieving Foundation Establishment. The Su Xian Pavilion is not a charitable institution. A man furrowed his brow and spoke. This individual has visited several times. I have previously advised you, young one, that one should learn moderation. Do not tread upon the limits of Qianxian Mountain. As his words echoed, the man's foundational energy surged forth, a torrent of formidable spiritual power bearing down upon Li Miao. Although this force was not lethal, it instilled within Li Miao a profound sense of despair. He had never encountered such overwhelming spiritual energy in his eyes. It might even surpass that of a nascent soul elder. He was jolted back several paces, a mouthful of blood escaping him as he crumpled to the ground, his body feeling as if it might disintegrate. Yet, in that moment, an unexpected calm enveloped him, and he ceased his clamor. At times, true despair is devoid of any connection to pain or sorrow. It is a despair that pierces the very marrow of one's being, rendering one eerily serene. The surrounding cultivators maintained their distance, some shaking their heads with bitter smiles, while others regarded him with a strange derision. "Return from whence you came," the man scoffed coldly, turning towards the heart-mending pavilion. With no spectacle to behold, the other cultivators gradually dispersed, uninterested in the fate of a mere chi-refining stage rogue cultivator. A low-grade spirit stone slipped silently from Li Miao's grasp, and a forlorn smile crossed his lips. "Do you also disdain me?" In the brisk, chilling wind, the leaves danced aimlessly, swirling in the coolness, while the spirit stone rolled incessantly, as if it were the final straw that would break him. The creases on Li Miao's face deepened, his hoarse throat constricting as he murmured, "Even you look down upon me." At that moment, a large hand suddenly extended towards him, grasping the fallen low-grade spirit stone. Li Miao slowly lifted his head, revealing a smiling visage, accompanied by a large black ox. His eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly adjusted his attire. "Senior, it's you." Over the years, he had guided numerous seniors along their paths, yet none had ever bestowed upon him even a couple of spirit stones. The memory of Chen Xun and that black ox spirit beast lingered in his heart. The great black ox even retrieved several spirit stones that lay nearby. "It's been a long time," Chen Xun said warmly. "Please collect the spirit stones. They are hard-earned." "Yes, senior," Li Miao replied, his voice aged and hoarse, no longer the hopeful middle-aged man he once was. In such a plight, the most disconcerting thing is an unexpected expression of concern from a stranger, especially when that person is a senior. For reasons unknown, tears welled up in his eyes. He realized he had not wept in many years. Chen Xun nonchalantly sat down on the ground. "Why must one purchase a cave dwelling on Qianxian Mountain?" "Moo?" The large black ox also squatted beside him, its eyes reflecting confusion. Li Miao could first enhance his strength with these spirit stones. "To be honest, senior, my family has lived in Yushu City for 3 generations, but due to the lack of a stable residence, those who could leave have departed, and those who could scatter have scattered." Li Miao's gaze was murky, yet filled with hope as he looked towards Qianxian Mountain, longing for the day he could acquire a cave dwelling there, so they would not have to leave. "I see," Chen Xun replied. Next year, during the centennial grand gathering and the auction, The Danding sect will offer foundation establishment pills for auction, providing a lifeline for many wandering cultivators. Chen Xun patted Li Miao on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement. When the time comes, simply bid for one, and then we can purchase a cave dwelling. With 100 spirit stones, my old ox and I will be your neighbors. Moo. The great black bull nodded in encouragement. Chen Xun once stated that those who do not steal or rob, but strive diligently, will surely be blessed by the heavens. Thank you, esteemed elder, thank you. Venerable black bull. Li Miao continuously bowed in gratitude, tears as large as beans cascading down his face. Let us go. I shall escort you home. Your current state is not well. Chen Xun scrutinized Li Miao's condition, his pupils narrowing slightly. We have no pressing matters at hand, so there is no need to rush. Li Miao remained bent over, unable to utter a word, as Chen Xun magically lifted him, proceeding towards the northern city. Half a day later, behind the bustling facade of the northern city lay numerous unseen, dilapidated shanties, a gathering place for wandering cultivators. A chaotic mix of individuals striving to survive within the city. Li Miao, solitary and forlorn, resided in a rickety wooden hut that contained only a bed, his circumstances appearing quite dire. Many wandering cultivators passed by, saluting Chen Xun with respectful bows, quickening their steps upon seeing him. The great black bull stood outside, unable to enter due to the small, decrepit door, creating a rather awkward situation. Outside, a withered tree stood, its gnarled branches stretching out in all directions, devoid of any vibrancy, failing to attract attention. Instead, against the backdrop of the cold wind, it exuded a sense of desolation and melancholy. Chen Xun observed the surroundings, exhibiting no signs of concern, yet he let out a deep sigh. If Li Miao were in the mortal realm of the Qian kingdom, he would undoubtedly be a venerable master of great wealth and prestige. Esteemed elder, I feel quite remorseful for taking up your time. Please accept this 100 spirit stones. Li Miao stammered, holding out the stones in his trembling hands. Do you think that I, a dignified foundation-building cultivator, lack your mere 100 spirit stones? Chen Xun let out a scoff. Li Miao, you truly lack respect for me. Forgive me, senior. Li Miao's expression changed, and his hand trembled in fright, causing several spirit stones to clatter to the ground. Chen Xun waved his hand, shifting the subject. Take care of your injuries. The Centennial Grand Event is approaching next year. One must seize the opportunity. I shall heed your advice, senior. Li Miao bowed deeply to Chen Xun, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Chen Xun turned to leave with the great black bull, but paused momentarily with a soft sigh. As he observed Li Miao, he was reminded of his younger self. Had he not achieved immortality, perhaps he would have lived an ordinary life in the mortal realm after his arrival. He might have ventured into the world of cultivation, tirelessly striving for resources. Inevitably, due to his limited aptitude for cultivation, he would have met a regrettable end deep within the Ningyun Mountains, a fate not unlike Li Miao's. The mindset of the immortal differs fundamentally from that of the cultivator. Having crossed paths briefly, all he could do was wish for a better outcome for Li Miao. Leaning against the bedside, Li Miao gently closed his eyes, feeling immense pain in his body, yet softly murmuring, if only I could obtain a foundational pill next year. Chapter 123. The great talents emerged from seclusion as nightfall enveloped the land. Countless stars adorned the darkened sky, dazzling in their brilliance. The entire Yushu city was ablaze with lights, bustling even more than during the day, the energy of the cultivators distinctly different from that of ordinary mortals. On the way back to Qinxian Mountain, Chen Xun rummaged through the condiments in his storage bag while regaling the great black bull with tales. Upon encountering a favored shop, they would venture inside to take a glance, and everyone was quite reasonable. No one would drive them away for merely observing without purchasing, which was deemed taboo. However, at times, practitioners in the Qi refinement stage would approach them, speaking of underground auctions hosted by foundation establishment cultivators, boasting an array of items that were otherwise unattainable in the market. Chen Xun, displaying remarkable decisiveness, would retort, I possess no spirit stones, inadvertently revealing the mountain-splitting axe at his waist, a mere yellow-tier artifact devoid of rank, compelling him to suggest, why not use your head to bid? The words of the Qi refinement cultivator would falter in his throat, leaving him to depart in dejection, seeking other prospects. With the proliferation of cultivators in the city, all manner of peculiar beings emerged. Ultimately, there was no need for him to speak, as invitations to explore hidden realms would invariably lead to conflict over treasures. Alternatively, powerful figures would emerge from the shadows, leaving countless cultivators astounded, as engaging in such tactics with Chen Xun was woefully outdated. On the streets, Chen Xun and the large black bull emerged comfortably from a weapons refinement shop, having purchased nothing. Old bull, Let us return home to prepare a meal, Chen Xun remarked, seemingly having absorbed enough of the surroundings. Cradling the large black bull's head, he reflected on the 108 culinary methods of the red electric wolf, fully comprehending their essence. Moo. The large black bull nudged Chen Xun, its eyes widening in anticipation. Hiki, do not underestimate me. Westgate Black Bull Chen Xun revealed a profound, enigmatic smile, for the crane spirit tree could indeed serve as a seasoning, possessing qualities that no ordinary spiritual tree could claim. Moo. Let us proceed. They unexpectedly broke into a light run. Had it been known that a golden core cultivator would behave in such a manner, it would surely have astonished many. In the city, who among the golden core masters does not frequent the refined and elite circles, embodying the notion of interacting with scholars while avoiding the ignorant? Mount Qinxian, a secluded Huang-level cave dwelling. Chen Xun rolled up his sleeves, wielding a mountain-splitting axe, while pots and pans were laid out. From time to time, they nurtured and polished these old companions, adding a few materials for crafting, showing no signs of decay. Upon a smooth and flat boulder, the red lightning wolf was placed. As Chen Xun and the black bull prepared for the rituals preceding their feast, Chen Xun would occasionally enter the cave to retrieve some items, then distribute the meat in various places, with the black bull closely following his every move. Old bull, start the fire, start the fire. Moo. Outside the cave, Chen Xun's boisterous laughter echoed. The aroma of his axe technique filled the air, and various seasonings were ready, including powdered branches of the crane spirit tree. The black bull, a bit clumsy in its tasks, sent several condiments flying to the ground as it moved, prompting Chen Xun to scold it with a firm pat on its head. Not everyone can achieve success and fame. Beings like Chen Xun and the black bull, who are destined for longevity, must seek the deeper meaning of life in the minutiae of their daily cultivation. They no longer attended the various auctions, spending most of their time in seclusion, devoted to their practice. As the past faded like smoke, shedding the dust of time, another year had inadvertently slipped by. The grand celebration of the Qian Kingdom is set to commence in a month, and the bustling city of Yushu is abuzz with activity. Airships glide through the skies, while colossal vessels traverse the heavens, accompanied by various flying spiritual beasts. Countless disciples from various sects, guided by their elders, are making their way into the city, creating a scene of throngs of people. In the heart of the city, numerous prodigies have already begun their literary contests. This year, the Xianwei Tower has made a significant announcement: the emergence of the illustrious Ren Wei, the foremost figure of the tower and a possessor of heavenly roots. In less than 200 years, she has ascended to the golden core stage, her future boundless, if she does not meet an untimely demise. The Xianwei Tower is poised to witness the rise of a formidable nascent soul cultivator in a few centuries. Rumors abound of her unparalleled beauty and grace, captivating the hearts of countless male cultivators who find themselves drawn back into the mortal realm. A single stone creates ripples across the expanse. Apart from the Xian sect, the prodigies of the other major sects carry the weighty expectations of their masters, knowing that securing her favor could save them centuries of striving. The Xian sect is not one to be outdone, as the enchanting Mu Qing has also announced her emergence, equally acclaimed as the foremost figure of her sect and a possessor of heavenly roots. At the upcoming Flower Festival, a contest of extraordinary talents is expected, with the attention of countless cultivators riveted on her, even surpassing the interest in the battles of prodigies. However, the contemporary champions of the other 9 major sects hold little regard for such distractions, preparing instead to establish their dominance in the heart of the city. Their ethereal forms radiate an overwhelming aura. Kong Yuan, the leading figure of the Qingyang sect, has boldly proclaimed, "I hope the prodigies from all nations can pique my interest." Countless female cultivators find themselves enraptured by such a towering figure, perhaps viewing him as the ideal partner on the path of cultivation. Yet, amidst the external clamor, 2 figures are making their way against the tide of cultivators entering the city. As the sun descended in the west, a coolness enveloped the air, casting a final, poignant shadow upon an unalterable fate. They were bearing a wooden coffin, their eyes tranquil as they ventured beyond the city, drawing the astonished gazes of numerous cultivators who lingered a moment longer upon this solitary figure and his spirit beast. Li Miao had departed, ultimately failing to endure until the eve of the grand assembly, succumbing instead upon the worn bed of a dilapidated cottage. As Chen Xun and the great black ox passed through the northern city, they intended to pay their respects to Li Miao, yet discovered he had been deceased for 3 days. His belongings had been thoroughly pillaged, leaving only his somewhat yellowed white robe draped upon his form. Speculation abounded among the surrounding Qi refinement cultivators regarding the nature of his demise. Some posited he had simply succumbed to old age, while others claimed he had been duped into exhausting his spirit stones, leading to his untimely end. Li Miao had few companions, leading a humble existence. Yearning solely to acquire a foundation establishment pill at the centennial event, followed by the purchase of a cave dwelling. Yet, it was evident he had grasped the brevity of his days, perhaps deterred by insufficient spirit stones to secure the coveted pill, prompting him to implore the heart cultivation pavilion on several occasions. Aware of his precarious condition, Chen Xun felt a sense of fate in their meeting and thus prepared a vial of nourishing elixir for him, hoping it would sustain him until the conclusion of the gathering, sparing him from an abundance of regrets. Yet, the fickleness of life prevails. No matter how exalted a golden core cultivator may be, they remain powerless to predict the destinies of others. They arrived but a moment too late. Outside Li Miao's abode, the withered branches had been trampled by many, scattered by the biting winds, indicating the passage of numerous visitors. Beyond the city, the clamor persisted, the sun continued its descent, and countless cultivators traversed together, their laughter echoing through the air. Chen Xun and the Black Bull interred the coffin within the desolate expanse of the Tianduan Great Plain, beyond the borders of the Qian Kingdom. Surrounding them was a barren landscape, making each step arduous, perhaps ensuring that no one would disturb his eternal slumber. Chen Xun erected no monument, performed no rites. Instead, he played the suona, while the Black Bull chimed a bell beside him. This desolate land seemed to be the final resting place for those who strive, yet remain unsatisfied with the mundane. Chen Xun appeared to be burying Li Miao, yet also burying himself. They were, after all, ordinary beings. In their eyes, there was neither pity nor regret, as if all emotions had evaporated. Together, they sat in silence before the lonely grave. Farewell, fellow traveler. I shall not see you off further. The yellow sands engulfed their forms, and amidst the vast, dull brown, their bodies transformed into flickering points of light, vanishing in an instant. This year, they continued to invest their longevity points into their defenses. Chapter 124. The century celebration officially commences. Chen Xun and the Black Bull made their way to the bustling city center, alive with vibrancy. Chen Xun noticed numerous disciples from various sections. The Black Bull, eyes filled with hope, scanned the crowd, yearning for even a glimpse of familiar faces. They exchanged no words, merely observing as they traversed wide streets, brushing past countless cultivators. In places teeming with such practitioners, if one lacked a specific purpose, it was perilous to let one's consciousness roam freely. Such an act would be considered a grave provocation unless one truly held the status of a master. Unafraid of the wrath of the multitude, Old Bull, let it flow naturally. They have likely all advanced. In this realm of cultivation, who possesses lesser talents than we? He chuckled. Moo. I have yet to unveil my ancient tome, as I anticipate our next encounter, where I shall bestow upon him an astonishing surprise before returning it. Moo. At that moment, we shall proclaim, indeed, we are the legendary, awe-inspiring old specters. Young ones, tremble in our presence. Haraha. Moo. The great Black Bull chuckled, but then suddenly glanced at Chen Xun, his eyes reflecting a hint of doubt. If Chen Xun truly wished to, he could discreetly return to the Wuyan sect. Chen Xun's heart sank. He patted the bull's head and deftly shifted the topic. Oh dear, old bull, behold that auction hall. Moo? The great Black Bull immediately ceased his contemplations, his gaze drawn to the spectacle before them. They stood at the corner of a street, with the bustling city center still some distance away, yet the open auction hall was already in sight. Named the Taiga Hall. It is an ancient edifice renowned throughout the realms of cultivation. It is said to have stood firm since the inception of the city, jointly governed by the 10 great sects, who have steadfastly safeguarded it from outsiders. The profound antiquity of this structure is unparalleled by any ordinary artifact, even from afar. It inspires reverence and invites one to immerse in the rich history of the cultivation world. The Taiga Hall is adorned in hues of black and gold, its layout grand and meticulously structured, towering to the height of the city walls, overseeing the arrivals from all corners of the world. Typically, the Taiga Hall remains closed, enveloped within powerful formations, but today it finally reveals itself to the public eye. Chen Xun swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. A sentiment echoed by the great Black Bull. They exchanged a silent glance, both pondering the same question. Could such a magnificent structure be crafted by cultivators? As we approached the old ox, we felt compelled to draw nearer, lest we face an immense regret at the end of the day. Moo. Their eyes gleamed with astonishment as they gazed upwards towards the distant Taigu Palace, while Chen Xun and the great black ox relished the view of the city walls and architectural wonders. They were convinced that within lay countless tales and wisdom. Perhaps only they within the entire realm of cultivation could afford the luxury of dedicating their time to such seemingly frivolous pursuits. The central urban area was remarkably spacious, devoid of narrow streets, dominated instead by towering edifices that stood majestically in all directions. Even the taverns and inns boasted their own spirit-converging formations, a testament to their opulence. Most establishments featured observation platforms, where numerous individuals of elevated status sat, their piercing gazes surveying the ground below, accompanied by a retinue of attendants. To the north of Taigu Palace lay the grand arenas for combat, where the elites of various factions and sects prepared to showcase their prowess. Alongside some concealed prodigies poised to astound the audience and elicit gasps of astonishment. The throngs of people created a vibrant atmosphere, yet stalls were prohibited. As disciples from the 10 great sects maintained a vigilant watch, with even golden core cultivators present. To the west of Taigu Palace was the venue for the floral festival, where blossoms flourished abundantly and a long river meandered through, contrasting starkly with the expansive plains beyond, an utterly peculiar sight. It seemed that the esteemed Kong Yongyuan had grown rather presumptuous. This individual, merely at the mid-stage of golden core, dared to proclaim himself invincible within the same realm? I find this difficult to comprehend. Surely, no one has forgotten young Master Yudong of Mo Yuxian, whose Fusang Tianlin technique is indeed a formidable spell. Young Master Yudong is also a being of heavenly roots, rumored to be a disciple of a certain nascent soul elder from the foreign land of Qian. It seems this grand assembly will witness a fierce contest. The central city is abuzz with discussions, with the spotlight perpetually on those exceptional talents. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull have settled in a corner of the city, silently observing the grand hall. They initially felt an impulse to reach out, but were deterred by the protective disciples surrounding the Taigu Hall. Old Bull, we still need 2 more spirit herbs. We should also partake in the auction when the time comes. Moo. However, this auction is shrouded in mystery, with no list of items provided in advance. Chen Xun sighed deeply, his gaze lingering on the Taigu Hall, where the entry fee is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moo. The Great Black Bull let out a lamenting sound, resting its hoof on Chen Xun's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Old Bull, it's all right. Spirit stones can be earned again. Am I someone who lacks spirit stones? Chen Xun appeared unfazed, instinctively tightening his grip on his storage bag, as if fearing it might sprout legs and flee. Moo. The Great Black Bull exhaled a heavy breath, nodding earnestly. That's over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. We must seize them firmly. The pair, 1 man and 1 bull, ceased their chatter and leaned against each other, engrossed in the spectacle of Taigu Hall. The more they watched, the more intriguing it became, though the presentation left much to be desired, as if they were merely displaying a worn-out bull before them. As the days passed, the entire Yusu city began to stir, the atmosphere charged with anticipation, as if the very air was taut with tension. A palpable sense of impending conflict permeating the central district. Everywhere one looks, there are so-called prodigies of the immortal realm, striding with an air of confidence, their pride palpable, surrounded by throngs of admirers. At this moment, Chen Xun and the sturdy Black Bull find themselves compelled to tread more slowly, regulating their breaths to avoid inadvertently colliding with some esteemed figure, thereby incurring ridicule and a swift summons to the dueling platform. They dread the potential consequences of losing control and accidentally causing harm to these illustrious talents. Such an outcome would indeed be mortifying. Outside the grand array of the Taigu Hall, a vibrant assembly of cultivators converges as they navigate through the intricate restrictions of the formation to enter the venue. The auction event is divided into 2 segments. The side hall hosts the gathering of Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners, where entry requires a modest fee of 300 low-grade spirit stones. In contrast, the main hall is reserved for golden core and nascent soul elders, the zenith of power from various nations, necessitating an entry fee of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xun, by a stroke of fortune, has transformed into a golden core cultivator, while the Black Bull remains a foundation establishment practitioner. They have learned that spirit beasts accompanying cultivators are exempt from additional fees, a notably considerate arrangement. Outside the main hall, the foundation establishment cultivators from the 10 great sects are diligently greeting their esteemed seniors, while the nascent soul elders have already entered through a separate entrance. A casual glance reveals that there are hundreds of golden core cultivators present, an awe-inspiring sight. Are you here to attend the grand auction? A woman in a purple robe approaches with warmth, having noticed Chen Xun lingering outside for a while. Yes, I am unaware of the specific protocols, he replies with a smile, surveying his surroundings once more. The Black Bull, in this moment, dares not gaze around recklessly, its tail drooping as it gazes blankly at the woman in purple. As a senior golden core cultivator, you need only pay 1,000 spirit stones to enter. There are no additional regulations. Indeed, This is a spirit stone. Chen Xun waved his hand and retrieved a spirit stone from his storage bag. The woman in the purple robe produced a storage ring, received the stone, and presented Chen Xun with a jade token. Senior, this is your room's restriction jade token, designated as Earth Sequence 357. Oh, truly impressive, as expected from the 10 great immortal sects. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he accepted it, expressing his gratitude. The woman in the purple robe offered a sweet smile and extended her hand. It is but my duty, Senior. Please, enter the hall. Chen Xun patted the large black bowl, and as they stepped forward, they infused a hint of spiritual energy into the jade token, instantly stepping into the array's luminous barrier. Observing the majestic Tai Gu Hall up close was a breathtaking experience, yet the throngs of surrounding cultivators afforded them little time to linger. The interior of Tai Gu Hall was remarkably spacious, reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum, yet the viewing platforms were filled with various chambers, all shielded from divine perception by restrictions. A cursory glance revealed that despite the diversity of rooms, the hall could accommodate thousands, an astonishing enormity. Gradually, numerous golden core cultivators entered the venue, all maintaining a solemn silence, yet none could be seen who possessed the Yuan-ing ancestral title. Old Bull, I suspect those Yuan-ing ancestors must be in the chambers at the very top, Chen Xun remarked, tilting his head to gaze at the uppermost viewing platforms, which emanated an imposing aura. The large black bull appeared somewhat anxious. These were the legendary figures, more formidable than even the revered officials of Pan Ning City. Old Bull, let us proceed to our room. Moo, the main hall was adorned with steps, allowing free ascent from any direction. Following the sequence number on the jade tablet, Chen Xun finally located their position at the center of the observation platform. Chen Xun and the great black bull stood atop, casting a glance that brimmed with excitement. Their horizons had undoubtedly expanded, and the expenditure of 1,000 spirit stones seemed worthwhile. Upon contact with the jade tablet, the barrier outside the room immediately parted, and Chen Xun, along with the great black bull, leaped inside in an instant. Chapter 125, Auxiliary Techniques. The Jade Spirit chapter. The room was enveloped in a faint luminous veil, granting a direct view of the auction platform outside, as if the perspective had been infinitely magnified. However, the interior remained shrouded in obscurity, ensuring remarkable privacy. Surrounding them was a soundproof array, with a few jars of rare flowers and herbs scattered in the corners, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Old Bull, this must be an array, Chen Xun remarked, taking a seat at a large table in the room, which also bore a small booklet. You can tell the professionals stand apart. Moo, the great black bull, exhaled deeply and scurried about, undoubtedly influenced by the effects of the array. It fixated on a red cylindrical object, mooing excitedly. It was nearly waist-high to a person, certainly an object for refining, and it possessed an array of its own. A flicker of excitement danced in the great black bull's eyes, though it remained unaware of how to imbue the magical artifact with the array. The profound heritage of the 10 great sects was truly formidable. What they encountered in this realm of cultivation was merely the surface, an understanding that could not possibly be mastered in mere centuries. Old Bull, there is still much for us to learn. Chen Xun retrieved a cup of water and began to peruse the booklet, which contained various introductions to the auction event. Moo. Upon hearing this, the great black bull hurried over to join Chen Xun in examining the contents. The text stated that the auction would not accept barter nor outstanding debts. All items would be awarded to the highest bidder. Should anyone raise a bid recklessly and fail to pay the required spirit stones, they would face the dire consequence of having all their belongings confiscated and being permanently blacklisted from Yusu City. Furthermore, any unauthorized entry into the city would incur the wrath of the 10 great sects. Both of them gasped slightly at this revelation, truly illustrating the weight of one's reputation. They continued to read on. When the auction commenced, the formation within Tai Gu Hall would activate, allowing bids to be projected via magical power onto the red pillars in the room. Once an item was successfully auctioned, someone would arrive to collect the spirit stones, and the items would be transmitted through the formation. Old Bull, a teleportation array, Chen Xun exclaimed, slapping the great black bull excitedly. Moo, startled by the sudden gesture, the bull retaliated by snatching Chen Xun's cup and taking a couple of licks of the tea inside. Chen Xun paid no mind, his focus remaining on the teleportation array. Old Bull, if you can set up a teleportation array in the future, who could possibly obstruct our escape? Moo? The great black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. Moo. Chen Xun sighed deeply, reminiscing about how envious he had been of the teleportation array at Nando Mountain, lamenting the missed opportunities to engage with it. Moo moo. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun with its hoof, reassuring him not to worry. It's all right, let's keep observing. And later we can visit Mo Yuxian's shop to purchase some fine items. With a smile, Chen Xun was filled with profound emotion. The road ahead was indeed remarkable. Old bull, let us live well. Moo. The great black bull echoed with joy, exclaiming that following his elder brother was truly delightful. Subsequently, some rules regarding the venue were announced, prohibiting arbitrary movement. Chen Xun and the great black bull fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the auction stage, where several imposing golden core cultivators stood. Half an hour later, a resounding chime echoed throughout the Taigu Hall, and the massive doors outside emitted a deep thud, signaling their official closure. The grand auction event was about to commence. Chen Xun held a cup of water, his face slightly flushed, pondering the treasures that might be in store. Surely, 100,000 low-grade spirit stones would suffice. The great black bull stared intently ahead, wondering if there would be any array-related items. On the auction stage, an elderly man clad in a crane cloak, a golden core cultivator, maintained a serene demeanor. He clasped his hands in greeting to the various rooms, his deep and resonant voice reverberating through the hall. The centennial auction of our Qian kingdom officially begins. May all esteemed predecessors and fellow practitioners return laden with treasures. The elder's voice resonated within the Taigu Hall as 10 pillars slowly ascended from the auction stage, presenting a solemn atmosphere. The first item is the Jade Spirit Scroll, capable of refining 2/10 of 1's inner power for those below the golden core stage. A rare auxiliary technique in the realm of cultivation. The elder began his measured introduction, revealing a significant drawback upon inspection. During the breakthrough, one would encounter great difficulty, losing 2/10 of their power. The starting bid was set at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, a soft glow flickered upon the auction stage, signaling that bids had begun to emerge. Some fellow practitioners had already offered 7,000. It seems everyone is eager to ensure this treasure does not languish in obscurity. A smile graced the old man's face as he announced the highest bid, without revealing the room numbers of the bidders, skillfully enhancing the atmosphere. Oh, a fellow practitioner has already bid 9,000 spirit stones. Indeed, the Jade Spirit Tome can significantly elevate one's combat prowess within the same realm. 11,000 spirit stones. What an astute eye you possess, my friend. The old man's eyes sparkled with delight, his demeanor exuding calmness, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. One wonders where the 10 great sects found such a character. Inside the room, Chen Xun and the great black bull stood up instinctively, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. What? Old bull, are we really seeing spirit stones starting with a figure in the 10,000s at our level? The great black bull nudged Chen Xun, recognizing that this auxiliary technique suited them quite well. Old bull, there's no need to rush. We have over 100,000 spirit stones at our disposal. Chen Xun swallowed hard, and in the blink of an eye, the bid for the Jade Spirit Tome had surged to 15,000 spirit stones, with no signs of abating. Old bull, let's go for it. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. With a resounding thud, he set his cup down on the table, his chest beginning to rise and fall with anticipation. The great black bull let out a furious bellow, channeling his energy directly into the bidding column. If they did not act now, it seemed the remaining items would be beyond their reach. On the auction stage, the old man paced leisurely. A fellow practitioner has bid 20,000. What a bold move indeed. 21,000. 22,000. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Are there any fellow Taoists willing to raise the bid? The old man inquired, his eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, at this auction, every item seemed to surpass its market value. After a moment's pause, when no one else raised their bid, a decisive thud resounded. The item was sold. Inside the room, Chen Xun sat in a daze, slumping in his chair. Despite the professionalism of the auction, the items were undeniably expensive. The large black cow let out a feeble moo, realizing that they had just spent 30,000 spirit stones. Could it be that there were shills involved? Chen Xun locked eyes with the large black cow, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, the more than 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones seemed insufficient. At that moment, the room's protective barrier trembled slightly, as a gap in the soundproofing formation opened, allowing the representatives of the 10 great sects to enter and collect the spirit stones. Senior, a male voice called from outside the room. Chen Xun quickly composed himself, adopting a calm demeanor as he replied, "Come in," with a wave of his hand. A jade token illuminated with spiritual light, and a dashing foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward. "Please place the spirit stones into the storage ring," the man bowed respectfully, producing a storage ring from his possession. Chen Xun discreetly glanced at the large black cow before turning his head away, not wishing to observe. The large black cow dropped storage bags continuously, causing the man's pupils to widen. Was this a golden core senior? Ultimately, the 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones departed from their possession. The man retrieved a transmission talisman from his sleeve, bowed, and exited the room. The pillar also shone with a 5-colored radiance as the jade spirit volume was transmitted over, which Chen Xun subsequently stowed away in his storage bag for further study upon his return. Chapter 126, Low-Grade Earth Rank, Northern Cold Glowing Furnace. Fortunately, others did not impose additional fees and spirit stones, which provided some solace to Chen Xun. He and the Great Black Bull shifted their focus back to the auction stage, where the second item was a magical artifact, ultimately fetching an astonishing price of 35,000 spirit stones. The cold sweat trickled down their foreheads once more. The subsequent items became increasingly outrageous. Magical artifacts, millennium spirit herbs, mid-grade elixirs, and rare treasures of heaven and earth, as well as spirit beasts. All of which were extraordinary items not available in shops. Yet none of these possessed what they sought, leaving them to watch eagerly. The prices of these items escalated, each surpassing the previous, soon breaching 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xun frantically scribbled on the table, extracting a small booklet to meticulously record the names of the items, sketching rough illustrations and noting their approximate values. Truly, it was an eye-opening experience of monumental proportions. The Great Black Bull, equally anxious, moved beside him, incessantly adding details as its heart raced wildly. Nevertheless, the grand event spanned a year, with 3 auctions held at 4-month intervals. They remained unperturbed, confident that the 2 missing spirit herbs would eventually present themselves. At the auction stage, the elderly man's complexion grew slightly flushed. Beside him stood a massive cage, a young Baishi flame-mouthed bird spirit beast, with a fellow cultivator bidding 90,000 spirit stones. If nurtured well, it could serve as a tremendous aid in the later stages of foundation building. The old man began to speak exuberantly, his demeanor no longer composed, as if he had stumbled upon a great opportunity, with the possibility of advancing to the golden core stage within reach. A fellow cultivator raised the bid to 95,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones, truly a discerning eye. Despite the presence of only a single individual at the auction platform, the atmosphere remained fervent. One could only imagine the uproar that would ensue within the grand hall were it not for the confines of the room. Within a certain chamber, a series of exclamations echoed. Goodness, old bull, could these individuals possibly possess a spirit stone mine at home? Moo, I am utterly astonished. This auction has persisted for an entire day, and we are merely at the beginning, yet the bidding has escalated to a starting point of 100,000. Chen Xun's cup trembled as he took a swig, the liquid scalding his lips. The Great Black Bull leaned wearily against him, its gaze bewildered. It was convinced that these people had indeed excavated a spirit stone mine and were in no shortage of spirit stones, free to purchase whatever they desired. Old bull, I have grand ambitions for the future. Chen Xun's chest heaved as he spoke, his eyes sharp. Should he encounter an unclaimed spirit stone mine, he would not hesitate to excavate it vigorously. Moo. The Great Black Bull bellowed, suddenly filled with vigor as it rose with a thunderous motion, proclaiming that they must excavate. Chen Xun let out a cold snort, his confidence returning. We must become the magnates of the cultivation world. Acquiring 2 red lightning wolves is essential. Moo? The Great Black Bull queried, puzzled. One is sufficient to sustain us. We shall buy one and discard the other. Otherwise, other cultivators might think that we, as great magnates, cannot afford even a single one. The Great Black Bull felt a sense of comfort, its tail raised high, acknowledging the wisdom of its master. Old bull, let us continue observing with a calm mindset. What is my status? And what is your standing, Shaman Black Bull? Moo. In the eyes of the Great Black Bull, there was a spark of excitement. It had never harbored doubts about Chen Xun. After all, we are the affluent magnates of the cultivation world, and this is merely a trifling business involving a mere 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Xun chuckled lightly, exuding an air of composure as he raised his hand and took a sip of health tea, which had cooled to a more palatable temperature. Upon the auction stage, a large ice-blue alchemical furnace was displayed, its considerable size indicating it had been used for quite some time, exuding a certain ancestral aroma. This item was being sold by a particular sect and was named the Northern Cold Glimmering Furnace, which, as you might deduce, is an alchemical furnace. The elderly man paused dramatically before continuing, stating that, upon appraisal, this furnace was once likely classified as a low-grade earth-tier alchemical furnace. However, within the confines of the room, Chen Xun's heart raced with anticipation. He was indeed in need of an alchemical furnace, for his success rate in refining elixirs was considerably low, largely due to the limitations of his yellow-tier furnace. The great black bull also gazed anxiously at the auction stage, having heard Chen Xun express his desire for a new furnace on several occasions. Yet, the shops in the vicinity only offered low-grade mysterious tier furnaces, which were not only exorbitantly priced but also of rather ordinary quality. The only alternative was to procure materials at personal expense and commission a custom piece from the local crafting store. Both Chen Xun and the great black bull fixated their gazes intently upon the auction stage. The elderly man smiled slightly, remarking that due to its age, this furnace appeared to have been affected by the ravages of past battles, resulting in its grade being reduced to mid-tier mysterious. Nevertheless, it still retains several characteristics of Earth-tier artifacts, such as the ability to amplify alchemical flames, enhancing the synergy during mental manipulation. He paused momentarily, glancing at the northern cold, glimmering furnace, likely sensing the curiosity of his fellow Taoists regarding why such a precious item would be up for auction and whether there might be something amiss. In the room, Chen Xun and the black bull nodded vigorously, feeling deeply resonated with the notion. It was evident that this object was a relic of inheritance. The elder, with a serious expression, articulated each word clearly. In truth, the sect responsible for the auction has not elucidated the reasons. Yet the 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom stand as guarantors, assuring that the items for sale pose no issues and contain no hidden restrictions or dangers. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the various rooms of the Tai Gu Pavilion shifted their expressions. The starting bid is 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. 31,000. One of the Taoists has already bid 40,000, although this item is damaged. It is incomparable to an ordinary mid-grade alchemical furnace of the mysterious tier. 50,000 spirit stones. A Taoist has already reached 50,000. It is evident that many Taoists have recognized the unique qualities of this item. Within the room, Chen Xun maintained a composed gaze. Turning to the black bull, "Old bull, how many spirit stones do we have left?" The black bull, with a swift gesture, inscribed on the ground, 114,352 low-grade spirit stones. "Old bull, I wish to acquire this." "Moo." The black bull showed no dissent, nodding emphatically. Only it understood the hardships Chen Xun faced in alchemy. Over half of his numerous notebooks were filled with records of failed attempts. Chen Xun chuckled, nodding back at the black bull. At the auction stage, the price continued to soar, reaching 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. In a forging shop within the city, even for bespoke items, the price of this mid-grade Xian-tier alchemical furnace would not reach such an absurd figure. "Old Neo, straight to 100,000. Intimidate them with a single blow." The great black bull responded, channeling its inner magic towards the cylindrical furnace, which then emanated a luminous aura. The elder at the auction platform appeared slightly agitated. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seems this furnace has piqued the interest of many fellow cultivators for collection purposes. However, in my humble opinion, it is indeed worth this price. Goodness, how you truly can drive up the price. Is this auctioning enterprise your family legacy? Chen Xun silently cursed, his fists clenched in quiet fury. This fellow was far too professional. He must not be allowed to remain. The great black bull resumed its bidding, its eyes wide and unfeeling, determined to exhaust all spirit stones to secure the purchase. 125,000 spirit stones. Does any fellow cultivator wish to raise the bid? The elder's face glowed with excitement. The commission from this auction alone would suffice for decades of cultivation resources. Such an opportunity would evoke envy among countless fellow cultivators around him, but who could blame him for seizing it? Even those in the golden core stage could humble themselves for such a chance. Meanwhile, the esteemed cultivators in various chambers frowned slightly. This alchemical furnace offered little enhancement to cultivation or strength. It was somewhat useful only to alchemists, and it was damaged at that. Although it had once been of low-grade earth tier, the repairs would likely demand an exorbitant amount of rare materials, rendering it akin to an insatiable abyss. The price for this mid-grade Xian-tier furnace had already exceeded their psychological expectations by a significant margin, leaving them disinclined to bid further. With a definitive thud, the north cold glimmering furnace was successfully claimed by a certain esteemed cultivator. Within the chamber, Old Neo, "Splendid. Moo, moo." Chen Xun and the black ox embraced each other with exuberance, their voices echoing with joyous roars as they took a small step forward on the path of cultivation. After a while, visitors arrived outside the room to collect spirit stones, presenting them with a large storage bag that contained an alchemical furnace. This brought immense delight to both Chen Xun and the black ox. Acquiring a storage bag without cost made the expenditure of over 100,000 spirit stones feel less burdensome. Indeed, the 10 great sects truly knew how to treat people well. Chapter 127. The climax. Low-grade cultivation pills. Old ox. We have no spirit stones left. Let us observe for now. Once the auction concludes, We shall earn some spirit stones, Chen Xun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervent excitement. This centennial event attracted numerous cultivators, presenting a splendid opportunity for profit. Moo. The black ox inched closer to Chen Xun, its hooves cradling a teacup as it sipped through a straw, feeling somewhat parched. They began to take on the role of spectators as various rare treasures were unveiled at the auction stage, with prices continually stimulating their senses. Eventually, items intended for nascent soul stage practitioners began to appear, and bidding commenced with medium-grade spirit stones, leaving Chen Xun and the black ox utterly astonished. They had yet to encounter medium-grade spirit stones, though they were well aware of their esteemed reputation. Medium-grade spirit stones inherently possessed the 5 elemental attributes, with a purity of spiritual energy 100 times that of low-grade spirit stones, even offering slight enhancement during breakthrough moments. The colossal vessels and magical artifacts utilized by the major sects were all powered by medium-grade spirit stones, classifying them as strategic resources in the realm of cultivation, seldom traded or employed lightly. Within the room, as Chen Xun and the Black Ox listened to the fervent bidding, their bodies trembled slightly with anticipation. They sold off all their possessions, yet it scarcely amounted to such a sum of mid-grade spirit stones. A single herb, suitable for a 3,000-year-old nascent soul practitioner, astonishingly fetched a price of 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the competition was exceedingly fierce. The old man's face was flushed, and his voice trembled slightly. Chen Xun inwardly clicked his tongue. If a golden elixir cultivator were to contend with those venerable nascent soul ancestors for items, he would likely find himself having a serious discussion after the auction concluded. These prominent figures in the cultivation world truly possessed immense wealth. Chen Xun exhaled a breath of frustration, his gaze drifting into the distance, pondering that a significant portion of the wealth in the cultivation realm likely resided within their grasp. The great black ox let out a puff of breath, failing to comprehend Chen Xun's sentiments. As Chen Xun's eyes deepened with contemplation, shrouding his thoughts in mystery, he simply lifted his cup for a sip. Moo, moo moo, nothing of concern. A calm voice echoed as the great black ox glanced at Chen Xun, emitting a low moo. It disapproved of Chen Xun's demeanor. Even though it understood that Chen Xun concealed many matters within, it preferred the carefree and joyful side of him. Moo. Suddenly, the great black ox nudged Chen Xun playfully, grinning widely. With a thud, Chen Xun was propelled from his chair, the cup he held toppling over, his face a picture of shock. You scoundrel. My health tea. Moo. Shaman black ox, perish at once. The man and the ox promptly engaged in a playful tussle within the room. After all, they could neither afford the auctioned items nor dare to purchase them even if they could. Ultimately, the great black ox was subdued by Chen Xun's might, obediently settling down on the ground. They began to document the treasures captured by the venerable Yuan Ying, which were undoubtedly the rarest gems of the Qian kingdom and beyond. Although the memory of those in the golden core stage had significantly improved, he still preferred to jot down notes and sketches in a small booklet. For the experiences of an immortal being are always invaluable. After a day and a night, the much-anticipated item finally made its grand appearance before the eager crowd. The Paying Dan, a single pill crafted from materials sourced by the 10 great sects, was refined collaboratively by the masters of the Dan Ding sect. The elder took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the greed that welled within him. This was an unparalleled treasure, albeit of inferior quality. Yet it could enhance the success rate of the birth of a nascent soul by 20%. In every chamber, whether occupied by golden core cultivators or the venerable Yuan Ying, storage rings were already placed upon the tables. At the centennial grand event of the Qian kingdom, the highlight of the inaugural auction featured a Paying Dan from each of the 10 great sects, demonstrating their sincerity towards the high-level cultivators of various nations. This mutual display of respect was the cornerstone of the longevity of Yusu City. Naturally, golden core cultivators coveted this item, and the descendants of the Yuan Ying also desired it, leading to fierce competition every 100 years, often resulting in bloodshed and empty coffers. There were even instances where entire sects pooled their financial resources to vie for this opportunity, viewing it as a monumental chance. The starting bid was set at 5,000 medium-quality spirit stones, with increments of no less than 1,000 medium-quality spirit stones. The elder began to amplify his voice with magical energy, the resonance echoing throughout the hall, urging the esteemed friends and elders to commence their bidding. As his words faded, the bids on the pillar began to soar. 6,000 medium-quality spirit stones, 8,000 medium-quality spirit stones, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. In the room, Chen Xun and the Black Bull calmly sipped on health tea, resigned to their impoverished state, unable to even touch the starting price of others. Haha, old bull, They even have the legendary paying Dan, quite intriguing. Chen Xun's gaze was remarkably serene as he took a sip of the tea, letting out a hiss as it scalded his lips. The black bull, Indifferent, felt no envy, though tears of envy trickled from the corners of his mouth. It seemed that many sects in the Golden Core stage had exhausted their resources. Chen Xun's eyes grew somber. Should the infant cultivation fail, all the resources for cultivation would fall into the hands of the 10 great sections. The lower limit of the southern Dipper Mountain lies with the 10 great sects, and the upper limit, the paying Dan, also rests with them. Old Bull, this is the reason for their dominance. The black bull nodded, seemingly comprehending, his eyes reflecting a profound contemplation. 15,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Old Bull, we should withdraw for now. Chen Xun rose, having gained significant insights from this auction. His horizons broadened immensely, benefiting greatly. The black bull also stood, grinning widely. Their previous endeavors were mere trifles. After returning the jade tokens at the side entrance of the Taigu Hall, the two figures quietly departed, while the competition within the hall remained fervent. Outside the hall, the sky was a pristine blue, the golden sunlight glaring and relentless, stretching endlessly. Chen Xun and the black bull exhaled softly, then vanished into the throng of countless cultivators. They commenced a sale of 500-year-old spiritual medicines and various foundational elixirs in the East City, North City, and South City, even presenting them at small auctions. However, they refrained from selling any rare treasures. The bustling crowds in Yushu City resembled a vast sea of cultivators. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull earned a modest profit of around 3,000 low-grade spirit stones each day before ceasing their activities. 5 days later, Yushu City was utterly ablaze with excitement. The air was filled with the fervent discussions of cultivators, creating a tremendous wave of anticipation. The Central District officially launched the Celestial Heroes Battle, with towering array pillars standing tall at various dueling platforms, each several yards in height. Countless beams of rainbow light soared into the heavens, raising a vast defensive barrier to prevent magical energies from spilling into the surroundings. The Yuaning ancestors sat far away on the floating observation platform in the western sky, gazing down with a commanding presence over the grand city. On the platform, the leaders of major sects and powerful factions were seated in all directions, exuding an overwhelming aura. The anti-air array had no effect on such esteemed individuals. The spectacle of the celestial heroes battling was indeed the true highlight of the Centennial Gathering, where countless individuals would rise to fame and fortune. The 5 dueling platforms were already surrounded by throngs of spectators, their excitement palpable as they awaited the appearance of the main participants with eager anticipation. Chapter 128. Indeed, we are astonished bystanders. This Kong Yongyuan was so oblivious to his surroundings, many hoped someone would put him in his place. Numerous discussions circulated. How could the prodigy Xinyu of the Thunderstorm sect let him off easily? I've heard their animosity has long been brewing. We can only wait and see. None of the 10 great sects prodigies are to be underestimated. The gathering beneath the dual platform buzzed with the animated discussions of the cultivators, their enthusiasm surpassing even that of the most esteemed figures present, creating an atmosphere rich in engagement. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, smiling broadly, made their way to the edge of the crowd, protecting the other cultivators in front of them, for securing a spot in the front row proved elusive. Although the dual platform lay at a considerable distance, its elevated position posed no challenge for those at the Golden Core stage. The open-air pavilions offered splendid views, yet their exorbitant prices rendered them beyond their means. Old Bull, this spectacle is far grander than our 5 elements sect's competition, Chen Xun remarked, scanning the surroundings while holding onto the Great Black Bull, wary of being swept away by the throng. Look at the sky to the west, it's filled with prominent figures. The Great Black Bull craned its neck, leaning against Chen Xun, steadfastly by his side. A broad smile spread across Chen Xun's face. They reveled in such formal festivities, free from the entanglements of disputes. The Great Black Bull nudged him affectionately, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I've brought the good snacks." Chen Xun patted his storage pouch, and a cluster of sunflower seeds floated into the air, prompting both man and bull to indulge as they awaited the commencement of the grand event. Around them, the cultivators shouted in excitement, casting curious glances in their direction while munching on their own sunflower seeds. An entire hour passed, and the radiant platform in the western sky shimmered with a vast array of magical energy. A resounding, steady voice echoed, proclaiming, "Commence." In an instant, the cultivators of the entire Yushu city seemed to be awed into silence by this commanding presence. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, having been halfway through their sunflower seeds, dared not continue, lest they disrupt the momentous atmosphere. At that moment, Countless cultivators suddenly gazed skyward. Boom, boom, from the eastern horizon. A mid-stage golden core cultivator with an extraordinary presence descended gracefully through the air. His immense magical powers surged around him, and with each step he took, it felt as though the very heavens trembled in response. Clad in flowing white robes, he possessed an unparalleled beauty, his eyes reflecting both passion and indifference. With one hand resting behind his back, every gesture he made exuded an air of nonchalance, an unmistakable aura of invincibility that belittled all the other cultivators present. He was Kong Yongyuan, the foremost figure of the Qingyang sect, and he had arrived. Such a grand entrance. It was unimaginable how many golden core masters he overshadowed. Oh, such is reality. Others, regardless of their background or prowess, exist as beings we can only look up to. Old bull, ha ha ha, incredible. Moo. From all directions. A cacophony of voices erupted, curious, fervent, admiring, and astonished gazes converged upon Kong Yongyuan. Yet, he remained composed, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. As he landed firmly on the dueling platform, a slight smile played upon his lips as he cast his gaze toward a particular direction and calmly declared, "Who dares to challenge me?" As his words echoed, the crowd erupted once more in a flurry of exclamations, their eyes turning to another point in the sky. In the distance, a figure shrouded in lightning emerged, gradually revealing itself. It was a tall, youthful man with a defiant demeanor. Chen Xun of the Thunderstorm sect had arrived. The legendary cultivator with a mutated spiritual root, the Thunder Spirit root. Such extraordinary spiritual roots are a rarity, occurring once in a millennium. One could only wonder how formidable his combat abilities would be. Indeed, seeing is believing. The atmosphere is undeniably powerful. The old bull, how terrifying. Moo. The surroundings erupted in astonished gasps. Chen Xun and the great black bull were equally taken aback. Their sense of involvement was diminished, rendering the spectacle somewhat futile. This grand barrier against the sky seemed to isolate only their own. Boom. Shen Yu descended from the heavens, confronting Kong Yongyuan, tilting her head slightly. Kong Yongyuan, have you finally emerged from Qingyang sect? Kong Yongyuan, are you under the delusion that because I was injured in the past, you triumphed over me once and thus deserve to stand before me? Kong Yongyuan remained unperturbed, as if Shen Yu were of no consequence. Shen Yu chuckled and shook her head. Kong Yongyuan, you are mistaken. I have never regarded you highly. Her tone dripped with disdain. At this, a palpable surge of murderous intent radiated from Kong Yongyuan, unable to be contained. A chilling glimmer flickered in his eyes. Boastful words, Shen Yu. I hope your powers are as formidable as your tongue. A scoff echoed as confidence radiated from Shen Yu, hinting at some undisclosed advantage. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into fervor. The long-awaited literary duel was finally upon them. Old bull, this is exhilarating. Moo moo. Chen Xun and the great black bull were filled with excitement, their snacks increasingly delectable. The once reticent talents were finally engaging in the contest they had eagerly anticipated. On the dueling stage, the momentum of both competitors swelled. Shen Yu, let your true skills be revealed. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. That was precisely the sentiment shared. With a resounding boom, as the words echoed, their momentum surged to an apex. A formidable surge of arcane energy emanating from within their beings. The terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, as the techniques of the two combatants clashed on the dueling platform. The air was rent with thunderous roars, and ripples of force surged forth. The fluctuations on the platform were astonishing, the defensive barrier flickering with glimmers of light. Nonetheless, many onlookers retreated to a safe distance. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, traces of blood marred Kong Yongyuan's form, while a faint crimson stain adorned Shen Yu's lips. Thus commenced a new round of fierce combat. Chen Xun and the great black bull observed with rapt attention, utterly captivated by the stellar display. Old bull, is it not marvelous? These are true prodigies, Chen Xun remarked, craning his neck to catch every nuance. Though he noted that the lightning prowess of these combatants still paled in comparison to that of heavenly tribulations. Moo. The great black bull was even more engrossed than Chen Xun, as the cultivators entertained it with their dazzling feats. This display surpassed that of the fire-spewing cultivator from Pan Ning City, were it not for the constraints of the rules. It would have eagerly tossed a few coins into the fray. Yet at that moment, a cacophony erupted from another direction, as prodigies from all corners of the heavens descended, their presence unmatched, including a lady among them. The esteemed young master Yudong of Mo Yuxian had arrived. The unwavering sect of the 10 great sects, Ning Wu, was also present. Look, is that not the illustrious fairy Si Luo of the Song Hai sect from the 10 great sects? Cheers of admiration erupted. Moo. The gazes of many cultivators turned toward Si Luo, their eyes shimmering with awe, their hearts stirred with fervor. clad in an exquisite crimson robe. Si Luo exuded an enchanting charm, her beauty unparalleled. Yet, her gaze was directed towards the various prodigies, adorned with a hint of amusement. They stood upon the numerous arenas of combat, elevating the contest to a fevered climax. According to tradition, the competition commenced with literary debates, followed by martial confrontations. Even the most gifted began to engage in a spirited exchange of wits, fueling the flames of rivalry. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull found themselves captivated, torn between their desire to witness both sides, primarily eager to absorb the eloquence of the literary duel. The tales of the illustrious prodigies, filled with their romantic entanglements and vendettas, unfolded before them. Chapter 129. The enhanced power of the Jade Spirit. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull listened, entranced, as if transported to another realm. The sensation was akin to Si Luo, once a destitute maiden, had experienced a romantic entanglement with young Master Yudong of Mo Yushuan, only to be thwarted by the interference of Ningwu of the Wunyan sect. Later, the Songhai sect, with its discerning eye, welcomed Si Luo into its fold, yet she was met with relentless mockery from her peers. Her countless acts of forbearance yielding only greater disdain. Defeating Si Luo in the contest of prodigies would grant them the privilege of hearing her plans for vengeance. Crack, crack. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull continued to munch on sunflower seeds, their attention drawn to the ongoing narratives shared by the surrounding cultivators. Their eyes darting about. On the combat platforms, the radiant bursts of magical energy reverberated as an array of fantastical artifacts emerged, eliciting gasps of astonishment. They wandered around the periphery, glancing at one arena after another, anticipating the imminent battles of the Foundation establishment stage, eager to witness the next wave of prodigies. Oh, what an extraordinary spectacle this was. Chen Xun earned over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones daily, his heart brimming with joy. Old bull, he mused. The match between Kong Yongyuan and Xin Yu seems quite evenly matched, both formidable in their own right. The Great Black Bull nodded in agreement, its head tilted outward. Miss Si Luo is indeed a fierce competitor, yet young Master Yudong appears somewhat lackluster. They distanced themselves from the crowd, eventually finding a tranquil spot to sit, where the cacophony of astonished murmurs faded into the background. Chen Xun retrieved a piece of dried meat from his storage bag. Old bull, let us share this equally. The Great Black Bull, delighted, nudged closer to Chen Xun, its tail swaying with excitement. Old bull, let's skip the flower festival. Chen Xun leisurely savored the dried meat while casting his gaze towards the dueling platform. Did we not inquire about it before? That is a gathering place for the talents of others, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, unlike us. Chen Xun's complexion flushed slightly as he inadvertently glanced at the Great Black Bull. Although his own artistic creations could astound the world, he felt it unnecessary to encroach upon the opportunities of the younger generation. The Great Black Bull seemed to grasp this, expelling a long breath as it contemplated the matter. Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, discreetly patting the Great Black Bull, which startled, sensing an unspoken intention behind Chen Xun's gesture, though it did not dwell on it. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull remained in place, observing the battles among the Golden Core stage prodigies, witnessing several dark horses emerge amidst the uproar of astonishment. Numerous passing prodigies stepped forth to issue challenges, yet before they could utter their threats, they were swiftly vanquished, leaving them severely injured and retreating in defeat. They too were mere spectators, sitting at a distance, chuckling foolishly, the sound of their sunflower seeds cracking resonating in the air. The passing cultivators were oblivious to the source of their amusement, perhaps astonished by the fierce duels of the prodigies. However, for Chen Xun and the Black Bull, the bliss of being unscathed and unmocked was a joy seldom experienced by others. They remained indifferent to the peculiar gazes of those around them. After all, everyone was merely a transient presence in each other's lives, and who could say that in the afterlife they might not meet again over a feast? The sun had risen in the east, tinting the clouds with a rosy hue and radiating countless beams of light. The gathering of prodigies was far from over, and Chen Xun and the Black Bull slowly rose, making their way toward Qinxian Mountain. They distanced themselves from the throngs of cultivators still en route, leaving behind 2 unremarkable silhouettes, albeit somewhat resplendent under the brilliant sun. Qinxian Mountain was home to Chen Xun and the Black Bull of Shimen. Old bull, you go ahead and tend to your tasks. I shall peruse the Jade Spirit scripture. Chen Xun leaned against a massive rock outside the cave, cradling the auxiliary technique in his hands, ready to learn if it proved useful, or else he would simply discard it. Such techniques could easily be replicated countless times, lacking significant confidentiality measures. Yet, the laws against indiscriminate dissemination were stringent, often leading to unforeseen calamities. One could easily attract the ire of enemies, who might exclaim, So you're the disciple of that rascal. At last, I've caught you. Powerful factions might also intervene, accusing them of recklessly spreading the rare techniques they sold, advising them to abandon the path of immortality. These scenarios were not mere fabrications, but rather stark realities that had unfolded within the realm of cultivation. Akin to the bloody lessons learned from the pamphlet of the Nine-Star Valley, this can be regarded as an unspoken rule within the realm of cultivation. Possessing valuable items should be kept to oneself. Chen Xun merely mentioned it casually, yet he dared not truly take it for display. Moo. The great black bull promptly responded. A shadow darting towards the spirit beast chamber, for the spiritual herbs had been neglected for several days. Chen Xun fell into deep contemplation. They had not engaged with any techniques, particularly not auxiliary ones of this nature. The notion of creating a unique cultivation method had yet to be translated into practice. To condense 2/10 of the internal mana, could it truly be? The mana within me is rather distinct. With one hand propped behind his head, Chen Xun began to peruse the material, discovering it was a method to compress the internal mana reserves and enhance its concentration. No wonder it leads to difficulties in breakthrough. The route of mana operation devised by its creator could be deemed both genius and madness. Chen Xun did not engage in cultivation. Instead, he immersed himself in research, occasionally offering critiques, entirely unlike the majority of cultivators in the realm. Others, upon acquiring superior techniques, would eagerly dive into practice, desiring the most potent quality without consideration of any other factors. After half a day, Chen Xun had thoroughly grasped the technique's pathway, his entire being radiating with a silvery luminescence, and his aura gradually intensified. He sat cross-legged beside a large stone, beginning to close his eyes. Within the span of merely a TS time, dust swirled around him, and he abruptly opened his eyes, astonished. Did the auxiliary technique truly confer a mana enhancement? Moo. A cluster of mana light points coalesced, and the great black bull instantly appeared before Chen Xun, its eyes wide with shock, questioning what had transpired. It's nothing, old bull. We have stumbled upon something remarkable. Ha. Moo. The great black bull exhaled deeply, trotting slowly towards the cave with an expression of sheer joy and ease. Chen Xun was brimming with delight, his eyes still reflecting disbelief. Logically, only spells should confer such enhancements. The cultivation techniques they practiced had never been categorized as spells. They were merely a method of gradual advancement, a diligent ascent step by step. Chen Xun closed his eyes once more, commencing his practice of the Jade Spirit Sutra, feeling the augmentation of his magical power upon this auxiliary technique. After half a day, the great black bull widened its eyes before the cave, as Chen Xun radiated a silvery glow, surrounded by 5 spiraling chains of magical energy, each embodying a different attribute, encircling him in a mesmerizing embrace. He emanated an aura of divine resonance, reminiscent of his breakthrough into the golden core stage. Moo. The great black bull gasped in astonishment, realizing this was undoubtedly Chen Xun's most formidable state. Although those celestial disciples were impressively strong, it had no doubt that should they provoke the elder brother Chen Xun, they would likely be dispatched with a single slap. At this moment, an unusual transformation was occurring within Chen Xun's magical energy, producing a resonant and oppressive rumble all around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The earth, shattered stones, trees, streams, and even fire-infused elements seemed to emit a low hum. The great black bull felt cold sweat trickling down its forehead. However, the surrounding formation had been well laid, preventing any major disturbances. Everything remained within controllable limits. It stood steadfast, its gaze fixed upon Chen Xun, ready to assist at a moment's notice should any trouble arise. Yet Chen Xun wore an expression of utter contentment, akin to having consumed a precious elixir. The sensation of tangible advancement in his cultivation was truly exquisite. However, the consumption of elixirs does possess certain drawbacks. One cannot genuinely perceive each incremental step of progress in their cultivation. Both Chen Xun and the Black Bull gradually solidified their realms only after ingesting the elixirs, relying on their instincts for mutual discussion, which ultimately proved to be somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, this auxiliary technique has indeed addressed this particular challenge. Chen Xun remains lost in a trance, showing no signs of awakening. His magical power is slowly refining, and his foundation is becoming increasingly solid. The Qi refinement stage, the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage, so it was. Chen Xun continually murmurs this phrase, and the aura surrounding him deepens with each repetition. Chapter 130. This item is fated to be with me. The question of whether the 90-point magical power enhancement multiplies exponentially remains elusive to him at this moment. He has some understanding of strength, recognizing that it is certainly not a mere 90 times that of an ordinary person. nor is it simply 90 times that of his current physique. It undoubtedly transcends both. However, his comprehension of his own physical strength is limited, as he has yet to engage in the intricate practice of body refinement. For now, he chooses to set such thoughts aside, unhurried, as there are no deep-seated vendettas to avenge, nor any inexplicable enemies at his doorstep. Meanwhile, the Jade Spirit art appears to have been revitalized by the enhancement of magical power, mutating in an unpredictable direction, akin to the Great Fireball technique. Initially, it was meant to condense the magical energy within him by 20%, but now it seems as if it is purging impurities from his internal magical essence. Could it be that spiritual roots also possess a concept of purity? This notion has never been entertained here. Chen Xun continues to murmur to himself, uttering a series of perplexing statements. The Black Bull has taken to jotting down notes in a small booklet, although it cannot comprehend the words. It recognizes that Chen Xun is presently in a state of unconsciousness. He feared that Chen Xun might forget upon awakening. Thus, recording everything was of utmost importance. Much like when they first embarked on their medical journey. As the sun rose and set, there remained no signs of Chen Xun's revival. The great Black Bull sat motionless in the distance, a booklet floating before it, prepared to document any sudden utterance from Chen Xun. They had heard at the Wuyun sect of great cultivators in the Golden Core stage who might seclude themselves for years, even decades, oblivious to the passage of time. There was even a rather absurd tale of a grand cultivator emerging from seclusion, unaware of how many years had passed, only to discover that their lifespan was nearly exhausted. Soon departing to the afterlife, with practitioners from various sects gathering to pay their respects and partake in the morning feast. Today, the skies over Yushu City were oppressively dark, the leaden clouds weighing heavily as if they were ink itself. Countless fallen leaves drifted around the cave, whispering softly. The great Black Bull remained utterly focused, its gaze solely on Chen Xun, while the surrounding defensive formations were already in operation, impervious even to torrential rain. A deep, resonant hum never ceased. As Chen Xun's internal energy began to undergo a profound transformation, 5 chains of magical power thickened and coiled around him. The great Black Bull widened its eyes, for in centuries, they might have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Although such auxiliary techniques could spell doom for other cultivators, it was of no concern for them, as they sought immortality, with no paths to sever. At present, Chen Xun continued to navigate the vast ocean of magical energy, a slight furrow forming on his brow. This technique harbored significant flaws, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. The refinement of even a fraction of his internal energy was a trap. It could be cultivated during the Qi refinement stage, the foundation establishment stage, and the golden core stage, an enticing yet perilous snare easily discernible to the elders of the nascent soul stage. This will result in a geometric increase in the challenges of personal breakthroughs, certainly not a mere 20%. The elder at that time did not articulate this clearly. The emphasis lay upon the combat prowess of the same tier. Just as a single foundation establishment pill may suffice for a breakthrough, after cultivating this method, one might require several to overcome the constraints. However, for Chen Xun, this posed no issue. He lacked for spiritual herbs, and his focus resided on. Damn it! The auction. There must be a scam. What a loss. Moo. The pupils of the great Black Bull constricted sharply. Why did the magical energy surrounding Chen Xun suddenly become somewhat turbulent? The surrounding sand and gravel swirled, as if in fury. Yet, there were still no signs of awakening. The great Black Bull comprehended fully that this was not a mere minor spell, easily wielded. As the days passed, the grand contest of the prodigies reached its conclusion, proving to be quite spectacular, with several individuals rising to prominence. Among them was a participant from a small sect who shone brilliantly during the foundation establishment contest, promptly gaining the attention of the 10 great sects, who extended an olive branch. They did not exert pressure, merely inquired if he would be willing to join their sect, discreetly offering substantial cultivation resources to the small sect. They asserted, even if he declined, the emergence of such a prodigy would be a blessing for the cultivation realm of the Qian kingdom, deserving of reward. The foundation establishment prodigy was deeply moved, and even the sect members urged him to go forth, assuring him that he could return to visit whenever he wished, with no animosities involved. Subsequently, he joined the Dan Ding sect, expressing his willingness to contribute to the Qian kingdom and the major sects, dedicating himself to alchemy. This event could be seen as a fitting conclusion to the contest of prodigies. The smaller sects unanimously praised the actions of the 10 great sects, recognizing them as embodiments of true vision and magnanimity, worthy of being called sects of immortals. However, the most captivating spectacle is the flower festival. Ethereal melodies linger in the air as myriad blossoms bloom in unison, countless lanterns drift along the river, and celestial maidens from the moonlit tower arrive by boat, inviting numerous prodigies to embark and admire the moon. It is a scene of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, perfectly matched, evoking envy among the multitude of cultivators standing by the riverbank, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Yet, the most extraordinary moments lie ahead. Ren Wei, the celestial maiden, stands atop the Jade Tower, where countless mists rise, creating an ethereal and enchanting atmosphere. Draped in a veil of green silk, she appears otherworldly and transcendent. The sound of her chin flows like a gentle stream, captivating spiritual birds that circle the Jade Tower, accompanied by a shower of floral rain and enveloped in radiant light. As Ren Wei dances gracefully beneath the moonlight, she leaves countless cultivators entranced by her exquisite form and endless fantasies, spellbound. In contrast, Mu Qing, the maiden of the Ziyun sect, furrows her brow in disapproval. She cannot bring herself to act so ostentatiously before such a multitude of cultivators. The external consensus favors Ren Wei as the more remarkable of the two. Subsequently, the esteemed prodigies enter the Jade Tower, leaving the cultivators outside in frustration, lamenting their lack of distinction. The internal assessment, however, holds Mu Qing in higher regard. It has now been 6 months since the conclusion of the first auction. At Qinxian Mountain, in the Huang-class cave abode number 3587, Chen Xun finally shows signs of awakening. The great black bull remains seated, scribbling a few notes in a small booklet, mostly lamenting losses, undeniably significant losses, with heavy burdens. Boom, boom, moo. The great black bull finally stirs, rising to its feet and bellowing loudly. The surrounding scenery seems to tremble under Chen Xun's magical influence, even the fallen leaves reduced to dust, while the healing tree suffers inexplicably, bearing the brunt of the chaos. Old bull. Chen Xun suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively shouted. 5 chains of magical energy emitted dazzling lights and were instantly absorbed into his body, causing the terrifying fluctuations to vanish without a trace. The brilliance surrounding him gradually faded, restoring him to his original form. Moo. The large black bull repeatedly called out, rushing forward and nuzzling against Chen Xun, proudly presenting the little booklet it had written, its eyes brimming with delight. With a swift motion, Chen Xun struck the bull's body with a resounding clap, examining it meticulously, unwilling to overlook a single word. The bull had recorded his every utterance, and as he calculated, half a year had elapsed. A look of astonishment flickered in Chen Xun's eyes. He had scarcely perceived the passage of time, an unprecedented sensation for him. In the past, while consolidating his cultivation and practicing spells, he could always sense the changes in the external world. Old bull, you have worked hard, Chen Xun remarked with a hint of emotion, a sudden spark igniting in his eyes. However, this item is fated to be with me, so I shall accept it. Moo? The large black bull instantly leaped back, its eyes wide with shock. Moo moo moo. It is mine. Chen Xun's tone was calm as he clasped the booklet tightly in his hands. His posture relaxed yet resolute. Shiman black bull, do not. Moo. Before Chen Xun could finish his sentence, the black bull erupted in fury. After all, it had painstakingly penned every word. The bull charged. The bull collided. The bull pressed down with all its might. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Moo. The cave echoed with earth-shattering cries of battle, accompanied by the sounds of anguished screams, leaving listeners sorrowful and tearful. Chapter 131. The two rogues in the river of time. Chen Xun was genuinely impressed this time, returning the booklet to the mighty black bull, who then relented. The bull continued to emit disgruntled mooing sounds, casting an irritable glance at Chen Xun, who had never pilfered anything from him. The black bull leaned back against the cave wall, sulking, while Chen Xun remained absorbed in the enhancement of his internal magical power. With a slight furrow of his brow, he raised one hand, surrounded by 5 radiant orbs of multicolored magic. Such a profound sensation of power, yet this was merely the first stage. He perceived the Jade Spirit technique as a multitude of stages, corresponding to his various levels of cultivation. He had now completed the refinement of the Qi refining stage. The magical energy within him was gradually intensifying, not merely through the application of spells, but through the inherent strength of his magic itself. Previously, the original strength of his magical energy was rated at 1, now it had escalated to 2. The spells, augmented by this newfound power. Ah, how delightful. A smile crept onto Chen Xun's lips as he gazed toward the distant, towering mountains, which seemed to lie beneath his very feet. The world was vast, ripe for exploration. If he could not go, he would flee. Should he encounter a cataclysmic event, if escape were impossible, then so be it, having lived for a century. Each day was a gain. Old Bulmu, come over and practice your techniques, swiftly. I shall elucidate them for you. Upon hearing this, the black bull's mood lifted instantly, and he hurried over, nuzzling Chen Xun affectionately. Chen Xun began to explain, word by word, with considerable expertise, while the black bull sat beside him, nodding vigorously in understanding. After several hours of instruction, the black bull commenced his own meditation and practice outside, wary of closing his eyes within the cave lest it collapse. Chen Xun stood by the riverbank, his consciousness fully attuned to the imposing black bull. From his storage bag, he retrieved the northern cold, glimmering furnace. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he reflected on the exorbitant price he had paid for it, a sum he had never before spent on a single item in his lifetime. Chen Xun began to scrutinize the furnace meticulously. Under the sunlight, its ice-blue body was interspersed with shades of violet, while countless intricate patterns flickered briefly before his eyes. This furnace exuded an ancient charm, yet it was imbued with a haunting beauty shaped by the ravages of time, displaying significant wear and a plethora of mottled scars. However, the precise material from which the northern cold glimmering furnace was forged eluded his immediate comprehension. He speculated that its decomposition could yield considerable profit. He delved into its depths with his consciousness, inspecting it inch by inch, eradicating even the minutest remnants to ensure absolute purity. In the realm of cultivation, myriad techniques existed, such as soul possession and the anchoring of one's essence to various objects. Therefore, one must remain vigilant. The old man had indeed spoken the truth. The material of this furnace resonated splendidly with his consciousness, imparting a sense of acceleration without any obstructions. Perfect. This furnace was indeed to my liking. Chen Xun then began to caress the furnace's surface, finding no flaws. If it truly proved exceptional, I would not hesitate to transform it into a vessel for nurturing my golden elixir. A sly grin crept across his face. With 5 golden elixirs, there was still room to spare. How extravagant! Should the esteemed golden elixir cultivators witness such audacity, he would undoubtedly become the nemesis of the entire cultivation world. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the northern cold, glimmering furnace spiraled skyward, gently hovering above the water's surface, motionless. He promptly settled into a meditative posture. In an instant, several foundational spiritual herbs were absorbed into the furnace, as Chen Xun performed his intricate hand seals, allowing the elixir fire within him to emerge silently. It was a vibrant, flickering flame, yet devoid of warmth, appearing rather unremarkable. However, the stream was astounded, as it seemed to part into a channel. Fearful of provoking this fiery essence, this cauldron was undoubtedly superior to the yellow-tier alchemical furnace. Chen Xun felt a profound satisfaction. The power of the 5-elemental flame was deepening, and the essence of each spiritual herb was being swiftly extracted. At that moment, the Bei Hanjuang furnace underwent a startling transformation. Seemingly influenced by the abundant 5-elemental energy, it emitted a sound, and its hue shifted to purple. The medicinal potency within remained tightly condensed, awaiting the formation of a dan. Chen Xun's pupils widened, his mouth slightly agape. After hundreds of years of alchemy, had he ever encountered such an occurrence? In the past, it was always a matter of timing, consciousness, and technique that had eluded him, resulting in the liquid failing to condense, ultimately becoming a puddle of waste. Now, it was being forcibly consolidated. This furnace was extraordinary. Could it be the power of my 5-elemental golden dan? Or perhaps the enhancement from my ascended magical prowess? Had the dan fire undergone a transformation as a result? Chen Xun fell into contemplation. This object was said to possess an ancient lineage. Could it have been used by 5-elemental root alchemists of yore? How could that be? It was all damaged. Chen Xun quickly shook his head. Such a fortuitous event could not possibly occur for them, having never encountered countless cliffs or caves. Nevertheless, a hint of secret delight flickered in his eyes. Could it be that living long enough might indeed bring about a change in fortune? That notion was not entirely implausible. Meanwhile, the great black bull had now returned to its original state, its horns sharp and sturdy, and its dense fur added an air of formidable majesty. The 5 magical chains continued to encircle the great black bull, resembling the extraordinary phenomenon witnessed during Chen Xun's cultivation. Chen Xun felt a pang of envy. For the bull exuded a profound sense of security. One could only imagine how many young cows it would captivate if it mingled among the herd. Beside the stream, in addition to the alchemical furnace, there were numerous incense altars adorned with crude wooden offerings crafted from the crane spirit tree. The surrounding aura of magic intensified, and wisps of azure smoke ascended as the altar was prepared for the ritual. I shall ignite the furnace for alchemy, beseeching the celestial beings and deities to bestow their blessings upon me. Chen Xun, ensuring an unending supply of incense in the future. Chen Xun displayed utmost reverence as he extracted various spiritual herbs for the 5 elements pill, commencing the alchemical process while attentively observing the great black bull. The North Frost Zhuangying furnace spiraled upward as he fed one herb after another into its depths. the fragrance of the concoction wafting through the air. This year, due to unforeseen circumstances, he had missed an auction, bidding farewell to his fellow cultivators with a promise to meet again in a century, with another solemn call. He unleashed his magical essence, his consciousness traversing within the alchemical furnace, the flame of the elixir more refined than ever before. Time held no sway over cultivation, nor did it over the art of alchemy. The centennial grand event in Yushu City had finally come to a close, as countless sect disciples exited the city. Many cultivators joined hands to explore the secret realms, while the western city remained vibrant, hinting at a significant undertaking among the upper echelons of the cultivation community. It seemed that the rapid expansion of power and ambition had stirred these prominent figures into action, though whether their aspirations were directed outward or inward remained a mystery. Outside the city, colossal vessels roared, and countless flying spiritual beasts soared through the skies. Within the city, throngs of cultivators from various nations lingered. As Yushu City gradually returned to its former tranquility, albeit with a touch of bustling activity. Within the enchanting realm of Chen Xun Mountain, various practitioners of cultivation experience the ebb and flow of life. Some attain enlightenment, others acquire secluded abodes, while yet more depart as their designated time elapses. Although the passage of time may slightly temper the relentless grasp it holds on these cultivators, it continues to weave the intricate tapestry of existence within the realm of immortality. Time, indifferent to the struggles of mortals, has nonetheless overlooked two notorious figures within its vast currents, Chen Xun and Shimin Hainyao. The beauty of longevity is indeed exquisite. By the babbling brook, Chen Xun and the great black bull joyfully performed their rendition of the Song of Longevity. The great black bull, having successfully cultivated the previous month, outpaced Chen Xun significantly, thanks to its singular focus and the wealth of experience imparted to it. Chen Xun, having also completed his alchemical endeavors, achieved a remarkable 30% increase in his success rate, proving that the issue lay with the alchemical furnace. They indulged in a day of leisure, seated by the stream, singing, watching the sun rise and set, and contemplating the future, a harmonious balance of work and rest, their minds unburdened. In chapter 132, Chen Xun bowed deeply before the old bull, stating, "I have devised a 100-year plan." He presented a small booklet before the great black bull's gaze, inquiring if there were any additions to be made. The bull nodded, somewhat puzzled, its head cradled in Chen Xun's hand. With a sense of urgency, the great black bull hastily wrote down supplementary notes. We should also familiarize ourselves with the items auctioned at those two events. Such insights are essential for our cultivation. Chen Xun, realizing the merit of this suggestion, promptly added, "There are bound to be oversights." At that moment, the sun cast a warm glow, filtering through the thick foliage and creating a cascade of golden specks illuminating their figures. They appeared to be fervently scribbling, while also engaging in a lively debate, the crystal-clear brook reflecting the azure sky and fluffy clouds above. In the stillness of silence, the essence of longevity cultivated over the year was devoted to fortifying defenses. The following day marked the commencement of the plan. First, they would infinitely enhance their cultivation. Chen Xun and the great black bull proclaimed a formal retreat into their cave, ceasing all non-essential activities. The great black bull busied himself in the spirit beast chamber, nurturing spiritual herbs, while Chen Xun engaged in alchemy within the pill refining chamber. Subsequently, they ingested the 5 elements pill and commenced their training. The cacophony surrounding the cave gradually succumbed to tranquility, leaving only the whispers of the wind and the gentle babbling of the stream. Seasons shifted from spring to autumn, occasionally blanketed by heavy snow, as earth and sky merged into a singular horizon. The towering crane spirit trees remained steadfast, their vitality remarkably resilient. While commonplace, upon deeper reflection, they could undoubtedly be regarded as the most extraordinary trees within the realm of cultivation. The cave's interior and exterior remained shrouded by formations devoid of sound, embodying peace and harmony. Yet, the sporadic, terrifying fluctuations of magical energy emanating from within the cave caused countless yellow leaves to fall from the crane spirit trees. Chen Xun Mountain had also seen the arrival of many cultivators who never returned, likely succumbing to madness after being unable to resist sharing their insights during explorations of the secret realm. Yushu City continued to thrive in the splendor of the cultivation world, where grand cultivators waved their hands, dispersing tens of thousands of spirit stones, while lesser cultivators scurried for days over a few stones. The heavens remained unchanged, yet the people were no longer the same. As time flowed by, upon a sudden glance back, only Chen Xun and the great black bull remained steadfastly together, unwavering through the passage of a century. Step by step, a man and a bull emerged from the cave, surrounded by a swirling aura of magical energy. Dust rising as if clearing a path for them, their presence formidable. Their consciousness expanded instantaneously, enveloping the cave and its surroundings, meticulously noting every alteration. As they scrutinized any suspicious areas, with a cold glint in their eyes, they emitted a series of low, mocking laughs, each step resonating like a heartbeat of the earth. Surrounding them, radiant light flickered, accompanied by ominous rumblings that deterred even the most daring of cultivators from approaching such formidable and oppressive magical power. Chen Xun exchanged a knowing glance with the great black bull, their lips curling into a gradual smile. Finally, amidst the accumulation of countless spiritual herbs and elixirs, they achieved a breakthrough. The resources consumed were enough to render a major sect prostrate in despair, lamenting their inability to sustain such demands. A mid-stage golden core cultivator. Their physique, magical power, and consciousness had simultaneously ascended to a new level, an exquisite transformation that enveloped them in a sense of bliss, as if experiencing the most enchanting phenomenon in existence. This was an achievement unattainable even through systematic enhancements. The profound might of the heavens and earth was boundless, a mystery beyond the grasp of even the longest-lived beings. The five elements pill had indeed reached its limit, unable to further elevate their cultivation. However, their golden cores had expanded significantly, now robust and vibrant, devoid of any dullness. Old bull, let us rest for a few days and devise a century-long plan. Chen Xun's gaze remained tranquil. Everything was merely a natural progression. Descending the mountain, they resolved to procure 2 red lightning wolves. Moo, I am in high spirits today. Moo, ha ha ha. The echoes of their exuberant laughter and spirited mooing resonated outside the cave, their figures gradually fading as they descended the mountain. The longevity points accumulated over the century had been allocated to defense, essence of all things, and speed. Their current longevity points stood at strength 90, speed 139, 90. Essence of all things 140, 90, magical power 140, 90, defense 140, 90. However, this grand centennial event was perfectly missed by them. After purchasing some meat, they hurried off to inquire about the auction items. To their astonishment, they learned of the appearance of the 800-year-old cosmic dust grass, which prompted them to lament and express their discontent that the celestial beings and deities had shown them no consideration. They contemplated returning to their sect to conduct rituals. Yet, in life, perfection is an elusive goal. Perhaps a slight touch of regret adds a beautiful nuance to the cultivation journey. On their way back, they made a brief visit to the Heart Cultivation Pavilion, renewing their cave dwelling for another 200 years. They were attended to by an unfamiliar cultivator, who sincerely bid them farewell with a simple yet heartfelt, "I hope you will return, fellow Taoist." At Mount Qinxian, in the Huang-level cave dwelling, under the night sky, Chen Xun prepared a sumptuous feast. As they sat beneath the stars, they began to discuss their future. The Yuanshan ginseng had already flourished into countless descendants. They only needed the cosmic dust grass and the emerald ruby night white mushroom to concoct the true essence pill. Old bull, there is no need for haste. Chen Xun chuckled, scooping water from the stream, its surface shimmering in the moonlight. With my axe technique and your formation skills, combined with our innate treasures, our plan to amass spirit stones will commence in the coming century. All we need to do is participate in that auction. The great black bull, with eyes gleaming with joy, felt no urgency at all. Following his elder brother was a matter of course. He splashed in the stream with a hoof, deep in thought, inadvertently glancing at the crane spirit tree. Chen Xun had mentioned his desire to forge an alchemical furnace into his innate treasure, while the bull harbored a similar ambition to transform the formation flags into his own innate treasure, serving as a primary control. "What is the matter, old bull?" Chen Xun asked, also casting his gaze toward the crane spirit tree. "Moo moo." Suddenly, the great black bull began to dance exuberantly, bleating wildly with excitement. "Do you wish to forge a set of battle flags as your personal treasure? And do you wish to utilize the crane spirit tree?" Chen Xun shook his head and burst into laughter. "Have you forgotten that battle flags require special materials for their creation, which are imbued with moo?" The great black bull suddenly grew animated and rushed to Chen Xun's side. At this juncture, a spark of inspiration flickered in Chen Xun's mind, causing his pupils to constrict. Spiritual energy. This is how one can commune with the heavens and earth, harnessing their essence to achieve the effects of the formation. He slowly turned his gaze towards the crane spirit tree. This wood is indeed a spirit tree that naturally harbors spiritual energy. However, the majority of the crane spirit trees in the cultivation world are of ordinary age, far too fragile to serve as materials for forging. Yet, both Chen Xun and the great black bull understood that when this wood reaches a certain age, its formidable death aura and hardness are exceedingly rare. To grow to such an age, a crane spirit tree must thrive in an extraordinarily perilous place where spiritual energy converges, a realm that does not exist in reality. Very well, old bull. I shall endeavor to forge a set for you. Chen Xun contemplated deeply. We have enough spirit stones. Let us procure those forging books and materials for formations. The great black bull nuzzled against Chen Xun, brimming with joy. With me around, old bull, you need not worry. Chen Xun snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with an air of superiority. I look forward to seeing which esteemed immortal dares to disregard my presence. I shall pay a visit to his domain and discuss matters thoroughly. Moo. The great black bull was once again filled with admiration, prostrating himself by the stream, burning incense, and bowing before Chen Xun with each step. Bang! A flash of silvery light arced through the air as a fist, larger than a sandbag, struck with force, sending the great black bull tumbling onto its back, drifting away with the stream, surrounded by a dazzling expanse of stars. Chapter 133. Aligning with the trajectories of all things, the natural art of the axe. The following day, they commenced their next centennial plan. Chen Xun and the great black bull endeavored to earn 1,000 low-grade spirit stones each month. On certain days, their earnings might only amount to a mere 100. Never succumbing to excessive greed, while spirit herbs and elixirs were scattered far and wide, in the face of longevity. Even earning a single low-grade spirit stone each day would mark them as affluent within the realm of cultivation. These were all commonplace commodities, utterly overlooked, and if noticed at all, only by foundation establishment cultivators. They never ventured beyond the city walls. Nor did they concern themselves with the trivialities of gossip or the clamor of the crowds. Chen Xun and the great black bull seamlessly integrated into the multitude of ordinary cultivators, remaining inconspicuous, individuals who would be nearly impossible to single out within a crowd. Once they had accumulated enough spirit stones each month, Chen Xun would engage in his daily practice of axe techniques, while the great black bull honed its formations. They also began to cultivate their innate magical treasures. Days devoted to cultivation inherently consumed time more swiftly than aimless wandering. Neither man nor beast felt the passage of time. It seemed to have lost its significance for them. The city of Yushu witnessed the arrival and departure of countless cultivators. And even the vendors with whom Chen Xun and the great black bull occasionally exchanged a few words vanished without a trace. The realm of cultivation perpetually nurtured new generations, yet buried countless unwilling bones, as centuries of cultivation ultimately led to emptiness, leaving no time to savor its myriad joys. The waves of the past do not return, and the moments gone never revisit. Time is an unfeeling firefly, always departing with the lonely soul in tow. Another century has passed, and yet another grand event is on the horizon, heralding the rise of countless prodigies across various sections. Time continues to evolve the realm of cultivation, yet only the immortal remain eternally verdant. At Qinxian Mountain, within the yellow tier cave dwelling of sequence 3587, the winds today are fierce and unrelenting. Branches sway violently, and the air is filled with a haunting cacophony. Chen Xun, unwavering as ever, maintains a serene demeanor, his gaze tranquil as a still lake. Laboriously wielding his axe by the brook, the wind appears to intensify, infused with an indomitable spirit that is elusive yet palpable. Buzz, a faint sound of the wind being cut through resonates as Chen Xun gracefully swings his mountain-cleaving axe, following the direction of the breeze, in harmony with the natural order. A single leaf drifts silently from afar, its pattern seemingly erased, yet the path of its descent remains unchanged. In Chen Xun's eyes, tranquility reigns, his spirit is at peace, exuding an ethereal quality. The distant mountains lie shrouded in mist, the cold wind howls, and he senses the subtle movements of his ears, as if listening intently. Unperturbed by external joys or sorrows, Chen Xun embodies boundless calm. Even the crane spirit tree beside him stands untouched. Buzz, another stroke of the axe slices through the air, causing gentle ripples to spread across the brook, creating a harmonious rhythm. Embracing the trajectory of all things, his axe technique flows naturally. This wisdom gleaned from observing mountains and rivers. Traversing the world is, in itself, a form of cultivation. The elevation of one's realm brought forth by spiritual energy is merely a facet of the journey. Buzz. With a delicate chop, Chen Xun's dark hair dances in the wind. A smile gracing his lips as he sheathes his mountain-cleaving axe at his waist and turns towards a new direction. The surroundings remain unchanged, untouched by his endeavors. It seems that a century of axe practice has yielded no tangible advancement, a pursuit that feels, perhaps, like an empty endeavor. The ground was adorned with countless fallen leaves, their patterns erased. The stream continued to ripple, taking a considerable time to return to its tranquil state before resuming its gentle flow. At this moment, the great black bull was seated within its cavernous abode. Surrounding it was an aura of death, with a black coffin suspended in the air before it. ensconced in an intricate web of threads that shielded the mind. The atmosphere was thick with deathly energy, almost tangible, tainting even the surrounding spiritual essence. However, it was entirely suppressed by the water spirit technique and the golden core, having no effect on the great black bull whatsoever. Its innate treasure was akin to an extension of its own being, resonating perfectly with its will, a marvel beyond any ordinary artifact. Yet, should it sustain damage, the reverberations would undoubtedly impact its golden core, diminishing its strength. Over the years, the black coffin had been elevated to its maximum limit of 180,000 years. Any further enhancement would be unmanageable, likely requiring the attainment of the nascent soul stage to progress. With a low moo, the great black bull transformed its hooves into powerful paws, emanating a faint glow from within. The ethereal light of its 5 golden cores seemed to penetrate its form, becoming translucent and spiraling continuously within, embodying the cyclical nature of the 5 elements, the eternal interplay of creation and destruction. Within the great black bull, a complete circulatory system had formed, and the jade spirit scripture proved its worth as an auxiliary technique, alleviating numerous latent concerns within its being. With a sweep of its paw, the deathly aura surrounding the coffin gradually waned, being drawn into the golden core. After undergoing enhancement, the black coffin required time to assimilate within, its effects growing increasingly formidable. As if the essence of death could indeed corrupt all things. No one can escape the cycle of life and death. Chen Xun believes that the pinnacle of life is death, and could the ultimate form of death truly be life? They often engage in discussions on this matter. Yet their understanding remains superficial, and their realm insufficient. It is perhaps best to leave the answers to time. Moo. The great black bull exhaled a fiery breath, its tail striking the ground with a resounding thud, excitement gleaming in its eyes. One of its innate treasures, the black coffin, has been completely refined. It hurriedly opened a small booklet to review the next steps pinned by Chen Xun. The upcoming task involves their bandit ensemble. The great black bull nodded earnestly, noting that the headgear had already been enhanced to 180,000 years, although it had yet to be fully refined. Nevertheless, numerous extraordinary effects had manifested, including the ability to shield against divine perception, along with enhanced defensive capabilities. Chen Xun speculated that these defenses might be to guard against attacks targeting the soul, consciousness, or primordial spirit. He himself was uncertain, as they were not adept in combat and possessed few means, having never encountered an attack of divine perception. Yet such forces undoubtedly existed within the realm of cultivation. Old bull, moo. A loud call resonated from outside the cave, prompting the great black bull to rush out. As it seemed Chen Xun had completed his axe training. Chen Xun entered slowly, a smile gracing his face. Old bull, how did it go? The great black bull wore a proud expression, responding affirmatively. Chen Xun patted the great black bull on its back. Well done, you possess 2 parts of my strength. Moo. The great black bull pondered for a moment. Surely, its elder brother was stronger than itself, and thus it acquiesced. Chen Xun settled into a stone chair, retrieving a health-preserving tea from his storage bag, symbolically blowing on it twice before sipping it slowly. The great black bull squatted on the ground, producing a health tea and a straw, sipping it slowly with a twinkle of merriment in its eyes. The process of cultivation can indeed be quite exhausting, as it primarily consumes one's mental energy. Many fall into obsession from this very source, for haste often leads to missteps. Their gazes drift outward, their expressions vacant. Verdant mountains, billowing clouds, and the playful birds frolicking among the trees compose an exquisite ink-wash painting. Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged no words, simply sitting in tranquil communion, savoring the pleasure of time and the beauty of nature. Occasionally, a strong wind would sweep through, rustling the leaves with a crisp, melodious sound, adding a unique flavor to the ambience. Over the years, Chen Xun's 3 breaking wind mountain axes have also been perfected. Crafted from materials that had lain dormant for 180,000 years, who could withstand such a weight? Even the ancestors of cultivators, spanning 18 generations combined, had never lived so long. In this century, they had amassed over 120,000 low-grade spirit stones, yet they had scarcely spent any, choosing instead to save them. This year, at the 3 auction events, they planned to indulge significantly, primarily to seek news regarding 2 spirit herbs. The foundational stage jade spirit canon had also been refined. Though it took several years, the mana had become increasingly substantial, imparting a sense of reality. At times, Chen Xun felt a sense of trepidation. The mana within him was elusive, lacking both depth and dimension, and now it began to mutate. He harbored a premonition that the refinement into the golden elixir stage would evoke unimaginable transformations. The longevity point had finally reached full capacity in 5 aspects. The next step awaited the breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, a journey that would be profoundly transformative. Chapter 134. replacing wine with tea. Honoring heaven and the celestial beings, the following day dawned bright and resplendent, with sunlight streaming forth in magnificent rays. The peaks of Chen Xun mountain were shrouded in mist, their majestic forms rising sharply, infused with spiritual energy, resembling a colorful ribbon cascading from the clouds. "Old bull, let us set forth," Chen Xun declared, invigorated alongside the great black bull, shaking off any remnants of fatigue as they made their way down the mountain. With the grand event approaching, an increasing number of cultivators descended, occasionally encountering familiar faces, exchanging courteous nods and greeting. At the foot of Chen Xun mountain, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Throngs of people passing by, and numerous vendors plying their wares. Chen Xun surveyed the scene, noticing no familiar figures among the crowd. With a gentle smile, he guided the great black bull towards the central district. "On our way, old bull, should we come across any formations or items that catch your fancy, feel free to make a purchase," he instructed. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun playfully, its gaze darting about, seemingly intrigued by its surroundings. Chen Xun cast a brief glance at the creature, remaining silent as they continued their journey to the exterior of Taigu Hall. The hall stood as imposing as ever, its black and gold contours exuding an air of authority. As they approached, a young man in the foundation building stage appeared before them, his eyes reflecting respect. "Are you here to attend the auction, esteemed elder?" "Indeed," Chen Xun replied with a nod and a smile. Recognizing the young man as a member of one of the 10 great sections, he waved his hand, presenting the spirit stones for the transaction. "Please take care of this," the young man said, handing over a jade token. "Your room number is 321. Chen Xun accepted the token, glancing at it briefly. It was evident that it had undergone changes since the last time he had seen it, suggesting that the restrictions had been updated. The young man clasped his hands in gratitude. "Esteemed elder, please, old bull, let us proceed," Chen Xun urged. "Moo." They advanced without hesitation, making their way directly into the Taigu Hall. It was a straight passage, surrounded by objects that shielded one's consciousness. The hall itself had undergone a remarkable transformation. The shapes of the various rooms had changed dramatically, yet the overall layout remained unchanged. A few golden core cultivators meandered about, their forms shimmering as they effortlessly entered their respective chambers, offering no opportunity for interaction. However, they did catch sight of a distinguished figure, a man who walked with an air of authority, adorned with a jade crown and dressed in garments that radiated nobility, embellished entirely with magical artifacts. He was accompanied by 3 early-stage golden core guards. He cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xun, who was clad in a simple gray linen robe and wore a straw hat, his own cultivation at the early golden core stage, rendering him insignificant in the man's eyes as he proceeded into his chamber. "Impressive," Chen Xun remarked. "Moo?" The large black cow, slightly bemused, initially thought it was being addressed. Chen Xun chuckled, choosing not to linger in the hall any longer, and made his way toward the observation platform. Moments later, he and the black cow arrived at their own room, quietly awaiting the commencement of the auction. An hour later, the melodious chime of a bell resonated, and an elderly man gradually appeared on the auction stage. Chen Xun clenched his fists slightly, recognizing this familiar face. The old man clasped his hands and surveyed the crowd. "Welcome, esteemed friends and predecessors, to the auction event. I trust that this year's auction items will not disappoint you. Let the auction officially begin." As his words fell, a dozen graceful female cultivators emerged on stage, standing behind the grand pillars with smiles adorning their faces. Within the confines of the room, Chen Xun's expression twitched. Indeed, these 10 great sects had a knack for theatrics, unveiling a new spectacle every century. The massive black bull seemed poised to step out of the room, its bovine eyes fixed intently on the auction platform, where spiritual stones awaited. The first item, 5 bottles of mid-grade true essence pills, meticulously appraised by the esteemed members of the Danding sect. "The medicinal potency remains intact," proclaimed the elder. With a flourish of his hand, he produced a bottle, revealing a pristine, crystalline pill delicately pinched between his fingers. Its hue and plumpness exuded a fragrant aroma that seemed to waft through the protective array. Surely, all present were aware of the value of this elixir, a treasure for those in the golden core stage, requiring no further introduction. A glimmer of avarice flickered in the elder's eyes as he announced the starting bid: 20,000 lower-grade spiritual stones, with increments of no less than 1,000, 30,000, 35,000, 40,000, 50,000. The beams of light from the auction platform resonated, signaling the high demand for these cultivation-enhancing pills. Every cultivator would find them indispensable. The competition for the first item surged intensely, thrusting the auction into a fervent crescendo without any preliminary build-up. Inside the room, Chen Xun and the Black Bull exhibited little interest in the pills, remaining remarkably composed without placing a bid, instead sipping on health tea while observing the fray. The subsequent items included various techniques, rare materials, spiritual herbs, and spirit beasts. Chen Xun and the Black Bull took notes, albeit with little enthusiasm, as these items seemed of little use to them. Finally, the grand finale arrived, a lower-grade nurturing infant's pill. Chen Xun felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty. Old Bull, let us skedaddle. Moo. The great Black Bull hung its head low, and the auction house did not provide a list in advance, causing them to incur a loss of 1,000 inferior spirit stones. They departed from the auction early and returned home, planning to revisit in a few days to witness the extraordinary duel of talents, eagerly anticipating the next auction. Days passed, and Chen Xun along with the great Black Bull arrived as promised, settling into a secluded spot, ready to be astonished and to cast aside the gloom of the previous days. For several consecutive days, they munched on seeds, chuckling as they watched the duels of the Golden Core prodigies before returning home once more. The city of Yushu became increasingly vibrant, with people from various sects arriving continuously. However, some bloody incidents occurred within the city, instigated by cultivators from foreign lands who were unaware of the local customs. The leaders of the 10 great sects were incensed, gathering thousands of cultivators, filling the skies with those who tread upon magical tools or walked upon air, regardless of right or wrong. They decisively commenced the Ascension Conference outside the city. Those who sought to stir trouble met with bloodshed in the air. And the 10 great sects proclaimed, if you seek vengeance, you may directly visit the 10 great sects to pay your respects. We await your backers. But should you dare to act recklessly within Yushu City again, even if you are in foreign lands, we shall surely obliterate your path. Countless cultivators within the city trembled in fear, becoming considerably more subdued. If the 10 great sects were indeed benevolent, Yushu City would have long since been destroyed. Moreover, memories of the catastrophic battles in the cultivation world centuries ago, where the 10 great sects displayed their ruthlessness, remain vivid for those who have experienced it. The entire cultivation realm of the martial kingdom was left strewn with corpses, sect members fleeing north with their entire sects. Who would dare to provoke authority so casually? In the blink of an eye, April passed once more, heralding the commencement of the second auction of the Centennial Grand Event. Chen Xun and the Black Bull arrived as promised. Upon paying the entrance fee, they entered the chamber. Old Bull commenced the ritual. Chen Xun adjusted his robe, seated himself on the floor, and began to chant softly. Moo. The Black Bull gazed earnestly, having gathered numerous petals from the enchanting Qinsen mountain. A gentle mist filled the room, petals swirling around as Chen Xun summoned vibrant, multicolored magical energies. With his eyes slightly closed, he spoke with tranquility. My brother and I harbor grand ambitions as we traverse the realms of cultivation, facing challenges yet hoping for divine guidance from the heavens and the Buddhas. Moo moo moo. The duo's eyes sparkled with intensity, their formidable presence palpable. They pressed their palms together, the bull mirroring the gesture, as the chamber filled with swirling mist and petals. This time, they would surely acquire the Yuchen grass and the Tsuerue night white mushroom. Old Bull, let us toast with tea instead of wine, in reverence to the heavens and the celestial beings. Moo moo. Chen Xun and the Black Bull's robes billowed without wind, holding their herbal tea while simultaneously scattering it onto the ground, steam rising in the air. They exchanged a knowing smile, returning to their positions, their eyes reflecting boundless tranquility and nonchalance, exuding grace. Chapter 135. The 5 Extremes Formation. The formation diagram. Suddenly, the formation created a soundproof barrier, shielding them from external divine senses. However, it did not prevent the emanation of smoke, among other things. The room, in fact, had no door. Its surface merely bore a restriction that detected the inner magical energies of the cultivators, requiring a jade token to unlock. Akin to the mist formation of the 9-Star Valley. Outside the chamber, a commotion arose, filled with urgent shouts. Senior, what has transpired? Why is there smoke emanating from within the chamber? Moo. Chen Xun and the great Black Bull were startled. This practice of opening the altar could not have erased the azure smoke. How could it be deemed a legitimate practice when sincerity was absent? Chen Xun unleashed a surge of magical power, causing the restrictions to shimmer with faint light. 3 cultivators burst into the room, momentarily taken aback. To their astonishment, there remained an incense burner and petals within the chamber. No worries, you may withdraw for now. We shall tidy up in due course. Understood. We shall not intrude upon the esteemed elder any longer. The trio exhaled in relief, bowing as they retreated, initially fearing some mishap had occurred. Such was their duty. Chen Xun and the great Black Bull exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of uncertainty, as they dispelled the smoke and petals. "Old bull, fret not. Even if this time proves fruitless, there shall be another auction in the future, and we can prepare in advance," Chen Xun reassured the great black bull, his demeanor nonchalant despite the loss of 1,000 spirit stones, which was indeed vexing. The great black bull nudged Chen Xun with his hoof, offering mutual comfort. The auctioneer, the same elderly man of golden core stage, approached with hands clasped behind his back, offering a customary greeting before commencing the auction. One after another, treasures were presented upon the stage, the bidding fervent, yet still lacking the 2 prized medicinal herbs. However, a particular item suddenly piqued their interest, causing the great black bull to perk up. The old man cradled an object resembling a map, and with a mysterious smile, he proclaimed, "This item is the diagram of the 5 extremes formation." As soon as his words fell, numerous cultivators in the chamber gasped. The 5 extremes formation was renowned for its lethal, defensive, and illusionary capabilities. This formation is truly renowned, and, unlike the protective mountain formations of various sects, it is entirely designed for cave dwellings, serving as a mobile grand array. When augmented by spiritual power, it could even function as a protective formation for a minor sect. The golden core cultivators within the Taigu Hall were ablaze with excitement, their storage rings already placed upon the table. However, the old ancestors in the upper chamber displayed a lack of enthusiasm. For them, with their vast fortunes, this formation seemed rather superfluous. At the auction platform, the elder deliberately paused for a lengthy moment before continuing. Although it is merely a formation diagram, the materials required are quite common, and a systematic approach to its arrangement should pose no challenge. Furthermore, this array not only possesses the ability to automatically absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth like a protective mountain formation, but it can also draw in the 5 elemental energies of the universe, perpetually in motion. It is indeed a rare find, categorically a remarkable array. With an opening bid of 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones, bids soon escalated, with one participant offering 60,000 lower-grade spirit stones. 70,000. The price continued to rise, as none of the bidders were foolish enough to let an opportunity slip away. A formation diagram is a treasure that can be passed down through generations. Moreover, being a 5-extremity array, it is more than sufficient to safeguard a small family of cultivators. Within the room, Chen Xun and the Black Bull were invigorated. Heavens! May the deities bless us. We finally have a chance. Moo moo moo. Old bull, for heaven's sake, bid. Chen Xun slammed his cup onto the table, declaring, "Let it be known, if it exceeds 120,000 spirit stones, you may take it." "Moo!" the Black Bull exclaimed excitedly, nuzzling against Chen Xun. "Old bull, place your bid. We are not lacking in spirit stones." "Moo!" the great Black Bull huffed and snorted, settling beside the pillar, its heart racing with excitement. On the auction stage, the price soared continuously, reaching a staggering 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. A fellow cultivator had already bid 170,000. The elder chuckled, pacing on the platform. With this formation diagram, there was no need for profound knowledge of formation techniques, making it exceedingly convenient. "Oh, the highest bid has now reached 190,000. 200,000, my esteemed friends, you truly are generous. I feel humbled. 250,000, what discerning eyes you possess." The faint glow of the pillar on the auction stage noticeably dimmed, indicating that many cultivators had relinquished their bids, deeming it too extravagant. In the room, Chen Xun clenched his cup tightly, shouting fervently behind the great Black Bull, "Raise the bid, old bull, raise it fiercely. We have the wealth." With a furious bellow, the great Black Bull responded, its forehead glistening with sweat. These spirit stones were the fruit of a century's labor, now at risk of being spent in an instant, though they had once regarded worldly riches as mere refuse. This was only because they had been adequately provided for without the need for opulence. The realm of cultivation, however, was entirely different. These spirit stones were intricately linked to one's strength and future, an invaluable asset no one could afford to dismiss. On the auction stage, the elder took a deep breath. 300,000 spirit stones. I wonder if there are any other bids? 300,000, 1,000 spirit stones. 311,000. 351,000. The elder's complexion flushed with excitement, astonished that this formation diagram could command such a high price. In a certain chamber, a dashing young man erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Do not let me discover who is competing. It is utterly detestable. Raising the bid by a mere 1,000 spirit stones is an affront to my dignity. Pray, do not let your temper flare, young sir. This is the territory of the 10 great sects, and we still have items left to auction," replied a middle-aged man in a subdued tone, standing nearby. "If we exert ourselves too much now, it may hinder our chances in future bids." Humph. A chilling glint flickered in the young man's eyes. This auction is indeed troublesome. I cannot even discern who has claimed the items. Very well, I shall refrain from further bidding. I am merely incensed. Indeed, the middle-aged man acknowledged. And both turned their gazes toward the auction platform. With a resounding clap, the gavel fell. This item was secured for 351,000 low-grade spirit stones by a certain cultivator, a price that surpassed everyone's expectations. From their exchange, it was evident that these two were already well acquainted with the list of items up for auction, a privilege reserved for those of considerable status. Ordinary cultivators like Chen Xun and the Black Bull could only abide by the regulations. In the room, the Black Bull exclaimed, "Secure it. Who dares to contend with us? Can they even compete? Is this all they can muster? 350,000 is all they can withstand? Moo moo moo." Chen Xun and the Black Bull shouted in exhilaration, embracing each other, their voices brimming with unrestrained bravado as they successfully claimed the array diagram. Subsequently, they adhered to the rules and submitted their spirit stones, and the array diagram was transmitted to them. The Black Bull, possessing an extraordinarily rare item, retrieved the storage bag, stowed it away, and then swallowed it whole. "What is it, old bull?" Chen Xun inquired, filled with joy. The great Black Bull approached Chen Xun, nuzzling against him. He felt that the price was still too steep. Chen Xun's stove was merely worth 100,000 spirit stones. How could one be so petty when encountering something they truly desire? Chen Xun scoffed, giving the great Black Bull a firm pat, his heart devoid of any sorrow. He would purchase it for 1,000,000 without a flicker of an eyelash. The great Black Bull let out a puff of breath, nodding, yet casting a deep glance at Chen Xun. Chapter 136. Predicting the future and knowing fortune and misfortune. Old bull, stop dawdling. The spirit herbs we seek have yet to appear. Let us hasten our search. Moo. The great Black Bull was startled, realizing that their primary objective was to acquire spirit herbs, almost forgetting their purpose. The matter of the formation diagram was swiftly cast aside as they resumed their vigil with the small booklet in hand. However, their efforts yielded disappointing results. Although other spirit herbs were present, none were the ones they desired. When the ultimate item made its entrance, they quietly departed, devoid of any greed. For such treasures were beyond their reach. They were already content with having secured the 5-element formation diagram. On their way home, amidst the bustling crowd, Chen Xun and the great Black Bull kept their distance, opting for less frequented paths. "Old bull, I have begun contemplating the next century-long plan." Moo. The path of cultivation indeed consumed time. There were moments when one was so engrossed in their practice that they lost all sense of the passage of time. Chen Xun sighed softly, akin to reading a tale. As he turned the pages, the clouds drifted lazily, and upon closing the book, he found the sky adorned with countless stars. The great Black Bull nodded in agreement, struggling to fathom how those great cultivators advanced their practices so swiftly. For foundation and golden core cultivators, their lifespans hardly sufficed. It once contemplated that if immortality were not to be attained, it would likely cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, and then accompany Chen Xun in tilling the fields, ceasing further cultivation thereafter. 300 years could indeed constitute a splendid life, yet in the realm of cultivation, it would be akin to being perpetually pursued by hounds, relentlessly striving without understanding the essence of existence. The wise gleam in the eyes of the great Black Bull deepened with each reflection, finding increasing rationale in its musings, as the golden core realm illuminated its intellect. "Old bull, what occupies your thoughts?" Chen Xun inquired, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Fear not, I shall remember." "Moo? Is it that?" "Moo?" "Alas." Chen Xun, with solemnity, lifted its ear and implored, "Listen to me. Thank you." "Moo." The great Black Bull's skin prickled with alarm, emitting a roar of surprise. It dawned upon it that Chen Xun intended to sing. Instinctively, it raised its hind leg, fortuitously striking Chen Xun in the abdomen. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, clutching his belly, sinking to his knees, his visage contorting in increasing agony, as if life were swiftly ebbing away. Panic-stricken, the great Black Bull began to circle anxiously, lamenting how it had inadvertently injured Chen Xun so grievously. Passers-by among the cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting regret. "This fellow Taoist has been harmed by his own spirit beast?" One remarked. "It seems unlikely. He clutches his belly, and there appears to be sorrow in his countenance, as though he suffers from heartache. Oh, who would have thought this Taoist possessed such prowess? Able to see through it all at a mere glance?" Another added. "I hail from Sangyi City, honored by my fellow Taoists with the title of the fate-revealing Taoist. I can foretell the future and discern fortune from misfortune." "What? He is indeed the fate-revealing Taoist." "He, indeed, it is I. The encounter itself is destiny. Today, I have divined 3 fortunes. The spirit stone shall come as fate permits." Suddenly, the Taoist beside Chen Xun set up a stall right there. attracting a considerable number of cultivators, creating quite a fervor. Goodness! Chen Xun's stomach pain vanished in an instant. He stood up, his gaze astonished as he beheld the fortune teller. Is it truly possible to engage in such a manner? Moo? Was it not I who was injured? Moo? The old cow has departed, returning home. Moo? What a charade. Chen Xun laughed heartily, cradling the cow's head as he strode forth, while the great black bull remained perplexed, appearing genuinely bewildered. Behind them, the fortune teller's stall continued to thrive, seemingly having surpassed merely 3 fortunes. In the cave of the mystic fairy mountain, the great black bull resumed tending to the spiritual herbs while Chen Xun settled by the stream, beginning to devise a plan. The spiritual herbs would not wait exclusively for us. Should there be none this time, we would have to wait another century. Contemplation reflected in Chen Xun's eyes as he gazed into the distance. At most, there remained 600 years before he could no longer linger in the cave. He cast his gaze downward, fervently writing, for time was still ample, and many meaningful endeavors awaited. If, after 600 years, no news of the spiritual herb surfaced, he would have to reside in the great plain of heaven, making a trip to the city of illusory void once every century. Chen Xun had already begun to strategize for the forthcoming 6 centuries, ensuring paths for both advancement and retreat. Life must be lived with vigor. However, for the subsequent century, he did not intend to sell spiritual herbs and pills monthly, as prolonged exposure would inevitably draw attention, especially considering that he currently possessed sufficient spirit stones. The primary focus remains on refining one's magical prowess and enhancing the innate treasure, for without strength, how can one safeguard the path to immortality? As the days pass, April slips away once more. Chen Xun and the great black bull are perpetually occupied, leading lives of considerable fulfillment. With fervor, they descend the mountain to partake in the final auction. Old bull, onward. This time, we shall surely strike it rich. Moo. Aha. Chen Xun and the great black bull gallop along the mountain path, relying not on agility, their straw hats fluttering joyfully in the breeze. Occasionally, passing cultivators observe their spirited display, falling into contemplation. At Taigu Hall, they arrive as promised, full of ambition, and step resolutely inside. One day and night later, 2 figures return in defeat, having exited prematurely, their faces a portrait of despair, since missing a precious spiritual herb due to a miscalculation in their cultivation. They have encountered nothing of worth again. Chen Xun gasps for breath, glancing back and exclaiming, "Damn it, Taigu Hall, we shall meet again in a century. We will return." Moo. The great black bull snorts heavily, rising in indignation, for Taigu Hall has shown them no respect. Old bull, let us go? Moo. The 2 figures march homeward, emboldened yet empty-handed, having squandered 1,000 spirit stones. However, upon passing the shop of Mo Yuxian, Chen Xun halts. The establishment sprawls impressively, estimated to cover a radius of half a mile, and boasts 7 stories, with a cacophony of greetings echoing inside as cultivators come and go. The first floor bustling with the most visitors. The great black bull looks up at Chen Xun. Old ox, have you thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the consumption strategy? Moo. The great black ox continuously flicked its tail as it perused the array of diagrams daily, even contemplating a personal reformation. What belongs to others will always remain as such. Consumption. Chen Xun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharpened. Moo. The great black ox directly followed Chen Xun into the fray, initially sifting through the first layer, seeking hidden treasures. Subsequently, Chen Xun revealed his golden core cultivation, swiftly ascending to the second tier, where he was greeted by 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Their fervent hospitality left Chen Xun rather speechless. It was as if they were on the verge of inquiring if he wished to apply for a membership, inadvertently hinting at additional special services. The business acumen displayed by Mo Yuxian undoubtedly deserved its profits in spirit stones. Chen Xun found the flattery rather agreeable. Yet when it came to parting with spirit stones, he transformed into a discerning negotiator, meticulously selecting his offerings and initiating haggling. In the end, the 2 foundation establishment cultivators found themselves at their wits' end. Even a golden core cultivator was summoned to the chamber. Little did they know, Chen Xun began a verbal duel. My friend, this Yuanquan moon crystal can only be formed under exceedingly harsh conditions, and its efficacy is boundless. It is worth 20,000 low-grade spirit stones per tael. When I attended the auction, this item did not even make it to the stage. Chen Xun calmly shook his head, devoid of any desire to purchase. He had inquired about this item previously from various establishments: Dingxing Pavilion, Mozhang Pavilion, and Xiaoyang Pavilion. Please wait a moment, my friend. The golden core cultivator's pupils widened slightly. This person possessed considerable knowledge, having compared so many establishments, yet the pricing adhered to the regulations of the pavilion. Chapter 137. The Weight and Measure of Magic. Chen Xun shook his head with a smile, sipping on his health tea. My friend, let us speak plainly. If I were to purchase this item, it would be at a starting price of £1. The golden core cultivator hesitated, realizing that this was a matter involving 200,000 spirit stones. To add further, we are drawn to the quality and reputation of Immortality. Otherwise, one could procure such items elsewhere. Chen Xun directed this remark towards the great black bull, maintaining an air of nonchalance. The great black bull felt a surge of excitement internally, yet his expression remained composed, mirroring his elder brother's demeanor. Please, name your price. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single tail. Chen Xun slowly raised a hand, indicating the figure 1. Ah? The golden core cultivator instinctively exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, nearly summoning his magical artifact. Have you come to rob me? Surely you jest. He retreated several steps, his brow furrowing deeply. Then please, name your price. Chen Xun frowned. We are sincerely interested in purchasing and hope you can offer a fair price. The golden core cultivator quickly composed himself, realizing this individual was somewhat difficult to negotiate with. However, he was unwilling to let such a significant transaction slip away. 19,000. That is the lowest price offered by our establishment. That is excessive. While I trust in the quality of Immortality, the price exceeds the market rate by a considerable margin. 18,000. If you remain unsatisfied, you may have to seek alternatives. We also intend to acquire other items. I assure you, it will not disappoint you, with purchases exceeding at least 100,000 spirit stones. 17,000, my friend, 17,000. The golden core cultivator inhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards the calm figure opposite him, whose thoughts remained inscrutable. Chen Xun chuckled softly, igniting a flicker of hope within the heart of the golden core cultivator. Yet, to his astonishment, the next words that escaped Chen Xun's lips were, Impossible, my friend, you are deceiving me. The golden core cultivator appeared somewhat unsettled by Chen Xun's demeanor, leading the two to engage in a spirited debate, their words flying like arrows. Their quarrel escalated from the elegant chamber to the bustling exterior, neither party willing to relent. Onlookers, foundation-building cultivators, gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, hastily retreating. For this golden core cultivator wielded a formidable rhetorical prowess. As the argument progressed, unexpectedly, the two reached an amicable resolution, each appearing quite satisfied. Ultimately, the price was negotiated down to 15,000, and Chen Xun honored his promise, purchasing a plethora of additional materials. For the golden core cultivator, this transaction was indeed a lucrative venture, albeit at the lowest possible prices. He personally escorted Chen Xun from the pavilion, casting a distant glance at the two retreating figures, muttering to himself about the cunning old monster, shaking his head as he made his way back. Along the way, Chen Xun and the great black bull utilized their spatial techniques, moving with remarkable speed and urgency, adeptly navigating the city's winding paths. They traversed through various streets before blending into the throng, returning home without incident. At Qinsen Mountain, within the Huang-level cave dwelling, Chen Xun stood with a profound gaze, hands clasped behind his back, while the great black bull lay prostrate before him, its hooves raised in reverence. Old bull, Chen Xun proclaimed, upon receiving this item, you shall no longer be an ordinary bovine. With a solemn tone, he placed a storage pouch into the great black bull's outstretched hoof, declaring, from this day forth, you shall be the bull of the Western Gate Array. Somewhat hasty, the great black bull widened its eyes in disbelief. Moo. Alas, for now, it is as it is. Chen Xun cleared his throat, struggling to conjure a more cultured phrase. The array materials worth 300,000 inferior spirit stones. I implore you to cherish them well, and do not let me down. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Xun waved his sleeve and turned, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. A gust of wind and sand swirled around him, clearly summoned by his magical prowess. Moo. The great black bull knelt, tears streaming down its face, overwhelmed with emotion. In this world, no one could be kinder than its elder brother. Shimin Hanyo, go forth. Chen Xun sighed deeply, still not turning, his stature remarkably imposing. Moo moo. The great black bull, filled with determination, rose with a thunderous roar and dashed toward the spirit beast chamber. After witnessing the bull's departure, Chen Xun took measured steps to the cave wall, his body beginning to slide down slowly. He felt a profound sorrow, devoid of tears, as the repercussions of his expenditure of 600,000 spirit stones finally hit him. How infuriating. Chen Xun placed a hand over his heart and gazed upward at the vast sky, ultimately managing to hold back the tears that threatened to fall. After taking 2 days to steady himself and cast aside all distractions, he officially commenced his cultivation plan. The great black bull had already begun, within the spirit beast chamber. The sounds of magical energy resonated, the fluctuations of spiritual essence remarkably intense, accompanied by intermittent mooing. Chen Xun also entered the seclusion chamber, beginning to refine his magical energy. This being the final step. The chamber echoed with the thunderous sound of magic. As Chen Xun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, vibrant chains of magical energy extending outward. Suddenly, the surrounding invisible and intangible spiritual essence trembled, as if enveloped by an immensely powerful pressure. Within Chen Xun's body, 5 golden elixirs spun with increasing velocity, radiating an enchanting aura. The magical energy appeared to evolve in an unpredictable direction, exerting immense pressure on the surrounding spiritual essence. Boom! The earth within the cave occasionally trembled violently, startling the great black bull, which hastily arranged formations in the spirit beast chamber to alleviate the tension. They dared not cultivate the supportive techniques together, for they could not perceive the changes in the outside world. Thus, one must remain vigilant to address any unforeseen circumstances. One engaged in the cultivation of auxiliary techniques, while the bull studied the formation diagrams, and thus days passed in this manner. Time is the sole capital of the immortal. And as spring yielded to autumn, 2 decades slipped away. The great black bull had ventured far from the cave, revealing its true form. Its eyes solemnly fixed on the interior of the cave. Boom, boom. The spiritual essence in the air continued to resonate with thunderous sounds, as if it were being stifled or forcefully suppressed. The spiritual essence in the surroundings suddenly thinned, invoking a terrifying sensation. The great black bull exhaled deeply, a powerful pressure weighing upon it, as if the flow of magical energy within was slowing and stagnating. Moo! Where exactly had my elder brother reached? The great black bull felt an emptiness within, a sensation long absent. It recalled this feeling from its days at the 5 Elements sect, when it beheld a golden elixir grandmaster during the chi refining stage, a sense of insurmountable power that lingered in its memory. To refine the golden elixir phase of magical energy had taken an entire 20 years. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed within the cave, as the spiritual essence seemed to be repelled, banished from the cave, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. A figure gradually emerged, his ink-black hair flowing gracefully, his expression remarkably serene, yet his aura was as profound as the ocean, encircled by 5 chains of tangible magical power. The chains, heavy as clouds, continuously descended, embodying the weight and scale of his magical prowess. An immense wave of magical energy radiated from him, filling the surroundings with an ethereal resonance, a tremor potent enough to shake one's very soul. The magic manifested tangibly around him, as if resonating with his being, causing even the ambient spiritual energy to quail and retreat. Chapter 138. 2 decades of solitude at last, the figure revealed himself, stepping out from the cave. He exhaled softly. Old bull. Moo. The great black bull remained distant, hesitant to approach. In merely 20 years, Chen Xun felt an almost otherworldly sensation, as if he had been cultivating for an eternity. He gazed up at the blinding sunlight, his eyes still somewhat dazed. After a moment, he retracted all the magical energy surrounding him. The spiritual energy began to converge once more, returning everything to its accustomed state. Chen Xun's imposing aura no longer manifested outwardly. His previously tranquil expression gradually transformed into one of fury. Damn it, old bull. Come here. Moo. The great black bull grinned widely, realizing this was indeed Chen Xun, and hurriedly trotted over, nuzzling against him. Old bull, how many years have I been in seclusion? Chen Xun's mind still felt somewhat foggy, disoriented. The great black bull hastily inscribed on the ground, 20 years. Has it truly been so long? Chen Xun exclaimed, his eyelids twitching. Old bull, how have you fared all these years? He was utterly unconcerned about the years spent in seclusion. His primary focus lay on how the great black bull had endured. They arrived at the stream, and the great black bull began to prance about, incessantly mooing while inscribing characters in the air. It meticulously recounted to Chen Xun the intricacies of the formation, explaining how to utilize materials to arrange the array, and then shared some of its imaginative ideas for further modifications. Has the 5 elements array been completed? Moo. The great black bull nodded frantically, indicating that Chen Xun had procured such expensive materials, and it simply needed to proceed methodically. The great black bull urged Chen Xun to relinquish a drop of his essence blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xun extracted a single drop from within. Moo. Suddenly, the great black bull rose to its feet, transforming its hooves into hands, causing the ground to tremble as a surge of energy shot skyward, unleashing a tempestuous wind. The array's radiance expanded like ripples, instantaneously enveloping the entire vicinity of the cave, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing by. The surrounding scenery began to shift, even severing the power of divine perception, yet maintaining a clear view of the outside world. A translucent barrier akin to a thin membrane enveloped the sky, occasionally shimmering with ethereal light, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Chen Xun's essence blood was infused into the heart of the array, granting him the ability to enter and exit at will without being harmed by the formation. Wow! Chen Xun was both astonished and elated as he surveyed his surroundings, feeling as though he had entered an entirely different realm. Mu, the great black bull, observing Chen Xun's expression, let out 2 excited calls. But this was merely the beginning. It forcefully exhaled a breath, its internal magic scattering outward, as 32 azure array flags suddenly emerged from various points within the array. Boom! The great black bull's powerful hooves swung continuously, and the brilliance of the formation grew ever more resplendent, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Goodness! Chen Xun's pupils constricted. With such formidable defenses, even a mid-stage golden core cultivator would struggle to breach it. Moreover, subterranean ambushes were futile, as the formation penetrated even 3 feet below the surface. Incredible! Chen Xun let out a sudden roar, continuously praising the great black bull. Shaman Black Bull, you are an unparalleled genius. Moo moo moo. The great black bull was so exhilarated it seemed ready to take flight at the praise from its master. Its tail wagged with such fervor it appeared on the verge of spinning into the sky. Old bull, let us descend the mountain. We have 3 red lightning wolves to procure. Chen Xun's excitement flushed his cheeks. He had never been this thrilled after emerging from his own seclusion. Today was a grand celebration. The elated great black bull joyfully hoisted Chen Xun onto its back and made its way toward the cave's exit. Haraha! Chen Xun laughed heartily, watching as the mesmerizing formation continually parted to clear their path. Once outside, the formation concealed everything, rendering the cave's condition entirely invisible, surrounded solely by steep cliffs. However, this was indeed Chen Xun Mountain. Before the cave, the great black bull had left a distinct barrier, signifying that the cave was inhabited. After descending the mountain and acquiring the red lightning wolves, Chen Xun prepared an exceedingly lavish feast, along with a substantial amount of jerky. While dining, he incessantly imparted his experiences to the great black bull. From dawn till dusk, he spoke for an entire day, while the great black bull diligently took notes in a small booklet, showing remarkable seriousness. The following day, the great black bull officially entered seclusion, while Chen Xun resumed his axe training and began nurturing his innate magical treasure, occasionally tending to some spiritual herbs. Occasionally, Chen Xun would descend the mountain alone to sell some spiritual herbs or elixirs to supplement his household income. However, as he passed by various shops, he found himself devoid of the desire to linger. A sudden sense of ennui washed over him, and nothing appeared particularly captivating. When he strolled past the vendors and caught sight of the red lightning wolf, he felt no appetite. After all, a golden core cultivator could fast without concern for sustenance. When fellow cultivators greeted him with a respectful nod, he merely acknowledged them with a slight incline of his head, his eyes reflecting a profound indifference. After completing his sales, he would promptly return, never lingering in the city. Winter signifies the waning of the year, night, the retreat of day, and the rain, the passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 decades had slipped by. Chen Xun meticulously organized his schedule, never allowing a moment to go to waste. Today, the great black bull emerged from its seclusion with a thunderous roar. Old bull, Chen Xun bellowed. Moo. The great black bull responded with enthusiasm. The man and the bull rushed towards each other, embracing in a moment of sheer joy. How have you been, old friend? Chen Xun inquired. Moo. The great black bull replied, taking a moment to sense the changes in Chen Xun's physique, finding them remarkably similar to his own. Consolidate your strength for a while. During my time away, I noticed several new shops have opened, all brimming with exceptional goods. Chen Xun laughed, securing his axe at his waist. Tonight, let us explore thoroughly and take full advantage. The great black bull, elated, bounced with excitement, its eyes wide open in disbelief at such delightful prospects. I even have my eye on a monster. Its meat is likely superior to that of the red lightning wolf. After careful contemplation, Chen Xun proposed. On our way back home, let us purchase one and give it a try. What does it matter if they are golden core cultivators? They too must eat. Moo. The great black bull incessantly circled around Chen Xun, occasionally nudging him in agreement. The golden core stage's fasting proved utterly futile. They remained unhungry even after consuming mere soil, rendering it meaningless. Old bull, hasten your preparations. We are off to the market. Mooing, they began to gather their belongings, the sounds of clattering echoing throughout the cave. As the spiritual herb black bull also took it upon himself to manage matters anew. At that moment, the blazing sun had just crested the mountaintop. Shrouded in vibrant dawn hues, rays of sunlight cascaded down through the clouds like countless colossal dragons unleashing torrents of gold, adorned with a straw hat. Chen Xun frequently gazed into the distance, marveling at the rare, splendid weather that graced the past 20 years. Yet, within his heart, he resolved that should he retreat for cultivation in the future, he would undoubtedly do so alongside his companion. Half a day later, the duo, one man and one bull, descended the mountain in a spirited rush, indulging in merriment within the city for 3 days, astonishingly without spending a single spiritual stone. They had thoroughly explored the imperial void city, leaving with a lingering sense of unfulfilled adventure, pointing and gesturing at every turn. Upon their return home, they formally embarked on the latter 60 years of their century-long plan. In Chapter 139, the appearance of the vibrant green and white mushrooms. Chen Xun continued his daily axe training, while the black bull persisted in studying formations, diligently absorbing the experiences of his predecessors through the formation diagrams. Their innate magical treasures grew increasingly formidable as they relentlessly pursued their own limits. Time flowed silently, and the cultivation realm of the Qian kingdom progressed steadily. To the north of the Wu kingdom lay vast plateaus and rivers, with undulating mountains fraught with peril, inhabited by numerous barbarous tribes, a land devoid of nations, and even of sections. The kingdom of Wu is separated from the northern lands by a vast desert. There have been instances where cultivators of the nascent soul stage from Wu attempted to traverse the plateau, never to return. However, this also signifies that this land remains an untouched territory. The 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom have meticulously orchestrated their plans over the years, successfully expelling the cultivators from Wu. It is inconceivable that they would halt their advancement. The resources of the smaller nations to the east hold little allure for the 10 great sects, as they merely reach the nascent soul stage at best. What they seek transcends the nascent soul, aspiring for the legendary realms beyond. The south is a no-go zone. The vast mountain ranges have been claimed by formidable demons, who maintain a tenuous coexistence with humanity. No one desires conflict, deeming it unnecessary. Only the north remains, a treasure trove untouched by countless cultivators. If they can eliminate the savage practitioners residing there, it would become the territory of the Qian kingdom's cultivation realm. Most crucially, this location could serve as a launchpad for further exploration, enabling the acquisition of even greater resources while simultaneously eradicating the remnants of the Wu cultivation world. The strategic direction has already been established, with various factions from other nations also becoming involved. The 3 major forces of Yushu City are among them, casting their shadows even during the assault on the Wu cultivation realm. As the scarce resources of the cultivation world dwindle, the upper echelons will not remain idle. Expansion is the only path forward for the Qian kingdom's cultivation realm. Otherwise, they are merely awaiting their demise, having cultivated for millennia, only to find it a fleeting dream. Presently, the 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom have commenced their actions. Such an expedition necessitates unity among the populace and the consolidation of domestic sections. However, their maneuvers are quite subtle, ensuring they do not pressure the other major sects too harshly. Gradual persuasion, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, is the path for enduring success. Beneath the vast expanse of the sky outside the City of Illusions, an increasing number of colossal vessels have arrived, with the descending cultivators hastily making their way toward the western city. It appears that a monumental conflict brewing within the realm of cultivation is imminent. Yet, the outside world remains eerily tranquil, devoid of any whispers of unrest, as most cultivators are content with their current circumstances. The 10 great sects striving to prevent the populace of the Qian kingdom from succumbing to panic. For instance, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull epitomize such contentment. Time flows inexorably. It has been 60 years since the Great Black Bull emerged from seclusion. At the Qinxian Mountain, within the Huangtir cave dwelling, Chen Xun continues to wield his axe outside the cave, his actions marking the passage of seasons. With the Great Black Bull by his side, he finds profound solace and tranquility. Chen Xun, tireless in his efforts, swings the axe with a certain rhythm, as if in harmony with nature, displaying a reverence that spares even the smallest blade of grass. Each silent swing of the axe is accompanied by the gentle rustle of falling leaves. As Chen Xun gradually lowers the axe and takes a deep breath, the ethereal aura surrounding him begins to dissipate, rendering him all the more ordinary. "Old bull," he calls. "Moo," the Great Black Bull replies, seated at the cave entrance, busily tinkering with the formation flags. It takes great pleasure in observing Chen Xun's axe practice, finding it far more enjoyable than his own singing or painting skills. The bull prepares supplies for the upcoming auction, intent on procuring goods. Chen Xun, with a determined gaze, dons a fearsome mask, warning, "Once this is done, do not blame me if I resort to looting. I shall return what I have cultivated." With a snort, the Great Black Bull exhales a puff of breath, its belly rhythmically contracting as it leans against the cave wall, chuckling to itself. the sound of its horn scraping against the stone echoing in the still air. "What are you laughing at, old bull?" Chen Xun felt a surge of indignation. Sensing an affront. "I merely borrowed it. I can always return to in exchange." The laughter of the great black bull grew increasingly boisterous, its hooves pointing at Chen Xun's headgear, which had reduced his eyes to mere dots obscured by the covering. Startled, Chen Xun unleashed a surge of magical power, manifesting into a reflective surface. What? He swiftly turned around, realizing that the headgear had shrunk from disuse. He hastily employed his golden elixir's power to alter his appearance and cleared his throat. "Old bull, once we amass sufficient strength, we shall pay visits to the esteemed sections." Chen Xun turned with his hands clasped behind him, a benevolent expression gracing his features. "For instance, we could assist in cultivating spiritual herbs, thereby advancing the development of the cultivation realm in our Qian kingdom. Of course, once we are powerful enough, reason will prevail. We were born here to perform great deeds. Who would dare to obstruct us?" A smile graced Chen Xun's lips as he patted himself down. "Otherwise, what is the purpose of enhancing our strength, if not for self-preservation and the freedom to roam?" The great black bull was utterly astonished, its heart racing with excitement, utterly convinced. "In that case, will countless cultivators not prostrate themselves, reverently welcoming the bull ancestor?" Indeed, the bull's enthusiasm surged. "You shall roam freely through the spiritual herb gardens of every sect, leaving behind legends of the bull ancestor in each." Overwhelmed, the great black bull could bear it no longer. It collapsed, eyes vacant and body limp. This was far too exhilarating. They had never undertaken such a thrilling endeavor in their lives. Chen Xun let out a cold snort, his expression remaining composed. Yet his heart raced fervently, stirred by the boastful claims that had ignited his excitement. Thus, he set forth, embarking on his journey to the auction convention. As they descended the mountain, their spirits soared towards the city center, eyes shimmering with dreams, their steps light and buoyant, occasionally drooling at the prospect of the grand feast that awaited them. Upon entering the Taigu Hall, the sound of a bell resonated, heralding the commencement of the inaugural auction. A day and a night passed, and two figures fled in disarray, bursting forth from the Taigu Hall, spitting upon the ground, lamenting the loss of thousands of spirit stones. For months later, the same two figures, filled with ambition, re-entered the Taigu Hall. After another day and night, they once again fled in panic, casting spittle upon the ground, watching as their spirit stones vanished into thin air. For months later, undeterred, the two figures returned to the Taigu Hall, their aspirations soaring high. Midway through the auction, an elderly man on stage suddenly unveiled a precious spiritual herb, proclaiming, "Behold, the emerald rui night white mushroom, aged 700 years. For those in the golden elixir stage, it is an absolute treasure." The herb's exquisite and antiquated appearance was a feast for the eyes, continuously emanating a faint glow of spiritual energy, its medicinal properties remarkably intact. This herb, surely familiar to all, required no further introduction. The old man chuckled, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Although its age was modest, its medicinal efficacy was exceptional. And in terms of rarity, it surpassed even the millennium herbs typically sought by those in the golden elixir stage. The starting bid was set at 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. As his words settled, a flurry of bids erupted, for this item, nurtured within their sect, was certain to surpass a millennium in value. Chapter 140. A thought of spring breeze, like an old friend arrives in the room. Chen Xun and the great black bull were nearly beside themselves with excitement, though they refrained from rushing their decisions. It was not yet the time to bid at the highest price. "Old bull, we have 1,000,000 spirit stones. There's no need to rush." Chen Xun's chest rose and fell rapidly, his gaze fixed intently on Shui Rui's night white herb. Over the years, although he had earned little from spirit stones, he had accumulated over 600,000, combined with his previous savings, surpassing 1,000,000. "Moo!" The great black bull snorted, reminding himself to remain calm in the face of events. "Hee, as long as we have enough time, we will surely find what we seek." Chen Xun leisurely sipped his health tea, thinking that if they couldn't secure the item for 1,000,000, there would be no reason to linger in the city of Yushu. "Moo, shall we resort to robbery?" "Moo." The great black bull nodded solemnly. His brother's words were always wise. At the auction platform, the elder appeared unperturbed, exuding an air of ease. "A fellow cultivator has already bid 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 110,000. 120,000. All the cultivators present understood that such a rare item was priceless and hard to find. Spirit stones were easily obtained, but spirit herbs were of great scarcity. The current price had already reached astronomical heights. Outside, ordinary cultivators would scarcely dare to dream of such sums. 135,000. The bidding cylinder's gentle glow began to resonate more slowly, surpassing the psychological expectations of many cultivators. This rare spirit herb was not lacking among the top 10 sects, nor would it be absent from the ranks of prominent golden core cultivators. Most of the competition came from ordinary sect cultivators. 140,000. The prices continued to rise, causing many to furrow their brows. However, a 700-year-old medicinal herb is not worth risking one's fortune over. Yet for Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull, the situation is entirely different. As they dare to engage with a wager of 1 million spirit stones. Even if this herb were merely 100 years old, it holds no distinction for them. 147,000. 150,000. Are there any fellow cultivators willing to bid higher? The elder's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Such a high price for a medicinal herb under 1,000 years old had not been seen in a long time. Bang! With a decisive strike, the Chui Rue Yi Bai Ji was secured by someone. Within the room, 2 resounding shouts echoed. Secured. Chen Xun slammed his cup onto the table, exclaiming. After hundreds of years. It's beyond my recollection. Moo. The Great Black Bull's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had finally awaited this moment. It seemed that heaven and the celestial beings were indeed watching over them. Following the exchange of spirit stones, the Chui Rue Yi Bai Ji was promptly delivered. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull cherished it for a long while, reluctant to part with it, before ultimately placing it back into its medicinal box, which the Great Black Bull then concealed in his storage compartment. Old Bull, do not rush, we still need the Yuqin grass. Perhaps more treasures await us ahead. Chen Xun smiled, thinking that, were it not for the restrictions on practicing magic here, he would express his gratitude profusely. Patience, we can afford to wait. The Great Black Bull slowly turned his head, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, nodding solemnly, their unspoken understanding palpable. Half a day later, 2 figures fled in haste. Standing outside the Taigu Hall, they ultimately refrained from spitting in disdain. After all, they had secured the Chui Rue Yi Bai Ji. Yet, the Yuqin grass remained elusive, leaving them no choice but to return home, awaiting the next grand event in a century. The cacophony from both within and beyond the city remains deafening, with reverberations often echoing across the horizon. Chen Xun, accompanied by the imposing Black Bull, ventured once more to the heart-mending pavilion to extend their stay for an additional 2 centuries. The attending cultivator was taken aback, puzzled as to why a golden core practitioner would reside in a yellow tier cave dwelling. However, he dared not press the matter, instead respectfully processing Chen Xun's request, while casually suggesting that the esteemed senior might consider the option of a earth tier cave dwelling. Yet, Chen Xun promptly declined, expressing contentment with his current abode, stating that Qinxian Mountain was quite agreeable, and he intended to invite a few friends over in the future. Upon their return, their first order of business was to hold a ritual, laying out an abundance of crane spirit tree offerings with utmost sincerity. They devoted a full half-hour to express their gratitude to the heavens, celestial beings, and various deities, demonstrating genuine devotion devoid of any distractions. Old Bull, it seems our innate magical artifact is soon to reach its pinnacle as well, Chen Xun remarked with a slight smile. When the time comes, we shall establish a talisman shop at the base of the mountain and take on the role of proprietors. Moo. The Black Bull's expression mirrored sheer astonishment. Was Chen Xun finally embarking on the study of talismans? Once all their abilities reached their zenith, would they still remain bound to their home? Surely, they would return only during their leisure. Chen Xun chuckled lightly. I have inquired, and it appears that if we open a shop, procuring various materials will be more economical. Do you understand? The Black Bull's eyes widened in realization. It had been quite some time since they had operated a shop. It was indeed time to indulge in some enjoyment, while patiently awaiting the arrival of the Yuqin grass. Moo moo. The Black Bull voiced no objections. Content to follow Chen Xun's lead. Old Bull, you should cultivate the emerald night white mushroom while I contemplate our plans. The Great Black Bull nodded in agreement and hurried towards the spirit beast chamber within the cave, a clandestine sanctuary. Chen Xun reclined on the ground, gently closing his eyes, relishing the bliss of days untouched by the relentless passage of time. After a few days of repose, they resumed their industrious activities. Chui Rue and Yi Bai Ji began nurturing an endless lineage, while the bandit ensemble continued its relentless pursuit of perfection. Chen Xun diligently practiced his axe techniques daily, never uttering a word of fatigue. Outside the cave, the flora thrived and withered, flowers blossomed and faded, a cycle repeating year after year. Only the crane spirit tree and the 2 immortals remained eternal. As the wheel of time turned, another swift 50 years passed, and Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull descended the mountain. In a rather secluded area at the foot of Qinxian Mountain, they acquired a shop. Other desirable locations remained unclaimed by others. It was essentially a back alley, remarkably tranquil, yet offering an expansive view, frequented only by a few qi refining practitioners. Chen Xun planted 2 crane spirit trees outside the shop, while the great black bull often studied various array books in the backyard. He fashioned a rocking chair, assuming the role of a gatekeeper, basking in the sunlight with a talisman book in hand. They procured a substantial inventory, including the flesh of magical beasts and yellow paper danshan. He proclaimed himself a shopkeeper, noting that others sold their wares at significantly lower prices. However, the items within the shop were rather crude, lacking in quality, causing the visiting qi refining practitioners to shake their heads in disapproval. Chen Xun's exposed cultivation level was merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, hardly drawing attention. The shop operated for only half a day, and Chen Xun was quite vexed, acknowledging his inadequate skills that hindered sales, realizing he needed to practice more diligently. Another 50 years have passed, and once again, spring has arrived, bringing vitality to Yushu City. The streets are bustling with cultivators, even the back alleys teem with people. Chen Xun, reclining in his rocking chair, gazes at the lively scene with a gentle smile. Yet, his business remains dismal, offering goods of low quality in a secluded location. He raises his gaze to the sky, letting out a soft sigh as memories of his days as a blacksmith in Pan Ning City resurface. He was once the proprietor of a forge. Unbeknownst to him, so many years have slipped by. With a faint smile, he muses, "Old son, I have opened a shop in the realm of cultivation with old Nyo." The spring breeze envelopes him, refreshing his spirit, while the 2 crane spirit trees nearby emit melodious rustlings. Life flourishes all around, both in scenery and amongst the cultivators. It is said that the revival of all things is a miracle of nature, yet Chen Xun and the great black bull seem to have never encountered such wonders. Perhaps the miracles they once witnessed have lost their significance in the presence of the eternal beings. A single green leaf gently falls upon Chen Xun's face, yet he continues to smile, placing his book against his chest and slowly closing his eyes. The sky above is a canvas of beauty, with azure skies, white clouds, the setting sun, and evening glow. Everything is just as it should be. Lost in recollection, he reflects on the journey of the years, though he has faced many tribulations. The essence of life remains beautiful. Those people and events are vividly etched in his memory, never to be forgotten, and an involuntary smile graces his lips. In his moment of reverie, Chen Xun understands that the beauty of all things lies in their power to awaken the heart's tranquility in this fleeting moment. The spring breeze continues to caress him, and the pages of the book resting on his chest flutter softly. As the spring breeze stirred, it felt as though an old friend had arrived. A woman, elegantly attired, suddenly appeared at the street corner, her expression one of profound coolness. Having stood there for quite some time, finally, a smile, seemingly long forgotten, graced her face as she approached Chen Xun's shop. Chapter 141. I mistook the person. A surge of intense emotion coursed through Chen Xun, prompting him to abruptly open his eyes and gaze toward the corner. There stood a familiar silhouette, one that had matured considerably, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. The blossoms in the eastern part of the city were in full bloom, and her figure drew nearer. Slowly rising, Chen Xun revealed a smile. "Esteemed guest, are you here to purchase talismans?" The woman surveyed her surroundings, her gaze lingering on Chen Xun's face for a moment before she softly replied, "Yes, please." Her demeanor remained calm as she entered the shop, meticulously examining the various talismans displayed, careful not to overlook any detail. "Have you been running this shop all these years?" Chen Xun inquired. To be honest, esteemed guest, my ancestors operated a shop in the mortal realm. This craft is indeed hereditary," he replied. "A blacksmith shop?" "Indeed." Chen Xun maintained his composure, though they stood at a considerable distance apart. "However, I have never encountered talismans like these. They appear similar to ordinary ones, yet there is something distinctly different about their essence." Esteemed guest, you are perceptive. "No matter, they are quite remarkable," she interjected, cutting off Chen Xun's words. "I once had an old acquaintance who bore a striking resemblance to you, yet I cannot recall how many years have passed. 100? 200? Perhaps even 400? The woman pondered earnestly before suddenly breaking into a smile. "It has been far too long to remember. Is it truly possible?" Chen Xun raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as a fortunate blessing for the younger generation. The woman's delicate and exquisite visage radiated a serene elegance, though tinged with a hint of melancholy in her smile. "How have you fared over the years?" she inquired. "Quite well," he replied. Suddenly, a loud moo echoed from the backyard, causing her to freeze in astonishment, her eyes wide and pupils quivering. The woman noticed the large black cow as well, and her smile deepened. "Boss, is this black cow also a familial heirloom, along with your craftsmanship?" "Indeed," Chen Xun replied with unwavering certainty. "May I take a seat?" "Please do," he urged, hastily arranging the chairs, standing awkwardly to the side. "You should also sit," the woman said, extending a slender hand, her expression tranquil. "Very well," Chen Xun thought, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze as he finally took a seat across from her. The woman remained silent, her eyes assessing Chen Xun, before parting her lips slightly. "I am Lu Yuan." Chen Xun's heart jolted, his breath quickening, a smile spreading across his face. "So it is you, Senior Lu. It appears I have mistaken your identity." Lu Yuan seemed to relax at this revelation, realizing that time had indeed blurred the memories of even familiar faces. "You jest, Senior. Those of noble stature often have a tendency to forget." Chen Xun bore a visage reminiscent of the common folk, yet a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. To forge a connection with a predecessor is indeed a blessing for practitioners like us. "Very well, since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall grant you an opportunity." Lu Yuan interjected hastily, as if fearing Chen Xun might retract his words, retrieving a token from her storage ring. Inscribed with the emblem of the Five Elements sect, Chen Xun's pupils contracted. This token evoked an unsettling sense of familiarity. This token belonged to a deceased friend of mine, retrieved from the sect's grand hall, to be bestowed upon his descendants. With a graceful gesture, Lu Yuan conjured the token before Chen Xun, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the proprietor, suggesting a possible lineage. "Dare I inquire, esteemed predecessor, who was that departed friend?" "His name was Ji Kuan," Lu Yuan replied solemnly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Chen Xun. The latter's fingers twitched slightly, yet his smile remained intact. "So it is a venerable figure from the Five Elements sect. I have long admired you. If you are inclined, you may directly approach the Five Elements sect and join as an elder." Indeed. Chen Xun nodded fervently, meticulously stowing away the token, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed predecessor." His countenance bore a sycophantic grin, but his heart sank into an abyss of despair. He well understood the hardships faced by the wandering cultivators from Nine-Star Valley in the arduous path to immortality. Should he truly have descendants, this token left by senior brother Ji could potentially alter their fate. With a smile, Lu Yuan did not even inquire about Chen Xun's name. In truth, senior brother Ji left behind some words before his departure. "Esteemed predecessor, this may not be appropriate." Chen Xun's expression finally underwent a subtle shift. "I am not one of your old acquaintances, nor do I wish to become anyone's shadow," he remarked. He recounted the journey to Nanda Mountain, where two extraordinary individuals had rescued him, yet their identities remained a mystery to him. Lu Yuan spoke to himself, revealing that he had entrusted the ancient tome of inheritance to a dear friend, firmly believing that it would flourish in that person's hands far more than it ever could in his own. He hoped that this old acquaintance would take it to witness the fabled future world. A soft chuckle escaped Chen Xun's lips. "Senior, this has nothing to do with me. My time is limited, and I can no longer seek out his descendants. I can only place my thoughts upon you." Lu Yuan displayed a desolate smile. "Boss, I hope you do not take offense." Chen Xun's fingers trembled once more as he fell into silence, convinced he had come to terms with his reality. In the courtyard, the great black bull's pupils quivered, exhaling heavily as it cautiously retreated step by step. Outside, a chilling wind swept through, causing the two crane spirit trees at the entrance to shed their green leaves. Though it was undeniably spring, an indescribable desolation lingered in the air. "Very well, I understand," Chen Xun said with a downward smile. "It seems the younger generation is lacking in understanding. I shall not impose upon you any further, and I will not return." Lu Yuan gracefully rose, his gaze remaining as tranquil as ever. In just a few words, it was clear that the boss was indeed not that old acquaintance. He had mistaken the identity. "Senior, take care on your journey. Please allow me to see you off." "Very well." Chen Xun gazed outward, leading the way, and stood before the rocking chair with a respectful gesture. Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly softened as she scrutinized Chen Xun for a moment, then cast a glance towards the backyard before turning to leave. In the blink of an eye, that familiar yet unfamiliar figure had receded into the distance. Chen Xun sank wearily into the chair, his hands clasped together, the token of the Wuyun sect pressed firmly against his palm. His profound gaze drifted northward, devoid of focus. As if stretching infinitely, Lu Yuan's silhouette moved eastward, her steps slow, and the two ultimately exchanged no further glances, akin to two vast expanses that could never converge again. She had walked very far, beyond the reach of the figure seated before the shop. The street remained bustling with hurried passers-by, the laughter of wandering cultivators echoing in the air. Lu Yuan could no longer restrain herself, her eyes welling with tears. "Chen Xun, senior brother, Black Bull, how could I not know it was you? To see you alive is truly a blessing." Lu Yuan lifted her gaze to the heavens, as if the burdens of centuries were released in that moment. Senior brother Chen Xun, you are indeed no ordinary cultivator. She couldn't help but recall that day beneath a maple tree, where his true prowess perhaps surpassed her comprehension. Yet, Lu Yuan bore no resentment in her heart. For such legendary figures, every action was imbued with purpose. To encounter someone like senior brother Chen Xun was an immense fortune. Chapter 142. A single word can decide the fate of 1,000,000 cultivators before long. The mist in her eyes evaporated, restoring her demeanor to one of indifference and coolness. Just as a dozen disciples of the Wuyun sect approached from afar. We greet the Peak Master. We greet the Peak Master. Greet the Master. The crowd bowed their heads and clasped their hands, yet their eyes shimmered with a hint of perplexity. The Peak Master would wander through the Void City alone every century, forbidding any followers, seemingly in search of something, yet never requesting assistance from the disciples. Lu Yuan waved her sleeve, her gaze exuding authority and composure. Let us proceed. I am curious to discern the intentions of the Heavenly Martial Sect. Indeed, Peak Master. Yes, Master. The crowd responded, following her lead. It appears that with the passage of time, the once timid junior sister, who would blush at the thought of collecting 30 spiritual stones, has now matured into a formidable shield for the Wuyun sect. Behind the Heavenly Martial Sect stands the Sanhai sect, while the Wuyun sect is supported by the Ziyun sect. And over the years, numerous skirmishes have transpired on the territory of the martial nation. Remarkably, the two great sects behind them have never reconciled, and the rift between the two has deepened, with bloodshed already having occurred. Yet, in the days of Chen Xun at the Wuyun sect, similar events unfolded, but were thwarted by the Golden Core Masters who shielded the sect from such calamities. Now, however, the role of the Golden Core Master has shifted to Lu Yuan, and each generation of disciples seems to be caught in a cycle, reliving past events. Outside the talisman shop, the crane spirit tree continued to sway with the breeze. Chen Xun remained seated in silence, a profound stillness enveloping him. He appeared to witness a miracle, yet simultaneously seemed oblivious to it. The great black bull approached slowly, each step weighted with significance. It reached the shop's entrance and gently nudged Chen Xun. It recalled his words from years past, that they were ancient beings meant to recognize one another. Old bull. Chen Xun's gaze remained profound, deeming recognition unnecessary. Their paths diverged, and this was the most favorable outcome. Everyone here has lived for centuries. What is there that cannot be discerned? He chuckled softly and shook his head. Must they embrace an overwhelming joy and weep, letting the tides of emotion surge forth, only to indulge in the theatrics of old tears? Such antics are for children. Mu. To remain unrecognized is the greatest restraint of a grand cultivator. Chen Xun gazed upward, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The once naive Lu Yuan has indeed matured significantly. The great black ox also lifted its gaze to the heavens, its eyes void of spirit. It had heard every word spoken. Chen Xun sighed. Lu Yuan had always been considerate of his feelings, never speaking of matters unrelated to him, even refraining from mentioning her own affairs. Though she had concealed her true emotions well, how could he fail to see that she was merely pretending to be strong? Old ox, do not be melancholic. The fact that Lu Yuan is still alive is a wonderful thing. Chen Xun exclaimed, giving the great black ox a hearty pat. Is there anything more joyous than this in the past few centuries? Come, let us celebrate tonight. Ha ha ha. I shall procure 4 crimson electric wools for you, and I will indulge in soup tonight. Moo. The great black ox nuzzled Chen Xun, aware that perhaps it was he who bore the greater sorrow. Silently, it returned to the courtyard, squatting on the ground and perusing the ledger of merits, already beginning to perform rituals alone. With these merits, Chen Xun had once said that their friends in the next life would be blessed with extraordinary spiritual roots, under the protection of heaven and the Buddha. Moo. The great black bull gently closed its eyes. Though the accumulation of merit is a challenging endeavor, it showed no reluctance. It has never been concerned with merit. With a single sweep of its hoof, everything was rendered pristine. Outside the shop, memories of the past flickered incessantly through the mind, the cycles of life and death, the separation of realms, the inevitable conclusion of a cultivator's lifespan, merely the laws of nature. Hadn't I long since come to terms with this? Having done so, there is nothing left to grieve, murmured Chen Xun, his expression once again tranquil, concealing the thoughts that lingered within. A month later, they attended an auction once more, seemingly favored by fortune, as the elusive Yuchen grass soon made its appearance. However, it was merely a 500-year-old spiritual herb, insufficient even in its age for medicinal use. They spent 100,000 spiritual stones to acquire it, and departed quietly. Chen Xun and the great black bull exhibited no exuberance. Their eyes held only a serene acceptance, for in the vast river of time, all encounters are but natural occurrences. The talisman shop remained open, Yet Lu Yuan had not returned. Chen Xun did not close the shop to return to alchemy. He continued to open for merely half a day, each day sitting silently outside with a book in hand. The Centennial Grand Assembly persisted, and the prodigies continued to dominate the world, leaving countless cultivators in awe. However, this year, an unmistakably greater influx of external forces was evident, with massive vessels docking continuously outside the city, exuding formidable presence. In the city of Yushu, within a grand and ancient hall, 13 seats were arranged upon a high platform, each occupied. The overwhelming aura of eminent cultivators reverberated throughout the hall, while dozens of golden core cultivators bowed respectfully beneath the platform, their eyes reflecting reverence and composure. Yet under the radiant sun, these seats dwell in a shroud of darkness, imbued with an enigmatic allure. After centuries of recuperation, the vitality of the cultivation realm in my Qian kingdom has been rejuvenated. A man seated upon one of the thrones spoke calmly, with what appeared to be starlight flickering between his brows, indicating that the next phase of their plan could commence. A woman emerged from the shadows, a smile gracing her lips. However, the various sects have amassed quite a surplus of resources from the martial kingdom, leading them to exhibit a lack of enthusiasm for conflict. They are but short-sighted individuals, easily content with the resources of a single martial kingdom's cultivation realm. An aged voice resonated, revealing a mysterious smile from the shadows. Now, the sects are embroiled in disputes over resources from the martial kingdom, a stark contrast to the past when we held the upper hand, which has now erupted into open conflict. While the major sects have, over these centuries, cultivated successors, it is indeed time to temper their fervor and reduce their numbers of cultivators. Indeed, I believe they will hesitate to act recklessly then, and there will be sufficient sects to carve the path forward. Is it reminiscent of that grand battle in the cultivation realm? The 10 great sects truly suit my taste. Another figure emerged from the shadows, his eyes as profound as the ocean, bearing a smile rich in significance. As his words fell, several piercing gazes were directed at him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure. Among the 13 seats, the assembly engaged in a lively exchange, each voice contributing to the discourse. Should these conversations escape into the world, the entire cultivation realm would tremble with astonishment. Below, the golden core cultivators sustained their steady breaths, seasoned veterans of tumultuous storms, resolved not to lose face in this moment. This is the true ruler of the cultivation realm, whose words can determine the life and death of a million cultivators. At this moment, a gaze swept across the assembly. Ancestor! 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 The voices resounded from below the stage, as the golden core cultivators bowed deeply, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. A decree was issued. As long as it remained within the rules, the various sects need not interfere in each other's disputes. A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed forth. Yet the great cities of cultivators must not engage in battles, and the order of the mortal world must remain undisturbed. Those who transgress the rules shall face merciless retribution. We will strictly adhere to the ancestors' decree. We will strictly adhere to the ancestors' decree. The golden core cultivators below shouted in unison, their words resonating with conviction. Those present were individuals who could touch the very core of power within the cultivation world. Naturally, they would not sever their own paths, for perhaps they too had a stake in the backing behind them. After receiving the command, these golden core cultivators promptly departed from the grand hall to begin organizing various affairs. Meanwhile, the true meeting of the power holders was just beginning. Chapter 143. The true chaos has begun with the indulgence of the 10 great sects. The tensions among the prodigies of the various sects have intensified, dragging their respective sects into the fray. Previously, conflicts were personal rather than sectarian, but now accusations fly regarding the conduct of certain sect members, with dismissive remarks about the worth of their sections. It sounds utterly absurd, yet this is continuously enacted within the cultivation realm, where darkness and bloodshed unfold incessantly. Chen Xun and the Black Bull, however, have chosen not to partake and have been skillfully avoiding entanglements, leading to a remarkably tranquil existence. As spring gives way to autumn, the grand event is nearing its conclusion. Many solitary practitioners have yet to depart the city, having heard whispers of duels echoing from beyond its walls, where challenges of skill and even life and death are being settled. The celestial prodigies find the mere act of sparring insufficient to quench their thirst for competition. In times past, the 10 great sects would have intervened in such matters. However, as long as the disturbances remain outside the city, they turn a blind eye, justifying it with the notion that cultivators must pursue clarity of mind, and the 10 great sects shall not hinder their fellow practitioners' paths. In the Eastern District, a secluded talisman shop stands. The cold wind howls while two towering crane spirit trees steadfastly guard the entrance, their branches lush and green. Chen Xun and the great black ox sit outside the shop basking in the sunlight, eavesdropping on the trivial gossip of passing qi refinement practitioners. Old ox, this world of cultivation is indeed perilous, Chen Xun remarks, reclining in a rocking chair with a satisfied glint in his eyes. See, I was right from the beginning, avoid conflict and refrain from participation. The great black ox, sprawled in a custom-made rocking chair, listens intently to the surrounding gossip, almost as if ready to crack open some sunflower seeds. Yet after the grand event, this street will likely grow quiet once more. Chen Xun observes the hurried practitioners passing by like fleeting shadows. Old ox, once this is over, we should return to alchemy. The great black ox's eyes flicker with a hint of turmoil as the words of Lu Yuan resonate deeply within its heart. My time is running short. Nevertheless, it is most obedient to Chen Xun's wishes, nodding earnestly in agreement. Chen Xun casts a sidelong glance at the great black ox, noting that the merit accumulated in the ledger has all but vanished, hard-earned since departing from the Wuyun sect. He sighs, contemplating the unexpected admiration the prodigy from Huaizong harbors for the celestial beauty of the Shanghai sect, Yu Yuxianzi. What? The Endless Sect and the Mountain Sea Gate are indeed sworn enemies, and such absurd events have transpired? Indeed, the leaders of both sects have intervened in this matter. The qi refining stage cultivators are quite gossipy, whispering mysteriously as they stroll along the road. Chen Xun listens with a smile, finding the reality quite melodramatic, yet undeniably intriguing. The great black bull shows little interest in these affairs. It prefers discussions about spirit beasts and occasionally draws comparisons. Have you heard? A significant incident has erupted in the central district. What? A few passers-by outside a shop were animatedly spitting words, as if they had uncovered some grand secret. Chen Xun and the great black bull discreetly extended their senses, perking up their ears. Good news ought to be shared with all. 70 years ago, a prodigy from the heavenly martial sect slayed a prodigy from the five elements sect. Is it not the esteemed Yan Chuan who emerged a century ago? I heard he is a descendants of the heavenly spirit root. Upon hearing this, the pupils of the listeners constricted, their gazes turning towards that individual, astonished. Such spirit roots are beyond their wildest dreams. By heavens! Chen Xun and the great black bull exchanged shocked glances, realizing they had stumbled upon an affair of their own sect. Several centuries ago, a formidable figure emerged from the five elements sect, a man notoriously arrogant, who even killed an elder of the heavenly martial sect. Zhang, my friend, how do you know of this? Come now, do not conceal your mysterious identity any longer. The group swallowed hard, astonished, their steps coming to a halt. Indeed, the individual known as Zhang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, I am but an outer disciple of the heavenly martial sect. Astonishment washed over the onlookers. Who would have thought that Zhang was a disciple of such a prestigious sect? As anticipated, I had long perceived his extraordinary nature. Oh, how cleverly Zhang concealed his true identity from us. Soon, a few individuals gathered around him, showering him with flattery, extolling his virtues until his demeanor grew increasingly self-satisfied. Humph, how could my heavenly martial sect not seek retribution for this? The five elements sect has truly brought this upon themselves. Zhang, now brimming with pride, seemed to bask in the glory of his supposed triumph as if he were the one who had emerged victorious in battle. Yet, the figures of his admirers gradually receded into the distance, until Chen Xun and the great black bull could no longer hear them. Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Yet his heart remained unperturbed, having already mastered the art of remaining calm amidst chaos. Old bull, let us venture into the central district and gather intelligence. With a low moo, they swiftly rose and departed, for the shop's counters were warded against theft, and no one would dare to take these trifles of little value. In the West City, within the stronghold of the heavenly martial sect, a young woman of mid-golden core cultivation displayed a captivating charm. Are all preparations in place? She inquired. Reporting to the Peak Master, everything is ready. We are en route to ambush members of the Five Elements sect. Several sect members stood before her, their expressions cold and unyielding, unmoved by her beauty. The location of the 8th grade spirit stone mine in Wugwa has long been occupied by the Wuyun sect. The woman delicately caressed the translucent teacup with her slender fingers, sensing that the time for restitution had come. It was time to reap some interest. The Peak Master, the Ziyun Immortal sect. News has already arrived from above, indicating that they will not involve themselves in our sectarian disputes. There was an alluring charm in her voice, seemingly related to her cultivation technique. It appears that the 10 great sects have reached a consensus, choosing to suppress their grievances. How can we, as cultivators, make further progress otherwise? Yes, indeed. The expressions of the others revealed their joy. Their hearts filled with gratitude towards the 10 great sects. If cultivators do not contend, they can only await their fate. Many outsiders perceive our situation as a mere private grudge between 2 sects, believing that other sects will remain uninvolved. A glimmer of killing intent flickered in the woman's eyes, her words suddenly turning as cold as frost. That Lu Yuan has persistently forced her way into the Grand Assembly for centuries, seemingly oblivious to the concept of death. That individual, merely a member of the Wuyun sect's alchemy peak, is not even a match for the peak master. Yet, this woman holds significant importance for the Wuyun sect, and the intentions of the 10 great sects must have caught them off guard. Thus, this opportunity is exceedingly crucial. I hope you all will not disappoint the Tianwu sect. The woman narrowed her elongated eyes slightly, indicating that capture was unnecessary. Otherwise, the Ziyun immortal sect might intervene and eliminate them entirely. Yes, Peak Master. Yes, Peak Master. The group, filled with a fierce aura, clasped their hands and vanished from the pavilion. The young woman gazed skyward, her eyes fixed upon the window, contemplating a rare opportunity. The 5 Elements sect, diminished in strength, found its voice weakened. In the grand conflicts of sects, none dared to act recklessly, for the risk of being outmaneuvered loomed large. Even when their elder had been slain, they could only endure in silence. Chapter 144. A journey to see off junior sister Lu Yuan in the West City. Within the residence of the 5 Elements sect, Lu Yuan's complexion was slightly pale. She had sustained injuries during the duel, as her adversary had fought with lethal intent. Master. The arrival of the Heavenly Martial sect does not bode well, expressed a young maiden, her brow furrowed with concern. There is a significant chance of an ambush along the way. Lu Yuan's expression turned solemn, betraying no hint of panic. What of the 10 great sects? She inquired. Reporting to the Peak Master, the sect members say. The male disciple hesitated. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, her aura intensifying. The frightened disciple stumbled over his words, quickly adding, they will not intervene in our sect's private grievances. Then we shall not leave West City, but await reinforcements from the sect, Lu Yuan declared decisively. Offering no room for debate. Let us first focus on cultivating here in West City. Master. Peak Master. The surrounding disciples were momentarily taken aback. A sense of unease settling within them, as most were merely contributors without substantial resources. Lu Yuan observed their expressions keenly, prioritizing their lives above all. She wished to prevent any needless sacrifice among her juniors. The disciples of the alchemy hall exchanged glances. It was well known that the Peak Master lingered the longest within the city. Other peaks had either not arrived or had departed with their disciples long before, leaving no opportunity for confrontation. They felt a mix of helplessness and sorrow, resigned to follow the arrangements made. Junior Sister Lu. A resounding voice echoed from outside. Belonging to a man with a mane of silver hair, clad in a flowing white robe, his eyes sparkling with vitality, exuding an aura of celestial grace. It was Ji Haoshuan, the esteemed Peak Master of the Artifact Refining Hall, a formidable practitioner in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Senior Brother Ji, Lu Yuan rose, her eyes brightening with delight, recalling that he had departed just before the duel. I have barely set foot away when I hear that the Heavenly Martial sect is causing trouble for our 5 Elements sect. With a decisive stride, Ji Haoshuan entered, his sleeves sweeping as he clasped his hands behind his back, his temperament seemingly a bit tempestuous. I didn't bring anyone along, yet I hurried back. Who dares to bully my junior sister Lu? Greetings, Master Ji. The crowd within the hall exclaimed, their spirits lifted as they bowed respectfully, feeling a warmth in their hearts. Senior Brother Ji, there may be an ambush outside the city. Lu Yuan maintained her composure, aware that the Heavenly Martial sect had come prepared, with numerous spies lurking near their encampment. Fear not, I am well aware, Ji Haoshuan retorted with a cold snort. I have dispatched disciples to meet us on an alternate route. There is no need to return the way we came. If we do not return to the sect, how can we cultivate here in the Western City? Let it be known, do they truly believe that our 5 Elements sect fears the Heavenly Martial sect? Upon hearing these words, the disciples in the hall were deeply moved. Master Ji had spoken directly to their hearts. Lu Yuan felt a sense of reassurance in Ji Haoshuan's presence, trusting in her senior brother's arrangements. Rest assured, junior sister Lu, upon our return to the sect, we shall demand an explanation from the Heavenly Martial sect. Master Ji is formidable. Master Ji is formidable. The disciples couldn't help but chant, overwhelmed by a sense of security that was utterly intoxicating. Now, all of you return and cultivate diligently, Ji Haoshuan commanded. Ji Haoshuan furrowed his brows, delivering a sharp reprimand. Remember the humiliation of today. How dare you still call out here? Have you no shame? Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence, as if words had lodged in their throats, everyone bowing their heads in submission. Senior Brother Ji, please, Lu Yuan cast a stern glance at the other disciples. lingering particularly on the flustered female disciple whose face had turned slightly red, evoking memories of her own past reprimands from their master. And then there was senior brother Shi, who had been dragged away by their master. Junior sister Lu? Ji Haoshuan called out in confusion, noticing her sudden distraction. Let us go, senior brother Ji. Lu Yuan snapped back to reality, and the two made their way outside. They needed to prepare, for the journey back to the sect would not be peaceful. Confrontation was inevitable. 7 days later, the grand centennial event would conclude. Outside the city, the sky reverberated with thunderous roars as colossal vessels set sail. Adorned with the sect's banners, flying spirit beasts soared through the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, casting immense shadows upon the ground. In the western city, the station of the Wuyun sect, a command was issued: depart, and do not engage with anyone. At the docking area outside the city, 2 great vessels of the Wuyun sect ascended into the air, a sect banner unfurling and stirring up boundless dust. The disciples aboard held their magical implements, their eyes reflecting tension as they scanned the surroundings. Lu Yuan and Ji Haoshuan stood at the forefront, the defensive formation already established, the return route adjusted. And they began to regulate their breathing, striving to maintain their peak condition. The Wuyun sect was too distant from Yushu City to relay messages in time. Even if reinforcements were dispatched, they might fall into an ambush set by the Tianwu sect along the way. In the shadows of adversity, we find ourselves at a considerable disadvantage, striving merely to minimize our losses. In the western city, the stronghold of the heavenly martial sect, a command reverberated throughout: act swiftly and without mercy. The disciples of the heavenly martial sect gathered within the city, while their colossal ships set sail outside, emitting a resounding hum as they moved in the direction of the 5 elements sect's vessels. Concurrently, in the eastern city, outside a secluded talisman shop, leaves fluttered down, painting a scene of desolation. A large black bull stood outside the shop, its gaze keen and penetrating, fixed on a gray-clad man who was softly closing the door. His expression was remarkably tranquil as they departed together. The man and the bull ambled down the deserted street, where the flow of passers-by had notably diminished, and conversations had lost their fervor. Today, the skies over the Imperial Void City were shrouded in a somber gloom, a gray haze enveloping the atmosphere. The inky clouds pressed heavily against the heavens, as if threatening to descend, casting a stifling silence over the world. Old bull, the weather has indeed turned much colder, remarked the man. Moo, replied the bull, exhaling deeply, reflecting on the many years they had shared, acknowledging the friendships they had forged along the way. Yet, it seemed that among those still living, only the young disciple Lu Yuan remained. A flicker of cold light ignited in Chen Xun's eyes before he restored his composure. He could not bear to witness her fall into peril, for sure Jing would never forgive their negligence. Moo. The bull's breath grew increasingly labored, its formidable aura intensifying, emanating a powerful presence. Suddenly, the eyes of the passing qi refinement cultivators widened in alarm, their steps frozen midair. Chen Xun and the great black bull continued their tranquil stroll. After centuries of cultivating immortality, there were enough regrets. It was time to bid farewell to his junior disciple, Lu Yuan. Chen Xun paused, gazing ahead as he slowly donned his straw hat. Right, old bull? Moo. The great black bull rose gradually, and a tempest suddenly surged, swirling around like a cyclone, resounding outward. The spiritual energy in the street abruptly stagnated, and the passing cultivators felt their magical powers come to a halt. A chilling sensation crawling along their spines. Their lips trembled, struggling to articulate words, as if their very thoughts had slowed by half. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the street, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, the cultivators froze for a moment, gasping in short, spasmodic breaths, rooted to the spot. In an instant, terror etched across their faces, they were utterly aghast. What was happening? What kind of horrifying pressure was this? The throng of cultivators secretly attempted to channel their powers, yet found themselves ensnared, unable to operate as if they were mere mortals. Old bull, we must depart. Moo. As the words faded, Chen Xun pressed down on his straw hat, and in an instant, his immense magical energy surged forth, causing the 2 figures to vanish in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. No sooner had they left, an unbounded gale swept through the entire street, unleashing a chaotic torrent of spiritual energy, as if a long-repressed force had finally been liberated. The cultivators on this secluded street were left bewildered, gasping for fresh air, their eyes still filled with profound terror. The oppressive and suffocating sensation of death lingered in their memories, indelibly etched in their minds, so much so that even in their final moments, they would involuntarily recall this day. Chapter 145. You depart first. I will hold the rear humming. 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 Outside the city of Yushu, above the vast expanse of sky. For colossal vessels, each measuring over 10 zhang in length, pierced through the clouds and fog, emitting a deep, resonant roar as they sped away. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the two vessels trailing behind were in pursuit of the two ahead. The four enormous ships traversed the horizon, their respective sect banners fluttering in the wind. Wuyun sect, Tianwu sect. The dim sky rendered these vessels intermittently visible, their defensive formations flickering with a blue light. As if even the radiance bore a hint of urgency, on board the Tianwu sect's vessel, a woman stood at the forefront, her gaze sharp and cold, showing no sign of haste. Behind her, a figure approached with cupped hands. Peak Master, shall we strike now? If we linger too close to the city, it may reflect poorly on us. The woman tilted her head, her eyes fixed on the two vessels that continued to race ahead. The Wuyun sect's banner stirring a sense of annoyance within her. Indeed, she replied. After the man bowed and retreated, he addressed her again. Sister Xia. They have altered their course. That is of no consequence. I was already aware of their intentions long before they left the city. With a beguiling smile, Xia Han subtly turned. Her sidekick, senior brother Xia Yuanqi, would naturally lead the charge, encircling them without a glimmer of hope for escape. It seems that junior brother's concerns were unwarranted. Fan Ping's expression momentarily soured. Xia Yuanqi was not only Xia Han's cousin, but also his fiercest rival. Junior brother, hasten below to prepare. The moment senior brother Xia arrives will mark the onset of our confrontation. Xia Han's gaze sharpened, her enchanting visage gradually morphing into one of lethal intent. All disciples, heed my command. Peak Master, Peak Master. Upon the two colossal vessels, everyone roared in unison, their hands clasped in reverence, a palpable aura of menace enveloping them as their magical energies surged violently around. Fan Ping, resigned, clasped his hands in respect. How could one not be captivated by such a senior sister? Within the refining hall of the Wuyun sect, Peak Master Ji Haoshuan was also present, poised to slay these two individuals, earning tremendous merit. Xia Han's voice resonated powerfully, reaching every ear as she urged. I implore all to generously expend your magical energy for our Tianwu. Yes, yes. The gathered cultivators erupted in fervent cheers, their magical energies becoming even more tempestuous. The Golden Core Peak Master stood as the backbone of their sect, and now, with two such figures at stake, this opportunity was truly rare. Upon returning to the sect master would surely come to offer congratulations, elevating their own status substantially. The bloodlust in their eyes intensified as they fixed their gaze upon the distant two vessels. Buzz, buzz, an overwhelming sound of air being cleaved apart echoed continuously. Aboard the Wuyun sect's mighty vessel, a palpable unease permeated the air. The disciples standing atop wore expressions of panic, cold sweat trickling down as the Tianwu sect's members relentlessly pursued them, showing no fear whatsoever. Lu Yuan and Ji Haoshuan stood at the stern of the boat, their brows slightly furrowed. Senior brother Ji, among us disciples, there is a traitor. Indeed, it seems that the Tianwu sect has long been plotting. And this is no coincidence. Ji Haoshuan's eyes held a grave seriousness as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuan, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He could not comprehend why this junior sister insisted on attending the Grand Assembly every century, only to be the last to depart, thus providing these rogues with an opportunity. Junior sister Lu, it appears we are in for a fierce battle, Ji Haoshuan said solemnly as a massive black cauldron emerged with a thunderous crash, shimmering with light as it spiraled down beside him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to protect the disciples of the sect. Moreover, Lu Yuan had endured great hardships over the years. Every peak lord of the Wuyun sect had witnessed her struggles. Senior brother Ji, if we find ourselves at a disadvantage, you must take the disciples and leave first. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute. I will hold the rear, do not worry about me. As her words fell, Lu Yuan formed a series of hand seals, unleashing her magical energy. A delicate glass umbrella appeared, a treasured artifact passed down from the Pill Refining Hall's peak lord. Of superior quality in the Xian tier, a subtle aura of pressure emanated from it, causing the disciples within the boat to tremble, their eyes wide with shock as they turned to Lu Yuan. On the day of the duel, the Peak Lord had not summoned this treasure. To activate it would incur significant repercussions, weakening their magical powers for months. Junior sister Lu, you, Ji Haoshuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Senior brother Ji, I have no regrets, but these younger generations are the hope of our Wuyun sect. Lu Yuan, holding the glass umbrella, revealed a poignant smile. You are aware of my physical condition. Once I summon this artifact, you must take it and lead them to safety. You, brother Ji, there is no need for further discourse. My mind is resolute. Lu Yuan interrupted Ji Haoshuan directly, gracefully ascending into the air. The exquisite glass-like umbrella emitted a soft glow, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Such qualities in Lu Yuan were, to some extent, mirrored in the companions surrounding Chen Xun. for only those possessing such traits could potentially become his true friends. Throughout their journey, Chen Xun and Hangyo encountered numerous mortals and cultivators. Yet only a handful were deemed worthy of their friendship. They were far from foolish. Ji Haoshuan's expression shifted repeatedly as a storage ring containing Lu Yuan's possessions materialized in his hand. Anger surged within his eyes as he gazed toward the two massive ships still pursuing them. They were merely Xia Han and Fan Ping of the Tianwu sect. What was there to fear in battle? Ji Haoshuan unleashed his magical energy, his voice erupting in a furious roar. All disciples, heed my command. Master Ji, Master Ji. All disciples clasped their hands in salute, their eyes filled with sorrow and rage, as a melancholy atmosphere enveloped the two colossal ships of the Wuyun sect. To fight to the death. No retreat. Yes. Yes. Gradually, the gravity of the situation settled upon everyone, as magical energy surged forth from within their bodies, their respective artifacts resonating with vibrant hues. A faint aura of menace swirling around them. Ji Haoshuan's gaze swept over the expressions of his disciples. The issue did not lie with them. His eyes shifted to the distance, where he suspected that among the disciples he had arranged for support, there lurked a traitor. A flicker of brutal wrath crossed Ji Haoshuan's eyes. If he were to uncover the identity of the perpetrator, one must subject this individual to 1,000 cuts, extracting their very soul and refining their bones, before placing them as a sacrificial offering upon the stones of the path, to be trampled by all disciples. Brother Ji, Lu Yuan furrowed her delicate brows, and just as she was about to speak further, her expression suddenly changed, her gaze darting outward. At that moment, a colossal rumbling echoed from the heavens above on both flanks. Buzz, buzz, gradually, amidst the dim clouds on either side, two immense vessels emerged, braving the tempest, their banners proudly displaying the insignia of the Tianwu sect. Esteemed friends of the Wuyun sect, how have you fared of late? A booming laughter reverberated through the sky. The depth of his magical prowess palpable and oppressive, exuding an aura that suggested a mid-stage golden core cultivator, perhaps on the brink of advancing to late-stage golden core. Upon one of the massive vessels stood a middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, clad in a blue robe at the bow of the ship. His hair, dark as ink, was elegantly tied into a bun, and at first glance, he possessed an air of refined grace. Tianwu sect, Xia Yuanqi. Ji Haoshuan exclaimed in disbelief, leaping into the air with a furious roar. Are you intent on igniting a sect war? This man was well known, having battled against the Tianling root disciple of the Wuyun sect centuries ago, emerging with his life intact, albeit slightly outmatched, largely due to a difference in cultivation level. The Tianwu sect's willingness to deploy such a figure indicated an irrevocable conflict, leaving no room for negotiation. Indeed, back in the day when Chen Xun was part of the Wuyun sect, that Tianling root disciple had never been a maiden, but rather a youth, who had publicly claimed it was merely for protection. Chapter 146. It turns out they had never forgotten. It is over. A deadly trap. The disciples of the Five Elements sect felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over their recently ignited fervor, leaving them chilled to the bone. They glanced at the two peak masters with trepidation, their backs already drenched in cold sweat. The number of golden core cultivators appeared to surpass their own, and the disciples seemed to outnumber them as well. Could it truly be that after a century of cultivation, everything could come to naught in an instant? They gripped their magical artifacts tightly, clearly aware that the two peak masters were preoccupied with their own dire straits and that they must break free to report back to the sect. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary disciple from the Spirit Herb Garden stealthily retreated to the back of the group, though his complexion betrayed a hint of panic. He still held a hidden card to play. Centuries prior, an elder of our sect had been slain by Wei Sun of your sect, and this enmity is one that cannot be overlooked. Xia Yuanqi let out a cold snort, hatred flashing in his eyes. However, Wei Sun is now suppressed by the Ziyun Immortal sect. Might it not be time for the Five Elements sect to repay some interest? Cease your grandiloquent justifications. Were it not for the unfortunate incident involving Brother Wei, would you thieves dare to stand before the Five Elements sect? Insolence. Brother Xia, there is no need for further discourse with them. Today, none of the Five Elements sect shall escape. A sharp rebuke echoed from the distant massive vessel, where Xia Han stood, her gaze icy. With no one around, the moment had come. Attack. Xia Yuanqi's expression darkened slightly. He had not even finished his sentence before being interrupted. However, since it was Xia Han who had spoken, he chose not to hold it against her. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he unleashed a vast torrent of magical power into the heavens. Strike. Kill. Kill. Upon the four colossal vessels, disciples of the heavenly martial sect ascended into the heavens, their feet poised upon ethereal swords, wielding mystical artifacts as radiant beams of magical energy cascaded around them. An ominous aura of impending doom reverberated through the firmament, casting a somber shadow over the skies. Disciples, confront the enemy, Ji Haoxuan bellowed, as a black cauldron pulsated with arcane energy, shimmering with enigmatic patterns and seemingly expanding. Yes, Peak Master. Yes, Peak Master. The disciples' eyes widened, veins pulsating with urgency. They were truly facing a life and death crisis. Brother Ji, remember my words. Do not act impulsively. Enraged, Ji Haoxuan's mind was momentarily calmed by a gentle voice echoing in his thoughts, compelling him to glance upward at the woman who soared gracefully through the air. Sister Lu. Ji Haoxuan's gaze steadied, assessing the three factions of adversaries, calculating the stakes in his mind with rapid precision. The massive vessels continued their swift traversal across the celestial expanse, mid-grade spirit stones depleting at an alarming rate, as anxiety gripped the hearts of all present. Yet, in that very moment, the atmosphere around them seemed to thicken, as if the air were drawn away with a sudden force, halting the thoughts of every cultivator in that fleeting instant. The howling winds from the horizon diminished, the flow of spiritual energy slowed drastically, and an overwhelming, terrifying pressure descended upon them. The sound of the six great vessels slicing through the air became languid, each movement imbued with an eerie caution. The cultivators of the heavenly martial sect found themselves suspended in the air, their expressions contorted with unease. Their gazes suddenly widened in astonishment as they turned toward the distant horizon, where an overwhelming pressure emanated, revealing an unprecedented tremor of shock in their eyes. The dense aura of murderous intent seemed to dissipate, and countless pairs of eyes were cast forth, igniting a tumult of alarm. Silence enveloped the scene, a silence heavy with the specter of death. What was once a cacophony of chaos, with blood staining the heavens, was abruptly halted before it could commence. The howling wind continued its relentless roar, yet it no longer belonged to this realm. Instead, it heralded two shadowy figures, an expanse of darkness imbued with a sense of despair and mortality. They stood, one to the left and one to the right, at the edge of the sky, devoid of any superfluous movements. Though they seemed to gaze levelly upon the battlefield, it felt as if they were surveying the throngs from a higher vantage point. One figure, cloaked in inky blackness, bore three axe-like implements protruding from his back, arranged in the shape of, with one positioned centrally. The other figure, tall and imposing, carried an immense black coffin on his back, shrouded in mystery and unfathomability. They remained silent, as if they had awaited this moment for an eternity. Who has arrived? On the grand ship of the Tianwu sect, the fluttering sect banner hung limply. Fan Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling with an inexplicable sense of powerlessness, this was inconceivable. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiaohan's brow, and his hands, once clasped behind his back, now fell limply to his sides. What manner of dread creature was this? Xia Yuan's hair stood on end, his fingers quivering incessantly in that fleeting moment. The sensation was unmistakable. It was the legendary spiritual pressure. Such spiritual pressure is said to be achieved only when one's magical prowess reaches its zenith, becoming a tangible force that causes even the surrounding spiritual energy to retreat, leading to unimaginable consequences. Is this something that the human race can truly cultivate? Xia Yuanqi murmured to himself, his eyes glazed over, as if the more he knew, the greater his fear became. On the warship of the Wuyun sect, an air of profound despair and suffocation enveloped everyone. The two figures in the distance were undoubtedly malevolent beings, certainly not there to rescue them. They resembled the ominous entities of the legendary realm of immortal cultivation, surrounded by a miasma of death that seemed to be steeped in black flames. With a thunderous crash, a large cauldron spiraled down from the sky, emitting a dull thud. Junior Sister Lu. A bitter smile crept across Ji Haoxuan's face as he began to contemplate his last words. It appeared that they were destined to rest here eternally. He glanced at the still-dazed Lu Yuan, aware that she had been petrified by the terrifying circumstances. However, how could the cultivators of the Wuyun sect shy away from battle? Ji Haoxuan's righteous indignation surged forth, and he began to speak fervently, the veins on his forehead bulging. Although the flow of his inner power had somewhat stagnated, he relentlessly summoned it, his complexion reddening. Lu Yuan's eyes, perpetually vacant, seemed to be fixated on the two ominous figures. Old Niu, grab your weapon. Prepare to head into battle. Memories flooded her mind, recalling the three mountain-cleaving axes strapped to her waist, the black hood she wielded, now both familiar and foreign. So, it is you who have come. A warm smile unexpectedly graced Lu Yuan's lips. She realized that her senior brother Chen Xun and Black Neo had come to support her, proving they had never forgotten her. Who? Ji Haoxuan furrowed his brow. Junior sister. Given the circumstances, we must. All disciples, heed my command. As Ji Haoshuan's words hung in the air, Lu Yuan's gaze shifted back. Her voice rising with fervor, advance in a straight line. The amplified command resonated in the ears of every disciple, who stared in disbelief. Was this not a reckless charge towards certain doom? What? Junior Sister Lu, have you lost your mind? Peak Master, this cannot be. The disciples within the two enormous vessels cried out in despair, preferring to engage in battle rather than confront those two terrifying creatures. This is the Peak Master's order. Accelerate forward. The words brooked no argument, laced with a hint of indignation. Ji Haoshuan fell silent, glancing at Lu Yuan, lost in contemplation. With death looming ahead and behind, perhaps it was wise to trust Junior Sister Lu. Advance. Yes. The disciples complied, maneuvering the flying vessels as new mid-grade spirit stones were seamlessly embedded into the various slots. The massive ships began to hasten. The ominous hum intensified as the two dark figures loomed ever closer, the oppressive sense of dread becoming almost suffocating. The disciples of Weiyun's sect were drenched in sweat from fear. Suddenly, they were upon them. As the colossal vessel sliced through the space between the two figures, both beings lifted their heads, their gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had never anticipated needing Chen Xun to rescue her, nor had she ever wished to trouble him with her plight. To witness their safety has been my greatest aspiration. Yet I never anticipated their arrival. A colossal vessel surged swiftly through the rolling mists, and within it, the disciples of Weiyun's sect abruptly opened their eyes. Glancing at their own bodies in disbelief, were they truly unscathed? Two shadowy figures remained standing in the heavens, motionless, yet the terrifying pressure they exuded lingered palpably. A profound astonishment flickered in Ji Haoshuan's eyes as he suddenly grasped many truths, casting a deep gaze at the two figures. Lu Yuan continued to observe them. Seemingly impervious to external influences, Ji Haoshuan felt a parched throat, having lived for centuries. He understood well the precariousness of inquiring about such formidable beings. He wished to prolong his existence. All eyes aboard the vessel were directed towards the Tianwu sect. Who are these esteemed individuals? A tremulous voice resonated from the horizon, as if it were suppressing a profound fear. Xia Han's gaze bore a mix of 3 parts gravity and 7 parts trepidation. The disciples of Weiyun's sect had fled. We are disciples of Tianwu sect. Affiliated with Songhai Immortal sect, we hope you might show some consideration for Songhai Immortal sect. She cast a fleeting glance towards the opposite horizon. Her brow furrowed. Why was her cousin silent at this moment? Fan Ping cowered in the background, his eyes reflecting nothing but terror. Indeed, one cannot rely on a single man. Xia Han's heart simmered with anger as she leaped into the air, confronting Chen Xun amidst the skies. We are but nameless figures in the realm of cultivation. At last, one shadow spoke, his tone calm as he slowly drew an axe with his right hand, merely to escort an old friend on his journey. As his words fell, his entire demeanor transformed into something transcendent and profound, and in an instant, chaos erupted. Boom, boom. A terrifying and somber wail suddenly echoed through the heavens, causing a surge of formidable energy to erupt from the individual as an overwhelming aura of death exploded forth. The winds roared and clouds churned, enveloping the surroundings like an immense, dark ocean. With a fierce roar, another figure unleashed a furious howl. The black coffin ascended skyward, and the aura of death rippled outward, violently resonating in all directions. The oppressive energy surged, vast and tumultuous. The surrounding spiritual essence emitted a piercing, resonant hum, as if on the brink of explosion. Had any mortal been present, their eardrums would have surely shattered. Xia Yuanqi, Xia Han, Fan Ping, along with all disciples of the Tianwu sect, felt an icy chill surge towards the crown of their heads, their breaths becoming increasingly frantic. The astonishment reflected in their eyes threatened to burst their very sockets. The intensity of the aura was beyond belief. It was certainly not that of a mere gold core cultivator. Senior, please wait. The 3 gold core masters bellowed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, filled with anguish. Flee! Flee at once! The disciples of the Tianwu sect screamed in terror, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Yet, at that moment, the flow of their internal energies was nearly stagnant, as the aura of death relentlessly encroached upon them, like an inescapable prison. With no path above and no exit below, Chen Xun raised his hand, wielding the mountain-cleaving axe as if it were a celestial pillar. His eyes were filled with an endless coldness, his entire being shrouded in black flames, as if he had descended from the realm of death itself. A flicker of red light ignited, and the mountain-cleaving axe blazed with an awe-inspiring crimson flame, evaporating even the cloud of mist above his head. As terrifyingly potent energies surged within, with a resonating hum, a colossal, earth-shattering arc of axe light intertwined with black and red flames, cleaved through the sky, shattering the firmament, and aimed to strike down upon all present in another realm. The oppressive aura of death seemed poised to suffocate all living beings, obliterating everything in its path and dragging everyone into an abyss. This scene rendered all present speechless in terror. In the split second the axe's light descended, the cultivators of the Tianwu sect felt as though they had been struck at the core of their souls. Their pupils constricted simultaneously, though their outward appearances remained unscathed. Chen Xun slowly retracted his axe, his gaze sharpening as he contemplated whether to handle the aftermath or flee. Fortunately, the pursuers after his junior sister Lu Yuan were merely 3 golden core cultivators, devoid of any nascent soul ancestors. Were a nascent soul elder to appear, he would have no choice but to escape with Lu Yuan. Engaging in a desperate battle against a higher realm was far too perilous. Even during his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage, he had felt it to be somewhat implausible. The chasm between realms only widened with the disparity in cultivation levels, rendering such actions tantamount to courting death. Moreover, such feats were the domain of the chosen ones, bearing no relevance to him, a mere practitioner of longevity. Mo. The massive black bull exhaled in astonishment, having never witnessed Chen Xun wielding the axe. It had assumed he had merely been toying with it for centuries. The black coffin hovering above it was still spiraling. It seemed it would not be needed, for its master had already taken action. At that moment, the heavens were eerily silent, the deathly aura still thick in the air, while the members of the Tianwu sect stood frozen in place, seemingly unharmed. Their expressions were rigid and unnaturally stiff, their complexions beginning to pale, and even the 4 colossal vessels had ceased to navigate, enveloped in a peculiar stillness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the horizon, the members of the Wuyun sect felt a chill run down their spines, utterly bewildered. What manner of monstrous entity was this? It was neither a cultivator nor a member of the human race. Hiki. Jihaoshuan chuckled foolishly a couple of times. Devoid of his former demeanor as a peak master, his heart now tumultuous with overwhelming waves of emotion. Lu Yuan's expression was complex as she gazed into the distant sky, her words faltering on the tip of her tongue, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The disciples of the Wuyun sect were drenched in sweat, as it seemed that something dire had transpired among the celestial warriors of the Tianwu sect, an occurrence so bizarre it sent shivers down their spines. Boom, boom. Several low, thunderous sounds reverberated through the heavens as the colossal vessel disintegrated, and the cultivators of the Tianwu sect underwent a continuous dissolution, as if returning to nature, reverting to their original forms. Everything was in a state of relentless annihilation, with the sound of shattering echoing throughout the air. A tremendous ripple of magical energy surged forth, crashing through the skies, causing their own massive vessel to sway perilously. Every trace vanished completely, leaving not even the remnants of the 4 great ships, which were obliterated in the relentless river of time. Hiss, hiss. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment as they stood frozen, marveling at what they believed to be the legendary might of unparalleled beings. Lu Yuan revealed a sweet smile as she gazed at the 2 vanished figures, saying, "Let us return to the sect for now. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, the Tianwu sect's actions towards our Wuyun sect must be addressed." Jihaoshuan, filled with fervor, exclaimed in anger. This time, the Tianwu sect has suffered the loss of 3 golden core cultivators. I shall certainly report to the sect master and seek justice for junior sister Lu. The Tianwu sect, now rendered impotent before the Wuyun sect, must be visited personally to discuss the matter thoroughly. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, senior brother, Lu Yuan replied politely, her eyes betraying no hint of turmoil. Buzz, buzz, the colossal vessel sped across the sky, heading towards the Wuyun sect. This encounter, though fraught with peril, yielded significant rewards. However, the matter of those 2 enigmatic figures weighed on their minds, instilling in them a deep respect for their own lives, reminding them of the secret to longevity in the world of cultivation. Mind your own business. In a secluded forest deep within the mountains, 2 figures meandered through the thickets, each step echoing as they distanced themselves from the realm of disputes. The old bull, with remarkable swiftness, executed his tasks with finesse. Chen Xun chuckled heartily, delivering a playful punch to the sturdy black bull. Have you secured the storage rings? Moo. The black bull, brimming with pride, flicked its tail in delight. Although the storage bags of those Foundation establishment disciples had been destroyed, the storage rings had been salvaged, with Chen Xun engaging the adversaries. It was only fitting that Sheeman Black Bull would assist in collecting the spoils. Ha ha. Chen Xun laughed joyously, instructing, Old Bull, as per our usual practice. Eliminate all traces of cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and the like. Moo. The black bull grinned, comprehending the directive, as the two figures ambled through the jungle. Their laughter echoed with a hint of mischief as they disposed of their ill-gotten gains. Chen Xun suddenly reflected, pondering the potential encounters with any golden core or foundation establishment rogue cultivators, particularly those who harm innocent mortals. In a safe environment, striking down a few foes to gather resources and accumulate merits would be quite advantageous, serving as a means of survival. The more Chen Xun contemplated, the more he found his reasoning sound. Otherwise, their formidable prowess and fearsome equipment would indeed be squandered. Old Bull, I have a sudden plan. Chen Xun interrupted the Black Bull, who was still busy organizing the spoils. Once we reach the nascent soul stage, no. Let's say the mid-stage, we shall uphold justice and aid the weak. Mo, by heavens, we must gather resources. How else can we traverse the vast expanse of the Tian-Duan plain, if not to reap the benefits from this realm of cultivation in the Qian kingdom? Chen Xun scolded vehemently, as if to awaken the bull's ancient spirit, reminding him of the countless cultivators who had once bowed before them. Mo. The great black bull's eyes widened in realization as it nuzzled against its dear companion, Chen Xun. Let us find a safe haven to examine our spoils. Suddenly, two figures accelerated, and a gentle breeze swirled around them, causing them to vanish without a trace. Chapter 148, Medium-Grade Spirit Stones, Soul-Cleansing Grass. Jade source fruit within a certain cave, a beast's den had been uprooted, as a family of creatures fled in a frenzy. Inside, dim flames flickered, accompanied by sinister, mocking laughter that sent chills down one's spine. Old Bull, it is evident that this is the work of some prominent figure from the heavenly martial sect. Chen Xun's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light as he gripped tightly onto a medium-grade spirit stone, the legendary medium-grade spirit stone. Mo. The great black bull was filled with excitement, its hooves having transformed into powerful paws, clutching two stones in its grasp. The ground was meticulously piled with over 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors that exuded the enchanting essence of the five elements. The low-grade spirit stones numbered an astonishing 60,000, making them feel as though they had plundered the heavenly martial sect itself, a wave of sudden wealth washing over them. Chen Xun inhaled deeply, and the great black bull followed suit, reveling in the exquisite spiritual energy. Old Bull, I have already examined the storage rings of these three individuals. A glimmer of light flickered in Chen Xun's eyes as he employed a minor spell from the Qi refining stage, Spirit Clarity Technique, which, enhanced by the spell's power, proved to be infinitely useful. The great black bull gazed at the three silver rings on the ground, their intricate designs far surpassing the two storage rings they had acquired, at least one size larger. These storage rings were crafted from shumi stone, a material reputed to be rarer than spirit stone mines. Chen Xun murmured softly, retrieving a small booklet from his storage bag. Old cow, I plan to add another item to our future endeavors, a masterless sumer mine. Mo. The great black bull exhaled heavily, resolutely following in his elder brother's footsteps as they forged ahead into the unknown. These techniques, however, proved to be of no use, as they did not align with the five elemental roots. Practicing them might even result in the imposition of some sect's mark. Chen Xun's gaze wandered thoughtfully to the few techniques lying beside him, devoid of any supportive spells, which he subsequently decided to destroy along with the artifacts. Moo. The black bull nodded, its hoof sweeping forth as a radiant brilliance of five colors emanated. A fierce, chilling wind swept through the cave, gradually reducing these techniques and artifacts to mere powder, ultimately incinerated to nothingness by a small fireball conjured by Chen Xun. Yuan Chen Ginseng, my word. Moo. They began to tally their spiritual herbs, erupting into exclamations of discontent. They had cultivated the Yuan Chen Ginseng in abundance, and now someone was suggesting they could obtain it for free. The black bull suddenly bellowed, brandishing an unusually peculiar spiritual herb. It emitted no aura, with its roots and stems appearing eerily pale, instilling a sense of foreboding in those who beheld it. Ah, the soul-cleansing grass. Old cow, your discerning eye is commendable. Chen Xun's eyes gleamed as he patted the black bull. Such a rarity was absent from the five-element sect and was likely a treasure from the martial kingdom. The black bull grinned widely, having perused numerous texts, especially those concerning spiritual herbs. The soul-cleansing grass grows not by absorbing spiritual energy, but by drawing in the various impurities of the world, thereby evolving into a refined herb. However, it poses no harm to cultivators, which is rather illogical. If used in concocting elixirs, consuming this pill during seclusion could diminish the chances of succumbing to demonic deviation. Most importantly, following the cataclysmic war between the two realms of cultivation, the 10 great sects would utilize this spiritual herb to cleanse the battlefield before reclaiming it. It is considered a restricted spiritual herb within the realm of cultivation, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary practitioners to acquire. This item is not available in the market, and even if one were to harvest it, cultivation proves to be quite challenging, as it does not rely on spiritual energy for growth. Splendid, Chen Xun exclaimed, his complexion tinged with a rosy hue. Old bull, if we cultivate this, we shall prosper. The great black bull patted Chen Xun, its eyes gleaming with pride. A trivial matter. Such spiritual herbs had not graced the pages of their tomes for a millennium. Perhaps cultivating them would yield extraordinary benefits. Thousand threads, spiritual vine. Solar blaze flower, cloud mist grass. Chen Xun muttered as he perused the selection, shaking his head. None of these are particularly useful. They are not in short supply. The great black bull, beside him, also murmured in disappointment, shaking its head. What a letdown. Suddenly, Chen Xun let out a loud shout, startling the great black bull, causing the spiritual herbs in its hooves to scatter. Old bull, the jade source fruit, ha! The great black bull quickly bounded over to Chen Xun, its head pressed closely against his. In Chen Xun's palm rested a fruit the size of a peach. A jade source fruit, displaying a verdant hue adorned with 3 knife-like purple stripes. It emitted a captivating fragrance, and the spiritual energy it radiated was exceptionally pure, making one yearn for it. Old bull, this must be the one depicted in the books we read. Chen Xun opened his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. A true treasure of heaven and earth could enable a mid-stage golden core cultivator to break through their bottleneck and enhance the prowess of a late-stage cultivator. Moo. The great black bull nodded repeatedly, convinced it was indeed the case. It seemed this item was intended for a certain mid-stage golden core cultivator aiming for a breakthrough. Old bull, I am truly impressed. Chen Xun struck the ground heavily with one hand, suddenly filled with rage. Where do these golden core cultivators acquire such things? We do not possess such items in the spirit herb garden of the 5 Elements sect. Moo. The great black bull also snorted in anger, all being golden core cultivators. Yet they lack even a single mid-grade spirit stone. They all belong to the same realm of cultivation, and this is utterly unfair. Chen Xun rose abruptly, inadvertently revealing 3 yellow-grade, unremarkable mountain-cutting axes. Old bull, the grand plan of aiding the weak and opposing the strong is imperative. Moo. The great black bull gazed at Chen Xun and also stood up, asserting that aiding the weak certainly meant aiding themselves. They had yet to hear of any golden core grandmaster in the cultivation world who fared worse than they did. After this battle, they would truly open a door to a new world. Old bull, let us continue examining the goods. Moo. They shouted in unison and sat back down, filled with ambition, already beginning to fantasize about the future, even as they distractedly sorted through the items. Old bull, destroy the useless items later. We shall store the valuable ones in our purchased storage rings. Moo. Those 3 storage rings will be destroyed as well. We have enough room for our items already. Let us not be greedy. Moo moo. Huh. Here lies another volume, the diagram of array, which old Neo took out, employing his magical powers to create an impression of it. Chen Xun chuckled softly, cradling a weighty black tome in his hands, crafted from refining materials. A delight to behold in moments of leisure. The great black bull nuzzled Chen Xun joyfully and promptly accepted the book. It then scurried aside to extract several small volumes for further impressions, these tomes filling an entire storage pouch, all acquired by Chen Xun during his time in the mortal realm. As for the mid-grade spirit stones belonging to old Neo, they should not be squandered on restoring magical energy, as they are valuable for cultivation. Chen Xun resumed his meticulous inventory, murmuring about their potential applications in activating various arrays and flying vessels. The great black bull nodded absently, its attention wholly captivated by the diagrams, absorbing a plethora of new knowledge. Chen Xun licked his lips, his gaze momentarily drifting, having cultivated the jade source fruit into a fruitful tree. The path to the golden core stage lay wide open before him. The next milestone would be the nascent soul stage, yet clarity on how to proceed eluded him, necessitating early planning. After years of navigating the treacherous waters of the cultivation world, Chen Xun had long understood that grand opportunities seldom fall into their laps. Staying in Yushu City was no longer feasible. He glanced at the industrious great black bull, a serene smile gracing his lips. For there were no chances left to break through to the nascent soul stage in that place. Further actions might attract scrutiny within the city. He muttered to himself and resumed his diligent organization, remaining calm and unhurried. After a while, a barely perceptible sound of an explosion echoed within the cave. The 2 figures vanished entirely into the depths of the forest, leaving the cave unchanged, just as it had been before their arrival. Upon witnessing the departure of the 2 brothers, the beasts returned with their families, finding their lair intact. Even the scent remained unaltered, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 149. The choice of the two great sects the following day, outside the city of Yuxiu. The path stretched long before them as the sun dipped low in the west, painting the sky in hues of crimson. The surrounding cultivators hurried along, their spirit beasts trailing behind them, quickening their pace in response. At that moment, a man and a bull strolled leisurely in the fading sunlight, exuding an air of grace as they approached the city of Yuxiu. Occasionally, a chi refinement stage cultivator, carrying a red lightning wolf, would pause to negotiate a price, engaging in conversation at the side. Several hours later, at Qinxian Mountain, Chen Xun and the great black bull finally returned to their cave abode. With a loud moo, the bull rushed inside, beginning to organize their belongings without needing Chen Xun's guidance. "Ah, this boy possesses a hint of the grandeur I once had." Chen Xun laughed heartily, surveying his surroundings. Ultimately, they would have to depart. Even a fraction of risk could not lead them into peril. That day, the martial sect was backed by the Shanghai Immortal sect. Even if Lu Yuan said nothing, those disciples would eventually confess, and it would only be a matter of time before they were implicated. He lifted his gaze to the plaque above the cave, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand, storing it in his storage bag. Boom. "Old bull, it's a battle. Why the panic?" Chen Xun furrowed his brow as a cacophony erupted within the cave, realizing he would need to intervene. With that, he stepped inside, joining the great black bull in the task of tidying up. After another day and night, they returned to their talisman shop, meticulously gathering every item within, leaving not a single thing behind. The establishment was also bound by a lease, which they chose to disregard for the moment. Exiting the shop, they gently closed the door behind them. The two crane spirit trees swayed gracefully in the breeze, producing a rustling sound, as if bidding farewell to these two valiant brothers. On the street, some chi refinement practitioners strolled by, casting only fleeting glances in their direction. Moo. The great black ox was adorned with an assortment of pots and pans, topped with a somewhat tattered straw hat. It flashed a broad grin. Time flowed like water, yet the elder brother remained formidable, and their old companions continued to endure. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with joy as he donned the straw hat, still clutching the three initial forging axes. "Let us go, brothers," he murmured, lightly brushing against the pots and pans hanging from the great black ox's side, a wave of emotion washing over him. Suddenly, he shouted, "We are off." Moo. The great black ox let out a resounding bellow, pressing closely against Chen Xun, who embraced its head with one arm, slowly making their way towards the outskirts of the city, showing no signs of reluctance. The streets were bustling with people, a continuous flow of life. While the two figures glided through the crowd, maintaining an air of grace and freedom, they arrived with nothing but themselves, yet departed with hearts full of memories. The sun shone brilliantly today, the sky a vast expanse of clear blue, as they embarked on their journey. In the kingdom of Qian, one of the 10 great immortal sects, the Shanghai Immortal sect, flourished amidst imposing mountain ranges, where spiritual energy surged and gathering formations enveloped the major peaks, occasionally sending beams of rainbow light soaring into the heavens. Atop the various peaks, countless disciples displayed solemnity and reverence, seated upon the ground with hands clasped in salute, as the golden core cultivators imparted their teachings. Occasionally, flying boats darted between the grand mountains, carrying a dozen or so disciples, moving far swifter than sword flight. In the distance, ethereal beasts soared and circled the horizon, painting a scene of flourishing vitality, unparalleled by any ordinary sect. In a picturesque locale, where spiritual energy surged and a grand formation spiraled around, twinkling stars added an air of mystery. Amidst the scenic lakes and mountains, a young man reclined in a pavilion, savoring tea. His hair, akin to black jade, shimmered subtly, cascading down like a dark waterfall. Clad in ink-wash robes, his eyes resembled cold stars, and the celestial mark between his brows bestowed upon him an enchanting aura. This young man was none other than one of the Yuan Ing ancestors of the Shanghai Immortal sect, the venerable Ing Xing. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached the pavilion, a golden core cultivator whose demeanor radiated utmost respect. Just days prior, outside the city of Ux, the Tianwu sect had been annihilated while pursuing the Wu Yun sect. "Oh," Ing Xing responded with indifference, his gaze still fixed upon the lake's surface. According to the accounts of the Wu Yun sect disciples who participated in the battle, a mysterious figure had intervened, not resembling any known human. The golden core cultivator lowered his head further, recounting the swift demise of 3 golden core cultivators from the Tianwu sect. "Ah, venerable ancestor. The Tianwu sect has sent envoys to request a thorough investigation from our sect, as they now find themselves under pressure from the Wu Yun sect. The Golden Core cultivator dared to glance at Xing, noting that over 1,000 Wu Yun sect disciples had visited the Tian Wu sect, with 7 peak masters dispatched to seek an explanation. In the realm of cultivation, such exchanges between sects were established customs. Xing remained calm, his words devoid of any fluctuation. If one dares to strike first, one must also be prepared to bear the consequences. My Songhai sect is certainly not a sanctuary for others. The golden elixir cultivator felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, realizing that the Tianwu sect could only rely on their own fortune now. Elder, what of that mysterious individual? Foolish, Xing replied, a glimmer of starlight flickering on his forehead as his profound gaze suddenly fixed upon him. Ichu, what do you propose? Elder, given the emergence of such a figure in the Qian kingdom's cultivation realm, should we not conduct a thorough investigation? Ichu dared not meet Xing's gaze, the terrifying pressure seeping into his very bones, possibly linked to the Wu Yun sect. What concern is that to my Songhai sect? Ichu was momentarily bewildered. Someone of that caliber undoubtedly harbored secrets. They ought to be captured and subjected to rigorous interrogation. Elder, in the presence of the elder, he suddenly felt his intellect falter. This mysterious individual was evidently aiding the Wu Yun sect. By leveraging the Wu Yun sect, he was convinced this person would eventually show themselves. At that point, the elders of Songhai sect would intervene, leaving this individual to lament their fate. Xing seemed to have pierced through Ichu's thoughts. Ichu, how many infant transformation cultivators are there in the Qian kingdom's cultivation realm? Elder, this disciple is unaware Ichu was nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle, perplexed as to why the elder posed such a question. In my generation, there were indeed those with heavenly roots, and prodigies were as plentiful as clouds. Yet only a scant few managed to break through to the infant transformation stage. Xing turned his head, his gaze returning to the surface of the lake. Is it a matter of insufficient resources among the major sects? Ichu, what do you think? He, Ichu, could face the ancestor directly, which attested to his extraordinary nature. However, he was utterly perplexed by the ancestor's intentions and could only remain silent, hoping for enlightenment. Do not falter, Xing softly uttered 3 words, accompanied by a faint smile, recognizing the gravity of the situation, which held significance akin to that of spiritual roots. Do you comprehend? Ichu felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, standing dazed in place, a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp. Such a person might have already reached the nascent soul stage, a being exceedingly difficult to suppress, let alone to eliminate. Xing gently raised a hand. The teacup nestled in his palm. Moreover, such actions merely represented that esteemed friend's endeavor to resolve karmic ties, without any extraneous actions taken. Ichu, had you realized your aspirations, my Songhai sect would not have reached this day. Xing exhibited considerable patience, guiding him with subtlety. With such temperament, your path in cultivation may indeed be fraught with challenges. Ancestor, I acknowledge my error, Ichu exclaimed, bowing deeply, as if receiving a profound revelation, nearly plunging into an abyss of no return. Should such a figure act contrary to reason, the first to perish would undoubtedly be him. The 10 great sects of the immortal realm have spent millennia preparing for that impending conflict. To vanquish, it is not merely reliant on cultivation levels. Xing sighed softly, lamenting that the overly favorable cultivation environment has dulled the temperaments of these disciples. Ichu, I hold high hopes for you. Do not let me down. I shall heed the ancestors' teachings. Ichu expressed his gratitude, deeply bowing once more. I will promptly decline the Tian Wu sect. Go forth. The gaze of Xing was profound and distant, as the surface of the lake suddenly stirred with waves, only to return to calm once more. 2 days later, although the Ziyun immortal sect did not publicly support the Wu Yun sect, they unexpectedly released Wei Sun. They merely stated that the lesson had been sufficient and hoped the young man would refrain from further arrogance. The Wu Yun sect dispatched numerous disciples to personally escort him back, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to the Ziyun immortal sect. Wei Sun, in turn, became considerably more subdued, no longer daring to act recklessly. Meanwhile, the Tianwu sect, feeling the pressure from Wei Sun's emergence, began to prepare for territorial concessions. The influence brought by Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull came to a definitive end under the choices made by the 2 major sections. Chapter 150. Crafting an underground world. A month later, within the borders of Zhejiang Prefecture, Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull found themselves in an unknown mountain range, their expressions laden with discontent, devoid of any other thoughts. Following the map of the Qian kingdom, their journey had taken them through several cities and numerous cultivation markets. However, they encountered no instances of banditry or the atrocities committed by malevolent cultivators against innocent mortals. Instead, They frequently came across Qi refinement stage practitioners who strutted about in the cities, living lives of opulence and wealth, matters they naturally had no interest in meddling with. Yet, they had not encountered any foundational cultivators requiring the flesh and blood of mortals to break through to the golden core stage. Nor had they heard whispers of any absurdities involving golden core masters annihilating entire cities with a mere wave of their hand. While passing by the outskirts of a market, they occasionally witnessed cultivators engaged in combat, but those were private grievances, and they had no obligation to intervene. Chen Xun could not arbitrarily impose guilt upon others, nor could he assume the role of a self-proclaimed arbiter of justice within the realm of cultivation. The old bull. Mu. I hereby announce that the plan to support the weak and suppress the strong is temporarily shelved. Chen Xun cursed vehemently, wielding a mountain axe in his hand, deciding to focus on refining his skills and casting aside all distractions. The large black bull, feeling despondent, placed a hoof upon Chen Xun's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. No worries, old bull. We shall transcend, and though we may not encounter each other in the kingdom of Qian, we will surely meet again elsewhere. Chen Xun placed his hand gently on the head of the large black bull, advising, let us hone our abilities and seize what we can without haste. Mu. The large black bull exhaled forcefully, its eyes brimming with determination. The resources at their disposal now brought them a mere step away from the nascent soul stage. With a steady approach, there was no need for anxiety. Old bull, let us continue to scout. Mu. They traversed the winding paths of the forest, nestled among towering peaks, where the mountains displayed a myriad of forms, enigmatic and wondrous. This range still lacked a concentration of spiritual energy, with wild beasts occasionally roaming and hunters sporadically establishing themselves on the outskirts. They pressed deeper into the mountains, swiftly dispatching any unwary beasts they encountered. After another fortnight, they found themselves in a seemingly unremarkable thicket. Chen Xun and the large black bull expanded their consciousness, their sharp gazes sweeping the surroundings. Before long, the grassy ground transformed into a quagmire. Old bull, let us delve and forge our subterranean realm. Mu. Their formidable magical energy surged forth, 5 heavy chains of power encircling them as they began their silent descent, preparing for underground cultivation. Chen Xun and the great black bull's cultivation methods were entirely dissimilar to those of ordinary practitioners. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was of no use to them. The pace of their advancement in cultivation was more arduous than that of the Qi refinement stage, proving nearly unbearable. A rumbling sound echoed from beneath. As their figures continued to sink, the ground restoring itself without a trace of change. The magical barrier was fully activated, and the surrounding earth and stones pressed against them, enveloping them in a realm of darkness and profundity. Wow, old bull, this feels remarkably unique, Chen Xun exclaimed in wonder, communicating telepathically. Can you withstand it? The great black bull widened its eyes, surveying the soil being pressed apart around them as they descended further. Ha ha ha, in a place like this, not even a ghost could find us. Chen Xun laughed heartily. The pressure around them intensified, yet it had no effect on them. Old bull, what do you think of my idea? Mu. The great black bull marveled, gazing at Chen Xun with admiration, acknowledging his prowess. This is far safer than any cave or burrow. Although there is no spiritual energy, the essence of the 5 elements is abundant. Chen Xun chuckled, his mind brimming with wisdom, sensing that it was adequate. Otherwise, they would be unable to withstand the earth's compression. The great black bull grinned broadly. Their defenses were formidable, and they felt no pressure whatsoever. The rumbling grew louder as they descended at an ever-increasing speed, the air becoming increasingly thin. Chen Xun continually sensed the pressure surrounding them. Their 5-element golden core thrived, enabling them to cultivate without the need for sustenance, forming a cyclical flow within their bodies, distinguishing them from ordinary golden core practitioners. Under a confluence of circumstances, Chen Xun dared to devise such a plan. Otherwise, he would have had to laboriously dig the cave. After 3 days and nights, the weight of the earth had begun to weigh heavily upon them, prompting a descent to a more comfortable depth before pausing. Old bull, arrange the formation, Chen Xun bellowed, his magical power surging dramatically, radiant light flashing as he relentlessly shattered the surrounding earth and stones. I am here to carve the earth for you and to safeguard your path. With a thunderous bellow, the great black bull opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent from its storage ring, which revealed an array of formation flags, discs, and materials. It settled into a protective magical barrier, deftly wielding its hooves as it followed the subterranean passage forged by Chen Xun. A hum resonated as the 5-colored magical energies stabilized the surroundings, summoning the 5 extremes formation to solidify the cave. Beneath the earth, The essence of the five elements thrived, far surpassing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Both Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull relished the quintessence of the five elements, which was often too restricted and scarce compared to this bounty. With another sweep of its hoof, the Great Black Bull unleashed a multitude of mid-grade spirit stones, embedding them into the array as critical points for future needs. The synergy between man and beast was seamless, as an expansive, massive cave continued to take shape and solidify. Old Bull, damn it, let us go? Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he manipulated his magical power to compress the surrounding earth, pondering that if their energy had this effect during the chi refinement stage, they would need no spells at all. With a spirited bellow, the Great Black Bull echoed its master's enthusiasm, tirelessly following in his footsteps as the formation's coverage expanded. For a full half-day, the rumbling beneath the earth showed no signs of abating. Yet the ground was so distant that no one could have fathomed the presence of two mid-stage golden core cultivators hidden beneath it, engaging in such activities. This behavior was utterly absurd, completely upending the conventional understanding of the cultivation world. Any cultivator with a modicum of sanity would never have conceived of such a scenario. However, it was undoubtedly a demonstration of unparalleled safety. Their subterranean cavern was meticulously crafted according to the standards of a cave abode, albeit in a somewhat rudimentary fashion. Old Bull, what do you think? Chen Xun gradually smirked, surveying the expansive, dark, and silent surroundings. Within the vast earthen chamber, a pill refining room, a weapon forging room, a spirit beast chamber, and a secluded meditation area had all been established. The Great Black Bull trotted over to Chen Xun's side, the area fortified by formations, impervious to water and fire, while also capable of absorbing the surrounding elemental energies. Chen Xun gently descended, gazing around with a sense of wonder. He had learned in abundance during this journey. Old Bull, let us commence our tasks, plant trees and cultivate spiritual herbs. Chen Xun began to direct, suggesting they utilize the wood from the crane spirit trees as fuel, lest the illumination within the cave consume too much of their spiritual energy. The Great Black Bull nodded. They had already devised a plan for this endeavor and soon began to race about. Chen Xun, too, focused his mind, entering the pill refining chamber, preparing to concoct the true essence pill. A frosty blue alchemical furnace stood prominently on the ground, surrounded by low-grade spirit stones, intended for the restoration of spiritual energy. His gaze was profound, refraining from igniting the furnace immediately, instead calculating the passage of time with his fingers. Time held little significance for those seeking immortality. Yet there existed a peculiar sensitivity to it within. Time is fleeting. In the darkness, a soft sigh resonates as Chen Xun gradually closes his eyes. Around him, crimson flames flicker in the air, casting an eerie and haunting glow. The large black bull remains industrious, bustling about. Each day, Chen Xun refines alchemical potions, additionally concocting 5 bottles of mid-grade 5-element elixirs, which he stores within his spatial ring. The large black bull sits daily beside the spiritual herbs and trees, observing the crane spirit trees thriving in their growth, while the jade source fruit trees also steadily mature. They take time to relax each day, pondering their future plans for the nascent soul, feeling immensely fulfilled. Thus, the days pass one after another, while the outside world undergoes constant change, yet it does not affect them in the slightest. Chapter 151. Old friends gradually wither away in tranquil times. Amidst the blooming flowers, one catches glimpses of the past. Fallen leaves signal autumn, and friendships age like fine wine, bringing joy without worry as the winds grow cooler. In the blink of an eye, decades, even centuries, seem to have slipped by, as countless souls depart without the chance for farewell, suddenly whisked away by the passage of time. In the wilderness beyond the Yuzhou Mountains of Jiang Prefecture, the yellow sands still rage, and mortals remain forbidden to tread. Yet, the 3 silhouettes bidding farewell are no longer the same. 2 ordinary gray shadows appear on the horizon. Chen Xun and the large black bull have returned, walking through this desolate land, no longer in haste, as if traversing a different world. Today, the Wuyun sect announces its mountain closure, activating the protective array, a scenario familiar to Chen Xun and the large black bull. The master of the Golden Elixir Peak is about to ascend to immortality. Their faces bear neither sorrow nor joy as they steadily approach the Wuyun sect. Over the years, the sect has undergone numerous significant events, its power surging dramatically, and its prestige greatly enhanced. Yet, the foremost expert of the Wuyun sect, Wei Sun, felt a profound hopelessness regarding the nascent soul and departed alone, leaving behind but 2 words: do not dwell. He gazed upward as the night surged forth, an expanse of inky darkness engulfing the horizon. devoid of moonlight and bereft of starry glimmers, leaving nothing but emptiness. Within the Wuyun sect, atop a precipice, a woman sat quietly at the edge. Her gaze clouded as she looked towards the heavens, seemingly lost in reminiscence, though an aura of despondency enveloped her. The entire sect appeared steeped in sorrow, as disciples bowed their heads in reverence below. On the summits of the great peaks, the leaders stood with hands clasped behind their backs, gazing into the distance. Their expressions filled with melancholy, rendered speechless. The evening wind howled mournfully, stirring the scattered petals in the valley, carrying with it a sense of desolation and the remnants of past fragrances, gradually weaving together the tapestry of memories. Outside the main hall of the sect stood two figures, the current sect leader, Ding Qiu, and the peak master of the artifact refining hall, Ji Haoshuan. Their brows furrowed as they looked towards the indistinct figure on the distant cliff, the master of the alchemy hall, Lu Yuan. Sect leader. Junior sister Lu Yuan. Ji Haoshuan hesitated, caught between words. Though younger than Lu Yuan, he had witnessed her arduous journey, the demise of her beloved partner, coupled with the grievous injuries sustained by her senior brothers and sisters in that fierce battle, rendered their alchemy hall's combat prowess ever weak. Her most revered master had also succumbed to the passage of time, and her dearest disciple had been unable to advance to the golden core stage, ultimately transcending. It seemed that, in the end, only Lu Yuan remained of the elder generation of cultivators within the Wuyun sect. I understand, Ding Qiu sighed deeply, casting a glance at Ji Haoshuan. Ji Haoshuan's eyes brimmed with compassion. Lu Yuan, his junior sister, possessed a humble demeanor and conducted herself with grace. Yet, why did fate seem to turn a blind eye to such a person? Master, the heavens are unjust. Ji Haoshuan's chest heaved, his brow clouded with despair. And he suddenly erupted in a furious roar. The heavens are unjust. Senior brother Ji, Ding Qiu exclaimed, alarmed, rushing to calm him. We mustn't disturb junior sister Lu. This is her final moment of peace. Ji Haoshuan nodded solemnly, ceasing his outburst, yet his fists tightened with increasing intensity. He simply could not bear to witness Lu Yuan fade away. Suddenly, a resounding hum reverberated through the air. The entire protective mountain array trembled as two mysterious figures descended from the sky, their presence heralded by a series of thunderous booms. They were enveloped in a radiant five-colored light, an overwhelming pressure emanating from them, casting a pall over the land. The disciples from various peaks were struck with terror. What was happening? A breach had been torn in the protective formation, not by arcane forces, but by the very formation itself. Who dares to act so recklessly? How audacious! Angry shouts echoed from all peaks, as torrents of magical energy surged skyward. Just as they prepared to take flight, a voice from the master resonated in their minds. The expressions of the peak masters fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, and they abruptly ceased their hostilities, beginning to soothe their disciples. It was not an invasion by foes. All disciples were expressions of confusion, their eyes still reflecting the remnants of fear. The pressure they had just experienced was unlike anything they had encountered, even in the presence of their peak leaders. On the cliff, Lu Yuan remained unfazed by the recent upheaval, her gaze fixed on the vast heavens, her eyes seemingly growing ever more clouded. The sound of footsteps echoed softly behind her, and a smile gradually graced Lu Yuan's lips. Senior brother Chen Xun, hey Nyo, is that you? The large black cow let out a sorrowful moo in response. Chen Xun remained silent, slowly approaching the cliff where they had once gathered to stargaze as a group of five. His steps were heavy and deliberate, his eyes clouded with unspoken thoughts. He had convinced himself that as long as he avoided facing the truth, as long as he did not see or hear them, they would still exist, even if he secretly believed they had long departed. Chen Xun, what are you truly evading? He chastised himself internally, his body trembling involuntarily. Before he realized it, he had taken a seat beside Lu Yuan, both of them gazing up at the starry sky. The large black cow settled down on her other side, fixated on Lu Yuan with eyes full of sorrow. Lu Yuan, junior sister, Chen Xun managed a strained smile and spoke softly, we have come. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled like stars as she turned to Chen Xun. I thought you would not recognize me. She confessed, I believed I had seen through it all. Yet the mysteries of life and death remain unfathomable. A long-buried expression suddenly flickered in Chen Xun's eyes, one of profound weariness. Junior sister Lu, it was my fault back then. Senior brother Chen, why seek such clarity? If we could truly see through it all, would we still be human? Lu Yuan replied gently, her spirit weighed down by an impending dusk. As long as there are no regrets, that is sufficient. Yet for someone like you, senior brother, perhaps regrets will only multiply. A soft chuckle escaped Chen Xun as he shook his head, smiling faintly. Have you been well all these years? Lu Yuan suddenly trembled. As if no one had posed that question to her in an eternity, those who had once inquired were long gone. A mist filled her murky eyes, and a seemingly casual remark struck her vulnerable heart with immense force. Brother Chen, Shi Jing has departed, and so has our master. They have all left us. Lu Yuan could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face, and with a trembling hand, she gently grasped the hem of Chen Xun's clothing. Choked with emotion, the large black bull beside her nuzzled against Lu Yuan, its eyes filled with compassion. Chen Xun inhaled deeply, silently watching Lu Yuan. The war in the realm of cultivation had indeed claimed far too much, an influence that would linger indefinitely. Did Shi Jing leave behind any words? The weariness in Chen Xun's gaze deepened, his once lifted head gradually bowed. Knowing the futility of it all, yet accepting it as fate, Lu Yuan murmured softly, her voice growing increasingly tender, I have never blamed him. I only feel an overwhelming sense of regret. We were together for so long, yet in the end, there was not even a proper farewell. The gloom surrounding Lu Yuan was becoming almost tangible, her body growing weaker by the moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun merely narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow, ultimately choosing to remain silent, unwilling to voice an opinion. Brother Chen, please do not concern yourself with me any longer. Lu Yuan gently released her grip, turning her gaze to the black bull and stroking its head. Come here a little closer. The large black bull let out a low call and settled beside Lu Yuan. Chen Xun's gaze remained fixed on her. The vitality that once surrounded her was gradually dissipating, causing his breaths to quicken. Brother Chen, this cliff is indeed the place where we once watched the stars fall like rain together. Lu Yuan, with tears turned to laughter, was momentarily overshadowed by a hint of sorrow, lamenting how wonderful it would be if that war had never occurred, for we would all still be together. Chen Xun clenched his fists slightly, nodding solemnly, yes. However, today, the heavens seem unkind, as not a single star glimmers in the sky. Indeed, Brother Chen Xun, Black Bull, to see you today is the happiest day I have experienced in centuries. Yes, Mu. After a millennium of cultivation, I find myself weary, and today, I can finally lay everything aside and rest well. Yes. Chen Xun's eyes reflected the weight of time as he nodded repeatedly, his words heavy with meaning. Just as Lu Yuan began to utter a word, she suddenly felt weak, and both Chen Xun and the great black bull hurried to catch her. Her gaze grew increasingly vacant, as if she were fading away, murmuring, Brother Chen Xun, Black Bull, Brother Shi, Junior Brother Ji. I long to witness the stars falling like rain with you once more. It is known that one cannot hastily grasp the fleeting echoes of sorrowful winds. Chen Xun trembled slightly, placing a hand on her shoulder, urging, Lu Junior sister, gaze towards the heavens. Lu Yuan's clouded eyes slowly turned to the horizon. With his other hand raised, Chen Xun extended one arm skyward, his gaze fixed upon the vast expanse. An overwhelming surge of magical power erupted with unprecedented force, the likes of which had never been witnessed before. In an instant, the powerful waves of magical energy rippled outward, unleashing a shockwave. Boom, boom. The earth quaked and mountains trembled, fierce winds howled, and the roar of this magical tempest resonated like a hurricane. Even the towering trees near Chen Xun were uprooted, and numerous colossal stones rolled about, the earth resonating with continuous tremors. Countless disciples were struck with terror, frozen in place, pondering what formidable being could unleash such a terrifying power. The leaders of the various peaks felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably, the last vestiges of their anger dissipating into thin air. Look above, look at the sky. The ground reverberated with exclamations and shouts as everyone lifted their gaze, their expressions numb, bodies weak, sweat pouring down like rain. At that moment, a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens, as fireballs, as large as falling stars, streaked across the sky, emitting a resounding hum that echoed through the vast expanse. The entire night sky was illuminated, transforming the Yuzhu mountain range into a realm akin to molten lava, the earth bathed in a crimson glow. Buzz, buzz, one fireball after another traversed the heavens. Magnificently beautiful, yet imbued with an exceedingly terrifying aura of magical power, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with a dreamy haze, a smile gracing her lips as she seemed to return to that day, the happiest day before the war. Brother Chen Xun, Black Bull, thank you. Lu Yuan's voice was faint, her effort to keep her eyes open a struggle, gently clutching Chen Xun's sleeve, imploring him not to be so lonely in the days to come. Lu Junior sister, Mu. They suddenly shouted in unison, as Lu Yuan's presence gradually faded from their grasp, her vitality extinguished, yet a faint smile lingered upon her lips. Chen Xun gasped heavily, his pupils trembling violently, The last of his dear companions had departed from this world. On this cliff, steeped in memories, only they remained. Chapter 152 The Path. By the river of heaven Chen Xun stood in a daze, his heart aching as if pierced by daggers, unsure of how to proceed. Utterly desolate. The great black bull continuously nuzzled against Lu Yuan, its frantic moves resonating with confusion. The passing of Lu Yuan symbolized not merely her departure, but the conclusion of all things. The visceral pain surged in Chen Xun's eyes, now streaked with bloodshot veins. As millennia passed, and all things circled back, that which is destined to leave must indeed depart. Once missed, it becomes eternal. The mountains lay barren, the night was sorrowful, and the wind bit like ice. The mournful toll of the 5 elements sect's bell echoed, as disciples across the peaks lamented the loss of their master Lu. On the cliffside, Lu Yuan sat in serene repose, embodying tranquility and grace. Chen Xun remained silent for a considerable time, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his gaze, ultimately settling into a still pond of despondency. The surrounding grass lay withered and yellowed, while the last remnants of autumn leaves drifted silently from the branches, the bare limbs trembling in the northern wind. Time slipped away, and as the night deepened, Chen Xun's tumultuous thoughts became utterly calm, undisturbed. The old bull, lowering its head, lifted it slightly to regard Chen Xun. Lu's words resonated deeply. There was no need to see through everything. The beauty lay in the encounters, the shared moments along the journey. A warm smile unexpectedly broke upon Chen Xun's face. From now on, there would be no more evasion. He would confront reality with courage, for there was nothing to fear. The great black bull ambled over to Chen Xun, nuzzling him affectionately. Chen Xun tenderly stroked the bull's head and sighed softly. No matter how difficult it is, we are still here together, aren't we? The great black bull gazed intently at him and nodded in agreement. Chen Xun slowly turned his head, gazing into the vast, dark night, his eyes reflecting a profound weariness. You shall endure with us. Moo. The great black bull suddenly pivoted, letting out a fierce bellow. Chen Xun's words struck a chord deep within its heart. It yearned to amass unparalleled merit for their reincarnation. Even if all of humanity were to forget them, neither it nor Chen Xun would succumb to oblivion. What of the cycle of all things? With my esteemed self and the old bull achieving immortality, there shall surely come a day of reunion. Chen Xun let out a cold laugh and swiftly patted the great black bull. Old bull, gather merit. By heavens, when the time comes, we shall seek them out, and none shall escape. Moo. The great black bull trembled with excitement, fervently nuzzling against Chen Xun. In that future, they would undoubtedly possess the means to provide them with breakthrough elixirs, no longer helplessly watching them fade away. Old bull, let us ascend to immortal hidden mountain to pay our respects, lest they fail to recognize us in the future. With a grand gesture, Chen Xun summoned radiant 5-colored magical energies that illuminated the surroundings. Indeed, I have become attuned to this realm. We shall achieve immortality, and all possibilities lie before us. Moo. The great black bull grew increasingly animated by Chen Xun's words, its tail beginning to sway. The somber atmosphere dissipated, and their demeanor transformed, exuding a newfound openness. As if shedding the final veil of inner turmoil, 2 figures coalesced into luminous points, quietly vanishing from this place. The evening breeze caressed Lu Yuan's visage, and petals of various hues drifted down from the valleys above. The smile she left behind seemed to deepen. The chilling wind whispered through the air as Chen Xun and the great black bull ascended the immortal hidden mountain. Here, a multitude of tombstones stood closely packed, guarded by foundational cultivators. They wandered through the 5 aggregates sect as if in a realm devoid of presence, unnoticed by anyone who might dare to intervene. Chen Xun and the great black ox extended their consciousness, treading slowly along the narrow paths beside various graves, meticulously searching. Moo. The great black ox called out, having made a discovery. Chen Xun's gaze sharpened as he followed, arriving at a rather inconspicuous location, yet surrounded by meticulous repairs, the tomb of Elder Ji Kun, the outer gate steward. Moo moo. The great black ox promptly retrieved offerings of the crane spirit tree and an incense burner from its storage pouch, commencing a solemn ritual with great seriousness. Chen Xun's eyes glimmered with reminiscence as he seated himself beside the gravestone, a hint of regret flickering in his gaze. At that time, his strength was insufficient. He dared not remain within the sect to accompany his brother, who had journeyed from the 9-star valley, for the final farewell. Given his temperament back then, even if he had the capability, he would likely have refrained from staying, fearing the helplessness of witnessing their departure. Brother Ji. Chen Xun's profound gaze turned towards the horizon. You must have known long ago, for when you entrusted me with that ancient tome, I should have surmised. He produced an ancient book from his storage pouch, nameless yet exuding an aura of antiquity, distinct from ordinary paper. With his current perspective, he could not discern the material from which it was crafted. This tome shall be examined by us brothers together. Chen Xun tilted his head with a smile. As if Ji Kuan stood beside him, he began to unfold. With a rustle, the first page slowly revealed itself. Chen Xun raised an eyebrow. It was not a volume of techniques, but rather a lengthy passage of obscure and perplexing language. His expression grew grave, and though he could not comprehend it, he felt compelled to scrutinize it word by word. The great black bull continued its ritual, its magical prowess at its zenith. In the past, it was Chen Xun who led the ceremonies, but now it was imperative for it to perform alone. The wind howled past, and beads of sweat formed on Chen Xun's forehead as he struggled to comprehend the text before him. He flipped through the pages, exerting the utmost of his scholarly abilities. This translation proved to be 1,000 times more challenging than martial arts techniques. Suddenly, Chen Xun's eyes widened in astonishment as understanding dawned upon him. He could decipher the cryptic words. His lips quivered, the shock in his eyes intensifying. And he finally uttered 2 words. What the? The great black bull, equally taken aback, marveled at the rare expression on Chen Xun's face. Having completed its ritual, a continuation from the previous store's offerings, it arranged the tributes meticulously and hurried to Chen Xun's side. Old bull, look quickly, Chen Xun exclaimed, overwhelmed with disbelief, as he and the great black bull gazed together at the revelation. The bull's eyes widened like brass bells, exhaling heavily. What Chen Xun understood, it too grasped. The Ji family were not originally from this place. Chen Xun's fingers trembled as he turned the pages, his voice quaking with emotion. It turned out that his senior brother Ji's ancestors were a branch of an illustrious family. The great black bull continued to snort, struggling to assimilate the overwhelming information. Over there, old bull, there is a path. Chen Xun sprang to his feet, exhilarated, his words flying in fervor. Old bull, there is a way over there. The great black bull also rose, its eyes gleaming with fervent excitement, bellowing in response. So it is, as stars fall like rain. Chen Xun murmured repeatedly, pondering the profound gaze of senior brother Ji that night. He must have known something, for the phenomena of that year were not mere coincidence. The great black bull was so agitated that it nearly leaped with excitement, its dark face flushing with a hint of red. Their gazes converged simultaneously towards an infinitely distant point, and Chen Xun spoke slowly. Old bull, by the river of heaven, the path lies there. The great black bull could hardly contain its exhilaration. Though it was an unknown coordinate, it ignited a spark of hope within them. A man, a bull, and a tombstone stood together, their eyes seemingly piercing through space and time, a majestic aura gradually emanating around them. The journey ahead is long and arduous. The immortal must seek and explore, understanding the significance of the voyage and seeking the true essence of life. Old bull, senior brother Ji, did not boast. Chen Xun turned to the great black bull, then cast a final glance at the tombstone. Senior brother Ji, we comprehend your intent. The great black bull also gazed at the tombstone, nudging it gently. They would not disappoint senior brother Ji. With a respectful gesture, Chen Xun cupped his hands, and the great black bull bowed its head. Together, they bid farewell to senior brother Ji, their eyes filled with reverence. Senior brother Ji, we shall embark together to witness the grand future. With that proclamation, the 2 figures transformed into brilliant points of light, and the overwhelming aura dissipated alongside them. Chapter 153. The name of ancestor Ji Kuan must not be insulted. After a brief moment, they arrived at another tombstone, inscribed with the name Shi Jing. Brother Shi, I hope I have not disappointed you. Chen Xun solemnly clasped his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. When we visited the imperial city, we discovered that the royal family bore the surname Shi. Indeed, Shi Jing is of royal blood, and ancient royal texts do allude to legends of superpowers, though their authenticity remains unverified. The great black bull lowed softly, for Shi Jing's map had proven invaluable, guiding them towards a certain direction. Old bull, remember? Shi Xixiang is of royal lineage. He must not be treated with the etiquette reserved for mere cultivators. Chen Xun adjusted his attire, retrieving his treasured instrument. The king of all instruments Swana. Shi Xixiang's status surpassed even that of the most revered magistrates. The great black bull instinctively recoiled, ancient fears bubbling to the surface. Imprisoned, it hurriedly produced a cherished bell, fastening it to itself. With a grave demeanor, Chen Xun began to play the Swana, its mournful yet melodious tones weaving a funeral dirge that carried him to the side of Lu Yuan. As the bells jingled, the great black bull rhythmically swayed in unison with Chen Xun, its eyes reflecting earnest effort. It was rare for Chen Xun to showcase his swana skills. This was an art of which he was immensely proud. Lu Yuan, Shi Jing, fare thee well. Chen Xun gazed into the vast sky, silently wishing that in another life they could remain together, never again separated by the realms of life and death. After half an hour had passed, they sought out their esteemed senior brother, Lu Feng, a true master in their eyes. Ultimately, they arrived at Chen Xun's grave, sending chills down the spine of the great black bull. Yet, Chen Xun merely smiled, gazing for a long while, remarking that it was quite well, refraining from any further actions. A gust of mountain wind swept by, and two silhouettes vanished completely into the misty peaks of Xianin Mountain, dissipating like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Within the ancestral hall of the Wuyun sect, the tablets honoring the esteemed elders were prominently displayed. Outside, the guarding elders shivered in trepidation as two formidable figures donned in bandit attire were engaged in the ritual of incense offering. He had already received a stern admonition from the sect leader, instructing him not to disturb the two venerable ones, who bore no ill intentions. Perhaps they were simply the return of two ancestral spirits of the Wuyun sect. Upon hearing this, he could not help but mutter inwardly. Even if he possessed tenfold courage, he would not dare approach them. His spiritual senses were completely shrouded, and his inner power was suppressed. He dared not even glimpse the circumstances within, as all was obscured entirely. So Wu Ying's spiritual tablet stood solemnly. Chen Xun and the great black bull, both enveloped in profound sorrow, were performing the incense offering. To them, she represented the epitome of wealth. No one dared to bestow upon them such profound teachings anymore, and alas, she had departed. Oh, sisters Wa! Chen Xun lamented while lighting the incense, his eyes brimming with melancholy. Yet, fate often thwarts human desires. Ultimately, it was the white-haired bidding farewell to the black-haired. You have departed first. The great black bull also shook its head as it offered incense, releasing a heavy breath. Old bull, let us present a platter of offerings, Chen Xun suggested after concluding his offering with a gentle sigh. Sisters Wa, may you journey well. However, I must say, the spiritual herb garden is indeed splendid. The great black bull nodded in agreement. Retrieving a platter of crane spirit tree offerings from its storage bag and placing it reverently before the altar, they paid their respects once more to the esteemed predecessors of the Wuyun sect before quietly departing. Meanwhile, the guarding elder outside, upon noticing the wooden offerings before Wu Ying's spiritual tablet, fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that there was some hidden legacy? Within the main hall of the sect leader, the atmosphere was thick with unspoken thoughts. Ding Qiu, troubled and restless, found it difficult to enter a state of meditation within the hall. The passing of Master Lu Feng represented a profound loss for the Wuyun sect. Suddenly, the flickering candlelight around him caught his attention, and an overwhelming aura of terror descended. Startled, Ding Qiu quickly rose and clasped his hands in respect, exclaiming, "Esteemed seniors, I beg your pardon for my tardiness in welcoming your arrival." He recalled that Ji Haoshuan had spoken of this matter upon his return, and he could surmise that these two figures might have some connection to the Wuyun sect. Yet, as cultivators who had lived for centuries, how could he dare to impose upon fate or morally bind the esteemed elders? He could only let things unfold naturally, refraining from unnecessary actions to earn their favor. Here, he presented 5 vials of mid-grade 5 elements pills, entrusting them to the sect leader. 2 shadowy figures appeared within the grand hall, their eyes darting around. Having never before seen the interior, he hoped the sect leader would make good use of them. A look of ecstatic joy gleamed in Ding Qiu's eyes. Yet he remained bowed, not daring to probe with his divine sense. Should he dare to raise his gaze, he would witness these two individuals exploring the surroundings. Touching this and that, esteemed seniors, your words are etched in my memory, he declared. As descendants of the Lu Yuan lineage, we hope for your continued support. Revered sect leader, do not stand on ceremony. The elders replied. We have never treated Master Lu Feng unjustly. With righteous conviction, Ding Qiu spoke from the heart. Recalling how half of the sect's forces had mobilized to seek justice for Lu Yuan, a matter for which he felt no guilt. Excellent, Chen Xun remarked, his gaze drawn to a statue, his hands itching to touch it. If it were Ji Kun or Shi Jing's descendants, they too should not be wronged. He had initially intended to mention Lu Feng, but upon reflection, he realized that he seemed to be an orphan, bereft of descendants or disciples. Ding Qiu's eyes darted around, contemplating the lineage of his ancestors, yet the name Ji Kun eluded him, although he was familiar with Shi Jing. May I inquire who Ji Kun is? He asked respectfully. I am he, came the reply. Ah, Ding Qiu exclaimed in surprise, lifting his gaze, confusion evident in his eyes. What were these esteemed individuals up to? What manner of pose was this? Dehanyo had wandered to the edge of the hall, engrossed in the layout, entirely oblivious to Ding Qiu's presence. Ding Qiu's eyes widened slightly. There was something about them that seemed rather unsavory, as if they were brigands from the mortal realm. The sect leader appeared to be a person of discernment, so he refrained from speaking further. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xun sent forth 5 bottles of mid-grade 5 elements pills. "We shall return at our convenience," he stated. Da He Niu instantly appeared beside Chen Xun, raising his head high, adopting an air of an elder, and instinctively exhaling a breath. In an instant, 5 bottles of elixirs materialized in Ding Qiu's hands, and he clasped them in gratitude towards the 2 venerable figures. These 5 bottles of elixirs held the potential to elevate the 5 elements sect for a generation. It was an immense boon. Chen Xun nodded, his hands clasped behind him, acknowledging the young disciple's potential. These 5 bottles of elixirs would neither bring calamity to the 5 elements sect nor lead them to arrogance. He had struck the perfect balance, extending a helping hand to those from his homeland within reasonable limits. "Sect leader, we are about to traverse the world. Please manage the 5 elements sect diligently. It is not easy for solitary practitioners, and I hope you will pay them due attention." As his words fell, the 2 figures departed with grace, leaving no trace of their countenance behind. Farewell to the esteemed ancestors. Ding Qiu was deeply moved, bowing and exclaiming, "The younger generation shall certainly remember the teachings of the ancestors." Unbeknownst to them, even the esteemed Ding Qiu had transitioned into an elder, subtly deepening the bonds within their ranks. For an entire incense stick's worth of time, Ding Qiu remained with his head bowed, expressing gratitude with clasped hands. The release of Wei Sun was undoubtedly a favor bestowed upon them by the Ziyun sect, a true blessing for our Wuyun sect. Summon the leaders of the major peaks. Ding Qiu's gaze sharpened, his magical energy emanating from within the hall. "We shall convene a sect meeting to deliberate on the burial of Peak Master Lu. We must honor her passing with the utmost respect befitting our Wuyun sect." "Yes, sect master. Yes, sect master." The elders outside responded with bowed hands, having surmised that the 2 revered elders likely held some connection to Peak Master Lu. "Furthermore, please ascertain the ancestral origins of Elder Ji Kuan." Ding Qiu rushed forth from the hall, soaring into the air. "Regardless of whether they were descendants of mortals or of the sect, I shall personally undertake their tutelage. Notify the outer sect's steward hall to dispatch disciples to retrieve Elder Ji Kuan's descendants. Even those without spiritual roots ought to be brought back to the sect to receive our provisions." "Yes, sect master. Yes." The entire Wuyun sect seemed to awaken with fervor, the disciples of each peak brimming with excitement at the revelation that 2 revered elders stood behind them. The following day, the leaders of the major peaks issued edicts, urging all disciples to exercise caution in their words and actions, ensuring that the name of Elder Ji Kuan remained unsullied. They were to devote themselves to their cultivation, fortifying our Wuyun. To tarnish the name of Wuyun would be to disgrace the name of Elder Ji Kuan. Such transgressors would have their powers revoked and be expelled from the sect. Upon the issuance of this decree, a chill swept through the disciples of Wuyun. Their once burgeoning spirits swiftly subdued, yet their eyes still sparkled with pride. Throughout the entire Wuyun sect, a vigorous atmosphere of ascension and cultivation has emerged, significantly diminishing the intrigues that once prevailed. Meanwhile, the prominent sects in the external world are taken aback, their eyes twitching in anticipation. They have caught wind of the swift demise of 3 golden core practitioners from the Tianwu sect, initially dismissing it as mere coincidence. After all, Xia Yuan has long been a renowned golden core cultivator, rumored to be on the verge of a breakthrough into the later stages. The 2 individuals responsible for the incident, surprisingly, have connections to the Wuyun sect. Consequently, several major sects harboring ulterior motives towards Wuyun have discreetly lowered their flags and ceased hostilities, chuckling in camaraderie, for they are all fellow practitioners who value harmony. The Tianwu sect, having already made concessions, was struck with terror upon hearing this news. Their sect leader personally led a delegation to pay respects to Lu Yuan, extending gestures of goodwill. Nevertheless, the identities of those 2 remain shrouded in mystery, with even the 10 great sects unable to uncover any trace, leading them to treat Wuyun with newfound respect. None have beheld their true forms, let alone imprint their essence with spiritual perception. Chapter 154, Striving towards the pinnacle of the golden core outside the Wuyun sect. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull did not traverse the void. They resumed their original appearances, taking a leisurely stroll through a nearby city, purchasing some food, their silver retaining its value remarkably well. However, they learned that the royal family of the Qian kingdom has undergone a generational shift, no longer being the Shi family, though the national title remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Chen Xun sighed, filled with a sense of nostalgia for a world that has transformed. Outside the city, the man and his bull ambled along the path, the great black bull laden with an assortment of delicacies, buns, and takeout from the taverns. Old bull, our future plan is to enhance our power. Chen Xun held a skewer of candied hawthorn, savoring each bite, though the flavor paled in comparison to that of Pan Ning City. Otherwise, one would feel timid in all endeavors within this world. The great black bull Moo Moo nodded blankly, its tongue curling as it sampled a bite of Chen Xun's treat. The sensation of being a respected elder, revered by all, still lingered comfortably within it. Possessing strength, everyone adhered to reason, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Although our departed friends are no longer with us, we must continue to live, mustn't we? Chen Xun now bore a disposition of open-mindedness, no longer plagued by worries of gain or loss. Old bull, we have promised everyone that we would lead them toward a brighter future. Moo Moo. The great black bull ceased its eating, its gaze momentarily lost in thought, its hind hooves kicking twice as a wave of unexpected joy surged within. It did not ponder as deeply as Chen Xun. As long as it could accumulate merit and perform rituals for them, it believed that in its next life it would fare well and perhaps encounter them once more. Chen Xun glanced at the great black bull, chuckling heartily. The road ahead is still long, with the blessings of heaven and accumulated virtue. What do we have to fear in achieving great things? Moo. The great black bull bellowed in excitement, the last remnants of sorrow dissipating from its heart. It nuzzled against Chen Xun, joy gleaming in its eyes. Chen Xun embraced it, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The experience of being an elder was truly captivating, quite delightful. At that moment, a sudden cloud of dust rose ahead. A group of martial artists galloped on horseback along the official road, their eyes gleaming with intensity. Clear the way. A few of them shouted at the cattle herders ahead. Do you not see? What the hell? Looking for trouble. Chen Xun was taken aback. It had been an eternity since he had experienced such a sensation. He and the great black ox strolled along the edge of the official road, only to find themselves subjected to scorn. Moo. The great black ox exhaled forcefully, spitting in disdain, questioning what sort of attention they sought. The trio abruptly halted their horses, as the wind and sand whipped against Chen Xun and the great black ox's faces. A burly man bellowed, "Clear off, didn't you hear?" At that moment, a luxurious carriage approached from behind, ornate and resplendent, within which sat a man of striking features, his brows sharp and eyes bright, wielding a white paper fan, exuding an imposing presence. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Xun by the roadside, his gaze imbued with indifference. Moments later, a thunderous crash erupted. Dust billowed along the official road, causing chaos as people and horses were thrown into disarray, cries for mercy echoing through the air. The carriage cover was lifted into the sky, and its four wheels were reduced to rubble. The man remained seated within, his white paper fan now splintered. His pupils dilating in shock, his body stiffening, his dark hair disheveled amidst the swirling dust. "Forgive us, master. Forgive us, master." The surrounding guards incessantly knelt, pleading for mercy, their cries echoing as they gazed at the two figures gradually vanishing into the distance. "I have no idea what charade you are putting on. Have you grown accustomed to bullying the common folk?" Moo moo moo. In the distance, two voices erupted in curses, sending the local warriors to their knees in fear, tears streaming down their faces. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary cattle herder on the road was, in fact, an ancient fiend? They had intended to display their might before their young master, only to inadvertently provoke a celestial being. On the road, Chen Xun and the great black ox shared a chuckle, continuing on their way towards the subterranean abode. Before entering, they had already expanded their consciousness, circling several times around the mountains and gazing for a long while from the peak, ensuring that no threats lingered in the air before finally returning to the dense forest with a sense of assurance. Moo. The great black bull began to run in a patch of grass, as it was able to recall scents and faintly sensed the formations it had previously laid. Even if this location had been leveled, it would not hinder their ability to locate their subterranean abode. "Well done, old bull," Chen Xun genuinely praised. "It seems you have grown closer to my level of strength." "Moo? Indeed, keep striving, Shaman Black Bull." Chen Xun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. The prowess of the elder brother was unimaginable, having surpassed all expectations. "Moo." The great black bull's eyes widened, its tail swaying more slowly as it began to believe. "Let us proceed." Chen Xun laughed heartily as five-colored rainbow light surrounded him. "Old bull, let us commence." "Moo." The great black bull responded, its entire form enveloped in magical energy. The ground transformed into a quagmire as two figures swiftly descended, vanishing completely beneath the surface. Inside the underground abode, light radiated everywhere, as the crane spirit tree continuously burned itself to illuminate Chen Xun and the great black bull. The wood of the crane spirit tree was far from ordinary. Chen Xun utilized elixir fire to guide the flames of the 5 elements, igniting an everlasting blaze. Burn bright. Crane spirit tree. A few jade source fruit trees had already borne fruit, yet their growth was limited. Once they reached 3,000 years, the fruits would simply drop, unable to continue aging. The entire cave was suffused with the fragrant aroma of the jade source fruit, invigorating the senses. The old bull, with the primary focus on the true essence pill and the supplementary jade source fruit, surveyed the cavern before exhaling deeply. The cultivation of the spiritual herbs is entrusted to you. I shall attend to alchemy, he declared. The great black bull grinned widely, exuding confidence. Its storage pouch brimmed with water, ensuring that even the herbs requiring aquatic growth would flourish without issue. With determination, the black bull, Shimin, embarked on a quest to reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Moo. They bellowed in unison, unburdened by past attachments, now living solely for themselves, accompanied by the spirits of their departed friends. After exchanging encouraging words, Chen Xun entered the alchemy chamber while the great black bull made its way to the spirit beast room. Both locations began to shimmer with the glow of magical energy, bustling with activity. The years of cultivation passed in this industrious yet serene underground haven, where they never secluded themselves, but rather explored and discussed together. With the protective powers surrounding them and the northern cold glimmering furnace at hand, Chen Xun displayed remarkable tenacity, relentlessly pushing the limits of the spiritual herb's potency. The alchemical flames were meticulously controlled, striving toward their utmost potential. After several years, a genuine variant true essence pill began to take shape, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. The rich medicinal energy caused both Chen Xun and the great black bull to experience a palpable thrill. Uncertainty loomed in Chen Xun's heart. Such overwhelming potency could lead to the ascension of the immortal, transforming him into a timeless jest. He merely sought to practice the extreme techniques of alchemy, for they lacked neither pills nor spiritual herbs. Subsequently, he dispersed the concoction and resumed his alchemical endeavors. Meanwhile, the great black bull diligently studied formation techniques, with beams of magical light occasionally illuminating the spirit beast room. Chen Xun felt that the 5 extremes formation had grown significantly heavier, silently marveling at its complexity. He recalled how absurd it seemed when the great black bull broke through the protective mountain formation of the 5 elements sect. The mere emergence of 2 formation flags and a swift wave of the hand had created an opening that left Chen Xun utterly astounded, although pressing matters had prevented him from dwelling on it. Occasionally, when they felt weary from their cultivation, they would venture out to frolic, hunt, admire the scenery, or visit the city to listen to storytelling, returning with provisions. Time had lost its significance for them. As long as they had a direction in their hearts, that sufficed. Chapter 155. The celestial blossom of the immortal realm. Days turned into months, and years flowed like tides, advancing relentlessly, marking the passage of another 300 years. The 10 great sects officially issued commands to various sects, joining forces with the MOU Pavilion, the Four Symbols Alliance, and the Crescent Moon Tower to explore the northern territories. The ancient ancestors behind these 3 major factions converged from all corners, and a considerable number of cultivators from the numerous small states in the eastern part of the Qian Kingdom also arrived. The combined strength of these small nations was even more formidable than that of the Qian Kingdom, yet their disarray meant that even consolidation would take thousands of years. The 10 great sects found themselves well-intentioned but powerless, lacking the expertise to manage such a multitude of mortal realms, thus choosing to let them be. Moreover, the resources for cultivation in those regions had already been claimed by various factions, with no higher potential than the nascent soul stage, rendering the endeavor unworthy of effort. The principal sects of the Qian Kingdom began to gather their forces towards the Martial Kingdom, resulting in a sudden depletion of cultivators from the Qian Kingdom, with even most rogue cultivators following suit in search of opportunities. The ancestors of the 10 great sects in the Jiuzhou region also mobilized their followers, their massive vessels soaring through the skies, banners billowing, creating a scene of immense grandeur. Any ruler endowed with foresight and ambition understands that remaining confined within the present realm of cultivation is tantamount to awaiting inevitable demise, rendering millennia of cultivation utterly futile. Over the years, the conflicts among the major sects have intensified, resulting in mutual devastation, utterly incapable of resisting the edicts of the 10 great sects. Some cultivators have only now begun to grasp that the apparent leniency of the 10 great sects in the past was likely not as straightforward as it seemed. Among the great sects, the ultimate victor has surprisingly been the Wuyun sect, which not only suffered no losses, but also experienced a significant increase in power, skillfully navigating through the tumultuous currents of influence. Even within the ranks of the 13 great powers, the Wuyun sect holds a prominent position. At the northern border of the Martial Kingdom, various powers converge, and the 13 great powers have even introduced a system of merit points. Any cultivator, whether a disciple of a sect, a rogue cultivator, or a nefarious practitioner, can earn merit points based on their contributions, which can be exchanged for any item related to cultivation. This decree ignited fervor among cultivators across the nations as the path to greatness lay ahead, prompting them to cast aside their lives in pursuit of a glimmer of hope. They embarked on their journey in grand procession, and peace settled over the nations. For no matter how tumultuous the actions of mortals, they could never contend with the might of cultivators. Meanwhile, deep within an obscure mountain range in the kingdom of Qian, beneath the cover of an uncharted forest, a resounding echo reverberated through the subterranean depths. Two deafening roars pierced the darkness, as the surging and tumultuous mana unleashed its fury, akin to an ancient demon awakening, heralding an impending catastrophe for the realm of cultivation. Two formidable forces clashed beneath the earth, their overwhelming presence causing tremors, and had it not been for the protective formations in place, the ground would have long since collapsed. In truth, it was merely one man and one bull who had finally broken through, attaining the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Their magical prowess, physical constitution, and spiritual awareness have ascended to the zenith of the Golden Core stage, reaching a limit beyond which they can no longer advance. 5 golden cores stand steadfast as mountains, emanating a soft glow within. Old Bull, Chen Xun's raven hair danced wildly, his eyes brimming with arrogance. Below the nascent soul, I am invincible in this world. Above the nascent soul, we shall make our escape. Moo. The large black bull, adorned in a thick coat of fur, nodded solemnly, clearly in agreement with its elder brother's sentiment. Ha ha. Chen Xun laughed maniacally, his entire being radiating a vibrant spectrum of colors, glistening as if forged from silver, shaking the very ground beneath them. Tremble, young ones. The large black bull stood beside Chen Xun, letting out a mighty bellow, raising its head high. Its fur billowing in the wind, eyes reflecting an air of defiance. Old Bull, settle down. Moo. Their brilliance gradually faded, becoming more ordinary. Indulging in the thrill was sufficient, never allowing their surging power to cloud their judgment. Chen Xun grinned, sitting on the ground as he gazed at the large black bull. Old Bull, take a seat. Moo. The large black bull cheerfully swayed its tail and settled down opposite Chen Xun. It truly was a challenge. It had taken several hundred years to progress from the mid-golden core to its peak. Chen Xun reflected, though the rewards were remarkably gratifying. His magical energy was far more profound than in the mid-stage. I feel that a single spell now could instantly obliterate my former self at the mid-golden core stage. Moo. The large black bull nodded thoughtfully, then shook its head. Moo moo? Over the years, they had not merely focused on cultivation, they had also engaged in alchemy, tended to spiritual herbs, and even ventured out for leisure. It too had to learn formations, after spending over 1,000 years to reach the peak of the golden core. Such an individual is indeed a rarity in the realm of cultivation. Chen Xun raised his head with an air of arrogance, declaring to the old bull, our foundation is so solid that no one can shake it. Even if the heavenly tribulation strikes us, it shall kneel before us. Oh heavens! I was not referring to you when I mentioned the tribulation. I beg your pardon. He silently added this thought. The great black bull gazed at Chen Xun with a look of awe, its eyes filled with reverence. Indeed, his brother was truly formidable. Suddenly, a flicker of concern crossed Chen Xun's face as he recalled the earlier mention of their foundation, leading him to contemplate the 5 golden elixirs within him. Steadfast as Mount Tai. Old Bull, it is common knowledge in the realm of cultivation that one must shatter their elixirs to give birth to a nascent soul. The great black bull's expression turned alarmed, pondering how they might shatter their 5 golden elixirs. Chen Xun suddenly felt as though something had lodged in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. He was perplexed by the absence of any sensation within him, despite having reached the pinnacle. In the past, during the peak of the chi refinement and foundation establishment stages, he still felt a slight awareness within, always able to rely on the passage of time to grind down the edges. However, now, he was utterly devoid of any sensation. Oh no. Chen Xun's head recoiled slightly as he cast a glance at the great black bull. Old Bull, we have a serious problem. The great black bull's eyes widened in shock as it bellowed in response. It's over. While a deep foundation has its advantages, its drawbacks become apparent when attempting to break through significant constraints. Should their lifespan be limited, they would indeed be severing their own path. Being invincible at the same level would merely be a jest, as others would crush them upon breaking through to a higher realm. They would possess longer lifespans, broader circles of influence, higher status, and an unmatched perspective. Chen Xun suddenly chuckled softly, and the great black bull let out a puzzled moo, gazing at him with an expression that suggested a bewildering mockery. With a chuckle, Chen Xun waved his hand, dismissing those impractical thoughts from the past. Old Myo, go out and gather some intelligence. Then we shall proceed according to our plan. We shall break through external means. There is no need to rush. We must be steady and methodical. With a loud moo, the great black bull sprang to its feet and began to scurry about, preparing its belongings. Chen Xun stretched his limbs. For years he had been immersed in his final cultivation and had scarcely ventured outside. Now, their innate magical artifacts were all perfected, each reaching an astonishing 18,000 years, having attained the zenith of their current strength. Any further advancement would be beyond the limits of their physical bodies. Even though the bandit ensemble bore no deathly aura, it still relied on the golden elixir and defensive prowess for suppression and nourishment. Remarkably, however, it had become quite extraordinary, with effects that momentarily eluded their full comprehension, far surpassing the properties of the thousand threads spirit vine. Chen Xun also fulfilled his promise to the great black bull. Together they transformed the 9,900-year-old crane spirit tree into 3 array flags, preventing its conversion into deathly energy. Chen Xun devoted his treasured alchemical furnace to the task, continuously enhancing and refining the elixir fire, which took him a painstaking 49 years to complete. He dedicated all his time to this endeavor, even more diligently than he had in his own alchemical practices, expending several thousand low-grade spirit stones, which was a considerable drain on both his magical power and spiritual consciousness. Yet, the results were indeed remarkable. The spiritual energy conduit, enhanced by the materials from the Great Black Bull's formation, was of an entirely different caliber compared to ordinary array flags. The Great Black Bull, unfazed by reason, directly immersed it within the 5 elements golden elixir for nourishment, having an abundance of golden elixirs allowed for such indulgence. Moreover, it tirelessly researched the 5 extremes formations, beginning to master the craft independently, no longer relying on spiritual energy to set the arrays. Due to the influence of the 5 elements golden elixir, they unanimously believed that the essence of the 5 elements was superior to spiritual energy, being omnipresent. The Great Black Bull harnessed the 5 elements celestial rotation of the golden elixir, allowing the 3 array flags to absorb its essence, thus transforming them into its life-bound treasures. It had begun to rudimentarily utilize the energy of the 5 elements to communicate with the cosmos for array formation, transcending the conventional wisdom of the cultivation world that relied on spiritual energy for such endeavors. As the years passed and the golden elixir nourished it, the 3 life-bound array flags of the Great Black Bull became increasingly attuned to the essence of the 5 elements. Even the core of the 5 extremes array was replaced by the bull's life-bound treasure, which it had directly modified. Each time Chen Xun observed this, he could only shake his head and chuckle, remarking, "This master refines elixirs and modifies magic. Now, even you, the Western Gate Black Bull, are following in my footsteps with your formations." Thus, the duo continued to tread further down the path of subverting the established perceptions within the cultivation realm. Whether it be spells, other skills, or physical conditions, they were indeed a celestial marvel. Moo, the Great Black Bull called out to Chen Xun, signaling its readiness. "Let us embark on the grand plan of the nascent soul, haha." Chen Xun waved his hand, excitement illuminating his face, as a radiant spectrum of colors erupted forth. The Great Black Bull swiftly moved, grinning widely, its entire being brimming with immense magical power. In an instant, they began their descent, with the Great Black Bull wielding its massive hoof, gathering the materials of the 5 extremes array into the storage ring. Thunderous roars echoed as the ground beneath them collapsed. The long-dormant underground cavern, which had remained undisturbed for centuries, became buried beneath massive stones and earth, producing muffled sounds of destruction. One day later, beams of sunlight cascaded down. Gentle breezes caressed their faces, and the fragrant aroma of the earth enveloped them. Chen Xun and the Great Black Bull inhaled deeply, savoring the beauty of nature, utterly enraptured. They exchanged glances, transforming into a wisp of faint light, and utterly vanished from this place. Chapter 156. While you explore for opportunities, we head east to pilfer. Jiaogu Market is a modest trading hub for cultivators, overseen by a small sect. Presently, it has fallen into a state of desolation, with numerous shops shuttered, leaving only a motley assortment of scattered cultivators conducting their business. Outside Jiaogu Market, 2 figures donning straw hats appeared, their eyes filled with perplexity. "Old Bull, is this merely an illusion?" Chen Xun expanded his consciousness, scanning the surroundings. Has this place deteriorated? Why are there so few cultivators? Moo? The great black bull sniffed the air, equally baffled by the situation. Something feels amiss. Could it be the work of malevolent cultivators? Chen Xun's eyes gleamed with realization as he instinctively tightened his grip on his mountain-splitting axe. It is our duty to act. Moo. The great black bull's eyes widened. Nodding emphatically, it is highly probable. At that moment, a chi refining stage cultivator emerged from the market, hands clasped behind his back. A look of grave concern etched on his face. Brother, Chen Xun exclaimed with a hearty laugh, rushing to intercept him, while the great black bull encircled him from behind. The cultivator was startled, a wary expression overtaking his features, for he was a formidable expert at the 10th level of chi refining, accompanied by a spirit beast. Yet, he found himself surrounded. Quietly, he began to draw a talisman, sensing ill intentions. Do not misunderstand. We are benevolent. Chen Xun beamed, inadvertently making 2 low-grade spirit stones fall into his hands, eager to inquire about the situation, no longer avoiding others. He now faced everything with the same optimism he had in the mortal realm. Ah, we're on the right path. The wandering cultivator's eyes brightened, and he discreetly concealed his excitement, a smile gracing his features. My fellow cultivator, you are far too courteous. One must speak freely. Why is the Jiaogufang market so desolate? Could it be that sinister practitioners have invaded? Chen Xun's thoughts surged, and the formidable axe at his waist seemed to yearn for action as a disciple of the sect. It is his duty to combat tyranny and support the weak within the realm of cultivation. The great black bull behind him also let out an indignant bellow. Sharing the sentiment, the wandering cultivator, looking bewildered, clasped his hands in explanation. Is it possible that your sect is unaware? The 10 great sects of the Qian kingdom have issued a celestial decree to jointly explore the northern territories of the Wu kingdom. What? Chen Xun felt a profound disappointment wash over him, his eyes reflecting shock. Is it true? They have all departed? Alas, indeed, the wandering cultivator sighed, shaking his head. It is said that many sects have dispatched numerous disciples. The cultivation world of the Qian kingdom is in a state of desolation. Many capable wanderers have also left. It appears that only we, the less powerful cultivators, remain here. He lamented, envious of those senior practitioners who have ventured forth. Now I understand. Thank you for enlightening me. Chen Xun clasped his hands, still astonished. I shall not impose further. Farewell, fellow cultivator. The wandering cultivator chuckled, having acquired 2 low-grade spirit stones without cost, his worries alleviated. Goodness. Chen Xun exchanged a meaningful glance with the great black bull. The cultivation world had transformed significantly since their emergence. Heh, Chen Xun suddenly chuckled mischievously, old bull. This means our plan has gained greater feasibility. Emo? The great black bull's eyes darted restlessly, deep in contemplation. Moo. Suddenly, a map unfurled in the air as Chen Xun and the great black bull meandered through the bustling market, embarking on an easterly journey while gathering information along the way. Half a year later, at the eastern border of the Qian kingdom, the landscape was engulfed in swirling yellow sands, with formidable fortresses stretching for miles, exuding a grandiose aura. Soldiers patrolled atop the city walls, their weapons glinting menacingly in the sunlight, while military banners fluttered vigorously in the wind. Their gazes were keen and vigilant, scanning the surroundings to thwart incursions from foreign tribes. Numerous small nations dotted the eastern frontier, and it was not uncommon for marauding outsiders to raid the border towns, only to find themselves met with fierce resistance, their bodies left to rot on the battlements for 3 days. Despite the desolation in the realm of cultivation, the mortal world thrived in abundance, with the 2 realms remaining blissfully unperturbed by one another. In the border town, a vibrant atmosphere prevailed, filled with the sounds of haggling. Occasionally, villagers bearing burdens traversed the streets, while distant merchant caravans made their way through. Young man, do come again. Certainly. A jovial old man at a fruit stall bid farewell to a cowherd laden with an array of fruits. Old bull, how do they taste? Chen Xun inquired, holding 2 juicy fruits, his mouth dripping with sweetness as he fed the great black bull. Moo. The great black bull half-heartedly responded, devouring both fruits in one go. Delicious indeed. Chen Xun continued, I didn't expect it to be true. Over half the sects have ventured forth to explore. However, I've heard it's quite perilous, with numerous nascent soul ancestors stationed there. We should refrain from risking ourselves for mere excitement. Meanwhile, the great black bull, engrossed in its feast, showed little interest in conversing with Chen Xun. They meandered through the streets, their minds awash with myriad thoughts, their eyes darting with curiosity about everything around them. The 3 formidable powers had emerged from a multitude of small nations in the east, a region rumored to be rife with chaos, where even cultivators ascended to the throne. Chen Xun shook his head with a wry smile. suddenly slapping his hand down hard on the large black bull that had been inattentively listening. "Old bull," he exclaimed. "Moo." The black bull cried out, startled, as half of the fruit it had been nibbling fell to the ground, swiftly retrieved by its tongue. Chen Xun ceased to feed it, and the black bull gazed longingly at him, eager for him to finish his thoughts. "In this land of disorder lies our opportunity. It is far safer than in the Qian kingdom." "Moo?" the black bull queried, aware that the 10 great sects would certainly have their nascent soul ancestors guarding them, and it was unwise to seek death by confronting them, given that they had already severed our path forward. Chen Xun grimaced, remarking on the ruthlessness of these 10 great sects, which left no room for opportunity. Even the Wuyun sect lacked the alchemical recipe for the infant nurturing pill and had likely fallen under the control of these 10 sects long ago. The black bull, lost in thought, nodded slightly. "We have inquired in Yushu City, and when considering the 3 great powers individually, who among them is not wealthier than any one of the 10 sects?" Moo. Thus, it was evident that the regulations of the cultivation world there were not as stringent as here, and the 3 great powers lacked the strength to completely seal off the avenues like the 10 sects could. Chen Xun spoke with confidence, traversing the land with a certain cultural simplicity, yet possessing a modicum of experience. Although the risks were substantial, the potential rewards were undoubtedly considerable. Moo. The black bull exhaled forcefully, reassured that their current strength would pose no issue for their escape. Chen Xun remarked that the risks involved were merely those associated with confronting the tribulations of the nascent soul stage. However, could they be afforded any opportunities? The 10 great sects certainly could not make a forceful entry, as they were all in cahoots. The northern path was not an option, and the eastern region represented their sole chance. With a sly grin, Chen Xun revealed that this plan had begun to take shape in the city of Yushu. Now, as cultivators from various nations ventured northward, they would set their sights on the east. The great black bull, Moo Moo, appeared jubilant, relieved not to have to contend with others for fortune. Chen Xun leaped up and sat cross-legged upon the back of the great black bull, slowly donning a straw hat. "Old bull, let us embark on our journey and seek our fortune abroad." Moo. The great black bull let out a resounding roar and gently stepped forward, causing the ground to stir with a swirling cloud of dust, before vanishing instantly from the border city. The surrounding townsfolk gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Where had that living black bull gone? The atmosphere quickly became lively, with some claiming it was an illusion, while others speculated that an immortal had departed. Ultimately, it became a topic of light-hearted conversation over tea and meals. The border city remained bustling, the mortal realm continued to thrive, and the gathering of cultivators in the northern regions of the martial nation grew increasingly populous, with the sound of tearing through the air resonating daily. Meanwhile, 2 immortal beings chose an unconventional path, venturing towards foreign lands in the east to pilfer from the nations there.